Today is the day when Long Kingdom's high school holds the transfer holiday. This is an extremely important event for the students, but even more so for Lufam. It has been 3 years since you transmigrated from Lam Tin to this world, and Lufam is determined to awaken his fighting profession. But in the end, Lufam surprisingly received the hidden profession of Long Su. Although it is said to be one of the rarest and most powerful professions, that is only in theory. In reality, throughout Longquok's 800-year history, bloodlines have appeared before, but no horse dragon master has ever been able to tame one. No matter how strong humans are, they are just like bugs in front of it. Taming a true giant dragon is even harder than reaching the sky. Moreover, a Long Su horse without a lineage cannot develop any further. When the students learned about Lufam's profession, many were shocked, and most of them showed sympathy. It's okay. After all, it's still a hidden profession with limitless potential. If you try, you can tame some dragon-like creatures to become a powerful expert. The principal patted Lufam on the shoulder, reassuringly. A mighty expert, his eyes moist with emotion. That night, Lufam kept pondering about awakening when suddenly the system panel appeared once again. Congratulations. You have received the first day's treasure map. The first day's treasure map. Oh right. I remember it was called the Super Treasure Map system when I activated it. Actually, before the succession ceremony, Lufam unexpectedly activated the Super Treasure Map system and received the Appraisal Eye skill. A skill that allows you to see basic information like profession, level, and skills just by looking at the target. Today I've only tested the inspection function and haven't explored its core ability yet. Thinking to himself, Lufam pressed the sword displayed on the screen. Treasure maps come in levels such as basic, intermediate, advanced, and divine. By using the system, I can combine 3 lower-level maps into a higher-level one. Every day you will receive a randomly leveled treasure map, and just by going there you can harvest treasures related to your profession. As for the profession, the Dragon Rider is indeed considered the weakest, because taming the dragon race is almost impossible. But if I make good use of this system, can I break through the boundaries of the weakest and strongest? In other words, this divine-level treasure map is my last chance to turn the situation around. I have to go. With determination, Lufam immediately tapped to open the map. Accordingly, the treasure coordinates are clearly displayed before him. Damn it. This place isn't far from Jianghai City. Lufam quickly set out. But unfortunately, deception soon caught up with him. As soon as you stepped out of the car, you were ambushed by a group of 2 men and 1 woman. Little brother, want to come along? The one-eyed rat pats Lufam on the shoulder and asks with a smile, I am a summoner. A companion is not necessary. If you encounter danger, summoning elemental creatures should be enough to handle it. Hearing that Lufam was a summoner, the bandits were initially surprised. But then they stopped following him and left on their own. A bunch of troublemakers. No matter how dangerous this wilderness is, it's safer than staying with those hunters who always stab you in the back. As expected, without strength, you'll end up like that. I need to set out quickly. System notification. You have arrived at the marked location on the treasure map. You finally found the spot marked on the treasure map. Lufam excitedly shouted and headed straight toward the spot, emitting the strange light not far away. The melody of the lute was faint and unclear. Just as the lute was about to break, and a cub was about to be born, Lufam heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes behind him. Although the entire journey could be considered smooth, he still couldn't escape the predator's nose. Lufam quietly drew his beginner-grade inlaid sword, a common quality item that looked like a typical game prop. And sure enough, less than a second later, the beast leapt out of the bushes to attack him. Thanks to prior preparation, Lufam managed to block the beast's attack with his sword but had to exert quite a bit of strength to push the hungry monster aside. The inspection eye started to activate automatically. Blood Vision Beast. Level 10. Skill. Triple Strike. Quickly attack 3 times in a row. Blood Restoration. Skill. Triple Strike. Blood Vision Beast. Level 10. Hobby. 85 yuan. Tam should attack quickly and then recover blood. In other words, it can use 3 consecutive strikes to make the opponent bleed. Then use blood to heal. Damn it. I don't have the ability to deal with it. Or it could buy more time for the young dragon to escape before using the dragon speech technique. Without giving Lufam any extra time to think, the blood-seeing tiger immediately charged at him. Lufam narrowly escaped 1 attack. But due to the monster's speed, he couldn't avoid the slash on his arm during the 2nd strike. He must prevent it from using the blood gaze and must defeat it during the 3rd attack. He secretly made a decision. Lufam began to defend himself, until the monster launched its 3rd attack. He seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to its head, destroying the creature. The blood demon tiger has been slain. Plus 120 expérience points. Just as Lufam thought everything was over, a familiar voice rang out. He finally got rid of it. Little Hu Yen is really impressive. The one-eyed guy said as he and his accomplices stepped out from behind the rock behind Lufan. Are you guys following me? Didn't I say I wouldn't join up with you? The pink-haired girl laughed and said, Hey little hero. There's no need to be like that. Weren't you the one who deceived us as well? That's right. You said you were a summoner. But why didn't you use any skills when things got dangerous? Lu Fang knew the false identity you fabricated had been exposed, so to avoid more trouble, you voluntarily handed over the spoils. The gray fox blood. To them, if you want to steal the item, just take it and stop bothering me. This little brother really knows how to read the situation. The little guy approaches and grabs the gray blood essence. This thing is only worth 85 yuan. How many more do we need to kill? Little brother, what we want isn't this. As he spoke, the one-eyed man greedily looked at the hidden dragon instrument. Did they see when I found the dragon instrument? Luke Pham was still pondering when the bandits started their attack. Z-Rock stepped forward and delivered a loving punch that sent him tumbling. The pink-haired one takes advantage of the opportunity to threaten you with a knife. He. Little brother Hu Yan. You seem to underestimate the treasure hunters like us. The one-eyed guy said proudly. Z-Rock now circled behind the rock and took the dragon egg along with his companions. With the treasure in hand, let's go. The little bastard said with a smirk, then humorously approached to admire the dragon egg in Z-Rock's hand. Just as the pink-haired girl was about to attack Lu Pham, the dragon egg cracked open, and the baby dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. What kind of monster is that? The bandits were still stunned when the young dragon shot down from the sky like an arrow towards them. The chubby one immediately threw a dagger at the young dragon, but it easily dodged. Rock tried to solve the problem with a punch, but a single bite from the hatchling made him vanish. Then the hatchling turned to look at the bald man, who was so frightened by the scene that he grabbed his jeans and ran away. I never expected that even as a newborn dragon, it could be so powerful. No wonder no one could tame the dragon race before. Luke Pham couldn't help but exclaim. Hong Hair immediately broke out in a sweat upon hearing that. She is a giant dragon. Is what you said true? That letter really is a dragon egg. At this moment, the one-eyed man's scream suddenly rings out. Hong Hair involuntarily turned to look and saw the young dragon casually picking its teeth, while her companions had vanished into thin air. Faced with this scene, Hong Hair no longer paid attention to Luke Pham, and her arm trembled as she pointed her knife at the young dragon. The truth about your hunters is just as pathetic, trying to steal what rightfully belongs to me. This is the outcome. Luo Fan pushed Hong Tong Acidi, then used the dragon control technique to successfully tame the little dragon. The contract with the dragon was completed, unlocking the Dragon Claw skill, the Dragon House attack skill, and the Dragon Roar skill. Who are you? The deceiver, haha. Now you want to know who I am. I am not a summoner but a dragon tamer. Seeing the young dragon gnawing its teeth at me, Hong Hong desperately begged Lufam to spare her life. I really don't know that thing is a dragon pill. You little hunters have harmed so many people all this time. No, I don't have it. The pink-haired girl tried to make excuses, at the same time as you and your companions left. Lu Fan finished speaking just as the little dragon made a meal of the pink-haired girl. Phew. Finally, everything is settled. Luke Pham took a deep breath and, after bandaging the wound, gently lifted the curious young dragon to examine its bag. I really can't believe I've actually crossed that line of strength and weakness. Born like this. I wonder how much more powerful it will become as it levels up in the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and Lu Pham happily hugged the young dragon tightly. Haha. This is great. As long as there's someone. The horse dragon master is about to rise above the bottom of society. But what should I call this person, little coal lump? No. Singing diamonds. That's not allowed. Maybe I should call it. Lu Pham was seriously thinking when he noticed the young dragon licking the blood oozing from the wound on his arm. Immediately, the young dragon radiated a powerful aura, and then transformed into a girl. Seeing the old dragon transform into a girl, Lu Fan exclaimed in amazement. So it turns out that someone can change into a human form after all. The proud dragon nodded sincerely, while Lu Pham decided to let the former dragon play on its own, and he himself opened his personal information panel to check. Long Horse. Level 10. Strength 55. Agility 53. Intelligence traits. Durability 60. Long Horse Technique. Capable of taming creatures of the same family. Seeing the old dragon transform into a girl, Lu Fan exclaimed in amazement. So it turns out that someone can change into a human form after all. Long Chi Kovu increases all attributes and attack by 30% for himself and the long spear. Contract. Black Dragon. Level 1. Record value 239. Luke Pham secretly rejoiced. Just as he thought, Taming the Dragon, would unlock all skills. The dragon's support can boost his and the long gun's attributes and attack by 30%, and its effect surpasses even that of a master's pen. Long Nya Keech is a high attack move, and Long Kea can transform its arm to strike with the same power as your long gun. Not to mention the hatchling Black Dragon. Just look at its attributes, which are 5 to 6 times higher than a normal person. Right now, it seems like only I can take down the same level combat professions alone. Then, Lufam presses to open the information of the Black Dragon. The contract with the Black Dragon, level 1, has 342 strength, 267 agility, 359 spirit, and 373 durability. Its jaw attack charges forward to tear at the opponent, causing damage and bleeding effects. Lava flame erupts continuously, spewing fire forward to deal damage and heal itself. The Black Dragon bloodline reduces incoming damage by 50%, is immune to all debuffs, and its self-healing ability increases by 500%. The bloodline connection grants the Dragon Tamer 10% of all attributes. After reviewing the Hacklong's information, Lufam secretly marvels. Even as a level 1 juvenile dragon, it already possesses various skills and nearly 400 different attribute points. This is something that humanity fundamentally cannot reach. Even expert humans who are 20 levels higher are no match for it. It is the bloodline connection that has multiplied all my attributes, making me feel incredibly powerful now. Is the hidden skill increase before the Karma Star? No matter how powerful the hidden profession is, it still pales in comparison to the Dragon Clan. Without a doubt, the Dragon Tamer is now at the top of society. Glancing briefly at the happy Black Dragon chewing on the shell, Lufam gently ponders. Although it can transform into a human form, its habits seem unchanged. What should I call it now? A little black dragon born before dawn. Soon, a name flashed in Lufam's mind. Are you happy to be called Little Da? Hacklong happily exclaimed. Seeing that, Lufam smiled and said, "It seems you like this name. You feel that this time going out to find treasures, although dangerous, is all worth it." Lufam approaches Hacklong, ruffles its head, and asks, "Are you hungry?" Hacklong paused from chewing the shell, his eyes shining as he nodded in agreement to Lufam. Lufam stood up, looking into the distance and saying, "So we should hunt some beasts to fill our stomachs." Little one, he thought to himself, "No, I can't just go back like this. The college entrance exam is coming soon, and many other candidates are now focusing on leveling up outside, chasing the dream of the prize from Nam Province, and the direct admission to a top university in Long Country. I now have the right to reach for it, but I can't be careless. Leveling up and mastering new skills are my top priorities right now." So, Lufam excitedly packed his bag and said, "Little Ya, let's go now. Head deeper into this place. There are even better monsters inside than the ones outside." Little Ya happily followed after Lufam, but just as they took a few steps, they heard distant sounds of many monsters howling and approaching. Both of them stopped, turned around, and saw a herd of monsters running toward them. That is, Ling Kaobingwen. They're much harder to deal with than the Grey Blood Lake, he whispered, and Lufam quickly used his appraisal eye. Spirit Cursed Plane. Leveau. Shiar. Olan. Infects the target with the effect of causing seizures. Rabies. Experience points. That is, Ling Kaobingwen. They're much harder to deal with than the Grey Blood Lake, but just as they took a few steps, they heard distant sounds of many monsters howling and approaching. Both of them stopped, turned around, and saw a herd of monsters running toward them. Gyeongdog. Value 95 bad heart. For me, although I had defeated the level 10 Blood Spirit Demon Wolf earlier, I still sustained many wounds. As Lufan was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed Xiao Ya had voluntarily flown towards the Spirit Dog Pack plane. "If you want, come on over." After saying that with a smile, Lufan also chased after Xiao Ya. He secretly thought that now, with this dangerous highland, the strongest creatures are Han's Dragon Tamer and Dragon Pet, and there is no danger that can threaten them anymore. In no time, Little Da flew above the monsters, took a deep breath, and then opened its mouth wide to unleash a powerful burst of fire onto the creatures below. Using Magma Flame, it continuously spews fire forward, dealing damage while healing itself. By the time Lufam caught up, the monsters had already been engulfed in flames. A series of notifications appeared before him. Lufam gained 380 experience points. Black Dragon gained 380 experience points. Lufam gained 380 experience points. Black Dragon gained 380 experience points. Lufam quietly thought, "Well, if I want to level up quickly, I really need to hunt some high-level monsters." Suddenly, Lufam seemed to realize something, glancing in the direction of the voice, and thought, "Hey, stop wasting time with these minions. There's a huge monster waiting for us for quite a while now." All we see is a massive creature with 3 roaring heads slowly approaching from that direction. Lufam immediately used his appraisal eye. The 3-headed Breathmaster, level 25, increased his own attack and defense. The tearing shoes deal damage within a certain range. 3-layered blazing flames create 3 flames to attack. Experience points 23. 790. Items teeth. Value 1. 300 coins. Jia. With a value of 2. 570 bad hearts. Normally, level 25 monsters would require a whole team of hunters to approach. But Lufang is a dragon tamer with a heart inscription. So, you have nothing to worry about and give the order. Little Da. Let's go. Little Da let out a cry and immediately rushed toward the 3 skull suckers. The 3 heads of the skull spirit roared loudly as it faced the approaching attack, shouting to strengthen its defenses and increase its damage output. They didn't stop. The 3 monster heads opened their mouths wide again, releasing streams of elemental fire that condensed into a growing fireball. Cutting through the skill, the triple flames burned fiercely, igniting the breath into a fireball that causes 3 times the damage and has a cooldown period. Seeing that, Lu Fang decisively ordered Little Ya to act quickly and coordinate to interrupt its skill. Little Ya let out a cry, and immediately, flames enveloped its entire body. Once it reappears, it is in its ancient dragon form. It quickly descends on the 3 skull masters and uses the Q-Ham attack skill. Looking at your filthy appearance, young lady, this is not the place for treasure hunting. Tonkach was speaking when Tonthu signaled him to stop and stepped forward. Reaching out to Luke Pham gains 23, 790 experience points and has reached level 14. Hak Long gains 23, 790 experience points and has reached level 9. Seeing this notification, Lu Fan laughed out loud and said, "Is it over?" As expected of a genius monster, just one creature gives so much experience. There's a huge monster waiting for us for quite a while now. All we see is a massive creature with 3 roaring heads slowly approaching from that direction. Another map. I wonder what this one is for the Dragon Master. With eager anticipation, Lu Fan excitedly called out, "Little Ya." At this moment, another system notification appeared. The system had been activated, and the daily treasure map was received. Danfu asked, "Uncle Cash, are we really going to pass up this rare opportunity?" Tonkach forced a smile and replied, "Miss, there's nothing we can do about it. This secret realm requires at least 5 people to open. If we don't have enough, we can't unlock it. I suggest that Tai Ni go back to Jianghai to call more people here." So Tai Ni interrupted, "No, even with my speed, it would take at least a day to go there and back." Tanthu sighed and said, "Mysterious opportunities appear out of nowhere. The reward Thu received is also higher than that of a normal secret realm. But it only lasts for 1 day. 1 day definitely isn't enough." Seeing that Tanthu was unhappy, Tun Cash spoke to comfort her. "Young lady, after all, you're not the type to worry excessively. With your strength, as long as you enter the 10 great academies, you will definitely be provided with a secret realm." Tanthu still sighed and said, "Uncle Kai, I know all that, but it's still really unfortunate." At this moment, Tonkak's expression became alert as he looked in a loud direction. Tai Ni also reached out and drew her weapon, cautiously looking ahead. Behind the rock in front of the 3 of them, Lu Pham slowly stepped out and said, "Just passing by. Looking at your filthy appearance, young lady, this is not the place for treasure hunting." Tonkach was speaking when Tanthu signaled him to stop and stepped forward. Reaching out to Luke Pham, seeing that Tanthu was unhappy, Tonkach spoke to comfort her. "Young lady, after all, you're not the type to worry excessively. With your strength, as long as you enter the 10 great academies, you will definitely be provided with a secret realm." Tai Ni also reached out and drew her weapon, cautiously looking ahead. Behind the rock in front of the 3 of them, Lu Pham slowly stepped out and said, "Just passing by." Tanthu confirms, "That's right. We only need you to contribute enough people to enter the secret realm. You don't need to do anything. You can still earn 100,000 long T." Tan also spoke up, saying that good opportunities like this are not easy to come by. "Hurry up. This chance doesn't come often." Luke Pham said with a smile that I'm not very interested in money, but we can cooperate based on some rules. Tiny frowned and asked, "Do you mean using our performance in the secret realm to share the rewards?" Luo Pham honestly admits he's not wrong. Tanthu raises his chin in thought. "Our average strength is around 20, and he looks weaker no matter how you see it. Is it because he's too confident in himself or just because he's a reckless fool?" Since the secret realm only exists for a limited time, Tan Thu didn't think further and reached out to Lufam. If that's what you want, let's form a team that way. To show my sincerity, the 10,000 long coins offered earlier will still count. Lufam shakes hands with Tan Thu, sealing the deal. Once the team formation is settled, Tan Thu smiled and urged everyone to get ready to depart. Lufam said with a smile that I'm not very interested in money, but we can cooperate based on some rules. Tiny frowned and asked, do you mean using our performance in the secret realm to share the rewards? Lufam said with a smile that I'm not very interested in money, but we can cooperate based on some rules. Tiny frowned and asked, do you mean using our performance in the secret realm to share the rewards? With a limit of more than 5 people, everyone observed their surroundings carefully while cautiously moving forward. To show my sincerity, the 10,000 long coins offered earlier will still count. Lufam shakes hands with Tan Thu, sealing the deal. Master Tan noticed Lufam, who was leaning on his legs with both hands, and immediately asked, little one, since his hands weren't like that, he must have equipment. Right, no equipment. Tan also spoke up, saying that good opportunities like this are not easy to come by. Hurry up. This chance doesn't come often. The Long Dao. Epic. Level requirement Ds. Profession required. Long Lung Warrior. Blood Battle Spirit. Blood Transformation. Allows the user to transform a part of their body to increase power. Attack plus Kusikumentavis. Durability plus 30. After Lufam defeated the 3 Blood Masters, the system activated, and the weapon in his hand was obtained based on the marked location on the system map. Replacing the initial beginner's weapon, Thawang examines the weapon in Lufam's hand and says, Kid, your husband's weapon isn't ordinary. I thought you were treasure hunters earlier, but it seems your husband is just a rookie who just awakened his profession. Princess Taiyi spoke up. What is your guardian doing? Let's assume it's cooperation. But if he has any ill intentions, I will immediately restrain him. Suddenly, the ground beneath Tonkach's feet shattered. A pale white hand emerging from the soil, another zombie. Level 15. With 620 experience points. Materials. Rotten poison wolf. Worth 256 bad hearts. Biting and tearing. Grabbing and biting the target. Poison cures. Any attack will cause the target to become poisoned. Loss of life. Poisoned hits will turn them into zombies. More and more zombies are emerging from the ground. Uncle Cash. Watch out. The little one shouted a warning, and he quickly used a skill and struck. He rushed from the team, using his shield to blow away some nearby zombies of Tonkash. Good job, little one. Tonkash praised once and then joined Tiny in the fight, continuously slashing at a few monsters. Lufam still hasn't joined the battle. He observed the group silently assessing them warriors, potential cultivators, and even knights. At this moment, Tan Thu had also finished casting her spell. She raised her staff high and shouted Saint Light Divine Rain. Gathering energy, she released a shower of light that dealt damage to enemies within range and healed allies. A series of beams of light rained down on the fighting Tonkach and his group, healing their wounds and simultaneously destroying a large number of monsters. Tonkach praised once and then joined Tiny in the fight, continuously slashing at a few monsters. Lufam still hasn't joined the battle. However, its current attack is weaker than that of the mage, and its healing is also less effective than that of the priest. Lufam whispered softly, so that's how it is. He judged in his mind that it was another hidden profession, but the damage from her profession was very effective against that group of monsters. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, causing everyone to lose their balance, followed by another wave of monsters emerging from the earth. During this chaos, Lufang secretly thought it seemed like he had disturbed the elite monsters. This sound, this number, doesn't seem small. The Blood Spirit Beast. Level 20. 1,340 experience points. Materials. Bloodstone. Worth 915 yuan. Similar to loot monsters but more VIP. As the Blood Spirit Beasts approach, Tonkach immediately orders the elite monsters, Tiny, to protect the young lady and the young master. Little one, let's go, and don't let these disturbances ruin the front line. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, causing everyone to lose their balance, followed by another wave of monsters emerging from the earth. During this chaos, Lufang secretly thought it seemed like he had disturbed the elite monsters. This sound, this number, doesn't seem small. Moreover, the bloodthirsty fairy beasts suddenly open their mouths to perform their poison skill. Lufang quietly thinks, it's poison skill. Clearly you still need a priest to dispel it. Tan Thu, originally a light element mage, couldn't help them at all. Now, Part of the young man's arm is also trapped inside the living blood fairy. He shouted for help. Ton K. Help me a little. Ton Ca was no better off. His weapon also stuck on the shoulder of a bloodthirsty immortal beast. Ton Ca ran over to the young boy and successfully helped him escape danger. You don't need to bother her. Just leave it to me. Thawang examines the weapon in Lufam's hand and says, Kid, your husband's weapon isn't ordinary. I thought you were treasure hunters earlier. But it seems your husband is just a rookie who just awakened his profession. Moreover, the bloodthirsty fairy beasts suddenly open their mouths to perform their poison skill. Lu Fang quietly thinks, it's poison skill. Clearly you still need a priest to dispel it. Luke Pham did not immediately follow, his cold gaze sweeping at the monster before slicing it in half with a single strike. In everyone's shocked eyes, the monster they struggled to fight was cut in two by Luke Pham's swift blow. Luke Pham turned around, smiling as he said, Don't be afraid. Don't forget, we still have to keep moving forward. The crowd looked at Luke Pham with suspicion. Then Luke Pham led the way deeper inside. Tan Thu stared intently at Luke Pham ahead, secretly doubting that Luke Pham, the one rumored lately to have a hidden profession, the Long Horse Master, could really be him. As for the respect, he looked at Lu Pham in shock and asked in a trembling voice, Kid, you. Just how high is your level? Poison curse. Any attack will cause the target to become poisoned. Loss of life. Poisoned hits will turn them into zombies. Because I came here to prepare for the upcoming exam. Tan Thu was giving instructions to the young apprentice when he heard this and frowned thoughtfully. The exam? So is his purpose for coming here the same as mine? But a level 14 can attack higher than a level 28. Suddenly, a monster burst out from the ground, roaring and charging straight at the nearest person. Tan Thu. After dealing with the monster, Lu Pham turned around and said, The deeper we go into the village, the higher the level of zombies will be. I will take the front line. Is everyone okay with that? Everyone remained silent. As for the respect, he looked at Lu Pham in shock and asked in a trembling voice, Kid, you. Just how high is your level? But a level 14 can attack higher than a level 28. Suddenly, a monster burst out from the ground, roaring and charging straight at the nearest person. Tan Thu, you and Uncle Kai will lead the frontline team. I will take care of the little guy's wounds. Tai Ni will be in charge of the rear guard. And the secret realm guards should be deep inside the village. Just call me Lu Fan. Let's go. Let's move further inside. Then Luke Pham led the way deeper inside. Tan Thu stared intently at Luke Pham ahead, secretly doubting that Luke Pham, the one rumored lately to have a hidden profession, the Long Horse Master, could really be him. If it's really him, isn't the Long Horse Master the weakest? As time passes, Luke Pham's group gradually ventures deeper into the village. Tan Thu is responsible for caring for the little one, while the other three go ahead to deal with the monsters. After handling a group of monsters, Lu Pham glances at the little one, secretly worried that Tan Thu's profession cannot resolve the poison curse. Absorbing, assimilating, and merging with the target to increase your own HP. Tan Thu, use holy magic to cooperate with me. The princess spoke, noticing that there was no sign of the guardian of the secret realm in the village. Something was wrong. Suddenly, the large pile of debris behind everyone shifted. Only when the young apprentice cried out in pain did Tan Thu react, rushing over to support him and saying, Hang on a little longer, I will heal you. Tan Thu called out anxiously, Little one, hold on a little longer. Tan Xie also turned back and shouted, Little one. Before they could check on the little servant, they sensed something and looked toward the pile of debris he had warned about. In just a few seconds, a huge monster appeared before everyone. Princess Tai looked at the monster in shock and shouted, The secret realm guard has appeared. Lu Fan immediately used the appraisal eye skill. Tan Thu called out anxiously, Little one, hold on a little longer. Tan Xie also turned back and shouted, Little one. Princess Tai looked at the monster in shock and shouted, The secret realm guard has appeared. Lu Fan immediately used the appraisal eye skill. The iron zombie enters a state of plus 40% defense for its owner. The poison on the little one's body has become so severe that the iron zombie seems to have awakened. If I'm not mistaken, before they could check on the little servant, they sensed something and looked toward the pile of debris he had warned about. In just a few seconds, a huge monster appeared before everyone. It's likely that it's trying to absorb the little fake. Hearing this, Tun Jie didn't hesitate and swiftly attacked the iron skeleton zombie with a full moon slash. The iron zombie enters a state of plus 40% defense for its owner. The poison on the little one's body has become so severe that the iron zombie seems to have awakened. If I'm not mistaken, according to your guess, If the poison can lure zombie out, there will be no time for everyone to attack slowly anymore. So, Lufam quickly swung his weapon and stabbed it forcefully into its head. The result is not promising at all. As the monster is currently in a state of iron body, with its defense increased by 40%, 2 more powerful hits are needed. And it must be faster. The result is not promising at all. As the monster is currently in a state of iron body, with its defense increased by 40%, 2 more powerful hits are needed. And it must be faster. According to your guess, if the poison can lure zombie out, there will be no time for everyone to attack slowly anymore. So, Lufam quickly swung his weapon and stabbed it forcefully into its head. Uncle Cash, please protect the little one with Tiny. As he spoke, Lufam, with one arm transformed into a dragon claw, lunged at the zombie with a steel shell. The princess spoke, noticing that there was no sign of the guardian of the secret realm in the village. Something was wrong. Suddenly, the large pile of debris behind everyone shifted. Tiny hesitated and spoke suspiciously, her body collapsing. Tonkash guessed that this zombie had grown so large by relying on absorption fusion. Lufam concluded that its true form must be hidden inside. Tonkash watched intently, thinking to himself, over the years in Tan, I've encountered all kinds of experts. Absorbing, assimilating, and merging with the target to increase your own HP. Tan Thu. Use holy magic to cooperate with me. Lufam, without hesitation, jumps forward, throws a punch, and shouts, get down. With no more iron shell protection, in just one strike, the monster was shattered by more than half of Lufam's punches. Tiny exclaimed in shock. The secret realm's guardian has been defeated. Tan Thu slightly frowned and thought to himself, a skill I've never seen before, and so powerful that it can easily handle a level 20 boss. Lufam suddenly appeared in front of everyone, a sword falling from the zombie's iron armor. Level 20. Tan Thu looked at Lufam and said, classmate, we will follow the agreement and divide according to the rules. We didn't know each other before and looked down on you a bit. It's our fault. Please forgive us. Tonkash patted Lufam on the shoulder and praised him. Kid, with that strength, you could definitely clear this secret realm alone. On the contrary, right now we just see it as contributing to fill the roster. Lufam modestly smiled and said, you're too kind. So Tanhawk went to distribute them, and Tan Thu didn't refuse. She approached and opened the bag, and everyone immediately saw 3 types of items inside. Strength potion. Consumable item. Increases strength by 2 points after use. Detox potion. Consumable item. Can cure poison after use. The blood enhancement pill. Laveau's request for 20. No specific profession required. The crown princess scoffs dismissively. The mysterious realm opportunity. And the rewards are just like that. Tansier also felt confused. It's true that it's a bit poor. Lufam looked thoughtful. The mysterious opportunity in the secret realm requires 20. Surely the reward can't be just like that. On one side, Tanthu took out an antidote and urged Zunga to give it to the young master quickly. Next, Tanthu handed most of the remaining items in the bag to Lufam and said, fellow student, these are what you deserve to receive. Take these. The antidote and the strength potion. Absorbing, assimilating, and merging with the target to increase your own HP. Tanthu. Use holy magic to cooperate with me. The system announces that the attack item level 16, the defense level de Chasset, the strength potion X3, and the antidote X1 have been equipped. Tanthu looked around suspiciously and said, strange. We defeated the boss. Why haven't we seen the teleportation gate yet? Tiny suggested that we try searching around a bit. Tunkach also thought it made sense. So they split up to look for it. We didn't know each other before and looked down on you a bit. It's our fault. Please forgive us. Tonkach patted Lufam on the shoulder and praised him. Kid, with that strength, you could definitely clear this secret realm alone. Up there, you can see that 4 parts of the progress haven't been completed, but their group has only finished 3. The last part, marked with a skull icon, still remains unresolved. Clearly, the zombie from earlier wasn't the final boss of this dungeon. Tonkach turned to look at Lufam and asked, why do you think that? Have you found something new? Lufam suddenly appeared in front of everyone, a sword falling from the zombie's iron armor. Level 20. Tanthu looked at Lufam and said, classmate, we will follow the agreement and divide according to the rules. Clearly, the zombie from earlier wasn't the final boss of this dungeon. Tonkach turned to look at Lufam and asked, why do you think that? Have you found something new? Tiny said, if the young lady said so, then the boss is probably nearby. Maybe we overlooked this place when we first entered the village. On the shore, Lufam shouted, They're here. 1 second later, from the tiger's face, a bunch of tentacles covered with eyes emerged from the water. On the shore, Lufam shouted, "They're here." 1 second later, from the tiger's face, a bunch of tentacles covered with eyes emerged from the water. Lufam used the appraisal eye skill but couldn't get any results. He's right. This must be the final boss. Be careful. Everyone, quickly find a hiding spot behind. The commander then proactively stepped forward, blocking a few of the tentacles attacking the group, but due to the overwhelming power of the tentacles, he couldn't hold on and was knocked back. Tanthu shouted anxiously, "Watch out." Suddenly, Tanthu felt like something was staring directly at her. When she turned around, she saw several tentacles aiming straight at her, causing her to close her eyes in fear. But due to the overwhelming power of the tentacles, he couldn't hold on and was knocked back. Tanthu shouted anxiously, "Watch out." Tanthu opened her eyes, surprised to see Lufam saving her, her face slightly blushing. Tiny and the others rushed over to ask if she was okay. Suddenly, it seemed like everyone sensed something terrifying drifting out of the water. When they turned back, they saw a monster much larger than the zombie appear. The tentacles earlier were only part of its body. Lufam used the appraisal eye again. The evil talent is at level 25. Boss difficulty, with a power of 271, speed 183, spirit 150, and durability 266. The swirling mist of chi causes the surrounding resentment to overflow, reducing all creatures' attributes by 20%. Chains of light wrap around the target, causing significant damage. Wrathful resentment erupts, pushing back those who approach, accompanied by toxic curses. The unchanging resentment reduces 30% of damage and effects when hit by fire and divine attacks. Tiny softly says, "This is the real boss." Tonkatch, with a serious expression, stepped forward and ordered, "Little dummy, get back behind me. I will hold it off." Little dummy stubbornly replied, "I can still keep fighting. I will also help stop it." Tonkatch suddenly shouted, his body only slightly raised, "Don't be complacent." Then he raised his sword to block Teuton's attack and shouted loudly, "The attack is your responsibility." Lufam, with determination, rushed towards the boss monster, his eyes fixed on its human-like body, calculating in his mind that both the elder and the little servant were only struggling to resist. "I can only rely on myself to take it down. But as long as this boss remains a zombie, there's still a way to deal with its main body." At this moment, the boss suddenly roars and unleashes a skill that disperses the mist, instantly applying a 20% debuff to all attributes, making their situation even more perilous. A tentacle aimed directly at Lufam strikes down. Lufam jumps onto the chain to dodge, and then continues rushing toward the boss's main body. The boss is also very alert and has detected Lufam's approach, so it acted immediately. "Classmate, watch out for the chain attack." As Tanthu's warning ended, the boss activated its shining chain skill, causing Lufam, who was moving along the chain, to be thrown high into the air. He silently shouted in his heart, "Danger." The boss roared again and controlled the chain of light to attack Tonkach's group. Tonkash stood in front of Tanthu, defending with his sword, and shouted, "Miss, be careful." The young master, despite being injured, also raises his shield to help everyone withstand this attack. When he notices Lufam on the middle section about to be attacked by a tentacle, a crossbow bolt shoots out, aiming straight at one of its eyes. The arrow hit its target, causing the tentacle to recoil and neutralize the danger to Lufam. Lufam turned his head and looked down to see the dire situation of the Zunga people. If they keep fighting like this, they will be in danger. Thinking that, Lufam temporarily abandons the idea of attacking the boss's main body. Chains of light wrap around the target, causing significant damage. Wrathful resentment erupts, pushing back those who approach, accompanied by toxic curses. Long Nya Kitch, channeling dragon energy into the weapon for a powerful strike. Above, the boss roars in fury and throws a chain net again. The tentacles earlier were only part of its body. Lufam used the appraisal eye again. The arrow hit its target, causing the tentacle to recoil and neutralize the danger to Lufam. Lufam turned his head and looked down to see the dire situation of the Zunga people. You jump up, wield the dragon blade to cut Sisat into pieces. But this only deflects the boss's attack and causes no real damage to it. Knowing this, Tonkach reluctantly suggested, "Little brother, this boss is not something we can face right now. Let's retreat for the moment." Tanthu also said, "Friend, we are no match for it. Staying here will only put everyone in danger." Lufam calmly said, "Everyone should retreat deeper into the village where the zombies have been cleared out." Tanthu asked anxiously, "And what about you?" Lufam replied, "I will stay quiet at the back. Everyone hurry and retreat. Tiny urged. Miss. Let's go. In the end we still have to rely on him. We basically can't help at all. Thinking to himself, Tanthu looked carefully at Lufam, then turned back with Tiny and the others to return to the village. No longer worried, Lufam stepped forward slowly. He extended one arm to the side, creating a large vortex, and quietly said, even without that 20% boost, they still couldn't help. If they already know that, then let my teammate come and deal with you. It's about time we go out and have some fun. Little Firefly. As soon as Lufam finished speaking, Xiaoda shot out of the vortex and struck the boss's tentacle. From afar, the crowd heard the commotion and curiously turned to look. Oh no, what just happened? They all exclaimed in shock upon seeing Xiaoya. That's it. That's it. This kid just summoned a dragon. Now, Little Da uses the Great Jaw attack skill to continue targeting the boss's tentacles. The jaw attack rushes forward at high speed, tearing into the target and causing damage along with a bleeding effect. The boss, hurt by many tentacles, screams loudly and throws back its head in pain. Little Ya raised her claws and launched an attack directly at the boss's core. The boss let out a final cry of pain, its massive body losing strength and falling into the abyss. From afar, the onlookers were so stunned they were gaping. Tiny asked uncertainly, Win. We won. Right. Tonkash exclaims, the boss was defeated after just a few strikes. Its power is truly terrifying. Xiaoya also spoke up, able to see the former lord with her own eyes. Only Tanthu remained silent, her gaze on Lufam happily stroking Xiaoya's head as she thought to herself, so the person rumored recently in Jianghai is really you. Lufam, the horse-hearted. From a different perspective, behind a villain is a sad story, and no one born evil is an exception. 300 years ago, the evil sorcerer was born and raised here, and protected by the church and kept away from danger. But when a plague destroyed everything, his body was found by the lake, and before he could be buried, another person had already died. She really wanted to save everyone, but ironically, her profession was that of an evil witch. She couldn't heal the dying, only revive their souls so they could say goodbye to the living. But the church that once protected her accused her of bringing this plague upon them. They ordered soldiers to chain her up and then threw her into the lake, leaving her to be drowned by the freezing water. I just want to save everyone, even if I can only help them say goodbye. I haven't done anything wrong. Returning to reality. While others rejoice thinking they can leave the secret realm, Lufang thinks differently. He looked down at the rippling and bubbling surface of the lake and cautiously said, the teleportation door hasn't appeared, so the boss is definitely not dead. Leaving here might still be a bit premature. As soon as Lufam finished speaking, I resurfaced on the water and entered a new phase, with all stats, strength, agility, spirit, and stamina doubling or even tripling, and the difficulty level shifting from hard to nightmare. Meanwhile, I also has a completely new set of skills. It does not attack, releasing the original hatred, causing instant death to low-level targets. If death occurs without activation, it will cause more damage and add zombie poison, bleeding, and dizziness effects. Deep water cage. Using lake water to trap the target. The hatred of the corpse is immune to all physical damage. Y unleashes hatred, spreading resentment and awakening all the corpses within the secret realm. No one is allowed to leave here. L let out a cry, then used the deep water prison skill, creating a water cage to trap the target and attack the group of 6 mortals. The 6 mortals, protected by the little demon, could easily dodge the boss's attacks. As for Tiny, she was not as lucky. After being pierced, despite her and Tonkatch trying everything, she still couldn't escape from the cage. At this moment, Tiny could only say to Tanthu, "It's over. Miss. I'm sorry." Tanthu quickly replied, "No. Actually, you should be the one apologizing. You're the one stubbornly insisting on entering this secret realm. And you're the one who caused everyone to be trapped here." Lufam suddenly asked, "At this point, are you all planning to give up?" Tanthu helplessly replied, "Only I know offensive magic. But with my limited damage." Tonkash seemed to understand what Lufam implied, and boldly guessed, the boss is immune to all physical attacks. Judging by the current situation, we're having a hard time even protecting ourselves. Lufam, do you know any offensive magic? Don't give them time to think. Whoever is evil continues to use their skills to attack. unleashing curses and hatred. Why does it cause instant death to low-health targets? And if it kills without being activated, it causes more damage and adds zombie poison, bleeding, and dizziness effects. At that moment, strange noises suddenly came from behind them. When everyone turned around, they saw that the zombies had actually come back to life and were slowly approaching them. Lufam responds to Ton Cash, then silently watches as Tujia activates the Bloodline skill Black Dragon, reducing all damage by 50%, immune to all debuffs, and increasing self-healing by 500%, cutting off the Evil One's phantom arm. The one deserving death is not me. Not me. The Evil One screams, then continues to summon another phantom hand to attack Lufam. Princess Tai was worried and said, "The Longhorse Master seems different from such a high level." "Don't worry. The attributes of the line can't be compared to humans." Lufam then used the Sense Stream skill to boost himself and his line, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. Then commanded Tujia to unleash the Molten Magma Flame, continuously spewing fire forward to damage enemies and heal himself, causing the evil-minded to be engulfed in flames. Hak Long has leveled up to 10, Lufam to 15. The continuous notifications confirming the boss's defeat appear, making Lufam unable to help but praise happily, "Well done, Tujia, little beast. It's over. I'm going to check the teleportation gate and prepare to attack." Little beast stood to the side, coughing and saying, "What a misfortune. Like this fog. Little beast. It's over. I'm going to check the teleportation gate and prepare to attack." Little beast stood to the side, coughing and saying, "What a misfortune. Like this fog. According to the rules, I choose first. I have no objections, right?" "I do." At that moment, strange noises suddenly came from behind them. When everyone turned around, they saw that the zombies had actually come back to life and were slowly approaching them. At that moment, strange noises suddenly came from behind them. When everyone turned around, they saw that the zombies had actually come back to life and were slowly approaching them. Lufam responds to Ton Cash, then silently watches as Tujia activates the Bloodline skill Black Dragon, reducing all damage by 50%, immune to all debuffs, and increasing self-healing by 500%, cutting off the Evil One's phantom arm. The one deserving death is not me. Not me. The Evil One screams, then continues to summon another phantom hand to attack Lufam. At that moment, strange noises suddenly came from behind them. When everyone turned around, they saw that the zombies had actually come back to life and were slowly approaching them. "Tan, the boss is done now. There's no need to be so tense." Lufam then used the Sense Stream skill to boost himself and his line, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. Then commanded Tujia to unleash the Molten Magma Flame, continuously spewing fire forward to damage enemies and heal himself, causing the evil-minded to be engulfed in flames. "According to the rules, I choose first. I have no objections, right?" "I do." "How could we possibly have an opinion on that?" Tanthu hurriedly replied. Lufam then used the Sense Stream skill to boost himself and his line, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. Then commanded Tujia to unleash the Molten Magma Flame, continuously spewing fire forward to damage enemies and heal himself, causing the evil-minded to be engulfed in flames. Seal of Holy Light allows the user to use light to target enemies, with effectiveness depending on their mental strength. Back Mo. Requiert level Dix. Spirit 35. Resistance 15. Liu Quang. Allows the user to create a protective barrier around themselves. The amount of damage absorbed depends on the spirit stat. The Ghost Realm. Rare. Requiert level 15. Spirit 57. Resistance 21. Attack Coxitoista. Fury increases damage and can be directed at any target to harvest resentment. According to the rules, I choose first. I have no objections, right? I do. Consumable item. Rare. It is useless. It allows the user to transfer their profession to higher hidden professions at a low rate. According to the rules, I choose first. I have no objections, right? I do. According to the previous rules, all of this belongs to you, Lufam said with a smile. I'm not pretending to be a gentleman, after all. These things suit you better. But I really need this authority to transfer titles. If I hadn't met you, I and everyone else might have died here. Please, just take this. Then Tanthu took the Ring of Resentment from the treasure vault and handed it to Lufam. Fine. I won't hold back anymore. Lufam happily took it and quickly left. Tanthu watched his figure, feeling a bit of anticipation in his heart. Lufam, is there still something you haven't shown yet? Consumable item. Rare. Then Tanthu took the Ring of Resentment from the treasure vault and handed it to Lufam. Fine. I won't hold back anymore. Just hearing what you said already made me very scared. You've faced so many dangers in the past few days. Consumable item. Rare. Auntie worries this might just be a dream. If I wake up and you're still not back, Lufam will just blame himself and say it's his fault for not telling anyone before leaving. Don't worry. From now on, I won't let anything worry you anymore. Okay. Hengka nodded, and then turned to pat Xiaoda's head, making her happily wag her tail nonstop, along with Xiaoda. The first time I saw the little one get scared like that, such a cute girl but actually a former dragon of great power. At this point, Hengka lowered her head to look at Xiaoda and gently asked, "So over the past few days of traveling, you two must not have been eating well. Right. You left without saying a word to me. I haven't been able to sleep these past few nights. If Guy switches to a hidden profession, she won't have to just oversee this Baozi shop anymore." Hengka quickly refused. "No. Xiao Fun. This is too precious. Ji can't use it. Maybe I should just sell it instead, since I said I would leave the equipment and weapons for Tanra's young lady. Selling this could help me buy more gear. And that way, the upcoming exam city might go better." Lufam chuckled and took out his phone to show the bank account balance. "Yes. I no longer lack money or equipment now." Seeing the numbers displayed on the phone screen, Hengka couldn't help but be amazed to find so much money. "You sold the items obtained from this trip and also earned more than 100,000 for accompanying Tan Thu. Dad, trust me, we won't have to worry about money anymore. So take it. And it's best to use it now." This time Hengka no longer hesitated and took the scroll directly, successfully reaching the hidden profession level of the seductive chef. "Is there anything special about this new profession?" Lufang asked excitedly if the auxiliary skill in cooking could produce a variety of different dishes. His Western skills were already very good, and now he even has an additional skill. But still, where did the little cook go? Wasn't he just here a moment ago? Actually, after smashing nearly all the Bao Hanka buns in the kitchen, the little girl was lying on the floor sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, Tan Thu, after returning, recounted everything that happened in the secret realm, including Luke Fam's story, to his father Tan Sun Hai. So the dragon taming master Luke Fam was able to summon a great hack long and save everyone. Tan Sun Hai wondered to himself, "Yes, it was all because of my stubbornness that everything happened. Lufam, he's too powerful. Although both are hidden talents, you are like the moon to him, completely out of reach." Tan Sun Hai shook his glass of wine and then asked a question full of implication. "You haven't told anyone else about this, right?" "No. Before returning home, they had an appointment, and the Tan family won't reveal this." Tan Thu was startled. "Good job. If this gets out, those craving the power of the dragon won't sit still." Tan Thu nervously said, "Dad, he saved everyone's life. Does my father have any feelings for his brother's daughter?" Your daughter's exaggerated behavior made Tan Sun Hai laugh. "Do you think I am that kind of person? On the contrary, what do you plan to prepare to repay his life-saving deed? When inviting him to join your team, you promised him a reward of 10,000 gold. Tan Thu hesitated and replied, "All right. Then tomorrow I'll personally bring a letter of gratitude to his door and say thank you." "Sure. But Dad, you're also very curious about him. So why don't you come with me?" Tan Sun Hai sighed. "If it were possible, I would really want to meet this Long Master. But anyway, I already have plans for tomorrow morning." The next day, a special guest arrived early at the shop to visit Luke Fong, the little princess of Tai Tequak studying abroad in Jianghai at Long Kwok. As soon as she heard the bell, Hengka left the freshly made buns, went to open the door, and smiled. "Do you want to buy buns? Sorry. Our shop is closed today." The little princess scrutinized Hengka before suspiciously asking the young man in black armor standing behind, "Is this really the place? You didn't intentionally lead me to this place of cleansing, did you?" "My subordinates dare not. But according to the investigation, this is definitely the place." Before Hengka could finish speaking, the black armor forcefully pushed the door open, causing her to stumble back and knock over the tray of freshly made buns. The little princess, seeing this, didn't bother to care and instead raised her voice to ask, "Yes, the princess is here to find someone. Do you know a dragon master named Luke Fam?" Hearing someone come looking for him, Luke Fam curiously went downstairs. As he reached the stairs, he saw bao buns scattered on the floor, while Hengka looked annoyed, rubbing his arm. Not only that, he also saw a strange little girl pinching her nose with an expression of disgust, saying this place smells unbearably foul. "Is everything okay? What exactly happened?" Luke Fam hurriedly ran over to check on Hengka, who just smiled and said it's nothing. "Are you the one called Lufam today? Princess Bang herself came here." Luke Fam turned his gaze to the young princess and asked coldly, Who are you all that the princess is looking for me? The black armor stepped forward and extended his hand to introduce her. This is Princess Kim Chao of Tai Te Kwok, and I am Toi Hoan Tai, a subordinate accompanying the princess. Kim Chao still looked confident and said, "The princess came here to give you a chance to stand out." Stand out, that's right. Becoming a dragon horse trainer must be very uncomfortable for you. Right, as long as you agree to my request, this will be yours. The princess spoke while signaling for him to stop, and he immediately opened the suitcase, revealing a jade pendant inside. This is Long Tan. Lufam thought to himself. Seeing Lufam's surprised expression, Kim Chao smugly said, "So what are you amazed? You want it or not, the condition is very simple. Become my servant. Do whatever I say. And do not resist." A servant. Seeing Lufam's surprised expression, Kim Chao smugly said, "So what are you amazed? You want it or not, the condition is very simple." Hang Ka looked at the princess with surprise. This is exactly what the princess's tablet found in a special district, which can be said to be the proof of the 102 inches this world. Actually, Lufam's silence wasn't out of fear but simply because he was reading the information collected from the inspection eye. Egg Dragon Armor. Low quality. Durable armor. The dragon armor develops a large exterior shell that reduces damage from all attribute attacks. This armored dragon is basically just a moving lump of dirt. You guys call this a top-tier species. Lufam secretly sneers in his heart, then sighs and says, "Its attributes are not bad." Seeing Lufam's face showing no interest, Kim Chao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Doesn't he realize how important the dragon altar is to a great horse dragon master? That girl. How could she say that Lufam quickly comforted his aunt? "Don't worry. I will send them away right now." Kim Chao crossed her arms and said, "A horse dragon master without a lineage is just a useless piece of trash. Right, as long as you become my servant. You can be the first to change the profession to the strongest in history that no one has ever achieved. Having such an opportunity. Don't you feel excited?" Lufam sneered and replied, "Yes, I am very excited. But I decline." Upon receiving the answer, Kim Chao was initially stunned, then became extremely angry. Does he even realize what he's saying? Yet he still refuses to become my servant and turn the history of the dragon horse into his own story. Lufam sternly replied, "You'd better not come looking for me anymore. Leave it to the dragon court. I have no interest." "And what servant?" He half smiled. "Doi Huan Tai." Hearing these words, he immediately had veins bulging on his face and said, "The princess herself gave you the chance to advance. Yet you still dare to be arrogant and rude to her. You ungrateful little brat. Opportunity and promotion. Don't make me laugh. I will never serve anyone as a servant no matter what." Kim Chao, the noble princess of the Golden Branch, who has never been humiliated like this, immediately ordered Thoi Hoan Tai to teach Lufam a lesson. Hang Ka quickly stepped forward to stop him but was brushed aside by Thoi Hoan Tai, who stroked her cheek and said, "The princess has given the order. Step back. Just a commoner daring to be rude to the princess. I won't accept that." Though Hoan Tai was about to strike Lufam when a streak of light flashed, causing blood to flow from his cheek. Lufam pointed his weapon at his face and coldly said, "Yet you still dare to attack my family. I will definitely eliminate you. Little fam. Don't lose control." Hung Ha, frightened, tried to stop him. Thoi Hoang Tai. So hi. Lui Lai Fiasao. Trong Long Enji Tham. 10. Nay Koji Du Kong on. Kim Chao Thay. Vailin Quat. Moi Dang Lam Gi Vei. Ha. I told you to teach him a lesson. And you too. Lufam slowly approached Kim Chao and gave her a slap on the head. "If I ignore you? Which princess are you? Take your rag and wash it. And get out of here. You lowly scoundrel. How dare you lay a hand on the princess?" Though Hoan Tai shouted loudly before charging at Lufam with his weapon. But Lufam casually swung his sword and knocked away his weapon. Though Hoan Tai is embarrassed and turns around to check on Kim Chao. "Princess, are you all right?" Unexpectedly, this princess didn't show any emotion, but got so angry she slapped Though Hoan Tai hard. "You useless trash. Do you think I look fine? Lock him up for me. Even if I can't find the Imperial Dragon Master anymore, I still want him dead." While things are tense downstairs, the upstairs remains strangely peaceful, until Lufam's phone keeps ringing, waking the little girl. On the other end, Tanthu felt uneasy when she couldn't reach Lufam. Strange, it wasn't answering the phone. I clearly remember exchanging contact info before returning. Could I be mistaken? While Tanthu was deep in thought outside Lufam's house, suddenly a loud explosion erupted from a nearby building, startling her. The residents around, hearing the noise, gathered curiously around Lufam's house, where the explosion had occurred, whispering and gossiping. Is there a fight? A fight. Are they foreigners? Is there a fight? A fight. Are they foreigners? Princess. This guy's attributes are quite high. My subordinates are useless. A worthless person. Fighting against a low-level Long Kingdom warrior, and failing at— So I will help you. While Tanthu was deep in thought outside Lufam's house, suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from a nearby building, startling her. The residents around, hearing the noise, gathered curiously around Lufam's house, where the explosion had occurred, whispering and gossiping. This spell looks like Tanthu's, but it's definitely a secret skill. Tanthu saw Lufam and immediately ran over to ask Han. What's going on? Tan classmate. Why are you here? Lufam saw Luke Tai causing his body to grow abnormally and his eyes gradually losing their humanity. Princess. This guy's attributes are quite high. My subordinates are useless. A worthless person. Fighting against a low-level Long Kingdom warrior and failing at— So I will help you. Doi Hoan Tai. Fighter. Guardian level 30. Kim Chao. Hidden profession level visitoista. Spiritual master. Luke Pham. Let me help you. He half smiled. Doi Huan Tai. Hearing these words, he immediately had veins bulging on his face and said, The princess herself gave you the chance to advance. Yet you still dare to be arrogant and rude to her. You ungrateful little brat. Han has turned into a monster. He immediately activates the appraisal skill. His attack has become much more intense. It seems I need to use the Dragon Bone to boost morale. Kim Chao saw Tho Hoan Tai gaining the advantage and immediately felt happy. Yes, that's right. At the same time, after being marked with ink, Tho Hoan Tai charged at Luke Pham, who quickly jumped back to avoid and silently assessed his opponent. Tanthu boldly stepped forward to protect Lukam but was pushed aside by him. Don't come any closer. Help me take care of my aunt. She's inside the shop. Kim Chao and Tho Hoan Tai, still stunned to see Tuda, watched as she suddenly roared and rushed toward Tho Hoan Tai, slashing down with her claws to pin him to the ground. Kim Chao was knocked back by the aftershock. She couldn't believe it inside her head, thinking, how is this possible? It can't be. Just one strike defeated Hoan Tai. A cry of pain escaped from Thoi Hoan Tai's mouth. Then he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, reaching his hand toward Kim Chao behind him, weakly calling for help. Princess, save me. Save me. Ah, damn it. You poor excuse for a princess. Hoan Tai's claw suddenly moved, and Kim Chao pointed her clenched fist at Tu Da, beginning her spell. Dao. Tu Da shouted at Kim Chao, causing her spell to be immediately interrupted. Hoan Tai, helpless under Tu Da's claws, cried out, Let me go. Hearing this, Tu Da threw Hoan Tai like a sack towards Kim Chao. Hoan Tai's whole body trembled, trying to reach out to Kim Chao and call her princess. Kim Chao stood frozen in place, watching Thoi Hoan Tai's plight and thinking to herself, this power, it really is a former dragon. Besides the Kim family, are there other dragon remnants still around? Luke Pham slowly approached Kim Chao, opening his mouth to question her. Princess Kim Chao, earlier you caused trouble and punished me out of anger. Seeing Luke Pham approach, Kim Chao was so frightened she started crying, her legs trembling as she collapsed to the ground, shouting, Don't come any closer. Mao, stay away from me. You attacked my subordinate and caused him serious injury. Again, you even intend to insult me. Do you know what the consequences will be? You will become an enemy of my Tai Te kingdom. Luke Pham drew his weapon and asked with a smile. Haha. So you still want to threaten me, my subordinate attacking my family members? Sensing the murderous intent in Luke Pham's gaze, Kim Chao was startled and asked, What are you trying to do? Xiao Ya responded by opening her mouth, beginning to condense a fireball. At the same time, Lu Pham raised his weapon and said, Don't you dare say I am a princess of some sort, because even if you are a god, I will definitely return it tenfold. At this moment, Tan San Hai's beast door flies over from afar, quickly grabbing Luke Pham. Stop, Tan Thu exclaims in alarm. Baba, be careful. Tu Da will. Before she could finish warning, Tu Da turned back toward Tan Son Hai, ready to shoot a fireball at him. Tu Da, stop right there. As he spoke, Lu Pham swung his sword, splitting Kim Chao's staff in two before attacking again, and only after Tan Son Hai withdrew his attack to control the beast did it pass by. As soon as he lands on the ground, Tan Son Hai reminds Luke Pham that there are quite a few civilians around. This old dragon, Luke Pham, quickly pull back. Then he looked at Xiao Ya and whispered to himself, The ancient dragon truly is different from the rest. Just approaching it, I could feel its terrifying aura. Tanthu also spoke softly. Luke Pham, Please listen to my father's words. Trust me just this once. Tan Thu let out a sigh of relief. Then approached Lufam, gently pulling his hand and whispering, "Come here." And as for Tan Son Hai, he went over to where Kim Chow was sitting, polishing her shoes on the ground, and slightly smiled as he said, "Princess Kim Chow, are you doing well today? I just arrived at the airport to pick you up. I didn't expect to end up here again. Tan's driver is almost here. Let's go to the hospital first." Meanwhile, as Tan Thu pulled Lufam into the house, Henka approached, took his arm, and said worriedly that Tan Thu mentioned her father might know this princess and could possibly resolve the conflict. So he called him over. Lufam frowned and said, "But I feel like that reputation of mine won't be easily let go." A while later, Tan Son Hai finally came over alone. "I've taken care of everything already. Meeting for the first time here at this martial arts competition. Luckily, you're here." Lufam apologized, saying he was sorry for causing you trouble. "Mr. Tan, but I couldn't do anything else about this." Hanka couldn't stand being sidelined and butted in. "Master Tan, Lufam won't be involved in what happened today." Master Tan Son Hai prepared a medicine for himself and said, "I have taken Princess Kim Chow and her subordinates to the hospital, but we still need to get an explanation from Kim. I've taken care of everything already. Meeting for the first time here at this martial arts competition. Luckily, you're here." "Lufam, I'm afraid Lufam will be avenged by them." Lufam growled fiercely. "So what if she has a big background?" Master Tan Son Hai prepared a medicine for himself and said, "I have taken Princess Kim Chow and her subordinates to the hospital, but we still need to get an explanation from Kim." Lufam asked, "What kind of condition is that?" Tan Son Hai pointed a finger at Lufam and said seriously, "During the upcoming grand examination, you must achieve the title of top scholar of the southern province. Kim is not only involved in business but also has a significant voice among the upper circles of Tai Tai country." Heng Ka worriedly said, "With such a powerful background. Yet she was defeated by Lufam. I will do my best to help you defeat Princess Kim Chow until you complete the exam." Tan Thu reminded, "Lufam, this won't be easy, as there are countless beast-human characters throughout Nam Tin." Tan Son Hai continued, "Only when you can overcome everything and reach the top scholar title can I help you." Heng Ka saw Lufam not speaking and closing his eyes, so he anxiously called out, "Little Fam, un moment latir." Lufam opened his eyes, his gaze showing determination as he spoke. "I understand. I accept this condition." A few hours later, at the hospital, Kim Chow regained her composure from her panic state. When she learned that Lufam was safe and sound, she immediately took out her phone and called Tan Son Hai. When the signal was connected, Kim Chow immediately shouted, "Why hasn't that Lufam been caught yet, Tan Son Hai? You're clearly showing favoritism towards him." Tan Son Hai explains, "Princess, please calm down. We immediately informed the higher-ups, and we need their help to resolve this matter." Kim Chow suddenly snorted in anger and said, "It's best if that's how it is. Put pressure on him. I don't care. That Lufam, he must disappear." The next day, at the high school, since today is the day of the grand examination, a large crowd of students has gathered here. You're already level 11. Hey, you've mastered all 7 skills of a mage. Do you want to form a team soon? As the students are excitedly discussing, everyone's attention is drawn by Lufam's appearance. "Hey, look, is that Lufam? I thought he went back to sell steamed buns." Once a talented student, now relegated to a useless role. "With free time on my hands, I came here to do some freestyle training." Hearing my classmates talk, Lufam also secretly felt a bit angry. "Ah, just like that. I've already been looked down upon." At this moment, the principal stepped onto the podium and shouted, "Everyone, be orderly. The grand exam of South Province is about to begin. Since reaching level 15, I still haven't used all my daily maps. It's just a pity that they're all only intermediate level. Hey, look, is that Lufam? I thought he went back to sell steamed buns." Lufam turned around and saw it was his master, so he smiled and said, "Yes, of course I have to participate. I've also improved quite a bit these days." Master Li also smiled and handed something to Lufam. "That's right. You must try your best. This is your teleportation stone." Lufam happily accepted the teleportation stone from Teacher Li. The system notified, "Teleportation stone received. Teleportation stone. Teleportation device. Used in the trial context, can transport you to a specific level of the secret realm, or be used to return." Teacher Li did not linger long. Before leaving, he reminded Lufam that with his willpower, he certainly wouldn't be inferior to other professions, but we can't deny the importance of the profession, even in exams. Any mistake can lead to injury or even death. Try to form teams with your classmates. And if anything goes wrong, use it immediately to escape. Yes. See ya. Lufam happily agreed. But in his mind, he silently thought that forming a team would mean sharing points equally among members. His goal was not just to pass the test, but to achieve first place. Just then, Tanthu ran over with a girl, happily calling out to Lufam. Lufam looked at the two and asked with a smile. Very compatible. Is she your teammate? Tanthu enthusiastically introduces her. Yes. This is my best friend. You can call her Xiao Dao. Her strength is also very good. Dao Xiaomang nonchalantly greets. Hello. Tanthu blushes slightly and requests. Please, Lufam. Do you want to team up with us? Dao Xiaomang opened her mouth in surprise and asked. Who? Lufam smiled and waved, saying casually. Sorry. I'm going to play solo now. I know you want to help me. But this is a condition I agreed to earlier. I'll head to the meeting spot first. And you two try your best later. Just then, Tanthu ran over with a girl, happily calling out to Lufam. Lufam looked at the two and asked with a smile. Very compatible. Is she your teammate? Tanthu replied. Yeah. So are you. Inside, she quietly thought, after all, with Lufam's strength, anyone here in the team is just an obstacle to him. Dao Xiaomeng didn't believe what Tanthu said at all. He looked at Tanthu with a scrutinizing gaze and asked thoughtfully, Xiaotu, what are you talking about? You're not falling for that horse-long beast, are you? Soon after, Lufam passed through the teleportation gate and arrived at the Great Trial Arena, where he saw that many contestants had already gathered. When all the contestants have arrived, the image of the headmaster appears on the large screen in the middle of the stage and explains the rules of the secret realm. Attention contestants. The teleportation gate above the sky is divided into 4 levels: normal, advanced, extreme, and nightmare. Each time a level is opened, it is chosen by the candidate's selection. In the normal level, most of the time it will only be projections and not cause fatal injuries. Normal level has a low score multiplier and is not 9. From hard level onward, real monsters appear, and using teleportation stones to escape can preserve your points. The difficult level has a lower score multiplier. Some candidates are discussing among themselves, and it seems everyone assumes it's the difficult level. Higher difficulty levels are likely life-threatening. Perhaps only hidden professions can handle them. The principle is still continuing on the big screen. Monsters at the ultra-hard level are stronger and more ferocious. So team up. Survival is more important than the score. At the extremely difficult level, the score multiplier is less than 3. At this moment, a contestant named Hongvu, a level 14 combat profession, suddenly pointed at the big screen and loudly declared, Principal. You're watching. Right, this time I will be the top scorer. Hongvu's behavior has attracted the attention of many contestants. Dao Tumai softly told Tanthu that Hongvu was one of the top young experts in the southern province. Tanthu replied, a battle mai after all. A well-rounded profession like that still challenges alone. We should do the same. A discouraged student spoke up. It's over. With Hongvu here, no one can surpass him. Quickly, the contestants have chosen their levels and are entering, at the same time, in the principal's office. A group of principals and important figures were watching the monitors, evaluating the contestants' performances. The principal of the number 1 high school chuckled loudly and said, Hongvu. This young guy looks like he's the most talented student I have. That top scholar position is naturally guaranteed to be mine. I think Tan Tianxin's daughter is also quite talented. Placing in the top 3 with her isn't impossible. It's a pity. If Lufam had awakened another hidden profession, perhaps he could have. Tan Sunhai suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, Gentlemen, I am quite confident about that top scholar position. Someone asked loudly, Huh? Is Tan Tianxin referring to someone? Tan Sunhai replied. Lufam from high school, no. San. The principal of high school, no. 3 was surprised and called out softly. Lufam. Because of Tan Sunhai's words, everyone turned their gaze to Lufam's surveillance screen. Then the principal of the first high school chuckled and said, Everyone else has already teleported away. Leaving only him behind, was he planning to skip the exam? Haha. Mr. Tan, please don't joke. What can we expect from a dragon horse master? Our school's red mist has reached level 4 and is ranked first. Suddenly, the principal of high school, no. 3 changed his expression and shouted, Isn't he planning to skip the exam? That kid is waiting at the teleportation door for the final difficulty. The others were also startled. That kid wants to choose the nightmare level. How is this kid Lufam able to be so extraordinarily strong? The man sitting beside him guesses that his attribute is clearly much higher than his level. This crazy horsemaster will fall asleep. Stop him quickly. So, a person through the large screen in the secret realm speaks out to advise Lufam. The young man, this crazy horsemaster will fall asleep. Stop him quickly. So, a person through the large screen in the secret realm speaks out to advise Lufam. The young man, instead, the principal of No. 3 High School stood up and spoke. The last person to choose a nightmare level was 8 months ago, and that person was eaten by a monster and died a tragic death. The principal of No. 1 High School also retracted his smile, glanced at the principal of No. 3 High School, and criticized him, calling it nonsense. Suddenly, the principal of High School No. 3 changed his expression and shouted, "Isn't he planning to skip the exam? That kid is waiting at the teleportation door for the final difficulty." The others were also startled. That kid wants to choose the nightmare level. Then he looked at Tan-san High and said, "Mr. Tan, you still need to watch your eyes. This foolish choice can't compare to our Hongvu." Someone agreed and said, "Yes, it's better to wait and see the performance of that genius Qigong master." Tian Hai naturally smiled and said, "Isn't it a bit too early to draw such conclusions? Why not wait and see a little first before making a judgment?" Principal of High School No. 3 suspiciously asked, "Mr. Tan, why do you trust him so much?" Then, his face changed as he silently considered a possibility. Could it be Lu Xiamen? In the nightmare level trial scene, a red vortex appears, teleporting Lufam here. As soon as he lands, he realizes he's surrounded by monsters lurking in the black fog. Lufam immediately drew his weapon and thought to himself, on the first floor of the nightmare tower, there should be at least 10 of them. Once the monsters stepped out of the black fog, Lufam would know what kind of monsters they were. Black-tailed wolf. Lever. 10. Tear apart. Deal damage to the target with bleeding effect. Night Howl. All allied units' attributes are increased, and cooldowns are reset. At this moment, the Haktong Lang with its sharp teeth bared rushes towards Lufam. "I guess it's time to start now," he whispered. Lufan smiled faintly at the pack of black-tongued wolves, activating the heart chamber skill. A few seconds later, the system issued a notification. During the trial secret, Nightmare. First floor. Passing. Score. Plus 990. In the observation room, the principal of the number 1 high school stood up in disbelief, unable to believe it all in one strike. How is this kid Lufam able to be so extraordinarily strong? The man sitting beside him guesses that his attribute is clearly much higher than his level. The principal of the 3rd high school was shocked and hurriedly voiced his earlier suspicion. Lufam. He has found the legendary ancient dragon. According to the score ranking, number 1. Hongwu. Extreme difficulty level. Sen. 000 points. Number 2. Lufan. Nightmare level. 990 points. Number 3. Tanthu. Extreme difficulty. 900 points. Number 3. Dao Xiaoming. Extreme difficulty. 900 points. While the people in the surveillance room were still stunned by Lufam's performance, behind them, a man pushed open the door, bowed and said, "Excuse me, I am a special envoy from Longdu. Sorry to trouble you, but we need to escort someone back to Longdu for investigation. That's just the level you can only access. Not actually leave. Are you that overconfident? Is this guy crazy?" Lufam, after dealing with the monsters, didn't rush to the 2nd floor but stayed to search for the location marked by the high-level map he had placed before entering the nightmare dungeon. Not long after, Lufam smiled softly and said, "I finally found it. The system notified that I have reached the treasure map location." Before entering, he quickly attached an advanced map and unexpectedly found it on the 1st floor of the dungeon. Lufam silently reached out and took a skill book for accelerated growth. The system notified that a skill book for accelerated growth was received, which increases the experience points gained by pets and himself when defeating monsters. Lufam immediately used it without hesitation. The system notified that the growth acceleration skill had been acquired. Lufam happily thought to himself, gaining experience is very suitable for Xiaoya. Since the time Xiaoya fell out of the growth village, her level-up speed has slowed down somewhat. This really is a winter fire. In the surveillance room, Qianhong looked at Lufam's image on the monitor and made a request to Principal Bach of High School No. San, Lufam is your student. Stop his exam immediately and send him here. Principal Bai refused, saying he was dispatched. At that moment, Qianhong adjusted his glasses and spoke on his behalf. "But you cannot take the punishment on his behalf." Director Bai questioned suspiciously. "The punishment?" Others are also confused. Not knowing what Lufam has done, at this moment, Tan Sun Hai approached, grabbing Qianhong's arm and saying, "Old Qian, in the old days of understanding, can you let me say a few words?" Qianhong showed no respect, pushed Tan Sun Hai's hand away, and warned him, "Mr. Tan, please stop and do not interfere with my duty. I don't know why you are protecting him, but let me remind you, stay out of this. Kim Jia and Longdu's upper echelons won't let this go. If you understand, please leave this place." Then Qianhong once again demanded Principal Bai, "Principal Bai, come out here." Before Principal Bai could respond, Tan San Hai took a sip of tea and spoke again. "Old man Qian, the upper echelons of Longdu and Kim Jia, as well as the entire Tai Te Quoc, the situation is indeed complicated. Once the secret of the Six Saints is revealed, neither the upper echelons nor Kim Jia will pursue it anymore. Today, no one can take the six demons away." Tianhong scowled and pointed at Tan San Hai to question him. "What secret are you talking about?" "Nonsense. Are you aware of what crime you've committed?" Special Envoy Tan San Hai suddenly grabbed Tianhong's hand, his face determined as he said, "Then fine. If that's the case, provoke it." Tianhong threatened with intimidation, and his actions would surely be reported to the higher-ups. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, Principal Baibian stepped in to mediate, and Special Envoy Mr. Tan asked both of them to calm down, so you don't wonder about Lufam's secret that could sway the upper echelons in the Kim family. Tianhong also looked at Lufan's surveillance screen and suddenly realized that Lufan had chosen the nightmare-level secret scene. In the nightmare-level scene, Lufan was standing in front of the gate leading to the second floor, initially intending to see how many floors he could climb using only his own strength. But it seemed that summoning Xiaoye to the mortal realm earlier would be better, he quietly said, then reached out and began summoning Xiaoye. Outside the secret realm, Tianhong, knowing Lufam chose the nightmare level, turned around in confusion and asked, daring to choose the nightmare level, "What kind of ability does this guy really have? Didn't you see just now? With just one strike, before the principal of high school one could finish speaking." Everyone was startled, and all turned to look at Lufam's surveillance screen. When they saw Lufam summoning Xiaoya, everyone was stunned. Qianshong pointed at the screen, softly whispering, "That is a Kulong. Although I saw it once, I still find it hard to believe, with just one strike, before the principal of high school one could finish speaking." Everyone was startled, and all turned to look at Lufam's surveillance screen. Your current score is also first, far ahead of the second place. Number 1 on the leaderboard is Lufam with a nightmare level of 58, 500 points. Number 2 is Hongvu at Ultra, hard level with 27, 550 points. Number 3 is Tanthu at Ultra, hard level with 12, 570 points. And number 3 is Xiao Dao at Ultra, hard level with 12, 570 points. After some observation, Principal Bai seriously judged that not only the old dragon but also Lufam's strength, all attributes must have already exceeded 100. Even if he refuses to summon the ancient dragon, he should still be able to secure the top position in Jianghai. Tan Sun Hai looked at Tianhong and asked, "Do you still want to escort him to Thuangtung now?" Tianhong replied, "Today I also understand why you opposed Kim Jia because of him." Tan Sun Hai said again, "If that's the case, I will send a video clip of Lufam during the exam to the master. From now on, Lufam and Kim Jia won't need to bother with the special envoy anymore." Tianhong gasped in surprise and called out, "Master, do you mean that?" Tan Sun Hai looked at Tianhong and Min Kuoi said, "Tran Bak Hao. Stay calm." In the nightmare dungeon, Lufam has reached level 20. Now facing him are the monsters of this level. Dark Shadow Tactician. Level 15. Shadow Curse Encirclement reduces the target's attributes by 50% and increases your own attributes by 25%. Merge with the darkness, pulling yourself and the opponent into the shadows, during which all attacks are nullified. Control the dark mists, and manipulate the Shadow Mage and Knight. With the effect of the equipment just now, Xiao Da's level will soon increase. Lian secretly thought, and Lufam immediately ordered Xiao Da to use the Magma Flame skill. Following Lufam's orders, Xiao Ya immediately opened her mouth and spat out flames that engulfed the entire space in front, causing the monsters to burn in the sea of fire. The system announced, Level 20. Completed. Xiao Da has gained 1 level. Lufam has reached level 16. Lufam cheerfully speaks. Move forward. Xiao Da. Let's level this tower together. Scoreboard. Number 1. Lufan. Nightmare level. 9, 10, 000 points. Number 2. Hongvu. Extreme difficulty level. 31, 050 points. Number 3. Tan Thu. Extreme difficulty level. Shiliu. 900 points. Number 3. Xiao Dao. Extreme difficulty level. Shiliu. 900 points. An hour later, Hongvu finally completed the 50th floor of the extreme difficulty level after many efforts. I didn't expect this exam to be so terrifying. This kind of monster should only appear around level 70. Still, everyone is having such a hard time. The only one who can compete for the top spot is Tan Thu. She's still forming a team, so the points will be split evenly. This year, I'm definitely the top male contestant. Hearing that, Hongvu couldn't help but laugh out loud and looked up at the sky, saying, Principal, did you see my performance? The officials from the 10 Houses University should hurry up and send me the admission papers. The judges glanced at Hongvu before returning their focus to Lufam's match. The 50th floor is where the top scholars of each class usually stop. This is the turning point. Lufam, you can't afford to be complacent. Your pace up the tower will slow down too. Inside the trial tower, Lu Fang humorously opens the system panel to check the new skills Xiao Ya has gained after leveling up, including the complete transformation skills and various forms. Baby dragon form. All attributes and mana consumption are reduced by 50%. Female dragon form. Unlocked through Blood Pact. Giant dragon form. Strength reduced by 50%. Plus 100% spirit. And skills Van Tu, Tan, and Lava Fierce. Apocalypse form. Spirit reduced by 50%. Plus 10% strength. And new skills, representing total destruction and dragon roar. There are 4 types of transformations. The giant dragon form and the apocalyptic form. As the mortal contemplates, rocks and dirt continuously fall from the mountain, and the monsters gradually reveal themselves. Toting, giant mountain range. Le Vauvin, mountain range branch, uses its arm to sweep across all targets in front, dealing massive damage. Sunbang Dialiet jumps high and lands straight down, causing 5 times the aftershock, with damage of 1035%. Toxic Starstone reduces magic damage by 50% and resists all piercing armor attacks. Principal Bai, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel worried. It's a level 3 nightmare boss. How can I beat it, I told you. This is the real challenge. Luke Fam's ascent through the tower will surely slow down in the next levels. The principal of the No. 1 high school sighed and looked at the contestants' scores with a hint of envy. Luke Fam's achievement of being top 1-inch Jianghai is already certain, and the male province is almost guaranteed as well. Why isn't such a promising student from our number 1 school? Inside the trial tower, the giant mountain range greets with a mountain range barrier, and its giant fist heads straight for Luke Fam. Number 1. Lu Fan. Nightmare level. Jiu, sure. 000 points. Thinking of that, Luke Fam happily smiled to himself. If that's the case, little Ya might as well try out that apocalyptic form a bit. Tioda dung mot taingan chandon tan chong chuason mah chunyan dung cho Luke Fam. Roy Gam Len Mot, Ting Bei Vut Len Troy. Bat Dao Bien Doi Than, Trang Tai Diet, The Pliant. Zu Chi Soting Tan Zam Nam Mui Fan Cham. Sukman Lai Tangap Doi. Kung Fai Hai Kai Nang. Moilad Dia Tuyet Diet Falong Hong. The judge watching this on the screen was stunned. What? It even has a combat form. Luke Fam's ascent through the tower will surely slow down in the next levels. The principal of the No. 1 high school sighed and looked at the contestants' scores with a hint of envy. Luke Fam begins his counterattack by using the Long Chikovu skill, which causes himself and Long Sung to gain a 30% boost in all attributes and attack. Then, he orders Tuda to use the Q-Ham attack, rushing to tear into the opponent, inflicting bleeding effects and damage, literally tearing the mountain giant's daughter apart. The level 20 boss collapsed just like that. The principal of the top-ranked school exclaimed in horror, while Principal Bai also broke out in cold sweat, secretly pondering whether a single strike could break this boss's defense. The attack must have dealt more than 2,000 damage. Back in the tower, just as Lu Fan thought the mountain giant had been defeated, its hand reached out to him once again. Lao Kung. Voithuk Luk, Kwaluk Fam Hientai. Ong Chofai Nencham Tai Mai Man. Fitoi Dangan Ong Hong. Xuan Hung remained silent and turned back to Luke Fam after the dust settled. As the giant mountain beast prepared to continue fighting, Little Da used a combo of Long Hong Duyet, roaring loudly to inflict massive damage and weaken all targets within range, causing a devastating explosion that created a large crater, dealing significant damage and trapping the boss in a deep fissure, finally causing the main boss to vanish. Floor 50 completed. Xiaoda also leveled up to 12, and Lu Fam to 17. Choosing the nightmare was definitely the right decision. the difficulty is no longer a problem. As long as you clear each floor, the experience gained will be substantial. Lufam silently pondered, then continued his main quest up the tower. In the observation room, Tan Sonhai stubbed out his cigarette, and a satisfied look on his face as he told the principal of the #1 school, "It seems that 50 levels of nightmare still pose no difficulty for Lufam." Principal Bai explained. "That's correct. The +1 mode was created by the first scholar who built the trial tower. When passing level 50, through the small number of monsters, everyone will definitely encounter the tower's boss." Qian Hong looked thoughtful and replied, "I have seen some great figures in Longdu take action before, and if I take that as a reference after changing form, its attribute must be at least 2. Wu Bai, what said the principal of school no? Yi. As I expected, I'm just worried those things are only more numerous, not fewer. Headmaster Bach thought to himself, after calming down. The principal of school, no. One said, since we've already passed level 50, why not use the +1 spell? And then everything will be clear. Tan Sunhai asked with a puzzled look. Principal Bai explained. That's correct. The +1 mode was created by the first scholar who built the trial tower. When passing level 50, through the small number of monsters, everyone will definitely encounter the tower's boss. As I expected, I'm just worried those things are only more numerous, not fewer. Headmaster Bach thought to himself. Qian Hong looked thoughtful and replied, I have seen some great figures in Longdu take action before, and if I take that as a reference after changing form, its attribute must be at least 2. Wu Bai. He says that, but it looks like he's underestimating Lufam. For Lufam, the little +1 means nothing. Inside the training tower, Lufam also felt that beyond the 50th floor, the tower's difficulty had completely changed, but even so, with the apocalyptic form of Little Da, he basically didn't need to think too much. So, Lufam and Little Da quickly cleared the levels, and in just 10 minutes, they reached level 70. His level also skyrocketed, causing the old men to be stunned again. In just 10 minutes, Lufam had already reached the 70th floor. Honestly, the design of this training tower can be considered the hardest ever. With this setup, I initially wondered if anyone could reach the 80th floor. Inside the training tower, Lufam also felt that beyond the 50th floor, the tower's difficulty had completely changed. Honestly, the design of this training tower can be considered the hardest ever. With this setup, I initially wondered if anyone could reach the 80th floor, but given the current situation, it seems that the principal of the #1 high school is speechless when he sees Lufam has already reached the 83rd floor. Over the years, many geniuses have pushed themselves to the limit to level up, only to end up exhausted and losing their lives inside the training tower. The bald principal, out of jealousy, replied, Take your time. Although those bosses are weaker than their original versions in the secret realm, don't forget that the difficulty of level 99 is extremely high. All eyes once again turned to Lufam as he strolled into a ruined fortress where 4 headless suits of armor stood tall in 2 rows around a beacon. At this moment, the flames on the wall suddenly lit up, and the armor emitted strange blue light as they began to move, continuously shouting, Destroy! Destroy the world! Headless Knight. Level 55. Apocalypse. Piercing. When the swordsman attacks the target, it adds a piercing effect that causes the enemy to take an additional 400% damage. Apocalypse. Counterattack. When a swordsman is injured, the swordsman's blade will trigger a counterattack move. World Destruction. Lodin. The swords of the warrior will be infused with lightning effects, increasing attack speed, along with lightning damage. World Destruction. Slaughter. When the target's HP drops below 15%, the warrior will lock on and instantly eliminate the target. World Destruction. Shared health and defense among 4 knights, with a 400% damage boost. The Headless Knight from the Fallen Kingdom. A very famous secret realm. All the secret realms originate from real historical events, like the rise of the village and the fall of the kingdom, which was the result of a nation being invaded by undead armies. Lufam silently thought as he faced the 4 knights. The intruder, Cham, shouted, then used the extinction skill, locking onto him as the target before swinging his axe down. Lufam quickly ran away, but was still pushed back a long way by the aftershock of the attack. Is it due to HP? In that case, attacking seems to be the best option here, since I don't have any control skills and can only deal with all 4 enemies at once. He secretly devises a plan and immediately takes action. He jumps high into the air, preparing for his first counterattack. At this moment, a swordsman uses the deadly piercing skill to counterattack but is deftly dodged by Lufam, who then strikes with a powerful blow. What surprised Lufam was that his slash couldn't penetrate the swordsman's armor, As he was concentrating on devising a strategy, another swordsman suddenly appeared behind him, swinging his sword toward him. Just as he was activating his counterattack skill to respond, Lufam shouted, "Now, little one." The little servant appeared like a god and blew away the entire tower and 4 soldiers. Just when everyone thought it was over, the soldiers came back to life and charged at Lufam like moths to a flame. Lufam jumps back into the air again to avoid. "I can't afford to waste any more time. I need to reach level 100 as soon as possible." Thinking quickly, Lufam ordered the little hero to use the magma skill to burn the soldiers to ashes in an instant. Lufam has reached level 20. Black Dragon has reached level 15 and gained a new skill, the Great Catastrophe. As expected, the little servant has gained a new skill again. There's only one more level left now. Lufam couldn't help but feel excited as the door to the next level of the tower opened. The door to the final floor of the trial tower has now been opened. Tan Sun Hai saw the bald principal standing right in front of the test subject and burst out laughing. "It seems today we will witness history in the making." Level 100. Could it be? Principal Bai looked at the screen with fear, as that place was basically designed to prevent contestants from passing through. Lufam continued his journey to conquer the trial tower. As soon as he stepped through the gate, he and the little apprentice were enveloped by a wave of dark aura. Watching his sword gradually vanish, Lufam cautiously looked ahead. This is the 100th floor. The complete Fallen Kingdom's secret realm. An undead legion of over 500. The World Weaver Emperor. Level 60. Boss. Nightmare difficulty. Lufam immediately began preparing for battle by checking the new skills of the little servant, with the giant hand transforming into 3 stages of damage, causing the black dragon to explode as it flew by, deal massive damage with burning effects, then rushes to the target, causing a large explosion. The little dummy has always maintained the weaving form, so it's time to test the destruction form and new skills. Thinking to himself, Lufam then said to the little dummy, "This is the final stage. Let's go get the reward together." The little dummy roared in agreement. Lufam transforms into a sword and points it at the boss, shouting, "Little Ghost, switch to the destruction dragon form." At that moment, Little Ghost is engulfed in flames, and its strength and spirit stats rise to the maximum. Seeing this scene, the judges couldn't help but be excited. And there was also a third form. This flame, Lufam still has a hidden card. Protect the king. All troops mobilize. According to the headless tactician, the Vong Lin army roared and charged forward together. Lufam and the young apprentice didn't hesitate and charged forward to confront the opponent directly. As soon as they faced each other head-on, Lufam signaled the young apprentice to use the Great Catastrophe skill, continuously spewing fire at the Vong Lin army, causing their numbers to steadily decrease. The scene is so terrifying that the judges are in shock. Is this really something an ordinary student could master? The Vong Lin army has almost been wiped out. While the little disciple is attacking the Vong Lin army, Lufam rushes to the boss. "You arrogant fool. You should kneel before the king." Hearing this, the headless soldiers all rushed to attack Lufam. Lufam dodged to the side and shouted, "Little one, come here quickly." The little one used a stage 3 catastrophe to cause an explosion with a burning effect at the approaching spot, successfully taking out 4 headless knights and leaving witnesses in awe. The soldiers were killed instantly, showing that the most difficult level of the trial still couldn't reveal Lufam's true strength. 9,800,000 points. No one has broken 1,000,000 in the past 30 years. Just one step away. Lufam can truly claim the prize of the exam. Moreover, this year's test is the most difficult. The reward will definitely not be stingy. At least 3 rare items. Inside the trial tower, the Vong Lin army has been defeated by Lufam and the little servant. At this moment, Lufam held the sword in his hand and stepped closer to the boss. The mess has been cleared. So why not reveal yourself already? Boss. The Destroyer Emperor temporarily retreated to avoid the attack, only then realizing that his hand was bleeding non-stop and he could no longer use his power. 9,800,000 points. No one has broken 1,000,000 in the past 30 years. Just one step away. Lufam can truly claim the prize of the exam. Moreover, this year's test is the most difficult. The soldiers were killed instantly, showing that the most difficult level of the trial still couldn't reveal Lufam's true strength. Quickly, retreating, the Destroyer Emperor prepares for a second attack but is once again stopped by Little Ga, who uses the second stage of the all-consuming fire skill with much greater destructive power than the first stage. Taking advantage of the Destroyer Emperor's distraction, Lufam swiftly rushes forward and lands a critical strike on the boss, causing it to bleed profusely. Xiaojia then leveled up to level 17. Lufam to level 22, and the entire undead legion was wiped out. In the observation room, the judges witnessing this scene couldn't help but be shocked. 1,000,000 point. No one has passed the 100th level in the past 30 years, but Lufam managed to complete it quickly. We're done here. Let's go home. Have you missed anything you want to eat? Lufam happily told the little girl that the system was now constantly announcing that he had passed the 100th floor. Congratulations to contestant Lufam for successfully overcoming the nightmare-level trial in the southern province. And the rest, learn the Ice Dragon King's Rage skill. Arare. Level 20 required. Job requirements: Dragon Rider. Dragon Language Mage. Level 20. After using it, you will learn the Ice Rage of the Ice Dragon King magic skill. The Ice Rage of the Ice Dragon King unleashes cold air within the target area, causing damage along with slowing and freezing effects. The duration, damage amount, and effect range vary depending on the continuous casting time. Lin Fong Ring. Arare. Level requirement: Vaint. Agility 77. Stamina 35. Spirit 32. Wearing this item grants a blessing from Spirit Wind, increasing speed and agility by 35%. The Flaming Bone Armor. Legendary level. With 20 durability, 79 spirit, 56 strength, and 54 agility. The Smoky Fire Armor. With fire and ice elements. Reduces 30% damage and 50% debuff, and increases 30% damage of ice and fire elements for yourself and your pets. I thought I had to reach level 30 during the second class change to get the control skill. So, later on, I can combine it with the skills of the little dummy, the Agile Ring. Unfortunately, the little hero didn't get the additional effect, but it still works very well for me. Legendary level armor. With the destructive ancient dragon form of the little hero, which reduces damage with ice and increases damage with fire. It's perfect. After collecting the rewards, Lufam brought the corpse back. Then Hin An stepped out of the secret realm. As soon as he stepped outside, Lufam was warmly welcomed by the judges, especially Principal Bai, who rushed over, excitedly saying, "This kid, how is he so talented?" Touching the primordial, "You are the pride of the school. From now on, your picture will be forever hung on our school's hero wall." The principal of the top high school sneered and said, "Oh, how clever of him. All the heroes on the hero wall are those who sacrificed fighting the invading monsters. Are you just favoring that boy? Move to the other side. The owner is also his uncle." Lufam broke the competition record, and his future is definitely beyond imagination. Tan Sun Hai stepped forward and said that no matter what, this competition allowed Lufam to fully showcase himself. "Lufam, although I was mentally prepared for this contest, you still managed to surprise me greatly. Uncle Tan, I've met the conditions, so the princess of the Grand Minister probably won't come crying and throwing a fit anymore." "Right," Tan Shinhai smiled and replied, "Of course I will abide by the agreement. Teacher, you're about to receive it too." "Teacher," Lufam asked with a puzzled expression, "don't worry about this. Your current task is to decide which school to choose." And the two principals agreed after hearing that. "That's right. All 10 schools will definitely compete fiercely for you. Business people in the South Province will definitely look for opportunities to build connections with you. You have to be careful with them. Where is the line? Hurry up and pour the wine so we can see." "Are you crazy? Then the whole school will be ruined." "Congratulations, Lufam. With this excellent score, no one will be able to surpass you for at least 50 years. Tianheng watched everyone chatter excitedly, but quietly slipped away. In the unexplored area at the northern border of Longquak, level 60, Lord Tranbak Howdu Tin was drinking and watching Lufam's competition when his subordinate came to report that the evidence had been found. "It's all in here." His level also skyrocketed, causing the old men to be stunned again. In just 10 minutes, Lufam had already reached the 70th floor. Through investigation, it was confirmed that Princess Kim Chao's study abroad and the accompanying Longsu horse were all arranged by Dainan Nguyen. Du Tin angrily slammed the wine jar onto the table. Nguyen Trungfong is indeed Han. On the surface, Kim Jia and Nguyen Dainan maintained the relationship between the two countries. But Nguyen Dainan secretly granted Kim Jia many privileges, and Kim Jia also returned many benefits to him. No wonder Han had to send envoys to capture Longsu horses. And Du Tin smashed the Tri-Ru to pieces. Nguyen Truongfong, that traitor who dares to help the Princess of Taipei run rampant in Longquak, go and deliver the order to Nguyen Trungfong that I will revoke all of Han's positions and powers. From now on, Longdu's leadership has no place for Han. So go immediately. If Han has any opinions, tell him to come and talk to me. As for Kim Jia, if he still intends to contact Nguyen Trungfong, send a young envoy to inquire. Yes, one more thing. Keep an eye on which school this Longsu horse chooses, and contact the principal to provide the best resources for him. Tin Jia orders, secretly thinking that having a legendary young man like this in Long Country really is quite delightful. Fine. Fine. Once I finish my mission, I must meet this young man. It's just my mission. When will it finally end? A few minutes later, Princess Kim Chow received news that Win Trong Fong had been defeated and taken away, causing her subordinates to panic. The princess. Please don't be angry. We have another good news. What good news do you have without him? How do you plan to catch that Longsu horse? The princess doesn't need to waste her precious time with him anymore. The upcoming results announcement is near, and we found out that besides the Lufam from Jianghai City, there's another Longsu in Thanchao City among the participants. Kim Chow initially looked surprised, then with a sinister expression said, "That is indeed good news. Hopefully this time, the opponent will be someone who knows how to behave. It's just my mission. When will it finally end?" A few minutes later, Princess Kim Chow received news that Win Trong Fong had been defeated and taken away, causing her subordinates to panic. As soon as he saw the principal, Hongvu took the initiative to approach and greet him. "Oh, Hongvu. You finished the exam," Hongvu modestly replied. "Yes, but only scored 89,000 points. I wonder if I'll become the top scholar." "Haha, it's okay. With results like that, you can get into any school you want. While achievements are important, everything should be within your limits. You're seriously injured. Go get treated quickly." The calm reaction and the subtle words of the top-notch principal made Hongvu confused, wondering if the principal meant that passing the exam was enough. But that was all, so that's it. With such a high score, the principal doesn't seem to care at all. Maybe he just wants me not to be arrogant. So he's trying to make me pay attention. Thinking of this, Hongvu happily returned to his senses and quickly replied, "I understand. Thank you for your kind gesture, teacher." 3 days later, on the day of the results announcement, Lufam just stepped out of his house when a crowd of people from businessmen to major schools pushed and shoved to give him gifts and establish connections. Lufam, still feeling overwhelmed, was approached by Tan Sonhai, who smiled and said, "Today is the announcement day, so everyone knows you're number one. The noise outside is too loud. Let's go inside first." Han Ka shyly suggested. Lufam checked the scores online and found that his score was not published. While he was puzzled, Tan Sonhai proceeded to award him the prize, which was 50 million yuan from Jianghai City for the provincial champion. "So take it quickly. Besides the cash, there is also a reward from Principal Bai sent to you." Tan Sonhai opened the item box, and immediately the information of the items appeared before Luke Pham. Learn the skill Roar of the Lamb Dragon King. Rare. Profession requirement, Dragon Language Mage. Dragon Speech Mage. Level 20. After using it, you will learn the magic skill, the Roar of the Lamb Dragon King. The Roar of the Lamb Dragon King unleashes a bolt of lightning that strikes forward, causing significant damage with a paralysis effect. After attacking, the target gains 20 layers of lightning attribute, with each attack removing 1 layer and a 20% chance to paralyze the target. Lightning Potion. Legendary. Consumable item. Using it will permanently increase the power of the lightning skill by 20% and enhance resistance to lightning attributes. Wielding the dragon language magic and using thunderstorm potions will further boost this skill. After the ice magic, I now have lightning magic as well, so I no longer have to rely entirely on Little Da to deal magic damage. Dun Fong Fat. Rare. Level requirement Vaint. Strength plus 70. Stamina plus 46. Than Fong Fat. Reduces damage received from debuff effects by 30%. Ximlin Boots. Legendary. Level requirement Vaint. Plus 68 strength. Plus Meadow and better stamina. Spirit Shield. After using Blink to any location within 50 meters, needs 30 seconds to recharge. It allows movement and damage reduction, and none of the recent exam candidates have equipment like this. If I equip everything, my attributes could be close to what Xiaoya had right after shedding her shell. Trongbach chose these items very carefully, especially these Zimlin boots, which can teleport within 30 seconds. Tan Sunhai explains that the second-class change for the mage skill is new, so I would like to accept it. Lu Cam takes the item. At this moment, Tan Thu hurriedly ran over to inform you that Lu Fam, Han, and the head of the 10 universities have arrived in Jianghai, and my father has invited them to our house, so now I'm here to pick you up for the interview. So quick. Just announced the results. Tan Sunhai explains that with someone as talented as you have to act quickly. They arrived right after watching your competition video. The videos and your test scores have all been securely arranged by the teacher so that no one from the 10 universities and the high-level Longdu can see them. You're too special. If a second princess shows up, it won't be good at all. Regarding Kim Chao, the teacher has taken care of everything, and he wants to meet you. Lufam excitedly replied, That's great. I also want to meet and thank him. Tan Sanhai gently pats Lufam on the shoulder and says, Not yet. He's still on a mission. And there's no need to rush. Sooner or later, you will meet. At this moment, Tanthu hands Lufam a card, hoping he will accept these. Last time I came to thank you, but unfortunately I ran into Kim Chao and the magnetic card was lost. This won't do. We only agreed on 100. Ling ling ling. But this card is worth 10 million. Tan Sanhai again stepped forward and said this is a token of gratitude from Tan for saving Xiaothu's team in Idong village. Just take it. But Lufam still hesitated. And Tan Sanhai laughed loudly and said there are also people planning to take you two to Huavian Jiangsun tonight. If you still don't accept this card, then what will you do when you see the villa gifted to the top scholar dad? Stop teasing him. Tan Thu stepped forward to protect Krat, then quickly pulled him to meet the school officials waiting at her house. Meanwhile, Tho Hoan Tai took Princess Kim Chao out to the outskirts of Thanchao Longquok to meet the Longmaster they had been talking about. What is his level now? Level 19. And Jiap Long is level 14. Kim Chao looked at Tran Tian Chi and his Longhorse Master with great interest. The Longhorse Master really is different. They haven't even started fighting yet, and they're already facing a level 30 boss as the giant boss charges straight at Tran Tian Chi. Tran Tian Chi ordered Xiao Zi and Jia Long to use their powerful tails to deal damage to targets within their range, while he himself used the long spear skill to unleash a mighty attack, delivering a critical strike that sent the boss straight to hell. Thanks to that, Tran Tian Chi reached level 20, and little character level 15. Well done. Well done. I won't waste the egg of my lineage on you. Kim Chao claps to praise him. Tran Tian Chi bows his head and replies, Not disappointing, the princess is good enough. If you're like this useless person, then I will be truly disappointed. Saying that, Kim Chao turned away with a displeased look and told To Hoan Tai that from now on, this spear of yours will belong to Han. No problem. Doi Hoan Tai. Tho Hoan Tai reluctantly replied, Your subordinate obeys the princess. Tran Tian Chi gratefully said, Thank you, princess. With the armored dragon and the dragon spear, plus the princess's enhancement spell, I am confident I will defeat the top scholar of Nam province. Kim Chao secretly felt pleased. Tran Tian Chi ranked second with 210,000 points, while Lufam's score was not announced, but estimated around 300,000 points. So Tran Tian Chi still had a chance to win. Lufam, you must always remember this name until you destroy Han and steal Han's carved dragon. I will help you become the strongest Imperial Dragon Master in history. In Tai Te Kingdom, you will serve me, above 10,000 others. So don't let me down regarding Lufam. Tran Tian Chi replied, with determined eyes. Rest assured, princess. It is my honor. I will forever serve as your knight. Kim Chao nodded with satisfaction. You are very perceptive. Much more so than that Lufam. I have given Han a chance to rise above, but he didn't appreciate it. Now tell Thoi Hoan Tai to go to Jianghai and find out which school Lufam enrolled in. If you can't handle this, then get lost. Yes. Thinking of Lufam, Kim Chao, full of resentment, whispered to herself that soon he would regret forever what he had done to her. In the living room of Tanra Villa, before meeting with the school representatives, Tan Thu Du asked Lufam if he had decided which school to register for yet. Actually, I wanted to ask. No? My father wanted to ask. He told me I should register at the same school as you so we can help each other out in the future. That's great to hear. I heard that the team at school is very important, and we've already worked together before. If there's a secret realm, you'll definitely be my first choice, but I still haven't decided which school to choose yet. I'll let you know later. Okay, Tan Thu shyly replied, wondering how many points Lufam had earned and worried that if he couldn't catch up, the gap between them would only grow wider. Thinking of this, Tan Thu then spoke to Lufam. I'll try to get into the same school as you. Yeah. Okay. Lufam smiled and nodded, then pushed the door open to meet the representatives of the schools. Hello, teachers. I am Lufam. Before you could introduce yourself, an uncle cut in and said, You're Lufam. Right, we've all watched your trial video. Very impressive. The Long Su horse has the first lineage in history. I wonder if the provincial capital of Nam has a school that I like yet. A female teacher asked, and the uncle replied unhappily, There's no need to ask if we like it or not. Our Jiangnan Academy will offer you all kinds of benefits. A 1-year scholarship worth only 10 million long coins, including all medicines, secret realms, and other resources for free. The female teacher sneered. Hey, everyone here is a supervisor from the top academies of Long Country, and with just those things, you dare to come here to avoid the top scholar. The North Province Academy can offer you that, and we will add 20 million a year and 20 secret realms that are closed to outsiders. The uncle there, not to be outdone, said, if you can do it, surely we can too. We can also provide these resources, and we can even offer secret realms and opportunities. If he's not satisfied, we'll increase it further. Lufam looked at the scene with this brush and felt a bit confused, never expecting the interview to be like this. Oh no, I really don't know which school to choose anymore. At this moment, Ms. Han, the head of Longdu Academy, spoke. This year's national trial participants are selected by Longdu. Lufam, we can allow you to participate in this. The uncle there was also stunned when he heard it. Wasn't he? He is indeed very strong. But he just recently changed his rank. How could he already be qualified for the national trial when previous participants had to go through strict selection? The other countries are already prepared, and now he's only just finding out. Sending such an important task to a newcomer through internal transfer. Congratulations, Lufam. With this excellent score, no one will be able to surpass you for at least 50 years. Tianheng watched everyone chatter excitedly but quietly slipped away. Every 3 years, each country will send a competitor under 25 to participate in the national trial. To ensure the stability of the secret realm, the competitor must be a newcomer. National-level powerhouses are not allowed to participate. I will keep an eye on you. And suddenly Lufam's system alert appeared, indicating that they are approaching the location on the map. The treasure is inside the villa behind me. If you're going to let her compete, then do it next time. The competition is only half a year away. Isn't that a bit reckless of you? Han still insisted that those who pass the national trial will have the right to become national-level experts. The opportunity to go from the number 1 in the southern province to the number 1 in Long Country, Long City, could be given to you. The national trial not only offers rich rewards but also allows you to join the ranks of the powerful. As Lufam was pondering, suddenly the system announced, Lufam, congratulations. Today's treasure map has been sent to you. This is my second divine grade treasure map after a very long time. The first divine grade treasure map I found was the Dragon Song, which means this map. Lufam looked at the map indicating the way to the Longdu Academy, so he didn't hesitate to accept Miss Klar Han's invitation to enroll, but with one condition. I want an application for Hanka to enroll. Her profession is a passionate chef, a very rare hidden profession. Miss Han thought for a moment and replied, all right, but whether it will be accepted or not, we have to hold a meeting to decide. So 4 days later, Lufan and Hanka packed their bags to head to Longdu Academy. Who would have thought that one day we would leave this place? Having lived here for so long, I feel a bit reluctant to leave now. We have a villa, savings, and can live anywhere we want. So there's no need for you to feel regretful. Lufam comforted him. Hanka, feeling a bit nostalgic, said, I still remember when I first moved here. I was only this tall. Time really flies. At this moment, Tanthu and Dao Tumong arrive in a supercar to pick up Uncle Lufam and his niece and nephew to go to Tanthu's private jet and head to Longdu Academy. Dao Tu also registered at Longdu. Right, Lufam asked with a smile. Xiaomang honestly replied, my score is the same as Xiao Thu's, and I saw he registered for Longdu because of you. She hadn't finished speaking before Tanthu covered her mouth. It's really troublesome for you guys. I didn't expect Tufam to be like this. Back then, when she got her job, she dreamed of going to university like others. She really wanted to start over again. At that time, Xiao Fan was still very young, and I never expected that he would always remember this. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, and Lufan hugged his aunt to comfort her. Auntie has always worked hard for you, and you still clearly remember how disappointed and unfulfilled she felt when she became a vocational student. So you are determined to keep your promise to give both of you a better life. This is only the beginning. Everything is settled, and the 4 of them immediately set off for Longdu. A few hours later, while everyone was admiring the lively scene outside Longdu Academy, they unexpectedly ran into the spoiled Princess Kim Chao, who had also come to enroll. As soon as she stepped out of the carriage, she immediately started criticizing and complaining. Indeed, Long Kingdom, the capital is only this grand. Lufam. Huangtai was suddenly surprised and exclaimed, so the Imperial Dragon Master in Jianghai is actually him. That saves me the trouble of searching for him. He. Tranthean Tri was about to jump in to fight Lufam one-on-one when Kim Chao stopped him. We currently don't have Nguyen Truongfong's support. If we fight here, we'll be expelled from the country. Calm down. I understand now. Sorry, Princess. Lufam's side is worried because Kim Chow's appearance has caused concern. What should we do now, I remember? Dad said she originally went to Long State to study abroad. Could it be to study at the Long capital residence, Shaofan? Just at this moment, Miss Han appeared, smiling and said, "You came together." Coming quickly, seeing Lufam's serious expression. Ms. Han looked surprised and asked, "Could it be that you two don't know each other? You are the number 1 and number 2 of Nam Province? And, since you're both Dragon Lords, we call you the twin talents of Nam Province. Tran Thien Tree, the number 2 of Nam Province, and also a royal dragon master." Stared intently at Tran Thien Tree with a scrutinizing gaze. Tran Thien Tree looked at Lufam with hostility and said, "I've heard of you for a long time but only now get to meet you. Lufam. I apologize. But right now I also know these two. And everyone is tired from traveling. So could you please lead us to rest first?" Hearing Lufam say that, Gohan replied, "Let me show everyone the accommodations. And if anything is not to your liking, you can change it. Also, I'll tell you about the freshman assembly tomorrow that you all have to attend. I will go by myself." Kim Chow replied arrogantly before quickly leaving with her 2 followers. Mrs. Han then led everyone to the villa area and introduced it as the residence for top-ranked new students. There are a total of 30 units. Each year, teachers review the trial exam videos to evaluate and rank new students. Those in the top 30 will live in the villa area. Among the top students, Lu Feng is ranked first, so house number 1 will be his residence. As for Tran Tianji, who is second among the males, he is 18th on the overall list, so his place is house number 18. Tran Tianzi. It seems he has accepted Kim Chaw's condition. A person who sells his pride and is called a Gemini. It's truly half a joke. Tan Thu then asked nervously, "Miss Ko, my and Dao Zi's rankings probably won't make it into the top 30. Right, so we have to register at the student dormitory." That's right. Tan Thu. Xiao Man. Hanha. I will take the 3 of you to the dormitory area later. But overall the villa area is still much better. So can we live together with Luke Pham? Hanka's suggestion surprised the 2 girls, leaving them stunned. Kohan thought for a moment, and then replied, "There are no rules against it. As long as the people living there have no objections." That's right. Tan Thu. Xiao Man. Hanha. I will take the 3 of you to the dormitory area later. But overall the villa area is still much better. So can we live together with Luke Pham? Tu Pham probably has no objections. Right. Could it be that you don't want to eat the food little one cooks? By the way, to foster goodwill and strengthen bonds. It'll be more convenient for team formation in the secret realm later. As for this matter, Xiao Dao was feeling awkward when Lu Fan immediately said, "You guys stay with Xiao." Lu Fam naturally had no objections and agreed immediately. Han Ka happily put his arm around Tan Thu and Xiao Dao. The boy had no objections. So we will live together. This is a competition watched by the whole world, with prizes consisting of rare treasures. The female teacher and that uncle who argued earlier are now united in criticizing Ms. Han. Since the dormitory area is quite far away, it will be more convenient to find you guys later without having to go across half the campus. I will keep an eye on you. And suddenly Luke Fam's system alert appeared, indicating that they are approaching the location on the map. The treasure is inside the villa behind me. By the way, to foster goodwill and strengthen bonds. It'll be more convenient for team formation in the secret realm later. As for this matter, Xiao Dao was feeling awkward when Lu Fan immediately said, "You guys stay with Xiao." As soon as I heard it was a girl, I wanted to go meet her right away. Little Fam, finally grown up. Little Dao secretly despises him, living with the 3 of us, but still wanting to go bother the neighbors. I really underestimated you. He pressed the doorbell of Villa number 2, feeling a bit nervous inside, carrying the small cake, wondering if the neighbor would like it. Hopefully they'll invite me in. Since we're all new here, I need to find the treasure before the neighbor notices. After a while, a girl indeed came out to open the door. Lu Fam then smiled and introduced herself. "Hello. I am Lu Fam from house number 1. I come from Jianghai City in Nam Province. This is a greeting gift. We will be neighbors in the future. So I hope we can help each other a lot." The exquisite pumpkin cake. Food. Effects. And when used for the first time, can permanently increase agility by 3 points. After checking the box and finding nothing unusual, the girl then reached out her hand to take it, and replied indifferently, "Tinven bak. Kiaman." Her voice was adorable, but it was hard to talk to her. Thinking to myself, Lu Fang quickly looked for an excuse. "So you, Jian Ying, can I go in and sit for a while? I feel a bit thirsty and want to drink some tea." Despite the reason of going underground, Jian Ying still nodded in agreement without any objection. As soon as she pushed the door open, Lufam rushed into the house at lightning speed. The place I've never been to before. Sure enough, it's the second proof. Lufam quickly hides the treasure and then runs outside. I suddenly don't want to drink anymore. I'm heading home. Nice to meet you. See you tomorrow at the enrollment day. With that, Lufam disappeared into the distance. Jianying looked at Lufan in confusion. Just as she noticed the door to her bedroom where she had left her dress and underwear on the bed was open, and her suspicion grew. Could he be a pervert? That night, the final proof finally revealed itself at Villa No. Yi. The Sapphire Lineage Contract. Legend. Level 1. Power 122. Agility 153. Spirit 659. Endurance 206. Siphon Life Force. Using it to continuously restore health for all friendly targets. Jade Light creates 3 layers of Jade Blessing on the target. Removes debuff effects. And increases all attributes by 30%. With each blessing layer able to block 1 instance of damage. Natural Assimilation allows you to bite the equipment button and turn that equipment's skill traits into your own. The bloodline of the Jade Stream doubles all skill effects for the clan, and those connected by bloodline, making them immune to all debuffs and increasing self-healing ability by 5,000%. Blood Contract. Connecting bloodlines grants the Dragon Master an additional 10% of the attributes of the dragon pet. The gem flow is not a combat system. With such a spirit over 600, it is clearly a support system. Doubles mean all my effects and Xiao Da's effects will be doubled. During the trial, thanks to the 30% boost from the chaos of the line, Xiao Da's mental attributes exceeded 7,000 when unleashing the catastrophe. If the double effect of the Jade Light is added now, it would increase the attributes by 60%, so the stats would be close to 12. Ling ling ling. The Jade Stream can also swallow the effects of equipment and turn them into its own. So if in the future it levels up or swallows more equipment, I can't imagine how strong it will become. But right now, there's something important I need to think carefully about. So what should I name you? Lufam then looked away from the screen and saw the Jade Stream fighting with Da, so they stopped quickly. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'll call you Fi. Haha. Little Fi. You'll be Little Da's younger sister someday. So spoiled. Little Fi happily exclaimed. It seems that Da didn't agree and protested, so these two little devils started arguing again, forcing Lufam to shout, Be quiet now. Everyone wake up. The next day is the entrance ceremony. And since the academic and combat professions don't attend together, Hangka has to temporarily separate from Lufam, Tan Thu, and Tu Dao. So why was Lufam's room so peaceful last night? Just as he was about to reply, he was distracted by the excited voices of the boys around, praising Tan Thu and Tu Dao's looks. They're all beauties of the school. Everyone is a school beauty. Going to the secret realm with a beauty like this, even if I'd inside, I'd find it worth it. If you could be her boyfriend, then stop dreaming. Man, don't you see there's a creature walking with her? But they are 2 people, and both of them can't be your friend's girlfriends. Tan Thu felt embarrassed by the gossip and hurriedly entered the hall. Yesterday, I asked my aunt, and she said that the hidden profession should sit in the front row. Tan Thu nervously told Xiao Dao as they walked up front. So I can't sit with Tan Thu. Then I'll sit in the back. Lufam was walking, and when he saw Hong Vu, he felt a bit suspicious. That person looked too familiar. I remember now. He's the loud Qigong master from the trial. Seeing Hong Vu also looking at him, Lufam smiled friendly, and then walked past him to sit in the front row. If he also thinks he's a master, go check the list to see how far apart you and Lufam are. Remembering the words and condescending look of the principal made Hong Vu furious. And, Lufam, finally I've met you. You bastard. You've made me lose face in front of the principal. Lufam approached the front row and saw that Kiamon was already there, so he casually greeted her. Tan Thu, hearing this, was surprised and asked, Lufam, do you two know each other? Yeah. Probably. She's Kiamon, the neighbor living in house number 2 next to us. So that means she's the second highest scorer. Right, she's not only beautiful but also talented. Tan Thu couldn't help but marvel. After a moment, Vice Principal Truong Thangming, a level 78 Storm Mage and combat professional, and began to deliver the opening speech. I am Vice Principal of Longdu Academy, Professor at the Magic Academy, Chang Shengming. First of all, on behalf of Longdu Academy, I welcome all new students to enroll. I am someone who doesn't like to beat around the bush with empty words. So next you will receive your identification cards from the instructors. And I will also explain some rules of the academy. The ID cards are proof that you are students of Longdu Academy. The card records your accumulated points. which can be used as currency within the school to unlock secret realms provided by the school, or to purchase items like weapons and ammunition. You all need to have accumulated points, and the initial points are the scores you achieved in the recent trial exam. At this moment, a young man raised his hand to speak, saying, "Vice Principal, since each province's exam has a different level of difficulty, in that case, provinces with lower difficulty levels will have higher accumulated points, which doesn't seem fair. What you mentioned has already been considered by the Academy, so the accumulated points are calculated by dividing the exam score by a difficulty coefficient based on the differences in each province's exam. The higher the difficulty of the exam, the smaller the coefficient becomes. For example, this year, the exam from Nam province was the hardest, so students from Nam will divide by the lowest coefficient of 96. Lufam looked at his accumulated points. Shasan, 539 points, and silently thought that this number was his entire capital at Longdu Academy. But this score is only temporary because your points will be re-evaluated during the new student entrance exam held in a month. The top 30 students with the highest scores will qualify for the Thonvan class, and those who get in will enjoy many special privileges, such as accessing closed secret realms, exchanging for desired skills and equipment, or the right to move into the villa area, the class of literary and cultural arts. I'm just hearing about it now. Me too. So we might have a chance to move into the villa area. Congratulations, Lufam. With this excellent score, no one will be able to surpass you for at least 50 years. Tianheng watched everyone chatter excitedly, but quietly slipped away, because any student can challenge the members of the Thanvan class for their spots, and only if they win can they keep their place. If the member loses, the challenger enters the Thanvan class, and the members cannot refuse the challenge. At this point, the intelligence system displays a list of the students in the Thanvan class, which currently has 30 members, the 30 students with the highest overall exam scores. Among them, number 1 is the station master of Nam province, the Longhorse master Lufam. Hearing this, Lufam immediately stood up and waved to everyone. What? He's the number 1. The guy Sim Lo from earlier. His profession is a long rider and he's number 1, so he definitely has a dragon. Just a little guy. Everyone heard everything. Remember, if he really has a dragon, we're doomed. Even just a land dragon is already terrifying. No wonder he took the station in Nam province. I just finished watching, and I didn't see any videos or scores for Lufam. Could it be that he's just a useless kid with no real strength but got placed here through his family's connections? That's right. Only Tran Tianqi. Number 2, in Nam province. Check this out. His dragon is amazing. We still don't fully understand his strength. Let's take it slow and observe him first. Tan tu nghe thai fo hiu trong noi thi kufan lo lang. Lufam. Fo hiu trong joy tu kao. Nu vai chung fai dang huyen hich moi ngoi den hi chin voi kao kon i. Lufam smiled and replied, I didn't expect there to be such a thing. The meeting is over. When Lufam wanted to go to the secret realm hall to check it out, Hongvu called him back and challenged him. You want to challenge me? That's right. Just now. Vice Principal also said that none of the top 30 students in the Thanvan class are allowed to refuse a challenge. Lufam, if you truly have the strength to become the top scholar, why are you afraid to compete with me? Hongvu sneered, secretly thinking that he couldn't see its video or exam scores. If it really has the ability, it's definitely thanks to a lot of help from the spirit to pass the exam, so I just need to focus on it and I will win. Lufam chuckled upon hearing Hongwu's words, then refused. Fine. I accept your challenge. All right then. I'll go all out for 200 points. Just 200 points. Well, 200 is probably a big number for him too. Lufam smiled confidently and replied, Okay, 200. It is. The signal to start immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Kim Chow then reminded Tran Tianqi that this was a good opportunity to gauge his strength, and he should pay close attention to every move Lufam made. At the same time, somewhere not far away, will Lufam win? Facing the doubt of the young Taoist, Tanthu just smiled and said, You haven't seen Lufam fight before, have you? You'll find out soon enough. On this improvised arena, which is actually the schoolyard, Hongvu takes the offensive, smiling confidently and saying, I'll count down from 3 to 1 and then we start. Sen. R. Yi. Start. With that, Hongvu still used internal energy to activate the hidden air kick skill, a strike that condenses energy and doubles damage when hitting the weak spot. Attacking the target with each wave of energy adds 1 to the attack count to hit Lufan, but it only hits his illusion, making him unable to help but feel excited. This is the second-class Change Mage's teleportation skill. So why does Lufan have this move? So it turns out Lufam used the Spirit Shield to teleport instantly, causing Hongvu's attack to miss, I heard that he's both an attacker and a defender, capable of close combat and ranged attacks. Is this all he's got? Lufam's taunting words drove Hongvu crazy. So he used his ultimate move, the Warmth Rising Technique 3, releasing a wave of energy that increases damage by 5% at weak points. Each time he attacks a target, the wave of energy adds 1 point to his power to strike at Lufam. Haha. You're giving up. Right, Hongvu said with a laugh. As Hongvu secretly gloated, he saw Lufam dodge all the airwaves and even prepare to counterattack, so he immediately used a rock-solid technique, consuming all his energy to create a strong defense, with each point of energy spent increasing the defense by 5%, unless his strength reaches 280 points. He can't break through my rock-solid defense. Hongvu kept thinking it would be like that, only to face a bitter end when Lufam broke through the defense and kicked him straight in the stomach to defeat him. The witnesses were stunned by this scene. A flying kick, and he didn't even need a skill, is the Thonvan layer that's strong. Lufam is a dragon master, but he can defeat a warrior without summoning a dragon. So it's over. I thought I would get to see a dragon. A young man looks at Hongvu with concern. He's bleeding. Is he going to be okay? In a corner, Kim Chao nervously asked, have you studied carefully? How confident are you that you can beat him? In response to Kim Chao's question, Tran Tian Tri thought for a moment before replying. Luok Pham still hasn't withdrawn his bet. If I only assess his personal ability, I am confident about 30%, but with the princess's support, it rises to 70%. Kim Chao felt somewhat reassured after hearing that, which was quite high. When the match ended, Lufam directly took out his ID card to collect the bet money. If you play, you accept the consequences. Not to mention, he was the one who initiated it, so I'll give him 200 points as a favor. Luke Pham's student ID card for Longdu Academy shows a balance change of 200, current balance 13. 739. Hongvu looked at the displayed number in shock. Shusan. 739. Multiplying by the difficulty coefficient of Nam province, which is 96, his exam score is 1. 3 millions points. Nearly 1. 3 millions points. While Tran Thien Tri, who ranks second, only has 270. 000 points. Now he realizes how naive he was to think he could defeat Luke Pham. The battle is over. Tan Thu and Tu Dao wait at the villa to welcome Hong Ka, while Luke Pham stays behind at the secret realm of the Longdu Academy to study the secret realm. After a while, as soon as he arrived, Hang Ka hurried over to ask Han if everything was okay. Someone had already challenged him. Xiao Feng. Are you alright? Luke Pham smiled and replied. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Thinking back to what just happened, Xiao Dao couldn't help but marvel. Luke Pham flew Hongvu so effortlessly just now. Haha. I told you he's really strong. The first time I met Luke Pham, he was even stronger than Uncle Kecker. If he's already this powerful, doesn't that mean his lineage will be even stronger? I can't even imagine anymore. Since the origin of the line was already beyond our imagination, everyone's here already. So hurry and check this out. I just checked the dungeons provided by the school, and this one has the most experience points. Perfect for leveling up. Luke Pham lifted his tablet and said, feeling a bit annoyed. Stop the spider venom. Dungeon level. Dangerous. Member limit. 5 or more people. Opening fee. 45 points accumulated. In response to Kim Chao's question, Tran Tien Tri thought for a moment before replying. Luok Pham still hasn't withdrawn his bet. If I only assess his personal ability, I am confident about 30%. But with the princess's support, it rises to 70%. I can't even imagine anymore. Since the origin of the line was already beyond our imagination, everyone's here already. So hurry and check this out. Luke Pham hadn't considered this yet, and while unsure who to invite, Tan Thu tilted her chin toward the girl sitting nearby who also lives in Villa No. Her total points put her in second place, so this level 45 dungeon definitely won't be a problem for her. Go try inviting her. Luke Pham hadn't considered this yet, and while unsure who to invite, Tan Thu tilted her chin toward the girl sitting nearby who also lives in Villa No. Also, talking to the sword spirit is really difficult. She'll probably just respond or disappear. Thinking to himself, Lu Fang tried to smile as kindly as possible and said, I see you're also doing dungeons. And I am too. So, would you like to join our team? After a moment of silence, the sword spirit sneered and said, Pervert. Everyone then looked at Luke Pham with judging eyes. Xiao Fun. What did you do to her? It's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding from the last time we met. Her total points put her in second place, so this level 45 dungeon definitely won't be a problem for her. Go try inviting her. Upon hearing the name Poisonous Forest, Jian Ying immediately agreed to Lufam's proposal. The entire Lufam team couldn't help but feel relieved. Lufam quickly explained and showed the dungeon information on his tablet to Jian Ying. Yes, our first meeting was a bit strange, but I really am a normal person, I swear, I guarantee it. I see you're also looking for a dungeon partner, and I don't know anyone else, since we're one person short to go into the poison forest, so teaming up makes sense, right? Jian Ying. Secret Realm. Poison Reception Forest. Consumption Points. 45. Remaining balance. Ba. 744. When Lufam read Jian Ying's information, she pondered for a moment. She still had over 8,000 points, and wondered what the difficulty coefficient of Van Back was. But even with the highest difficulty coefficient of 96 inches, the southern province, the score of the sword image is over 800,000 points. She is very strong. And each team member enters the secret realm one after another. As soon as they entered, Hang Ka couldn't help but cover his nose. Oh my god. The air here smells so terrible. Lufam looked ahead and said, "It seems our destination is right here." The group followed the path deeper into the forest. This is a competition watched by the whole world, with prizes consisting of rare treasures. The female teacher and that uncle who argued earlier are now united in criticizing Ms. Han. I've checked all the secret realms, and none have higher levels or more experience points than this one. Xiao Dao immediately looked a bit confused and said, "Oh, I didn't mean it like that." Wait a moment. Lufam looked ahead and said, "It seems our destination is right here." The group followed the path deeper into the forest. Travel cookies. Food. Perfect quality. Effect increases experience points gained by 20% within 3 hours after consumption. Great. With these cookies to help us, we'll level up quickly. I saw how to make these cookies in the drawing the vocational instructor gave us. Not many people can do it. Fortunately, my aunt's profession has a very high success rate, so she succeeded on her first try. Hang Ka proudly showed off, then stepped closer to invite Kim Hyun to try the cake she made. The cake from before was also made by you. Right, are you talking about the pumpkin cake? Yes. If you like, I'll make more for you. Hana cooks very well. And since we live so close, you're always welcome to visit any time. Tanthu said with a smile. Kiem An was initially surprised, but then a gentle smile appeared on her usually cold face. Just then, Lufan heard a noise in the nearby bushes and immediately warned his teammates. Be careful. A monster has detected us. The monster, once exposed, no longer bothers to hide and directly reveals itself. It's a level 40 black cloth monster with 120 experience points. Materials. Toxic fangs. And 745 coins. Poison fangs cause the target to be coated in a layer of toxin, each layer reducing their maximum health by 10%. Deathly chains continuously wrap around the target, rendering them unable to act and draining 10% of their health every 5 seconds. As soon as Xiao Dao saw the monster, he rushed forward. When Pham stepped in, "Everyone just focus on fighting and let me handle these issues." Lufam then gathered his power in his hand, and Xiao Pai was pushed back outwards. Xiao Pi's appearance made his teammates uneasy, especially Xiao Dao, who knew they couldn't defeat him easily. As you can see, the monsters here are all level 40 or higher, not ones we can defeat easily. Tufi's fierce appearance makes his teammates uneasy, especially Tu Dao, who has never seen Luke Fam's dragon lineage before. Could this be a former dragon? Stop hanging over my head. You're so annoying. Little Phoenix. Luke Pham affectionately said to his beloved. No, little Da. Luke Pham has 2 favorite dragons. Xiao Fun. Where did this dragon come from? I've never seen it before. While they were chatting, taking advantage of Xiao Dao's distraction, it suddenly lunged to attack. Luke Pham immediately ordered Tufi to unleash the light of the jade, creating 3 layers of blessing jade to remove debuff effects and increase all attributes by 30%. Each blessing layer can block 1 attack, helping Xiao Dao escape death. But she was still knocked back by the force of the bite. Daozi. I rushed over to heal you. Tanthu quickly ran to Xiao Dao. Only then did Xiao Dao realize that the damage earlier had been blocked. That's right, Poison Fong. When bitten, the target is coated with a layer of poison, each layer reducing their maximum health by 10%. The sticky web entangles, tightly wrapping the target in a web, causing death after 60 seconds. This thing is even more impressive than a second-tier master transfer. Xiao Dao also agrees, saying the dragon race is truly powerful. A small dragon like that can already be immune to damage and can boost all its attributes. Suddenly, the beast charged towards Tanthu and Xiao Dao. Luke Pham was about to rush in to help when a beam of light from behind him shot straight through the creature's head, instantly making it vanish. While everyone was still stunned, the sword shadow retracted its sword and warned, "Don't waste any more time. We're in their sights now." Sword Shadow. Hidden Combat Profession. Level 21. Swordmaster 1. Blood-breaking sword. Preserving the body. Weapon level 21. Profession dependent. Swordmaster. Plus 3,947 strength. Plus 126 agility. Armor break ignores 30% of the target's defense when dealing damage. Kinetic Spirit. Increases control speed by 40%. So this is the attack method of the Swordmaster. No wonder number 2 is so powerful. While admiring the sword image in his mind, Lufam suddenly noticed it turn serious and fly in a direction. He looked where it was headed and saw a silver-armored spider about to attack Hang Ka. So he rushed forward and pushed Hang Ka aside. Unlike before, this sword of the sword image can only redirect the monster's attack rather than cause it damage. At this moment, the system begins to display information. Silver-armored spider. Level 45. Shiwu. 750 experience points. Materials. Silver armor shell. Worth 4. 115 tails. Poison fangs. Targets bitten will be infected with a layer of poison that reduces their maximum health by 10% per layer. Piercing leg clamp. Simultaneously stabbing through 2 targets in the front limbs. If not defeated, they will activate again. Silver armor. Immune to armor-breaking effects. The silver armor spider let out a cry, then turned to attack Kiamon with its piercing leg skill, but repeatedly failed as Kiamon moved too quickly. Carefully, Kiamon shouted and then charged to deliver a decisive strike. Killing the monster. Focus on it. It's not the only one here. Moreover, it's not just the spiders, but also the black net hunters are present as well. The sword shadow simultaneously uses the Warbreaker Greatsword and the Waterfall Sword to fight the monsters. The Warbreaker Greatsword. Epic. Level 21. Dependent skill. Swordmaster. The silver armor spider let out a cry, then turned to attack Kiamon with its piercing leg skill, but repeatedly failed as Kiamon moved too quickly. Carefully, Kiamon shouted and then charged to deliver a decisive strike. Killing the monster. Frost Ice deals ice attribute damage and reduces the target's movement speed by 30%. Blacknet Hunter. Level 45. Experience points 39. 110. Materials. Spider Eye Su. 519 Long Tay. Poison Fong. When bitten, the target is coated with a layer of poison, each layer reducing their maximum health by 10%. The sticky web entangles, tightly wrapping the target in a web, causing death after 60 seconds. While fighting alongside the sword spirit to attack the monster, Luke Pham asked casually, "Your weapons are all dependent on your class, which is quite special. Swordmasters can craft their own weapons, and each one levels up along with me starting from level 1. But now's not the time for promotion." As he dodged the silver-armored spider's attack, Jian Ying also used Frost Mist to deal ice damage and reduce the target's movement speed by 30%. This skill is somewhat similar to that of a dragon tamer. While leveling up their skills and weapons, Lufam secretly notices a silver-armored spider trying to ambush the sword shadow, so he orders Xiao Pi to activate the emerald light and rushes forward to block the attack with his weapon. As he dodged the silver-armored spider's attack, Jian Ying also used Frost Mist to deal ice damage and reduce the target's movement speed by 30%. This skill is somewhat similar to that of a dragon tamer, the 3 swords working together. The swordmaster truly is a versatile profession. Just then, Hang Ka's scream caught Luok Pham and the sword image's attention, prompting them to focus. With Dao Tu and Bao Bao standing guard, Tan Thu told Xiao Dao while Xiao Dao and Hang Ka were being surrounded by the enemies. "There are still many silver armor rings left. Let me handle them. You go find the Black Net Hunter quickly." Poison Fong. When bitten, the target is coated with a layer of poison, each layer reducing their maximum health by 10%. The sticky web entangles, tightly wrapping the target in a web, causing death after 60 seconds. Kiam-on was so focused on Luke Pham that he was ambushed, destroying the 3 layers of armor made by Tu Fi and injuring himself. He still decided to run to find the Black Net Hunter. But Luke Pham stopped him. "Wait, Kiam-an. She's injured. Don't go in alone. Xiao Fei. Hurry and treat her." Before Luke Pham could finish speaking, Tan Thu quickly urged him, "Hurry and follow the sword spirit. With the sapphire light. We have enough here." "Yes. Then I'll leave it to you two." Then Luke Pham and Tu Fi immediately ran after Jian Ying. "Here it is. Let me help you." "Forget it. You order Xiaofei to release the luminous jasper to create an illusionary armor and a pen for the sword spirit. I can handle it myself. Just as the shadow was about to escape, Lufam quickly leapt forward, transforming his arm into a dragon claw to slash and tear the spider web, injuring the monster. Seeing this scene, Jianying couldn't help but feel excited. Clearly, he and the other are only separated by a rank. Yet his personal attack power matches his full-strength dragon spear. Let's go. Following Lufam's instructions, they both wield their swords together. While Lufam uses the dragon tooth spear to manipulate dragon energy, he unleashed a powerful strike with his weapon and the spiritual wind, receiving blessings from the wind to increase his agility by 35%. Then used both the Ham Sun and Fa Huyet swords simultaneously to attack, breaking armor and speeding up his sword control to finally defeat the monster. Raising the Jade line to level 3. Well done. In just a short time, Little Pai has already reached level 3. After defeating this boss, she'll definitely level up to 5. Seeing Lufam happily stroking the pet, Qian suddenly felt a strange sensation in her heart. Even though their strength differences are so vast, she still feels very at ease. I never thought I would be seen as weak and receive help like this. Just as Lufam was about to say something, Tanthua and his group arrived. Lufam and Qian. We've taken care of the silver armor group. Little Fam, you just leveled up. Lufam hasn't rushed over to them yet to talk to the sword image. No, you're very strong. But no matter how powerful you are, we will never let our teammates fight alone. Little Fam, why didn't you use the emerald light for yourself? You don't need that. Lufam, Mong, your former dragon can heal. Right, Tufi immediately uses the life source to heal the entire team. Wow, I feel my body full of energy. Like I can fight one more round. Haha. Lufam, your head is so green. Lufam and Qian. We've taken care of the silver armor group. It turns out having teammates isn't so bad after all. A few hours later, Xiao Dao looked at the map on the tablet and couldn't help but feel confused. This is the end of the map. Have we reached the final point? But there is still a large area ahead. Right, Luok Fam. Luok Fam silently looked down the valley. Tanthu followed his gaze, then exclaimed in shock, It seems this is the nest of the Spider King. At this moment, the system begins displaying information about the pet. The Queen Spider. Level 45. A net that kills everything instantly. Spraying sticky spider silk to bind all targets within range, causing them to be stunned for 60 seconds. It sprays venom, releasing a pool of poison that continuously accumulates on targets within the area, with each layer reducing their health by 5%. Absorb vitality, and devour the spiders following you to restore 5% health per spider eaten. Teamwork and brutality cause all the spiders to focus their attack on a single target, increasing all their attributes by 15% for 60 seconds. The net destroyer speeds up itself within the spiderweb area. Seeing this, Lufan quietly assesses that both the life absorption and collective rage are skills that affect the surrounding spiders, so it seems I need to eliminate the nearby spiders first. At the same time, seeing Ka about to look down into the monster den, Tanthu kindly advised her, Sister, I think you shouldn't look at what's below. Xiao Dao agreed and said, If it weren't for the combat profession she wouldn't be able to handle it. If you can't stand it, you have to learn to endure it. It's always the kids protecting you. If you can't even watch over her, you'll only get in the way more during the fight. A net that kills everything instantly. Spraying sticky spider silk to bind all targets within range, causing them to be stunned for 60 seconds. It sprays venom, releasing a pool of poison that continuously accumulates on targets within the area, with each layer reducing their health by 5%. Absorb vitality, and devour the spiders following you to restore 5% health per spider eaten. Teamwork and brutality cause all the spiders to focus their attack on a single target, increasing all their attributes by 15% for 60 seconds. With a team leading the way and ranged classes pulling the small monsters behind, it would take at least 4 days to clear everything before approaching the boss. Hearing this, Hanka couldn't help but worry. Is it really going to take that long? The food you brought is only enough for 1 day. If I cook now, would you be willing to eat roasted spiders? Tanthu Sak looked upset and said, No, I don't want to eat spiders. We don't need to fight the way others do. Luke Pham, while healing Xiaoda, then ordered her to activate the ancient dragon destruction state and use the great catastrophe skill to cause explosions in the areas she passed through, dealing massive damage and burning the nests below. When Xiao Dao first saw Xiaoda, she couldn't help but be terrified. Fire dragon. So this is the ancient dragon you guys were talking about. Even the sword shadow can feel the terrifying pressure of little Da. While everyone was still amazed by Xiao Da's power, Lufam continued to send Xiao Pi to the ground. Xiao Pi. Let's support Xiao Da some more. Tan Thu Sak looked upset and said, No, I don't want to eat spiders. We don't need to fight the way others do. Xiao Da. Come to my side. Xiao Da immediately obeyed, using Catastrophe 2 to rush into the target area and deal massive damage, then followed with Catastrophe 3 to explode and burn the surrounding area once more, causing Jian Ying to witness and keep marveling inside. The 3 levels of damage are terrifying. Being near the Dragon Gate makes me feel like I'm about to be burned by a heat wave. The little spiders, to avoid Xiao Da's flames, start looking for ways to escape upwards. Tan Thu Sak looked upset and said, No, I don't want to eat spiders. We don't need to fight the way others do. At this moment, Lufam finally felt at ease as he approached the boss with the sword shadow. The boss wouldn't just lie still and wait to die, immediately spitting poison towards Lufam and the sword shadow. Xiao Pai activates the emerald light, while Lu Fang keeps protecting the sword image as the boss continues to spit out spiderwebs towards him. Xiao Da. Come to my side. Xiao Da immediately obeyed, using Catastrophe 2 to rush into the target area and deal massive damage, then followed with Catastrophe 3 to explode and burn the surrounding area once more, causing Jian Ying to witness and keep marveling inside. In response to Kim Chao's question, Tran Thien Tri thought for a moment before replying. Luok Pham still hasn't withdrawn his bet. If I only assess his personal ability, I am confident about 30%. But with the princess's support, it rises to 70%. Only he nearly wiped out all the spiders by himself. Thanks to the help in eliminating many spiderlings, Little Pai succeeded in leveling up, reaching level 5 with the Jadeite Blessing skill. Phi Thui Truck Fuck adds 3 layers of Jade Dragon energy to the target, increasing damage for the next 3 attacks. Just as Luke Pham wanted to let Tu Fi try out her new skill, he noticed her body suddenly glowing with fire and then shifting into a new form, just like the little beast back then. Xiao Pi now has a new form and greater power. The boss Lao rushed forward with both claws to attack Lu Fam and the sword shadow. Xiao Pai activates the emerald light, while Lu Fang keeps protecting the sword image as the boss continues to spit out spiderwebs towards him. Phi Thui Truck Fuck adds 3 layers of Jade Dragon energy to the target, increasing damage for the next 3 attacks. Just as Luke Pham wanted to let Tu Fi try out her new skill, he noticed her body suddenly glowing with fire and then shifting into a new form. Well done. Even at level 5, Xiao Pai has gained a new skill and form. Lufan gently pats Xiao Pi's head, secretly praising. And you could see that Xiao Pi's attack was also infused with dragon energy. If you use it on the little beast, just as the boss unleashes a full poison attack, Luke Pham dodges while ordering Tu Fi to use Phi Thui Truc Phuc on the little beast. After being buffed, the little gorilla unleashed a barrage of water jets that shot straight at the boss. Taking advantage of the boss struggling with the flames, Lu Fan, Jian Ying, and Xiao Pai charged forward in coordinated attack, causing the boss to be defeated. Accordingly, Lu Fam reached level 23, the little beast level 18, and the little fairy level 7. At this moment, the sword shadow couldn't help but ask Lu Fam, "What was your score in the recent trial?" "Huh. Well, around 3 million. I suppose." Hearing that, Sword Shadow couldn't help but be surprised. That strength should be more than just 3 million. I guess I have no choice. After all, 3 million is the limit of the nightmare level. Luke Pham smiled and replied, then loudly called out, "Tan Thu, Dao Tu, come down here quickly." At this moment, Jian Ying is deep in thought. In terms of achievements, he's only half of Lu Fang. But in strength, the gap between them is too great and seems insurmountable. In the end, combined with Han Ka's food, the team can clear the dungeon in one go, leveling up and earning materials and leftovers, including Jian Ying himself. Maybe she really needs a team. Or perhaps everyone has given her a feeling she's never experienced before. So for the first time, the top 2 of the Sword Shadow agrees to join a team. To celebrate this success, everyone decides to hold a small party at Luke Fan's villa. Han Ka had cooked many delicious dishes to treat the children, filling the atmosphere with joy and laughter. In the days that followed, Luke Pham also gradually got used to Longdu Academy. Every day they study combat theory and use their free time to level up in the previous secret realm. Over half a month, just 2 days before the new student exam, Luke Pham's team had become much stronger than before. Specifically, Xiao Ye reached level 19, Xiao Pi level 14, Lu Pham level 25, Xiao Dao level 22, Dan Fu level 22, Han Ka level 18. Her sword image and sword both level 24. It's over. Let's unbox now. Go ahead. Xiao Dao excitedly ran to open the treasure chest. then cheered happily. Wow, it's finally here. After nearly a month, I finally collected enough of the swordsman's poison test. The poison test. Rare. Requiert level 20. Warrior or swordsman class. The effect of the test. 2 items. Attack moves that shoot out black spider webs, which can trap opponents in black webs and cause them to be stunned for 60 seconds. 4 items. The targets under control will be poisoned, losing 5% HP every 5 seconds. Tanthu was overjoyed when he saw this. This test definitely allows him to improve his ranking. Let's call it a day for today. It's still early. I'll prepare dinner, and Hong Ka can rest. Tanthu happily agreed. Yes, there's no need to stay here any longer. Since tomorrow is the exam anyway, just go home and rest up for the next day. As soon as Lufam stepped out of the secret realm, he saw Kohan waiting. Fellow student Lu, come with me for a moment. The vice principal agreed. He has something important to tell you. What kind of important matter is it? And it's even before the new student evaluation. Kohan just smiled and said, you'll understand when you get there. On the way to the vice principal's office, Lufam overheard 2 students talking. Today, a master from the Green Cloud department is doing a new evaluation. 73 read. I already know about it. Seeing Lufam's confused expression, Kohan smiled and asked, are you paying attention to what they are saying? Lufam awkwardly replied that lately he's either in the classroom or in the secret realm. So he just has to accept, not understanding those words. It's all because he challenged that Hongvu guy to a score duel, so everyone is aware that points are earned through battles and high-stakes contests. We call that the new evaluation method, where parents occasionally fight a match. The winner earns more points, and the loser can't even afford school snacks. So what is this 73 red they mentioned? Kohan just smiled and said, you'll understand when you get there. On the way to the vice principal's office, Lufam overheard 2 students talking. A moment later, Guhan led Lufan to the principal's office door and quickly left. Zaying Lufan. The assistant immediately got straight to the point about the national exam that the academy had mentioned earlier, and that has now been confirmed to be upcoming. The national exam was originally scheduled to be held in Kim Gok City, Tai Te Quoc, in 5 months, but the host there shortened the time to 2 months. Tai Te Quoc also announced that they would send Kim, the eldest son of Kim, to participate. We call that the new evaluation method, where parents occasionally fight a match. The winner earns more points, and the loser can't even afford school snacks. So what is this 73 red they mentioned? Exactly. Most of the contestants from other countries only reach the second transformation at the start of the national trial. So naturally, Kim Chang-han will have the advantage in winning. Trothang Min angrily slammed his hand on the table. Luke Pham silently agreed. The gap between the third transformation and the second transmission is not just in level, but also in the unique attributes of each transformation. Kim is indeed quite impressive. Luke Pham furrowed his brow tightly and shot out 2 more chain sickles, which slashed across the Kim Vu Bang's neck, causing it to scream painfully. In response to Kim Chao's question, Tran Thien Tri thought for a moment before replying. Luok Pham still hasn't withdrawn his bet. If I only assess his personal ability, I am confident about 30%. But with the princess's support, it rises to 70%. Exactly. Most of the contestants from other countries only reach the second transformation at the start of the national trial. So naturally, Kim Chang-han will have the advantage in winning. Trothang Min angrily slammed his hand on the table. The national exam was originally scheduled to be held in Kim Gok City, Tai Te Quoc, in 5 months, but the host there shortened the time to 2 months. Tai Te Quoc also announced that they would send Kim, the eldest son of Kim, to participate. The assistant looked intently at Lu Fan, as if trying to gauge how much of his words could be trusted. After a moment, he smiled and said, if you've made up your mind, I will also ensure the resources for you. Luke Pham, do you still want to participate in the national competition? Contrary to what the assistant believed, Luke Pham was not afraid at all and even responded confidently. It is based on the match between you and Hongvu as the measure. Hongvu's strength is 1 unit. You are 100 Hong, and Hongvu is 1 Hong. Kohan pointed to Hongvu, who was cleaning nearby. Now he has to do school chores but can still earn points to sustain his living. The rules for the evaluation will be announced, with 2-person teams competing on stage. The moment the words are spoken, the students are stunned. Why team up? I told you so. Haha. I told you so. It is based on the match between you and Hongvu as the measure. Hongvu's strength is 1 unit. You are 100 Hong, and Hongvu is 1 Hong. Kohan pointed to Hongvu, who was cleaning nearby. Now he has to do school chores but can still earn points to sustain his living. The rules for the evaluation will be announced, with 2-person teams competing on stage. The moment the words are spoken, the students are stunned. Lufam, do you still want to participate in the national competition? Contrary to what the assistant believed, Lufam was not afraid at all and even responded confidently. The qualifying round will start this afternoon. The top 100 teams will be announced tomorrow night. The new student assessment requires everyone to do their best. The next day marks the start of the new student evaluation. I am in the top 7 dual swordsmen, and I've been watching you since the freshman festival. Can you team up with me for this trial? I'm sure we can. A sharp-looking girl confidently made a proposal. But before she could finish, Jian Ying interrupted and mocked her. Then she went to join Luke Fam's group. At this moment, Luke Fam proposed that Tan Thu, the Sword Shadow, and Dao Tu form a team, and it will be arranged later. The scene shifts to the next day at the new student qualification tournament qualifying round. Tran Tianqi and Kim Chao became a formidable pair, winning 28 consecutive matches. Our team has now reached the top 7. Based on the next match, can we fight the top one? Kim Chao smiled and replied, not long now. My brother Kim Thon Han will come to visit me. The new student assessment requires everyone to do their best. The next day marks the start of the new student evaluation. A sharp-looking girl confidently made a proposal. But before she could finish, Jian Ying interrupted and mocked her. Then she went to join Luke Fam's group. This time's opponent is the 18th ranked team of Tran Tianqi and Kim Chao, facing the top-ranked team of Luke Fam and Kiem An. The announcement immediately causes the audience to erupt. After the dragon battle, the top 1 and top 2 dragon tamers formed a team. Even Tran Tianqi and Kim Chao couldn't help but be amazed by this powerful alliance. Going back to earlier, when Lu Fang suggested that he and Tan Thu team up with Xiao Dao to form a team so everyone could achieve a good ranking, Dam Thu refused. No need. Lu Fang, you and Jian Ying should team up to fight for first place. So both of you can keep your top 1 and top 2 positions. Xiao Dao also chimed in. I don't want to cause trouble for you two either. So Lu Fam hesitated. And Tan Thu continued persuading him. Don't worry about me. Tu Dao and I will do our best. Back to the present. Tan Thu shouted loudly from the stands. Luke Fam, who will be number 1? Luke Fam rubbed his hands to warm up, then asked with a smile. Sword Image. Winning first place is no problem. Right. Sword Image nodded without hesitation. Of course. A few minutes earlier, while taking a break in the waiting room, Luke Fam was piecing together several treasure maps. When Lu Fang suggested that he and Tan Thu team up with Xiao Dao to form a team so everyone could achieve a good ranking, Dam Thu refused. No need. Lu Fang, you and Jian Ying should team up to fight for first place. So both of you can keep your top 1 and top 2 positions. Xiao Dao also chimed in. I don't want to cause trouble for you two either. So Luke Fam hesitated. And Tan Thu continued persuading him. Don't worry about me. Tu Dao and I will do our best. Back to the present. Tan Thu shouted loudly from the stands. Luke Fam, who will be number 1? When Lu Fang suggested that he and Tan Thu team up with Xiao Dao to form a team so everyone could achieve a good ranking, Dam Thu refused. No need. Lu Fang, you and Jian Ying should team up to fight for first place. So both of you can keep your top 1 and top 2 positions. Tu Dao and I will do our best. Back to the present. Tan Thu shouted loudly from the stands. Luke Fam, who will be number 1? When Lu Fang suggested that he and Tan Thu team up with Xiao Dao to form a team so everyone could achieve a good ranking, Dam Thu refused. No need. Lu Fang, you and Jian Ying should team up to fight for first place. So both of you can keep your top 1 and top 2 positions. This time's opponent is the 18th ranked team of Tran Tianqi and Kim Chao, facing the top-ranked team of Luke Fam and Kiem An. The announcement immediately causes the audience to erupt. Tu Dao and I will do our best. Back to the present. Tan Thu shouted loudly from the stands. Luke Fam, who will be number 1? This time's opponent is the 18th ranked team of Tran Tianqi and Kim Chao, facing the top-ranked team of Luke Fam and Kiem An. The announcement immediately causes the audience to erupt. Tu Dao and I will do our best. Back to the present. Tan Thu shouted loudly from the stands. Luke Fam, who will be number 1? This time's opponent is the 18th ranked team of Tran Tianqi and Kim Chao, facing the top-ranked team of Luke Fam and Kiem An. The announcement immediately causes the audience to erupt. Tu Dao and I will do our best. Back to the present. Tan Thu shouted loudly from the stands. Luke Fam, who will be number 1? Luke Fam delivered a kick, then used the dragon blade, combined with the blood dragon armor, transforming his arm into a dragon claw, punching the little Tran Thien Tri's jaw and causing him to stagger back in confusion. Tran Thien Tri watched the dense sword shadows standing still, frowning in anger as he saw his teammate not join the fight nor retreat with the dragon. This time's opponent is the 18th ranked team of Tran Tianqi and Kim Chao, facing the top-ranked team of Luke Fam and Kiem An. The announcement immediately causes the audience to erupt. If I win, you have to tell me all the characteristics of the sword horse. Okay, let the battle begin. What do you mean? Lufam smirked and replied. It's just a small matter. Nothing serious. Let me adjust and pull back first. Lufam draws his weapon, then uses the Dragon Whip skill to summon dragon energy, launching a powerful strike with his weapon straight at the Earth Dragon, causing its tendons to be injured and shattering the surrounding rocks. The students witnessing this scene couldn't help but be shocked. Oh my god. Did you see that just now? Fighting these two useless guys. There's no need to use all your strength. Suddenly Kim Chow laughed loudly. Lufam, today I finally have my chance. That arrogant, low-level who dares to insult me. As she spoke, her eyes filled with sharpness. Today I will make you pay twice what you've done so far. In the end, how strong is the 6 demons? This is just too unbelievable. Even Tran Tianqi, who was involved in the situation, was stunned by this scene. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and deal with him. Tran Tianqi was startled by Kim Chaw's words, and only then did his mind return to the present as he responded. Miss Subordinate obeys. Then he ordered the Earth Dragon to use its tail sweep, unleashing its massive tail to deal damage within a fan-shaped area. At the same time, he himself wielded the Dragon Spear, channeling dragon energy to launch a powerful strike to attack Lufam alongside the Earth Dragon. Both of them are dragon tamers, so he wouldn't have teleportation skills. Being hit by 2 attacks at once, he couldn't run, even if he wanted to. That's what Tran Tianqi thought. But for someone like Lufam, who has boots and a spirit shield, this was just a small obstacle. Fighting these 2 useless guys. There's no need to use all your strength. Suddenly Kim Chow laughed loudly. Lufam, today I finally have my chance. That arrogant, low-level who dares to insult me. As she spoke, her eyes filled with sharpness. Today I will make you pay twice what you've done so far. But Lufam not only managed to suppress it but also fought alongside that dragon tamer. Go back. Useless trash. Lufam not only refused to retreat but also didn't let his teammates intervene. Yet he still ended up so miserable in front of so many people. He only used his own strength to force the Long Clan to stop. But that was an Earth Dragon. Earth Dragons are also a lineage. Doesn't he know how much the power difference is between humans and dragons? Don't even dream about it. Kim Chow is furious and starts using magic. Help us. The princess has to step in personally now to save face. How can I introduce you to my brother like this? So pathetic, and you still want to go to the Tai Kingdom and become the strongest dragon tamer. As expected, Kim Chow used that strange growth skill again. And after her buff, the abnormal state of the long armor caused a commotion among the spectators. What's going on with that long beast? It looks like a demon from hell. It's a buff from Tran Tianqi's teammate, and its strength has skyrocketed. It seems like a foreign student. But that kind of skill looks very superficial. Why hasn't Lufam summoned the dragon companion yet? I want to see the twin dragons fight. On the arena, the sword image immediately summoned 2 weapons that floated on either side. Overthrowing the sword. Epic. Level 24. Profession required. Swordmaster. Hamsun deals 240% physical damage and disperses 24% of that damage to surrounding targets. Break Blood Sword. Epic. Level 24. Skill requirement. Swordmaster. Graceful. The sword control speed increases by 42%. As the sword shadow was about to surge forward, Lufam raised his hand to stop it. Sword shadow. I can handle the 2 of them myself. Don't forget our previous agreement. Sword Shadow hesitated and said, but I have faced this skill before. The price of suffering distorts the form. Without hesitation, Lufam steps forward to face Jialong. On the opposite side, Kim Chow ordered, Tran Tianqi, kill him now for me. Tran Tianqi replied, yes, sire. Then he ordered Giap Long to attack Lufam. But Lufam remained standing still. Behind Giap Long, Kim Chow gritted her teeth and glared hatefully at Lufam before speaking. I must take back your black dragon. If you don't want to become useless again and get crushed, then step back. Hack Long. Your attributes aren't high enough to handle Giap Long. Then he ordered Giap Long to attack Lufam. But Lufam remained standing still. The current situation, Kim Chaw's voice suddenly fell silent here because she saw Lufam's action. Behind Giap Long, Kim Chow gritted her teeth and glared hatefully at Lufam before speaking. I must take back your black dragon. Kim Chow and Tran Tianqi are farther away. Although not frozen, visible white mist escapes from their mouths with each breath due to the cold. Even the spectators in the stands are affected by the icy aura and gasp. I suddenly feel very cold. The temperature has dropped significantly. Is this Lufam's dragon pet? Tran Tianqi looks much more confident now. No, this is just an illusion. Not real. It must be a magic skill. Wow. He knows both physical combat and magic. The noise from the stands doesn't distract Lufam at all. After the magic attack, Lufam raised his sword, his sharp eyes looking at Kim Chow. That dark magic really boosted her dragon armor attribute much higher than mine. But who told her that having a higher attribute could crush me? You just want to take away the dragon song. It's not fun. Without a word, Lufam quickly rushed in front of Kim Chow and swung his sword, leaving her no time to react. Princess, be careful, Tran Thien Tree shouted loudly, then rushed to help Kim Chow block Lufam's strike and loudly commanded, Jiap Long, attack. Obeying the order, Jiap Long opened its mouth and spat fire at Lufam. Lufam suddenly reappeared behind Jiap Long after avoiding its fire breath. He is indeed a good connection. If that's the case, then Lufam reached out his hand towards Jiap Long and recited the dragon language magic. The roar of the Lam Long Vuong. The roar of the Lam Long Vuong unleashes a thunderous shockwave forward, causing massive damage and paralysis effects. Subsequent attacks will carry 20 layers of lightning attribute. With each attack, 1 layer is removed, and there is a 20 chance to paralyze the opponent. Once again, the audience sees a huge illusion appear behind Lufam. When separated, this time it was an illusion of the Lam Long Vuong. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down on the armored dragon, causing it to scream in agony. This is too terrifying. Lufam. He's activating a new magic again. That's right. This isn't just ordinary magic. It's a rare dragon language magic. At first, facing the armored dragon with his fleshly body, then using magic, yet refusing to transform into Long Dung. It looks like Tran Thien Chi's winning streak is about to end. Contrary to the excited chatter of everyone in the stands, Tran Thien Chi's face in the arena was full of disbelief and silent horror. How could this be? They are all dragon masters. So why is there such a big difference? At this moment, Lu Fang returned to his original position, facing Tran Thien Chi and Kim Chow, slowly asking, from the start of the battle, contrary to the excited chatter of everyone in the stands, Tran Thien Chi's face in the arena was full of disbelief and silent horror. How could this be? Tran Thien Chi, what are you doing? Aren't you going to let the armor dragon continue fighting? Lu Fang ignored Kim Chow and, after brushing his sword with his hand to activate a layer of lightning, continued to stare at Tran Thien Chi and ask, the Long Thuong Kich and Long Nya Kich are slightly different, but that's because our weapons are different. Fundamentally, they are the same skill. But why do you never use the Dragon Saber or the Dragon Bone Sword? Tran Thien Chi was startled and thought to himself, Dragon Saber, Dragon Bone Sword, could these be his original skills? Kim Chow saw Tran Thien Chi still standing there without doing anything and angrily shouted, you useless trash. You're just like him. He swore he would avenge me. So hurry up. Seeing Tran Thien Chi's expression, Lufam smiled and said, the armor of the dragon can't unlock all skills for him. It's not that he doesn't use them, but that they don't exist. Give up. You have no chance to win. We are different. Long Su horses. Tran Thien Chi lowered his head and softly said, enough. Lufam frowned, opening his mouth to advise, we have no grudges. You don't need to tarnish your dignity. Shed her tears, or confront me. Tran Thien Chi suddenly raised his head, bloodshot eyes glaring at Lufam. Enough. You not only blocked me from reaching the position of the strongest Long Su, but also so arrogant as to teach me not to have self-respect. Then he looked at Kim Chow and said, Your Highness, the princess, your knight will surely keep his promise. Please give it to me. I will risk my life to make this servant understand what happens to those who offend the princess. Hearing that, Kim Chow was momentarily surprised, then immediately sneered and spoke. Give up. You have no chance to win. We are different. Long Su horses. Tran Thien Chi lowered his head and softly said, Enough. Kim Chow raised her hand and cast a spell, directly using her magic on Tran Thien Chi. Tran Thien Chi cried out in pain and obeyed. Lufam, confused, asked why he was so loyal to someone like Kim Chow when he clearly knew her true nature. What do you understand without the princess? I am just a useless man for the rest of my life. Kim Chow raised her hand and cast a spell, directly using her magic on Tran Thien Chi. Tran Thien Chi cried out in pain and obeyed. When the transformation is complete, Kim Chow happily orders to deal with Lufam now. Tran Thien Chi, hearing the command, rushes toward Lufam, gripping his weapons with both left hands and shouting loudly, D. Compassion's heart. Seeing this, Lufam also stopped persuading. His gaze turned sharp as he raised his weapon, covered in lightning, level with his head. the tip of his sword aimed directly at Tran Tianqi. Compared to being hateful, I find him more pitiful. Thunder Peak. When the transformation is complete, Kim Chow happily orders to deal with Luke Pham now. Tran Tianqi, hearing the command, rushes toward Luke Pham, gripping his weapons with both left hands and shouting loudly. D. Compassion's heart. Long's house is angry. Lu Pham is too strong. Repeatedly stabbing at Tran Tianqi. By the time Luke Pham stopped, Tran Tianqi behind him was electrocuted, his body full of scars and his eyes bloodshot. Sorry, Your Highness. He whispered that Tran Tianqi lost consciousness and fell, with Kim Chow watching in fear. When Kim Chow saw Lu Pham approaching and raising his hand, she panicked and sat down on the ground, screaming, "What do you want to do? Don't talk nonsense too much. My brother is the new leader of Tai Chi Kingdom. If you dare to hurt me, he will definitely strike back at you 100 times worse." Luke Pham ignored Kim Chaw's threats and slapped her hard across the face. "Fine. Then consider me owing your brother. I wonder if he has the ability to demand it yet." After saying that, Lu Pham turned and walked away. Luke Pham's sudden slap also surprises the audience. What's wrong with him? He already won but still wants to humiliate his opponent. That's right. How could he even hurt such a cute girl? But what does that girl have to stand up to Tran Tianqi for? That's right. A foreign student who acts tough. Does she think this is her home ground? At this moment, Truong Thang Min's voice rang over the loudspeaker, commanding order. I declare the match over. The winning team is Luke Pham and the Sword Shadow. Then he seriously told Ms. Han to have Lu Feng come to my office immediately and to continue preparing for the next matches of the other teams. Watching Truong Thang Min leave, Ms. Han responded, "All right, un moment later." Lu Feng went to Truong Thang Min's office. Truong Thang Min spoke first, saying he thought it was because of the previous national trial with Kim that you were so upset, but through Mr. Tan, I also understand your situation with Kim. However, resolving personal revenge on the arena is hard to do without risking accusations from those behind the scenes. Luke Pham said, I have also experienced loss like Tran Tianqi. That's why I understand very well that Kim Chow is taking advantage of him. Master Thang Min handed Luke Pham a tablet and said, let's not talk about that anymore. Look at this. This is the real reason I called you here. I and the principal saw all your earlier actions and the entire process. You can choose to skip this evaluation for the sake of your family. Luo Fan asked in surprise. Skip. Is it because the two of them are dissatisfied with my performance just now? Truong Thang Min chuckled and explained. Actually, it's more accurate to say that when you released those 2 dragon language spells, the principal and I were very confident in sending you to the national trial. These are high-level secret realms found for you by the Longdu Academy through the Secret Realm Hunters Guild. So pick one. Hearing that, Lu Pham took the tablet and started to examine it. He thought to himself that treasure hunters must be similar to resource hunters. Both being guilds that control resources, these secret realm hunters rely on finding and discovering entrances to different secret realms to exchange for high regular money. Master Thang Min continued with a smile. Secret realm hunters all use very high bidding methods. So no matter which one you choose, the school will go to their guilds to bid on your behalf. Luke Pham hesitated and said, but the starting price listed here is already quite high. Truong Thang Min adjusted his glasses and replied, Longdu Academy has never requested to participate in national training competitions before. The resources we promised to provide for you will definitely be auctioned off. Hearing that, Lu Pham no longer hesitated and began to choose seriously. Un moment later, Luke Pham's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Truong Thang Min. Seeing this, asked curiously, Oh, did you find something you like? Luke Pham smiled and pointed at the screen. Deputy Dean Truong A. I am definitely going to choose this one. Truong Thang Min looked at the screen and saw that the Flying Dragon Lang Palace was at a secret realm level, with a bonus level, a nightmare difficulty, limited number of participants, and more than 2 people. Starting bid 1,375,600,000 yuan. The next day, the semifinals of the new student assessment. The first match of today's semifinals is team number 1, Luke Pham, the Sword Shadow, versus team number 2, Yang Feng, Van Huaqing. While Guhan was announcing, Truong Thang Min suddenly raised his hand to stop. Next, Mr. Keho spoke into the mic, announcing that Team Luke Pham had withdrawn from the competition and everything would be rearranged. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire audience started to get noisy. Who? What do you mean Luke Pham withdrew? I came here today just to see him. Could something have happened yesterday? Who could know about this? It's impossible. Dao Xiaomai sat among the crowd, looking annoyed, and muttered that hearing these words was really irritating. Tan Thu sat beside them, advising them to let it go. Lufam and Kiem-on must have already entered the secret realm. At the same time, Lufam and Kiem-on had arrived at the forest outside the Phi Long Langvian secret realm. Walking through the woods, Lufam chuckled and apologized. Truly sorry, Kiem-on. Just because we're on the same team, you can't continue the competition anymore. Kiem-on responded indifferently, saying that the school told us we could both keep our places in the Thanvan Ban. Moreover, you also gained an extra 10,000 academic points, so there's really no need for you to apologize. After walking for a while, Jianyin continued. And you managed to reach such a rare secret realm. Thank you. So all the rewards from the secret realm are yours. For me, experience is enough. Lu Fang smiled and said, I understand. You don't like to owe others favors. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fang suddenly looked up at the tree and shouted. Someone. Hearing the shout, Jian Ying was startled and looked up. Hey. Over here. A laugh came from a branch above. 1 second later, a person with red hair jumped down, smiling at Lu Fam and the others. Introducing himself, Don't worry. Don't worry. I am a member of the Hidden Realm Hunters Guild. Just call me Hak Thu. After hearing that, Lu Fam pointed at the badge on his chest and asked, We are all from Longdu Academy. So you led the way to the entrance of Phi Long Lang Vian. Hak Thu stepped closer, carefully examining the badge on Lu Fam's shirt, then turned around, leading one side and chatting on the other. If you've already bid for it, then follow me. At that point, the task of guiding you to the teleportation gate will be complete. Let me tell you, your Longdu Academy really is wealthy. But how are you both at such low levels to be able to come to such an expensive place? Luke Pham replied, I'm level 25, and she's level 24. Hak Thu was startled and exclaimed, Only level 25. Are you two crazy or what? This is a nightmare secret realm for level 55 and above. Hak Thu. Stop. Take out your phone and say, Let me contact Longdu Hak Fu again to see if there's any mistake here. It's only death for those who haven't advanced to the second transition yet. Luke Pham said, Hak Thu, you don't need to waste your time on that. Before Luke Pham could explain, a sudden attack struck the large tree beside the three, causing it to fall toward them. Luke Pham reacted immediately, quickly grabbing his shadow sword and running away. Hak Thu also hurried to follow the two people. After running out of the fallen big tree's range, Lu Pham immediately turned back, stopping his magic in his hand, shouting towards the gap, forming a spear and roaring. Immediately after, a scream of agony echoes as a monster falls straight down from the sky onto the ground, and its pounding footsteps causing Hak Thu to turn back and look. And then, he opened his mouth in disbelief and shouted, What kind of skill is this? Are you really only level 25? Isn't that the level 50 celestial dragon eagle over there? Luke Pham still has lightning energy in his hand and smiles as he speaks. Hak Thu, level is not an issue for us. Please lead us to the entrance quickly. All right. Let's keep going. Hak Thu rubbed his head, then led the way forward for the two of them. After following Heishi through several hidden paths covered by bushes, Lu Fang and the Sword Shadow suddenly saw a huge red vortex. Heishi said, We're here. This is the entrance to the Phi Long Cemetery. Luke Pham carefully examined the large whirlpool and realized this was the teleportation gate leading to the divine wood of the flying dragon. At this moment, Hak Thu clapped his hands, turned around, and said, So my task is done. See you again if fate allows. Wait. Hak Thu, you should extend your hand and smile, proposing if fate has brought us together like this. Let's form a bond. Since hunters explore a lot, I might need to ask you to keep an eye on some locations. She was surprised and asked, Wait. Locations. Places. The location. Jian Ying was not interested in their conversation, so she took the initiative to enter the secret realm first. Luke Pham smiled and continued. Of course there would be a fee. Hak Thu hurriedly asked. Wait a minute. Do you mean you want to buy the location information from me? Wait. Hak Thu, you should extend your hand and smile, proposing if fate has brought us together like this. Let's form a bond. Hak Thu lifted his chin, thought for a moment, then extended his hand and said, eBay. 000 long coins for a location information. That's the agreed price. If not, then, before Hak Thu could finish speaking, Luke Pham quickly shook hands and agreed. So it's decided then. Hak Thu was a bit surprised by Luke Pham's decisiveness. It wasn't until Lu Pham entered the secret realm that Hak Sha reacted and thought to himself, Are everyone from the Longdu Academy so wealthy? Inside the secret realm, as soon as Lu Pham stepped out of the teleportation gate, the Sword Shadow spoke, urging us to hurry up. You guys have so much to talk about. Let's get moving. Luke Pham quietly muttered as he looked around. So this is the divine wood flying dragon that Heishuo mentioned. At the same time, he was secretly calculating that the location of the top-tier divine level is above the divine wood pavilion. The resources we promised to provide for you will definitely be auctioned off. Hearing that, Lufam no longer hesitated and began to choose seriously. The zombie flying dragon. Level 50. Sanjiqi. 120 experience points. Materials. Flying dragon lineage. R. 772 dragon coins. The pack bites and tears, dealing physical damage. And when biting a target, it calls nearby allies to join in the attack. The foul breath is exhaled in a fan-shaped area, inflicting a debuff that reduces attack power by 50% on all targets within range. Phantom Sword. Prepare to attack. Without Lufam reminding her, Kiem An had already summoned her war form within her sword, using the mountain lure technique to destroy a Houthi Phi Long. The nearby ones also took a certain amount of amplified damage. As for Lufam, he decided to sacrifice Xiaoya. Xiaoya had just appeared and immediately spat fire at the horde of zombie dragons. Lava flames spewed continuously forward, causing damage while healing herself. Then suddenly she sensed a Houthi Phi Long had successfully circled behind her. She opens her mouth, preparing to unleash her foul breath attack. Sword Shadow quickly leaps away to dodge. In midair, she summoned the Phantom Blade and used a piercing attack to break through the head of the zombie flying dragon for a sneak attack. As she was about to land, the Phantom Blade realized her body was outside the tree layer, and she began to fall freely. Break the army's heavy sword. Come here. Sword Shadow loudly commands, hoping to use the flying sword's ability to catch the body. Just as she couldn't wait for the heavy sword to break through, a zombie phoenix rushed toward her. The sword image gritted her teeth and silently shouted, "It's gone. I don't have time." A sword master without a sword. Jian Ying can only rely on her eyes and has no way to handle the current situation. In that critical moment, Luo Fan quickly reacted and rushed down, gripping his weapon and using a heart-stirring attack with an added blood contract. A sword swung and destroyed the Houthi Phi Long. Then I reached out and shouted to Jian Ying, "Jian Ying, take my hand." Jian Ying quickly reached out and grabbed Lufam's hand. Then, Lufam twisted his body, using his weapon to stab into the tree to slow their fall. When they finally stopped, they both let out a sigh of relief. Lufam looked down at Jian Ying and chuckled softly. "Careful. The place we need to go isn't just below." Jian Ying smiled and said, "Once again, you saved me." At this moment, my assistant continued, "I really regret that the promises made by the Academy before now seem to be so unfair. In 2 months, you only reached level 32nd transfer, while facing a group above level 50, Jian Ying asked cautiously, "Are those dongs coming again?" As he spoke, Lufan looked down and saw a huge skull-shaped head opening its mouth, rushing towards them at high speed. "Be careful," Lufam shouted, decisively clutching the sword image to his chest and pressing his body against the tree to dodge. Seeing that, Lufam quickly shouted upward, "Xiaoya." On the upper floor, Xiaoya had just finished dealing with the 2 groups of floating corpses and flying dragons when she suddenly heard Lufam's shout. As soon as Xiaoya turned around, he saw a huge skull opening its mouth wide, rapidly enlarging in his view. 1 second later, everything around him went dark, and he was swallowed whole by the monster. Vin Hangjia form transforms into a protective form of the life tree's eternal guardian. Gains a new skill, Heartbeat of Life, forever guarding. Whitebone Fortress attack, and controls bones to sweep across the target area. The lower the health, the higher the damage. Loose Fang lowered his sword and said, "Xiaoya will be fine. I'll take care of it now. You keep going." Seeing that, Lufam quickly shouted upward, "Xiaoya." On the upper floor, Xiaoya had just finished dealing with the 2 groups of floating corpses and flying dragons when she suddenly heard Lufam's shout. Lufam didn't stop. He kept running toward the bone dragon and shouted loudly, "Xiaoye." Switched to the destroyer form. A second later, waves of fire and wind suddenly erupted from the mouth of the bone dragon. Whitebone Fortress attack, and controls bones to sweep across the target area. The lower the health, the higher the damage. Loose Fang lowered his sword and said, "Xiaoya will be fine. I'll take care of it now. You keep going." Lava flames spewed continuously forward, causing damage while healing herself. Then suddenly she sensed a Houthi Phi Long had successfully circled behind her. At the command, Xiaopi shouted out and cast a spell on Lufam, and 3 blue jade stones immediately appeared above his head. Then, following a loud explosion, Xiaoya in a roaring form burst out of the mouth of the bone dragon and soared above the battlefield. Looking at the bone dragon wielding a forest beast with its lower jaw shattered, the shadow sword whispered, "Xiaoya still has one more form. Blessing Jade." Add 3 layers of jade aura to the target, increasing damage for the next 3 attacks. Then, Lufam jumps up and shouts loudly, coordinating with me and Little Da. Finally, with the additional support from the blood contract and the jade, Lufam swung his spear to cut off the skull of the bone fortress. But the bone fortress was not yet defeated, and the 2 eye sockets on the skull and the energy in its chest suddenly flashed intensely. In an instant, except for the skull, its entire skeletal body shattered into many pieces and began flying around the skull and the energy cluster at high speed, forming a tornado that enveloped Luok Pham inside, still alive. So if that's the case, as Luke Pham was about to act, he suddenly saw a streak of red light piercing through one side of the remaining forest of the Bone Core battle, cutting off the spell it was casting. Luke Pham looked surprised in one direction and asked, "Why are you down here?" "Sword Shadow. What kind of weapon is that?" Kumyon stands on a sword and flies down to Luke Pham to respond. "I kept my promise earlier. Since you defeated Tran Tianchi alone according to the agreement, I will tell you about the characteristics of the Swordmaster." Luke Pham nodded and said, "All right, then let's get ready to attack." The Sword Shadow responded with action, riding on a weapon to approach the core of the battle. "Break the army's heavy sword. Come here." Sword Shadow loudly commands, hoping to use the Flying Sword's ability to catch the body. Luke Pham looked surprised in one direction and asked, "Why are you down here?" "Sword Shadow. What kind of weapon is that?" The evil karma erupts, allowing the attack attribute to switch between fire and darkness. Each life absorbed permanently increases attack power by 0. Baifanji, currently up by 8. Baifanjityo, soul light form. Abandon the body and become a soul light that attaches to the target with a curse. Gain a new skill. Protect the soul. Attack the soul. Seeing that, Lufam quickly shouted upward, "Xiaoya." On the upper floor, Xiaoya had just finished dealing with the 2 groups of floating corpses and flying dragons when she suddenly heard Lufam's shout. Luke Pham looked surprised in one direction and asked, "Why are you down here?" "Sword Shadow. What kind of weapon is that?" The evil karma erupts, allowing the attack attribute to switch between fire and darkness. Each life absorbed permanently increases attack power by 0. Baifanji, currently up by 8. Baifanjityo, the green jade petal level increased to 15. You have learned a new skill and can now transform your form. Luke Pham leveled up to 26. Watching Xiao Pai and Xiao Ya tangled with Luke Pham, the Sword Shadow sighed. "Although I used my trump card, the fire harvesting net, all the damage was caused by the little wild dog. The power of the ancient dragon truly cannot be measured." Silent in admiration, the mood of the Sword Shadow slightly lifted as it spoke. "Sorry, Luke Pham. I should have kept going further up. Clearly, whether I was there or not, you, Chuda, and Tufi would still defeat the boss quickly. But still," Luke Pham smiled and said, "It's okay. Thank you for helping me escape from the White Bone Fortress. And I've gained a lot today as well. Not only did I learn about the characteristics of the language swordsman, but Tufi also reached level 15. Big Sword Shadow asked curiously, "Is there anything special about level 15? Does it also upgrade abilities like my weapon?" "Sorry, Luke Pham. I should have kept going further up. Clearly, whether I was there or not, you, Chuda, and Tufi would still defeat the boss quickly. But still, the source of life, the light of the jade, natural winter transformation, bloodline of the jade stream, blood contract. Connecting bloodlines grants the dragon horse an additional 10% of the dragon's attributes. Changing forms. The jade line enters the maturity stage and can freely switch between 4 different forms. Baby dragon form reduces all attributes and energy consumption by 50%. Dragoness form is a state born from the blood contract. Vin Hangjia form transforms into a protective form of the life tree's eternal guardian. Gains a new skill. Heartbeat of life. Forever guarding. Soul light form. Abandon the body and become a soul light that attaches to the target with a curse. Gain a new skill. Protect the soul. Attack the soul. You could also interpret it that way. When reaching level 15, the little fox can also switch to a form like the little demon. Honestly, because the little fox grows quite slowly, I thought it would be a long time before I saw its dragon form. Vin Hangjia form transforms into a protective form of the life tree's eternal guardian. Gains a new skill. Heartbeat of life. Forever guarding. As he spoke, Lufam stroked the little phoenix's head. "So let's go explore the divine dragon tree next." Kimon just finished speaking when suddenly they saw a swarm of fireballs heading towards them. An attack spell. "Everyone, be careful. Soul light form. Abandon the body and become a soul light that attaches to the target with a curse. Gain a new skill. Protect the soul. Attack the soul. Vin Hangjia form transforms into a protective form of the life tree's eternal guardian. Gains a new skill. Heartbeat of life. Forever guarding. The sword shadow was only just being carried back by Lufam when he first saw the scene of Xiaoya being swallowed and shouted out, "That's the Kot Long Kung Qian. Xiaoya Kot Long Kung Qian." A level 55 boss with nightmare level Kot Jiap Fu, where the bones of the Kot Long Kung Qian grow and attach to the armor, increasing defense. The bones launch daggers within the target area and cause area damage. Soul Light form. Abandon the body and become a soul light that attaches to the target with a curse. Gain a new skill. Protect the soul. Attack the soul. Following that, the little phoenix transforms into a soul light form attached to the young hero. The bloodline of the emerald line shifts form with soul light. New skill unlocked, soul protection. New skill unlocked, soul shock. The bloodline of the jadeite vein doubles all skill effects for the clan and those connected by bloodline. Soul protection increases all attributes of the target bonded by soul light from 100% to 200%. Each time it takes damage, it absorbs all incoming damage, generating 1 to 2 layers of defensive aura, releasing a burst of aura with 10 layers accumulated. The damage dealt equals the total absorbed damage over 10 instances. The total damage absorbed is 12. The little puppet raises its head and lets out a long scream, and its aura is now much stronger than before. All stats have increased significantly. Power from 374 to 26. 244. Agility from 567 to 10. Qibai. Spirit from 991 to 986. And endurance from 494 to 12. 288. The sword shadow sighed. The buff on the little fox really is effective. Lufam explained. Yeah. The traits of the little fox work better with the dragon race. Lit looked at the two dragons lowering their heads, silently calculating in his mind that the World Destroyer plus the soul protection and bloodline traits of the little demon had boosted its strength to 26. Ling ling ling. I need to reach the divine tree quickly and use the flow's encouragement to the little demon. Then it will go over 30. Ling ling ling. The total damage absorbed is 12. The little puppet raises its head and lets out a long scream, and its aura is now much stronger than before. So, the little one continued to fly at its speed, while the incoming magic attacks seemed to hit a blue-white wall, causing ripples to spread out and quickly be absorbed. The total damage absorbed is 12. The little puppet raises its head and lets out a long scream, and its aura is now much stronger than before. Lufam ordered, "Little Fee, unleash the burst of spiritual energy." Hearing the command, Little Fee immediately released all the spiritual energy, attacking the group of monsters. Lit looked at the two dragons lowering their heads, silently calculating in his mind that the World Destroyer plus the soul protection and bloodline traits of the little demon had boosted its strength to 26. Ling ling ling. I need to reach the divine tree quickly and use the flow's encouragement to the little demon. Then it will go over 30. Ling ling ling. Lufam replied. That's right. Protecting the soul not only helps Xiaopai avoid damage, but also allows him to accumulate damage for a counterattack. And it doubles the effect because he's a dragon race. Hearing this, Jian Ying secretly felt a bit disappointed, thinking he had expected the level up to enhance abilities like his weapon. But this is clearly a new skill unlock. Even if I use my trump card, the Hellfire Scythe, I will still lose to Lufam. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept in, forcing Jian Ying and Lu Xuan to stop. The boss is right ahead. We're almost there. As Lufam finished speaking, a giant monster appeared, blocking their path. Sword Shadow was startled and shouted, "This is Quang Kot Phi Long. Quang Kot Phi Long. Level 60. Boss difficulty. Nightmare level. The storm rages as Quang Kot Phi Long flaps its wings, creating a tornado with extreme speed that deals damage and slows down target's hit. Quang Kot Phi Long stabs the target. If the target's health is below 10, ling ling ling, it will be crushed. The steel bone increases all damage received by 50% and significantly boosts defense. At this moment, Quang Kot Phi Long roars and uses its spear to stab the target, while Kiem An anxiously calls out. Both it and the core of the battle are along. Lufam, we must go help Tujia. Don't worry. Go find the image. After calming the image, Lufam calmly commands, Xiaopi, prepare to activate the soul charge. Soul charge, when in soul light state, continuously guides soul energy to absorb energy, gaining 1 to 2 layers of energy with each charge. Release all absorbed energy when attacking the target, with a maximum of 30 to 60 layers. While the little devil is charging energy, Lufam uses the rally skill to boost its stats by 30% before continuing to command, and the little devil then eagerly rushes towards the iron-blooded dragon. The three lines quickly collided with each other. As for Fida, because the current stamina of the little dog is 13911, far exceeding 10. Ling ling ling. The bone-breaking attack of the armored dragon did not have any effect at all. Fadique, with a combined attack of a spinning move totaling over 34, 117 power points and a soul-shooting technique, tore through one of the wings of the Iron Dragon skeleton, which was completely severed by the 8 layers of spiritual energy of the little devil, causing the Iron Dragon skeleton to scream in agony. Then, it cast a resentful gaze at Lufam, the commander who had caused it to suffer a great loss. Jianying was startled and shouted, "It's over. It's heading back to us." She quickly summoned 2 weapons, her face showing determination. Even though she is nothing before the Dragon Horsemaster, as a teammate, she has to do something. Thinking of this, Kiem-on switched the attribute of the Fire Reaper to Darkness, and used the Evil Karma Burst skill with an additional 9.5% attack power to strike at Phi Long Thiat Kot. However, under the effect of the Steel Bone skill, this attack dealt no damage to Phi Long Thiat Kot. That made her disappointed and say, "My attack is useless against it." Lufam turned to look at the sword shadow and smiled. "It's okay. I got your back supporting our teammate." At the very moment, behind you, Phi Long Thiat Kot's mouth opened, about to swallow you. Kenon shouted in alarm. "Be careful. Luc, ne Luc, femme, moi qu'elle. Chomte cam vu hi quat len. Tiefi, otrotanao. Tiufing len. Laptuk, roi, qua, noi, tierda. Bei toi, bam, vau tren. Noi Luc fam." The entire process took less than a second. Then, Lufam swung his sword at the wide mouth of the pylong, sending this crippled monster to its ancestors. System notification. Black Dragon has reached level 20 and learned a new skill. Dominance. Luke Pham spoke. "It's done." So Tiuda has also leveled up to 20. Jianying has already reached level 25. She looked at the 2 dragon pets fighting each other and said, "Xiaopai is only level 15 but already so strong. So Tiuda at level 20 should be able to kill the armored dragon in one strike. I can't even imagine anymore." Luke Pham smiled and replied, "Xiao Da doesn't really consider these Phi Long Thiat Kot as anything. Let's keep going." Hearing that, Kiem-on suddenly burst into laughter, which made Luke PH remember what Dao Tu once said. Then, Kiem-on imitated Dao Tuoman's tone, saying that with a strong dragon like this, even a chained puppy nearby could still cause chaos everywhere. Luke Pham laughed loudly and said, "You can joke too." "Huh, that's not like you at all." Kiem-on explained. "Maybe it's because I've been with you guys for so long now. I feel like I'm not the same as before. It's clear that you're more willing to talk now, which is very good. From the first time I met you, I already thought your voice was very nice." Hearing Luke Pham say that, Kiem-on suddenly blushed and shyly asked, "Is my voice good?" Luke PH smiled and replied, "Of course it is. You also look very cute. Has no one ever told you these things before?" Kiem-on blushed even more and said, "No, I don't talk much with others and I don't have any friends." Luke PH laughed and said, "Let's not talk about these sad things anymore. Let's keep going." "Okay," she softly replied. Kiem-on bowed his head and followed Luke PH. While behind them, Tuda and Tufi were still whispering to each other. Luke PH snapped in annoyance. "Both of you go now." At the same time, in the nest atop the divine tree, large cocoons lay still and motionless. Luke Pham laughed loudly and said, "You can joke too." "Huh, that's not like you at all." Kiem-on explained. "Maybe it's because I've been with you guys for so long now. I feel like I'm not the same as before. It's clear that you're more willing to talk now, which is very good. From the first time I met you, I already thought your voice was very nice." The shadow image summoned out a vast array of swords that rained down directly onto the boss, interrupting its skill and pinning it to the ground. Feeling that this sword looks familiar, Lufam exclaimed in surprise, "This is Van Hoa." As if to test Lufam's deduction, the sword shadow appears not far from him, controlling the 10,000 flower sword to unleash the heavenly sword dance while saying, "Let me support you from behind. Rest assured, I prioritize my safety above all." Luke Pham smiled and said, "I understand now." Then, Luke Pham should give the order, dispel the blessing and release the heartbeat of life. Feeling that this sword looks familiar, Lufam exclaimed in surprise, "This is Van Hoa." Jade Blessing adds 3 to 12 layers of Dragon Aura Jade to the target, increasing damage for the next 3 to 12 attacks. Emerald Light creates 3 to 12 layers of Blessing, Emerald for the target, removes all peeling effects, and increases all attributes by 30 to 60%. Each blessing layer can block 1 to 2 hits of damage. The heartbeat of the divine life just granted me 2 types of blessing and peeling stones at the same time. Having doubled the layers and added the bloodline link will double the effect again. Thinking to himself, Lufam quickly orders, "Little Da, let's crush it." Emerald Light creates 3 to 12 layers of blessing, emerald for the target, removes all peeling effects, and increases all attributes by 30 to 60%. Suddenly, a tall column of fire rises from the sea of flames. Something escapes from above, emitting a dazzling light. The sword image seems to ask in doubt, and Lufam's serious expression answers that it is a forbidden dragon language. The boss is about to unleash the magic dragon language. When the light disappears, the boss will appear again. It used the dragon spell curse. The day of destruction fell, like a star shooting rapidly toward Lufam's group. When the curse was activated and soared to the highest point, it sacrificed its own blood to deal massive damage upon impact. With damage equal to 120 times the sacrificed blood, the blood sacrifice of the line for the falling sunset is now at 100%. Lufam realizes the boss intends to risk everything and perish with them. So he quickly shouts, "Little bastard." 1 second later, a loud explosion echoed, engulfing the entire divine tree peak in smoke and fire. As everything calmed down, faint green light could be seen shining through the dust. As the dust gradually settled, a green protective cage appeared around Lufam and his group, shielding the Eternal and creating a barrier to protect all targets beneath it. The amount of damage the shield can absorb depends on the health and self-healing ability of Eternal Hegemony. Bloodline uses Phi Thwy, doubling all skill effects for kin and those connected by blood. Immune to all debuff effects. Increases self-healing ability by 5,000%. As for the boss, after its recent suicide attack, it has become experience points for Lufam and his team. Kiamon reached level 28. Van Ho Sword reached level 10. Little Ya reached level 23. Lufam reached level 29. And Little Phi reached level 18. At this moment, Lufam asked with concern, "Sword Shadow, are you okay?" Sword Shadow smiled and replied, "Luckily, Little Phi saved us all. I thought you were gone just now." Lufam nodded, ruffling Xiaopi's head and praising her for protecting the Eternal, which saved us all, thanks to her high self-healing ability. Little Dai pooted, unhappy that Lufam only praised Tufi and not himself. So Lufam quickly added that it was also thanks to Little Dai's super high damage that we were able to win. A moment later, Jianying sighed and said, "I've always thought that battles at levels 20 or 30 were just like a joke. But just now, I myself faced the feeling of confronting death." Lufam nodded and said, "That's right. This is also the first time I fought a level 70 boss. I didn't expect that thinking would lead to an endless loop. It really broadened my horizons." Then, Lufam scratched his head and awkwardly explained, "Jianying, I don't mean to abandon you, actually. I was looking for something but didn't expect to encounter a boss." Kiamon smiled and replied, "It's okay. You're not the type to abandon your teammates. Because I remember what you once told me. Now I will return those words to you. You are very strong, but I will never let you fight alone." Lufam successfully passes through the secret realm of the level, and the reward from the group is a treasure chest. Lufam opens the chest and finds 3 items inside: Soul Wing, Flying Dragon. Legendary. Level 60 required. Agility, plus 356. Strength, plus 291. Spirit, plus 246. Stamina, plus trop. Can fly high. Grants the user the ability to fly and increases flying speed. If the user has a magic dragon language, they will receive a forbidden dragon language and, after use, a one-time upgrade to a higher-level magic dragon language. Lufam muttered to himself that the legendary item not only grants the ability to fly but also unlocks the magic dragon language. So I can also make the day of destruction fall. However, upon reflection, Lufam secretly lamented that flying, not gliding, is required, and with some special professions, no one else can do it, meaning I haven't reached the level needed yet. Yen Yulong. On epic pet equipment, requires level 30 and the dragon or dark dragon race. It allows high flying and can be used as a mount for travel after use. In this state, all attributes of the rider and the pet will be amplified together, and normal attacks will be accompanied by dragon energy causing range damage. Lufam silently thought, turning the dragon pet into a mount. As long as Xiaoya reaches level 30, I can transform into a dragon knight in the national trial. Zhao Xuang calls the dragon epic consumable item. Its effect is that after use, it can restore the souls of the twin dragon kings. Luke Pham had just collected 3 items when he heard the sword shadow call out. Has Luke Pham finished the reward? Hurry and check on that little Fee. What's wrong with it? What is little Fee doing? As he asked, Lufam ran over to check and saw the little Fee autonomously demonstrating the life source flow skill. The life source flow uses the life source to all friendly targets, continuously restoring life. Seeing the streams of blue light merging into the divine tree, Jian Ying asked in shock, is she planning to give this giant tree? Lufam guessed that the source of life can only be used for friendly targets. Could it be? This divine tree of the flying dragon is a living friend. Several vines sprout from its body and quickly stretch toward Lufam. They wrapped around each other and grew taller until reaching your knees. Then a bud appeared. When the bud separated, Lufam saw a seed inside, and it seemed to want him to take it. Luok Pham reached out and examined it. The seed of the Azure Dragon artifact, taken by the fierce demon dragon's sharp claws and the deep abyss mouth, is causing the divine power of the divine wood to gradually fade. This is where the hero who can save the withered divine tree appears. If that person can defeat the fierce demon dragon and take this seed to dip into its blood as proof, they will surely become a dragon spirit. The primal essence of all things, the owner of the divine wood dragon, is being challenged. The large, shadowy sword asks, with a hidden mission activated. Luke Pham replied that it seems the little spirit can communicate with the divine tree. This is the quest item. According to the mission item description, you must defeat a dragon king called the Fima Longthumb Tu Yenko. This is a task without a time limit, so I can wait until I reach level 60 to change class to level 3 or level 90 to level 4 and do it then. Let's put this aside for now. Lufam turned to praise Xiao Fei. Well done. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known about the hidden quest to cure this divine tree. Luke Pham just took the frost dragon skin and asked Xiao Fei if he could eat this. Instead, he was met with 3 puzzled eyes staring at him intently. Luke Pham quickly explained. They misunderstood. It's not about feeding them random things. Xiao Fei has a natural assimilation skill that allows it to acquire the traits of items by biting and swallowing. If it can only be swallowed, then this consumable item probably isn't. But before Luke Pham finished speaking, Tufi had already flown over to each person to try and quickly swallow it. That, in terms of Little Fei's interest, started to chew and swallow. Natural assimilation allows him to bite and swallow equipment, turning the item's skills and attributes into his own. Luke Pham just took the frost dragon skin and asked Xiao Fei if he could eat this. Instead, he was met with 3 puzzled eyes staring at him intently. If it can only be swallowed, then this consumable item probably isn't. But before Luke Pham finished speaking, Tufi had already flown over to each person to try and quickly swallow it. Luke Pham exclaimed in surprise. Wow, it really works. The shadow sword was just as shocked, quickly asking, Who? After using it, you can revive the souls of the twin flying dragons, with their level matching yours. Lufan exclaimed happily. Great, now the little Fee can revive 2 flying dragons. The effect has turned into a skill and is no longer limited in usage. Xiao Fei tries out the new skill. A few moments later, 2 heads of the level of the little fox appeared behind it, possessing all the skills of the previous boss, while the sword spirit shouted loudly, that the boss just now had turned into a soul recall object. Luke Pham smiled and said, Yeah, it shrank a lot. So the little Fee now has its own pet. The sword shadow secretly admired. A dragon's pet of a dragon's pet. Luke Pham really is becoming more unbelievable every day. Then, the sword shadow suggested, dealing with a high-level secret realm like this is really exhausting. Let's go back. Sister Han must be worried. You go back first. I will follow after him. Luke Pham said, then secretly looked at the system map and thought to himself, I still have something very important to do. That night at Longdu Academy. Villano. Yi. While Xiao Da and Xiao Fei were curiously staring at the blue egg, Lufan seriously said, We've lived together for so long. Now is the time to clarify this. Every day. Little Ya bullies Little Fei. Don't you want to have a little brother or sister to play with every day? Little Fei lets Little Ya bully him. Don't you think that someday you'll change and start hitting others out of anger? Now, you have a chance. Are you listening? I know you're anxious. But don't worry anymore. This is the new member about to join our family. In summary, everyone must live in harmony. The Spirit Crystal Certificate. Level. Clear at noon. Then Lu Feng excitedly sat down, placing both hands on the Spirit Crystal Certificate, and used the Dragon Taming Technique. The Dragon Tamer technique can tame lineage creatures, but as time passes, the Spiritual Flow Certificate still shows no reaction at all. Strange. Usually the Dragon Tamer technique always works. Lufam scratched his head in confusion and quickly checked the system menu. Contract. Dragon Song 1. Legend. Level 23. Contract. Feith Streamuna. Legend. Level 18. Contract. Not unlocked. Unlocking conditions. Dragon Tamer High. Now I only have 2 dragon pets. I need to reach level 30 to transfer to level 2 before unlocking the third one. Thinking to myself, Lufam looked at his level 29 and felt a bit disappointed. Then he realized he still had to go to the poison spider forest to level up once more. Go to sleep. We haven't met the new member today. Xiao Ye and Xiao Pai didn't react. Continued observing the spirit flow and then called out to exchange information. Xiao Pi asked, "What is this?" Xiao Ya replied. "Fine." Lufam snapped angrily and went to sleep. The next morning, Tan Thu and Dao Tu Mong went together to Villa No. Yi. As soon as they arrived at the door, Tan Thu knocked and called out, "Lufam, you're back. Wake up quickly. I'm Omolati." The door opened, and Lufam, looking sleepy, asked what's going on. Tan Thu handed him her tablet and said, "You should check this post. It's spreading all over the school." Receiving the tablet, Lufam looked at Tan Shu and asked, "Huh, you woke me up this morning just to gossip. This post is about your withdrawal from the freshman evaluation match. Someone posted it on the school forum yesterday, and it became the hottest topic overnight." Hearing Tan Thu say that, Lufam then shifted his gaze to the tablet. Top 1 Feng Van answered question number 1. Withdrawing is just because of the defeat. Feng Yun advances to the finals. 2 against 2. The new student assessment is not up for debate. Hua Ting once posted about the match between Lufam and Tran Tianqi. Lufam withdrawing from the test was because of his encounter with Jiang Fenyun and Hua Tin. Account A commented that the post was originally anonymous, but was later uncovered to have been posted by him. Withdrawing is just because of the defeat. Feng Yun advances to the finals. Account C commented that according to the original arrangement, Lufam was supposed to fight Jiang Fenyun and Hua Tin. It's probably because Lufam was too scared that he withdrew entirely. Account D commented, "Unless those two fight each other, I will never accept this decision from the school." Although Lufam is the number 1 in the school's eyes, Jiang Fenyun is the real number 1 who fights for real in the assessment. Account E commented, "Turns out it's because of fear of A. If they still kept the number 1 spot for Lufam, it would be a complete joke. Anyone who watched Jiang Fong Van's match yesterday surely saw that Lufam doesn't deserve to be number 1. After reading through, Lufam hesitated and asked, "Fong Van Kak." Tan Thu explained that initially, Fong Van Kak was a team formed by 4 people, ranked from 3 to 6. Account D commented, "Unless those two fight each other, I will never accept this decision from the school." Although Lufam is the number 1 in the school's eyes, Jiang Fengyun is the real number 1 who fights for real in the assessment. Dao Xiaoman replied that Jiang Fengvan had responded this morning to prove to Van Kak's supporters that he is the true number 1, and that after tomorrow's final match, he will come to clean out the number 1 villa. Tan Thu added that holding the number 1 spot means you can participate in the national trial selection, so Jiang Fenyun is probably aiming for that. Luke Pham thought to himself, so that's it. He wants both the reputation and to join the national trial. But he doesn't realize he's already obtained all of this a long time ago. Seeing that Lu Pham still had no response, Tan Thu quickly said, "This Jiang Fengvan really doesn't take anyone seriously." But when Lu Pham was not at school, they spoke badly about him. Dao Tumong was annoyed when Lu Pham finally spoke up, so he didn't bother to say anything. "We don't even know who he is. If he really likes it enough to come tomorrow, just let him come. I need to go tell Jian Ying about this." At this moment, Lu Fang smiled and said, "If Feng Van Kak wants to target me, then I will give them the chance to do what they want." Account D commented, "Unless those two fight each other, I will never accept this decision from the school." Although Lu Pham is the number 1 in the school's eyes, Jiang Fengyun is the real number 1 who fights for real in the assessment. Tan Thu added that holding the number 1 spot means you can participate in the national trial selection, so Jiang Fenyun is probably aiming for that. Luke Pham thought to himself, so that's it. He wants both the reputation and to join the national trial. But he doesn't realize he's already obtained all of this a long time ago. Inside the arena, Jiang Fengyuan, the hidden dark warrior with a stealth combat profession, hesitated for half a beat while covering his eyes with black cloth. Then, facing the two rushing to attack, Jiang Fenyuan decisively used a skill to split into multiple clones, causing the two to panic and scream. Wait a minute, Jiangsa. Why are you using such serious skills all of a sudden? We're just practicing fighting." Jiang Fengvan ignored it and continued to let his clones quickly deal with the two people. After finishing, he took off the black blindfold turned to Hua Tin and said, "Treat them." What did Luke Pham say? Hua Tin handed over the tablet and said, "He posted it on the forum. Here. You can see it directly." Jiang Fong Van took it and smiled. This Luke Pham is really arrogant, daring to challenge the entire Fong Van Kak alone. He's quite bold. Then, Jiang Fong Van suppressed his urge and handed the tablet back to Hua Tin, telling him to reply to Luke Pham and say that after tomorrow's final, they will have a match in the arena. Hua Ting asked in surprise, "Brother Jiang, do we really have to fight Luke Pham?" Jiang Fong Van replied, "Of course. Call everyone in Fong Van Kak as well. He wants to challenge the entire Fong Van Kak. If he does, then we'll obliga. I have to make him understand that whether it's the number one designated internally by the school or the one truly earned through real fights, only one is the real number one." The next day, Tan Thu reviewed Luke Pham's post. Jiang Fong Van took it and smiled. This Luke Pham is really arrogant, daring to challenge the entire Fong Van Kak alone. He's quite bold. Then, Jiang Fong Van suppressed his urge and handed the tablet back to Hua Tin, telling him to reply to Luke Pham and say that after tomorrow's final, they will have a match in the arena. Hua Ting asked in surprise, "Brother Jiang, do we really have to fight Luke Pham?" Jiang Fong Van replied, "Of course. Call everyone in Fong Van Kak as well." Luke Pham responded back, "Let's fight it out." Fong Van Kak replied again, "Indeed, the news is true. Is Lu Pham injured like this? Why is he not saying anything? Tomorrow's battle to see who is the number one in the arena after the finals. Haha. All of Feng Yun Chang will be there. This is going to be a fun one." Seeing the comments, Tan Thu exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Jiang Fengyun is stepping into the fight." Dao Xiaomai asked, "I heard Jiang Fengyun has a semi-final match today. Do you want to go watch?" Han Ka brought over the food and, hearing this, gently advised, "Little Pham, don't say that. Calling the army doomed to fail. Understanding your opponent well is definitely not wrong." Dao Xiaoman nodded in agreement. "That's right. Show your face a bit. Maybe your supporters are even more than Fong Van Kak," Tan Thu nervously said. "But Luke Pham is very popular on the school forum right now. If he's caught watching Jiang Fong Van first, it'll definitely cause gossip." Han Ka cheerfully said, "Then let's disguise ourselves a bit." Luke Pham looked blankly, speechless. After a moment, at a spot in the stands, Dao Tuomong turned to Tan Thu and asked, "So it's Jiang Fengyun?" "Right," Tan Thu replied. "Yeah, probably. Many people are here to see Fong Van Kak." Sitting in the front row, Han Ka turned to Luke Pham, who was wearing a hoodie, a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask, and asked with a smile, "So how is it? Zinyo Hua Chang Chao? Bao Hong Bi Ngoi Fat Hien Ha. Luke Pham I am Lang Hong Dap." The semi-final exam for new students is about to begin. Please send the two teams to the field. As soon as the announcement sounded, Lu Pham suddenly stood up from his seat. Han Ka suspiciously asked, "Where did Xiao Fan go? The match hasn't started yet. This match isn't very interesting. Go for a walk outside and call me when everyone is done watching." With that, Lu Pham left. And in the front row, Truong Theng Min glanced back, watching Luke Pham's back with a thoughtful expression, recalling his earlier conversation with the principal. At that moment, Truong Theng Min approached the door of a room, knocked, and called out, "Principal, I wonder if you are aware of the recent forum posts about the fight. Luke Pham and Zhao Fong are arguing downstairs." The door remains closed, and the principal's voice echoes from inside. "Tiu Thangming, for the fights among new students. Just let Cao Han handle it. No need to tell me." Chiu Thangmin frowned and said, "Based on Luke Pham's strength, I suggest the school intervene and stop this match. I'm worried that if things continue like this, he won't hold back. Anyway, compared to the fight with him, Tran Tien Tri is still lying in the hospital recovering. The vice principal is overthinking. Instead of worrying about this, he should be concerned about something else." Chiu Thangmin asked in surprise, "In a month? So soon?" The principal spoke. "If the national trial is held early, the special envoy will have to arrive early too. How is Lu Pham preparing?" Chiu Thangmin reported that Lu Pham is about to enter transfer stage 2. "Rest assured, Principal, I've also heard of the envoy, Long Du, and although Qian Hong is arrogant, he definitely won't make things difficult for Lu Fang when working. The vice principal's patience is wearing thin. The envoy is no longer Qian Hong. His name now is Win Trong Fong." As soon as he heard that name, Chiu Thangmin's expression changed. He secretly worried. "Win Trong Fong. You mentioned this name when telling me the story of Luke Pham and Kim Chow. It seems that the incident between Luke Pham and Kim Chow caused Win Trong-fong to lose his position, so he must have a grudge against Lufam. The principal continued. He once held a very high position, and was repeatedly demoted to become a special envoy. This is truly quite interesting. Why didn't you say anything? Chang Ming Market was startled awake, quickly stepping aside at the door and asking, I'm sorry, Principal. If the envoy in charge of evaluating the national trial competitors is Han, I fear Lufam will face many difficulties. Yes. Lufam is a candidate personally approved by me, so I believe you understand what you need to do. Chang Ming Market replied. I understand. I will find more resources to help him quickly advance to level 2, compensating for the disadvantage in rank. As for Lufam and Jiang Fong Van's match tomorrow, I will watch. The headmaster's loud laughter echoes from inside the room. I definitely have to watch it, such an interesting thing I can't miss out on. Back to the present. Longdu Academy. Arena area. Scoring room. Suddenly, someone from the scoring room burst out, causing those around to start talking. Who is this person to be defeated already? With a 100-point arena, reaching such a level, they must have switched to a lower rank to cheat others. This can't be the arena of level 29. At this moment, the person who was just thrown out got up and shouted loudly, Everyone don't go into this room. No one can win. Someone asked, Hey, do you know who the owner of this room is? The person who was knocked out replied, I feel like I've seen them before, but I can't quite recognize them. At that moment, in the scoring room, after knocking the opponent out, Lufam muttered in boredom, Why bother watching the fight? Better to go level up with the poison spider. Just when he thought no one else would challenge him, suddenly he saw a figure standing at the door. There's still someone coming in. Curious. Lufam looked carefully and saw that the person entering was a girl with white hair. The white-haired girl approached and greeted. Hello. Do you still have time to fight me? Lufam greeted back. Hello, senior. The white-haired girl laughed and said, Senior, you are much more experienced than me, so you should let me win. Right, Lufam replied. No need. Just fight with all your might. Really? Then I'll start now. As she said, the white-haired girl raised her hand. In an instant, a large amount of fire element gathered around her hand, and Lufam was a bit startled by what he saw. This girl doesn't seem simple. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lufam was once again startled to see the white-haired girl disappear on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired girl holding a trident, condensed from fire element, appears behind Lufam. She's not like those outsiders, so you have to fight with all your might. As she finished speaking, the white-haired girl thrust her trident toward Lufam's back. Lufam reacted instantly, drew his weapon, turned to block the attack, and countered. After a few more moves, Lufam was pushed back a bit, his face serious as he looked at the white-haired girl and muttered to himself, She's too strong. How much power does this sister really have? The white-haired girl didn't pursue and just stood there, smiling softly, blocking the attack. Well done. But that last move of yours didn't hit us. Are you afraid of hurting your sister? If you keep being so hesitant, she'll teach you a lesson. Lufam replied seriously. I understand. So, the two of them charged at each other again. The two are fighting inside the room fiercely. While outside, many students are gathered at the door, curious about the outcome. The beautiful sister from earlier really is brave, daring to enter such an unusual room. Spray, cut yourself. It seems like those two are still fighting. I can only hold on for 2 more minutes. That girl must be trying to endure. At this moment, a voice announcing the end of the evaluation match rings out, and someone immediately reminds that Jiang Fengyun's match has already ended. At the same time, a new student assessment competition is taking place on the arena, and Jiang Fengyun's team, along with Huo Ting, wins. Following the announcement, the applause on the stands continues to grow. Jiang Fengyun, Jiang Fengyun, Jiang Fengyun. On the arena, Jiang Fengyun greeted with a smile. Huo Ting whispered, Brother Jiang, someone from Fengyun's sect has sneaked into the stands today to watch your fight. Jiang Fengvan let out a soft snort. Trying to study me. Huh, looks like he's scared now. But I haven't even shown half of my strength in this match yet. Then, Jiang Fengvan raised a finger high, laughed loudly and said, Lufam, you won't be arrogant for much longer. Don't be afraid to come to the match tomorrow. The audience cheered excitedly again, shouting Jiang Fengvan's name. On the stands, Dao Tumang spoke up. Really? Let's go quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, Dao Tumang looked around and asked, Hey, where's Lufam? Tanthu anxiously said. Did Jiang Fengvan realize Lufam came to watch? Hang Xie just called Lufam and said he was bored and left earlier, so she told him to call him. Back in the scoring room, Lufam was pushed back again. Even the helmet couldn't keep her down. regaining her composure. Lufam, exhausted and panting, thought to herself how truly powerful she was. Where did this older sister come from anyway? Besides, she could have taken me down with just a few moves. But it feels like she's trying to lead me to discover the flaws in my movements. Why would she do that? Who exactly is she? Meanwhile, the white-haired girl across from him uses her three-pronged spear to hook Lufam's hat and smiles. Evaluating him, her defense is impressive. In just 15 minutes, you've gone from being unfamiliar to predicting my actions. You've improved quickly, but your stamina is a bit lacking. Who exactly is she? Meanwhile, the white-haired girl across from him uses her three-pronged spear to hook Lufam's hat and smiles. Evaluating him, her defense is impressive. Then she slowly moved closer to him. Also, with such a handsome face. Why hide it? As she spoke, the white-haired girl moved her face closer, making Lufam awkwardly lean back. Suddenly, a phone ringing interrupted. Hello? Yes, I'm coming right now. Hang up the phone. Lufam then turned to the girl with white hair, smiled shyly, and scratched his head as he spoke. Thank you for teaching me so many close combat skills today. Before I go, may I have your contact information? The white-haired girl smiled slyly, already asking for the girl's contact information just after starting school. You don't seem as clever as you look. Do you? Lufam quickly waved his hands to explain no. I just want to make an appointment to meet with you next time I come to the gym. I want you to continue guiding me. It's not necessary. If you want to see me again, just open a points room like today. If we're destined, I will come again. As she finished speaking, the white-haired girl flicked her hand and left the room, leaving Lufam standing there lost in thought. This senior sister is truly strange. No, she only looks like a senior sister because she seems quite young. During the recent fight, I was almost completely defeated. Her strength couldn't possibly be that of a student. Could she be a teacher? Does Longdu Academy have a teacher like that? Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of Lukam. Longdu Academy ID card. Lufam account balance change, plus 100. I received points. She does not get benefits, I secretly said. Lufam quickly react. Run out of the room. Shout sister. Hey. Are you not looking where you're going? Are you tired of running? Lufam didn't care, and kept running quickly to search and call out for the senior. At the same time, he silently thought to himself that with such unpredictable strength from the senior, who could they really be? No need for a mark, and they still wouldn't tell him their true identity. It's only been a short while, and she's already gone. Is she really from Longdu Academy? You turn around and see 3 Hanka people. Hanka. Seeing Lufam look over, he waves, and says with a smile, Little fam, what are you doing here? You turn around and see 3 Hanka people. Hanka. Seeing Lufam look over, he waves, and says with a smile, Little fam, what are you doing here? Mao go home then. Tan Thu, curious, asked, Sister, senior, little Dao, what are you doing? It's only been a moment and you've already flirted with a girl. Tan Pham Tu gives up searching. Looks disappointed as he walks towards the 3 people. Seeking quietly. Not finding anything. Truly an enigmatic senior. The next day, after the finals of the Longdu Academy entrance exam, the audience still hasn't left and continues to wait. A spectator side. Many people nodded in agreement. Indeed, the real final match is between Lufam and Jiang Fongvan. The person next to him eagerly spoke up, facing off alone against Fongvan clan to see if he's truly strong or just crazy. Down on the arena, Jiang Fenyun and the members of Fenyun's sect have gathered. Let's go to Villa, no. 1. And invite him out. We did set the time. Brother Jiang. Or should I wait a little longer? Just as Hua Tin finished speaking, someone pointed to the entrance of the arena and shouted, Luke Pham is here. Hearing that, Jiang Fengvan immediately rallied and shouted, Everyone get ready. Unlike the seriousness of the Fengvan clan members, Lu Pham stepped onto the arena with a piece of bread in his mouth and said, Let's start quickly. I have things to do later. Jiang Fengvan looked at Lu Cam and spoke. Lu Cam replied, It's not too late. Just on time. I don't know how many points your Fengvan sect has earned, but if everyone has arrived, just go all out. Hearing Luke Pham say that, a tall bald guy angrily pointed at him and shouted, Don't you dare mess with him. Talking like that about Brother Jiang. You're lucky to still be alive. Jiang Fengvan raised his hand to stop the bald guy and said irritably, If you don't care about us, then there's no need to talk anymore. I have 7,000 points. Next, I forgot there was still a point to be earned. As he spoke, Lu Pham pulled out a declaration card showing 17,000 points all in. The Longdu Academy ID card. Lu Pham. Accumulated points. 17,642. The The people of Fongvan Pavilion were frightened for a while by the number Lufam announced. Hua Tin anxiously shouted, "It's too much. Jiangka, we don't have enough points for the extreme." Giang Fengfan, furious, "Shut her up." In his heart, he secretly thought, daring to go so far. If I can get these 17,000 points, I can live comfortably in Longdu Academy for at least 3 to 4 more years. Thinking of this, Jiang Fengvan regained his composure, clenched his fists and shouted loudly, "Fengvan Pavilion will bet all the points we have accumulated. If you want to play, we will play with you." Hua Tin and the others immediately followed suit. Obediently following Jiang Ka's arrangement, did we all add up to 17? He's in points. Jiang Fengyun took it. The people of Fenyun Pavilion. What happened to your master? Hua Tin's whole body trembled with disbelief and asked, "How could this be? No way. I clearly used everything on him." Luke Pham looked at the two people, smiled and explained, "Don't blame him unfairly. It's just because I have a little of the Longhorse Spirit's power, so my attributes are a bit higher, and low-level skills don't really affect me." Jiang Fengfan, overwhelmed with joy, suddenly became angry, shouting, "You bastard." Then he pulled the cloth off his head to cover his eyes and used a skill to create many clones surrounding Lufam. The people of Fongvan Guild cheered happily as they saw that Brother Jiang had used his ultimate move. Zhang Xia's ultimate move is useless against Lufam, and I can only trust that I bow my head in disbelief, quietly wondering how much stronger Lufam's attribute has become. My skills are completely useless against him. But on Luke Pham's side, facing the surrounding clones, he raised his hand high to gather fire elemental energy, still maintaining a confident smile as he said, "I have to admit, your move today was really impressive. Since you're the top of the exam, I'll give you a gift even Trontian Tree hasn't seen before." As if sensing something, Jiang Fengvan exclaimed in panic, "What does he mean by that? Could he really be planning to surrender?" Just a few seconds later, Xiao Da, in the apocalyptic form, appeared in everyone's view in midair. As soon as it was recalled, a wave of fire elemental energy burst out from Xiao Ya's body, spreading around. Each million stars was a clone of Jiang Fenyun, instantly destroyed by the flames. Then the flames spread out, causing the people of Fongvan to panic and run while shouting for help. "Help me. My leg. I can't stand up anymore. Dumb. It's a real dragon. I can't breathe anymore. Let's run quickly. They're dead. They're dead. Oh my God." And the audience in the stands are also shouting in shock. This is the dragon pet of the 6th saint. Right. Its body is terrifying. Someone from Van Vong has escaped. We should run too. On the arena, Hua Tin was running away when she suddenly saw Jiang Fengvan standing still. She called out anxiously, "Jiangcha, stop pulling. Don't fight anymore." Jiang Fengvan seems not to hear. He raises his head, dazedly looking at Tiujia and mutters to himself, "Different. Completely different. It's completely different from Trontian Chi's dragon. This is a legendary dragon." At this moment, Lufam spoke up. "Jiang, try to stand firm. Now it's my turn to fight back." Just as you finished speaking, Little Beast opened its mouth and roared, using the Y-App technique. Immediately, the members of Fongvan who escaped the arena were affected by negative effects like dizziness, fear, and paralysis. They also felt their heads throb painfully as if they were about to burst, and they couldn't help but scream, "It hurts. Help me. Please. Spare us. Brother Jiang. Save me." Jiang Fengvan is no better now, dizzy and trembling all over. What the hell is this? Haha. How can I possibly win like this? My body is completely ignoring me. Mao. You have to run quickly. Get out of here. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Fengvan's vision blurred. His body collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Luke Pham held the card in his hand, looked down at Jiang Fengvan, and smiled. "Now you know who is number 1. I'll take the points for both Fongvan. Longdu Academy ID card. Luke Pham. Change in status. Pruduz. 941. Then Luke Pham spoke to Tuda, saying, "It's done. Let's go, Tuda. I have more important things to do." A while later, at Longdu Academy's fighting area in the scorekeeping room, Luke Pham was on the phone with Tanthu. Tanthu asked if they had come to cheer for him since there were no classes, and whether he was injured. Luke Pham smiled and replied, "Of course not. I earned a lot of points tonight. I will share some with everyone." Later just then the door suddenly opened. "Oh. Never mind. Let's talk more when I get home. I'm hanging up now. I'll connect again later." Luke Pham looked towards the door, waiting for his opponent to come in. When he saw the white-haired girl enter, Lufam happily said, "Senior sister, you're really here. The white-haired girl smiled and said, I happen to be free today, so you're waiting for me. Lufam smiled and replied, yes, of course, fighting others is boring, only fighting with you girls is worth learning. Anyway, you have a level above 70. Actually, you're not really my senior. Are you? Hearing that, the white-haired girl was momentarily startled. Then she stepped back, looked at the small sign outside the door, which read 100 points, level 70, in use. At the same time, at the arena, Shangming Market hurried to check on the Fengyun group. After a while, he sighed in relief and said, it seems this kid still knows when to hold back. No one is seriously injured or in danger of dying. Back to the male lead. At this moment, the white-haired girl, let's call her beautiful sister, looked displeased and said, are you teasing me? Kid. Lufam hurriedly explained, sorry, the door can be set with a level limit. If you've managed to get in here, it means you have a higher level than 70 and definitely not an upper senior. So why has it been opened wider? What do you think my identity is? The beautiful woman asked with interest. Lufam rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If we're talking about appearance, then she does resemble the senior. But in terms of rank and strength, maybe she's a teacher. Hearing that, the white-haired girl was momentarily startled. Then she stepped back, looked at the small sign outside the door, which read 100 points, level 70, in use. This time you didn't hide your handsome face. You look much more approachable. And in the future, don't try to gather information about me like this anymore. If you still want to meet me, don't level up further, or I won't come anymore. Yes, Lufam awkwardly replied, secretly feeling disappointed that he probably won't be able to reach level 80 next time, and surprised that he could still use the combat skills I used before against Zhongfeng Van so quickly. The beautiful sister laughed and said, just call me older sister. Speaking of appearance, she suddenly stepped closer to Lu Shun. You've only fought a few moves and already called out to make everyone panic. You seem a bit impulsive. But you quickly defeated Zhongfeng Van after counterattacking, showing your reactions are very fast. Indeed. The speed I trained you for. Thank you for your guidance. I still have a lot to improve in close combat skills. What are you doing? So you're waiting for me. Lufam smiled and replied, yes, of course, fighting others is boring, only fighting with you girls is worth learning. Beautiful sister, with a serious expression, scolds me. No. You misunderstood. I'm not pretending to be humble. I really want to study under you. You're both strong and kind. And last time you not only taught me but also gave me 100 points of credit. You seem to be treating me like your younger brother. If you could come often and tell me, I would definitely improve quickly. If you think it's not okay, I can also pay the tuition fees. Your sister is so beautiful. Her words made Lufam laugh, as if she was treating her like a younger brother. You really know how to manipulate relationships. So keep your tuition money. I heard you have a sister who cooks very well. Right. If you want to study with me, just bring some food she cooked. Yes, sir. Lufam happily replied, secretly thinking that it should be a little girl, but saying sister isn't wrong either. If you're already waiting for me, then go ahead so I can see what you've learned. Well, I'll take my leave now. With that, Lufam immediately charged forward to attack. The beautiful sister, gracefully blocking Lufam's assault while counterattacking, remarked, oh, indeed, much faster. So today, if you can defeat us once, I will give you a new weapon. What do you think? Your weapon no longer suits your current level, so switch to one like mine. That's right. This Mac Longland sword has been with you for a long time, but it means you're no longer attached to its special effect. Lufam's intention is to activate an effect that allows the user to partially transform the blade, enhancing the dragonization power of the Mac Longland sword. So besides the weapon, what else do you want? I want to remove the level restriction for the demon pendant. The beautiful sister immediately froze, lowered her face, and asked, do you know how rare and precious that thing is? As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately launched her attack again, both punishing Chang'e and lamenting, why did I suddenly ask what you were doing? Damn it. That night, Ni's husband staggered home, exhausted. After hearing what you told him, Hanka finally let out a sigh, helping Ingi wipe his sweat while saying, there's no need to be so scared and confused. All of a sudden, I thought you and Zhang Fengvan fought this badly. You didn't hit her even once all afternoon, even though you were in pain all over, while she didn't sweat a drop. Hearing that, I guess that based on what you said, it's unlikely that the older sister is a teacher at Longdu Academy. At least I've never met a teacher like her. Tan Thu, who had been staring at the iPad all this time, suddenly exclaimed, Lufam, you're back on the school forum again. With you and Xiaoya in the video posted by Fengvan Pavilion, she was talking while turning the screen so everyone could see. Can someone record it directly? I was also there at the time. And I almost left too. What is this? Lufam's line has reached over 108,000 views. So many people that I couldn't get in. Then suddenly I heard a terrifying scream and saw a lot of people running out. Listening to those guys say Lufam defeated Zhongfeng Van. Now seeing this video, I realize it's true. I always said Lufam is #1 for a reason. But no one believed it. They only believed when they saw the stream. It's such a pity I had class then and couldn't go see it. Did anyone edit and move the seats to sit in front of Lufam's villa if I can't see the line? Just a signature would do. Reading the comments below the post, Hanka smiled and said, "Oh, so the whole school knows you already won. The previous argument has also been settled. In my opinion, things won't go back to how they were before. And you'll become the new target of pursuit for these people instead of Fong Van." Kiem An speaks out warning. Lufam sighed and said, "I already experienced that scene when the university entrance exam list was announced, but never mind, we just need to focus on our own goals." "So, what is your current goal?" Lufam didn't answer, but responded with an action, "A moment là-t-il?" Inside the poisonous sun cave. Level 45. With terrifying difficulty. "I didn't expect your goal was to level up. I thought you wanted to focus on learning from the senior sister." Jian Ying said while still fighting off monsters, "Of course I have to level up. If I get stronger, I can definitely take the lead over her." After defeating the boss, Lufam successfully reached level 30, meaning he met the requirements for his second class change. So the group left the secret realm and headed to the class transfer hall. Unexpectedly, as soon as he saw Lufam, other students in the school, especially the female students like Fat Gio, gathered around him to show their admiration, forcing Lufam to resort to his old trick of running away in disguise. 10 minutes later, wearing a mask, glasses, and fully covered, Lufam finally dared to return to the class transfer hall. "Where is he? I saw him just now. He's really #1. Always disappearing just like that." Tanthu saw the new fans passing by and let out a sigh of relief. "He's gone." Lufam, looking somewhat embarrassed, said, "Sorry everyone. But does that mean I'll always have to go out like this from now on?" To Dao Gan T said, "He's truly someone everyone envies. I still want to be pursued by many handsome guys like that." Speaking of which, there are no records at all about the Dragon Language Master's transfer of rank, and currently there are no materials for you to reference. Contrary to Jian Ying's worry, Tanthu Lai looked excited and said so, which means Lufam is about to make history. Right, that's right. No one can give him advice for this transfer. Whatever the outcome, he can only rely on himself. As Lufam was lost in thought, Tu Dao patted his shoulder and urged him, "Lufam, we're heading to the transfer hall now." Lufam then took off his disguise before entering the hall, reassuring everyone, "Don't worry, I have a way to find out the direction for the second stage of the Dragon Language Master class change. The transformation ceremony must be private. Everyone else here is waiting for good news from you." At the transformation hall inside the Longdu Academy, after the system verifies that Lufam meets the requirements for the class change with the identification card issued by Longdu Academy, it will notify you immediately. "Student Lufam, the second stage of the class change is ready. Please step onto the transfer platform." Lufam silently thought to himself while following the system's instructions that the second stage of the class change is different because when awakening a class, there will be many branches of the profession for him to choose from. For the known professions, as long as someone chooses them, they will be recorded for reference for those who come after. The transfer platform has started, but no information about the linguist has been found. Please do not leave the transfer platform without permission during the ceremony. Courant Profession. Linguistic Dragon Master 1. Second branch of the class transfer has no records. As expected, there are no records of the transfer branches for the Linguistic Dragon Master, but luckily, I can check through the system. The class change ceremony begins, and the Longdu Temple wishes you a successful transition. Moments later, 3 different colored panels representing the 3 branches of the second segment of the Linguist Mage appear. Profession: Long Muk Su 2. Important attributes are Spirit, Stamina, and Recovery, and it becomes stronger after Long Sung receives the boost. Long Muk Su. This profession is more focused on being a priest, allowing me to learn many skills like the encouragement of the stream. With this profession, I will become stronger by using different BAP for Long Sung, and when I don't rely on the stream, I will become a versatile support with powerful skills. Lufam continued to look at the purple chart. Class: Dragon Tamer 2. Important attributes are Spirit and Agility. It introduces the ability to learn many dragon language magic skills and control, and can absorb skills from Long Sheng to use. It seems to be a mage-oriented class, with skills in dragon language magic. and also the ability to use skills from the dragon lineage. Class: Fierce Dragon Warrior. Important attributes include strength and endurance. It grants access to more melee skills and damage reduction, and can even transform oneself into a dragon line to fight as a giant dragon. If the Dragon Tamer is a high-level class for dragon language mages, then the Fierce Dragon Warrior must be a high-level class for Blood Dragon Warriors. I will gain skills similar to the Dragon Cleave, but with more parts transformed into dragons, even turning myself into a giant dragon capable of creating and enduring more damage. One is a support path like the Encouragement of the Flow. Another is the Magic of Dragon Language Magic. And the third is Close Combat enhanced by Dragon Transformation. All branch effects are amazing, but the Flow Transformation effect of the Fierce Dragon Warrior is truly incredible. So these are all the branches of the second stage Dragon Language Master. At this moment, a new table continues to pop up on the screen. The second stage class change branch. Long Language Swordsman 2. Profession information has not been recorded yet. Job title: Dragon Language Swordsman. Level 2. Important attributes: Agility. Strength. Introducing more skills that can be combined with the Dragon Companion. Skills used in solo combat will be stronger when combined with the Dragon Companion. The Dragon Tamer can tame creatures of their line. The line's encouragement boosts all attributes and attack power by 30%. So these are all the branches of the second stage Dragon Language Master. At this moment, a new table continues to pop up on the screen. If the Dragon Tamer is a high-level class for Dragon Language Mages, then the Fierce Dragon Warrior must be a high-level class for Blood Dragon Warriors. I will gain skills similar to the Dragon Cleave, but with more parts transformed into dragons, even turning myself into a giant dragon capable of creating and enduring more damage. Outside, while those who entered the class, change ceremony after Lufam have all left one by one, Lufam still hasn't appeared, making everyone worried. Hey, does the ceremony take this long? The more we wait, the more anxious we get. Is something already happening, Dowsy? Don't worry. Lo. After all, this is an important moment for little Fan. Hanka spoke, trembling like a leaf. And Jian Ying saw this and comforted her, understanding her anxiety. Right now, Lufam is exploring new abilities, and his possible choices could change the rules of this entire era. That's right. At this critical moment, we must trust Lufam even more. The dark history of the Yulong sect over the past 800 years is about to come to an end. Tanthu just finished speaking when Lufam stepped out of the hall after changing his profession. Lufam, is the ceremony over? So, what's your new profession now, Xiaofan? Is everything okay? Lufam smiled and said, everyone has been waiting for a long time. Everything is going smoothly. Let's walk and talk. After hearing about his new profession, Xiao Dao couldn't help but admire, and the long envoy looked on with surprise. Han Ka then asked, does this profession involve dismantling dragons? Of course it does. You chose this profession partly because you got a long yen from the Phi Long Cemetery. Right. As long as Xiao Da and Xiao Pai reach level 30, you can use it. Luke Pham replied, secretly pleased. Not only with Xiao Ye and Xiao Pai, but now he has also unlocked the third level of the oath. Using his spiritual energy, he will go and conquer the stronghold. When he arrived at Villeneuve, Yi, Lu Pham immediately saw a familiar figure waiting outside. Surprising him, senior sister. Why are you here? I should have given you my contact information instead of waiting like this. It really wasted my time. Xiao Dao, upon seeing the beautiful sister, playfully teased Lu Pham by grabbing his shoulder. So this is the senior who beat you up so badly. Huh, why didn't you tell us she's this beautiful? Dao. Calm down a bit, Lu Pham said awkwardly. It seems everyone already knows about me. The beautiful sister laughs loudly, then turns to look at Han Ka. Unless I'm mistaken, you're the assistant chef, Ma Han Ka. Right who? Oh. So my senior also knows about me. Of course. I'm here this time to discuss something with you. Can I borrow your little fan for a moment? Your beautiful sister's words immediately froze Lu Fan and his friends for 5 seconds. Haha. It's just a small matter in the city. Don't overthink it. Hearing that, Han Ka happily replied, oh my. If you two have plans, just go ahead. No need to ask to borrow anything. Anyway, over the past few days, Xiao Fan has been receiving a lot of guidance from her. The beautiful sister said this as she pulled Lu Fan away. Jian Ying had been silent all along, scrutinizing the beautiful sister until their figures disappeared completely. On the way, while the beautiful sister was driving, Lu Fan received a message from Tan Thu. Jian Ying said that after meeting this senior sister, she was even more certain that she was not a teacher from Longdu Academy. Lu Fan, you have to be careful. After reading the message, Lu Fan involuntarily turned to look at the beautiful sister. Sensing the unusual gaze from Lu Fan, She smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so silent, senior? What are we getting ready to do? Why do we have to leave school? There's nothing else we can do." "Of course, we're going shopping for a gift for you." Jian Ying said that after meeting this senior sister, she was even more certain that she was not a teacher from Longdu Academy. "Lufam, you have to be careful." "Wait. Really?" The pretty girl didn't answer and kept driving straight to the Tianhua auction house. "Senior, are we really going to this place? Could it be? Could it be?" At this moment, Miss Beauty explained that there is a secondary demon scroll she wants at this auction. If there's a chance, she must zeiss it. Last time, the vice principal had to bid extremely high to acquire the Flying Dragon Cemetery, so this rare scroll might lead to a similar situation. Thinking of this, Lufam hesitated and said, "Senior, maybe we should forget it." Seeing Lufam's worried look, the beautiful sister smiled and said, "Where did that confident attitude of yours go? Don't worry. I have more money than you think. I promise I'll find a way to pay you back." A few minutes later, the auction officially begins with the first item being the scroll that Lufam needs. This is an extremely rare demonic auxiliary scroll that can remove the level restrictions of a tool or equipment. Not only does it have costly materials, but its success rate is only 0.35%, with a starting price of 95 million long coins. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the bidders kept raising their bids 125 million, 140 million, 185 million, 200 million, and Lufam sat there, feeling dizzy. "I was planning to return the money to the senior no matter how much, but the price is rising so quickly. Currently, a guest has bid 230 million long coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Let me teach you this when bidding. Never play it safe with lukewarm offers, but make a decisive move." The beautiful lady whispered to Lufam and then raised her hand to bid. "I'll go higher." But before beautiful sister could finish her sentence, someone else cut her off, saying 300 million. "I bid 300 million long tea." Everyone's eyes turned to the bidder, including Lufam, and when he saw who it was, he couldn't hide his shock. "Kim Chow. She also wants this secondary demon scroll." "Beautiful," sister frowned and said. "The little princess of Taite Kwok. She's quite wealthy. If you compete with her, it will cost you a lot of blood." This comment from Miss Beautiful surprised Luofan even more. "Senior, how do you know about her too?" "I have extensive sources of information, so I know all about you and the gold pearl. Today I will help you vent your anger, no matter how high the price. She won't be able to buy it. This scroll must definitely be your gift." Beautiful sister smiled and then raised the sign to bid an outrageous price. 400 million. "Oh, 400 million. The current bid has reached 400 million long TE. Who could that be? Damn it." Kim Chow is furious, slamming the table and standing up to look around for the bidder who just offered. "Princess, stay calm. This time we brought 500 million long coins. We can still continue the auction." Just as though Huang Tai finished speaking, Chi Dep kept raising the bid. "No. I've changed my mind. I'll pay 500 million. The auctioneer immediately shouted in excitement. "Truly unbelievable. 500 million. This is the first time I've seen someone bid against themselves like this. No one has bid higher than 500 million. 500 million for the first time. 500 million for the second time. 500 million for the third time. Who the hell is this damn bastard trying to challenge me on purpose?" Hearing Kim Chaw's furious voice and her expression like a monkey eating chili, Chi-Dep couldn't help but feel delighted. This is the decisive blow I was talking about. Luke Pham smiles on the outside, but his heart is aching inside, tears flooding his eyes. "If you want to let Kim Chow have it, how are you going to pay the 500 million? The auction is successful. Congratulations to this lady for getting what she wanted. Please move to the lounge." Beautiful sister and Luke Pham follow the auctioneer's instructions to leave and head to the resting room. Though Huang Tai only then recognizes the auctioneer's face and exclaims, "Luke Pham?" Kim Chow immediately looked in the direction Do Hong Tai was looking. After confirming it was Luke Pham, she gritted her teeth in anger and said, "It's him again. You despicable lowlife. How dare you ruin my plans? Princess, please stay calm. I will find another similar artifact." Kim Chow didn't even look at Toi Hong Tai and immediately turned around, walking away while giving the order to go. "Truly, I can't wait around for anyone. When my older brother arrives, he will know enough. Useless." Meanwhile, Lufam and Miss Beautiful had been sitting in the VIP lounge of the Tianhua auction house for a while, when a beautiful woman carrying the item they bid on successfully entered. As soon as she saw Miss Beautiful, the woman smirked and said, "I knew it was you, only you would dare to bid that high at my place." Beauty runs over and hugs the woman, acting cute, without greeting first. "Sorry about that. You really should have greeted me first. You always spend so much money buying things for my place. I have to treat you well. At this moment, the woman finally notices the presence of someone else in the room and eyes Lufam with suspicion. This is him. He's my junior. I bought this scroll to give to him. Oh, he's your younger brother. Do you call me Sister Do or just Do? It's fine either way. As long as you find things not listed in this book of treasures, you can make money. Simple as that. Danya Thu said with a smile. The money I earn from my place is just pocket money. But the true value of valuable treasures can't be easily estimated. Hello. Ma'am. I'm Lufan. This is him. He's my junior. I am his sister-in-law. This auction house is run by my brother and me. Do you call me Sister Do or just Do? It's fine either way. At this rate, my firm plan to pay off the debt sounds pretty funny. 500 million. I still need to earn another 480 million to have enough. Thinking that way. But when Pretty Sister called him to open the gift, all the worries disappeared. With this phantom puppet, he could eliminate the level 60 requirement of the Spirit Beast Dragon King. That's right. Have you managed to find anything to put into the picture book lately? Dunyathu asked with a smile. I have nothing. I've already recorded all your messy stuff. Oh. It's all cleared out. Seeing the money has been transferred into the account. Dunyathu cheerfully said, Next time support me again. Seeing Luke Fam's pensive expression, Chi Dep teasingly said, Little Fam. You'd better figure out how to pay back that 500 million to me. Sister Han is still waiting for me to return you intact. And you look like you're planning something to trick me. Luke Pham didn't care about Chidep's jokes and asked, So tell me, what are those picture books you two just mentioned? And I almost forgot to tell you. This is also another reason I brought you here. Oh. It's all cleared out. Seeing the money has been transferred into the account. Dunyathu cheerfully said, Next time support me again. So you and the senior know each other. Haha. The relationship between me and your senior is not just a casual acquaintance. Jia is like that. Lu Fang replied, feeling even more confused. No wonder she could quote prices so casually. Turns out this auction house belongs to her brother. Honestly, collecting and recording rare treasures is just a way to promote the Tianhua auction house because my sister-in-law runs a high-end business. Dunyathu added, Of course, if you want to sell, that's also fine. Getting 3% of the appraisal value. If I record rare equipment, I might quickly pay off the 500 million debt. So, silently making the decision, Luke Pham immediately takes out the legendary Phi Long King Soul Orb from the ring and asks Dunyathu to appraise it, causing her to gasp in shock. Whew. The Legend of Phi Duok level 60. This is top quality stuff. Handsome boy. This item is at least 2 billion. Please write it in our treasure picture book. 3% of 2 billion is 60 million. Right, I'm not mistaken. Am I? Using picture books to make money is that simple. Luke Pham secretly thought, this method from the senior is really convenient. But it's still a long way from reaching 500 million. Thinking of this, Lu Pham smirked and said, Yes, that's right, miss. Do I actually have something even more precious than soul essence? Dunya Thu immediately asked excitedly, Do you still have good stuff? I wonder what you think of this dragon egg. Then Lu Pham took out the spirit dragon egg that made Dunya Thu gasp. A dragon egg? Wait. You're the dragon horsemaster from the southern province. Even Miss Beautiful couldn't hide her surprise as she asked. Luke Pham, do you have a second dragon besides the black dragon? Luke Pham didn't answer, but secretly regretted that if he counted both the 2 dragon kings released by the 6 masters, he would now have 5 dragons. It's a pity that the 6 masters spent so much on the little dragon, otherwise he could have recorded it in the picture book to earn some extra money. Luke Pham looked over the list and then asked in surprise, Wait a minute, you said you were recording, not selling, right? Yes, just need to record the information of the treasures in the 100 Treasures picture book, so the Tianhua auction house can estimate the value and return a percentage of the appraised value to the owner. Luke Pham listened to Dunya Thu and couldn't help feeling confused. So this dragon egg couldn't be recorded in the treasure painting book. Dunya Thu ran over, grabbing Luke Pham's shoulder, excitedly saying, No. Please, you must include it in the 100 Treasures painting book. If we include this dragon egg in Tianhua Auction's famous picture book, we will be known throughout the country. No. Across the world, truly making history. So here's the plan. Come to our auction once a month. Take whatever you like, no matter how high the bid is. I control it all. What do you think? Luke Pham replied without hesitation. Of course. And just input these 2 items into the picture book. So the main policy will take effect, starting from which month, really? Great, starting this month. From now on, it officially takes effect. Luke Pham laughed happily and said, That's great. Just when I have something I want to take for free. I'm a letter. Luke Pham happily left the lounge with the 10,000 demon subordinates for free. Just owning a dragon already has the potential to become #1 in the world. And now Luke Pham also has another dragon certificate. I really made the right choice. Beautiful sister looked at Luke Pham and asked, "Hey, I never said I forced you to return the 500 million yet." Luke Pham smiled and replied, "It's nothing. If Miss Du said it takes effect from today, then this month I'll just choose to remove the rank of the demon subordinate. I didn't expect my sister-in-law to agree and transfer the money back so quickly. Deep down, I feel a bit regretful. Returning the money so fast makes me hesitant to ask for a little more. Tianhua managed to acquire many rare items, so I have to come here once a month." When Luke Pham said this, he happened to pass by the hall with Chi Dep. Just as the auction catalog for Tianhua was updating with new information, as soon as the dragon certificate appeared in the auction catalog, it caused a sensation. The dragon certificate. Tianhua's coveted dragon certificate A dragon. The legendary creature capable of destroying a whole country. Is that right? Oh my god. At this moment a passionate young man grabs the guard's collar, asking how much the dragon certificate is worth. "Even if I go bankrupt, I have to buy it." The guard nervously replied, "Sorry, I really don't know anything." Meanwhile, someone was calling friends, but it seemed the other side didn't believe him, so he had to insist that it was true. "I saw with my own eyes that there was an extra dragon certificate in Tianhua's comic book. Sister Do works so quickly. From now on, the Tianhua auction house is truly famous. This guy, now is not the time to be happy for her." Beautiful sister tilted her chin forward. "Those people are frantically pushing their way in to see the dragon proof. If we don't get out quickly, we'll have to spend the night here." After struggling for a while, Luce Pham and Miss Beautiful finally got to breathe the outside air of the Tianhua auction house. "We're free." Miss Beautiful sighed in relief. This time, sister-in-law is in trouble. Back then, you had to demand 3 or 4 treasures a month to give up. Luke Pham secretly regrets inside but still pretends he's fine, thinking that might be a bit too much. "Right. Where's your bike?" "My car is right here. Isn't it pretty, girl? You're teasing me." Then she walks over to the nearby big motorcycle. "But isn't this the car we came here in?" "That one is the one I brought to pay back to sister-in-law. And my car has been here all along." Luke Pham silently looked at Miss Beautiful, feeling a bit surprised, thinking she would accept riding like Brother Tan or have a driver like Jing Zhou. But he didn't expect she preferred to drive herself and enjoy the wind. "What are you standing there for? Remember to hold me tight because your senior drives very fast. If you fall out, I won't come back to pick you up." "Sister, I still haven't got a firm grip." Luke Pham shouted in fear. Beauty sister chuckled teasingly. "After reaching level 2, your agility and stamina aren't low at all. So why are you still afraid of this speed? You really know a lot about me." "Huh, you already knew everything after just level 2. But isn't this the car we came here in?" "That one is the one I brought to pay back to sister-in-law. And my car has been here all along." At this point, Miss Beautiful suddenly turned her head and asked Luke Pham, "Hey, don't say that the dragon egg is your 3rd dragon." "Okay, it's the 3rd one. Look at the road. Look at the road ahead." "Sis." Luke Pham stammered in fear. "Your kid really doesn't realize how lucky he is. Dragons are no different from gods. Some people spend their whole lives in misery and never get one. But you're lucky, you're only a kid, and you already have 3. Taking advantage of the cheerful atmosphere, Lufam asked bravely, "Senior, why do you help me so much, and when will I finally learn your true identity?" Beauty sister replied seriously, "Not yet. First, Lufam must pass the first test, the first trial, that's right. Soon a special envoy will come to Longdu Academy to assess whether you are qualified to participate in the national exam, and you have to make that person acknowledge you to pass this test. The envoy also has a rank above 70. I'm afraid he will target you." Luke Pham heard that and laughed loudly. So the senior was someone arranged by the school to help him get through this. That's how he understood it. But why was he laughing like that? Luke Pham, half joking, half serious, said that no matter what rank that person has, if a senior is guiding me, then that envoy will be the one praying for himself. I will definitely participate in the national trial, so he better not interfere at all. Otherwise, he'll have to face the bitter end himself. Haha. You're quite bold too. By then, make sure he's convinced of you. Beautiful sister smiled happily and looked up at the sky. Is it already this late? We need to get you home quickly. I promised the girls at Villa no. Yet and I'd bring you back tonight. Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. Luke Pham, half joking, half serious, said that no matter what rank that person has, if a senior is guiding me, then that envoy will be the one praying for himself. I will definitely participate in the national trial, so he better not interfere at all. Without saying another word, Lufam held Chidep's hand and flew into the sky. After a while, he gently lowered her onto a main road. A bit regretfully, asked if she really didn't need him to take her home anymore. Yeah. You should go now, Chidep said with a smile. Lufam, hearing that, didn't insist further and obediently left. This kid is so clueless. If he were other guys, he would have insisted on taking me all the way home. I actually like this passive style. Beautiful sister just started to feel happy when she realized the motorcycle was still in its usual spot and couldn't help but get angry at Lufam for leaving it there. You fool. Returning to the main male lead and going home by air, tired but gradually getting used to using spiritual energy. After resting to regain strength, Lufam immediately returned to the task he had missed due to his appointment with Miss Beauty, activating the Spirit Dragon certificate before proceeding, and he didn't forget to instruct Xiao Pi and Xiao Da. Are you two ready? Although we failed last time, remember that we should live in harmony from now on. Just like I told you before. Xiao Da and Xiao Pai immediately nodded. Lufam then confidently used his dragon riding magic to summon the celestial dragon talisman. My third little dragon. Come out here. Contract. Void dragon spirit level Un. Power 795. Speed 276. Spirit 109. Endurance 373. Toei creates a star and crushes it to deal massive area damage. With the explosion's power, depending on her strength, Tin Hui activates armor, attaching scale armor to it, continuously absorbing damage received over 60 seconds. When the skill ends, all enemy targets within melee range will take the previously absorbed damage. Brave Spirit. Energy continuously pouring out. Endurance increasing over time in battle. It turns out that the Cosmic Dragon is a physical attack type, and even as a hatchling, its strength is already 795. Lufam, the little dragon, muttered to himself, amazed that its stats were similar to Xiao Pi's but twice the initial power of Xiao Ya. Once it reaches level 20, even without Mai and Xiao Pi's support, its strength stat can easily surpass 10. Ling Ling Ling. I always thought that Xiao Ya was more suited for physical attacks, but now it seems that Xiao Ya has a balanced attribute, similar to the Dragon Tamer class I chose. The dragon's energy shield looks like an absorption and damage skill, but in reality, it can both attack and defend, reflecting all absorbed damage back to the enemy for 60 seconds. Tin Dung allows the spirit dragon to continuously increase its endurance, making it unafraid of prolonged battles. Moreover, the spirit dragon does not rely solely on physical attacks. According to the description of the spirit, it's a powerful magic skill with high damage, but how much destruction it can actually cause remains to be tested. While Lufam was deep in thought, Xiao Ya habitually picked up a piece of eggshell. All right, according to the procedure. Now it's time to give a name to your new sister. Xiao Da. Xiao Pi. Since you all keep starting with the word Xiao, let's call it Tin then. The owner hasn't even given an opinion, so Xiao Pai looks shyly to the side, while Xiao Da keeps expressing his displeasure in animal-like language, making Lufam confused. Come on, it's just a name. Don't pay so much attention to it. I'll think of a better one and change it for you guys later. Tin Thin. Do you like this name? Tin Thin's indifferent expression in response to Lufam made Lufam feel embarrassed, annoyed, and annoyed. It seems they and Tu Da can't cause trouble anymore, which is good. Meanwhile, Kim Tan Han, level 60 and the top player of Tai Tai Kwok, was training in the Van Lai Za zone for levels 60 to 70 when he received a call from Kim Chao's subordinate. Yeah, I got it. Kim Thon Han replied briefly and hung up. What's going on? Thang Han, you don't look very well. Cheng Nian, dressed in white armor, asked with concern. Kim Thon Han honestly replied that many people have called him to ask him to avenge his sister. The two girls sitting with him, curious, asked about it. Kim Chao, the girl studying abroad in Longquok. Right, was she bullied there? Yeah. These past few days they've been bothering me non-stop, saying some kid beat her up. And not just once either. She's grown up, but still acts like a child. All my fault for spoiling her since she was little. Kim Thon Han sighed and said, ignoring the giant monster slowly rising from the muddy pond behind him, and still wearing his glasses. He continued to ask, are you going to Longquok? Of course there is. Kim Thon Han said as he used his ability to create an illusion that directly lured the attacking monster to meet the ancestors. As the most loving older brother to the girl, I naturally have to withdraw her and abandon all the chaos. But right now, preparing for the national trial is our top priority. Let's go conquer the mysterious realm once more. As long as I get the final piece of the Ghost Priest outfit, I will go to Long Country. Besides resolving the chaos for my sister, I also need to investigate who the contestants from Long Country are in the national trial. At this point, the arrogant look on the champion's face this year must belong to our Tai nation. His teammates, hearing this, burst out laughing as if they had just heard a joke, that's for sure. Once the Han clan steps in, victory is guaranteed. Haha, your scouting really overestimates those from Long Country. Back to Lufam. A week after obtaining the essence, there was no public disturbance from the Storm Sect, no provocations from the Golden Pearl, and his life returned to normal. Lufam often went to train and spar with his senior. Every day, your squad continues to go into the venomous spider forest, and the 3 dragon kids have leveled up quite a bit. In addition, the sword shadow has also advanced to level 2, becoming a sword dancer. Tanthu and Xiao Dao were a bit slower, but in the end, everyone had met the requirements to advance to the second stage of promotion. Before the promotion, Jian Ying was a bit surprised to learn Tanthu's new profession. I chose sword dancer because it inherits the skills of the swordmaster, and I think you'll lean more towards a support class. Tanthu explained. Actually, I also considered choosing a support class, but we already have a support member in the team. I basically don't need my healing spells anymore, so I switched to the attack branch, and now my light attribute offensive magic has become much stronger than before. Lufam smiled and said, now our team has all the roles physical, magic, buffing, and debuffing. Once Dao 2 successfully transfers, just as Dao Thao is mentioned, Dao Thao Wahivis, walking out from the transfer hall with a calm expression, saying, perfect. Tanthu anxiously asks, how did it go? Tu Dao with a mysterious look said, guess what profession I've transferred into? The sword shadow guessed. Could it be that hidden professions have appeared in the second transfer branches? Exactly. Tu Dao continued with a smile, and then performed a few basic moves for everyone to enjoy. Water Lotus Swordmaster 2. You can use water element magic, which is a type of magic swordsman. Lufam, seeing the surprised expressions of the sword shadow and Tanthu, asked nervously, does the second class transfer also include hidden classes? Yes, but the chance is extremely low. Even lower than the first transfer when hidden classes appeared. Tu Dao, hearing that, became even more proud and said, is that so I knew I was also talented and gifted? Finally, I feel balanced standing alongside you guys. Lufam teased. So you switched to a water swordmaster because your death training never caused any waves in the team. Hey you, come here for me. Don't try to teach Lufam a lesson when Tu Dao gets angry. Because Lufam receives a call from the vice principal informing him that the envoy is arriving and telling him to go to the hall immediately. Lufam and his teammates hurriedly headed to the Longno Academy's combat hall. While waiting for the envoy to arrive, Ms. Han kindly shared some information, revealing that the envoy's name is Win Trong Fong, a holy shield warrior, level 3, level 76, who replaced the vice principal and doesn't seem to like you very much. He doesn't like me. My senior also said before that he would target me. Who exactly is this person named Nguyen Truong Fong? Lufam was surprised to see the Grand Master Pham Thien holding the top of the 100 Treasures reincarnation book in the hands of a mysterious figure on stage. Unable to hide his curiosity, he turned to ask Ms. Han softly, do you know who the fully covered person holding the Grand Master is? Hey you, come here for me. Don't try to teach Lufam a lesson when Tu Dao gets angry. Because Lufam receives a call from the vice principal informing him that the envoy is arriving and telling him to go to the hall immediately. Hey you, come here for me. Don't try to teach Lufam a lesson when Tu Dao gets angry. Because Lufam receives a call from the vice principal informing him that the envoy is arriving and telling him to go to the hall immediately. That's our new principal. Although he's been in the position for 2 years now. I heard he's a master who transferred 4 times. So, does that mean no one knows the true strength of the principal? If he has to come out to greet him like this, then this special envoy, Win Trong Fong, must be extraordinary. I'm looking for the principal. If he doesn't have the authority to decide the contestants for the trial, don't waste my time. Win Trong Fong casually said, then walked past Cho Thang Min, looking up at the stage and asking, have all the seed contestants arrived? Yet, the principal didn't say anything, only nodded. Cho Thang Ming, annoyed by Nguyen Trong Fong's attitude, didn't bother to act friendly and simply said coldly, there are no other seed players. Our Longdu Academy only recommends Lufam. The tense atmosphere filled with the scent of gunpowder made the students in the hall start to discuss, and the vice principal said the envoy wanted to decide the players himself. The school only recommends capable students, so the ambassador must be quite annoyed right now. Lufam looked at Nguyen Trong Fong for a moment, then said to Kohan, I can tell this ambassador is not simple. He's probably been involved in quite a bit of bloodshed. Kohan agreed. Yeah. It seems the principal and vice principal value you a lot. So they'd rather make the special envoy uncomfortable than not recommend you. It's clear the envoy came prepared. And now we have no other candidates. While the vice principal refuses to accept anything less, it's truly a risky gamble. Lufam. It seems the headmaster has already chosen someone to protect me. So it looks like the opinion of the new envoy is no longer important. Right, Chuang Thangmin cheerfully replied. Your Excellency, you're overthinking it. Longdu Academy has great confidence in Lufam, and we believe that boy will definitely satisfy you. Satisfied. The Lufam you mentioned. I have already reviewed his profile, and he indeed has great potential. As he spoke, Nguyen Truong Fong stepped over to where Lufam was sitting. Lufam began to question himself, and at this moment, he started to doubt his own abilities. Principal, did you already know that Lufam has 5 dragons? I really can't imagine what I'm seeing right now. The principal didn't respond this time but looked at Lufam with admiration, saying you're truly full of surprises. Lufam. All right. Envoy. Do you now feel I am qualified to participate in the national trial? Lufam said while putting his hand in his pocket and pointing forward. 5 dragons roared and attacked Win Trung Fong together. No way. What do I do now? How can this kid fight back against me? Panicking, Nguyen Truong Fong immediately activates the Holy Light Shield skill. Xiao Ya leaps forward first and strikes where Nguyen Truong Fong stands. A loud explosion echoes, and the wind whirls up dust, obscuring the view. Thangmin Market covered his eyes to avoid the dust and anxiously told the principal and the envoy. He's doomed. After being attacked by the Qulong, he's definitely going to die. Just then, a loud laugh echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Thanks to the Holy Light Shield skill, he instantly created a protective barrier that absorbed all damage, lasting for 10 seconds, during which his movement and spellcasting speed increased by 100%. With a 16-hour cooldown, Nguyen Truong Fong managed to escape the deadly attack of the little beast. At this moment, the old man, bloodthirsty and flying away on his back, proudly said, "In 800 years, don't even dream of killing me." Thangmin Market was a bit surprised by this scene and immediately ran away. But it's better than dying under the claws of the ancient dragon, Principal Miem Mai said. I didn't expect Nguyen Truong Fong, who used to live a lavish life, to now run away so miserably. Lufam saw Nguyen Truong Fong fleeing and deliberately mocked him, saying, "Indeed, the special envoy, your speed on the beast is impressive." As expected, this provocation worked, and Nguyen Truong Fong immediately turned around. These bastards think they can mock me just because they have more dong. Huh. Without the Qulong, he's just a useless piece of trash. I just need to defeat you guys. The Divine Shield still has 4 seconds left. Thinking of this, Nguyen Truong Fong urged his mount to rush quickly towards Lufam. The chick is still just a chick. Even with a lot of money, there are still flaws. He shouted, then swung his sword, using the Pure Light skill to unleash a decisive attack, channeling the Divine Light into his weapon, and dealing 420% divine damage, after successfully activating the skill that doubles the next divine damage. With 2 seconds left on the Holy Light Shield, he tried to kill Lufam, but just as the sword was about to touch Lufam, a layer of green light from the Emerald Light Blessing skill suddenly appeared. The Emerald Light creates 12 layers of blessing for the target, removing debuffs and increasing all attributes by 60%, with each blessing layer able to block 2 hits. That's right, 1 more strike will break 1 layer of Emerald Light. Lufam said with a smile. The Holy Light Destiny can only break half of its agility. Even with a close distance, there's nothing it can do with the dragon here. The Holy Light Shield has expired, knowing he couldn't fight back. Nguyen Truong Fong rode his flying beast to escape, but was stopped by Lufam. Are you planning to run away again? Special Envoy. So don't blame this little chicken for letting it go. As he spoke, he charged energy into the roar of the Lamlong King. The roar of the Lamlong King unleashes a lightning bolt attack that causes massive damage and paralysis effects. After each attack, 20 layers of lightning attribute are added, with each hit removing 1 layer and a 20% chance to paralyze the target. At the same time, Nguyen Truong Fong was so focused on Lufam's actions that he didn't notice Tin Thin blocking right in front of his bloodthirsty falling head. His mount, it just lightly tapped, causing Roycott Mao to stagger and fall down, and Nguyen Truong Fong was pulled down with him. Look at Nguyen Truong Fong falling from the sky, stumbling and crawling on the ground. Lufam chuckled and said, "There goes the envoy who wanted to teach me a lesson earlier." Just as Lufam finished speaking, Lam Long Vuong's roar skill was fully charged. Wait. Hold on. Ignoring what Nguyen Trong Fong said, Luke Pham still didn't stop and directly launched a lightning bolt straight at his face. He fell bloodied on the spot, and Nguyen Trong Fong narrowly survived but was seriously injured. Lord Envoy, I apologize for your mount, but in the fierce battle of the national trial, taking down an opponent's mount is quite normal. To see how I will handle this situation, you have truly gone to great lengths. Thang Min Market is now afraid that Lufam might cause a murder, so he quickly steps in to advise Nguyen Trong Fong, the special envoy, enough with the evaluation. Hand over the authority to Lufam. It's just talk. When it ends is none of our business. Nguyen Trong Fong is furious, but the Thang Min Market master tried to advise further but was interrupted by the principal. Let him go. Nguyen Truong Fong won't last much longer. With Blink, damage immunity, magic skills, language magic, and 5 dragons. Anyone else would surely be a top contender in the national trial, but only I stopped. Nguyen Truong Fong, blinded by hatred, didn't realize he was wrong, and suddenly drew his weapon, rushing quickly toward the culprit. The culprit warned him not to. A poor man living in a bun shop who has brought me to this point. Seeing this scene, Xiao Pi let out a soft growl and was about to use his skill when Lufam interrupted him. He chose to face Nguyen Truong Fong directly. The one who harmed me was abandoned by the high officials. The one who ruined my career now turns against me, even killing my mount. Today I must eliminate him, Nguyen Truong Fong said as he swung his sword down. But all of a sudden, Luke Pham dodged and finally kicked him, sending him flying backward for dozens of meters. Fighting someone who has lost their mind is pointless. I won't take the bait. If you think I haven't passed your test yet, then get up and let's continue. If you think the feud between me and Kim Chow has ruined your career, I will be waiting for you to seek revenge at any time. Just remember this clearly. Next time I won't hold back. Nguyen Trong Fong, looking weak, gazed at Luke Pham, then slowly closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Special Envoy, hang in there. I will take you to see the pastor right now. The Thang Min Market hurriedly approached and helped Nguyen Trong Fong leave. Now, only Luat Pham and the round white-shirted principal remained in the vast arena. At this moment, the principal praised him, saying you hid kite well. I didn't expect you to have 5 dragons. Even though you said you fought with all your might, you actually used a good portion of your strength just now. Luke Pham honestly replied. Actually not even a fraction of the way. The dragons just moved a little. They haven't demonstrated any skills yet. Very good. Indeed, choosing you was the right decision. After finishing, the principal slammed his authority onto the ground, and everyone disappeared before Lufam's eyes. Lufam kept staring into the space where the principal vanished, feeling an inexplicable sense that this principal was somehow very familiar. I'm here, at the northern border, in the uncharted zone level 60 of Long Nation. Tin Du received the evaluation results that Lufam is qualified for the national trial, and he grinned widely. This kid is in. As expected, the representative of Long Nation is Lufam. This signature of Nguyen Trong Fong probably isn't signed while crying. Right, haha. Deputy officer. Come in here. Immediately, the deputy officer pushed the door open and entered. Yes. Commander Chan Bak. What are your orders? Dutin orders Griffin to prepare, saying we must go to the Long Capital Academy. Yes. Are you planning to leave the camp? Recently, some of our exploration routes have been attacked, and all the assaults come from that thing. If you leave now, Dutin replied seriously. Am I not going back soon enough to be afraid? Tell Griffin to continue exploring the other routes as usual. This trip is both to meet our representative from Long State and to investigate that thing. In 2 days, I will return. After being approved by Nguyen Trong Fong to participate in the trial, Luke Pham, having some free time, decided to go out hunting for treasures and proactively contacted Hak Thu to gather some information. More than 3.0 kilometers. Considering his background, Lufam looked at the location of Chu Tin Bay, an area level 20 to 30, on the map and couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect the location to be more than 3.000 kilometers away and just a common treasure. Thinking to himself, Lu Pham sighed and said to the black test on the other end of the line, All right then. Next time, if you need anything, I'll contact you. No need for that. I can contact a teleportation mage to help you get there. But of course it will cost more. Hak Thu tries to persuade. At this moment, Lu Pham received a notification from the system. Lu Pham. Congratulations on discovering the treasure map today. Oh my. After all this time, the divine level map has finally arrived. Lu Pham whispered. Hello. Lu Pham. Can you hear me? Hold on a moment. I have another place to ask you about. It's at the northern border. Lufam hadn't finished speaking when a fire arrow shot out at the speed of light, straight toward Villeneuve. Ye. The person in black armor stood above, watching Villeneuve. One engulfed in flames. Just as he thought he had completed his mission and was about to escape, he saw Lufam using soul wings to fly out of the fire. The others were rescued by the little thief and the little girl, so they also escaped danger. Where do you think you're going? Stop right there. Lufam, furious, shouted loudly and quickly swung a strike that tore off the assassin's hood, revealing their face. He was the teacher standing with the principal at that time. Hearing the loud noise, the students nearby hurried over to see what was happening. Call the fire department. Something's happened. What just exploded? Is everyone okay? What's going on? Han Thu angrily pointed at the black-clad man and said, "That guy attacked our house. He intended to kill people and destroy the giant. If we've been seen, then this is the only way left." With that, the teacher in black activates the Shivium Toa skill, tightly sealing the target so he can't receive any nourishment, lasting for 8 seconds. If the target escapes, it will reduce their movement and spellcasting speed by 90% for the next 4 seconds, and Luofan will be controlled. But that's not all. He also uses his final fire spell, burning his own life, to create the lightning flame core and detonating it with his own life, dealing burn damage equal to 1,250% of their mental attribute. The skill's range increases as it charges, aiming to end everything with Lufam. Han Thu and the Sword Shadow also seem to have realized the teacher's intention, so they immediately used their skills to help Lufam escape the trap. But all were useless. The body of the teacher is also growing larger, gradually swelling like a balloon. Lufam now knows he can't escape, but still cares about everyone's safety, preparing to activate eternal protection to defend everyone. Lufam, you can't escape. Only death. Only death. Haha. At the moment the blazing flame core was about to explode, the principal's white robe staff pierced straight through the teacher's chest, knocking him out cold. Therefore, Lufan managed to resolve the conflict and escape before the teacher exploded. The vice principal also arrived in time to clean up the aftermath, extinguish the fire, reassure the students, and carry out the investigation. Xiao Fun. That was terrifying. Are you hurt anywhere, Han Ka? Tears streaming down his face. He ran over and hugged Lufam as soon as he landed. I'm fine. Dadi. You should be worried now. At this moment, Tan Thu also ran over, asking worriedly, "It's really terrifying. Lufam, do you know who that sorcerer is? I saw him during the envoy's visit for evaluation. He was standing with the principal at that time." Chuathang Min looked at the charred corpse of that teacher and said, "Lufam, we really didn't expect someone in the school to try to assassinate you. Moreover, this person is even an honorary professor of the academy and an 81-level fire mage. It's truly unimaginable. Why did he do this? Is he someone from Wien Trong Fong?" Lufam frowned and asked. Han Kha, standing beside him, angrily said, "Vice Principal, I hope you will investigate this matter thoroughly. If we hesitate any longer, we'll all be dead." Tan Thu also expressed agreement, and when he saw that Lufam was still alive, that evil bastard immediately activated his skill to try to take Lufam away. Chu Xiaoming was confused by the overzealous attitude of the female guild members. "Everyone, stay calm. Stay calm. I will definitely investigate this thoroughly and give everyone a satisfactory answer." Early the next morning, in the principal's office of Longno Academy, such assassination attempts would surely happen again. This time we failed. Next time, it will be even more dangerous. That honorary professor has been working here for a long time. Having someone like that right beside me without noticing is truly chilling. Even though the whole school is within my skill range, if I had arrived just a little later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this point, the principal looked annoyed and said to the person opposite him, "He's listening to me, isn't he?" Du Tin took a sip and finished the teapot, then replied, "I suggest you prepare some wine in the room. This tea is too bland and tasteless." Seeing the principal silent, Doth Tin laughed loudly and said, "Calm down. Calm down. I'm still listening. It's been a long time since we last met like this, and I had to travel a great distance to get here. Can't you ask me what I'm here for this time?" The principal finally got angry and said, "Sorry, I've been rambling on about Lufam the whole time. So your mission in the north has been completed? Of course not. But from what you're saying, Lufam staying at the school isn't safe now. But you and the vice principal still have to investigate this. But it's okay. The two of us can share some of the burden with you." "Share? Yes. Let that kid go to the north with me, even though he's not afraid of assassination. Constant deception will surely come. Let him go to the north with me, both to ensure his safety and to avoid involving those around him. Letting him go with you is indeed very safe. But what's in it for you? Do you really have time to worry about him in this situation? I've been watching that kid Lufam for a long time. He matures quickly, so it doesn't take up much of my time. Of course, I want him to go because I think he can help me investigate that thing. I understand. But you must ensure that Lufam doesn't fall into danger. Tindu found a bottle of wine in the drawer, opened it with a clatter, and replied, "Of course I will give it to him. Back home safe." Ugh. This is terrible. What is this? What are you doing? That was a gift from someone else. The next morning, in front of the main gate of Longtu Academy, as soon as Kim Thon-han stepped out of his car, Bao Thu Kim Chao Li rushed over and hugged him tightly, happily saying, "Finally, you're here. So in the end, are you more important or your equipment?" Of course, my sister is more important. But since this year's national trial is held in Tai Tai Kingdom, I have to prepare thoroughly. As soon as you're ready, you'll come find me. Right, so you'll settle the score for me then. Kim Thon-han smiled and replied, "If anyone dares to upset my beloved sister, I will definitely teach him a lesson." Sinchavilano. One is still under renovation. Lufam and Huangka are temporarily staying at Kim An's villa. No. It's me. Luke Pham contacted the black market to buy the map, showing the location of the divine treasure vault that your system mentioned. Kim An overheard and asked casually, "Where are you planning to go?" Luke Pham nodded and said, "I've been paying attention to this area, but I don't plan to go until the investigation into the attack is complete. If you want to go, wait for them to wake up and just tell everyone." "Yes. I won't sneak away without telling. Thank you for taking care of them for me." At this moment, the sound of knocking on the door rang out. "Let me go open it. It's probably the vice principal arriving." "So, what did the investigation turn up?" Luke Pham paused suddenly when he realized that the man was not Truong Thong Min but an older man with a long scar over his left eye. "He is. I'm not sure about the investigation results either. But don't worry. I'm not a bad person." At this point, Doi Tin pointed behind him, awkwardly smiled, and said that the incident with the guard falling unconscious was actually a misunderstanding. Do you have any way to help them? I came here to find you. But since they kept attacking me, I was just defending myself." "Right. The vice principal's bodyguards have all been knocked out. Could he be another attacker?" Thinking of this, Lu Pham drew his weapon and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" At this moment, Tanthu came down from upstairs, surprised to see Du Tin, and asked, "Old Du, why are you here?" When she finally noticed the unconscious guards on the street, she was startled and asked, "What happened?" After a moment of understanding the situation, Lu Pham said with a hint of surprise, "So this is the master that Uncle Tan mentioned." Tanthu nodded and said yes. "I have always called him Uncle Du since I was young. But Uncle Du, this time you were too harsh." Du Tin laughed heartily and replied generously, "Luckily Xiaothu arrived just in time, or else Than Yin would have had to fight me. I hope Senior forgives me. I misunderstood that you intended to attack us earlier. Actually, I've wanted to meet you for a long time to thank you for helping me deal with the person behind Qin Chao. Although Win Truong Fong was already dismissed at that time, he used his special envoy status to come for revenge. So the one who truly handled him was you. No need to thank me." Tanthu chuckled and said, "But surprisingly, the guards didn't recognize you. After all, you're a great hero who once rode a griffin alone to fight against the Thu Tru. You fought alone against the Beast Dynasty." When I was studying in Zhanghai, there was a memorial wall honoring the heroes who sacrificed themselves fighting against the Beast Dynasty. So the Senior is the hero who repelled the Beast Horde back then." Luke Pham stood up suddenly, speaking with admiration. That's from a long time ago. Every era has its own heroes. For example, right now I am paying close attention to you." Lu Fan. Tindu sits up, pats Lu Fan on the shoulder, and says seriously, "This time I came here to find you, because I want to take you to the northern border to train. I've talked to the principal. You're coming with me to the far north, both to train and prepare for the national exam, and to avoid further attacks. But initially, the northern border is an unexplored area. Currently, Luke Pham is the representative of the nation, and he cannot have any accidents before the national trial. The worries of Than Thu and Kiaman are not unfounded." Zolin Chan An. Luke Pham, I understand that the situation at the northern border is very harsh, but it is also a great place to improve your strength. And once you leave, those targeting you will no longer affect those around you. Luke Pham remained silent, secretly wondering if after he left, everyone would truly be safe from attacks. "It seems like I can read your mind." Jian Ying said, "Luke Pham, if you want to go, just go. We've already changed our roles twice, So even if we get attacked again, there's no need to worry. I will continue to take care of everyone on your behalf. Thu also agreed and said, Don't worry. We will protect her safely. You don't have to worry about a thing. Lufam, hearing that, no longer hesitated and agreed with Du Tin's suggestion. Haha. Very good. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Aunt Thu. Go buy some good bottles of wine for Uncle. We need to throw a grand farewell party for this kid. Then Thu happily replied, Uncle Du, we can't drink the strong wine you like. I often go to Villa No. One to eat. So it seems there are no ingredients at home. Lu Fang suggested, Let me go buy some. What are you waiting for? Xiao and Daozi are easy to deal with. So let's eat together. I might as well say goodbye to the older sister too. At this moment, Du Tin suddenly remembered something. Xiao Tu, quickly go heal the sister for the guards outside. Or it will be bad if others see this. Shen Thu was hesitant but replied yes. But since I changed my role to Holy Light Judge, I no longer have the ability to heal my sister. Du Tin looked at the sword image pleadingly. Don't look at me. I've never had the ability to heal my sister. In the end, I still had to rely on Lufam to come back and fix it. Leaving home, Lufam stopped by the arena, deliberately fighting to earn points to say goodbye to beautiful Sister Kot. You're preparing to go to the far north, and you won't see her again until the national trial takes place. You can't compete with her anymore, or you'll probably get bored later. Beautiful sister approached Lufam's cheek, smiling and joking. When you reach the far north, you'll learn more than just competing with me. It's a very dangerous place. You won't get bored. Yes, I understand. Then I'll take my leave now. Tonight I also have to say goodbye to everyone. So when Lufam is about to leave, Chidep suddenly hugs him from behind. You left so quickly that I had nothing to give you. As she spoke, Pretty Sister put a red beaded bracelet on Lufam's wrist. Senior. Here. To keep it safe, just wear it. Beauty releases Lufan, then laughs and teases before leaving, saying keep pushing through both the tough training and the national trials. Take care. When you return, remember to bring a block of non-melting ice for me. On the way back, Lufam remained silent the entire long journey. But finally, as they approached the house, he couldn't hold back and spoke. How much longer do you plan to follow me? Oh, you've been caught. Kim Thon Han stepped out from behind the tree and smiled, saying you really are hard to find. Lufam, who are you? Why are you following me? You may not know me, but I've heard quite a bit about you. I am Kim Thon Han, Kim Chao's older brother. My sister has been under your care quite a bit, so I came here to thank you. Lufam dropped the bag in his hand onto the ground, quickly drew his weapon, and looked around cautiously. Oh, you're the #1 expert who just got promoted in Tai Chi Kingdom. Kim Chao is here too. Right. Tell her to come out. As soon as Lufam finished speaking, a loud female voice rang out from the shadows. Yuan is still quite arrogant. Of course, I have to come see my brother teach him a lesson. As she spoke, she walked over to Kim Than Han, who then confidently smiled and said it's up to him whether he wants to be scolded or not. Lufam, I'll give you a chance obediently. Let my sister return the slaps from before and everything will be settled. Hearing Kim Thon Han threaten, Lufam sneered dismissively and asked with a smile, I wonder what the Kim family's memory is like. Kim Chao, it seems you haven't told your brother what happened to you last time after saying the same thing. Kim Chao, hearing this, angrily urged him. He's still stubborn. Stop bargaining with him and just beat him up. Kim Thon Han shook his head and sighed, slowly raising a hand. Lufam, you really haven't seen enough of suffering yet. Even at this point you still dare to show disrespect to Kim. So I have no choice. As he spoke, a small talisman appeared in his palm, emanating dark, ominous energy that made Lufam frown and silently assess the spell of summoning. It really is as strange as Kim Cha's magic. Kim Thon Han continued, I'll send you to the underworld. As he finished speaking, a strange monster appeared and immediately spat a green liquid toward Lufam. Lufam jumped back to dodge, glancing at the food bag on the ground and muttered to himself, it was just a normal attack, but it had a very strong corrosive ability, so I need to focus on dodging to fight it. As I looked again at the creature facing me, I was surprised to see that Kim Thon Han's summoned beast was undergoing a new transformation. First, its shape becomes rounder. Then, numerous tentacles grow on its body, waving wildly around its core. A part of it suddenly sank into the ground, like legs lifting its body. Finally, a head suddenly sprouted right in the middle of its body. Lufam looked from the monster's head to Kim Thon Han, feeling certain in his heart that it had just grown out. Kim Thon Han's face quickly changed as the monster transformed completely, and Kim Thon Han then sighed, with the 3 deep-sea practitioners capturing that guy. Hearing the cry, The three deep ditch practitioners roared loudly and rushed toward Lufam. Lufam clenched his weapon, ready to respond at any moment. But at this moment, Lufam saw a monster flying quickly toward this place in the sky. Before he could clarify the situation, the monster was already there in the blink of an eye, kicking the three deep abyss practitioners to the ground and causing a strong gust of wind to sweep around. The Griffin King is extremely cold. The legendary beast rider, Kim Chao, covering his face in discomfort, shouted, "What is that?" Kim Thon Han also covered his face with his hand but still tried to look ahead and saw a figure passing over Lufam's head. "Do you think this is Kim family's territory?" Without hesitation, the figure lands and stands in front of Lufam. Kim Thon Han quietly mutters, "King Griffin." And with that voice, could it be? He broke out in cold sweat, a terrifying name flashing through his mind. Just then, another loud shout rang out, and the father charged forward. Kim Thon Han snapped back to his senses, quickly looked again, and clearly saw the face of the approaching person. As he expected, it was the true North Huo Tin. And now, the opponent is appearing in front of the two of them at incredible speed, stabbing with a spear. Move aside. This person is very dangerous. He broke out in cold sweat, a terrifying name flashing through his mind. Just then, another loud shout rang out, and the father charged forward. At the same time, a small formation was being activated in his hand. Noticing this subtle move by Kim Thon Han, Du Tin calmly said, Give up now. No thief can save someone who cannot be saved, and nothing can escape my griffin's claws." The movement in his hand paused briefly, as Kim Thon Han glanced at the three deep abyss cultivators with no resistance, lying under the griffin's claws. He ultimately chose to give up resisting. Nearby, Kim Chao was witnessing her brother like this for the first time. She was terrified and helpless, sitting on the ground, softly calling out "brother, brother," while Kim Thon Han kept coughing up blood, clutching his loved one tightly and staring intently at Du Tin. "Indeed, Chancellor Chanbak." After saying this, Kim Thon Han seemed to lose his last bit of vitality, bowing his head and no longer breathing. Kim Cho desperately shouted, "Please don't stay so far away." Lufam thought in shock, "Senior, just kill Kim Thon Han now." At this moment, Du Tin said that the Deep Abyss Thief, Stage 3, Symbiosis, Deep Abyss, skill, means that if the Deep Abyss beast of oneself is still alive, it can be reborn within their body. Hearing this, Lufang was once again stunned. At the same time, he also noticed something unusual. The body of Kim Cheng Han had disappeared, leaving only a layer of skin outside as if shed like a snake skin. Kim Thon Han is still alive. Just as this thought flashed through Lufam's mind, Du Tin swung his sword, unleashing a wave of energy towards the bodies of the three Deep Abyss travelers, shouting, "Now I hope, or don't blame me for fixing your resurrection beast and killing you for real now." Kim Chao also realized what was happening, quickly looked towards the three Deep Abyss practitioners, and softly called out with a hopeful tone, "Brother." 1 second later, Kim Thon Han's head emerged from the bodies of the Deep Abyss travelers, still crying out in pain. Clearly this process was far from comfortable. As long as the Deep Symbiosis Zone and the Deep Symbiosis Core remain, the Reborn will forever coexist with the Deep Zone. The first resurrection cooldown is 12 hours, and from the second resurrection onward, the cooldown doubles each time. The current cooldown time for the Deep Symbiosis realm is 12 hours. Kim Thon Han, Level 60, Hidden Combat Profession, Deep Recovery Master. After releasing 3 Deep Realm practitioners from his body, Kim Cheng Han weakly said, You cannot kill me. I am the representative of the Grand Chancellor. Attacking a representative before the national trial begins will be punished by 23 countries." Lu Fang was once again surprised and thought to himself, he revived thanks to this resurrection beast. At this moment, Du Tin stepped in front of Kim Thon Han, pointed his spear at him and said, "I obviously know about that, but I also know that if a country's representative is attacked, eliminating the attacker won't cause any trouble." Hearing that, Kim Thon Han was startled and exclaimed, "What, Lufam is the representative of Long Country?" Duo Ting speaks. "I am not the type to enjoy killing, but since the Tiluan nation is held in Taitequak this year, I will let you go this time." "No, more tricks." Kim Thon Han replies. "I understand." Do Tin continued. "Remember this. I am extremely annoyed with you, Kim and the others, so don't let me see you again." After saying that, Du Tin threw the weapon in his hand forcefully at the 3 Deep Abyss cultivators and dealt with it on the spot. As a warning to Kim Thon Han didn't dare to say a word, then took Kim Chao's hand and said, "Kim Chao, let's go." Kim Chao replied, Yes, so the two brothers parted ways. And before leaving, Kim Thon Han didn't bother to turn back to Luke Pham, gritting his teeth as he warned, "Pray hard because no one in Tai Tai Kwok will support you." Regarding Kim Thon Han's threats, Lufam paid no mind. He approached Du Tin and said, "This Kim Thon Han really makes people feel both annoyed and amused. It's clear they've already been beaten once, but they still open their mouths to say those words." Du Tin glanced at the two Kim Thon Han from afar and said, "People of the Taishi kingdom are like that, dead but still stubborn with their words. Let's go inside quickly. I told them not to go out earlier, so they're probably worried now." Then Du Tin asked, "By the way, where is the thing you bought? Your little aunt has been waiting for a long time." Luofang was startled and thought to himself, "It's over. The beast that was tamed has already been consumed." In the darkness of the farewell party, everyone forgets the tension after the attack. Drunk, Dao Xiaomai laughs and says to Du Tin, "Old man, are you okay? Let's keep drinking." Some people talk a lot, while others cry silently. After drinking, Hangka hugged Lu Fam and cried. Xiao Fam needs to be careful and not overexert himself. Luke Pham forced a smile and said, "Come on, don't cry anymore. Your brother will be back soon." Tan Thu, whether from drunkenness or embarrassment, couldn't tell. Her face flushed from the alcohol. She gently told Luke Pham to take good care of himself and not to worry about them. "And Luke Pham, you know you have to leave. The target is the target. You can't let everyone be in danger because of you. With only a month left before the national exam, the secrets at the northern border are waiting for you to uncover." The next afternoon, Lu Qin and Du Ting were riding griffins toward the northern border. Sitting in front, Du Ting was controlling the griffin while reminding him to endure a little and not to freeze up. Very quickly, the two of them reached the unexplored area of the northern border where level 60 and above is required, and the divine grade map is located there. Lost in thought, Lu Fam suddenly saw a large circle on the horizon. He was immediately shaken by the scene before him and quickly asked, "Elder, what is that?" "It looks just like a blood moon." Du Tin replied, "That's exactly the reason I brought you here." A while later, at the northern border camp, Du Ting led Luke Pham while introducing that the troops here are our Griffin Elite Corps, and everyone must have riding beast combat skills. Regarding the exploration mission in the far north, we have currently surveyed 114 routes. He paused, pointing to a map on the wall, and continued, "And you've already seen what has been explored." Luke Pham looked at the map and asked, "Is that the blood moon down there?" Du Tin looked serious and replied, "Yes. We still haven't been able to approach it or figure out what exactly it is. So we've always called it that." But just a few seconds later, Du Tin suddenly laughed loudly, patting Lu Shufan on the shoulder and saying, "But now with the mysterious young man here, our exploration mission will surely make new progress." Lu Shufan smiled and approached the map, observing carefully. "So this is the main goal of Elder 2U. But it also suits me perfectly. I can find the divine level map and level up in the level 60 area at the same time. These two routes are closest to the location of the divine level map." After deciding, Luke Pham pointed to routes 77 and 78 and asked, "So can I join these frontline routes right away?" Du Ting Yin Tu Yen Duong Luke Pham, Chiroi Huyen Ngai. Dung La Tuai Tre. Que Voi Vank Karwade. Mac Du Tuyen Duong 78. Ne Ko Kongit Sham Gak. Nyung Van Kodai Hung Tu. A level 32 like you going in there? If anything happens, your principal will take my life instead." Luke Pham replied seriously, "Senior, besides coming here to avoid danger, I also want to improve my strength. If I take the safe route, it would be meaningless." Seeing how determined Luke Pham was, Du Tin didn't try to persuade him anymore and just raised his hand with a snort. "This kid is just like me when I first joined the army, always rushing into dangerous places." Without saying a word, he handed over an additional weapon and told Lu Fam to take it. Luke Pham instinctively reached out to catch it, puzzled and asking, What is this?" As soon as he grasped the weapon, a system menu appeared. Min releases the arrow. Legendary. Level requirement Setenta. None. Enchantment. Level removed. Power plus 591. Enchantment plus 315. Agility plus 756. Enchantment plus 213. Support weapon. When equipped, increases all attributes by 10%. Minsa, Tri Tien, and Minsa Dan do not consume arrows. All are magic arrows. When not drawing the bow, they can fire 12 magic arrows, each dealing 20% damage. If you charge together with the power boost for 3 seconds, you can fire the Za An Tien, increasing damage by 500%. Luke Pham quickly pulls Min aside and whispers, supporting the legendary type, so Min can equip both the Longland Sword and Min Sha Dan at the same time. After extracting the attributes and removing the level restrictions, the Elder at least spent 800 million on these spells. Knowing how valuable this item is, Lufam quickly returned it to the senior. Tin Du. This staff, Tin Du reached out to stop him, smiling and saying, "Don't haggle. If it's for you, just take it. If you want to take Route 78, you'll really need these." Hearing that, Lufam didn't refuse anymore. You quickly gear up and cheerfully thank the senior. With this sword in hand, you can rest assured about the national exploration and trial. Doting, he scolded with a smile. "Kid, stop talking such nonsense." Inside, he was secretly thinking, "I just can't use it. Otherwise it would be your turn now." So Dutin took the cloak and handed it to Lufam. "Lufam, put on the cloak, and I will take you to see that thing. If after returning you still insist on taking Route 78, I will let you join the team tomorrow." Lufam quickly put on his coat and said, "Let's go, senior. I can't wait any longer." A while later, Dutin rode the griffin through the sky. Tumo looked at Lufam flying beside him and asked, "Lufam, you're a dragon horse engineer. Why aren't you riding the dragon?" Lufam explained. "My dragon's skill level isn't high enough yet. But now Tuda has reached level 29, so she's about to unlock this skill." Tutin said, "So when will you be able to ride the dragon? Then I can arrange for you to join the griffin army." Lufam was about to reply when he suddenly heard the monster screech. Turning around, Lufam saw that 3 monsters were flying towards him. While poisoned, the target loses 2% of its health every second, and multiple hits will stack the poison duration. The illusionary song causes the target to hear continuous screams for 30 seconds, leading to unconsciousness and a hypnotic state, lasting 5 minutes. It can make sounds while performing other skills. Seeing the swarm of screeching owls rushing to attack Duthin, Lufam quickly shouted, "Senior, be careful." Dutin's expression remained calm as she lifted her potion in one hand and quickly drew her spear with the other to pierce the nearest owl demon, while Griffin also used his claws to firmly grip another owl demon. "You should be the one to watch out. If you reacted this quickly on Route 78, you would have been dead long ago." With that, Dutin swung his spear forcefully, causing the deadly owl hanging on the spear to fly swiftly toward the other owl. Both collide forcefully and fall to the ground, ending the battle here. Lufam silently thought to himself, "Everyone in the Griffin Corps is above level 70. Although he just joked about putting money ahead of himself in the team, with his current performance, Senior must be very disappointed. This is not school. I need to be more serious." Lufam, dang tu kim diem ban then. Di do tin line in chuang fia du oilan tiang. Din noi roi. Lufam lay lai tin then. Kung kui downing shuang. When I saw a red circular object on the snow, I hesitated and said, That is an eye." Du Tin smiled and introduced, "Yes, this is an extremely enormous creature, and until now we still don't know what it actually is." Hearing that, Lufam furrowed his brow in thought. The eye and the surrounding mountains. It looks like half a dragon's head, but it's actually a dragon spirit. Its body is so large that even the Griffin army cannot determine it. Seeing Lufam's expression, Du Tin asked, "Are you shocked?" The first time we got close to this, even the Griffin King was too afraid to approach it, and discovering it was purely accidental. Lufam didn't answer. He opened the system and tried to analyze the eye. The appraisal eye. The appraisal result is unclear. Seeing the result, Lufam furrowed his brow tighter and muttered to himself in pain. Even the system can't find any information. Tin sighed and said thoughtfully, "In fact, humans have only explored a small part of this world. Most areas remain uncharted and require armies like ours to investigate. When I first discovered this thing, it wasn't in this condition. That was the first time I got close to it. Back when we were clearing out the monsters above the mining site at Yuan, and while we were trying to rescue the mining team, it opened its eyes. It's been a year since then, and despite many experts studying it, no one has learned anything. But I am sure of one thing. It is still alive because it opened its eyes right in front of me. If one day it awakens, will we still be able to live peacefully like this? When I first discovered this thing, it wasn't in this condition. That was the first time I got close to it. Back when we were clearing out the monsters above the mining site at Yuan, the members of the Legion, that was in the past. Not anymore. The level 65 Soul Eater. In the evening, with each nearby Dot T, increase the defense of all Dot T by 25%. From death comes life. Each non-lethal damage received increases defense by 25%. Hopelessly, each damage dealt by the detritus will cause an additional 1 or 2 hits, with the extra damage, depending on current defense. A detritus roars and charges at Lufam. Lufam desperately tries to block the oncoming attack with his sword. Are these creatures the members of Team Griffin who died here? A wave of doubt rose in his heart as Lufam turned to Dutin and asked, Elder, what exactly are these monsters? Dutin remained silent, bowing his head, and through his expression, Lufam could see that he was in a very bad mood right now. It takes a few seconds before Dutin finally decides to act. These things are very troublesome. I don't want to kill them. After speaking, Dutin commanded the Griffin King to fly high and used the extreme cold net to create a large net that covered the corpse thieves, making them fall to the snow below and become immobile. The extreme cold net caused the mount creatures to release a 5-second long ice attribute magic net. All targets caught in the ice net will continuously take very small amounts of ice attribute damage, but will gradually freeze over the course of 5 seconds. Tin's series of actions further convinced Lufam that his suspicion was correct. So once again, you ask, Senior, were they once your subordinates? Dutin chose to avoid Lufam's question. He commanded the Griffin King to leave and said, Let's go. It's time to head back. Seeing this, Lufam could only suppress his doubts and follow Tin away. Under the snow-covered ground, the demons escaped the extreme cold trap. One of them stood still, watching Duthin and the others until they disappeared from sight before turning away. The next morning, in Dutin's office, Dutin took a sip of wine and asked Lufam, Are you sure? Lufam replied, Yes. Whether it's the demon or that giant, I still want to go to the front lines. Dutin happily laughed out loud. Well done, deputy officer. Call them in. A few seconds later, the deputy officer led a group of 3 into the room to report that they had arrived. The man with white hair in the group of 3 immediately stood still, raised his hand and saluted, reporting that Squad 78 was present. La Fille, level 76. Divina Knight 3. Squad leader of Squad 78. Next, the man with blonde hair scratched his head and asked, rarely having a rest, I wonder what orders Lord Chanbakao has. Luk Trong Khong, level 70. Holy Shield Knight 3. Member of Squad 78. Finally, a brown-haired girl has remained silent since entering the room. Shentai, level 70. Stubborn Swordsman 3. Member of Squad 78. Dutin now points to Lufam to introduce him. Old La, today I bring a new member for you. This kid is Lufam, the top student of Longdu Academy. Lufam smiled and said, I look forward to your guidance. Seniors, Lafai and Thamtai still haven't shown their attitude. Only Luke Trong Kong was friendly and took the initiative to shake hands with Lufam and speak up. Yeah. Longdu Academy. Lufam. What a coincidence. I also have the surname Luke. And I also graduated from the Qingyun class of this same Longdu Academy. Lufam Naknin Noi. Oh. I see. Senior has worked hard on the front lines. Luke Truong Kong happily patted Lufam's shoulder, pulled him aside, and assured him, Don't worry. I will protect you and not let a single hair fall. Lufam hesitated a bit to get used to Luke Trong Kong's enthusiasm and awkwardly replied, So thank you very much. Then Lufam asked, Brother, what does the badge in front of Captain La mean? Why does only he have it? Luke Truong Kong explained that this is the military merit badge, which is why Old La has the bronze badge and can be the team leader. There are also silver and gold badges. Only 8 people in our team have the gold badge. And if the commander is not present at the camp, these 8 will hold the decision-making power. In another corner, Lafay looked serious and whispered to Dutin, Sir, I have a question. What are you doing? Bringing a college intern here to make noise. Please don't joke like that. The 78th team's mission is very tough. We don't have time to waste on trivial matters. Dutin also spoke seriously. Is this Old La going to joke around like that if there's any danger? Just let it be. If it gets hurt, that's its problem. Out there we are, brothers. But here I am, your boss. From now on, Lufam will be a member of your team. Don't treat him like a student and do whatever you want. This is an order. Meeting Dutin isn't a joke. Lafay only reluctantly agreed. I understand. After saying that, he headed over to Lufam. Luke Truong did not speak immediately. Captain. Lafay nodded, glanced at Lufam, then spoke. Miss Tham, please take Lufam to the meeting room. We will discuss this operation later. Miss Tham, annoyed, adjusted her glasses and said softly, It's a hassle. A while later, in the command room of Team 78, there are 4 people sitting, including Lufam, with a large map in front of them. Looking at the map, Lafay analyzes. Based on the information from the outpost, a snowstorm will hit in 4 days, which means we have to complete this mission within 4 days. It takes 2 days to go back and forth to the outpost, and after reaching it, we still have 2 days to explore along Route 78. Luke Truong frowned and said, 2 days. Doesn't seem like we can explore much. La Fille said, this time, with a new member joining. As long as we expand 100 types, we'll consider the mission accomplished. Thom Tai asked, is that still too many? After all, some students are just here to experience life, so it should be more relaxed and friendly. Seeing Thom Tai's dismissive attitude towards Luke Pham, Luke Trong didn't rush to signal her to stop. As for Luke Pham, he paid no attention to those words. His eyes fixed on the map, pondering silently. The divine map is in an uncharted area. If this exploration mission succeeds, we might be able to obtain it. At this moment, La Fille stood up and ordered, time waits for no one. Prepare the beast door. We depart in 15 minutes. Thom Tai looked annoyed, like a robot, just waiting for the snowstorm to pass before leaving. Luke Trong didn't smile to smooth things over. Come on. Come on. After all, we're the Vanguard squad. Luke Pham hesitated and said, my door beast isn't high enough level yet, so I can't open it. Thom Tai exclaimed in surprise. I'm not waiting for you. Let the team leader handle this. Luke Trong asked without suspicion. So how do you plan to fly with us now? Thom Tai looked annoyed, like a robot, just waiting for the snowstorm to pass before leaving. Luke Trong didn't smile to smooth things over. Come on. Come on. After all, we're the Vanguard squad. La Fille didn't say anything, but her gaze was also fixed on Luke Pham, as if she was thinking about something. After flying for a while, Luke Pham voluntarily approached Thom Tai and asked, Sister Tham, the 2 small eagles escorting your hawk, are they scouting around below? Thom Tai picked up Luke Pham and said, now is not the time to be distracted. We are about to enter the cloud. Not long after, as the group flew into the cloud, La Fille loudly reminded everyone, visibility inside the cloud is limited. Get ready. Luke Truong didn't look at Luke Pham and smiled, saying, Junior, we remember to stay close to me later and be careful not to lose the team. Yes. When Luke Pham finally responded, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept in, carrying him far away. After regaining control of his body, he was panic-stricken when he couldn't see the others. Lufam shouted urgently, Senior brother, team leader. Just as he was about to call out a few words, Luke Pham quickly fell silent because he was startled to realize that behind him, a pair of bloodthirsty eyes were locking onto him. Thom Tai picked up Luke Pham and said, now is not the time to be distracted. We are about to enter the cloud. Not long after, as the group flew into the cloud, La Fille loudly reminded everyone, visibility inside the cloud is limited. Get ready. Luke Truong didn't look at Luke Pham and smiled, saying, Junior, we remember to stay close to me later and be careful not to lose the team. Yes. When Luke Pham finally responded, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept in, carrying him far away. The illusion lasts for 8 seconds, capable of mimicking the true form and executing normal attacks simultaneously. The fallen demon has transformed, and the non-flying demon sorcerer has become a fallen demon, possessing the usual skills of fallen demons, with destructive, fatal, and hopeless tendencies. Luke Pham turned around and saw the beast roaring as it charged toward him, mouth wide open, ready to swallow him. Liep Confisu, Doa Thecap 75. It's another demon. It seems the blood moon affects more than just humans. Quietly, Lufam reacts quickly, slashing fiercely at the head of the demon to cause pain, forcing it to bite back. Luke Pham hesitated, unsure how to deal with the attack group of the demonless beast, then suddenly heard Luke Trong Kong's shout, and the junior dodged. Following that, Luke Pham saw 2 creatures flying quickly toward and colliding forcefully with the demonless beast. Carefully observing the 2 creatures, Lufan was surprised and thought to himself that it was Tham Tai's large escort. Lufan was not mistaken. It was indeed Tham Tai's large escort. She used the Twin Yang technique to save you. The Twin Yang technique commands the Twin Yang to rush forward, touch the target, and attract their attention. Right now, Tham Tai is riding a griffin and flying quickly toward the large lake. Don't let the lizard non-flight sorcerer create illusions. But when she sees only one large escort flying back beside her, she gets angry and scolds. Damn it! We've lost one of the escort birds. Luke Trong quickly flew to Luke Pham's side, grabbed him by the shoulder and said, don't fall behind. The clouds are full of elite monsters. Let me protect you. Dealing with these kinds of monsters is just routine for us. Luke Pham spoke, thanking the senior but saying he couldn't just stand by and watch them fight. As for the lizard non-flying mage, it saw more people arriving and immediately used cloud mist concealment to hide within the clouds. Right now, Tham Tai is riding a griffin and flying quickly toward the large lake. Don't let the lizard non-flight sorcerer create illusions. But when she sees only one large escort flying back beside her, she gets angry and scolds. Damn it! We've lost one of the escort birds. Until now we've always relied on the captain. So we still don't have any medals, it's time to get serious. Tham Tai gently scolded him, saying, I always count on you. Tham Tai, seeing this, turned to scold Lufam. But just then, don't act rashly. Listen to us. Lu Trong calmly took charge and shouted, That's right. Leave this non-flying demon beast to us. Suddenly, a loud sound from the clouds startled everyone and made them alert. Lufam suspiciously asked, Isn't that the sound of the non-flying beast sorcerer? Luke Truong didn't shout. He lost his mind. It's Thon Thien. This isn't something that happens every day. Juniors, run away. He still remembers his duty to warn Lufam about Thon Thien. Luke Pham, driven by curiosity, looked up and saw a giant monster much larger than the flying sword hunter, Thon Thien. A level 75 segment, Demon. A village of heaven and earth. Thon Thien will swallow all targets drawn into its mouth, dealing damage equal to a percentage of their maximum health, and considers clouds as the sea. After leaving the sea, Cloud will activate Kinlac, causing 9,999% damage to all targets within the falling range, including itself. The segment of the divine transformation has been transformed, possessing ordinary skills of destruction, life and death. Despair of the divine segment. Luke Pham nervously thought to himself, It's even more terrifying than the apocalyptic form of the little dark one. At this moment, Lafai flew over, urging him to stop standing there and to fly quickly. Lu Chang was relieved to see that Lafai had appeared and called out, The captain is here. What should we do now that the heaven village has appeared too? Lafai shouted. Shut your mouth. Fly up quickly. There are also a swarm of monsters in the clouds that are all undead. Following everyone, Lufam was deep in thought. As the blood moon and the fragments of the test all around him, although that giant creature had no breath of life, it truly changed everything here. You accidentally turned to look at the village of heaven and were startled to see it opening its mouth. Using the village of heaven real terrain skill. There's no way out now, although it's still unclear whether the dragon is affected by the demon beasts and the blood moon. If we don't call them out, everyone will be swallowed. Hearing that, Lufam stopped, reached out to summon the dragon, and shouted, Captain, let me handle this. Lafai angrily scolded. Nonsense. Just stay close and get us out of here. Tham Tai saw a point of light ahead and cheered happily. We're saved. We can escape now. Once we get to the light, we'll be safe. So everyone pushed their speed and flew quickly toward the light. A moment later, 4 figures rushed out of the cloud. Just behind them, the Thon Tien suddenly activated the mechanism of the Kinlock skill. Hearing that, Lufam stopped, reached out to summon the dragon, and shouted, Captain, let me handle this. Lafai angrily scolded. Nonsense. Just stay close and get us out of here. Lafai explained. Yes, because if they leave the cloud, Thon Thien will fall down. Hearing this, Luok Pham briefly pondered. Each type of test segment has a different way to respond. These are all valuable experiences that the senior members of the Griffin Army had to risk their lives to gain. Soon, the heaven cloud fell to the ground, causing a loud noise. Lafai immediately ordered Trung Kong and Tham Tai to prepare for landing and rest while organizing everything. Luke Truong did not reply, just nodded. Shentai thought for a moment and was scared, then let out a sigh and said, I might as well go meet my ancestors now. After a while, the group descended beside the large pit caused by the fall of Thon Thien. Luke Truong clicked his tongue and said, This time the old man rushed too quickly, even with a new member. Risking going into the clouds, taking a detour would have been fine. Luke Pham lowered his head and apologized, saying he still didn't know much about this northern region. Luke Trong didn't put his arm around Lufam's shoulder to comfort him. Oh, come on. What's there to apologize for? Blood moon, earth fog, clouds. It wasn't until we got here that I learned about these things. Everyone in the Griffin team is the same. Tham Tai suddenly spoke. If this continues, it will be very difficult for us to complete the mission of gathering. We only have 3.5 days left. Lafai said. It's just a new member, so the pace is a bit slow. Just try to adapt. Hearing that, Tham Tai couldn't hold back his anger anymore and stood up shouting. There's no more time to adapt. He and Truong didn't pay attention. But I am very worried whether we can still return by the 4th day. Next, she walked over to Lufam, pointed at him and scolded him. Lufam, I don't need to know how you got here or what connections you have. But I have to make one thing clear to you. This is not a place where you can just do a quick job and be done. Think carefully about your next move. If what's down there truly awakens, not only Longguo, but the entire world will be in danger. You'd better return to the camp and be a good support. Because if you go to the front lines and face danger, we won't be able to follow you. Lufam looked seriously at Tham Tai and said, Sister Tham, throughout this journey, Captain and Luke have taught me a lot, and I've started to understand this place a little. Please trust that I can help everyone on the next part of the journey. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lu Changkong quickly spoke to defuse the situation. Come on. Come on. Why are you starting to yell? Luffy also spoke up. All right. Stop stirring things up. If it's the arrangement of Lord Dota, then there must be a reason behind it. Take a break now. We need to set off quickly later. Lu Changkong happily replied. Yes, that. Luffy advised Tham Tai not to overthink and just let him protect himself without causing more trouble. Let's see what he can do for us later. Tham Tai, feeling annoyed, softly said, just avoiding trouble is already good enough. Suddenly, Tham Tai's escort eagle let out a few cries. It's a warning signal. Enemies are attacking. Just as Tham Tai finished speaking, strange noises suddenly sounded above their heads. What is that? She suspiciously raised her head and saw large chunks of ice about to fall on them. Luffy quickly ordered the team to scatter. Move fast. Open the barrier. And then everyone jumped in different directions to escape the falling ice. At the same time, Liu Chang no longer uses the shield skill. The shield can absorb damage equal to 200% of the user's maximum health and lasts for 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, when the absorption reaches the target, it will heal the ally for the total absorbed amount. After the ice stops falling, everyone hears Luke Truong Kong shout, I am injured. Luke Pham and I have been separated. Luke Pham hasn't spoken yet. After stabilizing himself, he cautiously observes his surroundings and whispers, could this be a test segment? Elsewhere, Luffy shouts, Tham Tai and I are still safe. Where is Luke Pham? Report the current situation. No response. Luffy shouted again, and Luke Pham answered quickly. Luke Pham still didn't respond because right now he was staring blankly at the huge number of monsters in front of him. Too many. The Peacekeepers and the level 80 ice monsters have surrounded him. Ice Crystal Snow Monster. Level 80. With its icy head, the snow monster throws ice weapons at the target, causing heavy damage. Continuous hits will freeze the target for 30 seconds. At the same time, when the snow monster's health drops below 50%, it triggers a rage increase of 350% attack power, 100% movement speed, and casting speed. The segment of the ice elemental snow monster has been transformed, possessing normal skills, but facing despair and hopelessness. Luke Pham, answer if you're still alive. Master Luffy is still calling. Tham Tai whispers urgently, be careful now. The Donthi are paying attention. Luffy had to hide behind a large ice block and said to the wind, looks like that kid won't make it. There are at least 20 or 30 ice primordial snow monsters. Luke Trong didn't answer. I can still hold on. It was Luke Pham who found and saved me. It's good that you two are safe. Luke Pham turned to look at the two newcomers, and at that moment, the ice elemental monster had already charged to attack him. Luffy hesitated for a moment, then said, the sky still lives. Listen to me. When you start to distract them later, I will seize the chance to bring the sky back. Before he finished speaking, Luffy suddenly sensed danger behind him and quickly pulled Tham Tai forward, narrowly avoiding a surprise attack from a snow ice monster. Then Luffy ordered a change of plan. I will hold them off. You go find Truong Kong. Remember not to look back. Yes. So, Luffy stayed behind to deal with the ice crystal monsters while Tham Tai took the opportunity to run away. Tham Tai jumped onto the top of a large ice block, looking around to find the next direction, when suddenly he saw Luffy struggling to fend off an attack from an ice crystal monster. Captain. Tham Tai's heart was filled with worry. And more dangerously, he saw a few more ice elemental monsters attracted by the fighting noise rushing towards Luffy. They're too many. There's no other way. Even if it exposes us. This is the only way to distract him. Thinking quickly, Tham Tai immediately raised a hand to signal the Hotong squad to search for Luke Trong Kong's whereabouts and to attract the attention of the snow ice monsters. Sharing the pressure with Luffy, drawing his weapon, Tham Tai silently thought, Luke Trong Kong, where are you? Liu Fan. Are you okay? Don't say anything else. Hold on a little longer. I'm coming to save you now. Wait until I deal with these three, and then I'll heal you immediately. As he spoke, Lufam took out his weapon and began gathering energy. Long Nya Kich. Duan Kong. The skill was charging. You can still be healed. Don't push yourself too hard. You can't fight back against the level 80 ice crystal beasts. Before Lu Trong finished speaking, The two level 80 ice crystal snow monsters lost patience and charged at Lufam, using their ice headbutt skills to attack him. The Dragon Fang attack, without interruption, carrying dragon energy, strikes twice in succession and can be combined with the flow. The current dragon energy, singing Dragon 1. Seeing this, Lu Chang not immediately stunned, softly said, "How is that possible?" Luke Pham smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible. I am a long horse knight and a long horse master from Nam province." While they were talking, the last ice crystal snow monster threw a large ice block at Luke Pham. Luke Pham calmly shifted his dragon energy to the pure spirit stream and used the dragon roar skill to split the ice block into two. Lu Trong, not easily convinced, said, "A level 32 horse and dragon master can fight against an elite level 80 monster. Could it be that the beast wasn't high enough level, as you said earlier?" Just then, Tham Tai helped Luffy over and said, "Here it is. Just as I thought the battle just now." Before finishing his sentence, Tham Tai, noticing that Luke Truong's situation didn't seem too bad, was startled and asked about him, knowing about his injury. Luffy, seeing Luke Pham, exclaimed in surprise, "Luke Pham, you're still alive. Could it be that the beast wasn't high enough level, as you said earlier?" Just then, Tham Tai helped Luffy over and said, "Here it is. Just as I thought the battle just now." Lu Pham carefully. Luffy shouted loudly and quickly used the Thon Kiem Chien Thang skill to eliminate the monster and save Lu Pham. Thane's sword victory. The Divine Knight's weapon throws at the target, changing to follow it until it deals 100% physical damage and 76% divine damage per second for the next 10 seconds. Then Luffy coughed several times before speaking. "Everyone stop acting rashly. Let me think of a way. Tham Tai suggests that our only option is to leave now. Griffin is nowhere to be seen. But my rock can still carry 2 people. Luke Pham smiles and says, "You see, actually it's not that difficult. As long as we kill all these monsters, we'll be safe." "Right," Tham Tai angrily scolds. "What kind of joke are you making now when it's this late? It's best to retreat to the nearest forward base." Luke Pham said seriously, "I'm not joking. I can also heal everyone. But there are too many corrupted spirits, so I won't be able to treat them all." Tham Tai shouted loudly, "Pay attention to us. No. Stop causing trouble." Lu Fan didn't want to argue further with Tham Tai. Just as you notice a group of ice elemental monsters rushing over, Ban Xian pulls out a sword and says there's no time to talk anymore. Sister Tham, shocked, shouts that it's the Mingxia lead. Master Dao used this to target the king of the Southern Kingdom, forcing thousands of Southern Kingdom's forbidden soldiers to retreat. "I never expected he would give this staff to you," Tham Tai exclaimed. What Miss Tham thought to herself. The sacred staff is used to suppress invading nations. Thinking quickly, Tham Tai immediately raised a hand to signal the Hotong squad to search for Luke Trong Kong's whereabouts and to attract the attention of the snow ice monsters. Sharing the pressure with Luffy, drawing his weapon, Tham Tai silently thought, "Luke Trong Kong, where are you?" Luke Pham chuckled again and said, "Captain Law, rest assured, once everyone escapes the snow monster's encirclement, I will happily slaughter all these tomb robbers." This time, no one opposed Luke Pham's idea. Tham Tai called the eagle to escort everyone away. Before leaving, Luffy turned back and said, "So we won't be a burden to you anymore. Luke Pham, be careful." Watching the eagle escort fly away, Tham Tai said, "I hope everyone can reach the forward base safely." Then Luke Pham smiled, activated his Za Antian skill, looked at the snow monsters, and said, "Okay, now let's try the first Elder's Bow." Meanwhile, Tham Tai still hesitated and asked, "I'm still thinking about what Luke Pham said earlier. Will it really be safe for him to cover from behind?" "Captain Lu, don't worry. I've seen him fight before. We are the ones who are useless. After all, he is a long horse knight, the long horse master of Nam province." The snow monsters used their ice skills to throw huge ice blocks at Luke Pham but were completely destroyed by the Sa-on arrows. The snow monsters then switched to direct attack, charging at Lu Pham all at once. Still not willing to stop. These stubborn and difficult foes. "Then let's see what you've got." Luke Pham withdraws his words and uses the Mingya Zhijian, without drawing the bow, allowing Mingya Zhijian to fire 12 magic arrows, each dealing 20% damage, then recovers Xiao Da and Ting Den Lejian. When hit by Mingya Zhijian, the snow monsters begin to activate Kung Bao, gaining additional effects from certain skills. Frenzy Mode. When the snow monster's health drops below 50%, it activates Frenzy Mode, increasing attack power by 350%, movement speed by 100%, and casting speed, Berserk State and Berserk Aura, with each Berserk State nearby, increase overall defense by 25%. During the transformation, life from death, each time receiving a critical hit, increases defense by 25%. To counter this, Lufam orders Tin Thin to use the 2-0 Tin skill, create a star, and detonate it to deal massive area damage, with the destructive power depending on strength. At the command, the Tin Thin soared into the sky, beginning to condense into a star aimed straight at the enemy army's center. Suddenly, a new idea flashed through Lufam's mind. Tin Thin, go back now. Let me shoot this star to break it. While the star is falling, Lufam activates the Sa-on Tien skill, holding the bow and charging for 3 seconds. Min Sa-dan will fire the Sa-on Tien, increasing damage by 500%. So what was once a fragment of a meteor has now become a meteor shot forward, creating a star and then firing it with a meteor shot to cause massive area damage. The explosion power is increased by 500% of the divine wind attribute, making the monsters unable to withstand the heat and instantly disintegrate. The destructive power of the shattered star's forward blast caused a massive explosion that shook the entire area, causing Griffin, who was following Laffy's group, to stumble and drop them below. Moments later, Laffy, Luke Trong, and Tham Tai were rescued from the thick snow by an eagle using its beak. Laffy let out a sigh, then suspiciously looked toward the explosion site. Could this really be Luke Fam's power? At the same time, below the canyon, the fallen demons were wiped out in an instant, not even their bodies remaining. Perfectly coordinated with the divine technique, this is the true power of the Dragon Tamer. Thinking of this, Luke Fam happily patted the spirit's head and praised him. Well done, little dragon. Go rest now. The rest let Sister Tiuda handle it. Then he turned to Xiao Ya and said, Xiao Ya, check if there are any more fallen demons around. If not, let's gather with everyone. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Lu Fan. Laffy's group stepped out from the space gate, catching Lu Fong off guard. Captain, why did everyone come back, Lu Fong? Was the explosion just now your attack? Laffy asked and then looked at Xiao Ya, the girl beside him. Since it was their first meeting, Xiao Ya appeared cautious. Luke Fam smiled and said it's okay. Tiuda is on our side. Change your form. Tiuda let out a cry and soared into the sky, transforming into the form of the destructive great dragon, Xiao Ya. If you don't like this place, just wipe it out. Xiao Ya was waiting for this moment and immediately used the Great Catastrophe 1 skill to explode in the areas she flew over, causing mass damage along with burning, shocking Laffy's group. I can't believe it. You're the young dragon tamer from the southern province. Right. Luke Fam. Is that girl, your descendant Luke Fam, looked surprised and replied yes. She is Black Dragon Little Da. Everyone knows her, Laffy excitedly said. Not only has he been known for months as a young Imperial Dragon Master with a legendary lineage, but he is also the most talented person that Lord Du has ever taken notice of. Tham Tai also spoke up, saying even someone as indifferent to others' affairs as I have heard many rumors about you. It turns out that Master Du gave us someone so powerful, Luke Trong said with a smile. Luke Fam, you really hide your strength well, Luke Fam modestly replied. Everyone is overestimating me. I just arrived here. I don't know where I came from or where I'm going, and I've caused a lot of trouble for everyone, making things difficult for you all. Laffy stepped forward, patting Lu Fam's shoulder gratefully and saying, I have guided many young people like you, but you are the most mature and responsible. Thank you for saving us in our moment of need, Tham Tai modestly said. I used to look down on you and underestimate you. I should have realized that the person Lord Du arranged could not be an ordinary person. Humph. We've been destined to meet since the first time we saw each other, and I'll be counting on your help in the future. Luke Fam, thank you all for understanding, Luke Fam happily replied. At that moment, Tiuda suddenly shouted and unleashed her power, frightening the 3 of them. Luke Fam, what's wrong with your dragon, Xiao Ya? You've reached level 30, thanks to leveling up. Besides the increase in Xiao Ya's basic stats, she also gained a new skill. Chi Yu. Black Dragon 1 has upgraded to Black Dragon 2. You have learned a new skill. Sensory Perception. Sensory Perception. Level 2 allows you to sense more acutely and detect hidden or disguised enemies. Actively using this skill can remove the hidden camouflage state of all nearby enemy targets. As expected, level 30 of the dragon also shows significant changes, similar to my second job upgrade. Almost all attributes exceed 10. Ling Ling Ling. And with the new skill that limits sneak attacks, facing high-level assassination classes is no longer a concern. At this moment, Luke Truong Kong suddenly remembered something. Luke Fam, you said your mount wasn't high enough level to ride, but now your dong has leveled up. So does that mean yes? I finally became a real Dong Knight. As he spoke, Lufam took out the dragon saddle from his storage ring. The dragon saddle is a legendary mount equipment, requiring level 30 and the dragon race. Specifically, the dragon tribe. The taller it is, the more it can transform a mount into a riding beast for travel. In this state, the attributes of both rider and mount will resonate, and normal attacks will be enhanced with dragon energy, dealing ranged damage. Lufam, look at your dragon. The terrifying flames are lighting up the entire sky around us. Thank you all for understanding. Lufam happily replied. At that moment, Tyoda suddenly shouted and unleashed her power, frightening the three of them. So, the abnormal behavior of the little dragon was just because it was changing forms. The little dragon has advanced to stage 2, so its form is stronger than before. Now it's clear that it has become a former dragon. Liu Chang didn't gape in amazement but sighed. So Lufam's mount is actually a former dragon. So cool. Even someone experienced, like Laffy, has to exclaim. The sudden burst of lightning just now really gave me goosebumps. I never expected the growth process of the dragon lineage to be so shocking. Riding a legendary beast like that definitely requires a special saddle. Lufam. Wait a moment. I'll get you one. Lufam quickly waved his hand, saying it's not necessary. His own gear is enough. You just don't know. Our Griffin Corps' special riding saddle is military equipment that can grant you 10% all attributes from your mount, which is quite rare. The sudden burst of lightning just now really gave me goosebumps. I never expected the growth process of the dragon lineage to be so shocking. You will gain all the attributes of the little demon, and its attacks will be enhanced with dragon energy, receiving 100% of all attributes of the female A. Plus, there are additional effects on normal attacks of the female A. What kind of divine equipment is this? Lufam also saw Xiaoya like this for the first time and couldn't help but feel worried. But very quickly, the worry disappeared and was replaced by a feeling of joy, and I still proudly introduced Lufam. Swimba rest. Laffy shyly cleared his throat and said, Well, Lufam, since you already have a good saddle, then hurry up and let us broaden our horizons. In the morning I only saw Lufam as a burden, but now I think everything he takes out is a masterpiece. I really want a yen like that. Tham Tai admired. Stop dreaming, that's a specialized item for the clan line. Does your bird have any bloodline from the clan to ask for one? Yes. I know my bird can't use it. Come on. Sharing the benefits of the clan is already top-notch. Master Laffy and Shentai are at odds, and Liu Chang can't take his eyes off Lufan as he smiles and says, Let's go. You two. Look at Lufan. We are witnessing the birth of the world's very first true martial artist of the lineage. Xiaoda. Thank you for always being by my side and helping me escape my weakest profession. Lufam. You really keep surprising everyone. Compared to this saddle, the one from the Legion is just rubbish. As soon as he sat on the saddle, Lufan should feel his body transform. This sensation, his whole body is filled with incredible power, as if just a wave of his hand could destroy heaven and earth. Yen Nua Long directly grants me the power of the Dragon Clan. Profession Long Horse. Knight level Trent Do. Strength increased from 1,412 to 1,047. Speed and agility rose from 985 to 9,431. It's very dangerous. Everyone stay back. Lord Snow. Level 85. Long Kitch shifts to a non-attack phase, supported by dragon energy, launching 2 claw strikes infused with dragon energy. Long Trow transforms into Long Diet, turning his arm into a line of claws, attacking rapidly, 6 times in succession, capable of long-range attacks. When coordinated, the flow will unleash 6 magic attacks at the same time. Long Horse Yoke, adding dragon energy to normal attacks, causing range damage. Long Horse Knight Lufam. This is the true knight of the line. The first and only one. When Lufam saved me, I already knew he was stronger than me. Now looking at this serious attitude, although they are all knights, compared to Lufam I am just a useless trash. Lustrong said nothing, feeling bitter inside. After failing the exam at Longdu Academy and fighting for 15 years to join the Griffin Legion, Lufam, these things would have made me proud for a lifetime. But meeting you makes everything else insignificant. Suddenly sensing something, Tuda shouted out, turned his head in a direction, and then soared into the sky. Lufam seems to have guessed something and asked, Tuda, is there another corpse theft? Use your sensing ability to check. As expected, just as Lufam predicted, when Xiaoya used her sensing ability, behind the layer of snow and ice, everyone faintly saw a group of humanoid monsters with butterfly wings. Laffy's group quickly rode their flying beasts into the air, and upon seeing this scene, they were all stunned. You've detected the hidden enemy, look. Their stealth has been broken. The taller it is, the more it can transform a mount into a riding beast for travel. In this state, the attributes of both rider and mount will resonate, and normal attacks will be enhanced with dragon energy, dealing ranged damage. The taller it is, the more it can transform a mount into a riding beast for travel. In this state, the attributes of both rider and mount will resonate, and normal attacks will be enhanced with dragon energy, dealing ranged damage. Lufam, you said your mount wasn't high enough level to ride, but now your dong has leveled up. So does that mean, yes, I finally became a real dong knight? Yen Nhua Long directly grants me the power of the Dragon Clan. Profession Long Horse. Knight level Trent Du. Lord Snow is a ghostly creature that specializes in hiding in the snowstorm. By the time you realize it's attacking, it has already drained your blood. Lafai explains, very dangerous. Just what I need. Lu Fan smiles happily, then draws his weapon and charges with the little demon to attack Ngai Tuyet. Luke Trong Kong couldn't help but marvel at how Ngai Tuyet had sacrificed so many of our battle flags. Yet Luke Pham crushed them as easily as if they were nothing. Tham Thai. Mat Rao, 01. Noi. Luke Pham, Phoi Hop Voi Kulong. That Kong the Tin Noi. Luke Truong Kong Vive Ke Son Nan La Fi. Doi Trong. Ve Thi Chung Ta Khan. Kan Phai Sua Lunai Tuyet. Ne Lam Gi Nua. Dung Hong. Spirit. 1,293. Increased to 10107. Endurance. 1,304 increased to 1,473. Is it Luke Pham? Does he also have long-range coordination skills? Luke Pham just used Long Diet, transformed his arm into dragon claws, and launched 6 rapid attacks in succession, capable of attacking from a distance. When coordinating, the dragon will unleash 6 magic attacks at once to deal with the snow lords I mentioned earlier. Everyone be careful of ambushes. With the scent of the little firefly, they won't be able to escape. Lafi was about to reply when suddenly he shouted in alarm. Chuong Khum. Behind you. As soon as Lafi finished speaking, a beam of light shot out and destroyed the group of Ngai Tuyet approaching Lafi. Lafi was about to reply when suddenly he shouted in alarm. Chuong Khum. Behind you. As soon as Lafi finished speaking, a beam of light shot out and destroyed the group of Ngai Tuyet approaching Lafi. Hearing Luke Truong say otherwise, Tham Tai pouted in sarcasm and said, Look at you. Always mentioning Luke Pham. Try to act like an older brother. Don't bother Luke Pham to save you again. Luke Pham then smiled and said, Captain Law, you've become proficient at coordinating with the little firefly. Even if the snowstorm comes, I can still lead everyone to continue the mission to explore the ruins. Luke Pham, I know you have the ability. But look up, seeing this starless night sky in the far north is a sign that a snowstorm is approaching. Hearing Luke Truong say otherwise, Tham Tai pouted in sarcasm and said, Look at you. Always mentioning Luke Pham. Try to act like an older brother. Don't bother Luke Pham to save you again. Luke Pham then smiled and said, Captain Law, you've become proficient at coordinating with the little firefly. Bringing someone injured like me to visit Geo in the snowstorm is very dangerous for both me and everyone else. Luke Pham, seeing everyone's spirits drop, suggested, Everyone, even with such a dangerous snowstorm. It's no longer a problem. If we can eliminate the monsters in the snowstorm and complete the mission now, it would be a great opportunity for us to earn military merit. With that, Lufan reached out to Lafi, confidently assuring him, Don't worry, I won't risk everyone's lives for a joke. Even if the snowstorm comes, I can still lead everyone to continue the mission to explore the ruins. Luke Pham, I know you have the ability. But look up, seeing this starless night sky in the far north is a sign that a snowstorm is approaching, much earlier than we expected. I think it will arrive tomorrow. The worst-case scenario I feared has come true. If the snowstorm arrives sooner than planned, we won't have time to return to the camp. Tham Tai looked up at the sky and said, Lafi smiled and shook hands with Luke Fong. And so the team's journey to explore continued. Soon they had traveled 100 li past the forward outpost. Lu Fan swung his sword and cut down a snow demon. Surprisingly, this time, a item that Luke Pham has been searching for dropped from the Tuyet demon, an immortal ice crystal. A rare material and ice essence found only in the far north. Never melting. Often used as decoration. I heard that the chances of getting it are a bit higher during the snowstorm. Here it is. All the effort to eliminate so many snow demons during the storm was worth it. You will gain all the attributes of the little demon, and its attacks will be enhanced with dragon energy, receiving 100% of all attributes of the female A. Plus, there are additional effects on normal attacks of the female A. What kind of divine equipment is this? Lafi's group sighed as they struggled against the wind and snow. remarking that these monsters are like fleas on horses, always appearing wherever they go during the snowstorm. Lufam, you've been killing monsters all the way to this mission point. You must have taken down at least a few thousand fierce beasts, if not 10,000. I can't remember clearly anymore, but mostly it was snow demons. I'm about to lose my temper. Luke Trong didn't sigh and said, just listen to what you're saying. Level 32 defeating level 85 monsters until you foam it. If I had your strength, I would stay here destroying monsters until the storm passes and surely be awarded the gold medal by the Great Lord. Thom Tai, standing behind, then slapped Luke Trong on the head and said, do you think you're Luke Pham? Why didn't you just go tell that big shot directly so he could settle it for you that day? Luke Trong replied with a smile. Let me indulge in a little fantasy. La Fille paid no attention to the two children listening behind and said to Luke Pham, the task of exploring 100 forms is complete. Supplies are running out. Let's head back to the camp. Luke Pham, let's go back now, or my wound will heal completely. Yeah, it's really time to head back. I haven't had a proper rest for 3 or 4 days. Little Gia immediately transformed into a small, lively form and let out a protest cry. Luke Pham saw this and smiled softly, thinking that little Gia must have been hungry for a long time. Then let's go back and rest. Okay, everyone agreed. Thom Tai marked the location and prepared to return to the camp. La Fille gave the order. Luke Truong, not paying attention to how Luke Pham treats Gia, turned to tease Thom Tai. When needed, he should worry. Thom Tai huffed and nodded, then took out a giant pole and drove it into the ground before pulling the trigger. Instantly, a red beam shot straight into the sky. The point-marking device is a mission tool used by the Griffin Corps, essential for reconnaissance in the far north, to fix signal poles to the ground and transmit positioning signals back to the command center. Luke Pham's system doesn't show information about this device. So he turned to ask La Fille, what is Miss Tham holding? This is a targeting beacon gun, used to mark the current location, and once the weather is normal, the construction team will come here to build a temporary defensive wall. Then let's go back and rest. Okay, everyone agreed. Luke Pham called out to Thom Tai. Wait a moment, do you know if anyone in the camp can perform ice transformation? Ice transformation. The skills of the old blacksmith and the logistics corps are pretty good. Oh, are you planning to give it to your girlfriend? Do you know if anyone in the camp can perform ice transformation? Ice transformation. Shamtai smiled and replied, well, I'm going to find the blacksmith now. Goodbye, sister. Then let's go back and rest. Okay. Everyone agreed. Returning to Lu Fang, who had just given the ice transformation talisman to the blacksmith Chu, Tu Ting suddenly appeared, patting his shoulder and saying, so you ran here. No wonder I was looking everywhere for you. Senior is looking for you. Old leader has reported everything to me. It's the first time on a mission that you've saved everyone and led the team to complete the task in a snowstorm. If I didn't trust your abilities, I would have thought you all would have been doomed in this crazy weather. Well done. This bronze badge is yours. When coordinated, the flow will unleash 6 magic attacks at the same time. Long horse yoke, adding dragon energy to normal attacks, causing range damage. Luke Pham happily replied, secretly thinking, just like Captain Laws. As Luke said, this badge is equivalent to a captain's rank. The briefing from Lao La and Chang Kong had already been corrupted by the demonization when other teams discovered it. So the only option was to eliminate them. Although it was very unfortunate, this is a common occurrence during reconnaissance missions. Luckily, your line wasn't affected. Old La praised your coordination with that line so highly that I really want to see it with my own eyes. Luke Pham ignored Dutinya's praise and fell into deep thought. As the closer they got to the blood moon, the more likely creatures were to be corrupted. Although he was worried, it seemed that Sister Tham's Kuang and Tu Da had not been affected yet. Oh, I just saw how your little one eats. Very voracious. Truly a special kind. So their eating habits are quite unique. The man in the conlay looked at the distant temple and explained, yes, we sent a team to investigate the temple, and there was even an expert, but the whole team lost contact. Just as he finished speaking, a surprised voice rang out. What was that sound? At this point, Du Tin looked serious and took out a stack of photos to give to Lu Pham. This is what our intelligence agents discovered in Tindu country. Take a look. The national trial representative of Tindu Kwok, Sat Lai Mok Gan, is in charge of exploring the Thon San ruins on the border of Tindu Kwok. After my intelligence agents followed closely and interacted with the Mok Gan family, they obtained these photos. A giant humanoid skeleton. This mysterious creature really looks like that huge blood monster. Lu Pham said, familiar, isn't it compared to it? The miner in the photo is tiny like an ant, almost invisible. I believe there is also a video recorded by our intelligence agents at the Holy Mountain site when they infiltrated Mokgan's house. A single video could lead us to a shocking secret. Let's cut to the giant skeleton. He looked up at the screen and continued. Yes. This major discovery has been sent to senior scholars in Long Capital. The scholars speculate that this mysterious creature is definitely not just two. They have existed since ancient times. Untraçable. And now they are called. The man in the conlay looked at the distant temple and explained, yes, we sent a team to investigate the temple, and there was even an expert, but the whole team lost contact. Just as he finished speaking, a surprised voice rang out. What was that sound? The blonde woman replied, that is the Holy Mountain Demon. The yellow light from the temple has transformed the surrounding creatures. They mutated into stronger and more ferocious monsters, and the man in the suit looked behind and said, wait, someone is coming. The woman also turned her head and looked. Isn't that the expert in the 4th stage of the exploration team, which has already returned? The man said, don't shout. He doesn't look well. Those wings. Immediately, the Holy Mountain slave launched an attack, causing them to scream in fear and run quickly. He has already turned into a Holy Mountain slave. The man in the conlay looked at the distant temple and explained, yes, we sent a team to investigate the temple, and there was even an expert, but the whole team lost contact. Just as he finished speaking, a surprised voice rang out. What was that sound? The man in the conlay looked at the distant temple and explained, yes, we sent a team to investigate the temple, and there was even an expert, but the whole team lost contact. Just as he finished speaking, a surprised voice rang out. What was that sound? He looked up at the screen and continued. Yes. This major discovery has been sent to senior scholars in Long Capital. The scholars speculate that this mysterious creature is definitely not just two. They have existed since ancient times. Untraçable. And now they are called. Dutin paused for a moment before uttering 2 words. Ancient gods. And Lufam frowned deeply at the name. He looked at the picture of the giant skeleton on the table, pondering where it came from and why it was here. And their powers are still unclear. Calling them gods might not be an overstatement. Doting on the small water bottle, I know what you're thinking. And all the ancient gods could never know. This is also what makes me worried. Like the secret of the world just revealed a small corner. He was just filling his small water bottle when he continued, saying that monsters turned into Holy Mountain giants and Holy Mountain slaves, while those corrupted by blood are turned into minions. Lufam immediately finished the rest, saying that not only are there minions, but minions should also be divided into giant minions and slave minions. Dutin glanced at you. Images of a figure shrouded in a cloak and a giant skeleton flashing through his mind. I think the same. So far, the auxiliary guardians we've encountered are just moving corpses. People and Lu Lao must be extremely careful if there really are true Tui Ho No. Sat Lai, the representative of the spirit realm nation. In the trial realm, he was just filling his small water bottle when he continued, saying that monsters turned into Holy Mountain giants and Holy Mountain slaves, while those corrupted by blood are turned into minions. Lufam immediately finished the rest, saying that not only are there minions, but minions should also be divided into giant minions and slave minions. Dutin glanced at you. Images of a figure shrouded in a cloak and a giant skeleton flashing through his mind. I think the same. So far, the auxiliary guardians we've encountered are just moving corpses. People and Lu Lao must be extremely careful if there really are true Tui Ho No. 2 days later, in the logistics area at the blacksmith shop, the blacksmith held up his product and asked, "Are you satisfied? If this dish is served outside, it should sell for more than 10,000 long coins." Lufam exclaimed happily, very satisfied. Chu Master's skills are truly impressive. Then he immediately handed a large jar of medicinal wine to Craftsman Chu. The kind of wine that my father liked to drink first. Master Chu, please accept this. You've worked hard these past few days. Chu, the blacksmith, said happily with a smile. This kid really believes it. He even knows my preferences. Just then, Tham Tai called out to him from behind. Lufam, get ready to leave. The teacher next to you is also urging you on. The new expedition mission has arrived. Just waiting for the team. Engineer Chu, smiling, holds a large flask, bidding farewell and making a promise. I've been fighting for a whole year and still haven't succeeded. Master Shen also chimed in. The school head put his arm around your neck and started teasing you. Oh my. Lu Hokdi already has a bronze badge. This kid really believes it. He even knows my preferences. Just then, Tham Tai called out to him from behind. Unbelievable. The newcomer has only been here a few days and is already our superior. Early the next morning, Lafi led the way loudly, announcing that the supplies brought were enough, estimated to last 15 days. We will try to explore further ahead. The 3 young men in the group replied in unison that they understood. Lufam flew over the snow pile, feeling puzzled. It's strange. The location is clear here, but the signal pole from before is nowhere to be seen. At the same time, Thamtai called out loudly to him. Lufam, over here. Thamtai pointed to the fallen signal pole on the snow and said, maybe it was knocked over by a snowstorm. Only 2 days ago. And it's already broken. The quality is too poor. Lufam silently thought that the current situation didn't make sense, as if they were waiting for them to fall into a trap. Trongkong then pulled on his collar and stepped forward. So what are we waiting for? Let's start the mission. I'll follow from behind. Dean Lu, turn back quickly. I'm afraid my Fu is here. Just as Truong Kong leaned to ask, a horde of hidden monsters appeared behind him in the shadows. Truong Kong hong son yin xung quanh. Chung ta bi bao vây rồi. Lan nay tin the ny him that roy. La fi gan do kung hong, ngotoi ting huang nai. Lin ting oan trach. Rieng luk pham van bin tin fan tik dong tai kua bon hon thu. La fi kung za nyan zadam hon tu nai. Tu yono. Qua that, la ko tui ho no madao. Boy da bao chung ta chui sao. Suddenly, a dark voice from someone echoes. Yes. The escort slaves are the servants of the glorious God. Lufam cautiously looks up towards the source of the voice. Who? Truong did not show any fear on his face. It was him. His purple hand grasped the head of the helmet. Lafi exclaimed in horror the familiar name, Lai, Lac. Even Thamtai was so surprised he couldn't believe it. Lilac greets. A Thai. Long time no see. Lilac. The segment guard. Level 76. The war spear, Siba. Lufam turns to look at his teammate. Do you know him? Lafi replied that Lilac was once a military officer of Ungan Hui, and also Thamtai's fiancé. But during a search mission, he disappeared and unexpectedly became a hostage. Lafi said this. Then the scene suddenly cuts to the middle of the field. Leader La. Stop talking. Lufam anxiously looks at Thamtai crying with her face in her hands. Sister Thamthai, crying, said, Lilac, I miss you so much. Hoo. Come back to me quickly. She noticed the pair of legs suddenly appearing in her sight, and a deep masculine voice whispered in her ear. Ah Tai, I miss you too. Lilac sat in front of her, reaching out to touch her. Finally meeting you again. Thamtai was so moved she ran over and hugged him. Truly it's you. Hoo. Come back to me. Everyone will be so happy to know you're still alive. Lafi replied that Lilac was once a military officer of Ungan Hui, and also Thamtai's fiancé. But during a search mission, he disappeared and unexpectedly became a hostage. Lilac suddenly returned to his Theno state. Everyone must stay here and serve the divine spirit as it awakens. Thamtai screamed in fear, still hearing Lufam calling her. Kitam. Lilac gazed at her with dark red eyes, urging her to stay and serve the gods, while Lufam kept trying to bring her back to her senses. Thamtai, don't listen to him. Stay away from him. Lilac kept pressuring Thamtai and threatening her that if she refused, their only outcome would be to be destroyed by the puppets of the underworld, turning into soulless corpses like them. And Thamtai could only desperately beg Lilac. Lufam's voice kept calling in her ear. Sister Tham. He was now holding tightly onto Thamtai, who was trembling with fear, and said, Sister Tham, stay calm for a moment. Lilac sat on the back of a large fog, and in a dark tone asked, Ah Tai, answer me. Are you willing to stay and serve the gods with me? Lafi looked at the scene before him and said, Lufam, we can't let Lilac take her away. With so many corrupted puppets. Can you rush out? Thamtai muttered softly. What should we do now? What do we do? Truong Kong did not speak to object. Captain Law, even if we follow Lufam, we will get lost among these thousands of monsters, and that signal tower is still broken. Next time, we won't be able to find the location again. Lafai said seriously, it's already this late. Why still worry about the guard post? We can run as far as we can. But at this moment, Lufam smiled and said, I think the plan of sudden attack is not good enough. We don't need to run. Everyone was surprised. Truong saw him gathering magic in his palm and exclaimed, Wait, are you planning to slaughter everyone again? Don't deny it, and he replied, That's right. Now that Lufam has a bow in his hand, and the victory is at our doorstep, we naturally have to accept it. Lilac looked at them and asked, So this is your answer? Too bad. There is only one outcome for rejecting the divine. Stop for a moment. Lilac loudly shouted, Die, and become a puppet of damnation. As soon as the words left his mouth, the wedding guests immediately rushed toward them. Lufam remained calm to shoot the arrow, while also saying, Senior Luke, prepare to launch the shield of protection. He didn't hesitate to follow your words. A golden energy enveloping the three of them. I see. And then what happened next? Lufam confidently replied. Nothing happened after that. The rest is my business. The arrow shot towards Lilac. And at the same time, a system notification appeared, but I couldn't help but shout out after you finished speaking, saying, what do you mean there's no after? My shield only lasts 10 seconds. Lufam confidently said, trust me. 10 seconds is enough. Shield protection. 10 seconds remaining. Lilac alertly looked at the incoming arrow, standing amidst the snowy mountains. Lafai spoke. Thanks to you and Xiaoya, we survived. Lilac is not normal. We should return to the camp to report. Lufam also understands this and replied, I understand. But it also takes time to calm down. A giant ancient dragon appears from the void, roaring loudly as if asserting its dominance. Shield in place. 6 seconds remaining. Lafi looked up at the aerial battle and muttered to himself, Lufam, we're all counting on you. Looking at the beasts rushing toward us. The sky shouldn't be warning us. Leader Law. Be careful. Shield remaining for 4 seconds. Over here. Lufan is holding a long sword. Small form. Coordinating with me to launch an attack. Current aura. Black dragon. Shield remaining for 3 seconds. Then he immediately charged forward, slashing multiple times at Lilac's body. And the system displayed the function of that segment. The little girl, in her ancient dragon form surrounded by flames, also let out a loud cry. A major disaster. The surrounding ferocious beasts are gradually being burned by the flames of the ancient dragon. With 2 seconds remaining on the shield, Chang Kong gazes in amazement at the scene before him, unable to help but praise. As Lafi nearby begins to explain, no, this is just a cooperation between the Dragon Rider and the ancient dragon, with nearly 10,000 ferocious beasts. For Lufam it's like grass. Even though Lilac was injured, he still shouted with an unyielding voice. He saw Lufam trying to grasp his hand. Mi divina gol. Why? Shield of protection. 1 second left. Xiaoda over here is still spitting fire, trying to finish off the remaining monsters. Shield of protection. No seconds left. Not long after, as the battle ended, Lufam watched Tham Tai hold Lilac's body and asked anxiously, Sister Tham, are you okay? Tham Tai simply replied softly, Thank you. I'm fine. Without hesitation, Chung Kong offered to use the holy light chain on Lilac, but he immediately refused. Tham Tai looked at the person he loved with sorrow and said that he was Lilac. But it seemed he wasn't really him. He was a very gentle person. While Lilac was writhing in excruciating pain all over his body, suddenly, a surge of demonic energy radiated from Lilac. Lufam immediately guessed the source of the energy. This was demonic energy. As the demonic energy nearly dissipated, it seemed Lilac regained a final ounce of consciousness. Lian urged Tham Tai to leave this place. And with a heavy heart, Tham Tai held his hand. Lilac. You're back. He nodded slightly. Lilac denied his final words about the demon slave. Then his hand also fell limp before Tham Tai's eyes. She cried out his name in endless sorrow. Tham Tai spoke through tears. Hoo-hoo. Even if only a few seconds remain. It was truly him just now. Lufam immediately responded. He's come back, standing amidst the snowy mountains. Lafai spoke. Thanks to you and Xiaoya, we survived. Lilac is not normal. We should return to the camp to report. Lufam also understands this and replied, I understand. But it also takes time to calm down. Suddenly a purple streak of light appeared in the sky, making Lafi scream, what is this? And yet this thing did not disappear. Lufang immediately reacted, gripping his sword tightly. This is the protective energy within Lilac's body, and it is heading straight for the blood moon. A second later, he rushed straight toward the beam of light. This energy source is crucial for the surgery of the fallen servant, and it cannot be let escape. He simply waved his hand, using the fallen divine essence, a legendary quality item whose current effects remain unclear. The energy jade in your hand suggests that the pure essence of the clear mountain taken by Saklai represents the spirit token nation. Could it be comparable to the essence, according to this? It was quickly reported that the divine essence had been obtained. I think if that's true, this protective essence could also help me switch to a hidden profession and become a servant of the ancient god. A second later, he rushed straight toward the beam of light. This energy source is crucial for the surgery of the fallen servant, and it cannot be let escape. He simply waved his hand, using the fallen divine essence, a legendary quality item whose current effects remain unclear. It was quickly reported that the divine essence had been obtained. I think if that's true, this protective essence could also help me switch to a hidden profession and become a servant of the ancient god. When I heard Lafi's voice, I replied that it's temporarily okay. Ledoy must quickly deliver this to the senior. Seeing the two figures nearby, a hint of hesitation appeared in Luffy's heart. I understand. But we have to wait a little longer before we can return. As she spoke, a tear rolled down her cheek. But unfortunately, this was just an illusion of mine. At this moment, the thumb thank you in her hand was a non-dissolving bandage chain, a mythic quality accessory. Just as she was mourning, Lufam approached from behind and gave a definitive answer. It's true. We all heard it. Hearing the sound coming from behind thumb thank you, she slowly took off her glasses and wiped away the tears on her cheek. Luke fam. Thank you. When she put her glasses back on, the formidable Tham thank you was back to her old self. Leader. I'm fine. What do we do next? When I heard Luffy's voice, I replied that it's temporarily okay. Ledoy must quickly deliver this to the senior. Seeing the two figures nearby, a hint of hesitation appeared in Luffy's heart. I understand. But we have to wait a little longer before we can return. The whole group quickly left the snowy mountain. The scene became deserted. Because that day she understood it was time to say goodbye to this sincere feeling and continue looking forward. Now, by noon the next day, Dutin suddenly realized while sitting in front of that purple jade light that everything that had happened was finally making sense. Luke Pham spoke up. Elder Du, based on everything that happened, I have a hypothesis. Dutin stroked his chin and said, let's hear it. Lin explained. I think there must be conditions to become a servant of the ancient god. The dead members of the sect and various monsters and beasts can only become puppets to follow and protect. The dead cannot become slaves of the ancient gods because they seem to have lost their intelligence. And the monsters and beasts probably cannot become slaves because they lack intelligence. But slaves of the ancient gods seem to still retain their ability to think, while Lilac is completely controlled by the essence of the guardian. Therefore, becoming a slave of the ancient gods based on the essence definitely requires the god's approval. The energy of the divine core in Dutin's hand fell silent, implying that relying on this alone doesn't necessarily make someone a divine servant. And to gain the power of the ancient gods, one also needs their recognition. Lu Fang also didn't deny this. And perhaps that's correct. Those with consciousness are the most capable. Lilac also mentioned that slaves under the Ho might be able to leave, which was an interesting speculation for Du Tin and reminded him of some recent rumors about strange sects appearing in over a dozen countries, claiming to have received divine protection. Based on their incredible power, this sect crazily expanded and developed followers, claiming they would welcome the awakening of their ancient gods. Clenching the gem in his hand, he confirmed that if what Lilac said was true, then these heretics are either ancient gods' slaves or followers of them. Hearing this, Luke Pham lowered his eyes and thought, more than a dozen countries, doesn't that mean more than a dozen ancient gods are awakening? Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he shouted, Senior Du. Until now, only this camp in the far north has people. Right quickly. Dutin gave a definite answer. What's wrong? You keep asking. And as for the members of the sect like Lilac, how many are still missing? At this point, without saying it explicitly, Dutin also sensed something unusual. Does that mean all of them have become zombie slaves? Luke Pham began to speculate that if any of them were still alive and left this place, then it was most likely they had become puppets or slaves, and it would be best to issue a wanted order to find and eliminate the hidden danger. After a long moment, he sighed and said, I feel sorry for my brothers. They clearly dedicated themselves to the country, yet now they are being hunted. Knowing his mood, Lu Pham patted his shoulder to comfort him. But there's nothing else we can do at this point. The brothers in the sect will understand too, which matters are serious and which are minor. Doth Tin still knows clearly. He just sighs regretfully. I understand now. He glances at the precious gem on the table and says, well, then let's use it to test and verify my hypothesis. At this point, Dutin suddenly became confused. In testing on whom could it really be used on a person, Luke Pham immediately smiled and replied, let my dragon try it out a little. Hearing that, Dutin immediately became excited. Your dragon? Don't talk nonsense. I can't use living people for experiments. But I also can't use dragons. Even though Tuda isn't affected by the blood moon, what if something happens? That would be a huge loss and extremely dangerous. I was just explaining quickly. The elder misunderstood. The dragon I mentioned isn't my pet dragon. Soon after, both of them were under the snow again, and the old man asked, I watched your battle with Win Trong Fong. Besides the 5 old dragons, do you have any others? Luke Pham immediately replied, 2 of these 5 dragons are not my long sung. He turned around and smiled. But that was the summoning item of my long sung. Dutin was shocked. The summoning item of the long sung, as if to confirm his words. Luke Pham quickly lowered his hand. Come out here, little one, and summon the twin phoenix dragons. Suddenly, A beautiful girl appears in midair. She quickly waves her hand and summons a huge dragon. This is the transformed dragon bone enemy, summoning the soul of the twin dragon kings. With the level of the phoenix dragons matching the level of the user, Tin looked at the scene unfolding before her, still in shock. Realizing that the dragon summon was responsible for bringing out these two, I never expected the boss of the divine-eyed flying dragon to only be worthy of serving as a dragon servant. This little guy Lufam has no easy opponent among these dragons. And this beast in front of us is the level 22 soul of the flying dragon king. When it breathes on a target, it causes elemental damage of any type: fire, ice, lightning, or wind, and various other damages. Lufam pondered. The flying dragon king is the weakest among the 5 dragons. But even if it transforms into a beautiful woman, my senior and I can still kill it. It can be revived after death without any loss. Truly, an ideal test subject. Just as I was about to give the order, I turned to call out, "Senior," and you quickly understood the signal and responded, "Let's begin." Then you order again, "Little pie, give them this to eat." She immediately nods and follows the command. The star core essence is quickly thrown into the air and then approaches the Dragon King. Ji opened her mouth and swallowed the gem easily, almost immediately causing an abnormal transformation inside the dragon's body. Streams of purple energy burst out, engulfing the Dragon King as he endured continuous agonizing screams. Everyone was stunned by this transformation, and Xiao Pi shouted in fear. Ki. Doting Tine quickly recovered. Lufam dodged aside. It had turned into a fallen demon, but he immediately stopped him. Senior Dot, please wait a little longer. Looking at the snarling young dragon in the distance, Lufam said, "It would be a shame to kill it now." Doting Tin objected, "Then we'll add another chasing demon. If we don't act now, it'll be too late." Lufam, non. Kolap tu kralen. Tieu, fi. Ngoi la chu nyang kwa chung. Hai chogang lay lai chung de tot hoi sukiem so achua cho thandi. Gie sao cho ida exongden sudung fi thui chi kwang. Jiup loai bo tat. Ka hio kwa va tong kak thuok ting them 30%. Mualan shuk fuk se chong lai mo diem sa tuang. Lufam observes this scene and deduces that the Dragon King is a half-dragon and does not possess the dual effects of the Jade Light. She wants to unleash the Jade Light to counteract the control of the goddess. But Dutin is still hesitant. Can this be possible? I can still see the purple-black aura on its body, and the green energy from the Fithui Chiquang continuously emanating and surrounding the Dragon King. That source of power is growing stronger, causing the dragon to react more calmly and stop its constant howling. In an instant, Xiaopi's eyes flashed, releasing a green aura. A second later, she charged straight at the dragon with an ancient power. The two people below, Dutin and Lufam, looked on in horror. What's happening now? The beast that just went berserk has calmed down, and instead of turning into a cursed slave, it has gained the power of the ancient god. Now the Dragon King has transformed into a level 22 cursed demon dragon, and its skills have changed significantly after this escape. Dutin kept marveling that Xiaopi had taken the Dragon King from the ancient god's hands. Truly dangerous indeed. Dutin then told Lufam that it seemed he was right, that when using the essence, the ancient god would seize the spirit. You smile, realizing that the transformation of the two dragons will influence each other and cause mutual mutations, something I didn't expect. The old man sighs in relief. Glad you stopped him, otherwise, he would have killed them. With these two demon dragons. Kid, you're in for a good fortune. Lufam gently stroked the little phoenix's head and glanced at it, eager to test the new skill of the corrupted demon dragon. Can the interrupted mission of Team 78 continue now that Dutin didn't refuse and immediately confirmed it was possible? The ancient god and the essence of the ancient god have been verified. So only one thing remains. And that is the divine temple. Lufam turned his head slightly to leave 2 words. Trace. The next day, the whole team set out, and Chang Kong, sitting on a mount, curiously asked if this was a divine temple or a ruin. Lufam explains that the ruins mentioned by Lilac and the discovery of the Golden Light Divine Palace by the Tindiu Kingdom are the same, and to understand the consciousness of the ancient gods, they must find this place. Then the system displays a notification that they are close to the location indicated on the treasure map, the Divine Grade Treasure Map, which is nearby. Unexpectedly, Shenti saw something and immediately shouted out. In front of her was a flash of light that made her rejoice. We have finally left the snowstorm zone. The scene ahead was a peaceful blue, occasionally dotted with soaring birds, making her marvel at how beautiful this place was. And Lufam also thought to himself that a sunny day like this felt as if we had escaped from the north. Trongkong's attention then shifted to the nearby large lake. and suddenly he realized this isn't the sea. This is the place we first set foot on, exactly what is connected to the giant chain beneath this ice. The school doesn't wonder. Could the relic that Li Lu mentioned be found along this mountain range? At this moment, the system's notification draws Lu Fang's attention, indicating they've reached the location of the treasure map. The goat happily turned around and ran back. I found it. This state. It must be that proof. Quickly digging through the snow covering the ground. Soon, a wild object emerged from beneath the white snow. This is the unconfirmed, level 4 green proof. I can't wait to reach out and grab it. Sure enough, the 4th proof has been obtained. Lufam suddenly turned around and said, I took out a black square box from the snow. After opening the box, the system quickly provided information about the scroll inside. Upon hearing about what he had just discovered, he was surprised, and then used dragon language magic to boost his power by 100. His face turning more sinister as he looked at the scroll in his hand, waiting to subdue the Lamlong. Its skill will definitely match the roar of the Lamlong King, with the dragon language resonance, and the friction between my dragon language and Lamlong's will double the power. I am still sitting in deep thought, calculating. Once I reach level 35, I can learn this skill. You should contact Ti Ben at the Tianhua auction house to use your monthly privilege for an expanded pet space. Tham Tai and Trong Kong didn't go to where you were sitting. Tham Tai waved and said, Luke Pham. What are you standing there for? Trong Kong asked casually, not bothering to ask if the junior was just admiring the scenery. Seeing the two people approach, you stood up and replied cheerfully, It's nothing. Just a quick glance. Anyway, I feel like this is probably the border of the far north. And beyond the ice lake might be an unknown land. Luffy and his eagle turned to look at him and sighed, saying although we have explored the outside of the snowstorm, the Arctic region is still vast, and this place is just the interior of the domain. The large mountain ranges covered in thick snow, with the sound of howling wind mixed with Luffy's voice, and the Blood Ghost mountain range, stretching for miles, ends here. Maybe this is the end of the tale of the ancient beast. Chung looked at the scene in front of him in surprise and said, It's so vast, just its body alone is several dam wide, not counting its head. Luffy continued, although the shape of the ancient beast is still unclear, these enormous chains are clearly connected to the blood spirit. Seeing the two people approach, you stood up and replied cheerfully, It's nothing. Just a quick glance. Anyway, I feel like this is probably the border of the far north. And beyond the ice lake might be an unknown land. Luke Pham nodded. As if controlling the blood dragon's neck with a bridle, Tham Tai suddenly said, So isn't the giant serpent a colossal creature and its owner right at the end of the chain? Luke Pham crossed his arms and carefully thought, It's still too early to consider that now. We should continue along the chain to see what lies ahead. Referring to the past, the leader replied with a gloomy tone, I know. Fire team is reminding me again. I won't follow anymore. Tham Tai placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Let's forget about chasing military merits and set a marker instead. While the leader and Tham Tai were talking, Luke Pham started to walk and told the captain, Fire team. Rest assured. I will go check ahead. I will be back soon. Leify replied, If it were before, I definitely wouldn't agree. But now we won't stop you anymore. While the leader and Tham Tai were talking, Luke Pham started to walk and told the captain, Fire team. Rest assured. I will go check ahead. I will be back soon. Leify replied, If it were before, I definitely wouldn't agree. But now we won't stop you anymore. If we encounter an emergency, we can teleport back to the camp. Tham Tai didn't forget to remind us to stay cautious on the way. She casually hit the head of Trong Kong beside her, making him startle and cry out, Hey! Luke Pham spread his wings and turned around confidently, saying it's no problem. You and Little Da set out. Little Da. Let's go. After 2 hours of exploration, Luke Pham sat on Little Da's back, continuously marveling that this place is truly vast beyond imagination. While the leader and Tham Tai were talking, Luke Pham started to walk and told the captain, Fire team. Rest assured. I will go check ahead. I will be back soon. Leify replied, If it were before, I definitely wouldn't agree. But now we won't stop you anymore. He was surprised and thought to himself that everything about the Tweethy relic fit together perfectly. As Xiao Da flew faster and faster than him, he continued to focus on his thoughts, crying over the discovery of the spirit realm, which was all part of the mysterious area beside the ancient god. What happened to those who came to the Holy Mountain Divine Palace that turned them into Holy Mountain Nuo? Maybe there are similar things inside this relic too. Xiao Da suddenly stopped and shouted. He quickly asked worriedly, What's wrong with you? Little girl, it looks like you've discovered something staring at you. Beneath the icy water, something seemed to be there, resembling a giant black coffin. Liu Can quickly checked the system. This is the secret of the Tuithi relic, and it cannot be evaluated like the blood moon. You attacked because you saw a shadow near the coffin. Xiaoda also saw the shadow and shouted. And Lufan quickly calmed down. Staying calm, Xiaoda. He silently thought to himself that with Xiaoda's impatience and haste, this black shadow was definitely no match for him. The results of the assessment were still unknown, and he absolutely shouldn't cause conflict recklessly. The black shadow under the water is quickly approaching Lufam and Xiaoda. You shout loudly. It's not good. It has noticed us already. The ice surface above the lake water gradually melts with the speed of the shadows swimming, causing Lufam to panic and shout. While Xiaoda turns back to the other side of the lake, he looked at the black shadow underwater with worry, thinking it's dangerous because its swimming speed is even faster than Xiaoda's. Xiaoda soared high, emitting a blue light. The blue lights covered the entire sky, and Lufan turned around to check the situation. Seeing the shadow no longer chasing him, he let out a relieved sigh, thinking to himself that it had finally lost it. His face grew more serious as he thought to himself. Luckily, the attribute after the Longsung door is cumulative. Perfect. It originally only increased his own attributes. But now Lingfang Ziyu can also share with others, but upon hearing the noise, the commander didn't turn back. Seeing Luke Pham and Xiao Ya return, the commander looked very happy. And Luke Hawk also decided to go back. Seeing that little Da looked angry, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Luke Pham gritted his teeth and replied very tense. Right in front is the relic of the Tuithi, but beneath the ice, there is something extremely dangerous. You keep saying that, and everyone at the camp is surprised after hearing you. The school then started to ask, Even Luke Pham has to avoid this thing. But upon hearing the noise, the commander didn't turn back. Seeing Luke Pham and Xiao Ya return, the commander looked very happy. And Luke Hawk also decided to go back. Luke Pham replied, "It's like a seal there, and its unknown presence in the lake makes the little girl feel uneasy." Du Tin then opened the map and said, "Even the existence that the Long Clan forbids. The Great Lake and the ice of the diabolical ruins must be sealed off in the forbidden zone." He looked up at Lafi and ordered him to immediately cancel all search routes that could lead to the ruins of the fallen demon. The ice lake's positioning signal would be sent to the scholars of the upper echelons of Long Du Pleng. Lafi quickly received the order and understood. Do Ting continued. "The search mission of Team 78 is cancelled. Your new task is to assist the scholars of Long Du in researching the Dathi ruins." The monks responded in unison. Understood. Then he turned to Lufam and said, "As for Lufam, it's not even a month since you led the team and made such an important discovery." Then he held out the badge in front of Lufam and said, "Take it, this is the affirmation from the sect regarding you." Lufam quickly refused. "Thank you, senior, but this only represents the mission and responsibility of the sect. I've been here for a month and already earned the silver rank token." Du Tin pushed the token into Luke Pham's hand and said, "Take it. If after graduation you join the sect, you can directly become a senior officer with the silver token. It's not a waste at all. I've been here for a month and already earned the silver rank token." Du Tin pushed the token into Luke Pham's hand and said, "Take it. If after graduation you join the sect, you can directly become a senior officer with the silver token. It's not a waste at all." Luke Pham took out his badge and smiled. "I understand, then I will respectfully follow the order." "Elder Du." The commander kept grabbing Luke Pham's arm and kept shouting, "Let me touch it just once. The inspection clearly shows them up. It's so embarrassing." Lafi turned to Du Tin and said, "Lord Du, if there's nothing else, we will go contact the scholars of Long Du." Du Tin replied, "Go ahead. Everyone has worked hard these past few days." Do Ting continued. "The search mission of Team 78 is cancelled. Your new task is to assist the scholars of Long Du in researching the Dathi ruins." The monks responded in unison. Understood. Then he turned to Lufam and said, "As for Lufam, it's not even a month since you led the team and made such an important discovery." Luke Pham took out his badge and smiled. "I understand, then I will respectfully follow the order." "Elder Du." The commander kept grabbing Luke Pham's arm and kept shouting, "Let me touch it just once. The inspection clearly shows them up. It's so embarrassing." Lafi chuckled softly and said, "Only 19 people in this camp have the silver badge. If Luke Pham joins the army, I will also follow your command." The leader, slightly displeased, said, "So quickly, Luke Pham has already been promoted to the silver badge. I don't envy him at all." Luke Pham smiled and replied, "I do feel a little reluctant, but I've never forgotten my purpose." You continue. "With the contract and the Longfall trial, I am confident I can win at the national trial." "Then that's good. These documents are all public materials that your dean specifically searched for you. Go back and review them with peace of mind." Lufam turned around and replied, "Got it." At the same time in the Tai Kingdom, outside the forest, a monster was surrounded by purple lights. Cheng Han, the representative of Tai Kingdom, appeared with a sinister smile, surrounded by mysterious energy and eerie smiling faces. Kim Chao, hiding behind Tianji, nervously asked Cheng Han, "Brother, has your master still not evolved? We've been here for a long time." Cheng Han, with a strange expression, held a mysterious energy in his hand and said, "It's almost there. Let it devour a few more lives, and it can advance to the next stage." An ordinary person suddenly spoke up, saying Vuong Tu Dien also has a princess. The person suspiciously asked, "Is this Dang Dik Than Thao Fat Hung Thu?" My wife is holding the child nearby and quickly interjected, "So this is such an honor. Please come inside to rest for a bit." Than Han smiled and replied, "All right then. In that case, I will." La Fille turned to Du Tin and said, "Lord Du, if there's nothing else, we will go contact the scholars of Long Du." Du Tin replied, "Go ahead. Everyone has worked hard these past few days." The commoner shouted loudly, "Prince, what are you doing today?" Han's wife screamed in horror. "Monster! Monster!" Tianji anxiously shouted, "Young master, be careful, danger is approaching the commoners." Cheng Han kept going, surrounded only by the screams of the commoner couple. He turned back and glanced at Tianzi, saying, "I told you, injuring these lives allows them to evolve." He continued with a sneer, "You lowly commoners. Killing them is nothing. What pride there is in my summoned beasts providing nourishment." Cheng Han walked away with a dismissive look, saying to Tianji, "You've been here for so long and still speak such foolish words, showing no progress at all." Kim Zhou ran after him calling, "Brother, wait for me," leaving Tianji standing there, lost in thought. At the same time in the Korean Council Hall of Spirit Law, 4 people sat under the candlelight discussing. Ko Lan, the representative of Korea, spoke up, "So this national trial will make us allies." Bai Ki's representative from Korea nodded and said, "If the country has already arranged it this way, I have no objections. Oh, and by the way, if anyone leaks about this alliance, everyone knows what the consequences will be." Jia San Lai, the representative of South Country, Bin Than, said, "Every year the national trial is the foundation. This time, with the 4 nations forming an alliance, we will definitely be at the front." The 4 of them cheerfully said in unison, "Happy cooperation." And the candle suddenly went out. At Snow Country, at the Fire Mountain Pass, where the volcano is erupting fiercely, a messenger announced, "The fire has been ignited. The family head has sent the message. 4 days until departure." Andre, the representative of Snow Nation, walks with a large axe, looking satisfied after defeating a monster, saying finally it begins the national trial. The scene shifts to Tinju Nation, the sacred temple of the mountain ruins. Someone is rushing over to a place where a group of people is waiting. A well-dressed man approaches and asks, "Satili, you're heading to Tai Taquak soon. How are the preparations for the battle coming along?" Sat Lai, the representative of Tin Duoquak with shining golden wings, bowed and said, "In the national trial, I will definitely be the champion." 2 days later, while Luke Pham was reading documents, there was a knocking sound outside. When he opened the door, Du Tin asked, "So how is it? And has our representative from Long Country finished reviewing the documents yet?" At this moment, the 4 people were standing outside Luke Pham's room, and the school head chuckled and said, He. You must get first place." Luke Hokde. Lafi added that he is the team captain and it's time for you to leave the team. Tham Tai encouraged him, saying, "I will cheer for you." And Du Tin asked Luke Pham if he's ready. "So it's time to return to Longdu Academy." Luke Pham smiled and said, "Let's go." The next morning, at the principal's office of Longdu Imperial School, Luke Pham went to knock on the door, and a voice inside said, "Come in." You gently crack open the door and say, "May I come in?" Chairman Thang Minhao enthusiastically extends his hand and says, "Finally, you're back. It's been a while." Luke Pham. The principal is on a business trip, and I am currently in charge of the national martial arts training. He looked at the photos of Wei Viet and Tram, and added that these bodyguards were sent by high-ranking officials of Longdu to ensure the safety of the representatives on their way to Tai Tai Quoc. He then continued casually, "These other bodyguards are different from the escort team. They only serve the safety of Longdu's high-ranking officials. It seems that this year, the high-ranking officials of Longdu are paying special attention to this national trial." Thang Min then invited Luok Pham to sit down, and Luok Pham immediately asked if the vice chairman would accompany me to Tai Ti instead of the principal. He replied, "Yes, The principal can't return during these 10 days or half a month. I have rented a special plane under our school's name that will depart tomorrow. He emphasized. You've just returned from the north of Saswai and now have to leave again. So just rest well today. Oh right. If you need anything, just suggest it, and if it's reasonable, Longdu Academy will make it happen for you. Lufam at this moment smiled softly and said that the things she needed were indeed available. He boldly asked if the school could provide her with an expansion reel for the slot sacred item. Thang Min immediately spat out the tea he just drank and quickly asked, Lufam, do you have a new dragon again? It seems that this year the high-ranking officials of Longdu are paying special attention to this national trial. Thang Min then invited Luok Pham to sit down, and Luok Pham immediately asked if the vice-chairman would accompany me to Tai Tea instead of the principal. He replied, yes. The principal can't return during these 10 days or half a month. I have rented a special plane under our school's name that will depart tomorrow. He emphasized, you've just returned from the north of Saswai and now have to leave again. So just rest well today. Then just prepare everything carefully in advance. At that moment, Shou Thangmin closed his eyes and softly spoke. This isn't very expensive, but the school doesn't have it in stock. So I really have to apologize to you. At Villano. R. 2 bodyguards followed Luke Pham back home. As soon as he arrived, Hanka immediately rushed over and embraced him. Is that okay? He replied. Of course. Don't worry about the bodyguards. They won't stop you. Xiao Fun. You're finally back. I've missed you so much I could die. Tanthu also added, we've been waiting since last night. And finally you're back. Hanka smiled and pulled Lu Pham to the dining table. Don't stand anymore. In the northern border area, you probably never had a good meal before. Mao, eat your rice. Even the little devil said to join in. I'm waiting for you to eat. Hurry up. Hurry up. I'm starving. Tantu smiled. Chihan started preparing before dawn. Luke Pham looked excited. As if it were true. In the northern border area, the thing he remembered most was someone's skill. Tanthu happily replied, hoping we could know how much stronger you've become over the past month. 2 hours at the meal passed by. Lu Pham recounted his experience in the far north and learned that no one had been attacked anymore. But besides his close friends and family, there was another person around Lu Pham. You hold the piece of jewelry with the blue gemstone and think, I met that person before I left. Suddenly, Xiao Mai rushes over and exclaims, look. You're planning to give this gift to someone. It looks expensive. Luke Pham quickly withdrew his hand. You scared me to death. Related to your family's estate. Hanka from behind reminded him. Go early tomorrow. Come back early and rest. Dao Tu Mang added. So boring. No need to think. It's obvious she's the senior sister. Right. Luke Pham was quite tall then. So I'll go out for a bit. An hour later, in a spacious room, Luke Pham entered and sat down to think. It seems the senior sister definitely won't come today. Suddenly, he had an idea. Oh right. I have Sister Duco's phone number. I can ask her to contact the senior sister, and maybe I can also check with the Tianhua auction house if they have a wide roll for pouring pets. At the Tianhua auction house waiting room, a voice echoed. Hello. You finally decided to call. That was Dunyathu's voice. And on the other end, Luke Pham asked, Kido, can you help me contact Suti? Nyathu replied, so after a month apart, you miss her now. At the Tianhua auction house waiting room, a voice echoed. Hello. You finally decided to call. That was Dunyathu's voice. And on the other end, Luke Pham asked, Kido, can you help me contact Suti? She added, but if you've returned to Longdu, you can come by to see her for a bit. She left you some gifts before leaving. That afternoon, Lu Pham visited Na Thu, and she noticed that Lien was joking. Her younger brother didn't seem like he used to. Brother Jia always has bodyguards with him. He said with a smile. They are very professional and won't bother others. The two sat down to chat. Du Fan Sahil. Sister Du. The business of the Tianhua auction house is growing more and more. There are always so many people below. Nyath replied. Isn't it a blessing for you? Ever since your brother put the dragon egg into the illustrated book, all the visitors here come daily just to see the dragon egg. Luke Pham listened and pondered. A divine dragon egg has elevated Tianhua's reputation to the top. So the green dragon egg in my hand, forget it. I'll negotiate for a trade with Qi, Du. Once a month like that, Na Thu takes out a box and opens it. Revealing the item she left for you, please accept it. The boy is stunned after seeing it. It's a legendary quality weapon. The Lu Hoa Thien VM sword. Legendary grade. Level 30 requirement. With a crafting strength of 256 and agility of 204, he excitedly raised the sword. It was very light and capable of storing fire damage, as if it was specially designed for me. Nyatu replied. What else could it be? The top blacksmith your senior sister found took a month to complete this genuine item. You have to say that she really understands you. Even when you're not here, she can still ask the ambassador to create a suitable weapon for you. You pick up the sword with an excited face. The craftsmanship of this sword is unmatched. Hoa said she always carefully observes my battles whenever she fights me. Truly, my senior sister is very attentive. And after thinking about it, I said thank you to her. Then I thought, this is a fire dragon spell system. Dongnan violently studies the skill, requiring the profession of Dragon Language Master or Magic Dragon Master. Level 25. The boy smiles happily, thinking, as long as I reach level 35, I can activate the standard dragon language with the small explosion skill, and then the Lu Hoa Tinvium sword can also add extra damage. I was thinking this while holding a letter. My senior sister really helped me with something big. In this way, I can also make great progress in the national trial. It's just a pity that she's not here. I definitely need to thank her properly. Nya's letter at this moment interrupted your train of thought. What's going on? Could it be a letter from the province? In the letter, it says that my junior brother hasn't been seen for a long time, and since something happened suddenly, I had to leave for a while. I can't watch you win the national trial competition. When you read this letter, you've probably received the gift I prepared for you. Right. You must really like it. Right, last time I said I would give you a gift, but in the end you collected the proof and returned the money to Quan Truk. This time I asked the courier to deliver this gift to see how you return it. The senior sister here still has a lot of things to handle. When I return, the first thing I do is go to your place for a meal, then take you to the scoring room for a good fight. If I don't go to Villa, no. Don't silly wait for me at the scoring room. I originally wanted to go to the state of Tai Chi to support you, but I can't go now. Still, you have to try your best to perform well. If you don't secure first place, it will be a great shame for me. I will definitely deal with you strictly. Remember this. As you read this, a faint smile curves at the corner of your mouth. That's right. You promised me that the bang won't disband. Did you forget? Make sure you remember it. Then I will come back to get it. Han Thu next to him started to say, Little brother, are you still okay? You smile and say it's okay. Thank you for passing this to me. She continues politely. You are a distinguished guest of Tianhua. If you need anything, I will definitely help you. Your eyes light up, and you softly ask, speaking of pulling support, do you have a 10-volume expansion slot for pets here? Make sure you remember it. Then I will come back to get it. Han Thu next to him started to say, Little brother, are you still okay? He sighed regretfully. All right. Thank you. Ki Do. Now he thought to himself, since there's no school or auction, he can only give up on the plan to hatch the blue dragon. In this way, I can also make great progress in the national trial. It's just a pity that she's not here. I definitely need to thank her properly. Both it and the net fell heavily to the ground, and the people waiting below rushed excitedly to the fallen Kim Vu Bin. But just as they moved forward, a massive explosion forced them to retreat. He quietly thought as he stepped into the darkness. Even though she said she could help with what he needed, tomorrow he has to leave, so it's definitely impossible to get it. He still pondered that in the extreme north, only military merit can be leveled up in the scorched wasteland. There's no way to level up, and to boost his spirit, Senra can only level up earlier than the national trial. Jian Ying, why are you waiting outside alone at this late hour? She added, there's no chance to ask you now since it's mealtime. Tomorrow you have to go abroad for the match. Do you want to have a try? The boy smiled. All right. I also want to test this new weapon. At the Tichlui scoring room, in the arena of Longfudu's students, he stepped out with his weapon full of dominance. Having used the violent magma skill and gained it, Kiaman was also ready to fight. She said, with the new skill she learned, it seems this trip has brought back quite a few good things. She whispered, having been in the northernmost scene for so long, I'm very curious how strong your cousin has become now. She shouted, then started to walk and swung her weapon towards him. He uses the sword given by his senior sister to prepare a counterattack. With the full power of the sword radiating fiercely, she whispered, having been in the northernmost scene for so long, I'm very curious how strong your cousin has become now. She shouted, then started to walk and swung her weapon towards him. He marvels that this sword is even lighter than he thought and then bends his body to counterattack as if it understands his next move perfectly. You strike quickly and lightly, thinking to yourself, my senior sister really is impressive. This sword suits me better. It seems I need to try more different kinds of weapons. I jump up, my mind constantly thinking, The more I use it, the more comfortable I become. And now the Longland sword can be put aside. Then he exclaimed, "Be careful. Spirit Blade." As on the other side, Spirit Blade was still attacking, breaking through the enemy's sword. A powerful force erupted fiercely as the two faced each other and clashed. Kiam-on thought to herself that Lufam, using a new weapon he's unfamiliar with, easily countered her sword. And she said Lufam truly is someone who keeps getting stronger. He replied that he can also feel it. She has become much stronger, and the power of this young man's sword is incredibly sharp. She replied, "I see. It's a pity that now I can't even keep up with you in a battle of wits." She sang out, "Mountain Ham," always using her strength to push you away. She stepped forward and said, "Lufam, you are someone who always moves forward and keeps getting stronger. Being by your side always makes me feel at ease." Kiam-on gestured and asked, "The national trial guaranteed to be first place?" "No problem." "Right." He also reached out his hand. "Of course." Early the next morning, Han-ka waved goodbye regretfully and said, "I have to go again." "Absolutely, be careful. The two behind are also bustling around. Travel safely on the road. We will support you." Lufam waved goodbye, and the day at Longdu Palace quickly passed. He looked up at the plane, thinking about the national trial only 3 days away. As his mind kept recalling everyone's expectations of him, you rest your head against the airplane window, seizing the chance to join the ranks of Longguo's new masters. You are determined to hold on to it. Thang Bin Market is approaching now. Lufam and our group are here, he said. The chief strategist of Longquok is waiting for us. And you asked again. The chief strategist. He explained that in the national trials, each country, besides their representative faction, must also send a faction commander, mainly to oversee the rules of the competition. As they moved down to the airport, he added while walking, Long Country is decided by the high-ups of Long Capital, so when you meet the commander later, be sure to observe proper etiquette. You rest your head against the airplane window, seizing the chance to join the ranks of Longguo's new masters. You are determined to hold on to it. The commander gradually appeared, quickly stood up and left without a saddle. He smiled and said, "Perhaps this is our representative from Long Country. Lufam." "Right. In Kimnok City, Taipei Province, at the international airport." Thang Bin was immediately flustered and asked, "Lauha, why is it a person? You personally came to pick us up." Before he could finish speaking, Phoebok burst into laughter, saying that he came to welcome the representative of Longguo, so why would it be your loss of longevity? Thang Bing. Neve. Danh phai chi vào Lufam rồi thiêu. De ching la Lufam, chua hok phu long, do chung toi. Hien ne la truyen nan thu hai. Ngi nghiệp ching lucky sing ulong. Chao tien len mot buok ngai ngung gai dao chao hoi. Chao alao. Phoebok stroked his silver beard and laughed loudly, saying hello, hello. A young former dragon with such potential is truly promising. He looked at you and kindly reminded you, heroes have always emerged in their youth. I gotta say. Returning from the national trial, Thang Bing. Neve. Danh phai chi vào Lufam rồi thiêu. De ching la Lufam, chua hok phu long, do chung toi. Hien ne la truyen nan thu hai. Ngi nghiệp ching lucky sing ulong. Chao tien len mot buok ngai ngung gai dao chao hoi. Chao alao. Vice Principal. Are you okay? Hoi dung lai mot chut. Min moi, tring trong noi ba chu han fi bach. Lufam, ne thay ten, ne lin jiat min thot lenji. Ve quan mat thuang tro nen yim tuk sui ni tam lao. Long quoc trong landau, long du do nam gu quoc sach la ban wai koloi noi trong long not. You must be a hero of Longguo. Lufam immediately bowed without flattery and replied, Master Han is too kind. I will do my best. Phoebok turned around and laughed loudly. My relationship with Dao Tin is very good. If there's any trouble in the future, just find him to handle it. If he can't solve it, tell him to come to me. A while later, on the speeding car on the highway, a surprised and doubtful voice suddenly sounded. Vice Principal. If Han Lao is truly one of the 3 elders of Longguo, why can't I sense any aura of a master? I asked curiously. Could it be that my level is too low, or that he's too deep? Min laughed loudly and said, Lao Han shows no signs at all. In fact, he's just a level 44 cook. Lu Fang was stunned and asked again, What? How is that possible? Min looked at him and calmly explained. Your reaction is just like mine. In this world, strength is revered, and true power is above all. But sometimes it's not just about combat ability. Among the 3 elders of Long State, only one is a top-tier combat profession, said to have been passed down 5 generations. The other is an enhancement profession with no combat ability. But he is called the Pillar of Long State. It continued. You've seen it too. When Lao Han goes out, he always brings his exclusive bodyguards, the 4 supreme swords. I heard that these 3 top swordsmen were all won over by Han Lao and willingly followed him. Han Lao's strength must be even greater in another aspect. Hearing this, Lufam fell into deep thought, unable to imagine that Han Lao was hiding his true face. No one knows how powerful they are. 1 fighting profession, 1 enhancement profession, and old Han's profession is cooking. Each of them is not simple. Suddenly, the bodyguard turned around and announced to them, "Representative, we have arrived." The car slowly stopped in front of the hotel entrance, and from somewhere, the reporters who had been waiting here all along quickly recognized the people inside and shouted out, announcing that the Long Nation representative's vehicle had arrived. Lufam, escorted by 2 bodyguards, stepped down from the car amid flashes of cameras and a barrage of questions. "Mr. Sefin, Luke, representative of Long Country, please accept our interview." Phaibok stroked his silver beard and laughed loudly, saying hello, hello. A young former dragon with such potential is truly promising. He looked at you and kindly reminded you, heroes have always emerged in their youth. I gotta say, returning from the national trial, hoi dung lai mot chut, min moi tring trong noi ba chu han fi bach. Luke Pham, ne thay ten, ne lin jiat min thot lenji, vei quan mat thuang tro nen yim tuk sui ni tam lao. Long quoc trong landau, long du do nam gu quoc sach la ban wai koloi noi trong long not. As soon as Lufam was about to step inside, a loud shout suddenly rang out from behind. Another representative had arrived. Luke Pham, escorted by 2 bodyguards, stepped down from the car amid flashes of cameras and a barrage of questions. "Mr. Sefin, Luke, representative of Long Country, please accept our interview." As soon as Lufam was about to step inside, a loud shout suddenly rang out from behind. Another representative had arrived. Thang Min calmly poured wine into a glass and explained with a gentle smile, "Tindu Nation is always like that. They don't show up before competitions." Suddenly, Lufam seemed to notice something, his expression turning displeased. At this moment, he finally let out a sigh and sat down in a quiet corner. Luke Pham tiredly lamented that the hotel entrance was crowded with reporters. He paused for a moment, glanced at Thang Min beside him, and then continued, saying that even going outside for a walk was not allowed. Thang Min calmly poured wine into a glass and explained with a gentle smile, "Tindu Nation is always like that. They don't show up before competitions." Suddenly, Lufam seemed to notice something, his expression turning displeased. It turns out that sitting not far from you is Cheng Han, who is now happily chatting with the others. It seems Luke Pham's gaze was too obvious, causing him to immediately become alert and turn around. He really is one of the 3 elders. So the deathless sword beside him must be him. Right, that's right. I met him once at the Lam An International Conference. Someone exclaimed in amazement. Wow, it seems Long Country is giving it their all this time. As he approached me, Luke Pham and Thang Min quickly stood up to invite him. "Lao Hun, please take a seat." Phaibok looked at you with a gentle face and greeted, "Luke Pham, we meet again." Hearing this, someone curiously asked, if Lao Han also came, does Luke Pham have a connection to the leader of Long Capital, not wanting to stir more noise? A hand raised high with a call that drew everyone's attention. Everyone, at and Zhang, with arms wide open. He announced enthusiastically that if everyone had arrived, the evening party would officially begin. Kolan couldn't help but cheer happily. "Jo ho. It's starting." Jia Lai also chimed in. "In the national trial, what I look forward to the most is the evening party." Kolan excitedly watched the food cart approaching and hurriedly replied, "Yes. This is a royal banquet with military honors. It's definitely not bad. Over here." General Shang also leaned in and whispered to Lufam, "That's right. There's something I need to tell you. We're used to eating familiar food in Long Country." Someone exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, it seems Long Country is giving it their all this time." As he approached me, Luke Pham and Thang Min quickly stood up to invite him. "Lao Hun, please take a seat." The car slowly stopped in front of the hotel entrance, and from somewhere, the reporters who had been waiting here all along quickly recognized the people inside and shouted out, announcing that the Long Nation representative's vehicle had arrived. This is the royal banquet where General Bai Ming calmly explains the wedding ceremony. Yes, in Yuan Tai Chi State, resources are quite scarce. Aside from minerals, there is nothing to develop, including cuisine. For now, I'll just get by. He forced a polite smile and replied, Okay. Lufam sighed softly, secretly feeling frustrated. Here. Remember, Diut is better. Even if Diut casually cooks a dish, it's still better than these several dishes. Suddenly, he paused, just then recalling in his mind, wait, does he really have some packed food in his luggage? Suddenly, a loud noise rang out near where he was sitting, and a powerful hand slammed down hard on the table. That person was Andre. A hidden warrior. Level 60. A warrior of the Liat Diem. He is so angry that these little bits of food are so hard to eat. This is the courtesy of a true guest. A man, Zozia, who was trembling behind. He immediately spoke to remind him. Andre, calm down. The Han man frowned in displeasure and sneered. If you don't want to eat, then be hungry. Losers don't know how to enjoy good food. Andre, provoked by Cheng Han's words, instantly became furious, his face turning blue with veins bulging. With a domineering attitude, he challenged loudly. What did you just say? Say it louder if you dare. In the blink of an eye, he stormed over to Cheng Han and issued a fierce command. A man, Zozia, who was trembling behind. He immediately spoke to remind him. Andre, calm down. The Han man frowned in displeasure and sneered. If you don't want to eat, then be hungry. Losers don't know how to enjoy good food. But at this moment, he was blinded by rage and had no mind to listen to their advice. He pointed at Cheng Han and shouted loudly, Kid, your name is Kim Cheng Han. Right, in the national trial. Don't let me see you. The surrounding city walls now radiated a terrifying aura of killing intent. He scoffed dismissively and replied, You too. Hearing that, Andre didn't bother to argue further and immediately stormed off, not forgetting to shout loudly before leaving. Not here anymore. This food tastes bad. Throw away my portion. Zozia's grumpy man hurriedly chased after him. Where are you going? Sit down quickly. As he was walking, suddenly a fragrant scent wafted beside him, making him stop in his tracks. Inhaling deeply, so fragrant, he followed the scent and looked to the side, realizing this was the table of the Fei Bai group. At this moment, he was laughing loudly, praising the taste. This flavor is really not bad. Min was also stunned by a table full of food in front of him. No. Lufam, why did you bring so much food? The girl shyly smiled and nodded, holding her finger up, worried I might not be used to Thai cuisine. Suddenly, Andre's intense gaze made me startle and turn back. Our eyes meeting, Lufam smiled kindly and asked him to join. This is much better than the imperial banquet. Lufam added softly. We also haven't had the chance to enjoy the delicious food of Thai kwok. Andre also didn't hesitate and quickly sat down beside him. Thank you. Holding the steaming bun in his hand, his craving was so strong he couldn't resist. But before eating he didn't forget to say, I won't be a picky guest anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Andre couldn't hold back any longer and immediately took a big bite of the bun. The very first bite made him feel like his taste buds exploded, emotions erupting like a volcano, and he excitedly shouted, This is really delicious. Lufam gently told him there was no need to be polite. Sit down and eat together. And Andre quickly blended in with everyone, happily saying thank you. Hundia. Lufam took out a salad, turned to Fibok and Thangbin to invite them. The vice principal agreed happily, and Han Lao and the others also tried some. Fibok cheerfully responded, Then we won't refuse a. As Andre chewed and praised, Brother, your country's food really isn't bad. The sound quickly reached An and Than Han. The people around them could only watch longingly, occasionally exclaiming how delicious it was. Thangbin leaned forward while praising. Your skills are truly impressive. No wonder you're a top chef. Than Han couldn't hold back his anger, clenching his fists and snapping the chopsticks in half. Suddenly, Taian reached out to stop his next move, calmly reminding him to stay composed. Then Taian stood up, his face friendly as if nothing had happened, and he loudly called out, Ladies and gentlemen. Everyone instinctively stopped their actions. All eyes focused on him. Taian held a switch in his hand, pressing it with a beep, saying this is about to end. Next, Lufam's group also gathered around, curious to see what the other person would do next. Taian truly has a very eloquent way of speaking, and he added another sentence, Please allow me to reveal the map and rules of this national trial. Behind him, a large screen quickly appeared, and Taian loudly explained, As you can see, this is the map for this year's national trial. Someone asked loudly, Is this a stitched map? So it's really huge. Bigger than the previous year's map. Lufam frowned thoughtfully. 9 types of terrain. Andre also didn't hesitate and quickly sat down beside him. Thank you. Holding the steaming bun in his hand, his craving was so strong he couldn't resist. But before eating he didn't forget to say, I won't be a picky guest anymore. I believe you have all noticed that this year our Taizi kingdom has selected 9 types of terrain from around the world to form the largest combined map in years. each terrain hosting various fierce beasts from level 50 to 80, and he also increasingly emphasized that the points gained from defeating these beasts depend on their rarity. In short, the stronger the beast, the more points you earn. This is certain. He then switched the screen to another area and explained, "We have also added a new way to earn points, which is through mission points. On each terrain, there are mission points we set up, and completing a mission at a point will automatically earn you an accumulation point reward. The mission content is completely random." And hearing this, everyone's face becomes serious. Of course, it's not just Lufam. He listened carefully as he spoke, and of course each person can only receive one mission at a time, and only after completing it can they get the next one. He slightly raised his head and looked to the side, as if he understood perhaps he had guessed what the others were discussing. Lu Fang secretly calculated that so far, all the introductions have focused on how to earn points. It seems they don't encourage PvP, but quite the opposite. This kind of rule is designed for mutual slaughter and treachery. He crossed his arms and watched as the representatives from each country accumulated more and more points. Everyone's plan was to kill others and take all their points. Biabok beside him started to laugh loudly, feeling intrigued. Ko Lan curiously points at the map on the screen and asks, "We all know the rules now. Mr. Kim, what does the relic on your map mean?" And laughs loudly and praises. "Very good. This symbol is the new rule. The Dark Spire." Ko Lan hesitated and repeated, "The Dark Spire." Everyone also focused on the artifacts displayed on the screen. An continued to explain, "Each terrain will have a randomly moving dark spire, and each small spire will contain the real army of monsters that existed in history." His face turned sinister as he explained that their demon leader is the Kujoi Ma. Someone immediately exclaimed in horror, "What? The Kujoi Ma almost destroyed Tai Te, and yet they put them into the national trial. Jia san lai chongkambuan chen. Dua kai jivai. Day Kong the now lasu, that Dung Kong. Viki Lan Lung. Thought Rahai Chu. Dothian. Luke Pham to Mohoi. Kujoima. Thangmin Ben Kanlenting Jaithich. Dolama tu Kodai Tai Te Kwok Fongan. An unexpected incident 50 years ago caused the seal to break, nearly leading to the destruction of Taekwok by the Kujoi Ma and their army. Phaibok suddenly sighed, revealing that the seal of the Kujoi Ma was ultimately guarded by 5 fourth-stage experts who are high-level national heroes of Taekwok. Kao Mai Dap. Only 5 4th-stage experts can defeat the ancient demon beast. Ko Lan smiled softly and called out, "Mr. Kim, the monsters placed in the national trial weaken their attributes. I wonder what percentage of their true strength the Kujoi Ma possesses this time." An smiled maliciously and asked eagerly, "So this is the most interesting point of this year's national trial." He excitedly shouted that the demon spirits in the national trial are actually the original form of the sealed curse, not weakened at all. Even the army of demonic beasts in the Black Spire Tower remains in their original state. Hearing him say that, everyone immediately angrily protested. Who? The Kujioma and the great army of monsters are both real. If so, it's too dangerous. What if they come out from the secret realm of the national trial? Then we're really risking our lives. Dembo slaughtered millions of people from the Tai Tai Kingdom and was directly placed on the map, which is too stupid. Some people are even dissatisfied because only 5 top-tier 4 transformation experts can defeat the boundary demon. And the new rules of this session are just too absurd. Andre also spoke up. With 23 representatives arguing among themselves, it was basically impossible to form a group of 10. For someone at level 60 like us, only a team of 10 would dare to try. Suddenly, amidst the heated debate, a hand was raised along with a call. "Kim Tianzin, may I ask?" Luke Pham seriously asked. "Will successfully defeating the Demon King give a lot of points?" Suddenly, I couldn't help but laugh, and Ko Lan turned to answer humorously. "This representative from Long Country, this kind of design is meant to increase pressure on everyone. Extremely dangerous, and not for you to use for scoring points." An pressed a button, causing the screen behind to disappear instantly, and he smiled as he responded to Lufam. Suddenly, he noticed the mobile phone placed beside him. As Luke Pham turned on the phone, the first thing that appeared was the National Trial Ranking Prediction notification. At this point, and suddenly bowed and ended the presentation. If there are no further questions, we will conclude here today. Thank you all for coming. Everyone, please gradually return to your accommodations. Dasanlai sighed in boredom, and Vaikai also looked displeased. Before leaving, Phaibok turned back to smile and say to Luok Pham and Thang Min, the deputy principal and Long, the representative, also quickly went to their rooms. "We will meet again tomorrow." Yu and Thang Min immediately bowed and responded. Farewell to Elder Han. Phi Bai walked away with a carefree laugh. The tongue-licking point of the demon world. I really look forward to Lufam's reaction. Time quickly passed. Lufam lay silently on the bed, contemplating the ancient beast, the super-large map of the 9 territories, allowing him to kill opponents to earn tongue-licking points. Though he wasn't sure about the details. Kim Thon Han would definitely do so. Suddenly he noticed the mobile phone placed beside him. As Lufam turned on the phone, the first thing that appeared was the National Trial Ranking Prediction notification. He looked at the predicted ranking and couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. I actually ranked first. Lufam sighed in frustration. Those media folks are really something. They say all that, but I only dare to complain in my mind. Who would have thought I'd be ranked alongside Kim Thon Han? So random. He looked at his phone again and thought to himself, although the reliability wasn't high. Still, Lufam also kept an eye on another person who would be on his team, and this person was also ranked first, so he had to be very cautious. Time quickly passed, and soon it was early the next morning, with the announcer's voice ringing out. The moment everyone had been waiting for had arrived. The national trial competition this year, organized by the Tai Ti of the ancestral nation, is now officially starting. Please look up at the sky now. The host continues to announce, the secret realm teleportation gate is officially activating. As soon as the words finished, all the representatives were quickly pulled inside by the gate. Lufam closed his eyes and thought to himself, everything was ready, and being transported next to the spire would be the best. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his face full of confidence, and the message appeared in front of him indicating he was entering the National Trial secret realm. At the same time, the others focused on the screen in front of them as the announcer's voice continued to echo, the final representative has entered the National Trial secret realm, and the competition for ranking has begun with the score tally. Everyone's faces are full of confidence as they watch the representatives on the screen, and the high and low scores will determine the contestants' rankings. Du Tin also quietly focused on the screen, and the contestant ranked first will be the winner. Ben Phi Bok and Thang Min also paid close attention to the big screen, and all the contestants have entered the secret realm. Who will take the top spot? Let's wait and see. Time quickly passed, and soon it was early the next morning, with the announcer's voice ringing out. The moment everyone had been waiting for had arrived. The national trial competition this year, organized by the Tai Ti of the ancestral nation, is now officially starting. This must be a choice edge from the far north. The system displays a notification. The National Trial Secret Realm. Lufam raised his arm in serious expression as he tapped the smartwatch, and a virtual screen quickly appeared from the watch. He looked at his position on the map and thought to himself that he was now at the edge, and since the blue marker hadn't been updated, it meant no one had scored yet. While scouting around, Lufam also assessed that there was a mission point at the bottom right corner of this ice map, which was his first target. With this bracelet, representatives from different countries can view rankings in real time, and the number of survivors. Just seeing who has more points is naturally tempting for others. There's no denying it. These tasks are quite simple, and I like them. You stretch out your arms to create 2 gates, one blue and one fiery red. In an instant, 2 fierce dragons appear. You jump onto the head of the little DA and shout loudly, "Go out. Little da. Spirit." The dragon obeys the command and immediately spews out a flame before roaring and flying away. Lufam gently pats Xiaoda on the back and asks Spirit, "Spirit, let's level up with Sister Xiaoda. What do you think?" It pouts and nuzzles his shoulder, and Lufang just chuckles. This kid's still a bit stubborn. You can't hesitate any longer. I shout loudly, "Let's go. Little Da. We're leaving now to find the Dark Tower." In response, it lets out a cry and speeds away. Thonhan removes his gloves, creating a crimson portal from his palm, his face full of annoyance as he mutters to himself. Then he turns back to the familiar desert terrain. As he raises his hand, he commands the sealed and fragmented yin-yang creatures to attack, and instantly, countless faces with various expressions emerge from the portal. The system quickly displayed information: the bonded soul beast, the chained soul beast level 61, a transformed form of the third soul beast cultivator. The faces full of various emotions rushed like wind, disintegrating the puppet, and the revived beast from the soul realm would cut off 8 limbs and hide them at designated locations. Each limb can bring about a symbiotic effect within the dark abyss and in a hidden state. Thonhan calmly watches the head sprouting multiple legs and crawling across the sand, as the system updates the information, indicating symbiosis with the dark abyss. As long as the soul beast remains alive, it will always coexist with the soul, and after death, it can be revived within the spiritual beast, soul. The cooldown time is 12 hours, and from the second revival onward, the cooldown doubles each time. He looked at the information panel in front of him, displaying the message that the cooldown for the deep sleep symbiosis was 12 hours. He chuckled loudly, a look of arrogance on his face as he muttered to himself, including all the bound, deep sleep entities. There are a total of 9 resurrection chances. I am truly the immortal one. Suddenly, a head lying on the sand was pierced through by a swift sword. Tang Thien looked at the head slowly vanishing on the blade and sneered. Unfortunate. Now there are only 8 chances left. On Chung, Han's watch quickly displayed her information, but he no longer had the mood to pay attention to anything else. He was so furious, Musa Saitan. Why did you kill my summoning beast? Aren't we allies? Tang Thien calmly replied as he sheathed his sword. Don't be angry. Of course we are allies. I just want to see if I can earn points by killing your summoning beast, that's all. Cheng Han angrily retorted, then go kill Lufam for points. We agreed on that before killing the summoning beast will cut off my chance to revive. Tang Thien calmly replied, as if nothing happened. I still have 8 chances left. Why get angry? At worst, I'll let you kill a few bosses. Okay. Tang Thien quickly sacrificed and chased after. Don't leave me behind. Kim Taiyan can monitor that battle. Quietly move me to your location. You have to protect your ally. Cheng Han, hearing that, only coldly reminded him to speak less and not let the monitors hear. Suddenly, he stopped, his stern face telling Tang Tian that alliances are normal. But I will kill the 6th offender. And you killed Hat Long. And also, I told you this during the part where Kim Tai-an overlooked when introducing the Heart Tower. He smiled sinisterly and continued. That is when the Dark Heart Tower moves randomly across each map. If a representative is found participating, it will actively attack. Tang Thien exclaimed in shock. What? Why didn't you say this earlier? No wonder he prepared so many chances to come back to life. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she worriedly exclaimed, if I happen to encounter the Dark Tower of the Kujioi Ma, he can come back to life. What about me? Cheng Han raised his hand, covered by a stream of purple energy, and replied if she was an ally, then he would definitely protect her life. Saying that, he directed that energy into Tang Tian's body, causing her to react too late and stumble backward several steps. She looked at the purple energy flowing through her body with suspicion, and then Cheng Han smiled smugly and explained there was no need to avoid it because this was the deep silent oath. Suddenly, Tang Thien's whole body as if chained by a strong link, causing her to shiver involuntarily but unable to move. After a long while, Tang Thien finally couldn't hold it in and bent over, repeatedly vomiting. Than Han paid no attention to her and left casually, leaving behind a sentence from now on, after you can also be resurrected within my Deep Sleep Beast contract. We have now successfully formed the Deep Sleep contract together. When he reached this point, he suddenly turned his head back with a cold smile. Of course, if I really die, then you will have to die too. Tang Thien coldly promised with dissatisfaction, claiming they were allies, but clearly still wary of me. Rest assured, I won't stab you. Than Han calmly left, replying, no need to think much. Cooperating with our Tai Te kingdom is the right choice. After the national trial ends, I will erase the deep peace contract. Tang Thien followed behind him and asked, wait for me. Now we will go find Lufam. Than Han shook his head and replied, no, first, I accept the mission to earn points. Wait for the demon to kill almost all the other representatives. Then start the plan. Oh. I look at the surrounding scenery and ask curiously, accepting the mission. Isn't that just the mission points? It's a trap mission. Each map has a hidden treasure placed somewhere, and only I know the location. Once you accept the trial, you can't take on other missions. Tang Thien, hearing this, was surprised and asked, a trap, what kind of mission is it exactly? Cheng Han smiled cunningly and mysteriously, saying you'll find out soon enough because this mission is basically impossible for anyone to complete. Time quickly passed, and 5 hours later in the surveillance room, many people gathered around the large screen, discussing and whispering our national trial team has lost the 3rd place. What is the 3rd place? Someone looked at Luke Fam's image on the screen and slowly explained. It is Long Nation. Tin Dieu Nation. Snow Nation. The national trials before the top 3 of each session are all them. Indeed. What happened to Long Nation this year? The media ranked Long Nation's representatives as T1. I think they just want to ride on Long Dung's coattails. The water level is probably very high. And now I only have 257 points accumulated, which is less than what I've gained from killing those ferocious beasts. Suddenly, a tearing sound from beside caught Ta-An's attention as he confidently stared at the screen in front of him. A slender hand calmly pours tea into a small cup. Phi-Bok slowly lifts the teacup and suddenly laughs out loud. The others look confused, wondering what on earth is going on. Really strange. What exactly is this representative of Long Country doing? Tyann silently glanced at them, his eyes showing clear suspicion. The scene shifts to Lufam, who is now looking at the display on his watch showing his current stats. Lufam wondered where this mysterious spire was, searching for so long that not even a shadow appeared. Suddenly, a message appeared before him, indicating the two fierce beasts, level 60, with 84 accumulation points, suddenly jumped down from above. Luckily, Xiaoya reacted in time and quickly escaped the deadly attack from the two fierce creatures. He silently assessed the two large, aggressive beasts below. Compared to the test segment he encountered in the Cloud Continent, they were much weaker. In the Secret Realm, one of them only had a few dozen points of accumulation, so there's no need to waste time on them. To earn high accumulation points, you must take on boss quests or kill other representatives. And suddenly he notices something. A loud explosion suddenly rings out in front of Lufam, and he immediately becomes alert, quickly activating his defensive energy. At the same time, the watch on his wrist also displayed a notification, reminding him that there was a mission point ahead, and he frowned before ordering the little beast. Little beast, we've reached the mission point. Let's go down and check it out. Zasanlai swung his sword and shouted loudly as he struck a giant beast in front of him, causing it to roar in pain. After successfully defeating the monster, Zasanlai panted heavily and muttered that without the three-turn fruit, he really was exhausted. He kept rushing forward, but in the end, he managed to accept this mission, and as soon as he turned his back, he fell silent. Zasanlai stared with wide eyes, looking confused and unsure what to do. In front of him now is a huge, fierce-looking dragon, and he quickly cowers and runs away in fear. Zasanlai ran and shouted loudly, when suddenly a person jumped down casually from the back of the giant dragon. As soon as he recognized who it was, he screamed in horror. It's Lufam from Long Country, who silently ignored Zasanlai and only focused his gaze on the information displayed on the screen. After a moment of silence, Lufam turned off the watch screen and calmly approached Zasanlai, who immediately became alert and even drew his sword to block. But surprisingly, Lufam simply walked past him silently, leaving him stunned. Zasanlai watched as Lufam gradually disappeared into the distance, annoyed and thinking to himself, that arrogant guy, the genius of Long Nation, once insulted the king of South Nation, nearly causing South Nation to fall. If I can deal with Lufam, he looked at Lufam's information on the virtual screen, a sinister smile gradually appearing on his face. Dan 23. Lufam is only level 32. This is the opportunity that heaven has given me. Thinking of this, he immediately swung his sword at Lufam while shouting for him to stop. Jia Sanlai used the prison lock water to strike directly at him, forming a water prison. The target is locked inside the designated area and cannot escape. The countdown is 19 seconds. Seeing the goal nearly achieved, he laughs happily. As the representative of Long Country Lufam, watching my fight, thinks he can sit back and profit, Jia Sanlai was too proud. Suddenly a black claw swiftly reached toward him. Before he could react, the claw struck him and threw him back, causing him to scream in agony. Jia Sanlai was thrown like a piece of trash, his whole body crashing hard onto the hard ground. He clutched his injured arm as he sat up, looking unconvinced and thinking to himself that he was doomed. This big dragon's strength was real, and it seemed like his bones might be broken. Zasanlai stared with wide eyes, looking confused and unsure what to do. In front of him now is a huge, fierce-looking dragon, and he quickly cowers and runs away in fear. That 5,000 points of yours still aren't enough to move me, so I've decided to let you go. Jia Sanlai sat on the ground, eyes wide in shock, thinking to himself that his control skills had been nullified. Impossible. He's only level 32. He couldn't accept it and quickly got up to fight back. Spare me. Damn it. Even if I don't get a ranking in this national trial, as long as I kill the representative of Long Country, I will be a hero of South Country. But before he could strike, Jia Sanlai was pushed back by a fierce growl from the little demon. It didn't stop there. It slowly approached him, preparing to breathe out a flame, and he screamed in fear. Lufam gently reminds you kindly. I advise you not to act rashly. This mission is mine. No objections. Right. Soon. The watch on your hand displays a notification. The mission has been accepted. The current task is to raid the epic boss, the demon of the underworld. Level 80. Lufam's face grew serious as he stared intently at the screen in front of him. Returning to the side of Lufam and Jia Sanlai, he slipped backward, his voice trembling softly. This time, it's over. Suddenly, A black shadow, with glowing red eyes, leapt from behind him, causing him to startle and tilt his head back. The shadow swiftly pounced on Lufam, shaking the ground and sending dust into the air, prompting Jia Sanlai to seize the opportunity to run while shouting loudly. The monsters no longer hesitated and charged forward, howling non-stop. Spirit was not afraid and roared loudly, responding with fierce force, actively returning to the spire of the former demon realm near Lufam. He was riding the little dark horse and searching around, until finally a warning appeared ahead, indicating the presence of the sinister spire. He shouted in excitement, "We finally found it. Let's go. Little dark horse. Let's unleash destruction." And in response, it roared loudly and sped up. The target is locked inside the designated area and cannot escape. The countdown is 19 seconds. Seeing the goal nearly achieved, he laughs happily. As the representative of Long Country Lufam, watching my fight, thinks he can sit back and profit. Suddenly, a black shadow with glowing red eyes leapt from behind him, causing him to startle and tilt his head back. The shadow swiftly pounced on Lufam, shaking the ground and sending dust into the air, prompting Jia Sanlai to seize the opportunity to run while shouting loudly. A flash of light suddenly appeared, and at the same time, a long slash appeared on the body of the snow monster, with blue liquid spraying out from it. Jia Sanlai screamed in terror, and before the snow monster could regain its composure, Xiao Ya charged fiercely at it, its eyes blazing red with a fierce glare. It stared viciously at him from below, Jia Sanlai's face turning pale instantly, his eyes wide with horror. Tiny Da let out a loud scream and directly slashed at the snow monster king with its sharp claws. The system immediately displayed a notification. No, along with the dragon aura, as it repeatedly struck twice, and the dragon servant launched 2 dragon kicks with attached dragon aura. The information quickly appeared in front of him: current dragon energy. Singing dragon. Long Gua Lukfam. Points accumulated. 257 plus 240 years. The Jia Shenlai's eyes widened, sweat pouring down like rain. He could only stay still, too afraid to move because right beside him was an abyss with no bottom that Long Pham had just created. His face showed fear as he looked into the deep chasm, knowing that if this attack hit him, it would be the end. His face grew tense, and now even breathing seemed incredibly heavy for him. Luke Fam's eyes were bloodshot as he slowly approached Jia Sanlai with his sword, and he cried out in fear. "It's over. I'm really done for this time. Is this really my end, I wonder?" And with that thought, he closed his eyes tightly, raising his hands in defense, begging for mercy. But unexpectedly, Lu Pham simply walked past him indifferently. When Jia Sanlai opened his eyes, he saw nothing but emptiness in front of him. A cold wind blowing directly into his face, bringing a chilling sensation. He turned his head back, looking puzzled, muttering to himself, "Lu Pham. He didn't kill me. He really spared me." Suddenly, a light emitted from behind startled him, and as he looked closer, he became even more confused about this mission. The light ring had been activated, and Thao Fat was squeezing the mythic earth-slaying demon gate of the level 85 demon gate. Jia Sanlai exclaimed in surprise. Why would there be such a mission? He suddenly remembered. Wait a minute. Luke Pham once asked if he really wanted to go kill the demon gate. Outside the national trial ground, Thang Min was watching the surveillance screen and suddenly shouted, "Why would such a mission be included in the secret realm?" He pointed at Tai An and loudly questioned, "This is clearly an impossible mission to complete. If this mission gets stuck and cannot be submitted, how can Luke Pham rely on it to earn points?" He coldly reminded him to stay calm. "You're making too much noise." Thang Min couldn't keep his composure anymore and quickly grabbed Tai An's collar, asking how he expected him to stay calm. "This design is flawed. I want to report it. Remove this mission immediately." He slightly smiled and forcefully pushed Thang Min's wrist aside. "If you keep causing trouble without reason, I will have to ask you to leave. Let go." Based on my understanding of Tai Te Quoc, this was done intentionally by them. His face darkened, gritting his teeth and snarling out a single word, "Boy." Phi Bak, seeing the situation was getting tense, called out to remind the vice principal to stay calm. Thang Min, hearing his voice, couldn't help but feel dissatisfied and turned back. Lao Hun, Phi Bak, leisurely pouring tea, added, giving the green light to their own delegate while disturbing others, as they wanted to cheat for personal gain. "Are you the commander of Long Country? Then you have no right to protest," Thang Min asked confusedly. "What do you mean by that?" Phi Bak calmly explained while raising his teacup. "Even if this is protested, it won't change anything. In your opinion, Lufan receiving this mission was just the right timing afterward." Thang Min looked confused and asked, "Old Han, you knew this was unfair. As the commander-in-chief, why didn't you speak up for Lufam? He laughed loudly. Sometimes even strategies can entangle oneself, and they hold no meaning against absolute power. He looked at the steaming teacup and said, "This impossible mission is exactly what Lufam wants. I believe in him. And surely you do too." Suddenly, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Thang Min looked at Lufam on the screen riding on the back of Da and exclaimed in disbelief, "I didn't expect Lufam. Are you the commander of Long Country? Then you have no right to protest," Thang Min asked confusedly. "What do you mean by that?" Fiba calmly explained while raising his teacup. "Even if this is protested, it won't change anything. In your opinion, Lufan receiving this mission was just the right timing afterward." Thang Min looked confused and asked, "Old Han, you knew this was unfair. As the commander-in-chief, why didn't you speak up for Lufam?" He laughed loudly. Sometimes even strategies can entangle oneself, and they hold no meaning against absolute power. "Are you the commander of Long Country? Then you have no right to protest," Thang Min asked confusedly. "What do you mean by that?" Fiba calmly explained while raising his teacup. "Even if this is protested, it won't change anything. In your opinion, Lufan receiving this mission was just the right timing afterward." Flames swirl around him after he shouts the command. Transforming into the destructive Dragon Gate, the system announces the Dragon Song, the form change, and the upcoming destruction of the Dragon Gate, followed by a status panel for Little Da. Flames burst out fiercely, shooting out to attack and burn many enemies below. The boy shouted a warning. "Little Da, watch out for the ground." Below, a group of Earth Moon demons rushing in. The system displays a notification. Earth Moon demon level. Level 75 points. Liked accumulation. 127 points. The boy draws his sword. Ready. Earth Moon demon. Very timely. It would be best if all the monster armies charged together. The system shows again. Kuren Dragon. Aura. Singing Dragon. Xiao Da roared fiercely, knocking back many nearby monsters, while lava erupted and destroyed them. The system's owner, Long An, normally attacks with dragon energy, causing damage from a distance. Because of the shockwave from Xiao Da's roar, the monsters were thrown back and collapsed, lava spewing forward, causing damage while healing himself. Watching the distant monsters approaching, he suddenly thought, there are quite a few headbutt beasts. Killing them one by one, like this is too wasteful. After thinking, he raised his hand to activate his ability. Long Qi encouraging. Long Qi encouraging. Cheering himself and Long Sung, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. At the same time, Tuda also roared and cast a spell. Tuda level 30. Contract. Dragon Song. Power. From 5. 124 to 6. 661. Agility. From 9. 431 to 12. 260. Spirit. From 20. 274 to 266. 278. Durability. From 10. 473 to 13. 614. You move forward and announce that Xiao Ya is preparing to unleash a great catastrophe. Xiao Ya roars repeatedly with commanding authority, causing a great disaster that destroys the giant dragon, exploding the area and inflicting massive damage along with fire. Luke Pham stands above, aiming down, and Xiao Da surpasses a mental attribute of 26. Ling Ling Ling. So it's time to try this out, an arrow barrage. Mingza leads with the bow drawn, and when the power reaches 3 seconds, he can unleash the arrow barrage, increasing damage by up to 500%. The countdown timer appears. The system notification shows. The current power level is 1 second. Once again, Xiao Da huars loudly, unleashing a massive burst of fire, causing a great catastrophe, sweeping down on the target area and inflicting severe damage. Then it creates a large explosion accompanied by a system notification. Current power level at 2 seconds. Current power level at 3 seconds. You aim and release the arrow. Now is the moment. The arrow swiftly pierces through the swarm of monsters, heading straight for the predetermined spot. As expected, the arrow strikes directly where Xiao Da is standing. Then it caused another explosion. A huge disaster, with the arrow releasing its image, shooting towards the target area marked by the destruction dragon, causing a large-scale explosion and fire that inflicted severe damage. With the power boosted by 500% of the Black Dragon's mental attribute, the system continuously displayed notifications. Lufan from Long Country. Loyalty points increased by 22. 758 to 502. Lufan from Long Country. Rank 23 up to 1. This is the entire army of the Earth-slaying demon. Finally awakening. Because of the Void Dragon, he leveled up to level 12. And Lufam reached level 33. Everyone stared at the leaderboard in shock. Oh my god. They're back. The Imperial 3 are back. I didn't expect Lufam to actually dare to attack the Black Demon Spire. Using points for withdrawal was definitely the smartest choice. Salky and Andre also received this series of missions, but their points haven't increased at all. Lufam and Black Dragon's pity really does make others feel amused. Hanfibai continued. Especially since he still has many dragons that haven't been summoned out yet. The old man hurriedly replied, Han Lao, please wait a moment. I will have the servants bring the hot buns up. Han Lao raised his hand to stop him. No need. We can eat the buns any time. But we can't miss Lufam's remarkable performance. He happily said that Lufam's strength seems to surpass our expectations. After he kills the electric demon, we will serve hot pork. Kim Taiyan stood there thinking that now is the time to show everyone the fun. After the electric demon is defeated, Lufam will be hunted down. He said the wax figure was already outside. But he still didn't leave. How could Lufam understand enough to stop? The army of monsters still hasn't fallen. It seems he really wants to wipe out the Black Flame Spire. Suddenly, the chain inexplicably snapped in two. An object fell and made a loud noise upon hitting the ground after the chain broke. Due to the loud sound, you quickly turned your head and were attracted to it. The gate of the Demon World Tower reveals shadowy monsters inside, including ferocious beasts. He raises his weapon cautiously. Honestly, if he had known they would all come out together earlier, he could have dealt with them in one go, saving so much time. Then it caused another explosion. A huge disaster, with the arrow releasing its image, shooting towards the target area marked by the Destruction Dragon, causing a large-scale explosion and fire that inflicted severe damage. With the power boosted by 500% of the Black Dragon's mental attribute, the system continuously displayed notifications. Lufam from Long Country. Loyalty points increased by 22. 758 to 502. Lufam from Long Country. Rank 23 up to 1. He happily said that Lufam's strength seems to surpass our expectations. After he kills the electric demon, we will serve hot pork. Kim Taiyan stood there thinking that now is the time to show everyone the fun. After the electric demon is defeated, Lufam will be hunted down. Then it caused another explosion. A huge disaster, with the arrow releasing its image, shooting towards the target area marked by the Destruction Dragon, causing a large-scale explosion and fire that inflicted severe damage. With the power boosted by 500% of the Black Dragon's mental attribute, the system continuously displayed notifications. Lufam from Long Country. Loyalty points increased by 22. 758 to 502. Lufam from Long Country. Rank 23 up to 1. He said the wax figure was already outside. But he still didn't leave. How could Lufam understand enough to stop? The army of monsters still hasn't fallen. It seems he really wants to wipe out the Black Flame Spire. Suddenly, the chain inexplicably snapped in two. He said the wax figure was already outside. But he still didn't leave. How could Lufam understand enough to stop? The army of monsters still hasn't fallen. It seems he really wants to wipe out the Black Flame Spire. Suddenly, the chain inexplicably snapped in two. This rebellious brat still doesn't listen. So with such a low level, he's bound to get hurt. The two-headed monster suddenly stiffened when it saw a figure rushing toward it. Suddenly a memory flashes through your mind. Wait, I don't think I've ever seen the full power of the spirit, or maybe now is the time to let it fight. Instinctively, the spirit here is roaring, preparing to strike the divine armor. Uses the armor to boost the divine aura, and absorbs damage for 6 seconds. But before he could run far, he tripped and fell to the ground. Trembling with fear, he turned back and stammered, "Oh, that's the mission, Point Guardian boss." Turns out it's the Ice Crystal Snow Monster, level 75, with 245 points accumulated, constantly roaring fiercely. The whirlwind quickly encircled the two-headed giant, immobilizing him, and its attack was so powerful that it sent the monster flying several meters away. When the skill ends, all enemies within melee range will take the absorbed damage, and a blue whirlpool appears, sweeping away all the monsters around it. The two-headed monster once again roared as the incoming energy approached. Even if it didn't listen, you can still use your skills to fight. The Spirit Crystal Armor, which causes all enemies within melee range to take full damage. He stands up holding a staff and shouts in anger. You observe and say, "Little Da, stop it." The Spirit Armor has absorbed the damage, so it seems we don't need to worry about its morale. A large blue explosion erupts, knocking back the monsters. The two-headed beast watches and roars, then creates a star and crushes it to deal massive area damage. With the power depending on the accompanying energy, The two-headed monster that was just watching also froze in place due to the energy. The other monsters could only scream in despair as they shared the same fate. Spirit spreads its wings, unleashing a wide-area attack. You happily praise it. Well done, Spirit. If it weren't for the fivefold damage from the distant arrow, this chaos would be on par with the disaster caused by Little Da. Lufam's level has now increased to 34. Hearing the praise, feeling proud, I think to myself, I'm pretty good. Right, who would have thought? This little guy is quite arrogant. Just a few compliments. And he's already strutting around. Xiao Ya also refused to lose and shouted out loud. He quickly praised himself, saying, Hey, Xiao Ya is also very powerful. There will be a boss later. Then I'll let you show off. Xiao Da and the spirit both turn around to look at the noise. If it weren't for the fivefold damage from the distant arrow, this chaos would be on par with the disaster caused by Little Da. Lufam's level has now increased to 34. The small green monster detects it and suddenly extends a long tongue. The system simultaneously announces Lufam's command: Raging Lava, Skill in Use, Current Inner Energy, and Black Heart 11. Xiao Ya, get ready. The Raging Lava. Go. Bravery. Energy pouring out continuously and strength increasing over time in the battle. All three rush forward to attack. Xiao Ya also refused to lose and shouted out loud. He quickly praised himself, saying, Hey, Xiao Ya is also very powerful. There will be a boss later. The giant green-footed monster appears behind the smoke. A huge frog-like creature, roaring and singing. Level 80. With 429 points. Lufam smiles and says, Isn't this just coming to you? Xiao Da. Spirit. Get ready. Let's send it off on its journey. The spirit quickly obeyed the command and unleashed its power to defend against the attack. Now is your chance to lead. Little Da. Inside Xiao Da's chest, a blazing red energy suddenly erupts, then shoots out toward the frog monster. System notification: intense lava flow. A violent explosion will create a lava pool within the target area. When the target is submerged in the lava, it will gradually sink and continuously take significant damage. The monster jumps high to dodge the deadly attack, and a bright red light flashes in the sky, aiming straight at the monster's position after it evades. Lufam charged straight at its gun with this attack. The spirit above controls the horn of the monster just now. This is true mastery. It swings its arm to control the horn and charges straight at the monster, hitting it with a precise strike. You smile happily. Well coordinated. Dark Shadow Needle Tower is indeed a good place. The level has increased by 13. The score for the 6 demons of the Dragon Realm has increased, and the level has gone up by 13. Did you see that? Can't you see? Can't you see? The level has increased by 13 levels. Long Kingdom, 6 demons score. Archesen. 160, plus 28. 193. Everyone watched in awe as the score the demon army collected directly surpassed 50,000 points. This combination is truly amazing. Now I understand why the level 30 Lufam dares to compete with level 60, making Handan twice as fast. And the representative of Long Kwok really opened my eyes. Chua Thangming commented, This little Lufam kid. After a trip to the distant north, the demon army has become so powerful. Han Fibok laughed and said, Not bad at all, Kim Tai. Anne slammed his hand against the wall and swore, What the hell happened to Lufam? The demon army was never weakened. Yet it was completely destroyed. And he still surpassed Kim City Han's points by so much. He ordered his subordinates to immediately enter the backstage to verify the data of the Dark Spire Tower. This representative from Long Country must have exploited some loophole. Report any abnormalities you discover. Understood. In his mind, he's planning that besides our hero of Tai Chi, no one else can defeat the demon of the realm. Just wait and see. Luo Feng. Once I catch you, I will eliminate you immediately in my own way. Half an hour later, at the Kim Jok City Arena, the subordinates hurriedly reported, Kim President, we have completed the investigation. The national trial system is functioning normally, and the Dark Spire section has no faults. Kim Tai-un, not believing he was grabbing a guy by the collar, said, What are you guys talking about? The man immediately stammered. Sorry, President Kim. We will investigate again right away. He's too powerful. Those two useless guys. Keep checking. Check until you find a loophole. Now go immediately. The two subordinates hurriedly ran off. Got it. He was dissatisfied, thinking we used the mechanism to threaten other representatives. Now it has become a tool for Lufam to rack up points. We can't let Lufam's score continue to rise. When necessary, we must forcibly adjust the old Demon Realm's parameters so that Lufam knows to hold back. Thinking that way, He felt more optimistic. And as for the order, he could only place his hope in Kim Chang-in himself. He and Wu Tongtian hold a secondary profession above level 30, so it probably won't be too difficult. Right. Adan Bin. He calmly approached where everyone was descending in a lively manner. Suddenly, he accidentally made eye contact with Han Fibai, and his eyes suddenly widened in shock as he gasped in surprise. The scene has become chaotic with flames, arrows, and monster corpses scattered everywhere. Lufam stands majestically, surveying them. The other monster armies quickly appear along with the leader monster at the forefront. He raised his hand to summon something. A level boss, and had no choice but to release the small phoenix. Letting the small phoenix out onto the field would split some experience. But it had already been swept so thoroughly that there could be no mistakes. The monster soldiers quickly shouted and charged forward. You loudly summoned, transforming into a false form outside. A jade dragon. Changing shape into a false form, the system displays a notification that the bloodline of the Jade Dragon doubles all skill effects on the dragon race and bloodline related to the target, with life pulse increasing the Jade Light and blessing effects for all allies, boosting their effects by 2 to 4 times. Duda shouted in response. Howling, blessing the Jade, increasing the target's dragon aura by 3 to 12 layers. Then, the damage from attacks. Jade Glow, and blessing the target increased by 3 to 12 times. Subtract all debuffs and increase all attributes by 30 to 60%, with each blessing level doubling the harm inflicted. Lufam stands ready and says, Tsuda. Tin then. Let's go. Shout. And charge. System notifications keep appearing. Shauda's level 30 contract. Singing Dragon. Power increased from 5,124 to 8,189. Quick and Light. From 9,431 to 15089. Spirit from 2021 4 to 32342. Durability from 1,473 to 16756. Charging forward. Lava flames spewing, causing harm and healing himself. Lufam, Xiaofei, and Spirit also rush forward one after another, creating a permanent protective barrier. With all targets under the barrier, the amount of harm absorbed by the barrier determines the life value of the false eternal barrier and their own healing ability. He shouted loudly, Release your spirit. Infuse the soul into the armor. Infuse the soul into the armor. And combine it with the soul into the armor. This lasts for 60 seconds, absorbing the inflicted harm. When the skill ends, all enemies within range will suffer the absorbed damage. The spirit rushes to attack the monster soldiers, and the soul infused into the armor has absorbed the damage dealt. You nod slightly. Yes. I suddenly remembered something important. The current dragon aura. The 11th dragon chant. Lufam quietly accepts. This is the right to wield this magic dragon language. Level 35 can use it. Something I've been waiting for a long time. The dragon chant resonance. Epic room. Equipped with the skill. Requiert level 35. After use. Learns the passive skill, long language resonance. Long language resonance. When the mounted knight and the dragon companion use similar magic long language, the mounted knight and the dragon companion will increase the power of the long language magic by 100%. System notification skill. Long language resonance used. Long language resonance acquired. Luofan clenched his fist and thought, I finally got the magma armor that my senior gifted me. Now I can finally coordinate with Xiao Jia to activate the long language resonance. A sudden flash of red light erupts, causing the water to splash around the surrounding ground. You ask, Little Ga, are you ready? Lao. Then he raised his hand to activate the new ability he learned, the dragon language magic. The little beast sensed the activated energy source roaring loudly. The lava enveloped fiercely, and when the target was within the blast radius, flames burst out fiercely. A lava pool forms, and the target inside gradually falls into the molten magma, suffering extensive damage. The young beast stands still, gathering a large amount of energy. Hearing your command, little beast prepares to strike. Engulfed in molten lava, a huge flame quickly erupts, burning everything in sight. Lava engulfed in flames. As the target within the blast radius ignites fiercely, a lava pool forms, and the target inside gradually falls into the molten magma, suffering heavy damage. Long U resonance when the Dragon Knight and the Dragon Companion use the same dragon language magic, increases the power of the magic by 100%. Lufam rushes to attack, successfully triggering the dragon language resonance, doubling the lava bursts, with a force 4 times greater than when used alone with Daida. He looked at his hand. smiling doubtfully at his power, feeling unbelievable, as if he was keeping the heartbeat of little Da alive. Surrounded by fierce flames, everything caught in them melted away. The monster leader is no exception, as his entire body is melting from the heat. You shout, "Little Da, transform into the destroyer. Handle it. Go." The system notification: Black Dragon 2, Shapeshifting, Apocalypse Demon, Xiaoya, Level 30, Chi Contract, Black Dragon, Power increased from 5,124 to 3,2790. Agility, 15, 089, Spirit from 32, 342 to 8, 085, Durability 16, 756. The monster struggles to block. With a strong and resilient old gnat, after advancing at a high level, it stabilizes, extending to cause bleeding wounds on the target. You observe that it is still alive and gasping for breath. So let me handle it. Current Dragon Energy, Black Dragon 2. Immediately after, a sudden explosion erupts right where the monster leader is standing. Your sneering spirit. Go and die. You evil thing. It gathers energy to launch a powerful attack. With spiritual energy reinforcing its armor, all enemy targets within melee range will suffer full damage absorbed, having defeated the demon army. System notification: Fai Long has leveled up to 23. Dumb. How are you still learning to steal heads? Spirit Black Dragon reached level 31. Lufam happily thought to himself, the spirit has finally reached level 15. This time, I must unlock the large dragon form and enjoy it. Spirit Dragon has reached level 15 and acquired a new skill, Transformation Form. At this moment, Lufam opened the system menu and observed he was extremely surprised that the power exceeded 4 ling ling ling, and the spirit wine and galaxy forms were even stronger than he had imagined. He secretly thought that the spirit form of the divine wine directly increased power by 5 times, far surpassing the destruction form of the little beast. But the cost was that this form could only last for 60 seconds. Combined with the new skill, the divine wine form of the spirit would definitely be a deadly trump card. Both of them give up their physical bodies to avoid being attacked. But when the spirit turns into a nebula, it can also hide around enemies without being detected. I need to find a beast to test this. At this moment, he suddenly wondered. Speaking of testing, why hasn't any Beast King appeared yet? All the demon beast armies have been completely destroyed. And on the side, the spirit is leaning on its hands, smugly saying it's simply because I'm too strong that they're afraid. Suddenly, the little wild beast raised its head and roared loudly, and the sensing system announced that the Black Dragon could detect enemies in invisibility and camouflage mode. Using this skill actively will remove the invisibility and camouflage of all surrounding enemies. He thought to himself that the little beast sensed the enemy inside the tower. Yes, it must be the Demon Slayer. Then he rode on the little beast's back and soared into the sky, followed by Spirit and Little Fee, saying if we can't break through, then let's go in and find it. And the little beast roared loudly in agreement. While riding on the back of the little beast, Lu Fang turned to call Xiaopi and the spirit, then said, "Remember this moment. You too." Then all 4 of them flew into the large purple door of the Black Shadow Tower, entering an endless space with a dark purple sky that looked incredibly mysterious. Luke Pham walked and thought that the tower was unexpectedly so dark, and judging by his footsteps, this space was very vast. Suddenly, a purple flame caught his attention, making him stop. Then a series of purple flames light up one after another, and in front of him is a wide path. He calmly tells Xiaoda, "Let's go up." Qiuda's eyes widened with a mysterious and sinister expression as he walked alongside you, carefully stepping forward and thinking to himself that there was nothing there at all. The earthly demon was shrinking closer to A, when suddenly something like a gust of wind blew past, making him shiver and stop. Suddenly, the street lamp flickered brightly, creating an eerie atmosphere. Standing before this scene, Lu Fang was stunned and horrified to see an enormous throne. On this side, Xiaoya keeps howling nonstop, while I am extremely tense and waiting. Earth demonic ghost, show yourself. Suddenly, the sky darkens, and a loud voice echoes, humans and even dragons. I remember that I was killed by humans a long time ago. Now a huge black smoke vortex is forming on the throne. The black smoke continues to speak. I see now I have lost my body, and this is not my arena. I was sealed away. Then he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Stupid humans. And yet they kept my soul. Hearing those words, Luke Pham felt more contempt than ever before. Then a red arm chained up slowly appeared, and he continued speaking. How pitiful. I am one of the 9 beings in the demon world. After dying, being treated like a toy by humans and imprisoned here. It's truly a bitter irony. He has 3 main skills, including multiple shadow images and gathering earth-slaying chi energy. When targets are attacked by them, a layer of shadow image will be marked, up to a maximum of 3 layers. Each layer of shadow image increases the damage the target receives by 40% after they are hit. Secondly, the shadow image movement allows you to merge with the earth destruction chi energy, gaining invisibility. You can freely move within the earth destruction chi energy without being detected, and the invisibility effect cannot be guessed or attacked until it is dispelled. Finally, the Blood Claw receives 5 high-speed claws that deal massive damage to opponents, increasing your own strength by 200% for 5 seconds. Then he raises his hand full of sharp claws and charges at you, angrily saying, "Are you and that little dragon trying to seal me away again?" Then he activated the multiple shadow attack skill. He arrogantly said, "Say your last words, you little bug, and don't just stand there doing nothing." Each layer of shadow image increases the damage the target receives by 40% after they are hit. Secondly, the shadow image movement allows you to merge with the earth destruction chi energy, gaining invisibility. You can freely move within the earth destruction chi energy without being detected, and the invisibility effect cannot be guessed or attacked until it is dispelled. Then you told Little Pai to switch to the Da Thi Ma Long. The earth slaughter demon was stunned, saying, "I can't believe my eyes. What kind of power is this?" You gently swung your sword and said, "You don't need to know." Then you told Xiao to activate the magma flame, and Xiao opened his mouth to shoot an enormous fireball at him. The fireball, blazing like a meteor, flew straight at the earth devil, but he remained standing there. As soon as the fireball hit him, it instantly passed through his body. Seeing the scene before him, Lufam was very surprised. Through it all, could this murderous aura really be immune to attack? Seeing his surprised expression, the demon assassin laughed triumphantly. Humans and the newly hatched dragon are truly a foolish and weak combination. It turns out he activated the shadow step to dodge the previous attack. The boy begins to think, realizing that Tujia's perception can only detect invisibility and disguise, while the shadow assassin's invisibility cannot be detected. Immediately, the demon assassin swiftly circled behind Xiao Fei to ambush, then launched an attack towards the little beast. But luckily, the little beast had activated its shield, killing off the pesky brat. After witnessing what just happened, the demon assassin laughed maniacally. I can keep playing like this to see how long you can last." You feel annoyed with his fighting style, as 2 consecutive attacks destroyed 4 layers of defense. Even though the little guy can continuously emit sapphire light, but being on the defensive like this isn't the way. I can only wait and see. Then you immediately react to the attack of the demon assassin. Humans and the newly hatched dragon are truly a foolish and weak combination. It turns out he activated the shadow step to dodge the previous attack. The boy begins to think, realizing that Tujia's perception can only detect invisibility and disguise, while the shadow assassin's invisibility cannot be detected. The fireball, blazing like a meteor, flew straight at the earth devil, but he remained standing there. As soon as the fireball hit him, it instantly passed through his body. He rushes to attack you with the shadow illusion technique. This time you're definitely dead, human, but luckily you used your sword to block it. Then he sneers and says, "This time there's no way you can escape." A pair of incredibly beautiful and cool wings gradually appear above, slowly lifting its head to look at everyone, and the transformation is flawless. Let me introduce the divine wind, the transformed form of the silver sky. The earth demon sees it and goes crazy with confusion, wondering if you all entered together and if it has always been here. At this moment, you raise your sword and point it directly at him and say, "You don't need to know. Have you figured out what to say yet?" Deep insect. At this moment, the demon of earth and death realized why he couldn't detect the spirit. It was using the illusionary travel skill to hide. He let out a long scream and started to go berserk. He glared at you and said, thinking he's clever, "This move surprised you greatly." Then he charged at you with all his might. Even if someone could illuminate the darkness here, it wouldn't help. Then a series of attacks on the death demon revealed his true form. He looked at the previous attacks and wondered what they were. They were the shadow image assault, and those attacks had broken the invisibility effect. You and Tu Fi jumped into the air to dodge his attack, urging Tu Fi to change her soul chain. Then Luke Pham leapt onto Tu Da's head, and the 3 of you combined and charged at the Earth Killer demon. With nowhere left to run, the Earth Slayer saw this and continued to pump evenly, saying, "How could there be someone who uses the power of a line like that?" Riding on top of Little Da and raising his sword high, he shouted, "Little Da, let's go." Both of them attacked the Earth Killer simultaneously, but he managed to block them. Then he continued to play dumb. Why such a divine lineage would willingly be enslaved by ants? Hearing this, You realize he's trying to provoke a conflict between them. Then, Little Da roared and activated the demon dragon for a sudden attack. With continuous attacks slicing toward him, the demon assassin was suddenly surprised if he had this kind of mystical power. Why would he still listen to others? Lufam felt a deep bitterness upon hearing this. You are determined to make him shut up. You ask your spirit if that's correct. Spirit. The spirit replied to him. Yeah. The crazy earth demon, he said arrogantly. Then die together, with your little dragon. Then Xiao Ya rushed forward and punched him. But he managed to block it. You did a good job. Xiao Ya. Now start charging your energy for the next attack. Keep persevering. Keep persevering. I am executing the shadow arrow skill. The blood claw technique is now fully charged after 2 seconds of your spirit arrow attack. Xiao Ye is struggling to withstand the continuous attacks of the earth-slaying demon. Then it clenches both of his hands, and the earth-slaying demon angrily yells to let go. Seize the moment now. You say, it's the perfect time for us to strike. Then you light the tip and fire a missile arrow. The attack caused the demon to burst into flames and scream loudly. Xiao Da also delivered a powerful air control strike. While activating the Shattered Spirit skill to boost his power to 500%, the Earth Slayer was engulfed in flames and cried out in pain. I can't believe it. This kind of power is impossible. Then, a huge explosion occurred, and he was blown back into the dust. The spirit replied to him, Yeah. The crazy Earth Demon, he said arrogantly. Then die together, with your little dragon. Then Xiao Ya rushed forward and punched him, but he managed to block it. That is the height that the 5 national heroes can reach. No. No. I need to. Now we need to adjust the data of the Earth Slaughter Demon. While Mr. Han Fibakthi is still calmly pondering something, they focus on every small detail on the screen. The explosion is over, but the Earth Slaughter Demon still hasn't died. Hearing this, you realize he's trying to provoke a conflict between them. Then, Little Da roared and activated the Demon Dragon for a sudden attack. Inside the Kimnok City Arena, Forging Room, Trong Thangmin and Lim Tai, and both couldn't believe their eyes. Both stunned has Lufam already taken care of the Earthslayer demon. Then they started discussing excitedly, no way. The Siu Joy demon can't be defeated by this young kid from Long Country. He stood up and said, How could a mere ant cause me such suffering? I will not forgive you. Do you see it with disdain? My attack is not over yet. Did you notice the 2 dragons that are no longer there? At this moment, the earth-destroying demon finally straightened up, and behind him there were 2 streams of light. Turns out they are the 2 dragons you mentioned. Activating the Doomsday Chaos Pillar. With a current life value of 100%, the Earth Killer still loudly declared that what of the dragons, even as servants of humans, they dare to be rude. Then he charged at the 2 dragons. I will not fall into the depths of the abyss anymore. And as he spoke, he activated the Blood Ring Claw. Then the 2 attacks collided with each other, releasing an incredibly powerful force. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, and from the blazing flames, I saw the earth-slaying demon gradually collapse. Then Kim Tai An laughed loudly. The earth-destroying demon was slowly getting up from the rubble, coughing and sneezing. Hateful, and damn it, he also has to face the fate of being killed by humans. I refuse. I refuse. And at this moment he secretly activates the Shadow Step skill to escape. But suddenly, a barrage of arrows flies toward him, instantly shooting him and destroying the Shadow Step skill. Lufam, with the staff in hand, slowly approaches and says, It's over. Earth-slaying demon. At this moment, he becomes more furious than ever, shouting loudly, Humanity, is it over? I couldn't kill his dragon, and I can't hurt him anymore. Have I truly ended? Suddenly, the body of the Earth Demon King began to tremble violently, and a sudden surge of power shocked him deeply. Lufam was also extremely surprised by this. Then he started howling loudly, a powerful aura pouring out of his body. His hand and body began to transform. He cried out in pain. This strength, this power, and then the Earth Sinner laughed loudly. He quickly opened the control panel to check, thinking to himself, what is going on? I clearly defeated it already. Where does this sudden surge of power come from? Then he suddenly realized, could it be the second stage of the Earth Demon? It seems like the true strength still remains hidden. There must be something for the hero to protect Tai Tai Kwok and seal the 9 of them. Suddenly, he saw something and exclaimed, What? The earth-destroying demon on this side is still laughing loudly. Its power keeps increasing. Do you still think it's over? Deep thinker. Looking at its information panel, I feel chills, rising to an unknown level. And its attribute is still increasing. Something's not right. The underground demon also feels something's wrong and begins to scream in pain. What's happening? Even those inside the base, observing the situation, don't understand. The process continues. But what has happened to this value? It keeps increasing without stopping. They believe this is fundamentally wrong. With this insane increase in value, there's no way to win. Mr. Chu asked Lao Han whether the attribute of the Earth Satma keeps rising for Lufam's safety, or if he should issue a temporary alert to have Lufam leave the temple tower quickly. Lao Han calmly sat drinking tea and said, Vice Principal, do you remember that you already agreed with me? After Lufam kills the demon, we'll go make a new pot of tea together. Mr. Chu looked stunned but said that when it comes to human life, this underground demon has a problem. A big problem. The numbers have now exceeded 100,000. Old Han calmly explained that Lufam's previous battles not only reflected his rich combat experience, but also highlighted his fighting spirit. This is the first time I've seen a young man like this, so I definitely won't let him be harmed. Vice Principal, I naturally believe in Luofan. And what about you? Hearing this, the Vice Principal also felt reassured and replied, Of course I believe in Lufam. Then he continued, Old Han, you have guaranteed Lufam's safety, so I am at ease now, after all. Longdu Academy has spared no effort to support him. I apologize earlier. Lao Han laughed heartily and said there's no need to apologize. I understand you're worried about Lufam's safety. Kim Tai-an is still secretly pleased that no one has noticed, which is very good. Then he thought, these two useless guys are actually quite capable. Even national heroes might not be able to defeat a demon realm with such absolute stats. The next step is to wait for news of Lufang's death. Ha ha ha. Cut to Lufang's location, where he is now facing a disgusting monster. You say that, even though you don't understand why your transition phase is so unreasonable, you're still too happy to touch it. Then you start to defend yourself and attack. Thinking in your mind that you can't let its attributes continue to develop, it's time to unleash the great killing aura. You activate the current Black Dragon level 2 Dragon Chi. Then you choose natural assimilation. Little villain, attach yourself to me, and endure the dragon's transformation once again. The eye of the earth-devouring demon has now completely protruded in a terrifying way. He screams in disgust, then charges to attack you. Insect, you shout loudly, telling Little Da to unleash the World Destruction Seal to weaken it. Immediately after, Xiao Da unleashed his world-destroying roar to attack the monster. But then he activated the dragon language to lift the curse. Laughing joyfully, Haha, humans are so boastful. You're dragon, and you can't kill me. Then he shouted loudly again, activating the Demon Dragon Seal and the forbidden long language magic. His sword trembling as the two demon dragons prepared to cast spells to attack the monster. He used the Death Roar skill and the forbidden long spell to enhance the weakening effect. The demon of earth went berserk, and he shouted enough. I must show you the consequences of underestimating ancient monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exclaimed something, and a blinding light appeared before his eyes. You boldly declare that unfortunately now is the time for you to see what happens when you underestimate the language dragon master. That is death. At this moment, the spirit void dragon has transformed into the radiant form. With 59 seconds remaining in this state, the earth demon gazes at the scene before him. Then suddenly the young dragon activates the brilliant spirit technique, unleashing a massive wave of energy towards the earth demon. He screamed in pain as he took that blow, shouting, No, this isn't my fate. He yelled in helplessness, I actually lost just after regaining this strength, and now I've been defeated. Then his body gradually disintegrated into dust, his voice fading away. Don't leave now. Stay and bury me together. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and Lufam realized something was terribly wrong. You tell everyone that it's over. This earth-devouring demon wants to perish together with us. The tower is collapsing, so let's lead everyone to escape from here. Now the tower begins to crack all around, causing a violent shockwave. Then it started to shatter and collapse. Lufam's team had now escaped from the tower and successfully flew out. Lufam finally let out a sigh of relief. The space inside the tall spire was enormous, almost impossible to escape from. The system also announced that the Jade Stream had risen to level 24, the Spirit Airstream to level 17, Lufam himself to level 36, and Hak Long to level 32. He thought to himself that, although this battle was exhausting, he had finally dealt with the Earth Demon, and his spirit energy had increased by 2 levels, which was very worth it. He looked at the notification screen and thought that he remembered around 50,000 points as first place. Now with about 500,000 points accumulated, he could finally rest a little peacefully. Everyone in the room looked at Lufam's ranking and exclaimed, Genius. This is truly a genius. With a score of 24, 400 points behind second place, The collaboration between Lufam and Longsheng was truly remarkable, especially that decisive lodge beam. You saw it. Of course you saw it. The fighting spirit of this representative definitely qualifies him to be among the masters. And Mr. True then looked at Lao Han and said, Lao Han, as you said, Lufam has won. Lao Han laughed loudly. Ah. To have such a high fighting will at such a young age is no simple feat. And Mr. True was impressed. Lao Han said very correctly. Our Longdu Academy also put in a lot of effort to nurture him. His talent must not be wasted. Then Lao Han continued. To fully showcase the strength of the Dragon Language Master, this boy must be extremely diligent. And Mr. True also agreed. That's right. During the national trial period, the one constantly urging him to train was… Before he could finish speaking, a snapping sound rang out. It turned out that Kim had thrown his phone to the ground in anger over Lufang's victory. Everyone turned to ask, Mr. Kim, are you okay? He hurriedly ran away and said, It's nothing. I was rude. Everyone was buzzing about the recent actions. Even though the Prime Minister of the state of Tai is behind Long State with 440,000 points, he still has a reputation to uphold. That's right. No one understands what made him so angry. Mr. True also finds it hard to understand what's wrong with Mr. Kim, while Old Han laughs loudly. Ha. There's no need for the vice principal to worry. We should go make a new pot of tea. He runs out into the corridor and punches the wall hard. He thought, the Earth Demon was killed by Lufam. It's unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. This young man from Long State can handle only what heroes who protect the country can do. Just as he was furious, two subordinates ran over and said, President Kim, we found him. We couldn't reach you earlier. He immediately grabbed the assistant by the collar and questioned him. Tell me, you really did raise the level of the Earth Demon to the maximum? The subordinate stammered. Yes. That representative from Long Country acted quickly and with high damage. The Earth Demon just leveled up to the maximum and then died. At this moment he was furious, thinking that Lufam definitely had a problem. Clearly, the level of the demon's death meter had been raised to the highest level backstage, yet he still managed to defeat him. Lufam must have made a mistake. Should we go now? Lao Han replied. It's okay. Bringing little Lufan really doesn't bother us much. Mr. Chiu continued, not mentioning how terrifying Lufam's combat power was. But no one could match his handling of the Earth Slayer demon in this national trial. Old Han laughed loudly, claiming dominance for the entire night. Old man, I can't take it anymore. Let's go to some more activities. Kim's man was furious when he heard this, and his assistant had to intervene. Then he pointed directly at the assistant and said, The representative of Long Country has a problem. Long Country's top fighters must know something, so keep a close watch at the gate. If anyone tries to approach these two from Long Country, report immediately. The subordinate replied with a yes. Then Kim at Ann continued eavesdropping on their conversation, thinking to himself, I want to see for myself what weaknesses your Long Country really has, that even the demon realm couldn't stop it. Old Han said that if everything goes well this time, our Long Country will surely take the top spot in the national trial. Right, the old man replied. I think it's certain now. Even the mighty Han Lao isn't afraid. I used to panic a lot. Which made you laugh. Kim's man behind him was furious, thinking if I could find their weakness, I would make other nations form a coalition. You guys have already left the alliance of 23 nations. And at this moment, Old Han was still laughing loudly. I still prefer your old tense look. While Mr. True seems shy. Oh, that's Old Han. We've arrived. Suddenly, from behind Kim, a beam of light was flying toward him. Suddenly, a sword stabbed forcefully into the wall in front of him, making him tremble with fear. He immediately thought he had been discovered, but no stranger appeared. He thought to himself, the Dark Harvest level 90 person. That's right. The weapon of this 4 transmission expert must be the 4 supreme swords. I'm afraid he's aware. I forgot about the 4 supreme swords of the bodyguard who always stays by Han Fi Bak's side. Then he touched the blood on his face, realizing there was no pursuit. This was a warning. He quickly ran away, thinking he could no longer follow Han Fi Bai, and if the Tutu Yet sword intended to kill, he would surely die. 10 minutes later, Old Han and the Elder were on their way back, and the Elder said as he walked, Han Lao, let's quickly go to the command room. I can't wait to see Lufam's impressive performance. Old Han reached the spot where the sword mark was earlier and saw it. Then Old Man left and laughed loudly. The prince of a small country is indeed a volume sissy, just as I thought. While the Elder here is still clueless. Kim Tai An was on his way back. Furious. while his two underlings happily said, "Kim Tong, you're finally back." The guy with lots of hair handed him the phone and said, "This is your backup device. You should check it quickly. There have been constant calls looking for you earlier." He was so angry that his face turned red, and the arrogant guy quickly asked, "Kim Tong, are you okay? Your face." He immediately snatched the phone from the other guy and shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? Go back to the backstage and keep monitoring." The other guy hurriedly replied, "Yes, I really thought you didn't want to kick Lufam out. I've always been looking for their weaknesses." He thought that if there was any evidence showing Lufam cheating, he would definitely find it. At this moment, the crowd was cheering loudly, and this representative of Longquok was truly formidable. Even lying, he still gains points. This is called automatic point scanning. Kim At-an was confused, so he stepped closer to check the system display. When he saw the system board, he was stunned. Lufam's points had increased again. Then he happily made a call to someone, thinking to himself, "Finally, I have found your points. Lufam, you've overstepped and exploited weaknesses. Longquok will definitely be expelled from the National Library." The person on the other end immediately said, "Hello? You finally called. What have you been doing all this time? The discussion has been very intense. You'd better find evidence of Longquok's representative cheating." He listened in horror and confusion. What is going on? Why are the earth-devouring demons and the army scoring points for Lufam? Lufam is over here relaxing while the demons and armies are scoring points for him, sitting comfortably and saying, "Finally, I can rest easy again." Going back 1 hour earlier, Dao Long just escaped from the temple tower. He sighed in relief. Phew. Luckily, the space inside the tower was spacious. If it were any tighter, he wouldn't have been able to get out. He pondered for a moment, finally having defeated the earth-devouring demon, and with his points so high, he could afford to rest a little. Then he looked up at the sky and thought, "Honestly, I've never really considered them as partners." But when fighting the earth-devouring demon, the fallen demon dragon became extremely vulnerable. Suddenly, he realized something, looked at the tombstones, and exclaimed, "Wait a minute. I have a way." He thought that outside the camp in the far north, when the twin Phylong Kings transformed into the mutated Diva Demon Dragon, and then into the Diva Demon Dragon, the young villain had taken back the Phylong King from the ancient god, allowing both of them to gain the demon energy without becoming demon slaves. And earlier, my senior and I had discovered the difference between demon slaves and puppet demons. To be precise, all the controlled doppelganger puppets are either ferocious beasts or already dead. The boy continued to think, and for now, he already had 2 mighty demon dragons with the full power of the fallen spirits. There are also earth demon corpses and heavenly demon soldiers on the ground, and neither their minds nor their spirits understand what you're thinking as you watch so intently. Suddenly, you speak loudly. This kind of opportunity is worth a try. And at that moment, all 3 of them are filled with question marks. At this moment, the 2 fallen demon dragons suddenly roared fiercely. The boy sighed. It seems this method won't work. The fallen demon dragons appear to be uncontrollable corpses. Maybe the demonized undead dragon isn't a puppet, so it can't be controlled. I'll just give up on this. Suddenly, a hand touched his, catching him off guard. Over here, a petite girl with blue wings is flying in the sky. I stop and ask sharply, "Xiaopi, what are you doing?" The system notifies that the sapphire lineage has changed form. Soul light shining. The bloodline skill of the Jade line doubles all skill effects for the same clan and bloodline, including the Soul Shield skill. The target's attributes boosted by Soul Light will increase from 100 to 200%, and each time they take damage, 1 to 2 layers of protective aura will be absorbed. After accumulating Desmit layers, it will release a surge of energy, and the damage dealt is equal to the absorbed damage after 10 layers. Doubled. The boy was very surprised that the Demon Dragon bloodline also benefited from Xiaopi's passive effects. Can a mere demonic dragon be enough to turn the Azure Dragon King into a true dragon? Then he thought. Surely Xiaopi has already recognized the new traits of the Demon Dragon bloodline. It's not that the Demon Dragon can't do it, but its attributes are too low to craft high-level monsters. Then he said, "If that's the case, I understand." Then he told Zhao Pai to unleash the Amber Light. It activated the Amber Light to grant the target an additional 3 to 12 layers of defense, removing all debuffs and reducing all attributes by 30 to 60%. Each blessing layer can withstand 1 to 2 hits of damage. You think that the level cannot surpass the Earth Sinner Demon, but the attributes can be increased. Then you shouted loudly, "Little Pai, switch to the eternal form and unleash the power of the North." Then Little Pai transformed into the eternal state, activating the bloodline of the Jade Crystal and the North Life Vein. It activated the Blessing of Water and the Emerald Light, greatly increasing the stats of the 2 evil demon dragons. Only then did you say, your final attribute has surpassed the earth-destroying demon dragon. Evil demon dragon. Unleash your evil energy now. Turn the earth-destroying demon dragon into your puppet. Then a roar echoed out. Hands floated up from the ground. And the puppets gradually came to life under the control of the demonic abyss dragon. They growled menacingly. Known as celestial demon soldiers. Level 75. He was overjoyed. A great success. The bodies of the heavenly demon army had been transformed into puppets of the evil spirit. With such a powerful army of heavenly demons, I could let them gather points while resting. The system notified me that I had gained a new skill. Da Thi Thao Kong, I thought to myself. All the Doi Ti puppets have been transformed to control remotely, and can even be recalled. This way, I can bring the great army of heavenly demons out of the secret realm and, of course, they can also be summoned outside the realm for use. You happily looked at the army before you, meaning that as long as you wanted, you could bring the entire army out of the secret realm, causing the destruction that had happened 50 years ago in Tai Te Quoc to repeat itself. At this moment, even the ancient earth demon had come back to life as a puppet, rampaging wildly. You look at the demon with a confident expression. The ancient beast that once nearly destroyed Tai Te Quoc has now been transformed into a puppet of the underworld. It is completely under my control now, and this feeling can only be described as pure bliss. An hour later, Mr. Kim received a call asking, "What's going on?" The demon lord obeyed Lufam's orders. "Really, hello? Hello? Where is the evidence of Long Country's fire rebellion?" Gao and the others looked in disbelief as the phone in his hand suddenly dropped to the ground. Everything was over now. The ancient demon beast was now under Lufam's control. This time, it was completely finished. And the internet is now erupting with reactions. Look behind you now. I told you that Lufam is still number 1. Right, with such a huge score gap. The other representatives can't catch up. Old Han replied that Han Lao was right. I was too worried. And Lao Han laughed and said that understanding reality is an important part of strategy. If other countries have already lost, then there's nothing left to play for. Then he looked at the Kim guy with a cold expression and said, "What do you think? Ha ha ha." The Kim guy, hearing this, was furious, clenched his fists, and thought, online rumors. Kim's dignity. Even the old man's sarcastic tone, and he still said it straight to my face. Lufam was sitting by his messy beast array, thinking to himself that he had already given the order to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei is forced to transform into the demonic dragon of destruction. Then the demonic dragon of destruction controls the Earth Slaughter Demon, which in turn continues to command the Heavenly Demon Bell. This level is too many. While my score keeps increasing non-stop, suddenly, there was some information. So you opened the notification board and thought, is there any new news? I still haven't had a break yet. You saw a new mission point appear. And at this moment, in the secret realm of the Ice Plain National Trial, the blue light pillar of the system lit up amidst the white snow. Jia Sanlai is hiding behind a nearby large tree, observing the light column, then lets out a light sigh. He smirks mischievously. The previous mission was too unlucky to encounter Lufam, but this time the mission is finally his. But that smile was quickly extinguished when Jia Sanlai saw something. His brows furrowed and his lips pressed tightly in a tense expression. Jia Sanlai's face darkened as he looked at the little demon and shouted in frustration. Not again. It's happening again. Jia Sanlai sweat lightly, muttering in frustration. I barely found this mission point. Why do I keep running into that Lufam guy again? He suddenly paused and whispered to himself. No, this can't be. He's accepting a new mission. Doesn't that mean he already finished the demon extermination mission in the Kujoy? Lufam at this moment also sensed something unusual behind him and glanced back quickly. Jia Sanlai panicked. No. I must have been discovered. He immediately shouted loudly to explain. That. I was a bit loud earlier. Please don't mind it inside. Longfam ignored the explanation and decisively drew his sword. The system announced that the current dragon aura was Hatlong too. Jia Sanlai opened his mouth in shock and shouted, "Last time you said you would spare me. Why is it suddenly like this now?" The system appeared. Longhorse Piece. Normal attack combined with dragon aura causing damage from afar. Lufam's sword aimed at the beast behind Jia Sanlai, but he thought he was under attack. So he sat down in shock and shouted out loud. And the system sounded, Longguo's Lufam has an accumulated points of 551. 047. 245. Jia Sanlai is dealing with someone. So is this beast actually following me? Then Jia Lufam isn't targeting me. That's good. That's very good. He scratches his head and speaks shyly. Thank you for saving me. Lufam's system screen appears, reminding him that there is a quest point ahead. Lufam, with a cold as ice expression, replied to Jia Sanlai. It's nothing special. Just a coincidence. Jia Sanlai forced a stiff smile. I almost thought I was going to die just now. The system displays information 17th place, Jia Sanlai from Nam Kwok. Arshasan. 705 points. 23 out of 23. Lufam coldly responds with a hum, wondering why he only received a small amount of points when the battle has already been underway for a day. Tears streaming down his face, Jia Sanlai silently explained that he hadn't slept to earn those 20,000 points. Lufam thought about handling him now to take the points but decided to wait because they were too few. Thanks to the lesson from before, Jia Sanlai doesn't dare to attack you now. Lufam walks over and slaps him hard on the shoulder as if giving him extra motivation. He looked straight into Jia Sanlai's eyes and said, your points are too slow to accumulate. You're only at rank 17 now, which would be very embarrassing for the southern nation. And he paused for a moment. Lufam turned and walked away, raising his hand in a farewell. You need to try harder next time. I hope when we meet again your ranking can improve a bit. Jia Sanlai froze for 2 seconds and then excitedly exclaimed, is Lufam still cheering for me? He felt relieved to see that Lufam was not like the rumors claiming that Longguo was full of arrogant and unreasonable people. Lufam had defeated the demon of the border and cheered him on. Jia Sanlai stopped his tears, silently blaming himself for being hopelessly naive. He quickly regained his composure for Nam Kwok's sake and to repay Master Lufam, determined to earn more points. Then confidently said, I understand now. Next time we meet, I will definitely improve even more. Jia Sanlai broke out in a cold sweat in confusion as he watched Lufam ride away on his small horse. Lufam was surprised to think that someone might die and drown in the second round when he saw the notification that he had received a one-on-one mission. The current mission, Sanriet representing. The target of the mission. The target's identity is still unknown. In the swamp area, he silently analyzes. The target is still unknown. Ranked 6th. The terrain is in the swamp. It's Jin Cheng Han and Xie Li. He stares ahead and secretly encourages himself. No matter who it is, I must complete this mission. Lufam shouted loudly. Tuda. Let's move towards the swamp. As Tuda roared fiercely. At this moment, in the National Trial Secret Realm, that afternoon in the swamp, monsters lurk everywhere, their glowing red eyes piercing the darkness like predators waiting for prey. A giant black python swiftly lunged and bit into the wild boar's back, causing it to cry out in pain. Kolan sat on the python's body, and after witnessing the scene, she pursed her lips and licked her lips with a hint of amusement. Kolan was a bit surprised and glanced back to see the wild boar had been taken down and collapsed. Someone with a pen calmly stepped toward him and said, Let it be. Just let him come here. So it's Vai Kai. Akdi. That person would never expect that we are the four nations united. System introduction. Name, V. Kai. Korea. Fake. Inheritor of the Fierce God level 60. Accumulation points Pietsdesmid Divi. Liubai Sishar. A Dakwai expressed her displeasure at meeting in such a damp place filled with deadly insects. Kolan replied that she also didn't expect this, and that the four nations agreed to meet with him after the trial to earn points together. Vai Kai stood leaning against the tree, arms crossed, wondering why only he had arrived. Where are Jia Sunlight and Ba Dan? Kolan explained that Ba Dan would be here soon, and Jia Sunlight is not visible but is known to still be alive. Vai Kai blurted out, I really admire Jia Sunlight. I think we shouldn't wait for him anymore. Oh, while checking the system and sharing, I was just worried about catching up with the road and only managed to kill a few ferocious beasts, blocking the way if not for gathering with you. I can only have a rank of 10. Vai Kai glanced at Kolan and asked, What's going on? Has that hunter also arrived? He sighed, hoping that he had accumulated enough points, then planned to wait for Ba Dan to bring them, and set an ambush. They proudly said, We will let him see who is the prey and who is the hunter. 4 hours later, at the National Trial Secret Realm Swamp, Xiao Da landed on one foot. The fog here is thick and the air cold. Lufam jumped down and thought, Finally, we've reached the swamp. The terrain isn't flat, and there are poisonous insects and toxic gases. If you don't know how to fly, it's really hard to escape. You quickly realize you're being ambushed when you see that everything here is animals, not even fierce beasts. Lufam, with a highly alert look, raises his hand and commands, Xiaoya, release your sensing ability. Xiaoya quickly follows the instructions, and the system introduces the spirit sense, which can detect enemies in stealth and disguise. Actively using this skill will remove the stealth and disguise effects of surrounding enemies. Lufam sneered after a moment of observation. Indeed, there was an ambush. But what surprised him was that there were 3 people. As he withdrew his sword and challenged them, he heard my voice. So why haven't they appeared yet? Well then, let me do it. The system shouted. Long Chi currently has hack, Long 2. Lufam loudly shouts. Help everyone. Then he puts his sword into the ground. And his aura suddenly erupts like New Year's fireworks. In front of him is a black python opening its mouth wide in pain. And the system alerts that the target has been detected. Ko Lan sat cross-legged on the black snake, sighing that Lufam could find him and hurt his little brother. Introduction. Ko Lan. South Korean. Level 60. 5 poison source 3. Score 66. 375. Rank 6. Vi Kai stood leaning against the tree, arms crossed, wondering why only he had arrived. Where are Jia Sunlight and Ba Dan? Ko Lan explained that Ba Dan would be here soon. And Jia Sunlight is not visible but is known to still be alive. His smile quickly faded when he saw the information of the person standing before him. Lufam. A Long Kingdom citizen. Level 36. Profession Long Language Master 2. Score 551. 292. Ranked number 1. Ko Lan broke out in a cold sweat, secretly trembling, holding the top spot with 550,000 points. Yesterday, this representative of Long Kwok was still the last one standing. He smirked maliciously, surprisingly encountering a big fat target. Even if you have extraordinary strength, I am sure I will still take you down. Lufam replied sarcastically. Since there aren't many places to hide, it wasn't hard to guess. But he's a bit disappointed that his target isn't Kim Than Han or Sak Lai. Ko Lan sneered, thinking it was someone powerful, so he was ready for that. But it turns out to be a representative from Long Kwok below. The system flashed a warning that he has encountered a hunter. Ko Lan unleashes his ultimate move. A green orb appears at the tip of his spear, and he sneers. So you are just a gift to be offered up. Ko Lan laughs triumphantly, and firmly declares, these points belong to me. A deafening explosion rang out, knocking Lufam back. He landed on the little demon and challenged Ko Lan. If you want to come, then come and try. Lufam pointed his sword at Ko Lan and shouted, Little Da, magma fire. And Little Da opened its mouth as a powerful magma ball appeared. Ko Lan calmly reassured the white snake coiled around him. Little that. Don't be afraid. It's nothing. He shouted loudly with a threatening tone. But with only over 30 levels, what is there to fear? Let's go. Both faced each other directly, spewing toxic mist, continuously spraying poison at the target, causing damage and poisoning effects, with magma flames, constantly spewing fire forward, dealing damage and healing himself. The black snake suddenly stands upright, its entire body emitting a blue aura. Its body swiftly plunges into the swamp at the speed of light. Lufam silently wondered, are they running away? No. He hesitated when he remembered there were still 2 enemies who hadn't appeared yet. Vi Kai, rushing towards Lufam with the intention to attack U Kao. It was quickly seen through by Lufam, like a car slamming on the brakes on a straight road. She froze near the sphere and charged straight at Lufam with all her might. Luok Pham quickly dodged to the side and blocked the chain attack. From above, a giant hand suddenly descended, aiming straight at Vi Kai, who turned pale with terror. So that's a little demon. Vi Kai now curled up like a boiled shrimp after being stabbed by the little demon, her eyes wide and blood spurting out. Thinking in fear, clearly only level 30. How can their strength be so high? The damage they and Long Sung cause is truly not to be underestimated. After seeing her teammates like that, Dan broke out in a cold sweat, clenched her teeth, and shouted. Lufam silently judged. This sister is really crazy. But it seems she's actually laughing. Vi Kai gasped and shouted, Ko Lan, Dan, act now. The monster opened its mouth wide and shot forward like a missile towards Lufam and Tuda. It wrapped tightly around Tuda, causing her to scream in pain. While Lufam calmly swung his sword powerfully at its body, Tiny Da clenched the author's neck as it bit her hand, then growled fiercely and pressed its head down. Ko Lan hurriedly called out, Little that. Ba Dan yelled in frustration. Damn it. We actually failed. The system reports that Dan from Kim Hwang Kingdom is a level 57 spirit hunter with 34,831 points. Vi Kai can't believe what she's seeing. How could they possibly have failed? Mrs. Dan shouted. Aren't you the same? This guy is not easy to deal with. Unlike someone at level 36. Ko Lan spoke up. Even if it's tough, we still have to eat. His points are probably enough for us to make it into her top. Tiny Da clenched the author's neck as it bit her hand, then growled fiercely and pressed its head down. Ko Lan hurriedly called out, Little that. Ba Dan yelled in frustration. Damn it. We actually failed. Vi Kai, driven by madness, responds, Don't be too confident. You're actually stronger than we thought. But who will be the one laughing in the end? We'll see. Lufam glances at her. Then sneers and challenges. Then let's have a direct fight to see who owns the true strength. Cora shouted loudly to order Little Thief to spray poison. The real beast roared and sprayed a stream of green liquid toward Lufam and Xiao Da. And a message quickly appeared in front of him. Spray poison. Continue spraying poison on the target while causing damage and inflicting poison effects. Lufam is not to be underestimated. He loudly commands Xiao Da to counterattack. Xiao Da. Wipe it out. Vicky immediately accelerated and charged forward like a flying arrow, shouting a piercing cry. When she saw Lufam in a critical moment, she swung her truncheon straight at him. But unexpectedly, he calmly raised one hand and easily blocked the massive truncheon coming toward him. Xiao Da let out a deafening scream and forcefully tore the body of Xiao Shi into two halves. Green liquid spilling out and splattering everywhere. Colin couldn't believe her eyes as the body of Xiao Shi was falling apart. Yet with one strike, she lost her Xiao Shi. Before I could finish speaking, a sudden shadow swooped in and blocked the way. I will cover for you. Colan. Keep going. Lufam coldly watched the incoming arrows and thought to himself, keep going. What is he preparing to do with the light near Colan? Colan raised her staff high and shouted a warning. The magic formation was ready. Lu Ken. Stop now. He then forcefully drove the staff into the ground and shouted, Van Za Tran. In an instant, the corpse of the little boy echoed with crackling sounds. In an instant, countless snakeheads sprouted from the head held aloft, and a line of information quickly appeared before him. The 10,000 arrow formation, one of the 3 magic formations of the 5 poisons of joy, it requires 60 seconds to prepare. Once completed, it can unleash billions of toxins through the formation at any moment, causing 750% mental attribute damage to the caster and targeting the enemy with poison attacks. Lufam stared in amazement at the venomous snakes, rushing toward him with their mouths wide open. But he quickly regained his composure and swung his sword to decapitate dozens of them. You can't go on like this. This is Colan's skill. You can't kill all the snakes. Colan triumphantly shouted. He won't escape my 1,000-mile formation. You two quickly go deal with that black dragon. The man in black anxiously turned to ask him, these snakes won't hurt us. Right, the distant barrier couldn't hold anymore. She panicked and shouted, there's no time to delay. Let's go now. Suddenly, a massive explosion appeared in front of Colan, making him shout in shock. What a bony hand slowly emerged from the large flames, and a voice full of disdain echoed, you can't escape. Don't get too cocky. The screen immediately displays information. A roar of destruction echoes, unleashing massive damage on all targets within range and causing weakening effects. At the same time, Little Dark lets out a fierce cry. Lufam slowly steps forward with his sword in hand, and Kin Bai remarks that his formation is nothing more than a troublesome imitation. The snakes at his feet were burned one after another by the raging flames, and on the screen before him appeared the information Dragon Skillet. Dragon Annihilation. The sea arm transformed into a dragon skillet, attacking 6 times in quick succession, capable of long-range strikes and supporting the dragon's fall. Guan mat kolantrande sututin. Enengi gong kwe long. Heng mao. Lep tuk se chien ko fei wayan. Hanzo kao kai quyen chung chomtai. Tu tren. Kao tau than mo kan lok. Sui hut anyway en ong ti, the ran kong lan shung quan len. An gap guat lon. VTI. Ba da nyun len. Vicky immediately accelerated and charged forward like a flying arrow, shouting a piercing cry. When she saw Lufam in a critical moment, she swung her truncheon straight at him. But unexpectedly, he calmly raised one hand and easily blocked the massive truncheon coming toward him. Just as he blocked Vicai's attack, Ba Dan charged forward again, firing a barrage of arrows at him. From behind, Tuda quickly rushed out. Using her tough wings to shield Lufam from the deadly arrows, Xiaoye quickly rushes toward the little servant, grabbing its head and body tightly, causing it to struggle and scream, while a notification appears on the screen, immunity to poison, bloodline curse, and all damage effects are reduced by 50%. Immunity effectiveness decreases, and self-healing ability increases by 500%. An enormous snake formed from tens of thousands of snakes slowly rises, and a line of information appears in front of him. Frenzied Demon Revival. The giant snake, created by the mental power of the 5 poisons, will not perish as long as the owner is still alive. Guan mat kolantrande sututin. Enengi gong kwe long. Heng mao. Lep tuk se chien ko fei wayan. Hanzo kao kai quyen chung chomtai. Tu tren. Kao tau than mo kan lok. Sui hut anyway en ong ti, the ran kong lan shung quan len. An gap guat lon. VTI. Badanyonlen. 10,000 snake deadly poison. Billions of venomous snakes, summoned by the 10,000 snakes, will not disappear even if they die. Their corpses can turn into extreme poison to attack the target area, causing a deadly effect on all targets within the zone. For the next 120 seconds, each second will deal 900% mental damage to the caster. Lufam quickly moved to Tuda's side, realizing that the giant serpent was a manifestation of his profession's trait. Even after being cut in half, it could split into two. Tuda immediately flew behind you on command, using her strong wings to shield you inside and protect you from the green venom spat out by the serpent. Only Vi Kai couldn't avoid the snake's venom spray, and quickly developed prominent veins on her face in her intense anger. Ko-Lan. Immediately, messages appeared beside her, indicating that the venom had triggered a deadly toxin effect. At this moment, Ko-Lan seems to have gone mad, but now he no longer cares about anything else but killing Lufam. He laughs loudly in triumph. Even if the venom can grant immunity, Ko-Lan stands atop the giant snake and shouts loudly. But if Lufam is poisoned, he will only die. Vicky has been poisoned for a long time. She gasps hoarsely. Ko-Lan, save me. Quickly. Cough, cough. Save me now. I can't breathe anymore. Ko-Lan only glances coldly, but in his mind he still believes that Lufam must have died from the poison in his bones. He looked at Vikai writhing on the ground, crying out for help. Save me. As cruel thoughts gradually surfaced, if Vikai and Badan suddenly died from the poison, then all the points and accumulations would belong to him. Badan, seeing that Ko-Lan was unresponsive, hurriedly shouted Vicky. Vicky, how are you doing? Ko-Lan. Help her. But it was too late. Vicky had already succumbed to the poison, her eyes wide open, mouth agape, no longer moving. But unexpectedly, Vikai sat up suddenly, panting heavily, and a message appeared in front of him saying that the blood spirit shield had removed the poison effect. Ko-Lan raised her spear and pointed it at him, speaking without a hint of remorse, saying, I was wrong. From now on I will immunize your ally against the poison and then start fighting. And to show my sincerity I will send you more than 10,000 points of my accumulated energy. The screen quickly displays information. The blood purge shield is applied to the target, effectively immunizing against poison for 10 minutes. If the target is poisoned again, the poison effect will be removed. After the 5-minute cooldown period of the Blood Essence Guardian effect ends, you can add the Guardian again once the cooldown is over. Alright. I've already added protection for all of you. Hurry up and check if Lufam is really dead or not, although I'm dissatisfied inside. The urgent situation forces me to agree. We'll settle this debt when we return. Hoo. Miss Dan, go check it out. He couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, Who? I'll go. Suddenly, Ko-Lan's face turned pale, and he shouted in disbelief, What? Lufam slowly emerged from the blue smoke, smiling coldly as he calmly told him, There's no need for you to check. Of course I'm still alive. The sudden appearance of Lufam also caught Ba Dan off guard. Of course, even the demoness is no exception, her face showing suspicion with wide eyes. Lufam rides on the back of the little bat, his mocking voice echoing, Really giving me a good show. Are your allies really that weak? The information next to you now also shows that the effects have been immunized, poisoned, and bloodline revealed. All damage taken is reduced by 50%. All beneficial effects are decreased, and self-healing abilities are increased by 500%. Badan was panic-stricken. Still alive, and Lufam, riding on Dong, can resist all negative effects. Ko-Lan's face gradually turned pale, and his body involuntarily took a step back, thinking to himself that he and Dong are immune to all debuffs, so his profession skill shouldn't be able to hurt him at all. So Andre and Sakli, Lufam are the real threats that he should be worried about. Thinking of this, Ko-Lan went crazy, pointing at Lufam and shouting wildly, Kill him. We must kill him. You two go and kill him now. Each of you will have 2 friends. Holding a hammer in his hand, with a disdainful and cold expression, it was useless except for the wounded teammates. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. Badan, cooperate with me. Let me do it. Before she could finish speaking, a loud explosion sounded behind her. Silencing her, Lufam was startled and wondered suspiciously, Are they allies? Because she shouted anxiously. Someone in her mind wondered if it was the Na-Tang coming. Suddenly, a fireball flew straight at her, causing her to scream in pain, and a burst of hot smoke quickly rose from her. The man just now was none other than Andre, who laughed loudly and said, Don't be afraid. My brother, I'm here to rescue you. 3 against 1. It's shameless if you're a man. Fight me here immediately. The information line appears in front of him. Rang Umpat, Andre from Snow Kingdom. Level 60. Flame Warrior, Bashir. 167 points. Lufam exclaimed in amazement. Andre. He planted his spear into the ground with a calm expression and a big smile. Buddy, your big dragon looks really strong. I gently pat Little Da's head to reassure him. Relax. Andre means no harm. Then he turned to Andre below and said, your fire skill is really strong too, it shows how much you've beaten that sister of yours. Lufam hasn't even warmed up yet dealing with these Lola guys. At the same time, Vi Kai finally woke up and crawled out of the dust cloud. Lu Fang still remained unaware and continued chatting casually with Andre. That's right. She hasn't used her skills even once. It seems she's very powerful. He exclaimed in amazement. Wait a minute. You just said that this woman is her older sister. But this one is her daughter. Vi Kai just woke up and overheard their conversation. At the same time, Vi Kai finally woke up and crawled out of the dust cloud. Lu Fang still remained unaware and continued chatting casually with Andre. Lufam's girl shyly replied, actually, it's not really necessary. Vi Kai saw herself being pushed aside and angrily raised her voice. You all. Her whole body seemed to burst out with an enormous power. Oh. It's too big. But still, she completely ignores me. A giant bear suddenly appears behind her. The mighty spirit of the giant bear appears and transforms into an enormous bear. Increase stamina attribute by 120% and add 175% to health points. Cooldown time at 4 p.m. The giant spirit beast wields the spear fiercely, swinging it down and shouting loudly, everyone must pay the price for me. I only see Andre swinging his axe to strike the enemy's core fiercely. He struggles to hold on while shouting to Lufam. You need to protect yourself. This girl has been assigned to me. The system screen displays a notification. Flame Spirit Clone. Harness the power of the fire god Spheron. Increase all attributes by 100% and gain fiery wings that allow temporary flight. The duration of the flaming body is determined by mental attributes. Andre leapt backward. The giant spirit roared and charged forward again. Lufam watched the two fighting each other and sighed inwardly. Although Andre seems quite confident, he's also a troublemaker. The main issue? This is no different from stealing points. And these people didn't really need help in the first place. We don't even need to endure the resurrection of the demon land and the great army anymore. Suddenly, countless specks of light fell from the sky. And I only saw you tilt your body to dodge. Ko-Lan and Ba-Dan below see that everyone is blocked by the small demon swinging its wings. He curses in anger. Damn it. Ko-Lan. I've lost again. Ko-Lan also stops pretending. He immediately jumps down from the snake's head and shouts at Ba-Dan. This is so embarrassing. Just keep following the plan. He then pointed his staff at Lufam and ordered him to use the bone spurt. Xiaoshi. Quickly unleash the bone spurt. It immediately opened its mouth and shot out a stream of blue bones. A large amount of poison bones are sprayed everywhere by the little beast. And information immediately appears above its head, spitting out poison bones, continuously launching bone attacks at the target to deal damage and inflict poison effects. Lufam saw this from atop the small beast. He couldn't help but ask as usual. Lufam looked around to search. He silently thinks that the remaining one is behind, probably planning to attack. He draws his sword in a defensive stance, then unleashes more dragon energy, striking twice in quick succession, coordinating with the dragon roar to unleash a dragon shield attack with accompanying dragon energy twice. Lufam suddenly turned back and slashed into the air beside him, immediately splitting a giant snake in half. Lufam looked around to search the surroundings. The snake was cut in half by your ruthless strike just now. Lufam looked at the falling snake and said, we almost got bitten. What a pity. Lucky we were late. Little Da. Let's go. Ko-Lan saw Little Seven defeated. Han cursed angrily. Damn it. But in an instant, Han's expression changed. He slightly bowed his head and laughed loudly. But my Little Seven won't die. Han directs the fierce snake. Too large to die. Revive now. The raging serpent is reborn. The ancient serpent born from the spirit power of the 5 poisons. It will not die as long as the master is alive. They can be resurrected after transmitting spiritual energy. And if their bodies are broken, they will split into many giant segments. Lufam looked at the rushing serpents, muttering to himself. The more they fought, the more numerous they became. Truly a tangled mess. If that's the case, raise your sword and command Xiao Da to transform into the destroyed ancient dragon and burn them all. Xiao Da let out a piercing scream as huge flames quickly engulfed her surroundings. Xiao Da opened her mouth and spat out a fireball. Flames like molten lava, continuously spewing forward to deal damage and heal herself. Colin saw the situation was dire and immediately cheered her on, urging her to hold on. Then he shouted loudly at Ba-dan, "Are you guys okay?" And at this moment, he wasn't much better. Raising the staff in his hand, a slightly annoyed expression appeared on his face. Huffing softly, after aiming the arrow directly at Lufam, he shouted, completing the spell, "Colin, protect me." A divine lightning arrow was created. The three clans' faces hardened with determination, shouting loudly, "Damn it. Yosti." Little Da, still unaware, continues to breathe fire at the serpent, gathering shadow lightning to form evil copper, dealing 4 hits of 29% dark attribute damage and 91% lightning attribute damage to the target. The longer the evil copper accumulates, the higher the damage. Seeing this, Lufam immediately raised his hand to create an electric sphere and shouted loudly, "I am very familiar with lightning skills. Let me give you a little taste of it." Dragon language magic. The roar of the blue dragon king releasing a stream of lightning forward, causing massive damage and paralysis effects. The next attacks will add 20 layers of lightning attribute, and each attack will reduce 1 layer, with a 20% chance to paralyze the target. Ba-dan looked at the incoming dragon language magic and was terrified, exclaiming, "What? It also knows star attribute skills. And on top of that, it's a super rare dragon language magic." All he could see was a giant dragon roaring loudly at him, and Ba-dan's body was immediately knocked flying backward. Korra and the snake beside him also couldn't avoid the collateral damage. And at this moment, Korra still hadn't forgotten to call out Xiaoxi. After being paralyzed by the electric shock, Ba-dan desperately shouted to Ko-lan, "You must stay strong. I can't withstand this power." But then when he saw Ko-lan about to do something, he called his name loudly on the other side. Ko-lan just ordered Xiao that to unleash the ultimate attack. Seeing that, Ba-dan quickly called after him, "What are you doing? Ko-lan, don't leave me behind." Ba-dan kept calling Ko-lan's name, but neither he nor Tu that paid attention and continued straight down to the ground. The small team and Ko-lan moved quickly. Behind them, Ba-dan's helpless calls as he saw the sparks begin to swap positions to where he was standing. With no more defensive support, Ba-dan was simply struck by Tujia's attack. Immediately after, a report announced that Ba-dan, the golden flower of the kingdom, had died, leaving 22 survivors out of 23. Looking at the remaining flames, Lufam fell into contemplation, the bastard once again betraying his own allies. Such a false ending. "You can't escape now, Ko-lan." Then he immediately turned to Xiao Sha and gave an order, "Xiao Jia, prepare to coordinate with me. Activate the resonance dragon language." Xiao Jia immediately obeys the command and assumes the ready stance. Xiao Jia swiftly rushes forward, carrying Dung Nam's raging flame. Lufam's voice echoes, "We will burn this muddy pond to ashes." The flames that Xiao Jia continuously fueled, combined with the overwhelming resonance of the dragon language. As Lufam raised his arm forward, this was the burial site of the person. Dung Nam's unmatched power had reduced him to just bones. Xiao Jia and Lufam passed by, and he declared that it was over. "I am the hunter myself." And the notification sound was played immediately afterward, indicating that only 21 out of 23 Korean players remained alive. At that moment, Lufam looked at his score, which had been updated. After checking the accumulated points, he thought again. Mission accomplished. 710. 000 points have increased by 160. 000 compared to before. The PvP mission using the network to fight is indeed brutal, but the benefits are quite good. Currently, Lufam holds the top position. Just as he finished thinking, Lufam heard someone's voice. "Brother, catch." And with a serious look, he turned around. A massive explosion occurred, causing the area below to be shaken, revealing the trial swamp of the nation. From the blast, the mage in bear form struggled to hold his body together. The anxiety grew as Andre raised his weapon directly at him with a terrifying look. And just as the axe attack drew closer to his face, the spirit could only stammer "Sintha," but it was too late. Andre's weapon turned into a hammer and struck him directly. Then he lifted that huge bear and said firmly, "The Lord only knows how to hide in the dark corner, scheming against others. He's not worthy of Sintha." By the way, Andre threw the sorcerer towards Lufam and Xiao Ya, calling out, "Brother, catch him." Seeing this action, Lufam couldn't help but wonder, but according to the rules of the national trial, only the person who kills the representative can earn the points from this individual. And then a Ming arrow shot straight toward the position of the strange creature, and you smiled because such good things are hard to refuse. So your score increased. After acting, Andre gradually approached both of them, but the little beast remained cautious. So he waved his hand and said with a somewhat helpless tone, Don't misunderstand. I came here to help, and I think I was overdoing it. Worrying about them getting bullied by the three of us. Lufam also stepped closer, smiled, and said thank you. I don't mind having a few more free good deeds like this. Without any anger or dissatisfaction, Andre responded to your words. No problem. Who told you to give me so much delicious food from Longquak? If you're okay, I'll quickly go collect my points. But then a familiar voice sounded, perhaps because of using too much power and his bulky body. He felt hungry. Andre, looking a bit embarrassed, said, Brother, do you still have more food from Long Country? And finally, the three of them landed in a forest to enjoy a barbecue, eating 2 large drumsticks. And Andre praised Longquak's food as being very delicious. He suggested, can I use my reward points to trade for a drumstick with you? Give me a chicken to eat and I'll give you 5,000 reward points. How about that? Hearing Andre say that while holding a cup of coffee, you immediately refused. I don't need reward points. If you want to eat, I'll just give it to you. There's no other choice but for Andre to compromise. At least 2,000 points per monster. But quickly, Andre, with a sinister look, exclaimed loudly when he saw Lufam's points. Wow. Over 700. Ling ling ling. How come your points are so high? Lufam also looked at Andre's information on his watch, then wondered if Andre had also received the mission to wipe out the demon tower. Andre, surprised, looked at Lufam blankly and asked, You too, brother. With so many points, did you destroy the Dark Spire tower? Lufam calmly replied that his original goal was to target the Dark Spire, as the points from the mighty beasts are proportional to their strength, and the Dark Spire is the best place to find points. Anders' expression grew even more confused. Luckily, he didn't become an enemy of him. Satlai and I are also stuck with this mission. We are definitely no match for him. After a moment of hesitation, he let out a long breath and said, I originally planned to just secretly gather points, but it seems I was dreaming awake. The way you scan for points is beyond me. Lufam quickly said, The Darkhorn Spire of the Abyssal Hell is indeed very powerful. I also used a lot of effort to scan it. Andre looked at the little girl eating chicken thigh and said, Having good intentions makes a difference. Blaming the Knight of the Dragon Mount is one of the 3 strongest hidden professions. The little girl also glanced over, but then huffed at Andre as if afraid he would steal her food. So Andre quickly showed a slightly frightened expression and said, It's just a bit fierce. Lufam then continued, asking if you had tried this mission before and failed. Right. Andre didn't deny it. Recalling the scene of himself fleeing drenched in sweat and almost dying. The previous task before the party only needed to be hung on me, so I couldn't take on other missions. Lufam, with a smile on his face, suddenly said, Actually, I have a way. How about we cooperate this once? The two then moved on. And as they went a bit further, Andre's suspicion forced him to turn and ask Lufam, Brother, I'm talking about your dragon. He kept looking more and more certain. Why does he seem like he wants to eat me? Lufam, hearing that, explained that Longsung are quite fierce and dislike living beings. Don't worry. I'm here so it won't bite you. But then his thoughts forced him to admit the truth to himself, and he couldn't say that he had already fed on the little Da's provisions. After walking for a while, the 3 of them arrived at a familiar place. A dark spire suddenly appeared before everyone, with continuous alarms ringing, warning of the ominous tower ahead. Lufam held his staff and asked, Brother, what should we do next? Lufam smiled faintly and replied, You take care of your own matters. I'll handle mine. We each mind our own business. Around the spirits howling loudly and tearing apart, Lufam, riding on the little Da, said to Andre, With your strength, dealing with the undead and the divine-spirited monsters from the demon realm won't be a problem. That's right, he looked hesitant and replied that the 2 waves of monsters don't have high attributes, although their spiritual power isn't an issue, and despite their large numbers, they shouldn't be too difficult to handle. Lufam felt happy. Then fine, I'll handle the 2 waves of monsters outside. I'll go inside and deal with the monsters. Andre confidently said, Of course, there's no problem. But then suddenly spoke in a tense tone. Wait a minute. What did you say? You're going straight in to fight the monsters. You don't pay attention to what he's saying. Shout loudly with spirit. Spirit? Switch to a brilliant state. The consciousness transforms within the mystical blue mist. Then use the void energy to pierce through and enter the dark temple. Using the divine spirit state of spiritual energy, power increases by 500%. Maintaining the form of a void-breaking spirit for 60 seconds. As blue lightning flashes, only then does he tell him that instead of waiting for the monsters inside the dark tower to emerge in waves, If I go straight inside and take them all out at once, it will save time and use the void energy piercing spell to tear space and create a portal to the marked location, which will last for 6 seconds and be unaffected by any formations or curses. Before doing as he just told Andre, Lufam turned his head and called back, "Be careful outside. I will quickly deal with the savage beasts inside this dark tower." You shifted Andre from panic to surprise. No way does he really have another dragon. Lufam and the two huge creatures are gradually entering, already inside the Dark Shadow Tower. Your replacement is quite interesting, and the welcoming ceremony is too grand. That creature with 4 wings and 2 eyes is, and the one shaped like a certain fruit, is the nightshade butterfly. Level 75. 223 points. Water-licking spotter. Level 85. 652 points. A voice echoes, calling you a humble and lowly human. A thin shadow knight. Level 80. 423 points. And also a 2-eyed red-eyed creature with many sharp wings. A waste of food. Level 65. 127 points. The Earth Demon Neem no welcomes you. If you have the courage to step in here, I will grant you the choice of death. Earth Demon. Level 85. Leader of the Nightmare level. Strength 30. 951. Spirit 37. 582. Agility 48. 034. Endurance 30. 658. The Deadly Coil. Using body and limbs to form a lock to trap enemies. Preventing movement and causing negative effects like paralysis, poisoning, and dizziness. Leg joints cause tearing damage and stacking damage points. Breaking darkness. The body merges with space when using the skill, achieving invisibility, allowing free passage through dark barriers without detection. With all physical and magical attacks ineffective while invisible. Tuni is rebellious. After the Demon Lord dies, its shell breaks apart and a new shell is born from it. After rebirth, the body's attack power increases by 100%, while its defense decreases by 100%, with strength fading quickly until the body completely decays. Lufam heals and restores his spirit, his sharp gaze fixed on Han. "It's a pity. It seems you don't welcome me, but unfortunately I have brought you a really big gift, it seems. I can only give it to you a little later, the Sapphire Bloodline contract. Level 24 Strength, 4,256 Agility, 4,378 Spirit, 7,059 Endurance, 4,559. Sapphire Bloodline. All skill effects of the Dragon Clan and Bloodline-connected beings are doubled." Lufam shouted. "Little fire. Use Spirit Shield." Spirit Shield. When the soul light shines on the target, which is your friend, all attributes of the character increase by 100 to 200%. Every time you take damage, you absorb it and create 1 or 2 layers of protective aura. After stacking up to 10 layers, a defensive burst will be released. The damage dealt is the total absorbed damage during this period. Lufam immediately ordered to clear the area. Use the void segment. Add dragon energy. And attack twice in succession. When coordinating with Long Shung to unleash 2 bursts of dragon energy, it caused a catastrophe, as an ancient dragon exploded in the area it passed, dealing massive damage and causing a fire shortage. Your replacement is quite interesting, and the welcoming ceremony is too grand. That creature with 4 wings and 2 eyes is, and the one shaped like a certain fruit, is the nightshade butterfly. Level 75. 223 points. Water-licking spotter. Level 85. 652 points. A voice echoes, calling you a humble and lowly human. A thin shadow knight. Level 80. 423 points. And also a 2-eyed red-eyed creature with many sharp wings. A waste of food. Level 65. 127 points. The Earth Demon Neem no welcomes you. If you have the courage to step in here, I will grant you the choice of death. Earth Demon. Level 85. Leader of the Nightmare level. Strength 30. 951. Spirit 37. 582. Agility 48. 034. Endurance 30. 658. The Deadly Coil. Using body and limbs to form a lock to trap enemies. Preventing movement and causing negative effects like paralysis, poisoning, and dizziness. Lufam immediately ordered to clear the area. Using Void Blade and adding dragon energy, launching 2 consecutive attacks. When coordinated with Long Zung to unleash 2 wave attacks carrying dragon energy, it caused a catastrophic explosion of an ancient dragon in its path, dealing massive damage and causing a fire shortage. With the accumulated power, the Shadow Arrow, when the Sakung is charged for 3 seconds, can be shot to increase damage by 500%. After 3 seconds, The fragment star and shadow arrow combine to form a star, and once shattered by the shadow arrow, it causes enormous area damage. With power increased by 500% of the divine wind attribute, in the fierce battle, each one unleashes a great power, surging with aura, releasing a total damage 10 times greater than before, resulting in a total of 2 damage, causing wide-range counterattack damage with destructive light. The skill is currently active. Destructive light gathers all the power of the stars within and unleashes a chaotic beam that causes unpredictable damage. Bypass défense, and cannot be blocked. The damage depends on strength and level. With the current damage of the divine destruction, light increased to 23. 280, 349, 200. You happily said, I almost leveled up again. I should be faster. Long Kingdom's counterattack point. 763, 383, 15, 687. Demon Dragon's corruption. Level 24. Demon Dragon's earth technique. Breathes dragon breath at the target, causing magical damage. The target killed by the breath will be resurrected as a puppet and fight for you. The demon dragon rushes forward, wrapping itself into a demonic armor of decay and flying toward the target. At the same time, when dealing damage, it will recover 99% of the damage received and also reflect the effects of skills that must be received. Dispelling the dragon language curse and the magic dragon language curse, the dragon's breath will be replaced by the magic dragon language, the cursed Ma Long, and the Ma Long ambush will be replaced by the magic dragon language, with the storyline being the Ma Long vein. The demon dragon twin siblings of the demon market immediately clash in this fiery battle. The cosmic starfall form releases a starfall that covers the entire area for the duration of the starfall, during which other skills can also be used, and the starfall will last forever until interrupted. The Jade Dragon is now level 25. The Void Dragon level 18. The 6 Mortal Realms level 37. The Subtle Spirit. As easy as eating candy. The 6 Mortal Realms silently praise. This is the real speed for earning points. The Black Dragon has leveled up to 33. The Dark Knight Butterfly level 75. With 223 points. Fon Rakorosibe. When the skill is activated, the Dark Knight Butterfly will release the fastest green venom that shoots toward the target area. After hitting the targets, the venom will spread over them, creating shimmering green corrosive bubbles. Black Hole creates a dark pool that continuously absorbs surrounding enemies during its duration. And when it ends, the black hole explodes, dealing massive area damage equal to the total health of all enemies absorbed. His mind praised himself again, thinking it was just seeking death. 1 second. Lufam was smiling. The next he immediately became serious, holding the broken mirror shard and lost in thought. No longer visible. Breaking through the darkness, the body merges with space, and when using the skill, it becomes invisible and can freely pass through the shadow barrier without being detected. All physical attacks and spells will be ineffective while the invisibility effect is active. Breaking the darkness. Lufam feels uncomfortable and cannot be sensed. His mind praised himself again, thinking it was just seeking death. 1 second. Lufam was smiling. The next he immediately became serious. Fon Rakorosibe. When the skill is activated, the Dark Knight Butterfly will release the fastest green venom that shoots toward the target area. After hitting the targets, the venom will spread over them, creating shimmering green corrosive bubbles. The battle is still raging fiercely. Death surrounds us, using the body and joints to form a lock, binding the enemy so they cannot move. At the same time, it causes strong shocks, poisoning, negative effects leading to unconsciousness, with cracks forming in the joints, and the damage value stacking in the calculations. The Earth Killer Demon did not respond and continued to attack, wielding the Blood Claw, slashing at the target from above. Each strike pressed down on the Earth Demon, causing a massive explosion that destroyed the large dragon area, resulting in heavy damage and flames. Lufam stands to the side, enjoying the show and happily says, "Old friends meet again. I wonder if this gift of mine makes you happy." The scene shifts to the National Trial Secret Realm, a swamp, inside the dark spire of the mighty demon. At this moment, the ancient demon lord grew increasingly furious and said, "As an ancient demon god, I have been killed twice by a tiny human, and now I have become a puppet of humans." Then he sneered, mocking how ridiculous it is that they are on the same level as me. And with these pathetic things, death is not a loss. Demonic Beast King. Level 85. A difficult team boss. Nightmare rank. Strength 64. 852. Agility 69. 427. Spirit 69. 924. Durability 8. 758. Unlocked new skill. Shadow Clone. Summons 8 clones that last 15 seconds. Each clone has 60% of the main body's health and attack power, and can absorb some damage. The Earthkiller demon quietly thought that the breath of this young man made his mind uneasy. Today he must eliminate him. Without hesitation, he began to cast his spell, Death Wrap, using his body and joints to form a trap, binding and immobilizing his opponent. At the same time, it will cause strong shocks, poisoning, negative effects leading to unconsciousness, and the joints will develop cracks from the harm, with the damage value stacking up in the calculation. But very quickly, the Death Coil skill was interrupted, and he grew larger. The Earthkiller demon. But the Earthkiller demon showed no signs of stopping, still wildly attacking, splitting into shadow clones, creating 8 doppelgangers, lasting for 15 seconds. Each clone possessed 60% of the original's vitality and attack power and could absorb some of the damage. Lufam couldn't hide his interest as he watched this performance. Since you liked my gift so much, I'll add a little more fire. Now, immediately, summon heavenly demon soldiers, control the fallen demons, and be able to control all the puppets transformed from the fallen demon dragon. At the same time, they can summon and recall at any moment. The death puppets and demonic energy will return to the demonic dragon. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly demon soldiers appear, and the army cannot grow any larger now. The appearance of the celestial demon soldiers made the Earth Demon Lord feel both worried and surprised. No way. He actually subdued the entire army of Earth slaughter demons from the entire spire. Lufam now felt intrigued. Both are ancient demons, let's see who is truly more powerful. Immediately after, neither side yielded, and they charged into battle. The fight was fierce, with the advantage leaning towards the heavenly demon soldiers, making the opponents feel fear. Could it be that humans are truly that powerful? The heavenly demon soldiers immediately informed the Earth Demon, "It's your turn now, you little punk." He clenched his teeth and said, "Relying on just a few of you, you still want to steal from me? How ridiculous." But everything that happened afterward dealt him a real blow, with continuous and fierce attacks, forcing him to try to escape. Lu Xuan immediately activated his new skill, Long Qi Cheering. Long Qi Cheering, to showcase Long Sheng's true form, increasing his attribute damage and attack power by 30%. So, to leave no way out for the enemy, Xiao Ya appears. Level 33. Contract. Singing Long 2. Power 8707. Yao Yao San Yao Jiu. Agility 16197. Arshi 056. Spirit 34812. 45255. Durability 17882. R3246. Lufan turns to Xiaopi and adds Spirit, using Spirit Light to destroy. The Void Dragon transforms. The Spirit Radiance. The remaining time is 59 seconds. Spirit Destruction Light. Hu. Skill still charging. You raise your hand to signal. Xiaoya. Unleash the sealed dragon language. A large fireball is released, breaking the seal on the dragon language, breaking the seal on the magic dragon language, transforming the demon dragon earth into a mage language. A forbidden spell, and the demon dragon charge is replaced by a mage language, the fallen sun. After the magic dragon language is unsealed and reaches the highest point, sacrifices its own life force, creating enormous damage, with the damage amounting to 2000% of the sacrificed life force. Currently, the fallen sun sacrifices 100% of its life force. On this high day of the celestial field, the light of destruction gathers all its power and unleashes a laser that causes unpredictable damage. The barrier cannot be broken or blocked, and the harm becomes a decisive factor in strength and rank. The light of destruction currently increases the amount of damage by 39. 364, 708, 552. Lava coating the molten. Within the area of the molten coating, a fury death erupts, forming a lava pool, and the target will gradually fall into the magma, continuing to accumulate massive damage. When the dragon language resonates, whether used by the dragon tamer or the dragon companion, it increases the power of the magic dragon language by 100%, resonating with the dragon language. Molten lava engulfing the flames. Standing amidst the sea of lava, his desperate cry echoes out, "I will not surrender." The scene shifts to the National Trial Secret Realm. Outside the spiked tower of the Dark Song of the Earth Demon, Andre glances back and sees a monster roaring and chasing after him. Attacking. Andre spreads his fiery wings and dodges the attack, then soars high into the air, gripping his weapon tightly with both fiery wings in hand. He hit the monster's head hard. The smoke quickly dispersed, and the corpse was scattered all over the ground. He flew up near the tower and saw that the door was still closed. wondering why it hadn't opened yet. And where the third wave of monsters was, suddenly the tower explodes from the center, throwing him far away. Rocks and debris rain down, and he looks on tensely, asking what is happening. 5 minutes later, in the national trial, Secret Realm, the swamp, a large dragon flew out from the recently exploded tower, and Rong's voice echoed down from the dragon. Andre's speed was quite fast, and the army outside the spire had already been completely eliminated by him. Below, dozens of monsters are piled up. The dragon throws down a giant monster's head and asks from above, "Brother Hu Yen, are you okay here?" Andre turned around and recognized that it was Lufam's voice. The monster's head fell close to Andre, making him terrified. "Oh my god. What is that thing?" "That thing is Tuni Bat Kwang." After dying, he used 100% of his life value to reincarnate within 10 minutes. And after reincarnation, his attack power increased to 100%, while his defense decreased by 200%, losing 1% of his life value every second. The cursed child counts down 4 minutes. Looking at the head emitting green smoke and its red eyes, he sighed. This kind of monster is truly extraordinary. Andre turned around and recognized that it was Lufam's voice. The monster's head fell close to Andre, making him terrified. "Oh my god. What is that thing?" "That thing is Tuni Bat Kwang." Luo Fan stepped down from the small beast's head and said, "Stop standing there like an idiot. This is the head of the earth. Demon quickly attack its resurrection has been triggered." That surprised Andre and asked, "What do you mean you want to give me the points?" Luo Fan kindly said. "The points in the spire all belong to me. If this earth demon wants me to kill it, your mission will forever be stuck." Nightfalls bring scenes of sorrow and tears. But by dawn, the national trial swamp becomes breathtakingly beautiful. Sitting by the fire, they chat casually. Andra laughs loudly. "Brother, making friends with you really is such good luck." Looking at the system screen, he happily said, "Completing the mission directly increased the accumulated points to 200,000. Now I am already in second place." Andre. Nationality Tuyet Kwak. Level 61. Profession Warrior. Lit Dim. Accumulated points 271. 229. Ranking second. Luok Pham asked, "So our temporary team will end here?" "Right." He stood up and looked at Luok Pham stacking mountains. "Unfortunately, this is a national trial. And in the end, we are still rivals." Hearing that, he then raised his head with a fiery expression and said, "Brother, you really value your friends." He struck the monster's head with a powerful blow, and the system appeared, indicating the connection was cut off, and the death child was captured. The two happily shake hands and make a promise. One agreed. While Han Long watches them with confusion, Andre turns on the screen and transfers the tongue point to Lu Pham. "That's right. You must accept these tongue points. If only we had known each other before the match. I would have definitely invited you for some good wine." Hearing that, you encouraged him not to be discouraged, that there would still be chances in the future. Andre cheerfully extended his hand and said, "Let's just decide like that. None of us should die. After the national trial is over, let's have a good drink. It's on me." The guest kindly transferred more points because he was shy, eating so much of your food and bothering you with PvP. Now he's helping me with the mission. I know this point doesn't mean much to you, but just accept it. I really feel guilty. Uncle looks so cute when he does that. Lufam said, "You're still acting spoiled. It really makes others feel uncomfortable. I won't refuse this tongue-licking point." Andrea hesitated. "Ever since I met you, I've always had one question I wanted to ask before I leave." Suddenly his face turned serious. "With such strength and so many celestial dragons, why waste time on useless guys? Can't 2 or 3 hits settle it?" Standing next to Han Long-an, I explained that these are all newly promoted experts from various countries, many with hidden professions I haven't encountered yet. Observing their unique traits isn't a waste of time. After all, the ultimate winner will still be me. Hearing that, Andra turned away, sighing with his fiery wings. Again with those cool words, "I can't let the retreat spell fall too far behind you." So I took on the task of clearing the accumulated points. He soared high and shouted back to Luke Pham, "See you again someday." They said goodbye under the dawn light, watching Andre fly farther away. He thought to himself, "Andre is not a bad guy. I hope I won't have to take on his Sangseat BVP missions in the future." After parting, he looked down at the severed head that was doing something important. But now there was a main task to focus on. The new member of his puppet army of the fallen demon could finally join. The scene shifts to another area where Andre's friends look up at the Anmeng ranking board in the national trial arena, discussing excitedly that Andre has risen to second place, surpassing Tin Du Kwok. They cheer. believing that defeating the Nine Realms demons is possible, but others remain cautious, thinking Andre is too optimistic and that Tuyet Kwok's representative can only succeed thanks to Long Kwok's support, while other representatives would struggle if stuck on this mission. Uncle with the shaved head approached Elder Han to express his gratitude, sincerely thanking the representative of the Snow Nation and asking Elder Han to accept Tuyet Kwok's goodwill. He smiled kindly and praised him. This young man Andre, who helps others in need along the way, is still worthy of respect. The bodyguard standing nearby looked at the ranking board and said, "So the leader of Tai Te Kwok has fallen to third place." With Kim Tien-sin watching from a high corner, the crowd suddenly whispered among themselves, telling each other to speak more quietly. "Haven't you noticed Kim Tien-sin has been silent for a long time? Or else he'd be furious and thinking badly." Even the simple-minded genius of Tuchi development surpasses Kim Than Han, and Tin Jio Kwok has exerted force, so shouldn't Tai Te Kwok at least keep their top 3 ranking? Looking at the phone screen, he becomes even angrier. Smashing the screen in frustration, he thought to himself, receiving the mission is useless. Adjusting the numbers of the demon realm is useless. Only this last method remains. The bodyguard leaned in and said, "Mr. Kim, there is an important matter to report. Please follow me." To which he shouted, "Don't bother me. Do you think you have something important to discuss?" The bodyguard continued, saying there really is an important matter. Those 10 books have been completed, and this caught his attention. Suddenly, he sneered maliciously, planning to play a trick. "All right. This final one can be executed. Take me there quickly." At the national trial site on the 3rd day, Kim Tai-an is secretly eager to inspect the new weapon. Has it really been successfully made? The bodyguard handed over a suitcase to Mr. Kim, luckily leaving an escape route as instructed during the secret realm construction. He reported that because it was an emergency-made product without testing time, there might be issues. But the master with the enhancement ability confirmed it was usable. "Please give up the fight immediately and beg for mercy. Can you? This terrified person is O2 Bang from America. Rank 14. Tier 2 warrior at level 59. Kim Tai-an quietly examined it. Extremely unstable. As he was still considering, Guard Bong Oknung suddenly spoke up. "That, Commander Kim, we've been monitoring the 6 demons from behind the stage for a long time, and haven't detected anything unusual. Kim Tai-an was furious because of your stupidity, and because of that, you made the risky decision. We can no longer control the situation with the 6 demons here. I must carry out the final plan. Before I leave, I order you two to guard this corridor. No one is allowed to approach until I return." The guard immediately received the order. "Understood." The other one asked, "Kim Tong, what do you mean, Kim Tai?" Anne hurriedly activated the 10 loops to open a large vortex. "Yes. I want to use these 10 loops to personally enter the secret realm and deliver the message." The system beeped to notify that the teleportation gate had been constructed for the national trial, the wasteland, warning that the gate's status was extremely unstable and could close at any moment. The guard hurriedly expressed concern. "Commander Kim, this is too dangerous. This Chuquan is just an experimental product." And the other guard also advised caution. If other commanders see it, or if your image appears during the live stream, it could cause a lot of trouble. However, Kim Tai-an still wants to take the risk and rush in, so I informed the person in charge. "Before I return, you are not allowed to change any scene of the wasteland map. You must keep it intact. If it is discovered here, the reputation of the Tai Te Kingdom will plummet. Do you understand?" The notification appeared again. 179 seconds remaining on the teleportation gate. The 2 guards couldn't stop him, so they had to obey. The subordinate understood. Suddenly, he remembered something else. "Yes, there was one more thing." Kim and pointed at them and said, "I want you to open the unlimited quest." At this point, Lufam has already found the new Demon World mission. Time is not waiting. At this moment in the national trial secret realm in the Hongmak area, the weather is scorching. Suddenly, a beam of blue light shines down from above, drawing attention, and Lufam stands with Xiao Da, observing it thoughtfully. This time it's the Earthblood Demon in Huangmo, and I received a mission to eliminate the Earthblood Demon boss of the Boundary Demon level 85. When I turned around, I saw the tower had appeared behind me somehow. It seems I no longer need to search everywhere for the Raven Song Tower this time. He secretly analyzed that, according to the rules of the match, this kind of high-scoring mission is probably very rare. I received a total of 3 missions, 2 of which are to hunt down the demon of the other world. So this success rate is a bit too high. Then Lufam is concise. And Tuda. The notification appeared again. 179 seconds remaining on the teleportation gate. The two guards couldn't stop him, so they had to obey. The subordinate understood. Suddenly, he remembered something else. Yes, there was one more thing. The guard immediately received the order. Understood. The other one asked. Kim Tong. What do you mean, Kim Tai? Anne hurriedly activated the 10 loops to open a large vortex. Yes. I want to use these 10 loops to personally enter the secret realm and deliver the message. Lufam shouted loudly. Xiaopi. Spirit. Rest time is over. They immediately appeared. Then he ordered, releasing the void time transcendence. The spirit transformed into a dragon of void in the form of a crystal dragon. Growling once, with 59 seconds remaining on the crystal dragon, the spirit unleashed a bolt of lightning from the void time tunnel, its power tearing space to form a teleportation rift leading to the target's location. The teleportation rift remains open for 60 seconds without any restrictions from magic formations or curses. When there are 59 seconds left on the cosmic void passage, Xiaoya helps you cross through the water gap among a swarm of little monsters. Thanks to that, Lufam finally managed to enter the Dark Spire safely. He and his team continued to face the next challenge. In front of Luofeng now are not only snake-like beasts but also the Earthblood demon. How dare a demon enter my territory willingly? It is truly a human seeking death. With a level of 85. A boss difficulty of an evil demon rank. Strength of 42. 151. Agility of 40. 183. Spirit of 29. 210. And endurance of 35. 884. Lufam replied softly with the Rung Duang sword. Entering recklessly is indeed very sorry. But unfortunately, the one who will die is the person. His current dragon aura is a black dragon high. When the natural consciousness harmonizes, the Huan Long Kingdom is released, then the twin demonic dragons, Earth Ghost Demon, and Earth Killing Demon are summoned, obeying orders, with levels matching yours. Lufam calmly commands, let's go together, I am in a hurry. Controlling the fallen demons allows me to manipulate all the puppets they transform into, summon and recall them at will. If a puppet dies, the energy will return to the twin dragons. At the same time, outside the tower in the desert area, two people are clashing. One of them, with a horn on his head, sat on the ground begging, please don't kill me. Spare me. The other, without moving, pressed his sword against his neck and asked coldly, beg me. The one holding the sword is Tang Tian. What do you plan to do to beg me? The other tremblingly replied. Anything is fine. I will transfer all the points to you. Lufam replied softly with the Rung Duang sword. Entering recklessly is indeed very sorry. But unfortunately, the one who will die is the person. His current dragon aura is a black dragon high. When the natural consciousness harmonizes, the Huan Long Kingdom is released, then the twin demonic dragons, Earth Ghost Demon, and Earth Killing Demon are summoned, obeying orders, with levels matching yours. The total points are 42. 175. Tang Thian deliberately teased and said, if that's the case, it's very boring. Killing people directly could also earn points. So maybe that's better. Suddenly, Tang Tian drew his sword and pressed it against Tu Bang's face, making him jump in fright. She sneered, licking my shoe while mocking. How come everyone in the Might Kingdom is just a bunch of dogs? He obviously couldn't bear the insult. No, it can't be like this. Tang Thian, with a dark face, gritted his teeth and threatened, unwilling Tu Bang, too cowardly to resist, reluctantly agreed. Please, I will do it. Please spare me. So he slowly looked down from her eyes to her feet. Our people from America are all dogs and pigs. Tang Thian deliberately making things difficult. Who? I can't hear clearly. Speak louder. Tu Bang shouted again, then stuck out his tongue. Our people from America are all dogs and pigs, which made her burst into laughter. As expected, anything can be done. Suddenly, a shadow in the shape of a hand appeared out of nowhere, piercing through Tu Bang's stomach and killing him instantly. With the system displaying that Tu Bang of my Kwak has died, Tang Thian, even before she could understand what was happening, saw the scene and turned her face away. When she looked back, she saw Than Han was the one responsible. Kim Than Han. What are you doing? I haven't had enough fun yet. Tang Thian is fed up. Kan, Kwai, Kwang, Mo, Trat, Thu Vi Kung Kong Ko. Jietignat din lagier. Nuai toi giet. Ku de duok sheng nu quat. Jiang tak lu. Kim Cheng Han frowned and denied that he was doing a poor job. I killed Han not for points. We still have important matters to attend to. Tang Tian sheathed his sword, his attitude also becoming serious and important matter. Cheng Han requested, then you just need to stay silent and listen. He is still talking nonsense when Tang Thian suddenly hears a sound. Anne is stepping out from the highly unstable teleportation door, and Cheng Han doesn't seem too surprised. As if this teleportation here is normal, you see. The one who asked was Cheng Han and his bodyguard. But Shaq Li paid no attention to them and calmly responded, "Of course, you also know my strength. If not, you wouldn't have teamed up with me." Right. Thanks to that, Lufam finally managed to enter the Dark Spire safely. He and his team continued to face the next challenge, watching his figure from behind. He said confidently, "I'm not saying I don't trust you, but even the three of us teaming up might not be enough to handle Lufan." As he finished speaking, Tang Tian from behind also spoke up. "Lufan has subdued the Nine Realms demon, and the army we fought against him before is no match for him at all," as if he found it hilarious. Shaq Li chuckled mockingly. "Conquering the Nine Realms demon. I can do it too. This isn't his true strength. He's just exploiting his power." His words made Cheng Han very suspicious of other forces. Seeing that confused look, Shaq Li frowned and asked back, "Isn't it true that you always want to know how Lufam exploits the loopholes to control and sweep the Nine Realms demons in 3 minutes? I will tell you the answer." At the same time, at the National Training Ground Control Center, Viet Photoguard was standing in deep thought when he suddenly spoke. "Kim Tong, after teleporting back, still hasn't contacted us." He quietly asked, "Have we been fired or something?" And the person sitting at the computer below, hearing this, hurriedly interrupted, "Don't go around saying that maybe he handled it himself." The man with the chubby head continued, "Kim told us to pay attention to Lufam, so just keep an eye on him and don't provoke trouble yourself." At the same time, at the National Training Ground Control Center, Viet Photoguard was standing in deep thought when he suddenly spoke. "Kim Tong, after teleporting back, still hasn't contacted us." He quietly asked, "Have we been fired or something?" And the person sitting at the computer below, hearing this, hurriedly interrupted, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?" Suddenly, a woman appeared behind with a sharp knife, and as she drew it, she quickly slashed to draw some blood from the man with the spiky hair, causing him to scream out in pain before falling silent. "Don't go around saying that maybe he handled it himself." The man with the chubby head continued, "Kim told us to pay attention to Lufam, so just keep an eye on him and don't provoke trouble yourself." Vietnamese bodyguard standing with his back turned suddenly sees a blurry figure flash past his eyes, but then nothing is there. So he mutters confusedly, probably just seeing things, when the man with the shaved head suddenly scolds loudly. At that moment, the woman approached from behind, whispering threats to silence him with blood, warning that if he called out again, he would die painfully. His desperate pleas only fueled her interest more, and then in the blink of an eye, she swiftly slashed and finished off Viet's guard. After eliminating both of them, a voice suddenly came from the other end of the wire, saying, "What's the plan for the next 3 minutes?" She calmly responded while grabbing the bundle of wires, "Everyone, please stay calm. We have encountered a technical issue and will fix it immediately. Please wait a moment." The people sitting below the stands watching this scene are very annoyed. The live stream has been cut off. Why is the signal suddenly lost? What's going on? Did the power go out? Is it okay? And where is the person in charge? The golden voice echoes throughout the main hall. What's going on? I still want to see what the representative of the Empire of Wisdom will say. Inside the private room, Thang Min softly explains that Old Han must be acting on behalf of the Tai Tai nation, and then in the blink of an eye, she swiftly slashed and finished off Viet's guard. After eliminating both of them, a voice suddenly came from the other end of the wire, saying, "What's the plan for the next 3 minutes?" She calmly responded while grabbing the bundle of wires, "Everyone, please stay calm. We have encountered a technical issue and will fix it immediately. Please wait a moment." The people sitting below the stands watching this scene are very annoyed. After a moment of silence, Pai Bok finally spoke thoughtfully. "The Tin Diu Quoc is not so simple." At this moment, the young man Markfest suddenly turned around in panic and called out, "Lord Kim Tianzin, you are in charge. Quickly ask and find out." He glanced at the watch in his hand and said, "I only took 3 minutes of your time. There's nothing I want to say to you." Tyann was very surprised and annoyed at this. The man frowned and asked, "Are you still joking with me? I'm very busy and don't have time to play with you." Then he turned his back and left, only leaving a sentence 3 minutes left. "Thank you, Immortal Kim. Farewell." So you're saying that Lufam became a servant of the ancient gods, so he could use their power to manipulate the demon realm. Cheng Han also looked stunned and said, "It's hard to believe that such eternal beings, with so many ancient gods, truly exist." Feeling the amazement of the two, Satili spread his legs wide and said, "It's hard to believe, and I can understand. After all, The power of the ancient gods is a blessing from the heavens. And no matter how strong you are, a little of it can grant you a boost to transcend and transform. At this point, Han suddenly summoned 3 glowing firelit stones and said, "This is the power of the ancient gods. The sacred mountain essence from my master." Tang Tian just looked and couldn't help but marvel. Just feeling this power is already so strong that it's hard to believe, and information is also displayed on the screen. The holy mountain essence is a consumable item with unknown effects. After a moment of dazed silence, Cheng Han finally spoke, realizing that this power could not compare to the demon realm, and could it be that the source of his strength is these 3 essence stones? Hearing that, Satlai burst into laughter and replied, "Those 2 are for you." I am stunned. For us, if we are truly as strong as you said, capable of transforming and reincarnating, then what would the price be? Tang Tian also quickly questioned. Yes, the profession of concealment can specialize in stronger abilities. This rare artifact cannot be given to us. Seeing their suspicion, Satlai's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Han frowned and said, "Then let's make it clear that this is a transaction. And you accept my master's cleansing ritual, gaining greater power. And our demon root clan can also excavate the dormant ancient gods in Tai Tai and Anhua countries." So what? Chung Han looked at Han with suspicion, pondering silently in his heart. As a prince, perhaps the demon root clan wouldn't resort to any extreme measures. We won't discuss the excavation of the ancient god for now. But obtaining the essence immediately will make us stronger. And Tang Tian, who is hesitating, is also asking if we agree or not. After some deliberation, he finally agrees to compromise and accepts this deal. Do we really need to go that far after killing Lufam to let the demon clan explain about the ancient god excavation? Hearing their conversation, Tang Tian frowned and asked, "Is it really necessary?" Chung Han suddenly roared in anger. "Of course it is necessary. Do you want Lufam to forever trample over you? He can use the power of the ancient god. So can we." Seeing his reaction, Satlai calmly handed the last piece of the treasure bag to Tang Tian and asked, "Have you thought it through? Soon the people outside will see us, and you won't have another chance." But after hearing this, he bit his lip in hesitation. In the end, he had to accept it. I also agreed to the deal. He chuckled triumphantly. "That's right. There's no point in resisting anymore." Satlai looked at Tang Tian with a subtle gaze and whispered, "The more you adapt to the changes, the stronger my master can make you." Then he glanced at the remaining treasure bag in his hand and softly said, "This last piece is what I prepared for Lufam." Inside Satlai's mind, the image of Lufam suddenly appeared, and he smiled sinisterly, softly letting him become my puppet. Meanwhile, at the National Trial Arena's control center, in a room where 2 guards lay motionless in blood, a man stands in front of the screen and says that the camera cannot capture the frame of the assassin. The live stream and the command room footage have been fully restored, and in front of the 2 dead guards, their blood is still fresh, indicating they died not long ago, with someone holding a camera to take pictures and gather information. "No, we must keep our investigation secret. This cannot be leaked outside." He recalled what he had told the White Dew Man earlier, the commander of the Spirit Control Nation. It must have been done by the Demon Clan. At the secret realm of the World Training Nation, atop a volcano, Lufam rides a dragon and says the final duel can only be accelerated through slaughter, and the one hunting him is still ahead. While pondering this, he rides Xiaoya into the patrol base, glances at his mission map, and suddenly realizes that this avatar is from the southern border of the southern nation. Seeing that, he immediately ordered, "Xiaoya, land in front. We will go meet this old friend first." As he spoke, he pressed a button, and Xiaoya let out a cry and obeyed his command. After hearing that, Xiaoya looked for a place to land quickly and safely, and Lufan also jumped down, surprised as he asked, "Hey, where is everyone?" Not far from there, Ra Sanlai saw Lu Fang and exclaimed in surprise, "Lu Fang." He happily said, "It's really you. Elder Lu, you scared me to death after saying that he thought great. Elder Lu not only didn't kill me but also tried to boost my confidence. You're lucky. Your perseverance has paid off so far." Ra Sanlai scratches head and smile as he walks over, saying, "I thought someone else wanted to kill me too. Luckily, I met Luke Pham Dai Lao." Luke Pham then pointed and asked, Why are you still here? You only have 150,000 points. Dan 10, Ra Sanlai of the Nam Kwok Water Swordmaster. Level 2, 49 points. Seeing the excited look on the face of the guy in front of him, Luke Pham thought, "Is this guy sick or something? The final match, and he's still so happy." Then, Luke Pham said, "Ra Sanlai, you must understand that in the final battle, no one can remain so calm." After saying that, Lufam took out his spear, ready to shoot. Then he asked in surprise, "Little girl, what do you feel?" Hack Long can detect enemies in danger state and Lendi, actively using skills to remove the danger state and Lendi from all targets. Suddenly, something on the ground grabbed Ra Sanlai's leg, making him scream, and Lufam looked on in surprise. Then it floated up, the claws grabbing his whole body and dragging him away. Ra Sanlai panicked, shouting, "Ah, ah, ah, save me. Ah, 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 ah." The summoned beast, the defective Thonsan block, Cheng Yuan, a fake address with 3 legendary qualities at level 62 from the deep abyss. Witnessing this scene, Luo Fan couldn't help but feel angry. The hands of the abyss are getting closer and closer, while the enlightened archer, unable to draw his bow, can still fire 12 magic arrows, each causing 20% damage. Jia Sanlai continues to cry out for help. "Save me. Save me." In the National Trial Dungeon, the Dungnam volcano reports that Jia Sanlai from the southern nation has died 9 out of 23 times. Kim Thon Han and Vo Tong Thien say, "We've met again. Luke Pham, don't worry about losing your points. I hope you won't mind. Anyway, your points will soon be ours as well." Hearing this, Lu Fang replied, "It's been a long time since we met. You all have become much stronger." Holy Mountain Nuo. Kim Cheng Han. Holy Mountain Nuo with a hidden combat profession level 62. Holy Mystic 3. Fotang Tian. Holy Mountain Nuo with a hidden combat profession level 61. After speaking, the warrior of the Holy Land pondered again. It seems they have joined with Sat Lai. So the one hunting me must be... Warning. A hunter has appeared. Satiri stands between them, laughing loudly. It seems we both know how powerful this is. Satiri. With a hidden combat profession, level 63. Holy rank 3. Looks extremely proud right now. Before killing you, I am willing to give you a chance. Upon hearing this, the outsider asked back. The opportunity for the Holy Mountain Spirit essence, the quality affecting the consumption efficiency of items, remains unknown. It continued. Abandon the person you are loyal to, and dedicate everything for my lord, and you will gain divine power beyond compare. At this moment, Lu Fang thought to himself that the Holy Mountain essence, this great power, is very similar to the Desolation Spirit essence. Perhaps Han is actually Jin Chung Han, and Wu Tongtian relies on this to transform. He offers the spirit essence and says, "Join us and we won't need it." Luke Pham outright refuses. "The people you serve. Stop joking around. I am not like you." Sat Lai asked again, "What are you still pretending for? Do you dare to look down on us?" Luke Pham sneered and said, "Even if you obtain this power, it's only reaching the level of summoning my dragon pet." The 3 of them frowned angrily and said, "You. It seems negotiations are over." Kim Thon Han. Vo Tang Thien. Weren't you planning to take revenge for what happened last time? Now you can attack. Vo Tang Thien and Kim Thon Han shouted in joy. "It's too late now. Scream, scream, scream. Luke Pham all the past grudges. I will make you pay double." The abyssal hand begins to strike down. Luke Pham also leaps up just in time. As he drew his bow, he thought to himself that these guys were willing to become slaves of the ancient gods without any dignity. Then he aimed straight at Vo Tang Thien rushing up, but Luke Pham's arrow had no effect on him, and with a single sword strike, Han knocked away his arrow. Sat Lai asked again, "What are you still pretending for? Do you dare to look down on us?" Luke Pham sneered and said, "Even if you obtain this power, it's only reaching the level of summoning my dragon pet." Ban Yuok's Demon Palace, wearing a demon mask, transforms into a demon and is filled with resentment. Each time it takes damage, the harm caused by normal attacks increases by 10%. Its attack speed increases by 30%, and this can stack up to 6 layers. Vo Tang Thien and Sat Lai are still trying to persuade Luke Pham. Sat Lai raises a precious orb and says, "If you don't cooperate, we will kill you and turn you into my Saint Mountain masterpiece." Luke Pham remembered the North Pole and thought to himself, "I have killed countless ancient gods in the Northern Realm, yet your Saint Mountain servants dare to threaten me. It seems I've understood something now." I said, "No one should even try to escape. Xiao Ya, change your form to destroy the old dragon. None of you 3 will survive to leave this secret realm." Long. Now. Hat Long 2. Hat Long 2 inches the form of Thiet Hoen, destroys the old dragon, and Tu Da also gathers a fireball to shoot at him. Facing that giant fireball, Vo Tong Tien confidently said, "Surprise attack. You no longer have the ability to defeat me." Lava flames extend forward, keep spewing fire to cause harm while simultaneously healing himself. But surprisingly, Lufam charged forward not to face Vong Tong Thien, but to confront Kim Thon Han in the depths of the abyss. Yet Kim Thon Han still smiled without a hint of fear, struggling as if today were the day he would die. Lufam immediately stepped back, looked down at Tu Da, and said, "Each one is truly arrogant." He called out, "Go outside, little traitor." Then thought, "The Flying Dragon King is transforming into a demon dragon with the fallen star core. What if I feed it the pure star essence of Sak Lai? The lives of the 3 mountain slaves and your 3 cores will all be mine." Molten lava engulfs fiercely. Within the target area, it forms a raging lava pool, Lufam says. Lava encasing dragon language magic. Xiao Ya also spat fire at those people. And the resonance of dragon language appeared as the Dragon Knights and Dragon Clans used the same dragon language magic. Dragon Knights and Dragon Clans would increase the power of dragon language magic by 100 levels. Kim Thon Han quickly jumped aside to avoid the attack from Little Dark, then drew his sword to defend himself against the flames. Shouting, Lufam sneered and said, "Stop summoning these trash creatures, and quickly summon a few that are on par with my Long Sheng." Kim Thon Han was furious inside. Damn it. Can't he see that he already summoned the strongest divine abyss earthquake clone? Lufam continued, looking at the fragile body that hadn't even fought yet and was already like that. Maybe you should rest first. Votong Thian Jiang thought. What a great insult. Why is it that a juvenile dragon just over level 30 can be so rebellious against the heavens? Then he turned to Sat Lai and said, "I didn't expect you're pretty good. Giving them to me yourself to earn some points." Sat Lai remained silent for a moment without saying anything. Then he took out the sword from behind his back and said, "You foolhardy fool. You will pay for your recklessness." With the large yellow cross-shaped sword, countless powerful flames called Heavenly Punishment Triflame burst forth, unleashing divine fire towards the target, causing Han to suffer 500% divine harm. And in the next 10 seconds, each second will suffer 20% of the divine burning damage. Lu Fang asked in surprise, "Is that all? Look at your master's skin." It's just like that. A notification appears long diet, transforming the arm into a dragon claw, executing 6 rapid consecutive strikes that can be launched from a distance, while the dragon's blessing simultaneously releases 6 times the harm of law. Xiao Ya and Lu Fam also responded with their own fireballs. Satli is furious right now. "You idiot." The rare crystal in Han's hand also shattered as a result, with the yellow energy in Han's hand. He said, "Let you see for yourself the true power of the ancient god." After speaking, a large square suddenly appeared behind Han. A streak of light shot straight through, revealing a projection with yellow wings holding a sword. And behind Han, a pair of wings also grew. "Dream on." After speaking, he also began to shoot. The arrows released without drawing the bow could still fire 12 magic arrows, each causing 20% damage. With 4 arrows flying toward the yellow projection, Lu Fam thought that although it was just a projection, it also contained the power of the ancient god, which was actually a bit stronger than the 9 under demons. Then he said, "Long Qi cheers." Xiao Da also roared loudly in response. Long Qi encourages himself and Long Sung to increase all attributes and attack power by 30%. The arrow is released. At 1 second of the current energy, a dark dragon appears from Lu Fam's bow, ready to unleash the arrow barrage that increases its damage by 500%. You said, Xiao Ya is preparing to unleash the violent lava. The dragon energy is now in the black dragon form, and the violent lava is still charging its skill. With 2 seconds of power, that yellow glow, just a sword, also starts rushing to attack. Facing the giant fireball in front of it, the notification appears, and the lava blast erupts within the target's range, forming a lava pool. The target in the lava pool will gradually fall into the magma and continue to suffer heavy damage. The current power level is 3 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fam shouted loudly, "Now is the time." Immediately, the dark dragon on his bow launched its attack. The notification continues to display lava engulfing the target, with arrows shooting images. As the fiery explosion erupts within the target area, forming a lava pool, the targets within the lava pool will gradually fall into the magma and continue to suffer heavy damage, with the spiritual attribute of the black dragon increasing by 500%. The yellow projection also charged forward without hesitation, and soon after, the 2 attacks collided, causing an enormous explosion. Satli on one side. Seeing this, his face turned serious and he softly said that the power of the ancient god projection is not just that. After that earth-shattering explosion, the black dragon became even angrier and charged like a gust of wind towards the group of 6 mortals. The black dragon transforms into the apocalyptic form, its roar tearing through the air and causing massive damage to all targets within range. while also weakening them. Seeing this, he quickly raises his hand, summoning a large bow from the gathered energy, then releases the arrow. The Mingza arrow, without drawing the bow, can fire 12 magic arrows, each causing 20% damage. Everyone there saw this and immediately charged at the Haklong with fierce attacks. The demon whip slashes out with a high-speed spinning wind blade within the target's range, causing physical damage. At this moment, Little Hack is restrained by golden chains, and at the same time, a tremendous force charges straight toward Lufam, the heavenly punishment divine light. A holy impostor releases a divine flame towards the target, causing him to suffer 500% divine damage. For the next 10 seconds, he will take 20% divine burn damage every second. Lufam, seeing this, didn't panic but instead turned toward the source of the energy and gently divided it into 4 pieces. Satli and the others couldn't help but cheer loudly. Success at last. Without the dragon gun to boost him, he's nothing. Satli continued. As long as we force him to leave the dragon gun, his strength will definitely decrease significantly. In that moment, a pair of wings appeared. Unexpectedly, Lufam, with his black dragon wings on his shoulders, arrogantly looked down at the crowd below and then continued speaking. Are you sure the one caught in the trap is me? Satli's group immediately tensed up and turned back to Lufam in anger, asking what he meant, clearly recognizing his feigned act. Lufam's display of power couldn't change the outcome of their defeat. A burst of dust and dirt flew everywhere as Satli and his group shouted from atop a towering, shattered demon, saying when had he ever summoned these monsters? From the demon realm. Lufam heard this and chuckled softly, saying your thoughts have long been seen through by me. My pretending to fall into a trap was just a ploy to distract you. Satli, hearing that, was furious and pointed at the ultra-thin TV screen towards Lufam, shouting in anger. Do you think you can defeat us just with these puppets? Lufam and Havai Thi She Dap. Duong, Nien, La Kong. Then he looked at them with a contemptuous smile and said, just a few. The people on the other side are in chaos. Kim Thon Han stammered and shouted, 9. Satli was just as surprised, thinking to himself how he could do all this in such a short time. He was stunned, putting all the demonic creatures into his bag. And Lufam naturally asked, so who do you think will win now? Satli tries to pour energy into his weapon with disdain. But no matter how many puppets of hell you summon, even with divine protection, you cannot defeat us. The Holy Mountain No. This awakening boosts everyone's divine power by 100% for 60 seconds. At this moment, Vo Tong Thien and Kim Thon Han shouted together with thunderous roars. One person uses the heavenly punishment flame, unleashing divine fire that causes 500% damage to the opponent. 10 seconds of burning divine pain. With the demon spirit Liam Ma slash, releasing a spinning wind blade at high speed. That yellow glow, just a sword, also starts rushing to attack. Facing the giant fireball in front of it, Votang is proud. Through purification and enhancement, we have long surpassed the old ways. The jade power has now become a permanent fake jade stream, and Lufam looks down on it, thinking knowing a little is enough compared to my devotion. It's still far behind. Bloodline of the jade stream doubles the effect of all skills. Lufam shouted now. Jade blessing. Macbac's decree. Help increase the light jade today, doubling the number of layers. Blessing, Yada, Dragon Energy Shade, and Luminous Jade are now used to boost attack power, causing the monsters to roar in fury. They all seem like they've been injected with a drug, turning their hostility into aggression as they charge into battle. This awakening boosts everyone's divine power by 100% for 60 seconds. At this moment, Vo Tong Thien and Kim Thon Han shouted together with thunderous roars. She used the powerful attack to bite into Shakli's projection's head, then rapidly lunged forward to cause severe bleeding to the target. He was extremely shocked when he saw this. How could it be? Even the Holy Mountain projection's enhancement couldn't make him win. A single red eye with a black pupil appeared in the sky along with some streaks of light. Lufam then quietly whispered to Shakli, opened his eyes wide, and looked up, and there was something even more exciting to come. You stand above creating a technique like a giant dragon sphere, only activating a 100-meter diameter dragon domain, boosting the dragon race's power in return. Kim Thon Han was so amazed he couldn't hold back. This is a domain. Shakli was also surprised. No way. A level 30+ class changer shouldn't be able to use a domain. But Shakli quickly regained his composure and asked, so what if I have a domain? He used the heavenly punishment technique and exclaimed, let me tear apart this illusion. The move was unleashed with Shakli's arrogant voice. To make you all realize the gap between us, Lufam still stood calmly. A giant eagle quickly swooped in to attack again. Shackley couldn't hide his surprise. His attack power had increased by 300%. Yet he was still shattered. Why? The heavenly roar of the martial arts master echoes. My attack power has weakened. Kim Thon Han is surprised. I have lost the connection to summoning beasts. Shackley gradually realizes that not only are we weakened, but these monsters are also stronger. This domain reduces the enemy's attributes and boosts our own. The two of them can only scream and chase away the monsters. Lufam flies high in the sky, glancing disdainfully at them below, as if they are already doomed. A sudden burst of bright light appeared to push back the monsters. And Shackley, holding a golden feather, Sai-hid, originally intending to save your life. Surrounding him are shimmering golden energy streams. Shackley shouted, giving you a chance to be like me, serving the ancient god of the Green Mountain. But you really find it hard to control. His Thon Sun image has recovered and grown stronger. Shackley sighed and thought that if so, I might as well make you my Thon Sun puppet after death. The ground, overwhelmed by the powerful attack, suddenly shattered into large pieces. That force was the power of the ancient god of the mountain, releasing endless green light to intensify the assault on the enemy. Thon Min couldn't hide his surprise. Han Lao. Lufam, could it be? Han Fibok also remained silent. Now that Shackley was truly shocked, he knelt down on the ground. All three of his people, Kim Thon Han and Vo Tong Thien, couldn't believe it and shouted out, impossible. Xiao Da has created an eternal barrier to protect Lufam and shouted out the divine flow of the green dragon. All healing skill effects increased by 5,000%. Shackley was stunned. How could someone escape from a strike of the ancient divine star essence? Lufam calmly raised his sword and sighed. It seems this was his final strike. Now it's my turn. Xiao Da shouted loudly and released his aura, causing the Hatlong to unleash his aura towards the surrounding targets, creating blind fear among all enemies within a large radius. Those people just keep shouting, stop my ears, stop quickly, stop now. Kim Cheng Han reached out to Wei Tong Tian and sighed, hurry up and make a contract with me in case he kills him and he can still be resurrected. But before he could do anything, a sharp pain cut through Vo Tong Thien's body. Lufam gently retracted his sword and hesitated. Unfortunately, this time, Kim Thon Han stared blankly as Vo Tong Thien fell to the ground. And then Lufam's voice echoed, you probably can't come back to life anymore. He sighed softly. It's over. I really can't sense Vo Tong Thien anymore. The city guard was going crazy, glaring at his own hands, shouting why he couldn't establish a bond with the summoning beast. Then suddenly someone grabbed his wrist. It's a corpse. And his condition isn't much better than Thon Han's. If he signs a contract with me, I absolutely can't Dihira. Hearing his unreasonable request echo in my ears, Thon Han broke out in cold sweat. Trembling. No. Oh no. Seeing the two people here trembling and clutching their hands, Lufam, feeling annoyed, swung his sword to cut across and told him it was useless, because now he simply couldn't save you anymore. He arrogantly looked at the two and declared that except for me, no one entering the Dragon Abyss could use the spirit contract technique. No spirit contract beasts. He couldn't form a blood contract with you. And the status of Lufam also appeared, with an additional 776 points of affinity. Watching your proud posture, Shackley muttered Lufam's name through clenched teeth before meeting his gaze. He never thought he would be pushed into a situation like this. Both of them, servants of the ancient god. Why is he so powerful? Determined to risk everything. Shackley gathered energy in his palm and stared fiercely at Lufam. This was originally prepared for you, but unfortunately your eyes are clouded and cannot distinguish true divine grace. The young master was so frightened he pitied me, granting me strength to replace contempt with crime. As he finished speaking, the surrounding chaos erupted fiercely. But this is reality, not a superhero cartoon waiting for a transformation. Lufam swiftly delivered a decisive blow. Do you think I'm an idiot? Giving you time to prepare. He blindly rushed to counter your attack without any defense, dealing him a fatal wound. After a long scream, Shackley finally collapsed, and the anger surrounding him gathered into a silver stone. That stone quickly shot up into the sky. Lufam glanced after it. I immediately spread my wings. Is this abandoning my loyal servant and fleeing alone even with my skills? I can't escape. He never thought he would be pushed into a situation like this. Both of them, servants of the ancient god. Why is he so powerful? The young master was so frightened he pitied me, granting me strength to replace contempt with crime. As he finished speaking, the surrounding chaos erupted fiercely. But this is reality, not a superhero cartoon waiting for a transformation. Lufam swiftly delivered a decisive blow. Do you think I'm an idiot? Giving you time to prepare. They all ended up dead. and the representative of Long Country only needed to use his own strength to take out the three strongest. In the meeting room, Shang Ming was also stunned by the announced result, then turned to look at Elder Bach and stammered, "Elder Bach. Here. Someone who leans on others' belongings. Like you still wants to escape." As soon as he finished speaking, Lufam spread his wings and soared into the sky. Chasing fiercely, looking at the target ahead, he smiled softly. After waiting so long, he finally waited for a complete holy mountain essence. After leaving the meeting room, he punched the wall hard, realizing they had all been killed, and he wondered how he would report this to Kim Ra. Kim Cheng-han is the only hope for Kim Ra's future. But for this national trial, Tai Tai used the strength of the entire country, and now they are announced out. And then what was destined to happen finally came to pass. The surroundings of Tai An suddenly turned into darkness, and tentacles reached out to seize him. Seeing the distorted space before his eyes, Tai, and desperately called out, "Master! Master!" A mysterious masked man appears. "My son really is dead." That voice echoes in Tai'an, like a call from the Grim Reaper, causing him to tremble with fear and collapse to his knees. Powerless subordinate, willing to accept punishment, the representative of Long Country is too powerful. Despite my repeated efforts to stop him, I couldn't eliminate him. Even the elites of the Spirit Realm Nation and the martial experts of Hoa Country have all fallen by his hand. As the whip on his neck tightened more and more, Tai An was filled with terror. No wonder I suddenly felt afraid earlier. That mysterious man reached out and grabbed the hood. When he lowered it, it was Kim Than Han's father. Just as I thought, Tai An, standing behind. Couldn't believe it either, muttering to himself, "How could this be?" Tai'an's trembling state made Bak Lao, who softly, the more he ranted, the more furious he became. "But you told me that the representative of Long Country is too powerful." The atmosphere gradually eased. And at An, struggling to hold the beast on his neck, "I beg you to give me one more chance." Kim Than Han's father reluctantly let him fall from above. He ordered fiercely that he absolutely could not let him survive and leave Tai to Quok. "After the national trial, you must think of every way to keep him here. My 4 friends and I will make sure he disappears, just like slaughtering sheep under the demon." Then he stepped into the space portal and vanished with 4 others. At An's dense forest, cold sweat soaked through his clothes. He replied, "Yes." At the same time, Lufam also caught the sacred mountain essence, holding the stone up to examine it. Having killed 3 people and only obtained 1 piece of stone, the effectiveness of the consumed item remains uncertain. Looking behind him, Lufam was curious about what the demon dragon would become after eating it. Thinking quickly, he smirked and said, "Let me broaden my horizons a bit." He immediately threw the stone up to see the power of the sacred mountain essence. The corrupted demon dragon opened its mouth to swallow the stone and absorb it. Immediately, golden rays of light emanated from their bodies. The heavens and earth trembled as the 2 demonic dragons began to evolve. Little Pai, in her eternal form, spread her wide wings to protect Lufam, preventing the falling debris. She looked up in amazement as the 2 demonic dragons, once black, were now enveloped in a shimmering golden aura. In the National Trial Secret Realm, within the volcanic magma mountain range of the Dragon Domain, if someone else were here, they would see 2 pairs of large wings soaring in the sky. Luke Pham looked up at the notification, having gained 2 new skills, the Sacred Chiman and the Sacred Broad Spectrum Battle. He thought to himself, the second evolution of the demonic abyssal dragon has already acquired 2 new skills. After reading the information displayed by the system about the demon dragon, the sacred space, and the bloodline of the demon dragon, Lufan considered that the sacred space of the sacred space could utilize the energy of the sacred mountain to increase the main attribute by 30 and could continue to recover vitality. Although the full recovery effect can't compare to the little pith, this 30% level up is enough to boost the drowsy puppet army of the fallen demon to a higher level, easily conquering a small country. And with this sacred chasm of Chimon, I am extremely satisfied. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up at the sky. The demonic holy dragon, unsure if it had absorbed the essence of other ancient gods, it could still evolve further. Luke Fam's eyes gleamed as he watched the 2 of them fly away. He was increasingly eager to see what the final form of the twin demon dragons would look like. While lost in thought, the system suddenly displayed a notification reminding that the national trial vote had been proposed and concluded, "Who? Has the vote already ended? 6 people are still alive. Andrea has also agreed. And Senza no longer wants to fight me." Seeing the system screen showing Luke Fam's information, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ya also transformed into human forms and looked inside. "Wow. What does it say up there? Maybe we can go home now." Lufam nodded and pressed the button. Then it's time to end the fight. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up at the sky. The demonic holy dragon, unsure if it had absorbed the essence of other ancient gods, it could still evolve further. Lufam's eyes gleamed as he watched the two of them fly away. He was increasingly eager to see what the final form of the twin demon dragons would look like. The system sound immediately rang out, indicating that more than half of the survivors had agreed. And with the vote, the national trial officially ended. The reward corresponding to the current points of the representatives has been sent. The super-secret realm can attract 23 countries to participate. What is the ultimate reward for the top contender? The lock clicks open, revealing the item inside. And Lufam is stunned when he sees what's inside. This is... Seeing the black belt decorated with flowing gold patterns, he was overjoyed. It's a set of 5 items. Level 90. With legendary quality. It's not just an item that can activate the full set bonus. This belt can also carry its own skill, transforming the wearer into the Golden Dragon King. When you have 5 sets, it grants 3 skills. And if other sets carry skills themselves, you can fully adopt the fighting style of the Liatlong Warrior. Looking at the impressive stats of the legendary quality Liatlong Warrior, strength, agility, spirit, and durability are significantly increased when equipped. And additionally, the Thon Kim Long can resist attacks and minimize damage. Lufam smiled broadly and quickly checked the other items, including the level 40 Restoration Magic Long Language skill he could now learn. With this skill, I don't need to learn various dragon language magic. Just recreating the dragon worship skill allows me to easily activate the dragon language resonance with the dragon worship. Moving on to the final item. I feel a bit disappointed. This last reward looks like a luck expansion bag, but its effect is to randomly grant 3 rare quality scrolls after use. The system notification of receiving a new item rang in his ears. Lufam smirked and thought, not bad. The world dungeon rewards are still worth playing. Taite Kwok really has talented people. Seeing him holding the expanded bag with the scrolls, Little Ya and Little Thui also leaned in curiously. No matter what, he wished himself good luck. The 3 items he randomly pulled out quickly appeared, sequentially summoning 10 expansion scrolls of the Lan V. Epic Quality. Upgrade Grade Submagic. Epic Quality. Removal Grade Submagic. Epic Quality. Oh my god. These 3 scrolls are really hard to find even at the Heavenly Flower auction house. He happily stored these 3 scrolls away, and the 10 expansion scrolls of Lan Vi came just in time, finally allowing the blue dragon to bloom before the 3rd transformation. The level to remove just happens to be compatible with this belt, so you don't need to wait until level 90 to gain the power of the Golden Dragon King. Thinking this, I immediately took out the other 2 items and combined them, using the demonic essence and the level removal scroll. A new item information panel for the Liatlong Warrior's artifact appears, with the level requirement reset from 90 back to 0. He pulls out his sword, gives it a twist, and it can upgrade its quality to level 1, reaching the highest possible legendary quality. I'm very curious about how much the legend can level up. The decision depends on upgrading the weapon, using the demon auxiliary and the leveling scroll to enhance quality. Liu Huatin Sword, with its legendary quality plus, jumped from level 30 to 40. And other stats also increased significantly. Holding the 2 upgraded equipment, he closed his eyes and felt that these 2 items truly allowed his strength to increase by 1 level. The strength of the Dragon Tamer skill has increased by 1 level, and this top-quality belt grants me the ability of the Dragon Warrior. Lufam's eyes, which had been closed, now opened, and a dragon appeared in his pupils. The system sound also rang out, indicating the effect had been activated, unlocking the remaining bloodline restrictions, transforming into the Golden Dragon King. His strength, speed, and agility all increased to level 50, with a 200-fold transformation during the change, but he couldn't enter the riding state. After achieving his goal, Lufam entered the portal to leave the secret realm and arrived at the Golden Jade City of Tai Te Kingdom. At the National Trial Arena, as soon as he stepped out, the rallying cry and the loud voice of the young master hit his ears, and Lufam, the representative of Long Country, returned victorious. From the stands, the mixed sounds of boos and cheers made his brow furrow. The representative of Long Country has come out. Please allow me to sign. Lufam of Long Nation. Give back the prince to me, hoo-hoo. Mr. Lu, how do you feel about killing 3 people in a row today? The people of Long Country quickly appeared to disperse the chaos, with Shengming leading the way to clear the crowd. Please give way. Lufam is not accepting interviews at the moment. Old Bok Fi saw your face and smiled with his eyes, then reached out to stroke his long beard and laughed heartily. Our hero from Long Country has returned victorious. Vice Principal Chu, Old man ha. I'm back. And you nod slightly as a greeting. Baibok immediately reaches out to hold your hand. Congratulations on obtaining this year's national thesis list. Previously, you just needed to be in the top 3. I never expected you to surprise us so much. Taming, standing behind Lao, also agreed. Luke Pham. Lo Phi Bok has protected you and your performance over the past half-month has been outstanding. Not only first place but also with an absolute advantage. Feeling the coldness in my palms, I stopped my fierce glare. Tin Thang upgraded you to silver badge. And now I am absolutely sure you deserve it. Hearing the old man's words, I recall the silver badge. I remember the battle signal my squadron once mentioned. There are a total of 8 people with the gold insignia, including the complete military merit. The old regiment with the silver insignia can only be team leaders, and the silver insignia is for those who have advanced. The gold insignia, our self-declared squad only has 8 people with gold insignia, and the Great Master is not in the military camp. These 8 people are all... That's right, old Phi Bok chuckled happily and said from now on, you will be the 9th person and the youngest to hold the golden badge. With this badge, you will gain status. And in Long Country, there are 3 elders and top-tier experts above you. Luke Pham also added that the golden badge here in Long Country is equivalent to the national hero status in Tai Tai Country, highly valued by the Su Tu Don and Han Lao. And with the support of these 2 key figures, his rise is rapid. Feeling a bit shy, Luke Pham scratched his head and said, I thank Han Lao for his recognition. This year's national trial ends here. Luke Pham stepped onto the stage to announce, congratulating the representative who survived the secret realm, then proceeded to reveal the results of this national trial. The champion of this year's trial is Luke Pham from Long Nation, with 8,094 points, accounting for 91.8% of the total. The second place goes to Andrea from Snow Country, with 725,629 points, accounting for 6% of the total score. Third place is Chan Hoa Country, with Ntong announcing the results, and Lao Phi Bok couldn't stop laughing. Who would have thought that not only did they win first place in the competition, but they also took over 90% of the total points. Indeed, it's just a matter of checking the aftermath. Elder Han is too exhausted, and this result aligns with my own expectations. Hearing your confident reply, I no longer want to linger in this noisy place. Well then, I am tired. We can't stand any longer. Let's go back to rest first. You all should rest early too. And old Han, take your time. Suddenly remembering something, Mr. Huang added, that's right. Tomorrow we can return to Long Country. Tomorrow morning there will be a national level reward that the 3 elders specially prepared for you. Don't forget it. Haha. Hearing the old man's angry gaze, you feel a bit stunned. Then look at Min. The 3 elders, the national level reward. I didn't expect he and you both to be so surprised. Lufam? Lufam. This time you've hit the jackpot. In the hotel lobby, Lufam held up the golden military merit badge from the self-defense team. Admiring it, number 9 of the golden badges, you lean back on the soft mattress, crossing your legs proudly. And from today on, your position is only second to the senior. According to what the vice principal said, you could even make the dean bow and admit his mistake in front of you. The golden badge truly is formidable. Thinking of this, you become even more excited and suddenly sit up, temporarily putting away the golden badge, because the important part is coming next. I've waited too long for this. You raise your hand, and a scroll immediately appears. Tomorrow morning there will be a national level reward that the 3 elders specially prepared for you. Don't forget it. Haha. Hearing the old man's angry gaze, you feel a bit stunned. Then look at Min. The 3 elders, the national level reward. I didn't expect he and you both to be so surprised. Lufam? Lufam. This time you've hit the jackpot. In the hotel lobby, Lufam held up the golden military merit badge from the self-defense team. Admiring it, number 9 of the golden badges, the system sound rings out, confirming the use of the 10-spell transmission to spread the summoning. At last, the blue dragon certificate can be unlocked. The golden light dissipates. Replaced by the appearance of the egg on the floor, a sudden bolt of lightning disperses, causing you and the 3 mini-dragons to step back. It is a level 1 blue dragon with skills including Thunder Roar, Divine Tribulation, Lightning Source, and Blue Dragon Dominance. You lean back on the soft mattress, crossing your legs proudly. And from today on, your position is only second to the senior. According to what the vice principal said, you could even make the dean bow and admit his mistake in front of you. The golden badge truly is formidable. Lufam cheerfully exclaimed. Fantastic at last. We have a little tornado. Wow. Little Dai and Little Thui are also very excited about the new member. And Liensap approaching makes the little dragon nervous. I look at it and think that the giant dragon's future form will definitely be very beautiful. I should give the person a name. Call them Servant. Hearing this name, the little dragon immediately roared a few times. It seems to like this name, so from now on we'll call the person a Bak. But it seems our Lufam has misunderstood its intention. A Bak angrily flew up and bit your finger painfully. It was so excited that it howled loudly. And thanks to the little bat and the little flower pressing against its feet, you breathe a sigh of relief. This a Bak must be seriously sick if it bites anyone it meets. Your spirit is unruly. And now there's another a Bak. I'm a bit scared. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Lufam. Congratulations on sending today's treasure map. You gape in shock. Isn't this the divine level treasure map you've been searching for all along? At the same time, on the western border of Long Country, the Deep family estate, beautiful sister sat alone, happily laughing while looking at her iPad, reporting the news that this year's national trial was won by Lufam, the representative of Long Country. I knew Lufam wouldn't have any problems. With the weapon I gave him, no matter how skilled he is, it's all just minor issues. As she was speaking, a sudden fit of coughing came over her, and she coughed violently. When she looked down at her hand, there was already blood on it. A thin line of blood dripped from the corner of her mouth as she gazed into the distance with a sad look in her eyes. The royal family's methods are actually quite cruel. Outside the pavilion, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded. Miss Deep, something's wrong. The people from the royal family are here again. Upon hearing the servant's report, she quickly wiped the blood from her hand with a cloth, extremely dissatisfied. Again, are they here to do something? They are still here for Van Thuy Sun. She angrily clenched the cloth in her hand. Van Thuy Sun has been part of the Diep family for nearly 100 years. The royal family keeps coming back to seize power, clearly just looking for an excuse to take over the Deep family. The servant replied, they took advantage of the fact that our Deep family is in chaos, seizing too many resources, and now they're using old debts to threaten us without letting go. I take a deep breath. Stand up. After all, we are a noble family from the western regions. Yet they do such things. And what about Long family? Have they sent any news back all this time? The Long family still hasn't responded. And hearing that, the beautiful lady slammed her hand on the table in anger. Ungrateful bunch. All of them ungrateful. Overcome with emotion, her suppressed cough returned, each cough of blood forcing its way up her throat, frightening her servant Hoang, and reminding Miss Deep to take care of her health. It's okay. Take me to meet the people of the royal family. I want to open my eyes and see how shameless they can really be. At the same time, under the violet sunset sky, Lufang sat on the plane updating news. Having chosen to die in the distant sea, with a secret realm level of over 70, nightmare difficulty, limited to more than 5 people, Lufang clenched his fist and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The national level reward given by Han Lao came just in time. Remember earlier, at Kim Nok City International Airport in Tai To Quoc, 460 resurrection secret realms with 10 selections each. Luke Pham thought he had heard wrong and looked back at the old man in white. Ha ha ha. Of course, this is a national level reward. This level 460 secret realm is the highest level found in Long Country worldwide. Usually those who offer high prices can't get it. Do you need any of them? Luke Pham chuckled. Although they are all secret realms above level 60, for him, there's basically nothing to level up, which was a bit disappointing. Suddenly, turning to the next page, Lu Fang paused. Wait a minute. This is the status. Still not chosen. The Death Abyss. A secret realm level 70+. The Death Abyss is the location of the divine level treasure map I just obtained last night. Seeing you linger in this secret realm for so long, old Feebok immediately said, You found what you wanted. Huh, old man. I want this Death Abyss. The rest I don't need. Hearing this, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Very perceptive. But the madness realm of this secret realm, after I return, I will let the vice principal send someone to scout and build a teleportation point for you. That would be perfect. You're very polite. Thank you, Elder Han. I just need to go back to Long Country a bit later because I have a prior appointment with Andrea, and it's hard to refuse at his place. Haha. It's fine. I will return first. And the rest I will also let the vice principal choose a few high-level secret realms for you. Lost in memory. Suddenly a hand placed on your shoulder, Taming. He joked and told you that it's time to get off the plane. You smiled and looked out the window. A forced smile appeared on his face as he saw the crowd outside. Yeah, it's lively indeed. On the way to the airport, Lu Fang stepped down the stairs. Immediately, cheers and congratulations rang out, warmly welcoming the representative of Long Guo. Luke Pham wins. Handsome Lu Pham, cheers. Oh me god. Just wait and see his face as he laughs. Zhang Lu Pham look uncomfortable. Thang Min quickly stepped in to help. I guess he's not used to these kinds of scenes. Maybe I should take you back to school. Vice-principal. Stop joking with me, and take me home already. Half an hour later, at Longdu Academy, Luke Pham let out a sigh of relief. Finally, at peace. Returning to the familiar school garden. This situation will definitely last for about 10 days to half a month. Thang Min walks beside you offering advice, telling you to rest well and not go to school for now. Once the teleportation gate of the Death Sea is built, I will come to get you. Little Pham. Suddenly a gentle voice called your name. Lu Pham looked up. It was Han Ka. Your aunt. Behind her, Tan Thu, Tu Man and Jian Ying with a watermelon greeted you. Lu Pham, you're finally back. Welcome home. Seeing this scene, Lu Pham hesitated and blushed. Why are you all doing this too? Han Ka was so happy he was crying. Xiao Fun. You really made your aunt worried. She watches live streams every day. So many people want to kill you. All right. Little aunt, aren't you safe now that you're back? Then you hurriedly comforted her, seeing how much your aunt cares about you. At this moment, you finally relaxed completely. Knowing you're home, after handing over 4 matters to you, the vice principal also returned to his routines eating, sleeping, caring for pets, staying with close friends' families. Life is just perfect. Sitting at the dining table, Lu Pham was asked by everyone about the delay in the chief's announcement, and there were no problems. Right, no. Familiar with a disciple from Tu Yet Kwok. Before leaving, he invited me to a banquet. Xiao Pham has become unruly. He's already started drinking. Tan Thu listened to Hang Ka. Dan teach Luke Pham, who chuckled, saying, Han, you're worrying too much. Actually, the little one doesn't agree. Doesn't worry. Everyone from Tu Yet Kwok drinks to that point, watching the peaceful scene of eating and drinking, and they can enjoy the food cooked by someone small. The fatigue from the journey is gone without a trace. He gently glanced through the window, not knowing how the senior sister is doing now, or if he has already ranked first. The scene was starting to darken, and from the towering skyscraper, he wondered if everything he said was true. Exactly. The detective at Kim Jok City Airport knows that Lu Pham will go to the Death Desolate Sea secret realm. The man leans on the table. The Death Desolate Sea is the sacred forest boundary area between our country and Long Country. I have ordered the Divine Army and the 6 Divine Armies to be stationed there. What did you say? Deploy 2 of the 3 great king's armies of Tai Tai Kwok. Is this a bit excessive? Kim Thon Han's father interrupted him. Excessive what? He immediately shot out a tentacle to grab Tian's neck. The guy, terrified, dared not speak further and quickly agreed. Yes, sire. If there is none, my subordinate will obey the order. My father Kim Then Han heard what he wanted and let me go. Revenge for my son. Using the strength of the entire country is not too much. Yes. That's right. He believes that the anger has risen, so that the Legion can destroy the secret realm. I want the 4 heroes to join forces and kill Luke Pham. And a few days later, the entrance to the Death Sea dungeon at the border between Long Kingdom and Tai Tai Kingdom, the Bone Forest, and the Portal of Destruction were all equipped with strict guards. A foot sticks out from the gate. It's Luke Pham's team. Tumong excitedly looks around and shouts, I really can't believe that one day I would become the first to challenge a national-level dungeon. That's so impressive. If I weren't Luke Pham's classmate, we wouldn't have a chance at all. I wonder if there's any suitable material here for cooking. Unlike the 4 girls who are happily lost in their own thoughts, he remains vigilant around him, and soon he will see his 5th dragon. His gaze shifts to a familiar flag. Filled with suspicion, how could the Tai Tai Kingdom be here? Suddenly, a voice from behind explained Luke Pham's confusion, saying that, since we started building the teleportation array here, they had already begun sending people to the border. But the number is small, so there's no need to worry too much. Everyone turned around at once. Oh, it's Teacher Ko. Why are you here? The old teacher patted Lu Pham on the shoulder and said, no need to be tense. The school is worried something might happen. Tell me to help everyone. If anyone here encounters any problem at any time, they can find me. Xiao Ming pouted at that, truly furious. Is this the privilege of top students? Please speak a little keter. The old teacher smiled. Follow me. I will take everyone to the entrance of the copy mission. Everyone hurriedly followed one after another. They stopped at the entrance, and the old teacher turned to look at you. Now it's your turn to enjoy the rewards. Lufam, you smile and nod. Entering the death trap of the phantom copy in the morning, just started and already faced obstacles. Who would have thought there would be a protector in this phantom copy? Little Ming stood behind her and boldly stepped forward. No need for you to intervene. We will handle this monster. Are you sure? Lufam glanced at the information panel of the monster that appeared. A skull and bone of a warlord. Elite level. Level 65. With the skill Bone Cutter Slash, Xiaoming and Tan Yu confidently stepped forward. But don't think that only you have improved in these 2 months. Just look. Immediately, Xiaoming used Water Split, forcing her to draw 4 water chains to lock onto the target and strike. The sword shadow also swiftly teleported behind the small skull of the Tu Tongue, unleashing a stream of water sword energy to freeze it in place. Tanthu refused to fall behind. Activating her spirit soul annihilation, a beam of light shot out from the scepter, directly hitting the skull of Xiao Tung's, causing it to burn every second. With the damage effect lasting due to the light attribute, watching the 3 girls work together seamlessly, Lufam couldn't help but praise. Launching a continuous attack, excellent. Everyone knows the gap with the skull is widening. Everyone wants to level up their strength without burdening it. So for the past 2 months, the kids have been training harder every day. After finishing the target, the 3 girls ran over to show off to him. So how about it? Are we perfectly coordinated? We have the ability to fight side by side with you, and will definitely not become a burden to you. Lufam nods. Everyone is now very powerful. Being able to kill level 65 monsters at level 30 without a scratch in Longdu Academy is top tier. As he laughs and jokes, suddenly his eyes narrow sharply. He shouted twice to be careful. Then Lufam drew the Min Sa Sa arrow from its sheath without pulling the bow and shot 12 magic arrows. All the arrows grazed Xiaoman's shoulder and flew straight at the figure behind her, making her flinch. And Lufam quickly defeated the small skulls and tiny tongues with a single attack. Seeing his abilities, the girls all gasped. In an instant destroying 8 of the enemy monsters, this is the gap between us. He lowered his bow, smirking. I can't let them hurt the important people to me. You're still smiling. Huh, it seems like just now the girls made you laugh. Hanka, noticing the awkward atmosphere, changed the subject. Right. Little fam, where are your dragons? Let them out so you can level up together. Talking about dragons. You chuckled and scratched your head. Well, actually I just got a new dragon recently, but its temper isn't very good. Hearing this, the girls were stunned. No way. You already have 4 dragons now, with a creature by your side. You're not afraid of anything at all. So call out your new friend, so we can see it. When everyone urged him, Lufam reluctantly called it out. Oh well, if Abak really wants to do this, at worst, just call it back afterward. When Abak reappeared, lightning continuously struck from the sky, causing the girls to dodge left and right in fear. Xiaoming stared in amazement at the new dragon, wondering if every time it appeared, it would cause such a storm. Even the sword shadow nodded in agreement. The magic energy was truly powerful. Lufam looked at Abak's impressive appearance, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Can't we be a little modest? Abak. Just after appearing, Abak had already used a thunderous roar, and a huge lightning bolt shot down from its area, creating a storm that paralyzed the little skulls. Feeling the electric current run through his body, Lufam looked up at it. Could this be the Lam Long Vuong? Screaming, Lufam shouted loudly, ruthlessly commanding Abak's containment skill to strike the monsters, unleashing a lightning assault forward. The long language resonance was formed, boosting the power of the long language magic by 100% for the Dragon Rider and Dragon Shield, destroying the monsters completely. The containment spell ended, and the system sound immediately rang out. The blue line upgraded to level 2. Indeed, Abak's skill is the roar of the Lam Long Vuong, and using it can activate the long language resonance. Because the previous containment spell was too powerful, all the surrounding monsters were destroyed, and the steady system voice also sounded, revealing the map fragment of Bao Quan's retreat route. The dungeon quest is to collect map fragments and assemble the retreat route map to find the Bao Quan's treasure, with a current progress of 1 out of 500. Looking at the map fragment in Lufam's hand, Hanka curiously asked again. So the quest is for us to find Bao Quan's treasure, the retreat route map fragment. Right. At the same time, under the violet sunset sky, Lufang sat on the plane updating news. Having chosen to die in the distant sea, with a secret realm level of over 70, nightmare difficulty, limited to more than 5 people, Lufang clenched his fist and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The national level reward given by Han Lao came just in time. Xiao Man excitedly swung her sword and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's flatten this desert together." Lufam was at a loss for words. He didn't know what else to say, so he had to first remind her to stay calm. Everything around is just sand. No one knows what might be beneath. And it's easy to fall into traps. Yes. Of course. I'll find someone to scout ahead first. Xiao Pai spreads his wings and soars high, naturally transforming into a twin-headed demonic dragon, with a level equal to that of its user. The demonic dragon, level 35, has the skill of Dragon Breath, which unleashes a breath of wind at the target, dealing magical damage. If the target is killed by this breath, it will resurrect as a puppet demon dragon. In the midst of the fight for pleasure, the demon dragon launches an attack. It transforms into a demonic aura surrounding itself, suddenly rushes quickly toward the target, deals damage while removing 99% of incoming damage, and definitely reflects all received skill effects. The holy light shines. The demon dragon unleashes the power of the sacred mountain, creating a holy aura that increases allies' main attributes by 30% within a 100-meter radius, restoring 1% of maximum health every second. Yes. Of course. I'll find someone to scout ahead first. The containment spell ended, and the system sound immediately rang out. The blue line upgraded to level 2. Indeed, a box skill is the roar of the Lam Long Vuong, and using it can activate the long language resonance. Because the previous containment spell was too powerful, all the surrounding monsters were destroyed, and the steady system voice also sounded, revealing the map fragment of Bao Quan's retreat route, the Holy Light Gate. The demon dragon unleashes the power of the sacred mountain to open a holy light portal, moving itself and all the demon puppets to the target location. This skill has no restrictions on distance, area, formation, dimension, forbidden dragon runes, unlocking demon dragon runes, and the Ma Long Breath will be replaced by demon dragon runes. Level 75. Divine Evening. With each earth demon nearby, increases the defense of all demons by 25%, from death to life. Each non-lethal damage received increases defense by 25%. Hopeless. Each damage from earth demons causes an additional 1 to 2 damage, with extra damage depending on current defense. Xiao Mai and everyone else stood aside watching, and the sight of thousands of heavenly demon vials suddenly appearing in view made her scream in shock. This isn't a dream. Right, he managed to bring those puppets out of the instance. Tan Thu, holding the scepter, stepped back. She stammered and said, "It feels so scary." Even the sword image was surprised. She asked curiously, "How did you do that?" Xiao Pai landed next to Lu Feng. Then he turned to explain to everyone that the Holy Dragon Demon can open the Holy Light Gate. Xiao Mai and everyone else stood aside watching, and the sight of thousands of heavenly demon vials suddenly appearing in view made her scream in shock. This isn't a dream. Right, he managed to bring those puppets out of the instance. Tan Thu, holding the scepter, stepped back. So, with such a useful subordinate, how could I let it go? The sword shadow glanced over and said, "In other words, collecting 500 map fragments can be assembled into Bao Quan's retreat map and lead to the treasure." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. 500 fragments. That's a lot. Luke Pham frowned as he looked at the notification board. Han Ka and Tan Thu also leaned in to look. The dungeon quest. Collecting map fragments, assembling them into Bao Quan's retreat map, and finding Bao Quan's treasure. Current progress 1 out of 500. Luke Pham squinted and said, "Let them go ahead with the clearing mission." The scene shifts to Luke Pham's group being led smoothly by the Kudoi Ma into the depths, encountering many elite monsters and chaos along the way. Just like now, the Dry Fog Warrior is fighting the Heavenly Demon Soldier, a level 65 elite monster with 260 experience points. Wielding the Mingcot Tram Blade, the Fog Warrior swings his giant sword, unleashing deadly energy that deals 150% physical damage and causes corrosion effects. Behind the dry corpse there is a giant desert spider, and they boldly bite and sweep through Luke Pham's Pathfinder team. The desert spider clamps a heavenly demon soldier with its mouth and lifts it up, dozens of eyes on its head blinking constantly. The desert spider, level 70, elite monster, experience points 11, 750, poisonous spines attack. The desert spider leaps forward at super speed, stabbing its sharp poisonous spines into the enemy. It deals physical damage equal to 120% of attack power and causes a continuous poison effect, making the enemy lose 30% of their health per second for the next 5 seconds. At this moment, the Boundary Demon Lion arrives, leaps high into the air as the whirlwinds swirl around it. The Boundary Demon Lion opens its mouth wide, roars loudly, and strikes the ground with its hammer, causing the dry fog minions to be knocked off the ground. A lightning bolt streaks across the sky and strikes down, hitting the desert spider and the dry skeletons without them noticing. Abauhuars, howling as lightning surrounds it, unleashing a barrage of lightning bolts and thunder towards the target area. A lightning strike crashed down, forming a storm zone that unleashes a massive amount of lightning, injuring enemies inside and causing them to enter a state of numbness. Even the most elite monsters cannot withstand this colossal lightning. They scream in pain, groaning continuously. The witness's lips twitched in disbelief, unable to believe that I was still happy with the results of my 2 months of training. Others can easily clear dungeons, but I can't survive in this world anymore. And Jianying said nothing more. After the fog and desert spiders were eliminated, a large sun appeared on the ground, and Lufam approached to examine it. Congratulations, host. The coordinates here match the coordinates of the divine-level treasure map. Successfully using the treasure map, you are a bit surprised when you take out the first item. It's not a dragon egg after all. The Will of the Liatlong Warrior. Level requirement. Level 90. Class requirement. Blood Dragon Warrior. Fierce Dragon Warrior. Dragon Tamer. Agility plus 843. Spirit plus 3,187. Strength plus 1,081. Endurance plus 1,248. The Golden Body. Active skill. Turns the whole body into gold plating. Immune to all damage. Unable to move. Attacking. Releasing the skill with the longest duration of up to 3 minutes, and the duration can be extended to break free from the effects of the golden body at any time. Set effect. 1 out of 5. Unlock the remaining bloodline power. Transform into the Golden Dragon King. Speed. Agility. Mental upgrade. Level 50. Level cap increased to 200. Cannot mount while transformed into the Golden Dragon King. Level 5. Completely unlocks the remaining bloodline power, allowing the Kim Dragon King to gain the dual wings of destiny and boiling blood skills during transformation. Lufam's eyes lit up, instinctively reaching out. This is the next item to be taken out, he thought with a smile. Perfect. No need to level up. Just pull it out and fight. The map to craft the Longvuong's Haunting Contract, a legendary rare item. It can be used to recreate a special item, the Haunting Contract of the Longvuong. The contract can summon the Shadow Dragon King, with the Black Blade fighting for itself, lasting for 1 hour. It can be used 3 times, and the level of the Shadow Dragon King, the Black Blade, and the user are all aligned. The required material is a spirit stone, not a demon. The ancient divine artifact, not above 1. The aura of the haunted island, not above 300. The haunted flow, not above 50. Lufam clenched his fists in admiration. Truly a divine weapon. Eating the contract can make you resemble the fallen divine dragon, becoming a skill that is forever exchangeable. No different from the dragon mark. At this moment, the system notification appeared, and Lufam carefully looked on. Having completed the mission, collecting 500 by 500 fragments, asking if he wanted to assemble the retreat route map of the rebel army. Yes. No. The second primitive stream level has increased to level 36, and you happily smile as you press to select. Surprised at how quickly it was completed. The system confirms. Yes. Transitioning Sheens. Outside the teleportation array. Soldiers of the Tai Te Quoc, equipped and advancing. The officer from Long Country guarding the teleportation array looked over and signaled to stop, while announcing that this secret realm was still in use. Lai Tai paid no mind and strode forward, drawing his sword. The officer was still warning him not to come closer when Lai Tai cut him in half. Blood spraying everywhere. The person beside him drew a gun and fired into the air, shouting loudly to alert everyone of an enemy attack. Explosions lit up the sky, and Han was confused by the commotion, wondering what was happening. On this side, the Tai Te Quoc soldiers drew their swords and continued to slaughter without end. In just a moment, the teleportation array was stained with the fresh blood of Long Quoc soldiers. Kill, kill, kill. Kohan was stunned in fear. This is finally strange. One of them managed to escape the battle, badly wounded, almost collapsing right in front of Cao Han, who caught him carefully and gently. The officer struggled to stand, barely able to speak, telling her they were from the Tai Te Kingdom, and to run quickly, and to send the news of the ambush back to Long Kingdom. Tears welling in Cao Han's eyes as she gritted her teeth and nodded. I will. She glanced back at the teleportation door, now guarded by Tai Te Quoc soldiers, and silently cursed in her heart. Damn it. No chance to approach the door. She took out 10 random teleportation scrolls from her pocket, hesitating before using them, knowing she only had a few left and had to do it now. While she was hesitating, Lai Tai swung his sword towards her. Luckily, she quickly dodged out of the way. She quickly ran away while opening a dozen random teleportation books, consuming items once to randomly teleport herself to another location on the current map. Li Tai chased and swung his sword again but failed this time, as she had already disappeared without a trace. Lai Tai raised his hand, looked into the distance with suspicion, and said, "Run now." The commander of the 6th Divine Tae Kwok Legion. Lai Tai. Yes. The system voice announced that a new skill, Vi 3 statue, had been acquired, and Luke Pham looked at the notification on the screen in surprise, indicating that Tu Phi had gained a new skill. The system panel continues to display additional information. Vi Thui Kin Tuong can select allied units to replicate 2 mirror images, copying all skills of the chosen unit, with attributes at 30% of the original, and the maximum number of simultaneous mirror images for each unit. Yes, for the Heart Clan, or allies with Heart Bloodline, effectiveness doubles. Tu Phi is still in her permanent illusion form. She suddenly smiles on the other side, joy filling her eyes. As she realizes this skill can create a clone, she glanced back at the teleportation door, now guarded by Tai Te Kwok soldiers, and silently cursed in her heart. Damn it. No chance to approach the door. She took out 10 random teleportation scrolls from her pocket, hesitating before using them, knowing she only had a few left and had to do it now. With such a heaven-defying skill, the team's combat power is directly doubled, and to some extent, Xiao Pai can be considered the most powerful dragon pet. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a shockwave, accompanied by the sound of water splashing and soaring. Suddenly, 3 strange monsters appeared from the forest below, and Luke Pham's system immediately displayed a notification identifying them as Bao Quan minions. Level 70, with 253 experience points, wielding a large sword called Min Kan Vu, which they swung in their hands, channeling lethal energy that dealt 200% physical damage and caused corrosion effects. Not only do the minions of the violent general appear, but behind them another deadly wheel is rolling forward. Jianying guesses that the boss of the first route has already appeared, and he smiles bitterly before replying, "We don't need to search for them. In fact, it's Avisus time." The leader of the brutal army, the boss of the nightmare level, slowly revealed himself as he advanced on a grand death machine. Luke Pham's system immediately identified him as a brutal general. Level 80. Nightmare boss. With strength, 20. 951. Agility 28. Ling San Su. Spirit 27. 582. And durability 10. 658. Kiam An asked, "How do you want to fight?" Xiaoman also spoke up, making a suggestion: let the heavenly demon army act as the heavenly wind. Then have your line eliminate them. Luke Pham turned back and replied softly, "No need to bother with that. The earth demon will handle everything." Xiaoman quickly took care of it. "I know the earth demon is very powerful, but here there is not only an 80-level nightmare boss, but also countless elite commanders at level 70. She asked Luke Pham again to confirm if he really wanted the demon to fight solo. His gaze was very determined. Then Luke Pham replied, "Why not?" He turned to Xiao Pai and shouted loudly, "Xiao Pi, show us your new skill." As soon as Lufam finished speaking, he saw her eyes emit a dazzling white light, and the system interface quickly displayed the previous information once again. The mirror image can choose a unit from your team, replicate 2 mirror images, and the mirror images inherit all skills of your units with 30% of their attributes. The maximum number of mirror images for each unit is 2, and for members of the Long Clan, or allies with Long Clan bloodline, the effect is doubled. Xiao Pai quickly uses her new skill, shouting out a sound. Then immediately, a perfect clone appears. She exclaims in amazement, "The clone technique," and not stopping there. Her first clone continues to produce another clone. Xiao Pai stared in disbelief, able to create 2 clones. If all 9 were summoned externally, that would be 27. The clone formation quickly completed, and the 2 copies of Xiao Pai roared loudly. A thunderous sound. Tan Thu stood to the side, mouth agape, praising and marveling at how impressive it was, while Han Ka nearby also added that Xiao Pi's new skill was truly amazing. The ruthless warlord suddenly burst into loud laughter, and unleashed a move called the Distance Abyss Rage Pass, creating a swirling sand vortex and a sandstorm within the designated area. Within the enemy's range, they suffer damage from the eroding sand every second. With attack power increased by 120% plus 1, 5% of the highest health value, movement speed decreases by 60%, and random wind ring attacks can knock targets away. The ground begins to shake violently, Hanka urgently shouts. Little Phantom, what should we do now? Tanthu was panicked. No. We can't use force. The little guy fell to the ground and shouted. The ground is shaking too much. I can't stand it all. Lufam remained calm, reassuring everyone not to be afraid, just taking a moment to rest. Suddenly, a large stone flies toward the cursed warlord, who looks up just in time to see the massive rock rushing at him at high speed. The cursed warlord was caught off guard and was directly hit in the face by the falling stone, producing a loud bang. Before it could recover and understand what was happening, 3 of the little Fee's clones swiftly rushed forward, and Lufam spoke. Observing the next spectacular display of the Earth Pillar Demon, all 3 clones simultaneously wielded the same type of weapon, which suddenly expanded 1,000 times larger than before. So all 3 clones simultaneously shout out loudly as countless weapons multiply and strike down on the cursed warlord below. A move called Heavenly Seizure Chaos Spear. Unleashing a fierce storm of destruction, the enemy takes 36 hits per second from 100% of your attack power, and no method can cut through or effectively evade this damage. While attacking, their defense drops to 40%, and they are affected by external shockwaves, reducing attack speed by 30%. The cursed warlord was quickly knocked back by their attack, and his entourage was terrified but soon also sent flying away. In just a short time, the cursed warlord and his minions were all swept away, leaving only a large hole at the scene below. You step closer to observe and then dismiss it. Truly terrible at taking hits. Jian Ying looks helpless and just laughs. As expected. Every time there's a shock, you always bring me new surprises. And even Xiaoming approaches with a bewildered look. Is this the end? I haven't had a clear look yet? The system sound rang out again. And suddenly a sun appeared in front of the 3 of them after the death of the dungeon boss. Luokfam curiously approached. What will the system reward this time? The system continues to announce that Luokfam has reached level 42. As he opened the mirror, numerous rare items immediately appeared. The system then displayed information about the first item, a ghost assistant. A tiered item with a legendary quality. Consumable. With the effect of moving the target tool or the required level of equipment, Luokfam excitedly thought to himself, removing the level requirement for the items. It really is exactly what he wanted. Isn't this just saving him a lot of expenses? Next, the system provides information about the second item, the search paper person, a special item that, when used, can obtain hints guiding to the opponent's location, and can only be used by a professional, limited to 3 uses. Use Smirk. This is a good item, allowing the little one to cancel the limited uses after activation, an essential item for travel and raiding. Next, the third item appears a cooking blueprint for the sticky mango candy, which requires use. It also brings the cook along, introducing the method to craft the Sungfi Thean tamarind candy. After use, it grants extraordinary flying ability for 2 hours. Next is the fourth item, the Mindset Set, a platinum quality item requiring level 30, with plus 101 strength and plus 374 agility, providing a special effect that grants the user extremely high movement speed for a short period. It enhances evasion ability, and each successful dodge can restore a certain amount of health. And the final item among them is the Evening Calm Ring, a platinum quality weapon requiring level 30, forged with strength, plus 216, agility plus 198, with a special effect that allows the user to withstand a short-term water element shield. It blocks enemy attacks and not only absorbs physical damage but also inflicts elemental damage on those who come into contact with it. Luokfam quickly grabbed the items and said, I can use the 10 wounds and Paperman, while the rest should be distributed to those with suitable professions. We can sweep multiple times, and I believe everyone will be able to obtain equipment easily. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone agreed, and the smiling sword shadow responded, following your arrangement. And little Mang excitedly said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go wipe them out. In a tense scene, Li Tai stood dazed in front of the enormous space gate when his subordinate announced, Sire, we have sent someone to hunt down the fleeing woman. Li Tai orders him to inform Lord Kim that the Divine Bone Trilam has been completely destroyed. Once Luokfam comes out, I will immediately capture him and his accomplices in one net. That puppet immediately drained all the spiritual energy from him, turning him into a withered corpse. The voice continued to say that Luokfam, I will definitely kill him myself. That person is Tai Hai, controlled by Lufam. Li Tai and his subordinate quickly knelt down in respect. Together, they greeted the Great Lord and received the order to go and deal with the heretical cultists worshipping the ancient gods at Nui Trang. Tai Hai suddenly grew serious. Absolutely cannot let Longguo find out. This is our doing. The scene shifts to the vice principal's office. Thang Min tried to call someone, but there was no response on the other end. Beep beep beep. He was confused and wondered. Strange. Why couldn't he get through? Thang Min looked at the phone screen still ringing. Beep beep, the line went dead. And he quickly introduced himself. I am Chiu Thang Min from Longdu Academy. May I ask if my school's former headmistress is still at the military base at Tuvong Sha Hai? The person on the phone quickly responded. The vice principal, the base is now. Upon hearing this, Thang Min suddenly stood up in excitement and shouted, What? The heretics just launched a surprise attack on the military base. Yes. Lord Tai of the state of Kwok has come to inform you, he explained. In recent years, the sects of heretics from various countries have been actively sneaking into Longguo's garrison. There are no survivors at the camp. Thang Min was stunned. How could this be? He quickly calmed. And down. Sire. Vice-principal. Please stay calm and encourage the teachers and students inside the school. The Border Defense Unit still believes this news. Thang Min nodded and replied understood. The school security. The Prime Minister's residence of the national leader is still leisurely resting both feet on his desk. He calmly listened to the phone through his headset and loudly asked it on. Real or not real? Do you not believe in the Thai Emperor of the state? Then he slowly stood up from his desk. At an H2, he casually responded with a few words before quickly removing his earpiece and telling Longguo that the death site at Sahai Vo is extremely remote. Even if they send immortals, it would take 10 days to half a month. Unless there's something urgent, just hang up. Tavan suddenly burst into the room, anxiously announcing, President Kim, Longquok has sent 2 sets of documents. He looked annoyed and said, How can you be so flustered and still have any dignity? What is Longquok's news? Tavan quickly bowed and then held out the documents in front of An. Apologizing. These are the documents sent by Han Fibok and Du Tin. The man immediately looked shocked and exclaimed, What? At An. She grabbed the document in shock, flipping through the pages and asked Tavan what they were saying. She explained slowly that Han Fibok only blamed their investigation into the heretical incident for being ineffective in uncovering the truth, and Han decided to let Du Tin handle it. Tuvan hesitated and lowered her head, saying that Dothan's side had sent a self-guarding master team, still gathering at the border. Han said that if conflicts arise, he hopes Tate Kwok can understand, and Tyann fell silent for a moment. Then he immediately threw a fit, snatched the documents from Tyann and slammed the table, shouting all just polite words. I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Both inside and outside are telling us that if we interfere, it will mean war. Tuvan tried to stop her, but Kim General, the divine troop of Long State, is not someone we can oppose. Tai. An stubbornly refused to listen, insisting that we cannot interfere with Kim's plan for Lord Yen, and she ordered Lai Tai from the Six Gods Army to deliver the message. He must send the news to the hero defending the country, and also dispatch the Divine Extermination Army to the border to bring back the Long Kingdom's self-defense regiment, and believes that as long as they delay long enough to kill Luk Fong, when the time comes, there will be no evidence of their deaths. Long Kingdom can only investigate heretical sects and cannot declare war on us. 2. Van nodded and said understood Tai. Anne looked a bit serious and said the murder of Luke Pham must not cause any unexpected problems. The scene. Xiao Ming sighs tiredly that clearing the secret realm is exhausting. Let's eat something delicious and then sleep. Tan Thu helplessly responds, Tomorrow. Everything depends on Luke Pham. He then shrugs and replies, Ha ha ha. Even Dao Tu will be tired from traveling. The 5 of them step out of the space gate one after another, and the horrifying scene immediately hits everyone. Han Ka panics and instinctively screams, A. Tan Thu immediately asked, What happened here? Everyone is dead. Sword Shadow approached a corpse and shouted loudly, Lu Fan. Look quickly. Their death states are exactly the same as the corpse. Lai was defeated by you. Breath of life has been completely drained. Could it be that the heretic followers of the ancient gods have already arrived? Lufam glanced around and replied no. I hurriedly explained that I am not a heretic, and I don't sense any power from the ancient gods. But I can feel an energy similar to Kim Than Han. She wondered. But Kim Than Han clearly already was. Before he could finish speaking, a different voice interrupted, well known for being sharp and clever. It was none other than Kim Tai Hai. She immediately became alert and shouted loudly, Who is it? Jian Ying quickly stood up, raised his hand to summon a sword. The system's voice immediately sounded sovereign. Kim Tai Yen. Professional assassin. Headhunter hiding. Level 97. Lord Tham Yen IV looked disappointed and said, It's a pity. Your intelligence won't save you today. Just as she was about to rush forward, Lufam stepped in front of her to block her way. Sword Shadow. Stay calm. Han is level 97. just like Kim Chang-han. With the aura of Lord Tham Yen, Sword Shadow exclaimed in shock. Level 97. Level 97. Tanthu standing behind said that Lufam, my father knows Han. Han is Kim Tai Yen, the national hero of Tai Tai Kingdom. You shouted. What Kim Than Han, as a prince, is the son of Han. Then another voice came from a tall tree. Lord Kim. Lord Kim. I thought it was some important figure. Do we really need to be called here for such a kid? The system quickly identified him as Lam T. H. A hidden combat profession level 90, y5 junkie. Kim Than Lang. A level 4 windwalker. While T. H leisurely lay on a branch. Face flushed from drinking too much. Still holding a bottle of Holo, you shouted. What Kim Than Han, as a prince, is the son of Han. Brother, you're standing on a floating arrow in the air. She warns T. H not to be careless. His rank isn't high, but he can still defeat our old friend from the demon realm. Lufam's system continues to announce. Bai Ao. Li Ren Ying. Combat profession. Level 95. Wind Traveler 4. Then another voice came from a tall tree. Lord Kim. Lord Kim. I thought it was some important figure. Do we really need to be called here for such a kid? T. H quickly jumps down and straightforwardly says out loud what he's thinking. This kid doesn't seem like he could be a third-tier cultivator. So why not just let Lai Tai kill him easily? My man is too strong. So what if he's a demon from another world? We can kill him once and kill him again. It's all in the hands of this young guy with a real dragon. My battle can't wait for the 8 blood dragons anymore. The system quickly pops up with information about him. The Beast. The Hidden Profession. Level 96. The 4 hellish blood pavilions. Before anyone could understand what was happening, countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky above, causing the young man to panic, wondering what was going on again. A staff with a gem embedded in the middle became clearly visible. Before anyone could understand what was happening, countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky above, causing the young man to panic, wondering what was going on again. A staff with a gem embedded in the middle became clearly visible. He said this while choking up. Old Hack was still the same. Like a coward. Brother Non sighed and explained. His name is Hack Bao. Forget it. He's always been a quiet, boring old man. My man is too strong. So what if he's a demon from another world? We can kill him once and kill him again. It's all in the hands of this young guy with a real dragon. My battle can't wait for the 8 blood dragons anymore. The system quickly pops up with information about him. The Beast. The Hidden Profession. Level 96. The 4 hellish blood pavilions. Luke Pham slowly stepped forward. Realizing that these heroes had slaughtered everyone at the outpost, he then roared loudly, unable to forgive, not sparing a single one, determined to make you pay with blood for the blood you've spilled. Sword Shadow quickly asked for clarification. Are these 4 people like Kim at Yin? All national heroes protecting the country, Tan Thu immediately replied. Maybe not wrong. The 5 national heroes of Tai Tai Quoc. Luke Pham. What should we do now? You observe the 5 of them and suddenly realize. Then you say, I understand. And the girl standing beside you feels confused. Who? T. H. Luke Pham. With a calm voice. Issued a challenge, come on. National hero. Kill me. Or you'll be buried with these innocent victims. Hanha, seeing this, hurriedly stepped in to stop him. Xiaofeng. They are all above level 90 experts. Luke Pham quietly responded. Protect what is precious to you. Also stepped forward to support T. H. With fierce and aggressive force. D. You bastard over there. He threw a powerful punch. But luckily Luok Pham and Tu Phi dodged just in time. At the same moment, Renan aimed directly at Luok Pham. In this situation, you sternly say, Little Phi, prepare. The system screen displays Phi crystal line, transforming shape, eternal fake. The bloodline of the Phi crystal line. All skill effects are upgraded for the clan and the connected bloodline. Immune to all debuffs. With self-healing ability increased by 5. By Fingeling, the Eternal Guardian, forming a protective shield that defends all targets beneath it. With the shield's damage absorption determined by the vitality of the false eternal life and its own healing ability. This sudden burst of power always leaves me in awe. What in the next second? Lufam erupted with overwhelming power and said, If you want to kill me, then aim at me. But you are slaughtering innocent people of Long Country. I will make you see with your own eyes that I will kill every single person under the crown of the Tai Tai Quoc. From afar. T. H. He rushed forward as if lightning, his name about to be called, and his death imminent. Just as he swung his sword, the screen flashed again. The sword pierced through the spear, and the sword saint wandered to attack the target once. With a 90% chance of penetrating the target, it deals double damage and stuns for 3 seconds. H. Roars loudly. Truly a fool to say such words to Lord Kim. Suddenly, the attack had no effect at all, leaving him in disbelief and unable to penetrate. Han Thach quickly rushed into battle. Movie aside. Leave it to me. Blood abyss cover. Even though it was just blocked. H. becomes even more fierce. Just shrinking back. Blood abyss cover. It calls upon the power of the blood hell, throwing the battle spear to deal 300% physical damage. With 25% of the damage stored in the spear for use in the next attack, Huan Thach couldn't sit still as his 2 shields were blocked by the claws of the Dathi Than Long, their roars echoing everywhere while he was stunned and in disbelief. Realizing his attack had been countered and absorbed, transforming the dragon bones into enemies. Facing the twin dragons of transformation and destruction, with levels matching the Dragon King and the user. Unfortunately for them, those sarcastic words caught Lufam's attention. Saying "I am. Are you afraid?" As if provoked just now, you unleash a surge of energy. Shadow Sword. Step back, and protect the little one well. Lufam's unrefusable command surprises the Shadow Sword. Lufam, it's you. Immediately, the system displays a notification, the Holy Light Chimen, and the Holy Light Dati, unleash the energy of the Holy Mountain. Opening the Holy Light Chimen. Teleport myself and all the Dathi puppets to the target location, with unlimited range, domain, and formation skills. Amidst the roars of the Dathi Holy Dragon, Lufam raises his hands, focusing a massive energy in the sky. I will help them. Controlling Dathi allows manipulation of all Dathi puppets transformed by Dathi Than Long, and can be recalled or swapped at any time. The puppet's death and energy will return to Dathi Than Long, and Lufam's power swiftly recovers as the demon appears. Obeying orders. Master. It seems that Huan Thach was clearly frightened by their overwhelming aura of death. What is this? Even I find it hard to believe my eyes that he was able to bring the demon lord out of the secret realm. The situation is very tense. But I still remain confident. If I can get out. So what? Now it's just a shiny-looking puppet on the outside. Shang Hian also agrees quickly. Back then, we killed the boundary demon. So killing it again now isn't a big deal, as if wanting to provoke them again. Lufan sneered mockingly. Then show us how you want to kill my demon from the border. After observing for a while, TH finally noticed something strange, carefully examining the demon from the border for any abnormalities. As he warned, 2 exact copies of the demon of the boundary appeared, one after another. Just as they split into a powerful army, they shouted loudly, destroying the enemies. And the hero was terrified by the scene before him. It's broken. There are more Q Joy Ma now. But to reassure everyone, Thuong Hin quickly spots the flaw, which is the clone. Confirming his suspicion, the system appears, and the Jade Mirror images create 2 projections of the target for the replica team. The mirror images copy all the skills of the original, with attributes at 30% of the original, and there are currently 18 of them. In an instant, Tai Hai grits his teeth and commands fiercely, "Calm down everyone if they are just clones." Then the attribute must have decreased accordingly. As he said, the boundary demon was defeated easily, and now there are 17 mirror images. Tai Hai, seeing this, regained confidence and said, "Look, it's just a scare tactic. The strength of the clone is far inferior to the main body." The scene in front of him made Huan really trust him even more. Kim Guoju said it right. We will eliminate these clones first. Suddenly, Shang Xian focused on the light surrounding Lufam. What is that little brat trying to do? Tai He's voice was full of disdain. Probably just trying to bluff and deceive again. However, Shang Xian still began to analyze, noting that a strange light had appeared on this little guy from the very beginning. Hearing this, Lufam smirked as if his wish had been fulfilled. So he finally discovered it. I've been waiting for this skill to be fully prepared all along. The next second, he stroked his hair and transformed into an extremely majestic golden dragon. While you, Liet Long Warrior, with only 2 out of 5 sets available, can only wait for death. The system screen appeared, showing the set's effect activated, unlocking the remaining bloodline restrictions, transforming into the Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit are all increased by 50, while durability rises by 200 during the transformation into the King Golden Dragon, preventing the riding mode from activating. So, the profession, Dragon Tamer 2, level 42, with strength increasing from 216 to 4. Sanbai Yishliu. Agility, from 1 798 to 4. 205. And durability from 2. 248 to 10. 648. The scene before their eyes made Xiaoman stammer uncontrollably. The river had already turned into a stream. Even the new recruits were no exception. No. It was impossible to believe. But Hanka was extremely worried. Xiaofun. Shangxian's face showed a look of horror and fear. As he could control the stream and transform into a superior stream, before he could say anything, Han Thak's ancient cry rang out. Kim Kwok Chu. Lao Hek. Quickly come and protect us. It turns out that our side has fallen into a disadvantageous position. No. Why can't we even hurt him? The roar is also struggling to deal with the boundary network. Clearly just now, the Kim Nation Lord could have killed the clone. But now he can't. Immediately after, the system appears. Long Realm only activates a 100-meter diameter Dragon Clan domain. All attributes of the Dragon Clan allies and the bloodline transmission fake within the domain are increased by 50%. The diameter of the passage is reduced by 50% and cannot be entered or exited through movement, teleportation, or possession. While radiating a brilliant aura, Lufam spoke. With layers of muscles like this, the roar of the Emerald Dragon. All skill effects are doubled for the Dragon Clan and Bloodline communicators. You keep speaking as if you are invincible. Even the demon realm that was defeated by you can still crush you underfoot. The sacred spectrum shines, and the holy dragon descends, releasing divine energy that forms a halo of sacred light. All targets within 100 meters of your attribute master will level up by 30%, recovering 1% of the largest disease value every 15 seconds. With vast research, resources, and immense power, Lufam concludes her speech, allowing me to gain double benefits. Class. And the Dragon Tamer 2 profession. Level 42. The incredible power increased from 316 to 13. 844. The quick spider from 898 to 12. 473. The spirit from 205 to 13. 456. And the durability from 648 to 40. 460. This terrifying strength makes Tai pale with shock. How is this possible? I can't delay any longer. You rush forward with sharp claws. Now die. As Tai predicted his own fate, he silently thought, I'm dead. I'm dead. With just one strike, Lufam easily shattered Tai into 100 pieces. As blood splattered, he felt both regret and frustration inside Tai had lost. But why? Why is Lufam so deep and unpredictable? Before he could speak a word of denial, Tai was drawn to a heart-rending sound of pain. It turned out that Renan was being corroded by the demon's curse. It hurts so much. Kim Zoverin. Save me. The disastrous outcome for himself and his companions made Tai unable to hold back his regret. Is this the true strength of a master of commanding the soul? At the same time, Thuanghian's terrified scream reached his ears. And the Kim Sovereign. Save me. Tai. He felt even more regretful, realizing he shouldn't have provoked Lufam. From the very beginning, I shouldn't have done that. Then, he was thrown further away by another 800 meters. While trembling on the ground, Tai finally admits that I underestimated you. Lufam, after returning to his human form, slowly approaches and announces that the power of Longvuk still remains. You can only die here like others. But you can't endure the torment. Tai pleading is a sign that I have lost. Just give me a painless death. Knowing full well the enemy's tricks, you calmly exposed them and killed the national heroes. Surely Tai Kwok will cause trouble for me. Do you still remember what I once said? Lufam's unusually calm attitude made Tai grit his teeth. What are you trying to do? The next moment, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. I will let you see firsthand as I slaughter everyone under the authority of Tai Kwok. Lufam's sword was covered in fresh blood. Jian Ying carefully observes the situation and asks curiously, all 5 national heroes of Tai Kwok have already died. How can we hand over to them? At the same time, Hanka's caring voice rings out. Little fam, how do you feel? Is there any part of your body feeling uncomfortable? Tanthu responded to the Sword Shadow's question. Maybe we should clean up the scene a bit. As for the little life, it's hard to believe who would have thought that the leader among the 5 national heroes would be killed like this. Lufam has been silent all this time and finally speaks up, saying not all of them are dead. Surprised by his next move, Tanthu exclaims, could it be that he wants to? As she finished speaking, Lufam also summoned the reincarnation demon dragon. While its power was enveloping the people of the Tai Kingdom, he shouted, why kill so many of our Long Kingdom people? How could I just let them die like that? The scene shifts to the land where the sound of hooves echoes, So it turns out Lai Tai is leading the troops to find the shadows of Tai Hai and his companions. After a while searching, he suddenly notices something ahead. As expected, Li Tai saw the shadows of the 5 heroes protecting Tai Tai Kingdom, and all the great officials were here. He immediately stopped his horse and dismounted. Li Tai and his subordinates respectfully knelt down and reported, "Sir, the Imperial Envoy has brought news that Longguo knows the teleportation array has been destroyed. Han Fibak and Chanbak Hao Tin have sent people to the border." He had just finished reporting the situation when suddenly the surrounding atmosphere became eerily silent, not receiving any response. Lai Tai grew anxious and thought to himself, could it be that they found him too slow? Judging from the scene, Tai Hai probably already killed Lufam. Then, Lai Tai's face was filled with shock as he heard Luke Fam's voice. "Who gave you the guts to attack Longquak?" With an unbelievable tone, he shouted, "Luke Pham, you're still alive." The next second, Li Tai shouted an order and struck. "Kill him." His attack hadn't even reached forward when it was countered, causing his subordinates and the officer to hesitate. But that's not all. The figure of the hero was controlled by Lufam and appeared, shocking Lai Tai even more. Lord Lai. While he was still confused, his subordinates panicked. The commander. The day was not over. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared thanks to Tai Hai's signature technique. As Tai Hai's tentacle, now controlled by Luke Pham, reached out, Lai Tai broke out in a sweat. "Lord Kim." Why, the scene before him made Lufam extremely pleased. So he kindly explained. "Of course, because they have become my dogs now." Just a glance was enough for Li Tai to realize it. Yet he dared to kill Lord Kim, "You're seeking death." It seems like he just heard something hilarious. Luke Pham sneered dismissively. "Even Kim Tai Hai couldn't withstand 2 rounds against me. You ordered Han Thak to force Lai Tai down to the ground." Then, Lufam's face gradually turned cold. "What does he have to risk a confrontation with me?" Han Thak's attack nearly drained all his strength, wanting to kill and cut him down. Before Li Tai could finish speaking, Luke Pham intervened, holding back some of his strength. "Your next move terrifies him. Tell me what you intend to do." Luke Pham remains calm. "I am giving you a chance to tell the truth." After a moment, Lai Tai stammers and replies, I will tell." After being tortured continuously for a while, he begged pitifully, "I swear to the heavens. Everything I know, I have already told you." It seems that the information Li Tai provided has greatly agitated Xiaoman. "I never expected the Grand Tutor of the nation to kill someone just to be a hero protecting the country." Yet, he also sent 2 more royal vassal armies, and Tanthu also proactively guessed that her body truly wasn't found nearby. It looks like she escaped just as Han said. Then Han Ka asked anxiously, "Xiaofan, what should we do next? We destroyed the teleportation array and we're 1,000 miles from Long Country. Recently, the First God Legion is also stationed nearby." Hearing that, Jian Ying quickly replied, "Maybe we should head to the border to regroup with the Northern Marquise's people." After careful consideration, Lufam announced the next plan, randomly activating the teleportation array with a distance that cannot exceed the current map. The most urgent task is to find her before the Divine Legion discovers Ko. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghostly breath of Li Tai echoed, "I have already shared everything I know." Unexpectedly, Lu Fam's attack arrived just in time, and he also reached his limit. Although badly wounded, Li Tai still had a final burst of strength to shout, "My fire person." With a sinister smile, Lu Fam pointed out a flaw he hadn't noticed. "I do not agree to spare you. If you don't how can you be worthy of the souls of Longguo's soldiers in heaven?" In the pitch-black sky, a paper puppet suddenly appeared, fluttering as it floated through the night, glowing softly and slowly heading to its destination. Just as it was about to arrive, it gently landed. A commanding general was chatting idly, waiting for reinforcements from Long Country. But Kim Darren had already killed that little Long Country kid. Right, the other general quickly confirmed, not knowing that death was behind him. As the national hero and others fought together, how could they fail to kill a double espionage traitor? The scene shifts to the command center of the Six Gods Legion. One of the soldiers shouted upon seeing the dark aura, "Lord Kim." The soldier quickly stepped forward, stood straight, and loudly reported with a clear and urgent voice, "Reporting to Lord Kim, Captain Lai led his people to report the news to your excellency from the distant sea, unaware if you had received it." Before the soldier could finish his sentence, in that split second when no one could react, a stream of red blood shot out from the soldier's body. A scream of terror echoes through the room as they witness the horrifying scene. After that scream, Shaozing Suis, and the images may haunt them for the rest of their lives. Everything is falling into chaos, the sound of frantic footsteps echoing as the warning blares. Kim has already started killing. Let's get out of here quickly. Some people are pushing and shoving to escape. Move aside, but it seems impossible to escape. The tentacles are gradually finding their prey and destroying them. Some people blocking the exit are still hesitating. Hurry up and run. What are you standing there for? Suddenly, a severed arm swung over the soldier's head, causing some to freeze in shock. What he saw was a scene even more terrifying than being erased from existence. The most dangerous and ruthless monsters are all here, under the 9 demons. In front are monsters. Behind are no less. The screams as Kim Ta-hai's tentacles pierce through echo loudly. The scene at the front door is now very desolate. Like a purge. After wiping out the small soldiers, Kim Ta-hai walks out with a terrifying appearance. The atmosphere is now very gloomy, with smoke and dust filling the air everywhere. His gaze is full of hostility, as a sign that a battle is about to begin. The scene shifts to the Kim residence of the Taizi kingdom. The alarm siren blares non-stop. Why is no one answering? Suddenly, a deep male voice rang out through the communication channel, calm and stern. Hello? This is the Divine Army Command. This is Kim Tai-an. Now you immediately send someone to the death of the Far Sea dungeon. When you see Lai Tai, tell him to contact me right away. Suddenly, a frantic and fearful voice rang out from the other end of the line. Commander, something's wrong. There's a 9 outside. A loud explosion cuts through. Kim Tai-an grips the radio tightly and shouts, Hello. What's going on? Say something. All that remains is the prolonged disconnect. As if pinning all hope on deadly silence, Kim Tai-an frowned, his eyes cold. Could something have already happened? Without hesitation, he immediately took action and sent someone there to check it out. The sound of a woman's footsteps could be heard. Mr. Kim, something's wrong. The Divine Slayer Corps failed to stop the non-nations, and a master of Long Country is still trying to break through the encirclement and enter the Spirit Bone Forest. Hearing this, Kim Tai-an's voice deepened like thunder. What did she say? At the same time, Taite Kingdom, the border of Long Country. In the sky, 2 warriors ride atop a giant creature resembling a fallen star, both drawing their bows tightly, ready to shoot deadly arrows at the enemy. Luffy's voice was firm and serious. Squad 78 of the Long Kingdom's Sutudon requests permission to investigate the attack on their camp by the Djiao cult. Please grant passage. The boat still floated on the sea. With no intention to advance or leave, the squad leader stepped forward with a cold, steel-like gaze, showing no intention of retreating. This is Taite territory. Anyone who intrudes is considered an enemy. A soldier in the ranks whispered to the captain, worry evident in his voice. Squad leader, they are from Longquok Sutudon. If we block them, we'll likely suffer losses too. That commander said that the Long Kingdom's autonomous unit is extremely powerful, and if they die in our hands, our divine extermination army will be led by the great king himself. The commander ordered without hesitation, informing everyone to prepare for battle. And once they boast, the cannons will fire immediately. Lafai continued speaking, seeming to have lost patience. The 3 lords of Longquok and the Marquis of North Chan had already sent orders to Kim Fu, instructing them to proceed immediately, or face the consequences. However, the other squad leader still roared, completely ignoring the warning and firing the cannons. Immediately, a series of cannons fire simultaneously, releasing a terrifying red light that engulfs the entire area. The blazing red orbs shot straight into the sky toward Luffy's army, but all of them dodged. Luke Truong didn't hesitate to attack immediately. They acted first. Luffy, sword in hand, charges forward to attack. I will cover him and aim for their attack zone. The sky turns crimson as fiery energy tears through space, falling like a meteor shower, scorching everything. Even the flying creatures tremble. That energy beam aims straight at the ship to destroy it. One by one, the massive ships exploded on the sea surface. A powerful magical attack is descending from the sky, shaped like a fiery spear, surrounded by metallic patterns, causing the squad leader to panic as a chill runs down his spine. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he was witnessing. How could it be that just one strike was enough to destroy 3 battleships? Meanwhile, a soldier warned the ship was about to sink and urged to run. In that moment, the captain still tried to stay calm, eyes wide with suspicion. Wait a moment. The divine magic staff. I didn't expect it to arrive too. This person's strength is comparable to a national hero, and relying only on the divine army can't stop him. The heavenly law staff returned to its owner after that attack, and Diet Votien's calm voice echoed like thunder across the battlefield, commanding the entire Taite-Quoc army facing him to listen. If you stubbornly insist on stopping me, I have no problem unleashing a slaughter. Whatever decision you make, just go ahead and do it. The next day, In Jinyu City, Tai Kingdom. We received breaking news. Our border forest area and many other towns have been attacked by mysterious beasts from the wild. And the people watching the footage on the screen couldn't help but cry out in shock. In that moment, the captain still tried to stay calm, eyes wide with suspicion. Wait a moment. The divine magic staff. I didn't expect it to arrive too. This person's strength is comparable to a national hero, and relying only on the divine army can't stop him. The heavenly law staff returned to its owner after that attack, and Diet Votien's calm voice echoed like thunder across the battlefield, commanding the entire Taitequak army facing him to listen. What kind of beast pen is this? Isn't it the same as the sheep demon in the national trial? Someone questioned. But the sheep demon was sealed by the national hero long ago and cannot leave the secret realm. The national hero is still attacking his own soldiers, clearly resembling the Silver Lai Ren. And meanwhile, at the border, the three great armies of the Tai Kingdom are gathering at Thianfu City. There are terrorists like the national hero involved in the beast arena, and Kim Fu has ordered a curfew, causing the people to rush into the streets in panic, shouting. The national hero also has people questioning loudly about the curfew. So what should the people in the neighboring town beside the Divine Forest area do now? The national hero is still attacking his own soldiers, clearly resembling the Silver Lai Ren. And meanwhile, at the border, the three great armies of the Tai Kingdom are gathering at Thianfu City. They look extremely agitated. Banners and signs everywhere on the streets. Martial law can't solve the problem. Kim Fu must explain to the people why the national hero who is supposed to protect our citizens has betrayed us. Everyone, please stay calm. Kim Fu will definitely provide an explanation. The government has no evidence that the national hero betrayed. So please do not spread rumors in the video. If you have nothing to say, then stay silent. As soon as he spoke, he was scolded back by the villagers. Get out of my way. Let Kim's people come out and confess. Just enforcing the curfew doesn't prove anything. Kim Ra. Step down. Moving to the scene, in the Kankoi area. Someone is reading aloud. The sound of the news broadcast still echoing around here. Step down. Confess. Step down. Confess. People are criticizing Kim Fu for avoiding the issue of the old demon and the national hero, with current casualties estimated over 10,000, border garrison communications lost, and 3 major armies heading to the frontier to suppress the beasts. Please comply with Kim Fu's curfew. Do not be afraid. As the residents around the sacred forest are being evacuated to safety, and Votien silently listens without saying a word, they still insist on shouting loudly. Kim Tai-hai goes outside, questioning why the national hero protector would betray the country with solid evidence. We have already captured proof that he and the former Demon King attacked Chan Tae-nam together. So why does Kim Ra avoid the issue? And why did the former Demon King leave the secret realm? Why are the soldiers scattered among the ruins? The old demon standing above and roaring, all of them dead under their master's command. Votien judged the situation. Lufam's small weapon was still obeying orders, so Lufam must be safe. I was worried that Lufam was in danger. But it's Taitequak who's in peril, and I can't let Lufam always unleash Kim Jia just to be a puppet on stage. Void Immortal forcefully swept away like a whip. If Lufam attracted the attention of the rulers behind him, given his current strength, it would be too dangerous. Suddenly, a sound rang out that made her turn around. The 9 demons were still fighting with Tequak soldiers, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Even though there are many dragons around him, it's still not allowed. The scene shifts to the large Kim Mansion building in an alley, where someone stands on the top floor, watching the chaotic scene below in silence. And the protesters have yet to disperse. Although the news reports that the 3 main armies are still gathering, these 2 armies, the Lukhthan and Duthan, have already. Anne is still lost in thought, unable to fathom how Lufam, this pure and ruthless, could bring the Ghost Gate out of the secret realm to avenge us. Clearly, the hero protecting the nation has already won through the Ghost Gate, so why has Baiao been taken over by the 6 demons? Could it be that the hero protecting the nation has failed? Could it be that the Kim Sovereign also, to Van, not seeing him respond, raised her voice and called out, Kim Commander, Kim Commander. Tyann immediately turned and ordered the guards to strictly enforce the urgent command, suppress all demonstrations and protests. Tuvan hesitated, then finally said, But Kim Tong, this is beyond authority, right? Unexpectedly, he stepped closer, lifting her chin, and said, The Kim Kwok Chu has lost contact, and there is a risk of rebellion. Anne's voice was so cold it was terrifying. So now I am the highest authority of Kim Palace, do you understand? Tuvan tremblingly replied, Yes, I understand. He waved his hand and shouted, So hurry up and leave. She nodded quickly while running, and Tuvan left. He leaned on the table, satisfied, thinking this was truly a divine opportunity. Next, as long as we find the new national hero during this curfew to deal with Lufam, we can eliminate the demon of the border and the national hero. The plan to place the demon's true form into the national trial is all pushed onto Kim Tai-yen, ultimately proving their treason. In that case, Tai Te Kingdom and Kim Palace will all be mine. Transition to the Divine Bone Forest. Lufam, Tuk Jian, Enan Chong Ki Lai, Eniloy. Hong Jian Rong Chuyen Boy, Nang Luong Chua Abao. Kimon Ho Le Tu Mang Yak Nyoko. Dao Tu Kan then. Lam Long has already reached level 10. A bow flies in the sky, looking at the defeated monster, lying on the ground with a happy smile. Lufam is furious. Abao turns back. And Lamlone, be careful or I will deal with you as well. Suddenly it froze in place. A bolt of lightning appeared between its hands. And Lufam was stunned too, Abao. It spread its limbs in the dazzling light, with lightning wrapping around its body as if to merge into one. Roaring loudly, another bolt of lightning struck down, shaking the ground. Tanthu ran calling. Dao Tu quickly moved over. Xiao Ming almost lunged at her. Just a moment more. Having gained a new skill, shape-shifting, Lufam exclaimed in shock. Wait a moment. Could this be? Abao raised his head and roared. His roar thunderous like an explosion. Howling. And Lufam couldn't believe what he was hearing. Abao level 10 can unlock the form of a giant dragon, exactly like the little dark one back then. Abao roared again. Its appearance had changed dramatically. Taller and more spiked. Roaring. The contract. Lam Long One. Legant. Level 10. Strength. 501. Agility. 738. Spirit 4,000. 107 increased to 20535. Durability 717. Thunderous roars. The calamity of heaven. The source of thunder. Sweeping through Lam Long, transforming its form, the dragon enters maturity, capable of freely changing its shape. With 3 million thunderbolts of destruction. It summons storms within the target area and unleashes 3 million forbidden dragon seals of thunder destruction. The thunderclap of Thonlai affects the skill, which is not influenced by the source of thunder, allowing it to be released in a continuous burst. The target of the enemy jumps 10 times in succession, each jump increasing the damage of the next by 30%. And the Lam Long itself can be considered to be jumping continuously. Thunderclap Thonlai, in the form of the Apocalypse Thunderstorm, can alter the effects of Jade Thunder Peak's lightning. Currently, Jade Thunder Peak is in its deep red juvenile dragon form, with all attributes and energy consumption reduced by 50%. In the form of the Apocalypse Thunderstorm, its spirit is boosted by 500%, transforming into the form of the Apocalypse Thunderstorm. Thunderclap Thonlai. Tanthu and the little girl moved aside, frightened and sighing. Although she had seen the giant dragon transform before, she still couldn't get used to this terrifying power. Lufang regained his composure, looked back at Abao's contract chart displayed on the screen, and thought to himself that both Abao and the small form are unlocked at level 10 shapeshifting, but Abao only has one large dragon form, with mental power increased 5-fold, and the forbidden spell Long Yu 3 million Tianlei destruction, and the new collective skill Chain of the Mass. Thunderclap Thonlai. Just the name suggests it is on par with the spiritual light of annihilation, and the name Abao fits perfectly. Thunderstrike, Clear Sky, in the form of world-destroying lightning, can alter the effects of the Jade Lo Din. The current Jade Lo Din is the Crimson Jade. Lufam guessed that Abao's only large dragon form mainly focuses on the Nok Lo Din, and if he's not mistaken, Abao's Nok Lo Din will gradually grow and evolve. Dark Crimson Jade. All of Lam Long's skills are boosted by 50% in power. Each time he releases the demon-summoning lightning magic, a Lo Din barrier is created, and enemies within the barrier take additional damage when moving. Xiao Ya suddenly turned around alertly, and Lufam asked suspiciously, Xiao Ya, what's wrong? A huge, strange-colored beam of light shot down from the sky. Divine Bone Ghost. Level 75. Divine Bone Clone and Divine Bone Flying Corpse can reorganize the surrounding bones when injured to recover health. Create a wind damage effect on the target, and mark that target. For the marked target, damage is increased by 50% of the Death Spirit Bone. When the Death Spirit Fire is destroyed, it shatters into fragments of spirit bone. The surrounding area is shaken. Dust and smoke fill the air. The sword shadow rushes forward shouting monster. Here. But just as she is about to act, Lufam steps in to stop her. It's okay, you smile and say, let Xiao Ya and Abao handle them. As soon as you finish speaking, Xiaoya flies straight to the front of the divine bone phoenix and says, "The thunderous roar of lightning strikes, crashing into the target area, unleashing a powerful bolt that forms a storm zone, causing massive lightning damage and putting enemies inside the storm into a state of chaos." Xiaoya was thrown far away by the shockwave of the thunderous lightning, trembling uncontrollably, and she hadn't even attacked the divine bone phoenix yet. Everyone below hurriedly dispersed, and Xiao Mai loudly warned, "Be careful not to be struck by lightning." Tan Thuguan observed the situation, somewhat guessing but not certain. This is equivalent to divine lightning. Could it be the sword shadow? Also widened his eyes hesitantly and said, "Electric source. Red in color." Lufam also stared in shock, then softly replied, "That's right. A bow soared in the sky, red lightning emanating from it and shooting everywhere around." Into. Lufam understood. This is the A-bow's skill located beneath the dark red gem. The dark red gem. All of Lamlong's skills are upgraded by 50% in power. Each time the Thunder Demon magic is cast, a thunder barrier is created, and enemies within the barrier take extra damage when moving. More divine bone-flying demons appeared, their eerie, hellish screams echoing as a bow was disturbed and began unleashing lightning bolts again. Lufam. Hai lui laidi. A bow. Quay lai thoi. Qua sha hoi kung kung fai qua du. Bon den kot fi thi dat deu bat dong. Duoi suk manhua abao. Heavenly punishment of calamity. Locks onto and tracks a target enemy, unleashing continuous lightning strikes at high speed, causing massive damage from thunder and lightning. At the moment, a bow unleashes the heavenly calamity attack, the red lightning shoots out and darkens the sky, creating an enormous scene. The divine bone spirits couldn't fight back or escape, and under A Bow's fury, they could only scream in agony. Tu-Man cried out in panic, "Oh my, you scared me to death. I thought you were attacking me." Tanthu, trembling, and with her eyes closed in fear, didn't realize a lightning bolt was about to strike where she stood. Just then, a hand reached out, and Lufam pulled her away, gently asking if she was hurt. No. Xiaoman saw everything and didn't provoke him. "Oh no. She's about to be electrocuted." Han anxiously held her shoulder and asked, "Xiaofan, has she lost control or not?" Xiaoman with her hands on her hips. She looked back at Tan Thu, who was bowing her head, and said, "I think it looks more like she's stabbing someone." Luo Fan still calmly held Tan Thu's shoulder, frowning seriously as he said, "A bow is too agitated and will delay our plan to find her." A cold wind blew through the shattered remains of the Divine Bones phantom. Tudan narrowed his eyes in vigilance, and Luo Fan also looked up in surprise. As the swirling dust particles rose into the air, Jian Ying looked at Lu Fang with suspicion. "Lu Fang, what's going on?" A bow clenched his claws tightly, looking like he was about to unleash another lightning bolt. Roaring loudly, the dust particles, seemingly controlled, began to come together. The sword shadow exclaimed in disbelief. "So this is the deathly divine bone. When the divine bone, ghostly spirit, perishes, it turns into fragments of divine bones." Lufam also saw clearly and was stunned, thinking these are fragments of divine bone-flying corpses, still merging together to form a giant dragon bone. Now the dragon is several meters taller than a bow. It roars in anger. "Lao," Lufam calls worriedly. "A bow, don't be reckless. Come back." A purple light flashes from the dragon's wings, and the energy is surging fiercely. It suddenly charged forward and disappeared. A bow rushed to stop it but fell into empty space. It was so angry that it shrank in size, repeatedly punching and kicking back. Lao, even the little beast, couldn't help but sigh. Its speed was incredible. Lufam looked in the direction the dragon was flying and frowned. It had flown deep into the divine bone forest. Then suddenly the divine spirit softly sounded, "Lufam, you." She blushed shyly and said, "Can you let me go?" It turns out that ever since Lufam finished saving her, he has been holding her until now, and now he nervously lets go. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Up in the air, the little beast angrily grabs and scolds a bow. "You really caused trouble earlier. Come back here." It stubbornly struggles to avoid her grasp. "Let me go fix it and kill it." The little guy below asked curiously, "What exactly is it?" Even more terrifying than the divine warrior Kot Long we met in the dragon tomb. Lufam guessed it might be the leader of the spirits here. It would have been better to examine it a bit earlier. You carefully weigh the situation and decide that you can't risk everyone's safety out of curiosity, so you must abandon the pursuit of this mysterious creature for now. Then, you turn to Xiaofei and give a command. Focusing on the main task, finding Coco as soon as possible. She agrees and takes out the paper person. It suddenly charged forward and disappeared. A bow rushed to stop it but fell into empty space. It was so angry that it shrank in size, repeatedly punching and kicking back. Lao, even the little beast, couldn't help but sigh. Its speed was incredible. It spins in the wind, lightly gliding through the air. And the direction of Coco is again similar to the path taken by this mysterious bone creature. Amidst the gloomy sky, the bone flock flies straight ahead. The paper person searches for the target, and after a certain period of time can obtain the guidance to the indicated location. Lufam hesitates as he watches the paper person fly away. Waiting a moment, Lufam looked at where they were heading with curiosity. Wondering where they were going, Tanthu looked up at the sky in awe. This scene was too magnificent. Even Xiao Mang was amazed and said, "I never thought I would see 7 groups moving one day." The paper person searches for the target, and after a certain period of time can obtain the guidance to the indicated location. Lufam hesitates as he watches the paper person fly away. Waiting a moment, the path to the top of the mountain is filled with dry fog. The space is dark and gloomy, and even the air feels thick with a sense of heaviness. The flock of furballs finally paused their wings and turned fiercely to look at Lufam's group. Lufam looked at where they were heading with curiosity. Wondering where they were going, Tanthu looked up at the sky in awe. This scene was too magnificent. Even Xiao Mang was amazed and said, "I never thought I would see 7 groups moving one day." Even after being beaten fiercely by a bow, the bone herd still kept fighting back, persistently charging forward and roaring. Lufam watched them thoughtfully, wondering what kind of power could make them so stubborn. Xiao Man exclaimed in surprise, "Look, those dragon ring formations are all merging with this mountain." Lufam raised his hand to signal. Everyone step back. "I will create a path." Xiao Man reminds you to be careful. Make sure not to hurt her on purpose. He slightly looked up at the top of the mountain. Sword Shadow and everyone had already caught up, and she covered her eyes, asking. The paper person stopped in front of the mountain. Could it be that she intends to stay inside? Long Chao, transforming his arm into a dragon blade. Knowing that the power depends on Black Dragon too, Lufam's arm turns into a dragon blade. Hunka asked nervously. "Xiao Fam, what should we do now?" Tantu Huang replied. "There are so many dragons. We are surrounded." On the contrary, Lufam remained calm and reassured everyone. "Don't be afraid. This is the upgrade material delivered right to your door." A bow flying beside him also excitedly shouted, as if it agreed with this suggestion. This time, Xiaoza seized the opportunity and rushed ahead. A bow followed closely behind her. Lufam watched them fly away and smiled, saying, "I leave it to you." The dragon bones on the sky roared loudly, howling, transforming shape, destroying the world's peak. The little girl stopped in midair. Raising her shield, lava and flames continued to spew forward, causing damage while also healing herself. A bow also begins to launch his attack, roaring thunderously, summoning lightning strikes into the storm area, causing massive lightning damage and numbing the enemies within the storm. Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoes from the void. "Human, stop your hands." Lufam suspiciously wonders who that voice belongs to. He quietly observes everyone, noticing that they probably didn't hear this voice. Seeing his confusion, the voice speaks again. "Humans, I only wish to speak with you. Others are not worthy." Lufam heightened his vigilance, opening the system to check, but no data appeared. His appraisal eyes and evaluation results unclear. He suddenly remembered and guessed. This familiar feeling was like the giant coffin from the extreme north scene. Could this voice come from an ancient god? The gloomy voice continues his thoughts. "Human, are you a fallen demon or a holy mountain demon?" At this point, Lufam had a rough understanding of how to communicate with it, and he asked back whether he should report himself first before asking if he should reveal his identity. Sure enough, it immediately replied, "I am a divine ancient god. If you are involved with the fallen demon and sacred mountain, then leave here quickly. I won't kill anyone. But if you dare to disturb my peace, I will definitely not forgive you." It seems that even among ancient gods there is no love. Now it is just show of power, and it's clear that their strength cannot be restored. Nonetheless, the power of the ancient gods should not be underestimated. Lufam saw Tufi's paper person still standing and waving, signaling everyone to follow. But her aunt was still here. If they left like that, she would definitely die. So he immediately ordered Tufi to activate the Vin Hang Thu Ho for everyone. He determined that to save her aunt, he had no choice but to risk everything. Xiaopi immediately changed form and flew into the blood crystal too, transforming into the Eternal Guard, creating a protective shield that absorbs damage based on the health of the Eternal Guard and its self-healing ability. Bloodline of the Jade Line. All skill effects are amplified for the Heart Clan and Bloodline kinship users. Immune to all debuffs. Self-healing ability increased by 5. 000%. Lufam stepped out alone from the protective circle, instructing everyone to stay put and not go outside. Hanka anxiously asked, Xiaofeng, what do you want to do? He raised his hand clearly and responded, there is a powerful deity who will awaken soon. Roar, roar, roar. The heart of chaos changes shape, forming a galaxy. The ancient divine bone spirit asked in a gloomy voice, humans, is this really your choice? Suddenly, the bones of the skeleton shattered, the ground trembled, and a whirlwind swept through, obscuring the dust. Hanka hurriedly leaned back. Is there an earthquake? Sword Shadow just ran into the center of the protective circle and shouted, Sister Han, hold my hand tightly. The dust gradually settled, and the ancient divine bone spirit spoke in a deep voice, if you are so stubborn to seek death, then become my puppet of the divine bones. The divine bone body. Level 90. Nightmare difficulty boss. Strength 49. 957. Agility 48. 334. Spirit 40. 592. Endurance 46. 658. Eternal life in the village. The core body opens 2 arms, forming 6 tornadoes with a diameter of 30 meters, moving randomly within the target area. Within a 10-second radius, the cursed wind pattern persists, and targets standing on the cursed pattern will be layered with a debuff every 2 seconds, reducing their defense by up to 5% with a maximum of 5 stacks. While the tornado also contains icy blades forming circular rings, and each entry into the attack zone causes 15% of health damage. Soul Frost. Whenever the body of the Divine Core clone is damaged, HP decreases by 10%. It will automatically release Soul Frost. All the frost in the area will restore 10% of the Divine Core clone's body each time HP is recovered, and the Divine Core clone will permanently increase its health by 5% and attack power by 3%. HP recovers over 50%. Body size increases by 10%. The Soul Whirlpool activates all spiritual rune circles simultaneously, causing a large vortex of soul whirlpools. Strength 49. 957. Agility 48. 334. Spirit 40. 592. Endurance 46. 658. Eternal life in the village. The core body opens 2 arms, forming 6 tornadoes with a diameter of 30 meters, moving randomly within the target area. Little Man covered his horns in a fever. So big, yet much larger than Little Dark. Lufam silently assessed, so it was only a fragment of the ancient god. The giant tornado columns gather around the ancient divine skeleton, spreading wide and deep, turning into dust in this eternal reincarnation. The eternal reincarnation. The fragment of the divine skeleton opens its 2 arms to form 6 tornadoes with a 30-meter diameter, moving randomly within the target area. Within a 10-second window, the remaining wind pattern extends along the diameter, with the target standing on it every 2 seconds, planting a new layer that reduces defense by 5%, stacking up to 5 layers. The cyclone also contains curved ice blade rings, each attack causing 15% health damage. The little piglet opens a protective barrier behind, while the little devil, a bow, and the spirit stand at the front fighting the tornado. The tornado sweeps through with overwhelming power, and Lufam shields his face with his hand, accidentally getting a cut on his blind hand. Fresh blood splattered onto the spirit, connecting the energy points on its body, which then burst into bright light. Within the dazzling circle, the new form of the spirit appeared, and Lufam was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, thinking, the spirit? But at this moment, it unlocked a new form. Luce looked at the shining form of the spirit and pondered, it's been so long. I still thought the spirit didn't have a human form. Tanthu was surprised and exclaimed, seeing this form of the spirit for the first time, Xiao Man excitedly reached out to touch the protective barrier and said, just as she imagined, the clone of the spirit's core flashed with a strange red light. Then it spread its wings and roared, ready to face your end. Lo Jing Thang Lai. In the form of the apocalypse, Lo Din, he cannot replace the effectiveness of Jade Lo Din, which currently holds the Deep Red Jade. The Deep Red Jade's all skills are increased by 50% in power, and each time it releases the demon summoning lightning magic, it creates a Lo Din barrier. The enemy's target within the barrier will take damage beyond the normal range when moving, forming a star after being shattered, causing large area damage with power determined by strength. Thunder roars, screaming towards the target area, unleashing a lightning bolt that strikes the storm zone, creating a massive amount of lightning to harm and paralyze enemies caught in the storm. Lava erupts violently, continuing to spew fire forward, causing damage while healing itself. Little Dark, Spirit, and a bow launch together, attacking the clone of the Divine Core. their combined energy illuminating the entire sky, so when the flames fade away, the true form of the divine clone appears intact, and it speaks with a confident voice. So this is the power you all possess. Seeing the panicked group, it taunts further. Truly disappointing. Keep struggling. It's all pointless. Luok Pham orders from below. Little Pai, use the Jade Mirror. Jade Mirror technique has no effect. Luke Pham Hoi Ni looked up. Disappointed. The proud clone of the divine bone said, no illusion can deceive the eyes of the ancient god. You fool? Luke Pham replied indifferently. Is that so? A brilliant golden light envelops him as he clenches his fists tightly, forming a dragon body from white bones, proving that the ancient god's body might not even exist. Only a fragment of his soul and the will of the fierce dragon warrior remain. With 2 out of 5 parts active, the set's effect triggered, and 1 out of 5 to unlock the residual bloodline suppression, transform into the Golden Dragon King. With strength, agility, and spirit level increased by 50, durability increased by 200, while transforming into the Golden Dragon King, cannot enter riding mode. Profession, Dragon Tamer 2. Level 43. Strength from 2,265 to 4,415. Agility from 1,841 to 3,991. Spirit from 2,151 to 4,310. Durability from 2,287 to 10887. Keep struggling. It's all pointless. Luok Pham orders from below. Little Pai, use the Jade Mirror. The proud clone of the divine bone said, no illusion can deceive the eyes of the ancient god. You fool? Luke Pham replied indifferently. Is that so? I will use fresh blood to sacrifice your ignorance. Eternal Return of the Wolf. The divine core body opens its arms to form 6 tornadoes with a 30-meter diameter, moving randomly within the target area, leaving behind the lingering wind of the demonic relic for 10 seconds. Bird form Yen Jiang roars. Lao. Black Dragon 2 shifts form. Destruction Dragon. Lao. Bird form. Level 39. Hak Long De Zora. Strength 2. 018 rising to 10. Ling Ba. Agility 18. 607. Spirit 19. 915 rising to 39. 830. Durability 20. 924. Its sharp gaze becomes extremely piercing. It also begins transforming back into Lao form. Spirit Cloud Dragon Ain, changing shape to a galaxy form. Lufam has also completed the transformation process, his body shining with brilliant gold. Dazzlingly bright. He opens his mouth and roars, as if ready to become a dragon body. Fire surrounds the small demon, burning with a fiery red hue, as if expressing her anger. The spirit begins to focus the power of the stars. The target standing on the demonic mark keeps stacking layers every 2 seconds, reducing the defense by 5% each time, up to a maximum of 5 layers. At the same time, the tornado also contains curved ice blade rings, and when the target enters the attack zone, it causes 15% additional damage. A violent storm gathers around him, ready to fight. The first surge is his spirit, followed by the small warrior and a violent, all attacking together, encircling the divine clone without leaving any gap. Shining brightly to form a star, you stomp on its skeletal body with your front foot and break its neck decisively. Despite the pain from the attack, the phantom core remains arrogant and insults, haughty and disdainful, unforgivable, yet daring to wound the supreme divine mind. The scattered fog on the ground seems to come alive and start moving. Luke Pham is still holding tightly onto the fragment of the divine core, clearly visible to the naked eye. The fragments of mist are rising to rebuild its body, its sinister voice echoing in the whirlwind. You fool, falling into the endless abyss. The soul crystal mist. Each time the clone's body is destroyed, HP decreases by 10%. It will actively release the swung cow, restoring the body of the fan then caught with all the swung in the area. Each recovery increasing HP by 10%. Luke Pham was a bit surprised and secretly thought, so he can use the surrounding bone essence as a source to restore himself. If that's the case, he immediately ordered Little Phi to open the dragon realm. Xiao Pai soared into the sky, roaring loudly, with his dragon eyes glowing red. As the dragon domain only covered a 100-meter diameter area, all attributes of the Dragon Clan allies' bloodline connection pseudo in the domain increased by 50%. In the enemy's domain, where the bloodline connection pseudo is not a Dragon Clan, all attributes decrease by 50%, and movement, teleportation, and transfer are blocked. preventing entry or exit from the domain. Lufam was a bit surprised and secretly thought, so he can use the surrounding bone essence as a source to restore himself. If that's the case, he immediately ordered Little Fee to open the dragon realm. The fragments of mist are rising to rebuild its body, its sinister voice echoing in the whirlwind. You fool, falling into the endless abyss. The soul crystal mist. Each time the clone's body is destroyed, HP decreases by 10%. Long language inscription can replicate the magic language skills of the dragon worshipper and unleash them. The strength depends on one's own attributes, with magma engulfing fiercely. Within the target area, flames erupt violently, forming a lava pool, and those caught in it will gradually fall into the magma and suffer massive damage. When combined with the dragon language, if the dragon tamer and the dragon worshipper use the same magic dragon language, their power increases by 100%, and the eerie laughter of the ancient gods echoes through the flames. As the skeleton is nearly burned away, the spirits break free from the seal and fly out, plotting a new plan. Destroying my body is no problem, as long as this world still has my bones. I can reshape my body. But can you do the same? Let us perish together with my body. And all the spirit runes will activate simultaneously. The soul tornado inflicts high-level trauma and soul erosion after contact, reducing the target's healing effectiveness by 20% for 15 seconds, while spikes continuously grow on the ground, causing the target to be struck and suffer 50% of their health damage. The spirits, obeying the ancient god's command, rush towards the 6 realms, but before they can act, the little fox steps ahead to block them, Eternal Guardian, forming a protective shield that safeguards all targets beneath it, with its absorption and damage capacity, determined by the eternal fake life value and its own healing ability. At the same time, a Bao's red lightning descended. It and Teudafan launched a relentless attack with 3 million heavenly thunder to destroy the world, summoning storms, and within the target's range, San, 3 million forbidden lightning seals of destruction also descended. The Thunderbolt skill is unaffected by the storm source, and the remaining bones are shattered, leaving only a blazing red sky and the little girl standing in the air. The remnants of the divine soul of the ancient god still lingered in the shattered eye socket, unnoticed as its eyes flashed with a cruel, savage joy. I will remember you and your lineage, and one day, I will reshape my body and destroy you all. After dealing with everything, they all returned to human form, of course containing a Bao, with a series of notifications about level upgrades. Gold level up, Void Heart, level increased to 30, Lam Nong 1, level increased to 2, Dong Fu Thui, level increased to 38, Hak Long 2, level increased to 40, Luke Pham, level increased to 44, which was a bit beyond Luke Pham's expectations. Transitioning Sheens, at the dry, foggy ground beneath the mountain. Hey, come over here quickly. The person walking here suddenly stopped at a small, foggy mountain. Tan Thu was the first to notice and shouted loudly, Look, Coco is still here. The next second, Li Tai shouted an order and struck. Kill him. His attack hadn't even reached forward when it was countered, causing his subordinates and the officer to hesitate. Luke Pham and the others called out loudly, Go, go. After seeing the unconscious woman lying in the white mist, Tan Thu, standing behind, asked worriedly, Go, go. How is she? Han Ka nearby suggested, Xiao Fan, let me take care of her. Lu Fan stood up to give her the spot. Xiao Fi can't wake her from the coma, so please everyone take care of her. Tan Tu knelt beside her, realizing I had been promoted to a fake saint judge, but it was of no use. Han Ka was just giving her water and comforting her. Xiao Tu, don't blame yourself. Let me help her drink some water. Xiao Pai let out a sad cry. Lu Fan turned his head to look elsewhere curiously. Ah, Bo, what are you looking for? Luke Pham and the others called out loudly. Go, go. After seeing the unconscious woman lying in the white mist, Tan Thu, standing behind, asked worriedly, Go, go. How is she? It looks very much like the essence of the ancient god, but isn't actually the essence. The system displays information. Spiritual core crystal. Legendary quality. Effect. Unknown. Lu Fang snatched the gemstone from its hand to examine it more closely, hoping it was the essence so it could allow the fallen divine dragon to evolve again. Xiao Pai let out a sad cry. Lu Fan turned his head to look elsewhere curiously. Ah, Bo, what are you looking for? You stare wide-eyed at one of the materials needed for the Shadow Dragon contract. A required material. The black Ruothach, not above 3. An ancient spirit crystal, not above 1. The breath of the shadow. Not above 300. The shadow spring water. Not above 50. Ah, Bao still didn't give up and kept shouting. Yelling. But it was quickly hit hard on the head. Swelling into a bump. Lufam excitedly turned around. Dao from. Quickly activating a skill to wash this thing for me. She didn't understand and asked back something. Finally. Dao Xiaoman. A stealth combatant and water lotus swordmaster. Was pouring water into her sword while complaining. Lufam. Do you think I'm just a water pipe? I'm still the strongest stealth profession. She said with a smile while explaining. He. There's no water source here, so I have to put up with it for her. The crystal stone was washed by Xiaoman's water and gradually shattered into small fragments. Lufan looked on in confusion as the tiny shards fell to the ground. So what exactly is going on here? The divine core crystal has been destroyed, and the essence of the divine core has fallen out. The essence of the divine core system display still shows it hasn't absorbed energy. Legendary quality. Consumable item. Effects unknown. Little man, who was rinsing water from his sword, then asked you if you don't need it anymore. So I'll turn it off now. And I will also deduct mana fee. Lufam held the crystal shard and sighed in relief. Luckily, the essence crystal's function remains perfect, still usable as a material. As the system information continued to display divine core essence crystal, legendary quality. Effects unknown. You silently analyze in your mind. The essence hasn't been energized yet. Can the semi-finished product be used for the sacrificial transformation of the fallen divine dragon? Then you gesture with your hand. Xiaopi. Accept the sacrificial transformation of the fallen divine dragon. She immediately responds with a hum. Xiaopai closed her eyes and began the process of natural assimilation, transforming into the twin divine dragons, with the level of the flying dragon king matching that of its user, and the two golden dragons appearing behind her. Lufam smiled and beckoned the golden dragon over. Come here. The third piece of ancient divine essence. The golden dragon reared its head and roared, its body surrounded by a beam of light, and its eyes shot out a blinding beam of light. Lufam clenched his fist, eagerly watching the scene before him. It worked. The evolution had begun. The golden dragon spread its wings and then stood still, motionless, making him wonder if it was over. The golden dragon's expression froze in confusion, not knowing what had happened to it, as Lufam turned around to check the system information. Indeed, the essence had not been energized and was not usable. However, even without evolving, it could still acquire new skills. And a Bao, standing on the ground, pointed at the golden dragon and shouted curses, roaring and swearing at the creature. If I discover it, I have to use it myself. The system information before Lufam shows the divine long segment, level 38, demon dragon earth toxin, Damon dragon assault, holy light shine, holy light chimera, long language seal breaker, controlling the divine long segment, bloodline demon dragon, merging with divine bones. The divine long segment can dissolve summoning objects, using one's own materials as sea bones to absorb and convert 1% of all attributes into one's own. After reviewing the information, he frowned and wondered silently, although merging with divine bones only allows absorption of 1% of attributes. Controlling the divine long segment could transform into an endless puppet, which means it could grow infinitely. Doesn't that mean it would become infinitely mature? Lufam gently stroked his chin. Among the summoning items, the most essential one to absorb was the group of celestial demons nearby. It's time to summon them again. The 9 realms, demons, and the 5 national heroes must be kept back first to continue destroying Tae Kwok. Suddenly Hanka called out loudly. Everyone come quickly. Coco has woken up. Tanthu looked closer and asked anxiously. Coco, how do you feel? Coco let out a cough but was not fully awake. Muttering to herself, the enemy is attacking. She opened her eyes wide and quickly returned to Long Country, where our base was attacked by Tae Kwok. Everyone will be fine. Hunka is right beside her, suddenly startled and panicked. Letting go of her, Lufam stepped closer and placed his hand on Tranan's shoulder. Coco calmed down. Now she's safe. And Tuman happily recounted. Hee-ha. Lufam has taken care of those thugs already. Coco ang he. They knew the Thitam Trong Kungbin Tin Lai. Tot. Dutkarwa. Tanthu also said that they had been looking for you for a long time. Luckily you were safe. And then she helped you stand up. Lufam. Next we head to the border. Can we return to Long Country? Jianying folded his arms and guessed. But it might be a bit difficult since Tai Tae Kwok still has a military branch waiting for us. Luo Fan calmly put his hands in his pockets and looked at them. Don't worry. Just follow me. And tomorrow we can leave Tai Tae without any worries. 6 hours later in Tianhao City, Tai Tae Kwok. A police car with flashing lights sped down the road. In a small alley just past where the car had passed, Lufam's group was hiding. You observe the situation outside on the main street and then signal the others. It's okay. Everyone go outside. Tan Thu's cheeks flushed pink after reading the words on the sign. Love Hotel. She shyly asked, "Why do we have to come here?" Lu Shou led the way inside, explaining that we should stay put for now as the city is under strict surveillance, and only this road remains open for business. Xiaoman waved her hand to urge the other three to follow. Follow me. Follow me. She was helped by Han Ka, sighing with regret. Sorry for causing trouble for everyone. Luke Pham. Next we head to the border. Can we return to Long Country? Jian Ying folded his arms and guessed, but it might be a bit difficult since Tai Tai Kwok still has a military branch waiting for us. Luo Fan calmly put his hands in his pockets and looked at them. Don't worry. Just follow me. And tomorrow we can leave Tai Tai without any worries. Tan Thu looked to the side and sighed. Although she had to switch to the road after flying dozens of kilometers to avoid detection, she still felt a bit worried. Lufam had been silent all this time, but in his mind he was quietly calculating Divine Clone Realm truly is not ordinary. Long, the saint used the Divine Realm fusion to absorb all the heavenly demon pills in order to transform it into a puppet. I reflect on my own thoughts. Now I can use this body of Kothan, not only preserving all skills, but also enough for a team of 20 people to sit on it. Tan Thu's cheeks flushed pink after reading the words on the sign. Love Hotel. She shyly asked, "Why do we have to come here?" Tan Thu closed her eyes, afraid to look at the provocative photos hanging on the wall, even though it was not easy to be exposed, but still. She hesitated as she stepped a few more steps up the stairs, and we secretly entered the capital of the Tai Tai Kingdom again. Xiaoman clenched her fists in excitement and turned around. Yes. Flying straight here was truly lightning fast. So exhilarating. She began to recall that the mist stream of the Divine Clone is actually a private plane, so even if we take it back to Long Country, it wouldn't be a problem. He didn't immediately hand the room key to Lufam but called out to the boy. The man frowned thoughtfully, as if he remembered meeting you somewhere before. Right. The next news is that Tien Thu City is still under curfew. The receptionist suddenly glanced at the TV screen. He frowned and scratched his head, looking like he was trying to remember something. After a few seconds, he decisively threw the keys onto the table and said, "Maybe I remembered wrong. Here are your keys." With such strict curfew, and bringing so many girls along, it really opened my eyes. Lufam went to the counter and told him 3 rooms, to be checked out before tomorrow night. The man suddenly stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. There are many photos of beautiful girls hanging along the corridor. And Xiaoming excitedly points to one. Everyone quickly looks over. Wow. So sexy. Tan Thu. After looking, can't help but admire. Covering her mouth and softly agreeing, Luke Pham pats Jian Ying's shoulder reassuringly and says that he will definitely return tonight or by tomorrow morning at the latest. In the meantime, he asks her to take care of everyone. She nods tightly, holding the keys in her hand, and responds, "Understood. Stay safe." Luke Pham took the 3 keys from the others and told Jian Ying to take everyone to the lounge to rest. Then he reached out and asked, "Do you want to go outside? I have nothing to hide, so I'll just say it. Yes, I want to go out and observe Kim Fu's movements for a bit." Han Ka, who was behind helping Ko Han, kindly asked, Ko, how are you doing?" Ko Han has recovered. She turned to the door and replied, "I'm fine. Don't worry," she asked anxiously. "Little Pham. Him." The sword shadow quickly reassured her. "Don't worry. He'll be back soon." No one noticed the receptionist still standing at the counter. Tired and hopeful, he couldn't help but think to himself, this young man truly commands admiration. Transitioning scenes. That night in Tai Chi State, a guard on duty at the gate of the Golden Mansion sighed and said, "I didn't expect the national hero protectors to all be defeated, and the troops inside the city have already gone to the Forest of the Gods for rescue." The person across from him sighed and crossed his arms, reminding him not to blame anyone, saying we're better off in the Imperial City than heading to the front lines to sacrifice ourselves. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and the guard turned around to see a skyscraper behind him blow up, flames illuminating the entire area. What's happening? Someone with a walkie-talkie hurried over to report that the ancient demon has appeared in Tien Thu City. Hurry and send help. Hearing this, the guard was stunned and asked, "What did you say? How could the ancient demon appear here?" And to prove what he said, the ancient demon sped down the main road toward the gate of the Golden Mansion. Roaring. Destruction. The guards in front of the gate panicked. It's over. It's over. Now only our army remains in Tianzhou City. Someone approached and patted the guard on the shoulder, saying, Officer, everyone quickly go inside. It turned out to be Kim Tu Eng Yen. She was about to explain the situation. The nobles in the Kim Palace are still discussing, and I am here too. After Lufam left, the others gradually returned to their rooms, and Tanthu faintly overheard their conversation. Kim Tu Yen, the imperial guards of the former Golden Palace, look bewildered but still reply. Then it's all up to you. The ground trembles and dust billows as the former demon chase reaches the Golden Palace gates. And this time there are not just one but two of them. Lufam jumps into the courtyard from the building opposite. Tu Nien draws her sword and loudly says, "Now it's just us left." Little mouse, sneaking in here. Lufam was a bit startled and whispered, "We've been discovered." He drew his sword, the crimson flames swirling around the blade like a fiery river, and coldly said, "But relying on her won't be enough to defeat me. What's wrong? Do you also feel that I'm not good enough?" He frowned in thought for a moment before replying, "Although you and the Kim ruler are from the same family, killing Lufam would mean handing over Kim Fu to me." Kontin took off his glasses and placed them on his head, clearly annoyed by his words. "Saying that much. Isn't it because he thinks I am not good enough? You live with the National Lord because I didn't become the master of the Secret Service, which blocked my path to the peak. Kim Khangting, the Imperial Guard of Kim Fu, while you silently pondered, recalling the beginning when this useless guy was chased out of the Imperial Guard by Kim Tai Yen, looking terrified. I basically didn't care. I never expected that now I would have to find a national hero to protect the country and be confronted by him at my doorstep. I can't let him disturb Lufam or interfere with my plan to control Kim Fu." Khangting, losing his patience, stood up. He couldn't wait any longer to speak out, claiming that the Secret Service is just a boastful mouth. Whether Lufam is strong or not, I still need to meet him in person and make a judgment. And Sahil, rubbing his tired forehead as if he was burdened, "You completely don't understand how powerful Lufam is. He's not someone you can handle alone. Go quickly." To his surprise, Kontin completely ignored him, arrogantly pouting and smiling, claiming he wasn't alone and had brought along a stunningly handsome expert as well. Before he could finish boasting, the building suddenly shook violently. Tianan ran to the window in fear, unable to hold back his exclamation at the chaos outside. Smashing. Smashing. Lufam could actually get here so quickly. Kontin suspiciously asked, "Did the demon invade the city?" Tai An and Quiet both pointed at him and said, "There's no time anymore. I agree to your request. Quickly send your high-level expert." Kontin shrugged, hesitating awkwardly, and replied, But I said we would fight Lufam. Outside is the Siyu Joy Ma. A powerful force knocked the vase flying, shattering the glass into pieces, and amidst the sound of breaking, her screams of pain could be heard. The vase collapsed onto the floor, black blood pouring from her mouth. Her eyes closed in unconsciousness with no response. Kontin was terrified and still stunned. What just happened? Lufam, why are you here? Lufam raised his hand, the flow of power beginning to surge from his palm, and he calmly declared, "So another member of Kim appears. Then this time I will let you all open your eyes and see the body of the ancient god." The body of the ancient god appears as you summon it, flapping its wings and causing dust to scatter. Roaring. With the divine clone. Dathi. Level 90. Hor 5. Shield Reincarnation Howl. 6 random tornadoes are unleashed to move toward the target area. The damage limit of the tornado is 15% of the target's health, reducing their defense, and each time the clone's health drops by 10%, a bone fracture skill is triggered. The split body of the divine core absorbs all nearby fragments to restore itself and recover health. The soul of the ancient. Each time it takes damage, can gain a piece of the soul talisman. When you collect 10 pieces of soul talisman fragments, the whole wind soul will activate, chasing the target enemy and dealing haunting damage. The target is locked by the full soul wind and cannot be healed. The entire luxurious mansion was swept away in an instant by the divine core body. Taiyan is trapped in the rubble, suffering alone. He glances over in that direction. Kontin lay motionless, blood pouring from his body. His eyes were blank and pale, and Sohai shouted in terror. What is this after all? Taiyan tilted slightly, and just that small movement made the man vomit blood. He took out 10 teleportation books from inside his coat and thought unwillingly, "No, I can't die here. My plan isn't finished yet. The gold cover can activate immediately." The man calculated as he opened the 10 books. The teleportation scrolls are of epic quality, consumable items with high effectiveness, used to teleport the user to a designated location. Unfortunately, before it could be fully used, the 10 books were cut in half by the sword. Lufam pierced through him and retreated quickly. "This sword is meant for you. until Taiyan takes his last breath. It still belongs to me. After settling everything, Lufam calmly turned around and asked, "Do you see clearly now?" You narrow your eyes coldly and say, "Your Kim family estate will be destroyed here. Tai has completely become a puppet under my control." His face stiffened, his voice cold and emotionless but respectful. "I see now, Master." Suddenly, Lufam turned back and met his gaze. Slowly speaking, "There is still one last person missing." Remembering the face that resembled Tai 7 parts, he pressed close to the man before continuing to speak. "She is your young daughter, Kim Chow. Once I find out where she's hiding, her day of death will come." After speaking, Lufam flew away alone, leaving Tai standing amidst the ruined battlefield. He ordered the soldiers softly, "Stay here and let the people come to rescue their heroic institute." Lufam sped up and commanded loudly, "Move with divine body and spirit. Level this city." At that moment, a huge energy surged forward, and from afar, a booming sound could be heard. Lufam stopped, looked up, and thought uncertainly, could this voice be? As expected, when I saw the familiar figure appear, I excitedly called out Principal. Wu Tian in her loose clothes seemed to exhale and say, "Looks like I arrived just in time. You really are causing trouble." At this moment, seeing the magnificent gold palace reduced to ruins, she truly didn't know what to say anymore. Maybe I should be more worried about Taite Kwok, because if I arrive a little late, I'm afraid the entire city of Tianthu will no longer exist. Right, Lufam casually replied that this is what the imperial seal should bear. I really had prepared to level this entire city. Votian fell silent upon hearing that. Lufam continued to briefly explain the current situation, and gratefully said, "Thank you, Principal, for coming all this way to pick us up. She and everyone else are safe." And then he raised his hand to absorb the energy, saying, "I will have Xiao Fei use the paper person to find and take you to them first. Don't you try to stop me before I even finish speaking." 14. With a sharp hand gesture, exposes your true intention. Want me to leave so you can continue destroying Taite Kwok? Right. Put away your transformation item and come with me to bring others back to the country. Lufam pushed her hand away, then asked suspiciously, "Principal, why do you want to stop me?" You can't help but remember the scene right after leaving the death trap at Zahai, when Long Nation soldiers lay sprawled in front of the teleportation gate, with no survivors. All the people from the Kim family, those supporting them in Taite Kwok, kept targeting me, even affecting my loved ones, and slaughtering innocent Long Nation people. The more I remember, the angrier Lufam becomes, and he grits his teeth as he says, "If she can't escape, can you still calmly stop me? They won't be innocent even in death." Votian places her hand on his shoulder as if to comfort him. "Lufam, I understand how you feel. I am just as furious as you." She suddenly raised her voice, telling him that I didn't stop you because I was ruthless, but because I wanted to protect you. This answer made Lufam hold on to me, unable to believe it, and reaffirmed that she was protecting me. Votian quietly turned around. Her voice unconsciously softened. "Perhaps the leader of the extreme north border has told you, this world is too vast, and the fewer enemies you encounter, the fewer there are." She stepped down and continued, "That's just how society is." Lufam also spread his wings and flew over when he heard her say that, in the perception of ordinary people, a level 4 master after level 90 is the peak of the strong. The end of the transmission. The cloak covered her face, so her expression was not visible, only her eyes shining like distant stars. Beyond the 4th stage, each increase in level is as difficult as reaching the sky, and those who reach level 100 are even rarer. When Votian mentioned this, she suddenly turned to look at Lufam, her voice extremely determined. "But I want to tell you that there are still 5th stage experts at level 120 inches this world. Among them, there are people from the state of Taiyi." Lufam exclaimed in shock. "What? There are 5th tier experts in Taiyi too?" He frowned and thought, 5th tier experts are just a small matter to me. As if the 5th tier experts support the Gold Clan, I definitely have to find a way to deal with them, or the problem with Taite Kwok will never be resolved. Votian then interrupted your thoughts, saying straightforwardly, "I know what you're thinking, but you don't need to have any intentions towards them. These unseen 5-stage experts do not belong to any country. They even manipulate nations from behind the scenes to obtain what they desire." She stepped in front of Tai Hai, who was standing still, and continued speaking. "And Taite Kwok is the easiest to manipulate, which is why the true rulers chose to stay here." Lufam deduces that the gold cover is just a puppet of those 5-move experts, and he asks cautiously if continuing to sabotage Taite Kwok would mean provoking them. His teacher gradually understands, and Votian happily confirms that he's here to end the Kim Fu's interference with him. Now that the goal has been achieved, if you don't stop, you'll cause a lot of trouble yourself. At this point, she suddenly glances at Lufam as a warning. And then only the 3 elders of Long Country can handle it. You're not someone who initiates trouble. Right. Lufam let out a deep breath, closing his eyes as he replied, I understand, and immediately raised his hand to summon all the puppets back. Control the fallen spirits. And manipulate all the fallen spirits, transformed from the fallen dragon saint, while also being able to summon and recall them at any time. With the fallen spirit's death and energy returning to the fallen dragon saint, he took out the communication talisman and smiled as he said, This is the gift I promised you. Now I can finally hand it over to you. He chuckled and added, If the golden seal has already been broken and you still say such things, then I can only spare Taitequak this once. Votien, seeing everything was settled, turned to leave. So take me to the other side of the enemy. I will let the sect leader come here. But before she can take a few steps, Lufam called her back. Wait a moment first. You take out the necklace and say with a smile, This is the gift I promised to her. Now I can finally hand it over to her. The necklace is made of ice-hardened silk, full of epic quality. A decorative item. Votien turned back and asked coldly what he meant by that. And Lufam burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Big sister is pretending again. I know you can't hold on much longer. You might fool me for a while, but not forever. Seeing Votien remain silent without reply, he pretended to turn away and said, Looks like you don't want it. So I'll put it away and give it to little sister then. Votien finally gave up her pride, rushing to grab his hand and scold. You little brat? My gift. You dare to give it to someone else. She slowly smiled and explained, If it weren't for some things at home, I would have accepted this necklace long ago. Votien looked a bit shy and asked, Really? How did you guess that? Lufam pointed at his nose and said it's the smell. Votien, feeling embarrassed, raised his sleeve to sniff himself. Who? No way. How could I have a smell on me? Don't talk about illness. Lufam suddenly leaned in close and said, Don't be tense, it's a pleasant scent. As they chased each other, Lufam suddenly smiled and said, We should go over there. There's a lover's hotel. Votien silently blushed and didn't reply. You think back and feel that this statement sounds a bit ambiguous. Oh no. Everyone is just resting in the hotel. I mean no other intentions. Vol, Tien, feeling embarrassed yet firm, said, Let's first bring everyone back home. The principal will find a way to discipline the unruly students. This time, the border conflict has been settled, and the principal of Longdu Academy personally went to the Spirit Bone Forest to rescue the students and saw the teacher in danger. Laughter echoed in the room. I thought Deep Votien was busy moving troops to rescue them. Longhan sat behind the screen and spoke loudly. So she still has time to worry about Longdu Academy. Smoke billowed from Lu River. And the Emperor still keeps to the rules. He pursed his lips and smiled. Such a good opportunity, we can't miss it. Longhan loudly ordered. Everyone, prepare to capture the teleportation scroll. I need to personally go to Longdu. The servants outside immediately responded. Yes. Transitioning to Longdu Academy. Villano. R. Xiaomang slumped onto the sofa, stretching happily and saying, Finally back again. Tanthu sat happily beside her, teasing her. After forming an alliance with Lufam, her training sessions became fewer and fewer. He. Xiaomang remembered that when everyone passed through the teleportation gate, Lufan was the last to wave goodbye to the cleansing group. Be careful. Everyone. Xiaomang raised a finger and said, Who said I wasn't also trying hard when the teleportation gate was restored? Jianying, overhearing this, interrupted because she was eager to return. And Tuantu smiled so much, his cheeks turned red. Look at her. Look at her. Jianying now completely understands her. And Xiaomang was so angry she was about to explode. Hey. Even Jianying has been spoiled by everyone. She never used to tease me before. Hanka covered her mouth and laughed. And Dujiang said, Everyone is finally relaxed. But the thing is, Tufam's senior sister is our principal. And I'm still very amazed by that. After her secret identity was revealed, Votien became much more relaxed in her conversations and also reminded everyone to keep this matter confidential for her. Only now did even her closest friends learn about it. Votien patted her chest and said with a smile that when they are alone, they don't need to be formal. My name is Diep Votien. Everyone can call me Votien, senior sister. But when working, you must call me principal. Unexpectedly, as she finished speaking, Tanthu and Tumang responded in unison. Understood. Principal. Votien pouted and sighed. Forget it. It seems that everyone still can't change their way of addressing each other for now. She suddenly remembered that she had forgotten someone earlier. That's right. Where did Lufam go? Looking for the photo. He was carrying a tray of water when he heard that, and responded. He's in the bedroom upstairs. Saying he wanted to make a phone call. As everyone was chatting, footsteps sounded from the staircase. Sorry for the trouble about the memorial. Lufam took his laptop and said as he walked, please convey our condolences to the victims. He then turned the screen to show everyone and introduced, these are my family and friends. If we had entered the transport gate a little later, everyone could have met each other. Luffy greeted warmly. Hello everyone. Lufam asked us to set up a memorial for those who lost their lives at the military camp in the Thankok forest. And the cheerful atmosphere suddenly turned somber. Hanka said sadly, a memorial. On the other side, Lai Fei continued to introduce himself. I am squad leader Lai Fei of Team 78 of the Su-2 Regiment. Working under Lufam. The deputy commander came to investigate the border attack, but, unfortunately, after breaking through the border on our side, Lufam has handled everything. Thomtai Luke looked at him and said, stop bragging. The one who broke through the border is clearly the principal of Longdu Academy. On this side, Xiaoman and Tanthu stiffened, and Wu Xian raised his hand to his mouth to signal, shh, shh. Keep it a secret. Truong smiled happily and said, it's been a long time. My brother. Now you can even easily defeat the 4 transmissions. Lufam also felt a bit nostalgic, softly replying, indeed. It's been more than half a year since we last met. Luffy quietly looked at the monument towering behind him. Appearing emotional, this is the memorial stone without inscriptions to remember those who perished. Once we find everyone's names, we will write them all on it. Lufam closed his eyes tightly, hesitating for a long time before speaking. They only stopped there to help me transfer, hoping that the destruction of the Gold Palace could be their meal. Suddenly, a distant unfamiliar voice sounded, saying that after the conflict with Taekwok decreased, he could personally go to the temple to pray for them. Lufam opened his eyes in shock and looked, see ya. Through the screen, you can see Luffy has taken his position, standing solemnly to the side in a military-style stance. Wu continued speaking, saying I am following the orders of the squad leader, and I will handle and announce the investigation results. Then I will disclose to both nations that the heretics, after repeatedly attacking Longguo's camp, turned around and attacked Taite Guo. Kim's mansion lost all its officials, and the entire army was destroyed. The sect entered Long Fu's mansion and successfully rescued the survivors of Long State. Lufam was stunned and said, but this isn't true. It completely blames the heretics for all the mistakes. As he was speaking, someone suddenly patted him hard on the shoulder. Lufam. It was Vo Tian, who calmly said this is the best solution, and that it can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The confusing scene repeats. A single arrow hitting 2 targets. Wu must have heard everything Vo Tian said from the other side. Yet he still maintains a cold expression and praises. Your friend is very clever. Such a report not only prevents you from revealing your weakness to the ruler of Taite country, but also provokes the heretics to act. Lufam reluctantly replied, I understand. After finishing the important discussion, Wu raised his hand in a salute and said thank you for understanding. This will help us investigate the heretics. This scene accidentally caught Vo Tian's eye. She looked thoughtfully at Lufam's back, while Kim Hai, the officer earlier, bowed again to Lufam. Lufam must be at the top level now, which means he is at least a golden Hui. After ending the call, Hanka regained his composure and asked everyone with a smile, it's good if Xiao Fan can stay out of this. Is anyone hungry? I'll go cook. Tanthu volunteered to take on the task. Let me go and pull it out. Little man also excitedly raised his hand. I'm eating. I'm eating. Vo Tian clasped her hands together and looked at Lufam intently. He was puzzled. What's wrong with her? She smiled arrogantly. He. Nothing. Just feels like you've really made progress. Lufam was so stared at by her that he got goosebumps. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Knock, 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 and he took the opportunity to turn around and run away. Kiem-an. Leave it to me. The tutor stared at him intently, then smiled, and I also felt a little nervous inside. Jian Ying didn't understand what was happening but still responded casually. Fine. Leaving Wu Tian alone to lean on his hip and sigh. Truly living up to the person I look up to. Before the door even opened, Lufam called out, I'm here. Who are you looking for? Andre. Level 64. A warrior of the 3rd Legion. Cheerfully replied, of course I came to find you. Lufam was also quite surprised. Andre, oh my god, you actually came to Long Country. You turn around to invite Andre in quickly. Meeting you at Longdu Academy was really a surprise. Andre's tall body and distinctive voice. He smiled and said, ha ha ha, I came especially to find you. Wow, the smell is really good. Manhwa was cooking in the kitchen, heard the noise, and turned around to ask if it was Andre Xiaofam had mentioned you before. A table full of delicious food is ready. She carries the lunchbox over loudly, calling everyone to come eat together. Andra's eyes shine like headlights. He responds without hesitation. Thank you very much. I really arrived just in time. After saying that, he confidently pulled out a chair and sat down. The irresistible aroma of food constantly stimulating the appetite, and after saying goodbye to Lufam, I always longed for those days. Xiaoman couldn't help but cross her arms and say, you really don't see yourself as an outsider. Tan Thu was startled and quickly pulled her hand away. Suyet. Dao Tu is rambling again. Hanka is very happy. She squints and says I like eating. If it's not enough, I'll cook more. Vo Tian chuckles and teases her. Sister Han's cooking skills are truly impressive, even for international students. I'm not a student abroad. I was specially invited to take Luke Pham to Tuyet Kwok. Andre's mouth is full of food as he chews loudly and pulls out a dazzling gem from his pocket. Showing it to the boy, this is the aura of the Shadowed Isle. A mythic quality material. Described as a contaminated gem infused over time with the power of the Shadowed Isle. Gradually gathering its aura, Luke Pham was stunned and thought to himself the aura of the Shadowed Isle. He recalled fighting monsters at the Deadly Sea after obtaining the ancient divine relic. The remaining materials needed for the aura of the Shadowed Dragon are 3 types, and the aura of the Shadowed Isle is one of them. The aura of the Abyssal Dragon King is a special legendary item. The required materials are 3 black crystal stones, 1 ancien divin cristal, 1 aura from the Shadow Isle, not exceeding 300, and the Shadow Spring water, not exceeding 50. Andre chewed the meat as he explained that my family received a lucrative commission to go to the haunted island and destroy the haunted branding in the center. As a result, the dense black fog of the haunted island and the ghostly monsters made it very difficult to fight, so I could only gather these materials and then retreat. He swallowed the meat in his mouth and was about to grab another bun when his hand was stopped. But since the family received the commission, he had to complete it. I thought of you. If it were you, you would definitely be able to do it. Andre prepared some words to persuade Lufam. His quick agreement surprised him a little, huh? Did he agree so fast? A shadow of a man passed by, and the girls on the street couldn't help but look. Oh, he's so handsome. Have you seen him yet? Have you seen him yet? The girl next to her guessed. Wearing this way. Could she be a descendant of some great world? Meanwhile, Andre's family was still busy chatting away. Just now, I wanted to say that the island is very suitable for leveling up, and these materials are probably very valuable. Luke Pham clasped his hands behind his back and stood silently at the door. He was still listening to the lively conversation and looked to Vo Tian for her opinion. Eager to learn about the ominous atmosphere of the island and the haunted waters. Hey, teacher, can I go now? Before Vo Tian could answer, she covered her mouth and coughed violently. Although she carefully wiped her mouth, a faint bloodstain could still be seen at the corner of her lips, and she kept her hand over her mouth as she replied, Of course it's fine. After all, this will be helpful to you. The knocking on the door continued relentlessly. Hanka had to speak up and urge, Little Pham, hurry and open the door. Lu Pham pushed the chair aside and replied, Okay. As he ran to open the door, he thought to himself, It seems like there are many visitors today. Long Han saw the door open and spoke first. Hello. May I ask if Misty Fotine is here? Vo Tian sat inside the house, her eyes wide with fear as she listened to the haunting voice. Luke Pham looked at him questioningly, asking, Who are you? Long Han, clasping his hands, replied, I am Long Han. This time, I am secretly visiting to discuss major affairs of the Western Border Clan with Diep Vo Tian. The more I remember, the angrier Luke Pham becomes, and he grits his teeth as he says if she can't escape. Can you still calmly stop me? They won't be innocent even in death. Vo Tian places her hand on his shoulder as if to comfort him. Luke Pham, I understand how you feel. I am just as furious as you. Vo Tian staggered and almost lost her footing. Luke Pham caught her and loudly warned her to be careful, while Long Han beside her smiled indifferently and said, So you're here. That makes things easier. His eyes flashed with calculation as he fanned himself and pretended to be kind, then said straightforwardly, We don't need to wait a month. As long as you agree to merge Diep Vo Tian with Long Jia, I will help you deal with Hong Nok Thien. The knocking on the door continued relentlessly. Hanka had to speak up and urge, Little Pham, hurry and open the door. Lu Pham pushed the chair aside and replied, Okay. As he ran to open the door, he thought to himself, It seems like there are many visitors today. Long Han saw the door open and spoke first. Hello. May I ask if Misty 14 is here? Lufam looked worried when he saw his senior sister was unwell, his eyes full of concern and eagerness. Senior sister. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Diep Votian tried to smile reassuringly, but her face still showed clear pain. It's nothing. Just an old wound from before. Lufam, unaware of her injury, shows regret. In his words, so you're hurt. Why didn't I know? Long Hun reminds him, making the atmosphere even heavier with the seriousness of internal wounds. I forgot that Hong Nok Tien left internal injuries on her, which can't be healed in just a month. I advise you to think carefully now. With your current condition, your body simply cannot withstand the two families. Long and Hong, immediately. Lufam refused outright without hesitation. No need to think about it. Lufam's gaze was sharp as he looked at Long Han, and from his expression, it was clear he was certain of this decision. She wouldn't agree. Diep Votian was also surprised to hear this. Long Han's eyes were full of mockery. Since when did the proud Deep become so distant that she had to rely on a nerdy little kid to get by? Oh, I almost forgot. Now I should call him the great hero of Long Country. Hearing Long Han's provocation, Deep 14 warned you anxiously. Lufam, don't care about the power struggle of the Western family. It's not something ordinary people can imagine. You don't back down. Turn to look at her. This path was all helped by you. Now you're in trouble. How can I just stand by and watch? Long Han seems to see Lufam as a mere brat who doesn't know proper manners, his expression clearly showing disdain and condescension. The title of hero should be earned with one's life. Winning a few small battles doesn't make you truly invincible. It seems that Lufam doesn't care much about those words. Right now, his goal is to defeat him. At least dealing with this person is unnecessary. Suddenly, amidst the tension, a voice echoed from behind Lufam. Brother. Andre volunteers to step in and break the opponent's attack on behalf of Lufam, accompanied by Dao Tu Meng and Kiem An. You shouldn't interfere. Leave it to me. I will teach him a lesson. Lufam refuses the support, seeing this battle as his response. I don't need help. This fight is like a big gift I give to the noble family of the western border. Long Han chuckled softly, dismissing Lufam as if he were nothing. How ridiculous. He sneered and transformed into dozens of swords pointing straight at him. How dare a clown boast so much in front of me? Deep Votian mentioned the promise. Do you want to break your word to Long Han? Long Han replied coldly, his face twisted into an ugly expression. Don't worry. I will. Tuda's scream echoed as she skillfully jumped down and kicked Long Han directly. As she landed, an explosion erupted behind her. Luofeng spoke up, demanding a fight outside. Villa 1 is still unfinished, and Villa 2 cannot be ruined by a scoundrel like him. Long Han, furious after Tuda's recent attack, flicked his sleeve, his eyes cold and his aura rising like a sword about to be drawn from its sheath. Lufam, he initially planned to strike lightly, but then changed his mind after seeing Lufam's attitude, originally intending to punish a little, so he would remember. Long Han's whole body radiated dazzling lightning, his hair flying wildly, transforming into sharp spears. But now I have changed my mind. Lufam saw his attitude and happily welcomed it. What a coincidence. I have also changed my mind. The howling of Little Silver Black Dragon echoes as its strength, agility, and durability surge, revealing its remarkable evolution. Haklong thus transforms into a destroyer. Power level doubles to 40. 904. Speed remains swift at Nitten. 037. Spirit drops from 20. 415 to 10. 207. Durability at 21. 380. Long Han, witnessing the incredible scene just now, couldn't help but marvel. But it seems that's not enough for him. With this mighty posture, worthy of being the strongest creature in the world, today I will become the Dragon Slayer to raise the reputation of my Long family. Immediately, Lufam ordered the Little Silver Black Dragon to attack, accompanied by a display of power from the system, encouraging the dragon, strengthening oneself and Long Rung, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. The power chart continues to appear, showing the formidable stats of a black dragon. Level 40. With auras. Black Dragon 2. And strength. Health increased from 40. 904 to 50. 175. Agility rose from 19. 03. 7 to 24. 748. And morale went up from 10. 207 to 13. 270. Durability rises from 21. 380 to 27. 794. The attack of the Black Dragon has great destructive power and intimidation. It continuously releases pressure around, causing fear, disorientation, and dizziness to all enemies within a large radius. Long Han barely managed to block this attack from Little Silver Hack Long. But it seems that's not enough. He appears to have reached his limit, as Little Silver Hack Long's power is too terrifying, and he himself is fighting against it. His body still instinctively resists, even his thoughts of rebellion being crushed. This is the power of the star lineage. Long Han barely managed to block this attack from Little Silver Hack Long. But it seems that's not enough. He appears to have reached his limit, as Little Silver Hack Long's power is too terrifying, and he himself is fighting against it. Those swords seem to be aimed at Lufam, but in fact they were meant for Hack Long Tu Bok, stabbing straight into her. But judging by her pale face, it's clear his strength isn't enough to harm Hack Long Tu Bok. What kind of joke is this? My swords can't even break his defense. Long Han still refuses to give up. He widens his stance, dismissing others, perhaps already kneeling and begging for mercy. But unfortunately, the person facing him is Long Ra. Long Han. Long Han unleashes his move, a series of swords flying out. Long Fa Chung Kong. Long Han couldn't bear that blow and cried out in pain. Hack Long Little Silver didn't stop. She charged straight at him and continued her attack. Debris flying everywhere. That huge and massive foot of Little Silver Black Dragon is crushing down on Long Xing, who can only cry out no. Hearing Long Xing's cry, Liu Cam kindly advises him to stay quiet for a bit. His spirit isn't as easy to talk to as mine. Luke Pham stood in front of him smugly and said, "I told you so, dealing with people is easy, even though he's under a dragon's foot." Long Han still kept his bravado. "Luke Pham, Long Ra won't let you go. He may talk tough." But when Luke Pham's sword is pressed close to his head, a look of fear still appears on his face. Luke Pham warns him sharply, like a loud alarm to those two families. "Remember this. I don't kill people because I am Long Ra. Come back and tell the two royal families that, in a month, my senior and I will return to the Western lands to seek justice from them." Without hesitation, Liu Pham saw Long Han off on his final journey, and after finishing, Xiao Ya, see him off a little. As Long was being taken away by the little black dragon like a toy, the hissing sound still refused to fade. "Luke Pham, wait for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Hack Long Tu Bok threw him high into the distant sky. Leaving his destination unknown, Hack Long was satisfied with his throw, while Luke Pham remained resolute and determined. "All right, Hawk Ti. Now we share the same fate." Before she could finish speaking, Diep Votien rushed over and embraced him tightly, her face showing happiness as she held him and whispered words to herself. Lu Fang hesitated, then shyly avoided the hug, softly saying, "Teacher, there's no need for formalities between us." Deep. Fotien's gaze darkened, revealing the pain of the losses Diep Ra had endured over the past half-year. Since half a year ago, Diep Ra has been exploring a field in Tay Can that suffered severe and heavy losses. The desolate battlefield scene from that year appears in her mind, with 4 top-tier experts, including her grandfather, sacrificed one after another. At the same time, the 2 palace maids, Long, who also served the 3 great clans of the Western realm, saw the danger and took the opportunity to attack, aiming to divide Deep's resources. The image of her standing in the rain, running everywhere with determination, recalling the desperate steps she once took to seek help. "I went everywhere asking for help, but no one dared to offend the 2 great families of the Western realm. I was prepared for the worst-case scenario before Diep was completely taken over, only hoping to arrange everything well for everyone." Deep Fotien let out a gentle sigh, acknowledging Luke Pham's risk, but with a sincere gratitude in her voice. "Even though his actions today seemed a bit reckless to me," her face now showed a gentle smile. Her emotions from the past eased a little. "But still, thank you for showing me I am not truly alone and without help." Luke Pham sternly and somewhat shyly said, with shining eyes full of trust, "How could you say that? It was you who first taught me combat skills, helped me find dozens of demon manuals, even threw away Deep's old baggage. And despite carrying old wounds, you still traveled over 10,000 miles to Tai Tai Kingdom to save me. Your voice is firm and resolute, like a vow to protect those who have helped you, not letting enemies overpower us again. Now that you're being bullied by the 2 noble families, how can I stand by and do nothing?" Deep Votien slightly smiled, a mix of surprise and emotion, never expecting that one day you would become my support. Everyone there also felt a bit of joy upon seeing the scene between Lu Pham and Diep Votien earlier. The scene shifts, and a month later, in the primitive forest, a secret realm gifted by Han Lao. To prepare for the upcoming conflict with the Western family, I led the team into the secret realm Han Lao previously gifted to level up our strength. Each member made significant breakthroughs, and our collective power surged, making Luke Pham feel confident for the upcoming confrontation. Luke Tu-man's level increased to 34. Han Ka's level increased to 33. Tanthu has reached level 34. Sword Shadow has reached level 35. Luke Fam's level has increased to 45. The system shows an additional line, Green Line 1, with level 25. The deep crimson gem of the blue line emits a blazing red light, with energy radiating outward. The crucial transformation signals the moment of rebirth has arrived, as the crimson gem evolves into the Jade of the Bright King, doubling the power of all skills, from the blue line from 50% to 100%. After releasing lightning magic, a lightning barrier will be created at the target location, and enemies inside the barrier will take additional damage. The new skill appears in the interface, and it is a powerful attack that transforms into a lightning storm. In the form of the Apocalypse Thunder, it can effectively replace the current Jade Thunder, which is held by Jade Ming Huang. A voice echoes, a Bach, wielding the strongest dragon magic. After reaching level 25, the deep crimson gem ascends to Jade Ming Hong, doubling a Bach's power and gaining a new skill. The screen shows a new skill, a swirling storm of lightning waiting to unleash its fury on enemies, with a blue line unlocking a new skill. As the whirl of lightning and wind spins around, a week later, Andrea announced that the teleportation array of the Longdu Academy to Fa Lang Port was ready, and since the haunted island is too dangerous, I decided to accompany Andrea. Before departing, the destroyer Votien came with unwavering determination and a resolute gaze that even Luke Pham couldn't refuse. Before setting out, my senior sister arrived, insisting on accompanying me. With her abilities, she seemed trustworthy enough, and considering her capability to handle the haunted island, I didn't refuse. Although he accepted the proposal, he still secretly worried, especially about the dangers on the journey. But I was still concerned about the internal injury that my senior sister was suffering. A familiar voice called out through the white wind, and my loyal brother greeted Lufam warmly as he stepped out with Diet Votien. The brother was on this side. Seeing him, Andrea hurried over to welcome him. "Brother, I finally waited for you to arrive." Andrea's calm voice resonated as he introduced the three four-stage experts: Victor level 91, the Destroyer 4, Mikhail level 92, the Cloudbreaker 4, and Ivan level 91, the Ice Envoy 4. He turned around and pointed to the dock, where a large ship was moored, pride shining in his eyes. Behind the ship, a team of about 20 third-tier experts would be joining us to the haunted island. When it comes to the ship, come see our ultimate secret weapon. In front of them is a colossal warship with a shimmering silver hull. Its presence feels like it pierces straight into the mind of anyone nearby. The level of the Sea King-class demonic warship, covered in 1,000-year-old silver mist. Its 36 demonic cannons could blow up half an island. With the best 10 engineers and the largest expenditure, this ship is definitely built for maximum impact with minimal effort. Luke Pham looked at the ship, a clear impression in his eyes, then slightly smiled in admiration mixed with teasing. Not bad. Not bad. Truly inhumane. Andre felt a bit embarrassed to accept this compliment from him, because for this expedition, I had prepared everything thoroughly. Andre pats your shoulder with a look of full confidence, and with the help of your brothers, this time it will definitely succeed. The scene shifts to the image of the ship setting sail, gliding across the water. It seems the weather isn't very favorable right now. A storm with thunder and rain is approaching. Even more surprisingly, a monster suddenly floated up from the depths of the sea, glaring angrily at Lucha and everyone on the ship. As it was about to charge, a hunter's figure appeared in the sky. Suddenly, a streak of starlight descended. The space shimmered, and the divine light covered the area. Starlight from the Milky Way keeps descending. During the use of the starfall, other skills can be used, and the starfall will continue until cancelled. Because of severe injuries, the monster had to abandon the juicy prey on the ship and return to the deep sea. Another skill is activated. Lightning strikes continuously on the locked target, with precise and brutal attacks like a divine sword aimed directly at the monster. Heaven's Punishment. Locking onto and tracking an enemy target. This unleashes a rapid barrage of lightning strikes at high speed, dealing massive thunder damage. Andre said with admiration, "Little brother, your profession is truly excellent. Last time I came, it wasn't as smooth as this." At the same time, the system update displayed new information, and the strategies of your teammates continued to improve significantly on the journey to the haunted island. The Void of the Heart was satisfied. Level increased to 34. Blue Line 1. Level increased to 26. Andre also had to marvel at this scene. This feeling of victory is exactly like going to the second floor. Luke Pham looked back at the information panel, secretly pleased to find unexpected gains. I never thought there would be other rewards on this journey. Spirit and Abao have both leveled up. If we can gather crafting materials on the island later, it will be perfect. A voice from the observation deck announced that their final destination had appeared through the thick fog. Mr. Chu has arrived at the haunted island. In the dim twilight of Binka, the beam of light from the lighthouse on the ship seemed to illuminate the entire space, revealing the island they were searching for. Everyone's eyes fixated on the mysterious island, their faces a mix of excitement and tension. Uncertain of the challenge that awaited, Andre's voice sounded, "Whether exciting or not, this is just the outer area of the island. The real trouble still lies inside." Andre chuckled softly, his tone still calm. "But there's no need to worry." Suddenly, a cage of blue light accompanied by lightning struck down, and I was able to open a safe path to the nearly visible island through the mission's guidance. Amidst the thunder, the ship, like a beast, approached its prey, easily. The whole team stands on the boat, eyes fixed on the center, as the moment to act has arrived, led by Sixth Famine. "Sixth brother, this is the haunted island. No more delays. Everything now depends on you. The next step is entirely up to you." Amid the muffled sound of the waves, somewhere on the island, in a temple, a familiar calm voice echoes. The figure who appears with sharp sword aura tearing through the sky is the voice of the ancestral head of the royal family. "You're here." Footsteps approach, and in front of him stands Huang Yutian, level 98. With a swordless cultivation of 4, Huang Yutian gently greets, his tone respectful. "Elder." The elder responded briefly and solemnly, and Hong Nok Thien clasped his hands and said, "The ancient immortal of the extinct celestial tomb is indeed miraculous, but in a few days, he will break through to level 97 and advance to level 98. The astonishment in the elder's eyes was evident as he witnessed such remarkable progress, and he sighed in admiration. "Truly, it is no wonder that I rarely see someone from my royal family in 100 years. Just 3 days ago, I and your senior martial uncles secluded ourselves for 3 days and achieved less than half of what you have today." Although praised, Hoang Nuk Thien remained humble, gently shaking his head and saying that it's not just about talent but also related to the nature of one's profession. He continued sharing his thoughts, mentioning that both the Lord and his senior uncles are celestial sorcerers, and the ancient sword Dao and special techniques of the ancient immortals in the flying immortal tomb still cannot sense the emotions within. That explanation made the elder even more pleased. But Hong Nok Thien still felt regretful about the limitations of that place. Unfortunately, each ancient immortal can only enter once and can only stay for 3 days. If I could stay there for more than a year, I might have a chance to reach level 100. The scene shifts to a quiet late night. Hoang's elder takes a cup of tea and says, "Ngok Thien." He smiled faintly, his broad chest rising steadily, as if imparting a truth. Because of this realization, simply gaining experience to level up was no longer suitable. The real key was understanding one's profession. When a person knows how to harness their class to gain strength, leveling up becomes very easy. At this moment, after hearing that statement from Hoang Ra's elder, it seemed like Hoang Nok Thien had been enlightened about something. It was not an illusion. After entering the ancient tomb of the immortal, he felt that every minute and second he could gain experience for leveling up, because he had gained a new understanding of his profession's traits, which allowed him to reduce the experience needed for leveling up. He immediately clasped his hands together, lowered his eyes gently, and accepted the lesson. Then, Hoang Ngok Thien seemed to remember something important. Although praised, Hoang Nuk Thien remained humble, gently shaking his head and saying that it's not just about talent but also related to the nature of one's profession. He continued sharing his thoughts, mentioning that both the Lord and his senior uncles are celestial sorcerers, and the ancient sword Dao and special techniques of the ancient immortals in the flying immortal tomb still cannot sense the emotions within. He immediately clasped his hands together, lowered his eyes gently, and accepted the lesson. Then, Hoang Ngok Thien seemed to remember something important. That explanation made the elder even more pleased. But Hoang Nok Thien still felt regretful about the limitations of that place. Unfortunately, each ancient immortal can only enter once and can only stay for 3 days. Hoang Nok Thien couldn't hide his surprise. And the elder continued, his eyes flashing with interest. "That is the recent hero of Long Country, who has gained fame. Only level 45 might win the national trial, but defeating Long Han is no easy feat." Nevertheless, Hoang Nok Thien couldn't hide his suspicion. But ultimately, the dragon race is too powerful, raising an ordinary person several levels. He still couldn't hide his disbelief as the image of Long Han appeared in his mind. This person is extremely arrogant, and he had Long Han relay the message. He said that in a month, he would bring Deep's girl there to settle the account with the 2 royal families. Our long clan. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Hong Noktien's face. He said coldly with a tone of mockery, as if to say he didn't know his place. But there's no blame on him. After all, he still doesn't understand what true strength is. Youth is vigorous. Climbing higher means the pain will come next. Hoang Noktien paused briefly, and then declared that this decision was final. Although he was arrogant, he had a few dragons by his side. If he truly dared to enter the western border in a month, I might be able to spare his life. In the tone of the Hongjia elder, do not contain personal calculations. But like if he is willing to submit to the Hoangjia, he could be cultivated into a capable general. He responds accordingly. And we, the Hongjia, will look upon him. If this person is not foolish, he will surely be very grateful to us. The elder of the royal family also agreed with this decision. But Long family probably has similar intentions. Once they seize and destroy, there will be secret struggles with them. Hoang Nokthien confidently takes full responsibility for this matter from the elder, who can rest assured that I will handle it. If the Long family is not sensible, I will let them experience the dangers firsthand. And they might not survive. The ship carrying Lufam and everyone else has arrived at the island, and they are disembarking from the boat. Andre frowned and asked, "Are you really not bringing them along?" Lufam slightly furrowed his brow, quietly observing the thick fog ahead, then softly replied, "The fog outside can be handled, but the deeper we go inside, receiving orders will cause fatigue to increase even faster. And the more people there are, the more they will affect each other, leading to a slower team progress." Ivan's voice echoed from behind, with two others beside him, truly deserving of being the leader of the national trial. At this moment, a voice rang out to dispel the heavy atmosphere, and at that time, Lufam did not rush to rebut. He turned his head, just pursed his lips. "My dragon horn can produce the effect of a priest." Ivan frowned in disbelief, suspiciously glancing at the divine creature, his low voice filled with doubt. "What are you joking about? A dragon horn can produce the effect of a priest." "All right. Luke's disciple has arranged everything." Andre frowned and ordered Ivan's people to stay on the ship. "Everyone stay on the boat and wait for us to return. Do not wander around at will." Lufam silently marveled at this scene, wondering if he had unintentionally made enemies again. All three of them began moving toward the target. Deep Fotien frowned, feeling the aura growing heavier, muttering to comfort himself and his companions. As his body became increasingly heavier, the fog here is still accelerating, stealing our life force. We can still hold on now, but the deeper we go, the faster our lives will fade away. Suddenly, Lufam raised his hand. Gathering a stream of spiritual energy, you use your strength to help the little fox release the jadeite light. The cold wind brushes through your hair as you turn to the friendly dragon, releasing the jadeite glow. A brilliant jade light radiated from the small phoenix, pure energy spreading out, astonishing everyone. With the jade light, 3 layers of jade blessing were added to the target, removing all debuffs and increasing all attributes by 30%. With each blessing layer capable of doubling damage once, Andre quickly checked his status, exclaiming in shock at the overwhelming effect. Damn it all. All negative conditions were gone. The last time the priest was almost exhausted, and he didn't have this effect. Even the immortal exterminator would marvel. All signs of fatigue on the body are gone. Even strength has increased. And the support skills of the dragon race are surprisingly powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, Andre clenched his weapon tightly. His eyes shining with fierce combat intent, a voice full of determination rings out, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. "I feel my state is fully charged. Let's finish this quickly and move on to the next challenge." Suddenly, something catches Lufam's eye. Noticing something was wrong, he suddenly raised his hand to signal stop. "Wait a moment." Andre also shifted to a vigilant stance, his eyes scanning the fog as if searching for something, and muttered, "What's going on?" Lufam's eyes flickered briefly. Then he immediately turned his head in a direction. A dagger shot toward him, but he easily dodged, causing it to embed into the wall. "This time it's your turn to act. You draw your bow and release a powerful arrow, and the system displays the information Ming saw. When not drawing the bow, you can fire 12 magic arrows, each causing 20% damage. A figure emerges from the mist, and as he steps out, the system displays his information. Phantom Blade. Level 80. Shadow Assault. Phantom Blade transforms into a cloud of black mist and dissipates. 1 second later, a physical entity condenses behind the target and launches a slash attack, dealing 200% physical damage. A phantom fortress forms around the body as a shadow shield, lasting 5 seconds and reducing physical damage by 70% during that time. The echo of Trung Yen, The haunting sword spirit triggers all the hidden energy within the body, causing a 300% explosion of haunting damage within a 10-meter radius. Andre immediately warned Lufam upon seeing the haunting sword spirit, "Be careful. This guy was the one who caused us to suffer a big loss last time. He can block 70% of physical attacks and can vanish into the black fog." Void Fairy, hearing that, excitedly said, "Are you so confident?" She drew her weapon and, with a fighting spirit, declared, "I want to see if it can withstand this attack of mine or not." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards the Shadow Sword Master and swiftly struck him down. Lufam watched and sighed. So a long spear and a magic staff are actually the same weapon. Back in the battle between Voidless and the Shadow Swordsmith, they fought fiercely, but in the end she emerged victorious. Despite being engaged in the fight, she still heard Lufam's voice informing her that this weapon could originally transform into a melee form combining magic and close combat, and she had never changed her weapon before. Just as she lost focus, she suddenly felt a chilling surge of power run down her spine. At the same time, Andre also drew his weapon and warned her to be careful. This kind of demon has never appeared alone. Just one is enough. Immediately, it could summon a horde, and as he pulled out his weapon, the system announced that the Flame God clone was calling upon the power of the Flame God above Swaroth. All attributes increased by 100%, granting a pair of temporary wings for flight, with the duration of the clone's existence determined by the mental attribute, 60% of all attributes. Each blessing level can block 1 to 2 layers of damage to help her, and you yourself will also take action. The Dragon Chi Cheer. This move works as follows. Not only did it cost more than half of our brothers, but even a 4th-tier powerhouse died here. And in the end, we had to retreat in disgrace. When Lufam heard this, he suggested that with the strength of a 4th tier, retreating safely might not be a problem. However, Andre said, "Don't mention it anymore." Last time, deep inside the map, the 3 nannies revived and fought against everyone, and we narrowly avoided total destruction when we encountered it. Even though he told him about the disaster that time, Lufam still confidently assured himself that this time would be different. He quickly recalled his beast companion and ordered Little Fee to undergo the transformation of the Divine Dragon. Following your command, Little Pie quickly underwent the transformation into the Holy Dragon. And at the same time, the system provided information, naturally assimilating and transforming the enemy's dragon bone, undergoing the transformation into the Holy Dragon. With the level of the transformed Holy Dragon matching that of the user, this scene left Andre in disbelief, and he let out another gasp. Enemy. This is unusual. A sacred beast that can be transformed into a younger brother. To save time, Lufam immediately ordered an attack. Xiaopi. Unleash the Emerald Light and Blessing Jade. Following your command, the little fire immediately unleashed 2 moves. Blessing with Jade and increasing the target's power by 3 to 6 levels, boosting attack damage 3 to 6 times. The Jade Light added 3 blessing levels to the target, removing all debuffs and increasing by 30%. Not only did it cost more than half of our brothers, but even a 4th-tier powerhouse died here. And in the end, we had to retreat in disgrace. When Lufam heard this, he suggested that with the strength of a 4th tier, retreating safely might not be a problem. However, Andre said, "Don't mention it anymore." Last time, deep inside the map, the 3 nannies revived and fought against everyone, and we narrowly avoided total destruction when we encountered it. Following your command, Little Pie quickly underwent the transformation into the Holy Dragon. And at the same time, the system provided information, naturally assimilating and transforming the enemy's dragon bone, undergoing the transformation into the Holy Dragon. With the level of the transformed Holy Dragon matching that of the user, this scene left Andre in disbelief, and he let out another gasp. Longkey cheers, boosting himself and the Dragon Scepter, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. Inspired by your encouragement, your Dragon Scepter immediately erupts with power. Even you hesitated to join the fight, and as a result, the obsessed swordsmen were all defeated by you and the 2 Dragon Lords. At that moment, he suddenly spoke up, fighting silently, and Andre quickly warned him to be careful. This hybrid specializes in attacking in dark places. If his scythe gets attached, it will drain your life force. But if it misses, you'll be broken. While both of them were on guard, suddenly he sensed something rushing toward him. It was a type of weapon with a hook at the end of a chain, and at this moment, it was about to attack the immortal. Hearing his words, Lufam calmly replied, "2 is enough. Just as you said, with 2 dragons, you can easily handle this group of haunted swordsmen. Of course, Votian is not the type to let herself be hit, thinking I am someone easy to bully." Immediately, she raised her staff to block the surprise attack. Lufam, seeing that, shouted in panic. Be careful. Be careful. Just as she lunged forward to deliver the final blow to the sneak attacker, suddenly, a dragon appeared behind her. It spat fire to help her eliminate the ambushing swordsman, and she was a bit amazed as she watched him be defeated. So this is the power of a dragon. It's truly beyond imagination. Wu Tian looked at his weapon and thought to himself, my love's level 85. I should at least have gained 2 skills that can definitely kill with a single strike now. Of course, Wu Tian is not the type to let herself be hit, thinking I am someone easy to bully. Immediately, she raised her staff to block the surprise attack. She felt a bit of amusement in her heart about this. She had only watched before, but now experiencing it herself truly made her understand how extraordinary the power of the white dragon is. So she loudly begged, Luofan, or you should stop getting involved in the disputes of the Western family, and lend me Xiaopi. Just as she lunged forward to deliver the final blow to the sneak attacker, suddenly, a dragon appeared behind her. It spat fire to help her eliminate the ambushing swordsman, and she was a bit amazed as she watched him be defeated. At this moment, Lufam was reviewing the system stats and sighed in disappointment. As the drop rate of the Shadow Dragon King's aura was too low, he needed to hunt more monsters. And the notification screen was providing him with some information, including the aura of the Shadow Dragon King, a paper map, and item consumption. He looked at Xiao Pai, who was about to cry out of frustration, and gently patted her head to comfort her, saying, don't be afraid. I definitely won't let anyone borrow her. Wu Tian saw this and chuckled, saying with Xiao Pai here, it's hard for others not to feel proud. Even Andre nodded in agreement. I understand that. At that moment, Andre put his hand on your shoulder and teased you a bit before saying, don't worry. The next part is all monsters. Hearing that you eagerly said, then we'll keep moving forward, gathered enough materials to forge a spirit aura capable of resisting the Shadow Dragon's curse, with a black blade fighting for itself, lasting 60 minutes. It can be used 3 times. Materials used 0 out of 3 warning spirits, 1 out of 1 ancient body crystal, 17 out of 300 shadow aura, 0 out of 50 shadow water. At that moment, you, Andre, and Votian noticed something. Another group of shadowy swordmasters appeared, looking at them with a sinister smile. Not afraid, but instead eager. He naturally didn't stop him, and even pointed the way for you. It's no problem. The source of the haunting is on this side. Later, on the way, Lufam summoned his dragon mount to help him defeat the barricaders and use divine nectar to fuse and transform these haunted swordmasters into attribute points. Don't waste any more time. I can even level the royal and dragon skins myself. And when Xiao Pai heard this, she was a little scared and shouted, El asista. And Lufam was at a loss, reminding her, are you still pretending? Look at Xiao Pai being scared. And at the same time, you quickly picked up the treasure and obtained the aura of the Shadow Island person too. Having a little girl here is not a problem at all. I don't like others stealing my spotlight. Soon after, a fierce battle broke out, and of course, the 3 of them came out on top. 4 hours later, the last haunted swordmaster was defeated. The system then displayed a message. Haunted Island's aura has been obtained, currently at 72 out of 300. Hawkti, be careful with your wounds. Let Andre and me handle this. Votian naturally ignored the injury and confidently responded. Now the 3 of them have reached the center of the haunted island and the entire city. Andre looked at the scene before him and exclaimed in surprise, the center of the haunted island, a huge ancient city. This large Lufam calculated that this place is also quite big. This area is truly comparable to Jianghai City. Andre surveys the area and says that this is the city gate. But everywhere are tombs. No signs of living people. Not even monsters. Then he pulls out a map and happily says, you're right. The source of the obsession is inside this ruined city. Lufam paid little attention to the notification, only marveling at the scene before him as they finally approached the central area. Andre also cursed under his breath. Damn. She smiled smugly and said, I think it's the person. Then she threw off her ambusher and confirmed that he had chosen the target. The magic orb crashes into the ground, causing a shockwave explosion. And after being saved by Lufam, Wu Tian is a bit stunned and stammers, thank you, Lufam. But you should go thank Xiao Pai. Thanks. Xiao Pi. Suddenly appearing with a magic attack really leaves people unprepared. Seeing this, Andre shouted loudly and asked, what's going on here? Who did this? Get out. At this moment, all 3 are inside Tu Fi's protective circle, with Vin Hang guarding and the life shield in place. All targets under the protective shield absorb energy based on the fake Vin Hang's life value and their own healing ability. Lufam knows this is not as simple as it seems. You quickly enter combat mode and defend. There must be monsters here that we cannot see. And there are many of them. You quickly summon your dragon companion and instruct Xiaoya to use sensing to search. All targets under the protective shield absorb energy based on the fake Vinhang's life value and their own healing ability. Lufam knows this is not as simple as it seems. Therefore, it will automatically enter a submerged state. The death song. Eternal bliss stripping the old woman. Causing all enemy targets within 100 meters to have a chance to hallucinate. The haunting magic releases a ball of illusion magic towards the target, dealing massive illusion damage and reducing their speed. Thank you, Lufam. But you should go thank Xiao Pai. Thanks, Xiao Pi. Following your command, Xiao Da enters search mode, using sensing and singing dragon to detect enemies in camouflage and stealth, actively removing the camouflage and stealth states of all targets. Even the immortal himself is a bit frightened. They are everywhere, so there are probably over 1,000 of them. At this moment, the system displays information about the monsters. The Phantom Haunting, level 95. Stealth Haunting, 10 seconds without taking any damage. Votien, Inji, Vai Thi Hong Hat La Len, Ko Phai La Boss, Kong Luk Pham Nan Chong, Doan Ra Du La Thugi Rai Lon Tiengoi. Gon Gomot Gon Guai Vat Khom Tam Tuong. Tuja, so we could be ambushed at any moment. Right. Therefore, it will automatically enter a submerged state. The death song. Eternal bliss stripping the old woman. Causing all enemy targets within 100 meters to have a chance to hallucinate. The haunting magic releases a ball of illusion magic towards the target, dealing massive illusion damage and reducing their speed. Without hesitation, she wiped forward while calling out Andrea. Get ready. Andre quickly drew his weapon. Here it comes. Flame God Avatar. Targeting Lufam. He called out to recall Tu Fi. Suddenly he heard her mentioning something and looked over, discovering that the person who found the letter in the water stain was you. Without hesitation, he pulled out the letter stuck in the water stain. After reading the words on the letter, he realized that this was a hidden quest to go and kill the boss underground. As soon as he understood, he looked at Tu Fi with admiration. Once again, Tu Fi had helped him receive a quest. Well done. Lufam and Tu Fi hold up the paper and read it. The final reward for defeating the haunted underground boss is finally achieved. How can they not be happy? They've received the haunted underground boss reward order. Suddenly, a surge of energy attacked the two of them, and the immortal shouted a warning. Lufam, be careful. He quickly drew his sword to fight. With the bloodline of the emerald, all skill effects doubled against the orc tribe and the bloodline of the false kin. Currently, the dragon aura, with the support of Little Pi, delivers a slash to block the attack, cutting through the green light, increasing the target's layers from 3 to 6, removing all debuffs and boosting all attributes by 60%. Each blessing level can block 2 hits of damage, combined with dragon energy, continuously dealing double damage, and can cooperate with the dragon summon. Votien gently smiled at him. Even at level Fimukalfim skills, it still doesn't affect him. Sometimes I feel Lufam has been underestimated. The flames burst forth rapidly. Andre shouted, striking the illusion from afar. Lufam grew dragon wings on his shoulders. The timing was perfect. Then he summoned Little Da to coordinate the battle. Little Da, prepare to unleash a world-destroying roar. The bloodline of the Phi Thwai dragon amplifies all skill effects against the dragon race, and the bloodline of the connected false. Immediately after, he ordered the little pig to release the jade mirror to the divine dragon segment. Little pig. The 2 dragons turned gold, and the jade mirror created 2 more reflections, restoring the targets of the allies into 4 images. The mirror images copy all the skills of the main body, with attributes increasing from 30% to 60%. Currently there are 8 of them, and the dragons roar fiercely as Lufam shouts loudly and charges together. Andre laughs loudly, and sends them to the grave. The immortal tightly grips his weapon and targets the enemy, while the small clone soars into the sky and roars, a destructive cry filled with fury that causes massive damage and weakens all targets within range. The golden dragons unleash continuous powerful attacks on the enemy, and the system notifies that the dragon strike, after transformation, wraps around itself and speeds away, causing damage to the target and reducing damage by 99%, while also increasing the effect of the reduction. Andre also eagerly charged forward, with 10 powerful brothers in a second so fast, while Votien threw all her strength, launching spears straight at the enemy, and the earth demon was about to arrive. Ready for action. Lufam confidently responded. No problem. He flew up and struck the enemy, The system displayed skill information, Duan Kong, with dragon energy, continuously struck twice, able to cooperate with the dragon pet to launch 2 synchronized attacks with dragon energy. Andre couldn't help but marvel at how quickly everything was cleaned up. Votian immediately reminded her not to just stand there. Then she saw something crawling underground and warned that the shadow earthquake monster was approaching. The monster is a haunted earth corpse. Level 90. With unknown skills, it looks like some larvae floating up from the ground. Then the system displays its information, larval toxic gas. The haunted earth corpse absorbs all surrounding toxic gases, transforms itself into a larva, and before breaking out of its shell, it will resurrect all the undead around it to serve as materials for its own transformation. Lufam observes the situation and thinks, transforming into a nymph is probably a preparation for transformation. Wait a moment. The surrounding graves are not right. Level 85. And there are also some zombie-like creatures emerging from the ground. They are summoning creatures. Demon Spirit 4. Level 90. Resurrected by the undead haunting earth illusion. Andre swung his great sword to cut through them. And there are so many. Lufam, what should we do now? Even the immortal would be stunned and say it's disgusting. Luckily, they are just summoned creatures. Lufam orders Xiaoya to prepare to burn them. The system reports that Black Dragon 2 changes form. Destruction. Colossal Dragon. You also order Xiaopai to change form and release the protective soul. The system reports that Dongpai Thui 2 has changed form to Spirit Light. With the bloodline of Dongpai Thui, all skill effects are doubled against the dragon race and the pseudo-bloodline connection. Xiaoya conjures a destructive flame to annihilate the monsters, causing a great catastrophe. With the destructive area of the giant dragon exploding and creating massive damage, along with burning, Andre praised him highly. That's impressive, brother. It needs to explode to be powerful enough. Look quickly. There's movement on the fake battlefield. System notification Soul Guardian, targeted by the enemy, has been blessed with the Soul Light upgrade, increasing all attributes from 100% to 200%. Each time it takes damage, it absorbs the attack, generating 2 layers of aura. After 10 layers, it will unleash a powerful surge of aura. The damage dealt is 10 times the absorbed total damage, multiplied by 2. Andre was amazed by the boost he received. It reduces wounds and restores health, and the effect is still ongoing. With resurrection immunity, it's really hard to believe. The haunted underground illusionists unleash their move. The larva toxin drops to 2, and while the illusionists turn into larva, all damage taken will be reduced by 90%. When health drops below 50%, it will absorb and be affected nearby, and the user will recover health. The remaining time for the insect venom is 3 seconds. 2 seconds. The 6 palm leaf rises. Watch out. It's about to pierce through. The insect venom is almost ready. Its true form is revealed. I have reincarnated, and the system has announced its identity. Long Ting's Obsession. Level 95. In the form of a knight, Long Tuang uses a human form to fight, with all attacks dealing damage from physical and magical sources, and the spiritual attribute upgraded by 25%. In the form of a Long Tuang will use a dragon form to fight, with all attacks dealing damage from physical and magical sources, and the strength attribute upgraded by 25%. The toxic aura obsesses, and when Long Tuang's health drops to 25%, the toxic obsession gathers, prolonging the absorption of life value. Wu Tian can't help but marvel Long Tuang's obsession isn't just a phase, it's the true boss inside the cocoon. Andre couldn't believe his eyes. Is there really such a thing? Lufam, what should we do now? Lufam gathered his strength and calmly replied, how? We can kill him again. Giant lightning strike descent. And the little dark spirit also transforms into a lightning form. The system announces that the Thonlai Thunder Palace, in the form of the Apocalypse Thunder Palace, can effectively replace the Jade Thunder Palace. The current Jade Thunder Palace is held by the Jade Bright King, and all the power skills of the blue line are upgraded to 100%. Every time the demonic law lightning element is released, it creates a thunderbolt barrier at the target point, and enemies inside the barrier take damage beyond normal when moving. Lufam flies away and reminds Tufi, Xiao Fi, protect the students and Andrea. Well, then release the emerald mirror images towards A and Xiaoya. She responds with a hum, then flies to Andrea and transforms using the emerald, changing her form into a false eternal, and then creates a protective barrier with the eternal shield. All targets under the protective shield absorb damage based on the vitality of the false eternal barrier and its self-healing ability. Vo Tianhuang carrying the Lufam. This is what he intends. Before finishing her sentence, Little Da used a clone-like technique to attack the enemy. Little Da shouted with great power. She launched an attack, and the Jade Crystal Mirror restored the allies' targets into 4 mirror images. The mirror images inherit all skills of the original body, with attributes increasing from 30% to 60%. With a dragon bloodline of Emerald, all skill effects are doubled against the dragon race and related bloodlines. Currently, there are 8 mirror images. The monster keeps spewing fire. Lufam flies up and prepares to dive down. And of course, just before it attacks, the system announces that the current energy is the blue dragon. He shouts to destroy it together as the red and blue energies clash. This move causes the molten lava surrounding the target to erupt with intense flames, forming a lava pool that gradually drags the target into the magma, inflicting continuous heavy damage. Next, the thunderclouds roared and summoned lightning above the target, unleashing 3 bolts of lightning in succession, demonstrating power and mastery of the spirit attribute. The monster roared loudly as it was struck by the 2 sources of energy. No, this is impossible, but the 2 sources of energy quickly consumed it. Lufam rushed forward and delivered the final blow. Now we can safely enter the ruins. The system announces that Lufam has leveled up to level 46, Black Dragon 2 to level 45, Green Stream 2 to level 40, and Blue Stream 1 to level 27, and has acquired a new skill, Mobile Shield. The smoke and fire of battle have passed. He opens the screen to review the information, noting that Xiaopai's new skill, the shield that reduces damage and lasts for 5 minutes, also grants immunity. The system reports that the Blue Jade 2 line, level 40, Mobile Shield, and can be activated for yourself or an ally to increase protection, reducing damage taken by 30% for 5 minutes. And during this time, it is immune to debuffs. Based on Xiaopai's traits, you and the line can double the effect. And with this skill, there's no need to repeatedly consume jade to block the poison gas. Lufam turned to Xiaopai and said, "Xiaopai, increase the mobile shield for everyone." She shouted, signaling that it's ready. "As for Andre," he softly said. Lufam has a new skill again. This feeling is really good. Fotin standing beside added, reducing damage and immunity to debuffs. So we can also be exposed to the toxic gas here. Impressive. Brother, Votian said upon seeing this. If that's the case, we will help Lufam gather materials together. A moment later, the system displayed a notification Divine Bone Fusion. The Duanthi Holy Dragon can convert the material into its own, dissolving its weapon and absorbing the divine core, transforming 1% of its total attributes into its own. Andra calmly said, "No problem. With those 2 dragons absorbing the damage, the materials will be even clearer." And Votian quickly added, "Then I will go over to it." Lufam looked at them, thinking to himself that with friends helping, the materials could be collected immediately. And now I need. Luo Fan told the sacred dragon beside him, the divine dragon of the trial, to stop and leave this shadow dragon. Then he used a spell to absorb it, but it was too wasteful of attributes. The monster stood up as if nothing had happened. Moss, hidden at level 5 should still capture the puppet of the demon. It will be more beneficial. The monster responded to you. The system announced, Shadow Dragon General, Demon Segment, level 95, Night Form. Dragon General takes human form to fight. All attacks are converted into physical damage and haunting damage, with mental attribute increased by 25%, taking the form of a dark dragon. The Dragon General fights in the form of a flowing dragon. All attacks are converted into physical damage and haunting damage, with strength attribute increased by 25%. Toxic Haunting. When the life value of the Dragon General drops below 25%, it will gather into Toxic Obsession, continuously absorbing the life value of all surrounding enemies. It also bows its head respectfully, obeying orders. Lufam Hailong thinks, now I have the Demon of the Kujoy, the Guardians of the 5 Heroes. The Divine Bone Clone and this Obsidian Dragon General can easily face off against 4-stage experts. Once I obtain a stronger Puppet of Destruction, I can let the Destruction Saint Dragon absorb the 5 heroes to enhance their attributes. Then you take out the scroll and read it. So let me see what the reward for this mission is. The system announces, reward granted. The Shadow Earthquake Demon. Mission completed. A golden orb appears before you, along with a gift bag from the Royal Court of the Great Demon, Sorcerer of Mythic Quality. The golden orb opens. Lufam takes the item inside and upgrades it 10 times. Not bad. This one is for weapons. And this 10 is the demon cover. Upgrading the quality of epic items consumes materials, increasing the items and equipment's quality by 1 level, with the highest possible upgrade to legendary plus quality. A moment later, Andra's group returned, and he called out to you, brother. Do you think we have enough? The immortal smiled and said, we took all the aura around the haunted island. The screen shows that 397 haunting aura fragments have been collected. Lufam said softly, that should be enough? Thank you, everyone. The notification shows that the current haunted island aura is 569, exceeding the limit of 300. Andre looked at the disc in your hand and said, this is a good item. Luck isn't bad either. I remember your soul wing is of legendary quality, and upgrading it to a legendary plus quality would definitely be the best choice. Lufam used magic to grow dragon wings, and his older sister said it made a lot of sense. Then he continued to cast a spell to surround himself with flames, which now emit enough. The mobility of the soul wing has also improved quite a bit. Votian is proud of you. You look much cooler than before. You keep talking. I can feel my body becoming lighter. My flight ability multiple times stronger. The system updates information. The soul wing of the legendary grade Flying Dragon King, now upgraded to legendary plus quality. Requesting level up. No. Quickly add 356. Strength add 291. Spirit add 246. Stability add 234. Sub-ghost. Remove level. Fly. To allow equipped users to gain the ability to fly, advancing more than half a step in speed. Eruption. Enabling users with equipment in flying state to increase all attributes by 20%. You flap your wings to test your strength. And while flying, my attributes can also level up, which is really not bad. Lufan soars into the sky, calling out to Xiaoda and Xiaopi. Follow me. We will go to the central palace to find the source of obsession. A beast quickly chased after it, making a growling sound. Hoo-hoo. Speaking loudly. Moving so fast just to fight. Andra chased after it. No. Brother. Wait for us. And Votian called out. Everyone needs to get involved. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed. Help. Help me. Can you hear it? The sound mimicked magic. When my senior sister speaks as the principal, she uses this method. The voice became even more urgent. Please. Please. Everyone stop. Andra asked. What is this sound? It seems to be coming from the palace below. Votian immediately denied. Look at me doing what? It's not me. I have no reason to do that. Lufam whispered. It seems we can only find out by entering the palace. The scene shifts to the ruined palace at the center of the haunted island, where Lufam gently lands on the ground. The original group has landed safely. The mysterious voice continued. Yes. You can hear it. Lufam looked around and said, the sound is getting clearer. The source is nearby. Andra replied, that's right. The source of the obsession is also here, far away. An old man in tattered clothes softly said, 3,000 years have passed. Finally waiting for the hero to complete the hanging order. Please do not be afraid. In front of the old man was a whole dragon sitting upright here. No one has done anything yet. So he panicked and hid behind the door. The dragon. The dragon is coming. Save me. A bow rushed in and shouted a few loud cries. Suddenly, a loud horn blared loudly. The fake hit a bow on the head. Lufam shouted, quickly turning back. Stop causing trouble. Andra wondered. That was his voice. A ghostly spirit. Sincerely speaking, it doesn't seem threatening, but I still can't let my guard down. Luke turned to the spirit hiding behind the door. It's him calling me. Asking us to help him with something, he whispered. I am the hero who completed the hanging order. Please forgive me for losing control earlier. Then he regained his composure and said, this place was once called Tianfu Island. I am the Grand Mage of the Imperial Court of Tianfu Kingdom on this island. And to protect the precious spring of prosperity within the palace, I sacrificed myself. 300 years ago, a black dragon descended upon this place, and toxic fumes brought about the destruction of Tianfu Kingdom. All the people are no match for it. The toxic fumes have contaminated the spring, corroding my king and destroying our people. Please, hero, let my country be freed and our souls rest. Restore this tragic island. Andre scratched his chin in thought. So, for 300 years, we have been the only ones able to go deep into this place. Maybe that's not wrong based on what you said. The haunted water source you want to find is probably protected by his king. The system immediately displayed a notification with the mission name, describing the task of the Grand Sorcerer's Palace, which is to describe how the island of Tianfu has become a haunted island due to the western catastrophe of toxic gas and the dragon, with the king of Tianfu being corroded into a half-human, half-monster creature, and the people of Tianfu turning into restless spirits, unable to find peace. The Grand Sorcerer's Council finally found a glimmer of hope to resolve the western disaster of the haunted island. The mission objective is to kill the haunted Dragon King, 0 out of 1. so the dead can rest in peace. 0 out of 1. Lufam read it aloud and immediately wondered. Reward for the mission. Reward for the mission. The territory of Tianfu Island. Wait a minute. What does this mean? Will the entire island belong to me? Suddenly, a foot with sharp claws stepped forward. A sound came from its owner, and the old man said, "My king has arrived." He immediately turned toward the sound, the footsteps coming from that direction, with a pair of bright eyes flashing fiercely. The old man's voice echoed again. "Please, restore Tianfu Island, so we can rest in peace. The ultimate guardian is getting closer and closer." The system immediately displayed a notification with the mission name, describing the task of the Grand Sorcerer's Palace, which is to describe how the island of Tianfu has become a haunted island due to the western catastrophe of toxic gas and the dragon, with the king of Tianfu being corroded into a half-human, half-monster creature, and the people of Tianfu turning into restless spirits, unable to find peace. The Long Beast King. Level 95. With a corrosive obsession, it transforms into a toxic aura that can emit and attack while remaining undetectable. It declares death. Slashes with a great sword to target, dealing 4, 104, 20%, obsession damage plus unavoidable effects, with a 90-second cooldown, accompanied by the roar of the long beast, using the sound of the flow to further reduce all attributes of the enemy, and the sound of the person to increase the effect of mental control over the enemy. The king suddenly roared out. Andra exclaimed that king of the evil spirit was actually corroded into a half-human, half-Utsu monster. Votian turned to ask Lufam. That pressure really is intense. Yeah. Lufam. What should we do now? Calm down. Andrea is behind the attack line. Hawk T. Go back to the mage, and I will go ahead. Once it is overwhelmed, Andrea will seek the source of the obsession. The system displays a notification that the Flame God avatar calls upon the power of the Flame God Supreme to upgrade Swaroff by 100% in all attributes. Obtaining the winged armor allows temporary flight with the duration of the avatar determined by the mental strength attribute. Andrea raised his axe and laughed loudly. Although I haven't yet secured the rear guard, it's not a problem. And Votian is ready to fight with clear judgment. I am prepared. Tuya creates a flame and shouts, then charges forward. The system announces that Longshi is now Black Dragon, 2, and Lufan, wielding his sword, immediately gives the order. Tuya, prepare to transform into the destructive dark dragon form. The king roars, charging to cut you down, declaring death, wielding his great sword to strike the target, causing 490% terrifying damage that cannot be avoided. With a 90-second cooldown, he uses a skill to block the attack. Eternal Guardian Shields, creating a protective barrier that covers all targets beneath it. The damage absorption of the shield depends on the health of the fake Eternal Guardian and its self-healing ability. Votian and A quickly launched a surprise attack on the king, easily turning the tide of Tuda's assault. This boss is truly formidable. She threw a spear at him. A quickly charged forward. Lufam ordered. A charged, preparing to strike. Votian and Abok quickly ambush the king, easily turning Tuda's attack. This boss is indeed formidable. She throws a spear at him. Abok swiftly rushes forward. Lufam orders. Abok, prepare to attack. Void Immortal clenched her fist and shouted, causing the king to freeze in place. The opportunity had come. Abok transformed into the Thunder God, taking the form of the Apocalypse Thunder, which could effectively replace the Jade Thunder Palace. Currently, the Jade Thunder platform is guarded by Jade Minghuang, and Lufam shouts, now. The system announces that Jade Minghuang's all-powerful blue line skills are upgraded to 100%. Every time he releases lightning magic, a lightning barrier is generated at the target point, and enemies inside the barrier will take damage when moving outside the boundary. The king was suddenly struck back to life and roared loudly. The system announced that 3 million thunderbolts of destruction would summon a storm within the target area, unleashing 3 million forbidden lightning seals of destruction, transforming into a storm of lightning that is unaffected by the source of thunder. Lufam should quickly shout out, "It's not over yet." You slash your sword into his body and shout out loud. Suddenly, the system displays the current aura, Black Aura, level dose, accompanied by aura, continuously striking twice to support the empty aura. The king is now wrapped in a tight purple vortex. The system announces corruption and obsession, transforming the king into toxic gas that can emit poison and launch attacks while remaining undetectable. Lufam was stunned and said, "What?" Andre exclaimed, "The boss is gone." Votian turned and said, "Lufam, let the little guy hide its disguise." You replied, "No. Its skill cannot be exposed." Then you shouted, "Andrea." He replied, "Got it." And he used his fiery wings to rush forward. The king shouted. Then she warned everyone to be careful behind them and quickly used defensive skills. "What are you doing?" Lufam André calmly said. "The opportunity is just right. The most haunting source must still be on this side." King Den immediately punched him straight in the face, and Votian froze in place. She turned to scold loudly. "Lufam, how could you breathe like that?" Suddenly a hand placed on her shoulder. "Don't worry, young lady." The system announced that the Jadeite hologram recreated 2 projections of the target from the enemy team, and these holographic projections possess all the skills of the original entity. The current number of mirror images is 30% of the original body. Andre said with a smile, "I am still alive. This is my mirror image." The system displayed. Only 1 mirror image remains. He continued. Lufam saw that the boss couldn't be exposed, so he asked Tufi to help me summon it into its physical form. "So, even you believe now, our cooperation isn't bad." "Right," you breathe a sigh of relief, saying, "You really scared me earlier." "So where is Lufan?" He drew his sword and continued. "Of course, I'm responsible for seizing this opportunity. Xiao Pai and Xiao Ya stand behind, supporting, as he and A cover and attack the enemy." A notification appears: lava encasing. Still charging a skill. Heavenly punishment. Still charging a skill. Lu Fan shouts. Xiao Pi unleashes the Dragon Realm to prevent the enemy from escaping using poison gas. Xiao Ya and A prepare to strike to kill. The king only now realizes the problem, but his teammates are already ready to unleash their moves. Lu Fan cuts across him. The system displays a message: Dragon Realm. It activates a Dragon Clan domain with a diameter of 100 meters, reducing all attributes of the Dragon Clan by 50%, for those with bloodline connection within the domain. Within the enemy's domain, the Long Clan's bloodline connection is suppressed, reducing all attributes by 50% and preventing movement. Teleporting and swapping into or out of the area causes the molten lava to erupt violently within the target's range, forming a magma pool. The target in the lava pool will gradually fall into the magma and continue to suffer heavy damage. A divine punishment tribulation. Lock onto and monitor an enemy target, unleashing continuous lightning strikes at high speed, causing massive destruction. The king gradually disappeared. The system appeared with a blue stream, leveling up to level 28. Black Dragon 2, leveling up to level 46. His crown is the only remaining item, and the system continues to notify, with a jade stream, leveling up to level 46. Luke Pham, leveling up to level 47. He stood there silently pondering. If he was right, this crown was indeed the illusionary Winestone, and the Dreaming Long King was about to be completed. The system announced that the request from the Great Law Palace had been updated. Current progress: defeating the Dreaming Dragon King one-on-one, not leaving any for others to eat. Luke Pham lowered his head, looking at the item in his hand and thinking to himself, it can be analyzed, indeed. It is the Wine Spirit Stone. The system display shows that the Crown of Obsession, a legendary quality artifact, was the previous circlet of the King of the Fuck Island. After embedding the Wine Spirit Stone, it was corrupted by retribution and turned into a monster, neither human nor beast. The effective use can break it down into 3 Wine Spirit Stones, and the crown gradually shatters into many pieces. I don't know how much time has passed, but in the end, only 3 black stones remained in Lufam's hand. He quietly smiled and summarized that this time, except for the Water of Obsession, everything else had been gathered. There were even a lot of leftover materials that could be sold for a good profit. The system has obtained 3 Wine Spirit Stones, 3-on-3, 1 Ancient God Crystal, 1-on-1, with a Haunted Island aura of 569 out of 300, and a Haunted Spring Water wound at over 50. Voltien, angry behind, hit you with his staff. Really? Why didn't you tell me you coordinated so well? You almost scared me to death just now. André, seeing the situation, tried to persuade. Come on, princess. Calm down. Luke Pham smiled and scratched his head in explanation. After all, it was his first time using the mirror with someone. The urgent situation can only be communicated through eye contact. Next time, I will definitely tell you. She turned her face away, refusing to look at him. Yeah. A voice from nearby caught Lufam's attention. You guys are indeed impressive. My king has been freed. The image of old Master Yulin reaching out towards the Thon sword. Hung, please accept my respect. I have waited too long for this day. The notification board announced. The Sword of Authority symbolizes the power of the King of the Thianfuk Island. because the corrosion of toxic gas transformed into spiritual energy that imprisoned the souls of the people. Returning it to the Grand Sorcerer's court could free the trapped souls. He called out to Lufam. Hung. Please accept my respect. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. After seeing you take the sword, Old Man Yu Lin declared, then give that sword to him, so that the Vong Lin on the island can eat. His image gradually disappeared. And finally, the people of Tianfuk Island could eat again. Old Man Yu Lin completely vanished into the ground. 2 flowers sprouted above. Thank you, hero, for restoring Tianfuk Island to its original form. The system notification shows the current progress 1 against 1, defeating the Long King. 1 against 1. So the dead can eat? His voice echoes through the space. I will also keep my promise and entrust the future of Tianfuk Island to Hero. As the system displays the haunted island as Tianfuk Island, Victor looked up at the stormy sky. Lightning, flashing, and rain pouring. It's gone. Hard to believe. Ivan standing beside him guessed that Andre and the Dragon Master had succeeded. Finally, a few lines appeared on the system screen, requesting the decree of the Grand Mage. The mission was completed, and the territory system was unlocked. You smile as you look at the information in front of you. I have claimed the territory, and Votien is also approaching Lufam. Congratulations. Compared to me inheriting the family estate, you earned this on your own. Lufam thought to himself. The new functions of the estate not only generate resources daily and provide a steady income, but also allow new monsters to transform into stable experience pools. The system is displaying a series of information. The name of the island territory is Tianfuk Island, a level 2 territory with an area of 43 sute square kilometers. It is located in the Black Sand Sea region, at the Phuk Quang Hot Spring, Phuk Quang Rock, with mineral level 2 and scenic mineral level 2. The monster hunter Tianfuk Lei has a durability of 80. The current amount is 4,000 springs and 158 wounded soldiers of Tianfu Lei. Now confirmed again that the haunted island has been cleared and is now Tianfu Island. I secretly accept to close the storm and fog defenses, but I can reopen the port to take advantage of natural resources for trade. I can also delegate tasks to clean up the monsters, or even turn this into my own resort island. But I can change the haunted island at any time. Reopen the thunderstorm defenses, toxic fog, and prohibit outsiders from approaching. The resources generated will also transform into the haunted island version. The monsters will also turn back into fierce beasts like before. And I can leave the dummies and puppets on the island for them to fight and level up on their own. Lufam stepped forward while dismissing the system interface. Now that I have a territory and the teleportation skill, I can open a portal to here any time. On the screen, the new skill territory teleportation has been acquired, allowing the Lord to open or close the teleportation gate to the territory. It takes 10 seconds to activate, and only one teleportation gate can exist at a time. Votien glances ahead at you. Really? That's amazing. The small island is now both beautiful and safe. You can bring everyone here to check it out. At this moment, Andre sighed on the side, wondering what to do. Lufam noticed him asking and said, Who? Andre, what's wrong with you? He scratched his head and explained. My mission is to destroy the haunting spring. But earlier I searched all day in the palace and only found one place with a spring. And it wasn't the haunting spring. Votien looked up at him. Could there be a hidden area too? Let me help you find it. Lufam raised his hand to stop her. Wait a moment. You walk in one direction and take me to your spring. Maybe I can help you turn it into an obsessional spring. Andre hesitated and asked, Change? Oh. What do you mean by that? Votien chuckled twice and immediately followed him. Now this island belongs to Lufam, and he will definitely find a way. 10 minutes later, at the Tianfu Palace courtyard of the ruined palace, Andre was walking and narrating. Lord, oh my, although my family has a large estate, I still don't have one myself. Lufam pointed to the scene before him. I thought it was just a small spring. You only sighed in surprise. I didn't expect it to be such a large lake. Votien saw the lake and eagerly ran over. Andre glanced at the person beside him, explaining that changing meant only transforming the haunted island back into the haunted spring. That's right. If it's this spring water, then changing to the haunted island could turn it back into the haunted spring. Votien reached into the lake to feel it. The spring water looked clear and pure, making me want to bathe too. With Lufam's face showing encouragement, bathing is a must. But suddenly you change your mind and stop her. You must not do that. Votien scooped up some water and stared at it intently. Lufam saw her like that and became curious, wondering why. Votien turned to Andre. This spring, water is so miraculous. What exactly is going on? Just a little touch and I feel my attributes can grow. He suddenly opened his mouth in surprise. Really? I want to try too. Andre scooped up a handful of water and exclaimed excitedly. Oh my god. It's real. I can feel it too. Lufam also reached into the pond. So this blessing spring water has such an effect, increasing all attributes by 3 to 30% for each level. Votian knelt down right next to the edge of the pond. Wow. Does that mean I can level up 90 times? The system displayed a message. The legendary spring of blessing item. Consumable item. The user can activate it by touching the blessed spring water for 10 seconds at each level, revealing the attribute level of the user. The attribute can be increased by 3 to 30%, far exceeding the current level. Or it will become invalid if the attribute level is already higher when used again. Andre kept washing his face with the spring water. Feeling so good. Votian nodded in approval. Such a good item like this. Even a bottle can sell for a sky-high price. Do you need me to help you contact the owner of Heavenly Flower? I only charge a small fee. Lufam gently reminds her by reaching out his hand. Senior sister, don't get on the machine. I don't plan to sell it. First, we need to help Andre complete his mission. He touches his finger to the selection button, and the territory has changed to the haunted island. Andre begins to focus his mind and call himself back. Wait. Hold on a second. The system display shows Fuck Island has changed to Haunted Island. With defenses activated, lightning and rain warning on, toxic fog on, while Ivan on another side looks up at the changing sky. No. Why is it changing like this? What's going on? Victor also looked confused and speculated. Could it be that Andre and the Dragon Master failed? Meanwhile, Lufam waved her hand to order the small minion to release the mobile guard. She flew into the air and released a stream of blue energy. System notification, the spirit quality amethyst spring. The blessing spring of the amethyst island has been contaminated by the power of the amethyst and turned into a toxic gas condensate spring. Andre slung his weapon over his shoulder and pondered. Lufam, I just realized that the mission to destroy the source of the haunted spring is actually damaging your territory's resources. Lufam reassures him. Don't worry, brother. Wait until you complete your task, and I will send someone to fix it. Even the immortal king agreed. If you want to repair it, it feels like the entire city could be renovated. Andre regained his composure, raising his hammer high. This is really interesting. So leave the repairs to me. The trip to the haunted island is finally over, and I can go back now. I gained quite a lot from this journey, not only acquiring a large amount of crafting materials but also unlocking the territory and becoming a lord. Andre's reward after completing the mission is not ordinary. After destroying his own territory's resources, he felt guilty, and not only offered to help me repair the small island, but also gave me a skill scroll so powerful, it's hard to believe. The system has received the skill transfer for 10,000 Dragon's Rage. Level 1. 10,000 Dragon's Rage. The legendary transfer room requires level 45 to learn the active skill, 10,000 Dragon's Rage. The Dragon Tamer merges all the dragon clans and himself into the 10,000 Dragon King, unleashing an incomparable attack. And after the attack, the merge will be erased. Now I just need the source of the haunted to be fully repaired. The materials for the Longvuong's aura will be fully gathered. 1 week later, the Heavenly Blessing Island has now been renamed the Haunted Island. Lufam summarized everything he had done. After a week on the Haunted Island, he shut down the defense system to let the legion of repair robots sweep the monsters. This has become a wonderful sanctuary for leveling up. You have reorganized everything, and to accommodate more people coming and going. I placed the teleportation gate inside the second villa. The trip to the Haunted Island is finally over, and I can go back now. I gained quite a lot from this journey, not only acquiring a large amount of crafting materials but also unlocking the territory and becoming a lord. The peaceful scenery makes everyone reluctant to leave. In the blink of an eye, Fuck Island has become a paradise for vacationers. There is one more thing. Unfortunately, the haunted spring was damaged because of Andre's mission, and only after he finishes repairing it can the haunted spring water be collected again. In a remote, deep part of the forest, there is a stream with clear, dark blue water. Bubbles gradually appeared on the calm surface of the water as Lufam, in his transformed form, rose from beneath the stream, causing the water to splash around him. Your sharp clawed footsteps onto the shore. Amidst the ghostly white bones, Lufam closes his eyes and exhales, transforming back into his human form. Suddenly a voice rang in his ear, startling him. So you've been hiding here? Lufam clenched his teeth and looked up. Wait a moment. Don't come over. Votian suddenly jumped into the stream from somewhere. There's a hot spring, but she didn't tell us. She's halfway through talking. Good for you. But when you got up, your foot slipped on the moss-covered ground. Votian's whole body suddenly fell down in a panic and shouted, "Ah!" Lufam was standing upright in the stream and also panicked. Warning. Be careful. Votian's entire body fell onto Lufam's body. This place is really too slippery. He tilted his head shyly, afraid to face the person in front of him. Why did you come here? Sister Votian pouted and teased him. Your face is so red. Are you embarrassed? Lufam closed his eyes and loudly denied it, saying there's no way. It's just that the hot spring here is too hot. Votian straightened up and faced your gaze. No longer joking around. Andre has delivered the news that the haunted spring has been fixed. Lufam heard this and smiled contentedly. Finally, having waited long enough, a hand holding a glass tube slowly scoops water from the stream. Lufam raises the glass tube to observe. This time it seems to be fully collected. Votian crossed his arms behind his back and stood there, curious, asking what exactly you are trying to do after such a long, busy period. Lufam glanced at her, raised a finger, and immediately pointed out that the system display shows the initial creation of the Long Vuong's haunting contract, a special legendary item that, when used, can create a unique artifact. The Long King's haunting contract, which can summon the Long King's haunting. The Black Blade fights for itself, lasting for an hour, and the contract can summon the Long King's obsession 3 times. The level of the Black Blade and its user are the same. The required materials are 3 Spirit Stones, 1 Ancient Spirit Crystal, 300 Obsession Aura, and 50 Obsession Sources. A question appears on the system asking if you want to combine the item. Z for yes. No for no. Lufam's finger moves to press the Z key. A black rod instantly appeared in your hand. Completed. Votian looked surprised, eyes wide, uncertain, and exclaimed, the rod was cursed. Lufam called out and threw it behind him. Xiaopi, eat it now. Xiaopi quickly appeared after being summoned home, and she obeyed his command, opening her mouth wide to catch the flying talisman. Are you crazy? Votian, watching Tufi eat happily on the branch. Lufam calmly explained to her that these skills have limited uses, but after Xiaopi consumes it, it will become her own skill. He confidently declared that from now on, she can use it infinitely. System notification. The natural assimilation of the Obsessive Dragon King contract, the Obsessive Dragon Flower, the Black Blade, and the Black Blade's user is synchronized. Lucian excitedly points to the sky. It's time to perform. Let me see your true face. 5 minutes later, Lufam still kept his arm raised, while Xiaopi remained motionless, staring at him, and Votian could only wait silently. Lufam scratched his head and fiddled with the system device, thinking to himself, isn't this just a successful transformation? Tromchu looked at the information displayed in front of him. On the board, it shows the Shadow Dragon King Contract 2, Fat Level 47, Power 10, 972, Spider Speed 35, 827, Spirit 4, 807, Durability 11, 248, with shape-shifting forms including Shadow Dragon, Chombat form, and Death Lord form. The Dragon Stone and Body Stone can weaken any 90% of the attribute attack power of the Shadow Dragon clan. It has an extremely powerful negative effect, allowing it to ignore all debuffs. The physique of the Dark Dragon clan heals and recovers, increasing level by 1, by 5%. The sharp claws of the Dark Dragon clan ignore 90% of physical defenses and also have a piercing effect. The Cloaking Shadow enters stealth mode, and attacks do not break the Shadow stealth state, resisting all forms of attack. The Shadow Surge instantly releases a wind net, causing damage to surrounding enemies and removing the beneficial effects on all nearby foes. Hellish Shadow Realm grants your team the effect of hiding in the Shadow Realm for 6 minutes within the Death Domain. The Shadow Mist Chamber causes all attributes of targets within range to decrease significantly, and all targets within distance will be hit by 800% attack, causing injuries. The Hellish Shadow in the Death Realm continuously unleashes shadow attacks for 1 minute. Lufam silently analyzes in his mind. Limited movement. Advanced skills. This intensity probably isn't a flaw of the system. The immortal behind him is getting impatient from waiting so long. And what is he doing right there? Did he finally succeed or not? Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted and revealed the concealment. Suddenly, bright spots of light appeared in the sky, gathering together to form a rain of fire. Gradually, a pair of enormous black dragon wings appeared within the beam of light. After what felt like an eternity, a black dragon with glowing red eyes roared into the sky. Wutian opened his mouth in shock, asking if he really managed to get another dragon that can also hide its presence. Lufam turned his head to face her directly and asked, "This is no ordinary dragon. Are you interested in testing its power?" There is a level 95 armored knight-shaped black dragon walking back and forth on the ground. Long Tueng transforms into a human form to fight, with all attacks dealing physical and magical damage, and their power attribute increasing by 25%. The toxic aura of obsession gathers when Long Tueng's health drops below 25%, continuously absorbing the life force of all nearby enemies. Lufam, Xiaopi, 14, and the Shadow Long Square 2 fly in the sky, looking down at its position. This is a boss second only to the Shadow Dragon King on the Shadow Island. He lowers his gaze to observe the dragon beneath, using it as a training target. Then Lufam tilted his head and called out to the dragon behind him. The shadow lurking. The two-headed shadow dragon seemed to understand his intention and began to move. It circled behind Lufam a few times, releasing a burst of energy that drew attention. The shadow dragon Long Teen, sensing the strange power, looked up and asked, "Who dares to intrude?" Seeing Lufam flying in the sky, it stomped its feet forcefully into the ground below. Roaring, the sharp-clawed hand of the haunting Long Tieng reached out to attack him, but in that moment, just a few millimeters away from Lufam, a sudden burst of power from behind struck the Long Tueng phantom, and a giant beam of light from the sky precisely hit Nine, causing its entire body to fall straight to the ground. In the misty white dust of the village, Long Tueng's haunting clutching his chest, sitting on the ground and groaning in pain for a few moments. Still stunned from the lightning-like strike just now, he was hit again by countless attacks from multiple directions. Long Tueng's eyes, nose, and ears are now oozing greenish fluid as it screams loudly. Suddenly, the fur on its head begins to grow out gradually. Long Tieng's eyes flash with red light as he suddenly screams loudly. Howling, Wu Tian on the sky observes the battle so far and begins to comment. Unable to see where the enemies are, only enduring attacks from one side, she made a conclusion. Truly a nightmare. Lufam pursed his lips and stared intently at the ground below. Allowing me to add more fire. You order the person behind you to shield the soul from the black blade, and the little devil responds with a hum. She closes her eyes, concentrates, and activates her power. The blood jade flows twice, changing shape, and the soul's light shines. The bloodline of the jade flow. All skill effects are doubled against the dragon race and the pseudo-bloodline connection. Soul shielding, with the soul light upgrade, increases all attributes by 100% or 200%. Each time it takes damage, it absorbs the harm, generating 1 or 2 layers of aura, totaling 10 layers, which release powerful aura. The damage is 10 times the absorbed damage, multiplied by 2. The obsessed dragon general beneath the ground opens its mouth to unleash concentrated energy into a sphere. It roared and unleashed its power toward the bloodline of the Jasper. But the bloodline of the Jasper remained calm and motionless. The source of power disappeared into the air before it even reached the bloodline of the Fithui without causing any harm at all. Lufam frowned and thought to himself, so that's how it is. The concealment power of the Black Blade, even when combined with the little Faifu, can hide their appearances together. The Shadow Dragon King stares intently at you, roaring loudly. Black scales shoot out from its body. The eyes of the Shadow Dragon King glow as countless black scales shoot out around it, desperately using all its strength to attack Lufam with the surrounding scales. Roaring, a black circle appears before you, absorbing all attacks from the Shadow Dragon into it, with the system display showing the Shadow Cloak, a cloak that can counteract restrictions of formations and resist physical and magical attacks of any kind. Luo Fan smiled with interest, sending all attacks back to nothingness. A perfect defense. His eyes turned serious as he ordered, "Black blades. So I can see your strongest strike?" The eyes of the Shadow Dragon flickered with a dazzling light, emanating a murderous aura as it roared loudly, then charged into the sky once more, directly attacking Lufam. But as it soared into the sky, the haunting dragon stood still in confusion, unable to find its target. While it was bewildered, it was struck again by a sudden attack from the side. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The bloodline of the Vermilion Flower is resting on one wing of the Shadow Dragon King too. With a single strike, the Nightmare Dragon was defeated. The system displays information, focusing on the nightmare, locking onto the target, move behind the target, strike its weak point, increase damage by 1600% beyond the external limit, with effects unaffected by buffs or debuffs. Vo Tian has been watching the battle between the Blood Ruby and Lufam from the start, silently marveling, despite how terrifying it is. This is a level 95 boss. Lufam suddenly turned around to explain to her, the Obsessive Dragon King is an assassin within the dragon race, valuing a single decisive strike, plus some minor enhancements. Killing the boss is just a normal matter. Vo Tian was surprised by your calm attitude and asked, "Is this really normal a level 47, fighting a level 95 boss?" "Aye. as a level 96 mage with only 8,000 attributes. Wonder how insanely powerful this boss must be. She smiled sincerely and said, finally in 2 days I can confront this guy directly. Here are my secret weapon. Lufam didn't look at her but assuredly said, don't worry. You put your hands in your pockets and look directly at the person in front of you. With me here, no one can bully her, despite how terrifying it is. This is a level 95 boss. Lufam suddenly turned around to explain to her. Votian was surprised by your calm attitude and asked, is this really normal a level 47, fighting a level 95 boss? I, as a level 96 mage, with only 8,000 attributes. Wonder how insanely powerful this boss must be. Lufam, sitting on its back, looked around and sighed that this environment could produce powerful beast-human characters. No wonder noble families gather here. Votian, sitting in front, explained that the Long Kingdom, needing the support of noble families, initially divided the most resource-rich part of the western border into noble territories and even avoided building cities there to prevent disturbing their lives. 2 days later, my senior and I arrived at the western border as promised, with Lufam sitting on the back of the bone dragon, gazing out at the scenery and silently greeting it. Western border. I am back. The bone dragon spread its wings and flew into a land surrounded by tall mountains. Lufam nodded as if he understood her meaning. So there was this reason after all. Votin looked at him and continued to explain as she stroked her head. Within the western border, Deep, Hoang, and the 3 great clans are just the initial stages. Deeper inside, there are also military ranks. Armor units waiting. These are the 4 transformation experts. It is Deep's person who left my house. Alright, I will use Deep's identity to give you a big gift 2 days later. Beneath the western border in the desolate desert, only rocks and withered trees remain. A shout pulled Lufam back from his thoughts. It's here. The immortal queen stood upright, pointing her finger downwards ahead. My understanding of this world is just a small corner. In the eyes of these high-level families, I am merely a creature like an ant. But it is precisely because of that the moment I remove my mask becomes even more anticipated. The 2 of them stand in front of the large door, and Votian suddenly asks, Lufam, are you really prepared to face all of this with me? If you're having second thoughts, there's still time. Instead of answering her question directly, he asks back, everyone's already here, so do you think I will regret it? Maybe the ones who will regret are the royal family and the Long family. At this moment, on another side, on the wooden plaque in front of the door, 2 characters are carved. The royal family. Inside, the royal martial arts arena is filled with weapons arranged around, and in the center, 2 streams of fire and water are directly confronting each other, creating a powerful pressure in the space. I don't know how long it lasted before a huge explosion erupted, sending out a surge of energy that shook the entire large courtyard. A pair of black cloth shoes pressed down hard on the ground to prevent being pushed back. The ground is a huge mansion, built with luxurious and magnificent glass architecture, a palace of destruction. Votian took a step forward, then lightly landed on the ground, followed by Lufam, who also dismounted from the dragon's back and followed her. He spread his arms to the sides, looked at you and then commented on himself. Even after a month of consolidation, I am still slightly weaker than before. The patriarch of the royal family modestly replied, you have used level 98 to demonstrate the strength of level 99. On the opposite side, another person's white cloth shoes stomped down hard on the ground to steady himself. Injok Thien pressed his lips together, placing his hands in front of his stomach to regulate his breath. Indeed, still a senior by a level. Once you level up to level 99, you'll even have the chance to make our royal family a noble family. And only then will we have the capital to fight back. Injok Thien furrowed his brow determinedly and repeated the words he just heard. Noble family level B. I will try. That's already very good. In half a year, your strength will surely surpass mine. His gaze turned serious as he offered some advice. With such talent, among all the noble families, you are definitely a special existence. Maybe it's that Long Beastmaster. Noxine wondered. Isn't the Kot Long a black type? The elder glanced at the person walking beside him and asked suspiciously, this Long Beastmaster actually raises so many dragon pets. If it were to mature, the consequences would be endless. Injok Thien shook his head confidently and assured him, don't worry, old master, I will definitely bring this person under my control, so he will work for our royal family in the future if he refuses to obey. I will smile proudly and declare this western border is at the mercy of heaven even if someone dies here. No one will say a word. The elder of the royal family stepped forward. Having just received news that Diep Votian had already returned, he recounted what he knew while walking, accompanied by a young man, both riding on a bone dragon. I will choose to go to the Deep family with Long Ni-ho at the same time, so we can pressure the Deep family and also control Long Jia. The patriarch of the Hoang family nodded in praise as he walked ahead. Ngoc Nien, I believe that with you here, the western border will also belong to the Hoang family in the future. 3 days later, in a courtyard, sunlight shone down from above onto the front yard of the room. Sparkling rays. In the Deep family living room, a maid kept knocking on the wooden door and loudly called out, Luke Tianzin. Breakfast is ready. The voice outside the door calls for Master Lu. But inside, there is no one. Only a space-time portal appears. At the same time, on the beach of Tianfuk Island, system notifications keep popping up. Luke, fam, adjusting his clothes, overheard the report from outside and whispered to himself, it seems I returned just in time. Even the leader of this world, with my current strength, can fight a battle with the lightning spear. In his mind, the figure of the immortal Vo appeared, silently wondering how his senior sister had prepared. The sun and the icy days always radiate dazzling rays. Outside the door, a voice from someone else echoed, Young lady. It's not good. Long family has already attacked the door. Lu Fang was adjusting his clothes when he heard the report from outside and whispered to himself. It seems he returned just in time. The urgent messenger reports that everyone from Long family is still waiting in the main hall. He specifically orders her to go there. The royal convoy has crossed the western ferry. They will probably arrive very soon. The girl outside the door is guiding the subordinate. I understand. Tell the guards to keep them from coming in. Vo Tian glanced at the shadow of the person who had been standing at the door all along. They have arrived. Luke Pham smiled reassuringly at her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can bully you. Outside the Rocky Mountains and the path leading inside, Diepra's sky is clear and bathed in warm fairy sunlight. In front of the guest room, Luke Pham and Vo Tian walk side by side, gradually heading toward the room ahead. So you still know how to come here. He angrily mocked. Diepra's way of receiving guests is truly rude. We've been here so long and not even a hot tea has been served. Vo Tian bluntly scolded that guy. Maybe you should consider yourself lucky. If it were before, people like you would have been thrown out long ago. Long Han chuckled mockingly. Then suddenly, he looked up to the sky and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Long Han hloi liam moi. Tai chan lam nyung dong ta ki la nyu dong che nyao. Nyua kung bia la triok day. Gio day. Du chodung truok chuanya diepjia. Ho chung hong dem homot tieng nao. At Long Er Hu. 32 years old. Hidden profession level uhdek sangumenta kahdeksan. Diamond unenhanced. Long Han's older brother has been sitting silently with his chin resting on his hand and suddenly speaks up. Miss Deep, the 2 months have come. We originally came to discuss the debt that old Deep borrowed from Longra and how to repay it. But coincidentally, now your Deep Ra owes Long Ra a promise of surrender. He turns his gaze to the person standing in front of him, and Long Han, unafraid of any danger, has paved a way out for your Deep Ra. And in the end, she is safe. Beat him until he's injured. Our old master is furious about this and insists that your Diep family must pay the price. You clearly don't want to return it. Long Han is just refusing to follow the rules and is responsible for his own actions. Er Hao smirked slyly. Don't be angry. I actually have a perfect solution in my place. He stands up and walks over to Vo Tian, saying, why not marry me instead? Then you'll be my sister-in-law, and beating him up wouldn't be too much. Especially with our Long Han here. Even the Emperor wouldn't dare to have evil thoughts about Diep Ra. So step back. Long Eho. You. Long Han also stepped forward and spoke politely. If you can serve my second brother, happily I might consider forgiving you since you are my sister-in-law. Luke Pham has always stood behind her, but suddenly steps forward to block Vo Tian from the second young master, the scrawny one who dares to threaten her. Before going out, she didn't even look in the mirror. What kind of person is she anyway? Long Han, seeing someone dare to scold our brothers, raised his fan to cover his mouth and said angrily, how dare you talk to my second brother like that? Luke Pham tightly held her hand and said confidently, don't worry. I won't let them bully you anymore. Vo Tian widened her eyes and called out to the person beside her. Luke Pham. Her lips gently curled into a confident smile. Vo Tian gently wraps her arms around the man's neck, acting timid and dependent, saying, oh, look at how big their team is. What am I supposed to do as a fragile woman like me? Who? Luke Pham's face turns cold, still unprepared for her surprising performance. The urgent messenger reports that everyone from Long family is still waiting in the main hall. He specifically orders her to go there. The royal convoy has crossed the western ferry. Ni-ho frowned in displeasure. Solving us, only relying on her boyfriend, who has no right to interfere in the dispute over the world. Votian turned to face him directly. That's right. The dispute over the world values legitimacy. She pulls Lufam's hand and leads him in one direction. I will declare with the identity of the heir of Diep Ra that Lufam will represent Diep Ra to handle the dispute over the clan. The second tiger is confused by her words and asks what she means. Lu Xuan sat down on a wooden chair placed in the center of the room, and Votin stood beside it, announcing to everyone present that he was the decision-maker for Diep Ra. Now there is a gap. The system displays information. The host of the Deep family in the Western realm. The host of the Deep family's main hall has many. The rules of the realm are numerous. Only the highest authority within the family can sit in this position, which once belonged to Diep Votian's ancestor. Longhan lost his temper and shouted, "What are you racing for? You hand Deep over to this little brat." Erho raised his hand to stop him. Longhan remained silent. A blue vein bulged on his forehead as he sneered a few times and laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha. You dare to sit when told. It seems Diep Tutu is completely infatuated with you. Van Thuy Sun and my woman can both be given to you." Lufam sat calmly on the chair, looking at him. "If that's the case, I won't hold back." Who the second tiger prepares to attack, silently analyzing in his mind that at first I resisted the 3 skills of the ancestral emperor without a scratch. Longhan lost his temper and shouted, "What are you racing for? You hand Deep over to this little brat." Erho raised his hand to stop him. Longhan remained silent. A blue vein bulged on his forehead as he sneered a few times and laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha. You dare to sit when told. It seems Diep Tutu is completely infatuated with you." Niho's eyes narrowed and began to threaten. This beautiful face could no longer be kept. Wu Tian was about to respond, but Lufam's hand reached out and grabbed her again. Learning from the master, stay calm and trust me with her. I will hand her over to you. The power from the second tiger's body grows stronger and stronger. Out of respect for you as my junior, I will give you until 3. Lufam still sat cross-legged on the chair with a calm attitude, relying only on human rules. After 3 hours, if you are still alive, I will leave the western scene and give up Diep Ra's position as host. Longxing stood behind the second tiger, warning him to be careful. His dragon singing attribute is incredibly formidable, yet he remained unconcerned and confidently spoke. How laughable. I can exchange a few moves with him, thinking that my brother's diamond transformation technique with a 2-fold increase in defense is just for show. Second tiger clenched his fist and shouted loudly, "If you're still alive after 3 hours, all the resources Long Ra owes will belong entirely to you. Van Thuy Sun and my woman can both be given to you." Lufam sat calmly on the chair, looking at him. "If that's the case, I won't hold back." He simply raised 3 fingers gently to start counting. Long Hung was surprised by Lufam's attitude. He remained seated motionless, extremely arrogant. Votian silently stood beside him, unaware of Lufam's plan. He lowered 1 finger and counted to the next number. Who the second tiger prepares to attack, silently analyzing in his mind that at first I resisted the 3 skills of the ancestral emperor without a scratch. As long as I can withstand his attack, I can tear this guy apart. When Lufam's last finger drops, his eyes flash and a sharp aura shoots out. A tremendous surge of power erupted from him, causing Longhan to close his eyes and stumble. He simply raised 3 fingers gently to start counting. Votian clenched her teeth and rushed forward, but Lufam, sitting beside her, quickly pulled her back. Votian tilted her head in confusion. Looking at the person holding her hand, he sighed with a complicated expression. I thought it was some kind of trick. But it turns out the person who was so frightened, they went weak and couldn't stand anymore. Votian clenched her teeth and rushed forward, but Lufam, sitting beside her, quickly pulled her back. Votian tilted her head in confusion. Looking at the person holding her hand, Van Thuy Sun and my woman can both be given to you. Lufam sat calmly on the chair, looking at him. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Ha ha ha, so you're just bragging. Bragging this time to see how you'll handle the aftermath. Ha ha ha. He simply raised 3 fingers gently to start counting. Lufam's song was cut off and scattered everywhere. He hurriedly looked at the 2 motionless parts of the fallen second tiger lying on the floor. Longhan Huang was so frightened, he sat down on the ground, screaming, "Lufam, just gently comfort him. Don't mind him." Longhan too smiled and took a few steps forward to put his hand on the second tiger's shoulder. "Second brother, is this the end for you? Ugh. Little brother. There's no way to save him now." He sighed with a complicated expression. I thought it was some kind of trick. But it turns out the person who was so frightened, they went weak and couldn't stand anymore. Replace the second master to avenge him. Everyone charged forward, letting this little brat kill to the death. Longxing sat on the ground, glancing back. What are you all doing? Second brother has already been defeated. Long's face turned pale with sweat as he silently wondered to himself. Second brother. Is this the end for you? Ugh. Little brother. There's no way to save him now. He saw his subordinates rushing to attack and raised his hand to order them to stop. Do you all no longer want to live? As if they ignored his command. The three experts charged forward. Capturing them all, don't be afraid. Bring that little brat and this woman back to Long Ra. Votian turned to look at the person sitting on the chair. Lufam had to leave the survivor to go back and report. Wang Deng replied to her. I obviously know. Leave the rest to me from now on. Lufam's hand on the table moved to snap his fingers. Another burst of power hit, forcing Long Han to retreat. Closing his eyes and struggling to hold on, when he opened them again, all the bodies of his subordinates in front of him were split in half and separated. Long Han stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Oh no, everything is ruined. It's all over. A pair of shoes glided past the scattered corpses on the ground. Following Long Ra's rules, these servants still refused to submit. Can't you even control them? Lufam put his hands in his pockets and looked down from above. The young master of Long Ra, now trembling and unsteady on his feet. Long Han raised his head to face him directly but couldn't speak, begging desperately for mercy. Please forgive me. I'm just here following second brother. Lufam coldly told him not to use his dirty hands to touch me. Then he ordered him that I don't intend to kill anyone. I want to keep him alive to return to Long Ra and deliver the message. As he left calmly, he left a message for him to report to his family and immediately return to your Long clan. Tell them to restore everything to Diep Ra in 3 days. And all territories will be transferred to Diep Ra. Of course, Diep Ra will still keep the unviewed places for you. From now on, Long Ra must pay tribute every year and submit to Diep Ra. At this point, you also left a warning. If there's no agreement in 3 days, I will wipe out Long territory. Do you understand, Long Jing? Hearing this, hurriedly bowed and replied, I understand. I understand. I will make sure to relay everything without missing a word. Votian saw that everything had been settled and immediately ordered her subordinates to throw them out. And they obeyed her command. Soon after, they mercilessly threw Longxing out of Diep Ra, causing him to cry out in pain. Get out! Long Ra's dog, seeing him lying on the ground. 2 of Diep Ra's subordinates looked down on him with contempt. Long Ra's men truly deserve to die. Finally, I've waited long enough. These beasts are truly tarnishing the young lady's reputation. And at this moment he was secretly thinking, even if I have to deliver the news myself. He was worried inside, wondering how Lufam could kill so many people, including Nika, in an instant, and who could believe him. As he pondered what kind of power Lufam had and how he managed to do it, Lufam finally used what skill. Then one of Diep Ra's subordinates saw that he never left his seat, just enjoying himself. So while he was lost in thought, he basically hadn't left that chair. Hated himself but didn't realize it. Then Diep Ra's subordinate shouted loudly to chase him away, telling him to get out if he didn't want to die. Are you crazy or what? Scaring him half to death. At this moment, Longxing sensed something and immediately fled in fear, begging for his life. Diep Ra's 2 subordinates saw this and laughed happily, thinking, that's right. Get out quickly. Here. We both hold power over him. He ran while muttering to himself. I saw it. He was panicked and shouting. It definitely did it. So the thing chasing him is Lufam's dragon companion, with concealment abilities that hide or erase its presence at any moment. When it detects his thoughts or gets injured, it can't hide anymore and will pursue him, causing him to run and scream. It has always been here. Cut to an hour later, in the western sky, the members of the Huang family, riding rare mechanical birds, asked, does the elder know that Long Ra will send 10 servants of the 3rd transformation today? Young Master Hong. Are these people enough for us? The one called Young Master immediately replied. They are just useless. Level 60 or 70 guys. Not worth mentioning. It's him. Huang Yutian. Level 98. Peerless Swordmaster of the 4th tier. From the Huang family of the western region. Just then, a servant of the Huang family saw something. Young Master. Look quickly. There's someone ahead. Njok Thian recognized him as an acquaintance, fleeing on foot with his sword. It's Long Han. And he's running even faster now. The servants of the Hoang family saw his appearance and burst into loud laughter. Such a pathetic sight. This is how a noble family intimidates others into fear. The Jade Spring Swordmaster, who cultivated virtue and benevolence, doesn't have many disciples, and the Jade Spring Swordmaster himself is quite renowned. His level has increased, but his attributes haven't improved much. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this level 90 of his can't compare at all to our young Master Hoang. Suddenly, Njok Thian sped up and gave orders. Both focused on the path ahead, increasing their speed toward the Deep family. His subordinates wondered. Understood now, young Master Hong. Why suddenly so urgent? He himself, riding his beast, muttered to himself as he looked at Long Han's dirt-covered body. Sensing something, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. This journey was much more difficult than he had imagined. The scene shifts to half an hour later, in the Western Territory. At the Deep family's courtyard, two of Diepjia's subordinates saw Njok Thien approaching and whispered to each other. The royal family has come to show off again. Whispering, don't let others hear. Quickly go inform Diep Tu Thu. Whispering, not wanting these two to interfere and report to Vo Tien. Njok Thien pushed them aside and said, there's no need to bother the two of you. If you're going in, then just go. But he still mercilessly kills Diepjia's subordinates. I will go myself to find Diep Tu Thu. Seeing his comrade being killed by him, he angrily shouted, stop, knowing she couldn't fight him. She quickly ran inside and shouted loudly, Miss Deep, save me. The royal family is here to kill people. Of course, Ngok Thien did whatever was necessary to keep her safe, and he coldly struck down the noisy servant, Long Niho, holding the heads of two royal guards. Responds obediently, I am now Long Niho, Duanxi, level 98. With a diamond martial boost of 4, this scene confuses a royal guard who asks Ngok Thien, young Master Ho, what exactly is going on? But Ngok Thien also doesn't understand and questions loudly. At this moment, a voice rang out, openly coming to the door to kill in broad daylight. Vo Thien appeared and declared angrily, Hoang Nok Thien. It seems your arrogance is truly growing bolder. Vo Fap Vo Thien. If you made the first move, then we have nothing more to discuss. Everyone step back now. She rushed Ngok Thien and shouted, whoever dares to attack the Deep family, kill without mercy. Immediately the system displayed a notification, fire pattern. Equip melee weapons with 7 layers of fire pattern, and the next 7 attacks will deal double the current fire pattern damage. Each attack reduces 1 layer of fire pattern, and with 7 layers, the damage is multiplied 7-fold. Facing her attack, Njok Thien sneered and laughed, unhesitating to kill, easily blocking her strike and saying, after I let you suffer serious injuries, you still have the courage. Miss Deep is truly extraordinary. And the system quickly displayed information about his sword, the White Jade Sword, a legendary quality. Level 90. The Sword of Breaking Illusions automatically reveals hidden units within its attack range, allowing him to remove concealment and cause chaos. While fighting with her, Ngok Thien sneered and said, unfortunately, you are scarred but have forgotten the pain. He proudly declared that this time he would give them a real lesson and then ordered his subordinates to attack all at once, so that Miss Deep would remember the consequences of disobeying the royal family. Immediately, the royal guards rushed to attack Dong Than Ho. Clear. To make Lady Deep disappear from here. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Long Ni Ho appeared, defeating all the royal guards and causing them to panic. What is that? Who is he? Fire pattern. Equip melee weapons with 7 layers of fire pattern, and the next 7 attacks will deal double the current fire pattern damage. Each attack reduces 1 layer of fire pattern, and with 7 layers, the damage is multiplied 7-fold. Long Niho, holding the heads of 2 royal guards, responds obediently, I am now Long Niho, Duanxi, level 98. With a diamond martial boost of 4, this scene confuses a royal guard who asks Ngok Thien, young Master Ho, what exactly is going on? But Ngok Thien also doesn't understand and questions loudly, Long Second Tiger, how can you stand with Diep Ra? Another royal servant still furious and hateful. The Long family's man has a traitor appeared. Up on the machine, the person controlling Long Second Tiger happily muttered, well done. Another success. At the same time, the system displayed a notification that the first treasure map had been completed, and now there were 2 divine-level treasure maps. Just then, a subordinate noticed someone on the roof and loudly asked, who is that again? She bravely held her spear to defend. This time I will definitely rely on myself to defeat him. Lufam thought, if that's the case, then I will plan accordingly. Then I ordered the Black Blade Dragon to attack. The system announces that the Echoing Sword has met the activation conditions. The White Jade Sword, a legendary quality weapon at level 90, when creating an area attack, automatically reveals hidden units within the range, removing their stealth and causing confusion. Without any fear of Han's attack, Lufam sneered and ordered, Black Blade, rise. But before he could do anything, an arrow suddenly shot toward him. Casually, he snorted coldly and deflected the arrow. Could it be that it has always been here unnoticed? And now the system is sending a message. The remaining sword techniques are now Ba Than. In this fiery moment, Lufam coldly challenges, taking out the skills that wounded me and my sister. Today I will make you pay 100-fold. Ngoc Thean stared in horror, looking up at it. What exactly is this? The elder didn't tell me he had this kind of power. The disciples behind him shouted loudly, Young Master Hong, please step back and protect us. Suddenly, your dragon pet appeared and helped you block the attack. The sharp blade hauntingly reflected, the dragon claw forming a powerful strike targeting the enemy. Ignoring 90% of their defenses and breaking their armor, this scene left Ngoc Thean stunned. Wondering if it appeared out of nowhere, this is indeed Han's technique. The two of them walk together. Lu Feng responds, Of course you can. She unleashes her strength to summon the flames. Hoang Nok Tien. Today is the day you must atone for your sins. The system announces, Fire Patterns. To enhance melee weapons with 7 layers of fire patterns. The next 7 attacks will deal double the current fire pattern damage. Each attack reduces 1 layer of fire rune, and with 7 layers, the damage is 7 times greater. Ngoc Thien charged forward with his sword. Do you think a hidden dragon can control me? I swing my sword down and shout. The ice sword disperses, and the immortal immediately uses a spear to block. The system indicates that the dispersing ice sword enhances the current weapon attack with a freezing area effect. The effect lasts for 30 seconds, reducing the target's movement speed by 20%. He puts in more effort to show off, making breaking through stealth for me surprisingly easy. But the second tiger suddenly went berserk and attacked the disciples. The disciples tried to resist with the same name. Stop. You crazy bastard. The second tiger quickly punched through an unlucky one who was about to strike, and he collapsed on the spot. While Ngoc Thien stood there stunned, watching, Wu Tian immediately spoke up. Lufam. Leave it to me. Ngoc Thien summons more swords. Go now. Sword of Echoing Breakthrough. The swords rush towards Vo Tian. This move is the Sword of Echoing Breakthrough, which when creating an attack range will automatically see through hidden units within the area, removing their stealth and causing chaos. Then he jumped and knelt down. But everything did not go as Hong Thien had planned. He looked at the dragon with surprise, wondering what was happening. As his skill couldn't remove the dragon's stealth, Lu Feng clasped his hands behind his back, standing on the machine and casting a spell on the dragon. His thoughts worthy of praise. Unfortunately, the small skill of the unworthy one is ineffective against my dragon pet. The system now shows information stealth, concealment, which can be entered or removed at any time. But when sensing or being injured, the stealth state cannot be removed. Vo Tian quickly counterattacked, but Huang Thien blocked with his sword. I thought it was some special skill, but people are just too overconfident. He sneered. How annoying, Huang Thien shouted. Deep 14, don't push your luck. She pointed her spear at him and asked, Am I pushing my luck? Vo Tian was furious. You stole resources from Diep, and when you hurt me badly, you didn't say I was pushing my luck, only allowing your royal family to do whatever they want. Where are these rules from? Then she stabbed him with her spear. A strike that hit back at him, causing Huang Thien to fall to the ground injured. He clutched his right shoulder bleeding and looked at her, saying, Deep 14. I didn't expect you to leave me bleeding. She stared at him with a cold gaze and said, It's not over yet. I want you to die here. Huang Thien Yen Gi, looking at Luke Pham. Damn it, if it weren't for that kid's dragon taboo, how could I be in such a miserable state? As he raises his sword and unleashes his power. At this point, even if I 14. I'm stunned and thinking, wait a moment, this skill is Hong Thien, raising his sword high and unleashing his ultimate power. I also have to take you all down in death. The state of unawakened cold sword blocking slash is charging the skill. The system announces that the echoing sword has met the activation conditions. The White Jade Sword, a legendary quality weapon at level 90, when creating an area attack, automatically reveals hidden units within the range, removing their stealth and causing confusion. Then he jumped and knelt down. But everything did not go as Hong Thien had planned. She bravely held her spear to defend. This time I will definitely rely on myself to defeat him. Lu Pham thought, if that's the case, then I will plan accordingly. Then I ordered the Black Blade Dragon to attack. The dragon immediately charged forward. Huang Thien turned to look at it. I see it now. Then he bit his finger to draw blood. And then Huang Thien smeared the blood on his sword and shouted, Blood Sword Confinement. The system appeared. Ice Sword Formation. Slash. Interrupted the skill. And then Huang Thien slashed down shouting, Die and Destroy. The immortal system appeared. The Ice Sword Trap / merge all weapons with great force at the target's position, forming a number of merged weapons with attribute damage. If the damage is not enough, then immediately unleash the skill again. The Sword of Breaking Illusions automatically reveals hidden units within its attack range, allowing him to remove concealment and cause chaos. While fighting with her, Njok Thien sneered and said, "Unfortunately, you are scarred but have forgotten the pain." Votin shot at him. Hoang Nok Thien. Can you believe it? Then Hoang Thien jumped onto the back of a mechanical bird. A rare quality mount. He ordered but quickly withdrew at that moment. However, Lufam used his sword to cut into the bird, causing Hoang Thien to fall off its back. He fell to the ground, and Lufam pressed the dagger against his neck, threatening him. "Wait a minute. Who allowed you to go?" you questioned. "Do you always think that the new bloodline is a threat, and that my strength is not worth mentioning?" Hoang Thien frantically said, "Wait a moment, you can't kill me. This is the main battle of the world, you have to explain the rules." Votian slowly stepped forward with his spear. "Lufam now holds the authority of Deep, just forget it, you no longer need to know about these things." He stammered in panic. What Hoang Thien desperately begged her. "Miss Deep, our two families are old friends. We used to be angry, but I never wanted to take your life. So you, brother Luke Pham, we have no deep hatred. There's no need to do this. I can tell the world I have lost to you." Lufan drew his sword and turned to leave. "Apprentice, just come personally to finish him off." He cried and begged. "No, no. Lu Fan, the Emperor really looks at you." Wu Shen used all his strength to rush forward. Unexpectedly, I was actually sent flying twice by a skill of yours. The system appeared. Fire pattern. Let the melee weapon be accompanied by 7 layers of fire patterns. The next 7 attacks will create damage twice the current fire pattern. Each attack will reduce 1 layer of fire pattern. The current 7 layers of fire pattern, 7 times the damage. He tried to flow the mortar. The old ancestor has repeatedly reminded me to invite you to be a guest. Really? Kill the young lady. We don't need to. Not letting him grumble anymore. Wu Xian stabbed him in the middle of the chest. The system announced, 6 layers of fire patterns remaining. 6 times the damage. She was so angry. Did you hear? All the souls of the annihilation who died under the hands of the person kept saying. The system spoke, 6 layers of fire patterns remaining. Cinque times more pity. The system communicated, 4 layers of fire patterns remaining. 4 times more pity. She used all her strength to burn him to ashes. The number of hell thoughts. Huang Yutian. The system appeared, 3 layers of fire patterns remaining. 3 times more pity. 2 layers of fire patterns remaining. 2 times more pity. 1 layer of fire patterns remaining. 1 time more pity. Wu Xian called people. Lu Fan. You. He replied. I'm here. She leaned on him and said softly, we still have to tell this news to Huang. Lu Fan ate her. It's okay. He said, we'll leave one of Huang Yutian's subordinates to go back and report the news. Hu was holding a hostage and replied, Sun Men, that captured person, Duan Woqiu. Huang Xiaozia, Luke Pham gently asked Vo Tian, angry from before, as if he had let it all out. Right. She smiled and nodded. Luke Pham then released the fallen divine dragon to use its magic to call back Huang Tian's soul. He has returned as your servant, serving your master. The system now displays information. Huang Yushan, Void Sword Cultivator Level Cat. Rank 98. From the Western Huang family. 9 inkless swords. Transforming weapons into 9 identical weapons with the same attributes and effects, as he raises his sword and unleashes his power. At this point, even if Fotian, I'm stunned and thinking, wait a moment, this skill is Huang Thian raising his sword high and unleashing his ultimate power. I also have to take you all down in death. The state of unawakened cold sword blocking slash is charging the skill. The effect lasts for 30 seconds, reducing the target's movement speed by 20%. The broken sword aura's area of attack automatically reveals hidden units within the range, removing their concealment and causing chaos in the cold sword formation. Slash and merge all thrown weapons forcefully at the target's position, creating a number of merged weapons. If the attribute damage has not yet been inflicted, the skill is immediately released again. Blood Sword Confinement uses blood to activate the weapon, unleashing a gust of binding wind that traps the target for 30 seconds. The skill cannot be immune to, and can only affect a single target once. Luke Pham read the information board and pondered. Unexpectedly, even dust can gather back into shape. This skill is somewhat heaven-defying. He considered that the puppet Tu Chuyen is within the army. Long Ingyi is guarding the defense, and Huang Nok Thien can attack and control. Now this team has an initial scale. Votian Yenhi. That's right. This is the skill that caused my serious injury. The system reports. Merging weapons. 3 weapons in total. Lu Pham calmly looks at him, then ponders. Something's not right. Hoang Nok Thien might be pretending to attack his sister to provoke me into acting. He asked seriously. Is every word he said the truth? System Introduction. The Old Ancestor Longra, level 98. Heroic Blood. 10,000 years 4. Long Xinghuang looked up and said, Elder Truong, every word I say is the truth. That Imperial Dragon Master is truly too strong. My brother hasn't even had a chance to act. And he was directly killed by one of his dragons. He recounted that the others were the same. Experts of the third transformation couldn't even hold on to a single skill. And in an instant, they all died. That dragon only needed to strike, and it would definitely take a life. Zhang Kong remained silent, while the daughter of Deepra had already found a support, and a worried clan member asked, Clan leader, now that the second elder is dead, and more complicated, the Imperial Dragon Master still sent a message through Long Han, demanding that our Long clan surrender all resources and territory within 3 days. What should we do? 9 weapons attacking together deal 900% damage, and can automatically block enemy attacks. The Ice Blade disperses, adding a freezing attribute to the current weapon's attack and its area damage. Old Man Huang shouted in despair. Your Long clan colluded with Deep clan. Longer Ho killed my nephew Hong Nok Thien, and now I want to settle this debt with you. He rushed to Thon Bin and saw with his own eyes that my brother was killed by the dragon's claw of Luke Pham. How could he possibly help Luke Pham kill Hong Nok Thien? Hong Lao asked softly. Is that really true? He looked at Long Han and threatened him, saying if he lied, he would make him wish he were dead. He hurriedly replied, I doubt not. Truong Kong stood in front of Long Han and said, Old Huang, this is Long family territory. Pay attention to your actions and words. He also said that Long Han was not lying. Ho has died. And if someone truly saw Ho protecting Diep Jia, then behind Diep Jia there must be a Vong Lin sorcerer. Truong Kong angrily said that the Long Su horse of Diep Jia deliberately let Long Han come back to deliver the message. Within 3 days, the Long family must surrender all their essence and bow in submission. Old Huang's expression darkened as he said, I have also received the message the deadline is 3 days, and all essence belongs to the Diep family. With the Deep family as the highest, he said that, but only in just 2 short months. Old Huang asked suspiciously, what exactly does the Deep family rely on to be so confident? She bravely held her spear to defend. This time I will definitely rely on myself to defeat him. Lufam thought. If that's the case, then I will plan accordingly. Then I ordered the Black Blade Dragon to attack. Lao Huang calmly regained his composure. The Dragon Tamer is ultimately just a profession of summoning. As long as we control the long gun, defeating him will naturally return the gun to the space of the weapon. But the long gun's skill in hiding makes it hard to deal with. Truong Kong remained silent, confident that our family has a sun-driving spirit, and as long as he is the only one who can lock onto the long swords, we will be able to determine their position. Old Man Hong Lao Hai Long said, if the Deep family believes that relying on this spirit long master can make them as formidable as us, Truong Kong confidently declared, so we will let them know that the strength of the Hong and Long families is not just about one imperial dragon tamer who can cause a stir. He softly said, I even wanted him to come to the Huang family to develop. Truong looks sharply and says, unfortunately, I have changed my mind. The scene shifts to the Dai family estate as evening approaches, and suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently. The guards call out to each other. Hey, do you feel that? The ground is still trembling. This isn't an earthquake. Is it? Suddenly someone saw something unusual. A pack of wolves rushing forward. The guards shouted to each other. Quick! Look over there. The fierce wolves howled. The guards yelled, beasts. The evening beasts. Go quickly and report to Miss Deep immediately. Luke Pham and Vo Tien are eating when suddenly the ground starts shaking violently. He asks curiously, did an earthquake happen? Did you notice something? This sound, could it be protecting the entrance to the river? Lady Dai. It's not good. The predators are attacking. Outside the mansion, the guards are ready with their swords, while the wolves growl and snarl at them. In the sky, Elder Huang arrives with a dragon, furious that they killed my heavenly child and still dared to threaten that Huang would surrender resources to you within 3 days. Truly reckless. Instead of threatening, the Long and Deep families used to have a long-standing friendship. My Long family only gave face, but you dare to kill my Long family's bloodline. Luke Pham read the information board and pondered. Unexpectedly, even dust can gather back into shape. This skill is somewhat heaven-defying. He considered that the puppet Tu Chuyen is within the army. Long Ingyi is guarding the defense, and Huang Nok Thien can attack and control. Now this team has an initial scale. The soldiers of both families launched a simultaneous attack, pushing us back. The guards around Diep Ra panicked. They surrounded us from all directions. We're about to die. This time we're really going to die. Someone please think of a way. The attack heading for the Deep residence is blocked by the barrier, which completely prevents the assault from Zoe and the soldiers. Old Master Huang stared in shock and asked, "No way. With this level of attack, even 100 legendary barrier scrolls couldn't stop it. What tricks did they finally use?" The Heaven Lord wondered, never expecting Diep Ra to have such a trump card. Lufam glanced at them, but to see if the pride of the two great worlds could buy him a few minutes. His eyes shone brightly, and his body was unleashing maximum power before Lufam transformed into a majestic golden dragon. Lufam sternly said, "4-tier transcendent is still not enough to wake you up. Today I will wipe you out completely. And you can't blame me. It seems the Hoang Long families took my words as nothing more than a passing breeze." "Is that right?" Vo Tian was so angry that he asked, "You are the dragon tamer, aren't you?" Today at the Deep Gate, everyone is inviting their own destruction. He sent the dragon to order the destruction of the Deep clan, leaving not a single piece of armor intact. Old Master Huang stared in shock and asked, "No way. With this level of attack, even 100 legendary barrier scrolls couldn't stop it. What tricks did they finally use?" The Heaven Lord wondered, never expecting Diep Ra to have such a trump card. Old Master Huang stared in shock and asked, "No way. With this level of attack, even 100 legendary barrier scrolls couldn't stop it. What tricks did they finally use?" The Heaven Lord wondered, never expecting Diep Ra to have such a trump card. Today at the Deep Gate, everyone is inviting their own destruction. He sent the dragon to order the destruction of the Deep clan, leaving not a single piece of armor intact. So powerful that it can even transform into a dragon. Old Huang pondered, just how strong is the strength he's been hiding. Then he withdrew all the dragons he had and went outside with everyone. And Truong Kong exclaimed in amazement, "How many dragons does he really have?" Old Huang pondered. "This is impossible. Finding a dragon in the world is as hard as reaching the sky. So how does he have so many?" The sky did not speak. Second tiger. And Old Huang called someone, "Heavenly child." The system records that controlling the fallen demon can manipulate all fallen demon puppets transformed by the fallen dragon saint, and can also recall and withdraw them at any time. With the fallen demon puppet's death and energy returning to the fallen dragon saint, Old Hoang looked at Lufam's formidable lineup and thought, "It's too convenient to just send out a puppet. They are all powerful enough to oppose the world, so how should we fight this time? The golden armor of Tai Te Kingdom has fallen, yet it was truly only him who did it. But we have no way to retreat now." The soldiers of both families launched a simultaneous attack, pushing us back. The guards around Diep Ra panicked. They surrounded us from all directions. We're about to die. This time we're really going to die. Truong Kong broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that not only could this person control dragons, but he could also transform into a dragon form. Old Huang Lao was stunned in amazement, his strength truly terrifying. Luke Pham ordered, "Little Pile." The Jade hologram. Little Pile immediately launched an attack. System notification. Yade hologram. Can select units to target. 2 hologram images are projected. The hologram inherits all skills of the targeted units, with an attribute of 30% of the original entity. Inside, Lu Pham endured the Small Fee family's attack, with Eternal Guardian protecting and forming a defensive shield, covering all targets beneath it. The shield's damage absorption capacity depends on the life value of the fake Eternal and its self-healing ability. Luke Pham rushes forward, spewing fire to burn the enemy ranks, fighting more people than ever before. "I've never been afraid." Old Hoang sees the object and wonders, "This time we're going against the Swordmaster. Are we wrong after all?" You shout loudly, leaving no one behind. The projection of the idol statue for each unit simultaneously exists in the largest quantity of 2 for the dragon race. It may possess double the effect of a dragon bloodline teammate. The decisive power lies in one's own attributes. The Dungyam erupts with intense flames within the target's range. A formation of Dungyam appears. The target within the Dungnam will gradually fall into the Nam stone and continue to suffer heavy damage. Old Man Hoang uses a talisman to create a barrier blocking your fire. The dragon of the school, without wings, forms a shield to protect himself. Little Dark transforms into the lightning element, roaring with thunder and lightning towards the target area. A bolt of lightning strikes, forming a shockwave in the storm region. She unleashes a massive lightning strike to injure and paralyze enemies within the storm area. She shows no mercy, striking him with lightning, as the cosmic form above releases a shower of starlight. During the prolonged fall of the star, other skills can be used until the fall is cancelled, which will last forever. He widened his eyes in shock. Truly a nightmare. The fallen divine dragon flies across the sky, constantly unleashing lightning, its face filled with despair, while the dragon language, once unsealed, sacrifices its own life force at the highest point, falling cause enormous damage. With the damage value being 2000% of the sacrificed life, the enemy panics and flees. Save yourself. Run now. The demon transforms into a fire-breathing form, burning everything, destroying the old dragon's wings. Unleashing 4 tornado flames, inflicting extreme damage on the target. Old man Hoang looked at the vast sky and thought, "Are you still planning to run away? If I don't kill him, our two families won't exist. If we keep suspecting each other, what's the point of anything anymore?" He retorted. "And you? I don't know. Your master sorcerer's strength is definitely not just that," Truong Hong declared passionately. "Fine. Today you and I will fight with all our might to kill this horse dragon master. Wait until we wipe out Deep Ra, and the two Hoang Long families will cease fighting for 3 months. As for the resources of Diep Ra, you'll definitely find out in 3 months." Huang Lao promised. Then Huang Lao used a talisman, clasped his hands together, and chanted a spell. "This is my strongest control technique. Even against peers of the same level, at least they will be restrained for about 10 seconds. Chung Hung, holding the scroll close to Luok Pham. Now is not the time to hold back. You must kill this horse dragon master." He clenched the scroll tightly, knowing without anyone telling him that the power from the scroll was gradually pouring out. It spread throughout the remaining wolves, driving them into madness as they created a fake orb. Luke Pham only glanced at the wolves before the orb exploded, causing massive destruction, and Votian frantically called out to you. "Luke Pham, Truong Kong Kwoi," to triumphantly. A fake dragon transforming in shape. How could he withstand a full-force strike from the second prince and me? This little brat will definitely die. The fireball still hasn't dissipated. Luke Pham, now a dragon, stands tall behind him. "Are you really going to kill me for sure?" The fallen divine dragon flies across the sky, constantly unleashing lightning, its face filled with despair, while the dragon language, once unsealed, sacrifices its own life force at the highest point. He stabbed Lufam with his spear, just grazing his face with his true body appearing, then cursed. "Lufam, quickly show your claws and bite him," causing him to fall apart. "Your true body says it's just killing a mirror image of me. Does it really need to be so agitated when Truong Kong's frightened expression doesn't even show in your eyes?" He was confused and wondered how this could be. He was just a second-tier professional under level 40. So why did he have such terrifying strength? Lu Fam assembled his team and roared, "Now what do you have to fight me?" Luo Pham shielded them, with deep internal strength. "Even a fragment of my soul could drain your spirit and stamina, let alone my true power." The sky god sat on the back of the stream, wiping blood from his face, and thinking, "Dammit, that last attack took away my last bit of strength." Chu Kong glances down at the pile of corpses below, all of them already slaughtered. And old Huang is heartbroken. The royal family is finished. Lu Fan declares that from today on, the royal guards will no longer serve the two royal families. As long as no one touches his dragon totem, Long Ra will never die at my hands. He unleashes his move, the Fire Spirit Soul technique, causing the victim to burn away their life essence and enter the state of Fire Spirit Soul. Every second consumes 5% of health. Attack power increases by 300%. Critical hit rate rises by 50%, until life ends. Elder Huang takes out a horn from his pocket and blows it. In an instant, a cleansing and unification spell restores 35% of the maximum health, followed by an 8-second recovery of an additional 15% of the maximum health. Chu Hong Dung Toan Bosuk Man Fao Kai Thuong Chua Ming. Du Thu Che Tho Win He Rui Bo Than Han. Tu Yedwa Kung De Nuwa Song Sut. Hoang Lao Dung Ket Gioi Bang Bualen. Van Fu Tien Kiep. Dang Con Nap. Ki Nang. Chu Hong Goi Zong Lao Len. Old Man Huang cast the talisman and shouted, "Go." The system announced 10,000 talisman of the 5 elements each second. A group of talisman of the 5 elements is released. Each talisman causes 100 damage and seals the 5 elements. It lasts for 5 seconds. With the talismans arranged in the order of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each time, the damage doubles, lasting up to 60 seconds. As Chu Kong rushes forward wildly, then his body was cut off before he could unleash his attack. Hoang Lao called out to him, "Long Chung Khum." Then he pointed forward and shouted, "Go." And the talismans all flew toward Lukfam. The target in the lava pool will gradually sink into the magma and continue to suffer heavy damage. He breathes fire relentlessly at Hoang Lao, forcing him to struggle to defend himself. with his shield being pierced in several places. The Iceman Lufam in the ice block spoke. Eager to test the strength of the Hoangjia ancestor, he easily broke free from the ice prison. Honestly a bit disappointed, he exclaimed in horror that he couldn't trap him even for a moment. It's over. Lufam roared. Now it's my turn. Long Yu Fu Ke, which can counter the magic skills of Long Sung and Fong Thick. Depends on the attribute of oneself. Old Master Huang quickly cast a spell, and the system appeared, revealing a spiritual talisman that summoned 12 5-element charms circling around him. Each charm can counterattack once and provides a corresponding elemental response based on the current 5-element attribute. The healing effect exceeds the normal control limit, lasting for 8 seconds, and can actively retract the protective barrier to enhance the range or consume talismans to counterattack and break the magic. Lufam narrowed his eyes, holding back. Magma erupted fiercely within the target's area, igniting a blazing inferno that formed a lava pool. The target in the lava pool will gradually sink into the magma and continue to suffer heavy damage. He breathes fire relentlessly at Hoang Lao, forcing him to struggle to defend himself, with his shield being pierced in several places. In the end, he couldn't withstand Lufam's flames and was knocked out, and then he was completely defeated. Lufam transforms back into human form, with talismans burning and falling around him. Chu Kong, struggling on the ground, says, "The sunlight of our clan can even pierce through divine-level disguises." I put my hand against my neck and said, "My strength feels like it's about to burst." So I let him go. Understand now, Chu Kong was furious, and then he exploded with rage. Zhu not only looked at you with a threat but also warned Lufam to remember this. Perhaps you think Huang is not enough to intimidate, but the power behind us is not something you can resist. Old Huang pointed at Lufam's face and loudly said, "I am Nin Ra, a top-tier expert, a 100-level powerhouse who can crush you with a single flick of a finger." Lufam looked down at both of them and said, "I will tell you to pass on a message. 2 things first. Bring the resource transfer agreement here. Second, choose to let the family die out so they no longer exist. It seems you have chosen the latter." The young soldier calmly said, "Both the Hoang and Long families are suffering today thanks to you. If you have anything to say, you can explain it to them in the afterlife." The talisman turned into a magic circle surrounding him, shooting out chains while freezing Lufam in place. Old Hoang happily cheered. Success at last. Zhu not only looked at you with a threat but also warned Lufam to remember this. Perhaps you think Huang is not enough to intimidate, but the power behind us is not something you can resist. Old Huang pointed at Lufam's face and loudly said, "I am Nin Ra, a top-tier expert, a 100-level powerhouse who can crush you with a single flick of a finger." Lufam dung that true hoi voa noi. Nu manyo nong toi ning ra nu vei. Chibang chak ngoi hai, suang hoang tuyen de moduong truokti. Kautru hoi dong kwa min hra. Hoang lao voa vong la long. Lufam. Enjui that sulamuan kongchet kongrung voichung tasao. He calmly replied, "Don't worry. Soon someone from Ninra will come and listen to your crying and complaining." Chu couldn't help but shout in anger. "If you kill today, you will become enemies of the world." Lufam dung that true hoi voa noi. Nu manyo nong toi ning ra nu vei. Chibang chak ngoi hai, suang hoang tuyen de moduong truokti. Kautru hoi dong kwa min hra. Hoang lao voa vong la long. Lufam. Enjui that sulamuan kongchet kongrung voichung tasao. Those dragons combine to form a super-level V-Pro. You glance and say, "Just test it on your bodies." The system reports. The 10,000 Dragons Guard. The Dragon Rider. All dragon pets and yourself merged together. I put my hand against my neck and said, "My strength feels like it's about to burst." So I let him go. Understand now, Chu Kong was furious, and then he exploded with rage. Lufam dung that true hoi voa noi. Nu manyo nong toi ning ra nu vei. Chibang chak ngoi hai, suang hoang tuyen de moduong truokti. Kautru hoi dong kwa min hra. Hoang lao voa vong la long. Lufam. Enjui that sulamuan kongchet kongrung voichung tasao. The girl asked, "Have you finished talking?" Chu, not surprised, looked at Elder Huang, who was threatening fiercely. "Lufam, you better listen carefully. If you chase and kill to the end, Nin Ra will definitely not spare you." My heart stopped beating. But in an instant, not only are you fine, you also took down the patriarchs of the Hoang and Long families. Lufam smiled softly at her and replied, "Being her support isn't just about words." Votian tearfully called out your name. Lufam. Votian turned and left, now that the leaders of the 2 houses and the love arts of both families have all died here. The remaining people have nothing to fear. It is the perfect time to accept it. Lufam smiled and said, "Then I will go to Long family." She used her fiery cultivation to fly into the air, and Hongra handed everything over to me. Lufam looked at her and thought that Longhouse was a location on one of the 2 divine treasure maps he possessed. He flew towards the Long residence with his wings, and the system displayed 17 million celestial destruction orbs, which could be exchanged for a core, inside which the eternal stars continuously split and evolve, increasing in power until they could be detonated by the divine energy, causing a terrifying apocalyptic destruction. The initial number of eternal stars was 17 million. The system announced that the divine star flow had reached level 40, with a luminous form and no time limit. Lufam looked at the screen and exclaimed, "As expected, the luminous form was limited, only matching the prematurity stage. Now the chain is broken, and I have gained this new skill, the heaven-destroying thermal electric. A wave of power surrounds the dragon." Lufam said, "Truly no one can stop the spirit." The system displays 17 million world-destroying stars, activating a skill. Soon after, the system reports that the 17 million world-destroying stars have sacrificed a star core, continuously transforming within the celestial sphere, with the power escalating to a final apocalyptic level caused by the cosmic flow. With an initial count of 17 million stars, Longhan was wandering around his territory, wondering why there was no news from the Elder, feeling extremely uneasy as long as Lufam was still alive. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down, and he raised his hand to block it. Why is it so bright? A thunderclap suddenly exploded overhead, causing Longhan to scream out loud. What is this? A sudden hailstorm quickly struck down on Longhan. At Long Palace, Lufam soared high to observe the ground. This power is truly terrifying. If used with dragon dominance resonance, it could level an entire city. The Long Palace building is in ruins. Then he lands on the ground. In front of Lufam is a Duong Bao, indicating he has reached the treasure map location. You open the talisman, and the system displays the information of the item. Obtain the relic of the Liat Long warrior, the gold dragon wristband, and the Elder. Activating the Golden Dragon King set, 3x5. Taking a step forward to unlock the remaining bloodline restrictions. Transforming into the Golden Dragon King to gain the decisive wings and blood-boiling skills. The decisive claws of the Golden Dragon King, with the fiery golden flames. The next 2 combined attacks rely on external damage. The wristband can convert 20% of durability into strength. And after transforming into the Golden Dragon King, all attribute levels are increased by 150%. The durability attribute value of 600% has obtained the skillbook Fire Flame Dragon Rage. Fire Flame Dragon Rage can target a Long Clan bloodline unit on your team, setting their bloodline on fire and causing an effect on surrounding enemies, making them enter a state of chaos for 10 minutes. Longhan was wandering around his territory, wondering why there was no news from the Elder, feeling extremely uneasy as long as Lufam was still alive. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down, and he raised his hand to block it. Why is it so bright? I have obtained the auxiliary magic, dozens of level 1 consumable items, and 1 auxiliary magic item that increases the quality of equipment or items to a legendary level, which can also increase the level of the item or equipment. Duong Bao opened this very well, and after finishing, he prepared to leave. Lufam and the spirit flew away quickly, having already collected everything, so they returned to find the academy. At the royal family, Vo Tian's men are contemptuously throwing out the royal assets. Hang Konthiat shouts to kill the princess. He shamelessly begs Vo Tian for mercy. Although the central part of the royal family has been dismantled, there are still 500 or 600 brothers on the outskirts, along with dozens of resource points. I was originally in charge of the outer court. Use me to help you organize everything as quickly as possible. Vo Tian asked coldly. Can I trust you? Hang quickly replied. Don't worry. The royal family has been overthrown. I can't die together with them. Right. I swear to you that from now on I will be completely loyal and will never betray the Diet family. Lufam stepped forward confidently, remembering the words that were spoken. Obtained auxiliary materials. Dozens of level 1 consumables. Auxiliary materials. Level reduction items. And epic quality consumables that remove the level requirement of target equipment or gear. Obtained upgrade materials. Dozens of quality enhancement items. And epic quality consumables that increase the quality level of target equipment or gear by 1. Lufam said this person is not a combat professional, familiar with the royal family, and won't cause any trouble. Now that the Deep family's people are few and the workload is heavy, it's better to use him directly. She gently replied, I also have this idea. Hang raised his hand to swear. Rest assured, starting today, your words are like a divine decree. If you say go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to jump into the sea, I will never jump into the river. Lufam ordered. Remember that. In 3 days, all the royal resources will be arranged. I want to see the results. Now go away. He hurriedly slipped away. Yes, yes. I will leave immediately. Votian asked if the Long family side has finished handling everything. Lufam recalled destroying someone's house and scratched her head, saying, well, maybe so. Then she told him to follow her. I have something to talk to you about. Votian placed the stack of documents on the table and asked surprised. Give the 3 families to me to manage. She smiled and replied, I've already thought it through. If you really win, I will reorganize the resources of the 3 families and give them to you. Lufam quickly replied, I humbly accept your kindness. I gently decline, but I really have no interest in business. I originally just wanted to help you, not to cause trouble. Votian chuckled and said, all right, then I will take over as manager, and you can withdraw at any time you need. Lufam scratched his head and let out a sigh of relief. So this was the gift my sister mentioned. Votian blushed and looked at him. Could it be that she thought I would give myself to him again? He blushed and quickly turned away, denying it completely. I never thought that way. She slapped the stack of papers into his chest and said, dream on. Here are some documents about the secret realm and rebirth. See if any of them are useful to you now. Lufam looked at the document and thought, it seems to be the final treasure map. Just here. Then he pointed to a spot and said, I want to go there. Votian softly replied, Suddenly she exclaimed, the ancient flying immortal tower. Shifting to the next day. At the flying immortal tower. Votian asked Lufam if he had thought it through. She and Lufam flew up to approach the tower from above. Votian mentioned that each person is limited to 1 visit to this secret realm. Even if the 4 of you in the elite go now, you will only advance by 1 level. It would be a waste. I reply that this kind of secret realm will still exist in the future. Lufam, believing in the treasure, said if I don't go now after seeing something I like, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep. The 2 of them landed on the ground, facing 2 rows of guards bowing and saluting. Hello, Miss Dieppe. Hello, young Master Luke. Votian casually asked a few questions as she passed by them, saying that in the future there's no need to bow if they stay here. Just understand what needs to be understood. And as long as you remain loyal to Dieppe Ra in the future, I won't treat you badly. Anyone who betrays will face severe punishment. They all shouted together. That's it. Votian looked at the destruction portal in front of him and said, the front is the ancient flying immortal tree. I have been there once. I can't go with you. She smiled and said, I will wait here for you to come out. Lufam looked at Votian and then smiled. Yeah. You got pulled into the destruction gate. The system reports you've arrived at the treasure vault's location, and you move toward the statue in front of you. Got it. Got it. Hang quickly replied. Don't worry. The royal family has been overthrown. I can't die together with them. Right. The system reports that the poison dragon egg has been obtained. Lufam thought to himself, please, give me a dragon egg. In front of him were a dragon egg and a sealed scroll nearby. Amazing. It's been a long time since he last saw a dragon egg. Later, I will definitely have the royal family send someone to repair the ancient temple outside. You picked up the ledger. Only worried about the dragon egg. Forgetting there was another ledger too. Lufam thought to himself, please, give me a dragon egg. In front of him were a dragon egg and a sealed scroll nearby. Amazing. It's been a long time since he last saw a dragon egg. Lufam, believing in the treasure, said if I don't go now after seeing something I like, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep. The 2 of them landed on the ground, facing 2 rows of guards bowing and saluting. Hello, Miss Dieppe. Hello, young Master Luke. The magic tool of the diary once belonged to a certain royal explorer, recording all the information the original owner saw. You open the book and see it torn like this, indicating that the places the original owner passed through must have been very dangerous. Lufam read carefully. The handwriting was messy like chicken scratch, but still recognizable. One page in the notebook recorded that on January 30th, in Long Kingdom, I finally encountered the dragon of True Long Cock. 2 of the large dragons in True Long Gorge have died. Only one remains alive, but it has been so long, and the living one is still badly injured. There are no signs of recovery. Lufam wondered to himself. The author encountered the dragon in the fallen Long Cave. The journal also records that on January 30, a year earlier, at the bottom of the fallen Long Cave, everyone was extremely happy, and the comrades who died did not sacrifice uselessly. In front of the expedition team is a dragon. If everything goes smoothly, we can tame this severely injured dragon and also bring back the remains of another dragon to obtain extremely valuable materials. I took out a dozen scrolls prepared for taming, but I was too naive. Even though we are all top-tier 4-stage cultivators and this big dragon is badly injured and about to die, holding tight to the rope to tame it was impossible. I risked everything to run away, watching helplessly as everyone was engulfed by toxic fumes and exploded, everyone screaming for help. Then I disintegrated, to survive. I abandoned my comrades and escaped with my life. But I couldn't avoid inhaling some toxic fumes. I can feel my body being corroded bit by bit. And in my final moments, I write these words: never go to the Longcock area. And absolutely do not awaken the giant dragon that is on par with a divine being at the bottom of the cave. That dragon is... Lufam finished reading the last line. The ferocious demon dragon. The deep abyss. He closed the notebook and then thought, I remember now. Lufam remembered that a long time ago in Phylong, the tomb received a hidden mission to kill this dragon. He took out a seed, and the system appeared, indicating it was a seed from the divine wood of Phylong. A tool from the mission, since the divine wood was quickly destroyed by the ferocious demon dragon. The deep abyss's mouth is occupied, and divine power has gradually faded. Now a hero appears to save the withered divine wood. If he can slay the devouring demon dragon and use this seed to take its blood as proof, he will surely earn the favor of the original owner of the Phylong divine wood, the living dragon, the beloved of all creatures. Lufam flicked the seed into the air and thought that for himself back then, one was having no clues and the other was lacking strength. Basically impossible to accomplish. He reached out to catch the seed again, but now it was just unnecessary. Then Lufam clenched his fist. Luckily, he obtained the expanded summoning scroll from the Dragon Mansion. So this time he could directly tame the Rung Dragon. The system notification confirms the use of the expanded auxiliary capture. The hue now is raised, and everything is prepared. The system displays the contract slots. Haklong level 49, Phi Thui Dragon level 43, Tin Dragon level 40, Sang Dragon level Kolmekumintakox, and a resistance contract. Lufam called everyone over. And the new member, the little poison dragon, could join us immediately. He used his magic on the fruit of evidence amid everyone's anticipation, and Xiaoya and Abak. You must not bully the new teammate later. Xiaoya replied softly. The system reports that the poison dragon egg has been obtained. Then Lufam clenched his fist. Luckily, he obtained the expanded summoning scroll from the Dragon Mansion. So this time he could directly tame the Rung Dragon. Then I disintegrated, to survive. I abandoned my comrades and escaped with my life. But I couldn't avoid inhaling some toxic fumes. I can feel my body being corroded bit by bit. And in my final moments, I write these words. The deadly toxic fog is released within the target's range, forming a poisonous mist in front of them. Enemies inside the toxic fog will calculate the number of layers. The higher the layers, the greater the damage per second. The number of layers is unlimited. The spines of the poison dragon, with their poisonous barbs from the tail, pierce the target, causing them to be infected with 10 layers of poison. The poison dragon's bloodline, after suffering lethal damage that dissolves and destroys the body, then resurrects. It is immune to all negative effects, and any unit that comes into contact with the poison dragon will be infected with poison. The system displays information contract. Poison Dragon, Level 1. Silver Rank 1. Female. Strength 152. Agility 153. Mental Power 859. Endurance 186. And the essence of poison. The poison dragon can absorb toxins into itself and change the toxins instantly, enduring fatal damage and resurrection. Any unit that contacts the poison dragon will be infected with toxins. This passive skill is too overpowered, not only making it immortal but also constantly releasing poison. The blue dragon is clawing at the egg, and although other dragons usually recover 500 to 5,000% speed, so they shouldn't die theoretically, this little poison dragon is not relying on recovery but is reborn directly, which is quite special. Suddenly, the egg cracked open, causing the green dragon to jump back in surprise. The newly hatched poison dragon let out a few screams and focused its mind. While the green dragon roared back at the poison dragon, Lufam shouted to stop. Hey, what are you doing? That's not your target. The young dragon quickly hid behind the statue, and Lufam loudly said, It sounds like a mouse. Very nerve-wracking. And the green dragon roared, implying it had caught the person. The little poison dragon nervously chirps, and Lufam exclaims happily, Okay, you hold it up to the sky and say, The dragon is really special. Just like Sim. The poison dragon still looks quite scared, and Lufam looks at his body thinking, because of the nature of the profession and the bloodline connection, I can be immune to some of these toxins. So it seems that what Tuda experienced earlier was just being sprayed with poison gas and not a serious infection. He looked at it and said, if human voices were also that distinctive, what would you call? A person like little Chip Lufam handed it an eggshell and said, someone just born needs to eat eggshells to supplement nutrients. Otherwise, they won't be able to stay healthy. The Great Wall. You thought to yourself, I didn't expect the little poison dragon to fear strangers at this level. Truly a social anxiety disorder. Lufam handed Chi-Chip to Xiao Pai, and Chi-Chip, needing someone to take care of her, should eat clean eggshells. Meanwhile, Xiao Ya angrily punched the green dragon. It seems that baby Chip really likes Xiao Pai. And Lu Feng, seeing this, thought that apart from being shy around strangers, baby Chip truly resembles Xiao Pai when she was just born. The two of them are definitely capable of becoming good friends. Baby Chip can absorb various toxins and transform them for her own use, with no limit to the levels of toxins she can accumulate, making her future potential extremely promising. Luke Pham said that both the Poison Dragon Cave and the other place are fully stocked with toxins, and after 3 days of leaving this place, she can let Little Chip fully develop her abilities. Little Chip looked very comfortable lying in Xiaopi's arms. Little Da and Chip are causing trouble together, while Lu Pham checks the system during the 3 days at Fitianguzi. I not only level up but also unlock an additional passive skill, Weapon Mastery. The system notification shows that Lu Pham has reached level 49, mastered weapons and swords, increasing accuracy and reducing enemy evasion when using swords. Because his level is still low, Cheap is the fastest to level up, and the system displays that the Poison Dragon has leveled up to 13, and Cheap has acquired a new skill, the Guardian of the Clear World. Luke Pham thought that after understanding the new skills of Little Chip, which was marked by the guild, it was neither aggressive nor competitive, and was also very afraid of society. But it seemed Little Chip was very good at hiding and escaping, and after many lessons of discipline and feeding, it finally let down its guard and became more friendly with Xiaopi. The system announced that the Guardian of the Bright Realm and the Poison Dragon split into 2 guardians, and gradually separating themselves. These guardians would continuously spew poison forward, exploding upon contact with enemy targets or when killed, creating a poisonous mist within the explosion radius. Luke Pham thought, after understanding the new skill of Little Chip, the 3 days are up, and it's time to leave this place. 3 days later, Vo Tian was already waiting outside to pick him up. Luke Pham. She looked at the little chip on your hand and exclaimed, what do you have there? It looks so adorable. You replied, it's a little chip. My new line. She curiously moved closer. Can I touch it? It looks so soft and like a flower. Vo Tian reached out to pat its head, but it curled up its head and refused to let her touch. Luke Pham chuckled and used himself to shield the little chip, saying maybe it's better to leave it be. It's not like other kids. It's very timid. Let me take it home. Luke Pham opened the gate to let the little chip into the waiting room and turned to ask, have you been waiting long? Senior. Vo Tian replied. I almost forgot. I have something to tell you. She cleared her throat. From now on, I am the new principal. 14, pretending to be the principal, said yesterday that Trothang called me to inform that the final exam at Hokfu Longdu is being prepared, although he said that with your abilities, not participating wouldn't be an issue. I don't agree. Students of our school are not allowed to skip exams. Luke Pham nodded softly and said, Senior. No. Principal. Just speak normally. Vo Tian playfully said. End of the acting principal. Now is the time for the senior. Luke Pham followed her and sighed a few times. Time really flies. Just yesterday, she was still inviting me to the school. Vo Tian smiled softly and said, it's just because you're busy with this and that, so it feels quick. We've gone all the way to the northern border and then to Tai Te Quoc. Right, you closed your eyes and said, Senior. Before the final exam, you want to go somewhere first, Luke Pham asked seriously. Do you know where Tri Longcock is? Hearing this, Vo Tian's face suddenly became extremely serious. Tri Longcock. Why do you want to go there? Luke Pham asked curiously. So what is it, Senior? Do you know where it is? She replied. Because my grandfather's death is related to Tri Longcock. 6 months ago at Tri Longcock, a narrow path at the bottom of the canyon, a disciple of Diep Ra held a torch to light the way and reported that Diep Laura, it seemed there was an open space ahead. Vo Tian recounted that 6 months ago, the head of the Diep Ra family was also my grandfather, who led 3 experts to explore the border and venture deep into the bottom of Tri Longcock, and Du Tin Ra ordered them to continue forward. She continued, with her experience and skills, my grandfather believed he could turn Tri Longcock into part of the Deep family's territory. But who would have thought? It was actually a forbidden zone. Someone in the group exclaimed. Finally, it became somewhat clearer. A boss appeared, wrapping them tightly with vines. And the small team couldn't defeat the boss there. Everyone shouted, "Watch out behind." Votien recounts that in the end, my grandfather decided to retreat, wait for the team to grow larger, and then try again. But retreating was not so easy. Someone in the group shouted urgently, "Elda deep. Run quickly." Afterwards, he fell ill and bedridden. Votien said that his grandfather was infected with a deadly poison that even the master in Long City had never seen before, and there was no way to cure it at that time. Huang Ra and Long Ra began their battle, the loved ones around crying out, old man, while she tearfully called out to him, "Dad." Votien continued in a deep voice, saying that on the verge of death, he held my hand and said that during his retreat, he heard a dragon roar coming from deep within Longkok. She said that her grandfather hoped that one day, Tri Longkok would belong to Diep Ra. So it can be said that the location of this place is a secret of Diep Ra. So why do you want to go there? Lufam firmly replied, I received a very rare hidden mission, which is to kill a creature at the Dragon King level. Votien looked at him in horror. The Dragon King. You really are different, taking on such dangerous missions. Lufam replied, Of course there are risks, but right now I have enough strength. Senior, will you support me? Votien confidently replied. What are you talking about? Of course I will. She said that the representative of Diep has the right to know the location of Trilong Cave. Lufam happily replied. That's great. Then let's prepare for tomorrow's trip to Diep Fu. That afternoon, the old Huang family. The bodyguard suddenly shouted. A giant hand slammed down hard on the ground. Nindu, sitting on the giant's back, spoke in a deep voice. After more than 3 days of no effort, he's raising his voice. Those old kings are itching for a fight again. The system shows the giant's information. The strong level 100 breaks through the 4 directions of the demon army. The poor guard keeps shouting, Don't come here. This is no longer the royal family. Nindu asked in a deep voice. Is it the demon army? Another loyal guard heard the noise and ran out. What's going on here? This place now belongs to the Diep family. Troublemakers better leave quickly. Senior, will you support me? Votien confidently replied. What are you talking about? Of course I will. Young Master Nin has arrived. We're doomed. We're definitely going to die. The remaining guard calmly asked. Slow down. What's going on? Who is young Master Nin? Nindu reached into his coat and said, I don't care if you're from the royal family or D-Ra, but the tribute has to be enough. He pulled out a bell and ordered the ghostly wall soldiers to kill. Trang Man's eyes lit up. He unleashed a terrifying quake that sent Diep Ra's group flying, and Trang Man charged forward like a madman. He rushes forward, destroying everything in his path. The guards are panicking. What is this? Run quick. Kill them. But Trang Man quickly finishes them off. Now they can only shout and call for help. Nindu burst out laughing, as if all the bugs had been crushed. An Hung, standing far away, suddenly heard a loud noise. He looked around and asked, What's going on? Why is it so loud? A bodyguard was defeated right next to him, and he shouted out, What's happening? Everyone is fleeing. Run. Run quickly. Trang Man rushes like crazy towards An Hang, who suddenly thinks, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. An Hang looks at the person on Trang Man's shoulder with fear. Nindu is here. He breaks out in a sweat, thinking, how can I do this? What now? I can't warn Diep Ra in time. In the morning, in a dense forest with birds flying around, Lufam carried his backpack and looked at the system screen. He raised his face and thought to himself, I found it, based on the coordinates provided by my senior sister. The system notification says that the western region of Trui Long Cave has not yet been unlocked for regional levels, level 90. And Lufam wondered if this was the Trui Long Cave that Diep Ra still hadn't successfully explored. The day before, Wu Tian gave you a backpack and said, Here, inside, are some tools I prepared based on my grandfather's stories. There are some consumables, tools, talismans, and food inside. And Lu Fang shyly replied, You really don't need to make things complicated like that. She hurriedly said, No, my grandfather said. There have been many unexpected incidents at Trulong Gorge. You definitely need to prepare to avoid disaster. Luke Pham said firmly, Sorry, senior sister. I can't take you along this time. She looked at him and replied, It's fine. I can't get anything out of it anyway. And I still need to arrange matters for Long Jia and Huang Jia. He put on his backpack and said goodbye to her. There's no time to waste. I'm leaving now. Votien smiled and said, Be absolutely careful with that garden of hearts. Very good. I will go to the Void Heart Cave. At this moment, you must assist Huang Yingheng in managing, and also keep an eye on this cowardly fairy. The maid bowed her head and replied, Understood. Returning to the present, Lord Ning rested his chin on his hand and asked, What do you mean? At the royal family's headquarters, in the living room. He sat on a chair interrogating the emperor. She is the leader of 3 families and personally collects minerals. He bowed and said no. That's not right. Nindao suddenly laughed. Destroying this void immortal truly is interesting. I've never heard of a family head personally mining minerals and letting former enemies manage the family affairs. A maid brings up the tea. Nin, Lord Nin, please enjoy the tea, he said softly. It seems the noble family still understands some rules. Nin reaches for the cup. Then he quietly says, Then I will give them a few more days. Waiting for her to submit the electric core for extraction is just the right opportunity for me to meet this new and interesting family head. The merchant hurriedly replied, Thank you, Lord Nin. The scene shifts to the Longji cave entrance, where Luofeng takes out an item, finds it the LED light. He thinks, this way I can light up the bottom of the cave. Little Chit popped out of the backpack, and Luke Fang smiled and said, Little Chit is well behaved inside the backpack. Luke Fang carried the backpack back on his shoulder, glanced at the small dragon, and said, Luckily, with someone here, I can now refine the poison and first introduce you to how to fight with a dragon. Luke Fang released the dragon. Xiao Da, a Bao, and Don Duong quickly launched their attacks. He looked at the frightened Chit hiding in the backpack and smiled softly, thinking if the first dragon he encountered was Chit, he might truly start to doubt whether dragons are the strongest beings. The blue dragon notices something behind it. The system alerts that Slim is highly toxic, level 85, with toxic adhesive that sprays a corrosive substance on the target, reducing their defense by 50% for 10 seconds if hit. The rotten sticky substance between normal attacks and when hit will increase its rotten effect on the target, reducing 70% of physical attack power and losing 2% of health every second. Lufam felt a bit excited. Without a giant toxic creature, Little Chi is up next to show what he's got. Du Jia and the Green Dragon are fiercely destroying the Slims. Luok Pham orders, Little Fake, a Bok, to leave one behind. You said to handle the remaining ones quickly. And the 2 of them quickly burned everything, leaving only the last one. Seeing this, the blue dragon wiped its face, and Lufam quickly ordered, a Bok, stop your rending. Xiaojia angrily kicked the blue dragon in the head. I already told you to stop rending. You idiot. Lufam holds Chi-Chi in his arms and glances at the last Slim. Really? He said to keep only one behind, because it's the stronger enemy. He tells Kiki, now it's your turn to absorb its poison. Chit only squeaked once, scaring the Slim, who saw Luke Pham devouring it alive. Draining its marrow go on. Destroy this world. Du Jia and the Green Dragon are fiercely destroying the Slims. Luok Pham orders, Little Fake, a Bok, to leave one behind. You encourage Chit, the strongest of the dragon race, not to be afraid. We are still watching. Luke Pham releases it. Go ahead. Chit enlarges its body to envelop Slim. Then it tried to force Slim into its body. Luke Pham smugly said, so it absorbs toxins like that. Just swallow it whole. The system reports that the absorbed toxins and the original poison have been integrated. The poison dragon can now collect toxins and incorporate them into itself. And at any moment, it can change the current toxin. The system shows that the poison dragon's level has increased to level 14, and its current toxin is deadly. Slim toxin, which reduces 50% of the defense power for 10 seconds. Luke Pham excitedly exclaimed, Look, Little Chit is a very strong dragon. Right, once it grows up, it will definitely be like Sister and Kaka, looking down on others. Incredibly powerful. Little Chit smiled and responded accordingly. The system now reports that the level 86 Firefly Demon, Little Dust Demon, uses its wings to disperse the dust demon at the target, causing blindness for 6 seconds and increasing damage by 45%. The demon burns, and the path ahead of the Firefly automatically disperses dust demons, causing targets to burn and become blinded as Xiao Ye and the Blue Dragon fight desperately. Luke Pham thought that after 2 hours of training, Little Chit would be ready to go deeper into true Long Gorge. The system reports that the Firefly Demon has absorbed toxins, causing the target to burn and be blinded for 6 seconds. Chit and Abok are leading the charge, with Chit continuously gaining advantages and absorbing more toxins. The system reports that the poisonous green shell toxin has been absorbed, causing the target to enter a state of paralysis for 12 seconds. followed by a 30% reduction in movement speed for 20 seconds, removing the green poisonous shell. Level 87. Fragile. For 60 seconds, it reduces your physical and magical damage dealt by 70%. The chance to trigger a counterattack is extremely low. Removing the poison shell causes the target in the tail to enter a paralyzing state. It lasts for 12 seconds, and after 20 seconds it causes paralysis, reducing the target's movement speed by 30%. Lufam crouched down to pat Chit on the head, saying, "You're amazing, Chit. Now you have mastered 3 types of toxins: rotten, burning, and numbing." The system reports that the poison heart has reached level 15 and acquired a new shape-shifting skill. He taps the screen to unlock Chit's new form and take a look. Lufam read its information and thought, "It's similar to a bow, with only one form of the ancient heart." But Chit transformed into the marsh of the underworld, and the information states that the legendary Poison Heart 1 is a myth. Level 15. Power 662. Agility 769. Spirit 4,159. Durability 812. 10,000 poisons. Primordial. Deadly Divine Realm. Sharp Thorns of the Poison Heart. Guardian of the Divine Realm. The Path of the Poison Heart. Changing form. The Poison Heart enters maturity, freely switching between 2 forms. Transforming into the Poison Scroll. The Swamp Realm's Whirlpool unleashes a toxic attack on all enemies within the field, doubling the stacking speed of the toxins. Enemies who perish within the Swamp Realm will transform into minions of toxic spirits. For other targets, it creates a self-logout attack, changes shape to juvenile form, consumes all attributes, and reduces energy by 50%, transforming into the form of the Swamp of the Bright Realm, becoming a swamp of toxic sludge to form a domain, gaining new skills of twisting the scroll of poison and dividing the bright spirit. Lufam quietly poisons himself, transforming into a swamp of toxic sludge and using the domain's form to attack. Meanwhile, the little form is gently stroking the little Chit's head, showing their close bond. Suddenly, a noise made everyone turn their heads. It turned out the blue dragon was scratching the green mushroom with its claws. Lufam was speechless. There's no need to outsmart or fight the mushroom. The system is showing information. The luminous mushrooms are highly toxic deep inside the canyon and cannot be eaten. After collecting them for over 72 hours, they will no longer glow. He crossed his arms and sighed, giving up. Abak probably thought that the glowing mushrooms emitted light when struck, so he found it very interesting. Looks like after going out, I need to find some toys for them to play with. Chit rushed to bite the mushroom and absorbed it completely. Lufam was at a loss with it. Even the little one's body shuddered and emitted light. The system announced that the toxin had been absorbed. The luminous mushroom caused it to glow, and he was surprised, and exclaimed, "Is that even possible?" Lufam smiled faintly, but the luminous mushrooms are indeed toxic. It seems they can now absorb more than just stalks. And at least little Chit can now emit light. Suddenly, a swarm of giant bugs gathered around you, and the system displayed information about the bugs rotting. Level 88. Sticky and slimy, leaving behind a sticky residue as they crawl. If it comes into contact with the target's body, the effect will be slightly reduced, and the remaining time will be extended, with the swarm of larvae playing with the food. Each time a larva climbs onto the target, all attributes and movement speed will decrease by 1%. You make kin think, "These bugs are disgusting. Let little Da burn them all clean." Suddenly, little Chit volunteers to charge forward, jumping high right onto the swarm of bugs. The luminous mushrooms are highly toxic deep inside the canyon and cannot be eaten. After collecting them for over 72 hours, they will no longer glow. He crossed his arms and sighed, giving up. Abak probably thought that the glowing mushrooms emitted light when struck, so he found it very interesting. Looks like after going out, I need to find some toys for them to play with. If it comes into contact with the target's body, the effect will be slightly reduced, and the remaining time will be extended, with the swarm of larvae playing with the food. Each time a larva climbs onto the target, all attributes and movement speed will decrease by 1%. Little Chit uses the swamp to cover all the bugs. The system displays a message that a new skill has been unlocked. The system continues to appear. The toxic whirlpool surges, and the swamp of the luminous realm forms a poisonous attack, targeting all enemies within the area. The toxin stacking speed doubles. Lufam cheered loudly. "Well done, little Chit." He thought to himself, "That's right. Swallow those insects. This is transforming into poison, taking the form of the marsh of the luminous realm as my domain. The swarm is swallowed by the marsh, which creates copies of me. These clones rush forward to swallow the swarm of insects. The The system displays that the Guardians of the Luminous Realm and the Poison Dragons division are automatically spawning two types of Guardians. The Guardians will continuously release poison in front of the enemy. When they contact the target or are killed, they will explode, creating a toxic cloud. Lufam cheered and shouted, "Wonderful. You used magic. Little Chi has become more confident and can fight without commands." Then, Lufam ordered, Bak, Xiaoda." Lufam drew his bow and said, "Let's go together." System notification. Arrow barrage. Min releases the arrow at the 3-second mark when the character's draw state is reached, increasing its damage by 500%. Xiaoda screams out, and the blue line rushes forward as well. Lufan says, "After dealing with the insect army, we will continue moving forward." Xiaoda was fighting when Lufan called her. System alert. Current mana 1 second. Lufan also called the blue line. Bow. System status. Current mana those seconds. Lufam requests. Remember to leave one for Bichit. The system reports. Current mana 3 seconds. He releases his grip and shoots an arrow forward, which quickly causes a massive explosion. The bugs are torn into hundreds of pieces as the explosion gradually subsides. Lufam tells Bichit to go up and calmly says to it, "The toxins from humans can still increase, so try to absorb one bug." The system shows that the toxin has been absorbed, causing the decayed insect in the middle to reduce the target's all attributes and movement speed by 1%. Extending the remaining duration of the debuff, he turned to speak to it. Truly eye-opening. "As I originally thought Baby Chit would always be timid," Lufam proudly said, "I didn't expect to adapt so well to the new form." The group moved deeper into the forest. He swung his sword to cut through the vines, blocking the way, then called everyone over. "There's a very deep cave here." Then he turned on the flashlight attached to his shirt. Lufam looked around and said, "Little J, the sensing threat can come at any moment." In front of the group was an ancient-looking tree, and Lufam said, "We are about to reach the bottom of the canyon that Grandpa Daivo Tian described." Hundreds of eyes suddenly appeared on the treetops staring at the group, and the system announced that they were the 10,000 Poison Demon Claw, level 100. Lufam and everyone moved forward, and at that moment he reached out and touched the vine wrapped around the cliff. That vine begins to twist, catching Lufam's attention. He raises his voice. "Little one, use your sensing ability." She emits a sound wave, and the system appears. Sensing. Black Dragon can detect enemies who are hiding or disguised. Actively using this skill can remove the hidden or disguised state of all nearby enemies. The bunch of easy trees bend and flow forward, and Lufam guesses that they are not just trees, but the tentacles of the ancient monster king. He raises his sword and says, "Well done. Now just burn these easy trees and they will lead us directly to the main body." The system reports that the current dragon energy is at level 2, with the black dragon fiercely spewing fire while you enthusiastically cut and burn the easy trees. The system indicates that the molten lava flames continuously spit fire at the target, causing damage and simultaneously healing yourself. The vine monsters, set on fire, quickly retreat towards their true form. Lufam swiftly ordered, "Chase after them." As he ran, he thought that if he wasn't mistaken, the true form of these vines is the monster that killed Diep Votian's grandfather. Moving to the bottom of Longkok, I was a bit surprised when I arrived here. Sure enough, it was it. But I didn't expect this. In front of Lufam stands an ancient tree, its canopy covered with countless eyes staring intently at him. The system reports that the venomous vine attack at level 100 has caused bleeding eyes in the target, who is now under the control of the deadly poison after 305 seconds. The deadly poison sprouts, vines carrying toxins, attack, and leave seeds inside the target, continuously draining the target's blood. The savage demon breaks through, causing the seeds left in the enemy's body to grow into vines. Escape from the body to kill the target instantly. Man-level restraints. The seeds left inside the enemy grow into vines. They develop easily in parts touching the ground, tightly binding the enemy in place. Unconventional demon level. Even when the 10,000 poisons demon level is still easy, the plant can immediately regrow and heal itself. Lufang exclaimed, "It's a level 100 boss." And the tree started swinging its branches. The system reports that the Divine Man unleashes vines to attack the target, causing damage along with a bleeding effect. As the green line flows up simultaneously, you marvel at the speed. Lufam reaches back and commands, "Then use all your firepower. You summon the remaining dragons. All of them. And topple this tree for me." The system appears, activating mobile defense and adding a shield to protect yourself or a target. Reduce all damage received by 30% or 60% for 5 minutes, and be immune to any negative effects during this time. The spell is cast. Bloodline of the Jade Stream. Doubling all skills of the lineage and those connected through meridians. The spell transforms the body into a continuous stream, summoning 2 more streams. The system announces natural assimilation, calling 6 bones to summon the twin divine dragon, the Flying Dragon King, with levels equal to the user. Natural assimilation. Softly summoning the Shadow Dragon King, calling out the Shadow Dragon King, the cursed black creature, and reaching the same level as the user. The Dark Spirit and the Blue Line rush forward. The system announces that the Black Dragon 2 changes form. The Destruction Dragon is destroyed. The Blue Dragon 2 changes form. The world-destroying Lotus is driven by the Lotus. And in the world-destroying Lotus form, it can transform into the effect of the world-destroying Lotus Jade. The Jade of the Lotus Palace is the Bright King Jade, which increases the power of all Lamlong skills by 100%. The ancient tree begins to grow thorns on its branches, and poison starts to spread. Jeu carry poison. Attacks. And plant seeds inside the target, continuously draining their blood. Lufam warns everyone to be careful of the seeds. Xiaoya. Burn them all away. Xiaoya breathes fire to burn the pile of tree discs. The system activates the skill, Violent Lava, igniting within the target area to create a lava pool. All targets in the lava pit will gradually sink while taking continuous heavy damage. The ancient tree is being scorched in her blazing fire. The group of fallen divine dragons charged forward together. The system announced that the sealing curse was lifted, unlocking the dragon language magic, and the dragon breath would be replaced by dragon language magic. Forbidden curse of the demon dragon. The demon dragon's attack will be replaced by the magic dragon script, and the day of doom will fall. The dark abyss orders, the fallen holy dragon, all darkness shall accept. Ascend. The spirit transforms into a dragon and prepares to fight. Damage is increased by 600% with additional haunting effects. After dealing damage to the target, deal an additional 1 secondary damage equal to 20% of the previous damage. You channel lightning into your sword and simultaneously give an order, Little Pie. Arriba. Now it's our turn. The system is updating information. Current Dragon Energy. Blue Energy at level 2. Jade unleashes her move. Bloodline of Jade. Doubling all skills of the Jade tribe and those with bloodline connections. The Dragon Realm. Only one territory with a diameter of 100 meters within it. Increases all attributes by 50% for Jade and those with bloodline connections. Non-bloodline targets have their all attributes reduced by 50% and cannot move. They can move and recover to enter or leave the territory. The 2 demon gods and the sacred dragon suddenly rush to attack the tree. The system displays the skill information, and then the death rain falls after unlocking the dragon spell. Wrong will sacrifice his blood when flying to the highest point, falling down to cause massive damage. The damage is equal to the amount of blood sacrificed. 2000% of the sacrificed blood for the apocalypse to fall. 100%. A catastrophic explosion occurs. The ancient tree is chopped into pieces. But it doesn't stop there. The green dragon fires lightning bolts, and Lufam unleashes his final move. The system reports that, in that segment, the coordination and carrying of dragon energy allow for 2 consecutive slashes, and when combined with the dragon, 2 lightning beams are emitted simultaneously. These lightning beams are affected by the Thunder God's control, but are not influenced by the original Thunder God's essence. All done. Tell Chit sitting in the backpack to go absorb its poison now. Suddenly, it chirps repeatedly, and Lufam asks confusedly, "What's going on?" Little Chit. The system says that the immortal demon claw can still grow back and recover on its own, as long as the 10,000 poison demon claw is still present. Lufam shouted in surprise. So this damn tree can come back to life infinitely. You recall your sword and tell your spirit to prepare to shift into a divine form. The system reports that the current dragon energy is at level 2. You think, a level 100 skill is truly terrifying. No wonder the senior said that a master who changes class 5 times can control an entire country. If someone could have the ability to resurrect infinitely, it would indeed be too dangerous. Suddenly, Chit turned giant and jumped down the tree trunk. Lufam tries to reach out but can't stop it. Take him away quickly. That's a level 100 boss. Indeed, it is trying to absorb the tree trunk. The poison dragon transforming into the marsh of the Bright Realm. Lufam realized something. So that's it. You think that Longbuck has already reduced all attributes of the 10,000 poison demon grade by 50%, and now Chit is using the Poison Sea variant to further decrease its attributes. The system reports that the Poison Sea spell and the Swamp of the Luminous Realm are releasing toxins to attack all enemies in the area. doubling the rate of toxin accumulation. The current poison, the decay net, reduces all attributes and movement speed of the target by 1%, extending the negative effects on the target. Lufam secretly thought that the Poison C variant doubling would double the effect of the decay weave. This way, it could reduce the attributes of a level 100 gun that Baby Chit could absorb. He turned to call someone, Xiaopi, and used Chit's Emerald Light to cast a spell on Chit. The Emerald Light, with 3 to 6 layers of Blessing Bamboo, removes all negative effects and increases all attributes by 30 to 60%. With each layer of Blessing Bamboo able to block 1 to 2 instances of damage. The bloodline of the Emerald Phoenix doubles all skills of the Phoenix clan, and those connected by bloodline. The Immortal Demon Flame has interrupted its skills. Lufam encourages B Chit. Keep going, B Chit. Time is not an issue. Just keep corroding it. You guess that with a level 15 dragon like Little Chit, Lufam watching it grit its teeth and absorb the enemy's toxins. The monster can't move and can be overwhelmed by all these debuffs. Truly a natural enemy given enough time. Even level 100 would die. You take a bite of a hamburger, although time isn't an issue. Little Chit's fighting style still takes a lot of time. 15 minutes later, everyone was drinking and chatting, and Lufam thought to himself that it was okay because only B Chit could kill this kind of immortal monster. The system then announced that it had absorbed the poison and demonic flame and had planted the seed inside the target's body. The seed continuously absorbs the target's blood and can also control the seed to destroy the body and kill the target, or grow easily on parts in contact with the ground to trap the target in place. Little Chit cheered happily. Did it succeed? Oh my god, Baby Chit has absorbed the toxin from the level 100 boss. Little Fee hugs it tightly, and Little Wild can't hide his admiration as he praises it. Lufam praised without holding back. That's great. Maybe someday Little Chit can even transform the Dragon King we want to kill. System notification: Poison Dragon 1 has leveled up to level 2. The system announces that, during reproduction, a seed is planted inside the target's body, and as it reproduces, it continues to absorb its disease value, allowing control of the seed to break free and kill the target, or to contact the easily growing parts on the ground to trap the enemy in place. Lufam reads the notification and thinks, it seems this is the toxin that B Chit absorbed from the essence of Van Dak Ma Dang. A new ability of evolution. Not bad. Very promising. He thought, if I use this skill to torment the enemy, just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Lufam turned to look at everyone. It's over. The true form of the 10,000 poison demon vine has been completely absorbed by Baby Chit. Otherwise, if I could train it into a puppet, I would gain the ability to resurrect. Then he picked up B Chit. B Chit, you can see clearly now. Right, you've become a big kid who can handle one side. Lufam looked at it calmly. The next step is for the brothers and sisters to show their skills, and it happily chirped a few chits. You breathe a sigh of relief thinking there's no such thing as a noodle tree with sweet ends. But witnessing this kid grow up isn't so bad after all. The light from the flashlight illuminates a cave, then it moves along a very narrow path. Da uses fire to burn away the swarm. Molten lava erupts, continuing to spew fire forward, causing damage while also healing himself. Dark Dragon, level increased to 22. Roaring thunderclaps, howling towards the target area, unleashing a lightning strike that forms a storm zone. A large amount of lightning strikes cause damage and make enemies within the storm area enter a state of chaos. Poison Dragon, level up to level 23. Doc Long, now level 24. You think that no matter what fierce creature appears, the dragon pets can defeat it in time. But the biggest change was when the team encountered a giant snake, which was Chit. It bravely used poison to paralyze the enemy. Lufam commented that from behind many people supporting the attack, he dared to step forward and face the enemy directly, showing much more courage. System notification: Poison Dragon, level increased to 25. Poison Dragon, level increased to 26. Doc Long, level increased to 27. Doc Long, level increased to 28. Victory has come to everyone in just 2 days. Experience has increased. The level of the guard has risen to level 30. Doc Long, your level has increased to 29. The system shows the current status. Lufam commented that from behind many people supporting the attack, he dared to step forward and face the enemy directly, showing much more courage. System notification: Du Long, your level has increased to 30. You have acquired a new skill, Poison Trap. It will last from tonight until morning, at the cliff of Longcock's sister, where the dragon is dwelling. Surrounding it is fire spreading everywhere. Lufam is hiding on the cliff, observing. The final point of Chi Longcock is right below this deep valley. You stand up. Move your backpack to the front. And prepare to go down. Lufam orders. The black blade opens to conceal. Xiao Fei makes a movie. The obsession surges. Let your teammates praise you for your effectiveness. Hidden obsession. It lasts for 6 minutes. You said. Small fee. Ruby blessing. System notification. Bloodline of the Ruby stream. All skill effects are doubled for Long Cave and the pseudo-bloodline connection. Immunity to all debuffs. Self-healing ability increases by 5,000%. Jade Light. Increase the target by 3 to 6 levels. Remove all debuff effects. And boost by 30 to 60%. All attributes. Each blessing level can reflect 1 to 2 times the damage. Then everyone jumps down the cliff. Lufam advises. The bottom of the abyss must have something unusual. You need to hold your breath. Increase the target by 3 to 6 levels. Remove all debuff effects. And boost by 30 to 60%. There is also a poisonous green river flowing through this place. Lufam looked at the river and thought to himself, this scene, you come up with an answer. Lufam frowned as he looked at his arm covered in poison. This toxin can truly penetrate Xiaopi's defenses, but why isn't there even a single beast guarding your armor was poisoned by them? There is also a poisonous green river flowing through this place. Lufam looked at the river and thought to himself. Then he turned around and called out, Little Da, sense all directions. Sweep with poison needles. She began to cast a spell, but why isn't there even a single beast guarding your armor was poisoned by them? And then she transformed into a dragon form. She shouted and began to use her technique. Sensing the chi, it's just like the sacred pond of Little Chit's realm. Lufam continued to fly. She screams a warning. Lufam asks, below. The toxic river suddenly erupted with several layers of bubbles, transforming into waterfalls that attack them. A fierce pair of eyes appears. A gigantic dragon stands imposingly in front of Little Ya. The water column rises higher. Lufam tries to fly away but seems to have been hit by some poison. Famluat shouted quickly. Get away fast. I'm fine. Fly higher quickly. Everyone shouted when they saw that, and he responded loudly. You and I must be careful. The monster's gaze is sharp. It can see us. Try to stay away from the poison needle. Lufam's gaze looked out. You furrow your brow in pain. This poison really hurts a lot. Famluat thought that it could completely see through the hiding place of the black blade. It grants me resistance to poison. But now the toxin from the great demon dragon king is still corroding me. It proves that its toxicity is stronger than the resistance provided by the little one. Minor spellcasting fee. She throws a corn cob to her teammate. The source of life. Add the source of life to all your allies to prolong the healing process. Famlaw withdraws their weapon. The longer this lasts, the more disadvantageous it is for us. You hold the bow in your hand and aim at the enemy. You must strike quickly to win quickly. System notification arrow of image release. Min charges the bow for 3 seconds to unleash the rapid arrow shot, increasing its damage by 500%. Currently, the charge time is 1 second. That dragon softly said. That's really interesting, he said in a deep voice. So it was a dragon language master. Fam was stunned for a moment. He looked around and wondered, who is it? The system displays the current status of the bow. The current strength is 2 seconds. The Dragon King frowned and said, I am a humble ant, yet I do not use consciousness to communicate. You suddenly ask, are they still talking? And this Dragon King says that, I never expected it to be true. It opens its eyes wide. Humans are dangerous. Who is it? The system displays the current status of the bow, current magic power for 3 seconds. Lufam shoots an arrow at it. It has nothing to do with the person. You secretly think, I suspect the one talking is the great demon Dragon King, letting it continue hiding in the darkness. We are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The Laovan arrow streaks toward it. We must force it to reveal its true form. It quickly breaks through Luat-Fam's attack. He glanced at it and thought to himself, it's used up, the shattered spirit of the mind. The devouring demon Dragon King reveals its true form as a spiky, thorn-covered dragon. It stares at you with blazing red eyes and boldly declares, they don't know their limits. Humans also delude themselves into challenging the great dragon. The system displays information, devouring demon Dragon King. Deep silence prevails. The law of the fam is cautious in its judgment. It is severely injured. If it dared to come here, of course, it's to kill the dragon. The beast roars loudly. Blessing of the beast to increase the dragon aura by 3 layers. Increase the damage for the next 3 attacks. Dragon Bloodline Blessing. All skill effects are doubled for the dragon race and the connected bloodline. Blessing of the beast. Where did the baby dragons beside the person come from? The system shows the status of the bow. Where did the baby dragons beside the person come from? The system shows the status of the bow. Little fire throws flames. Lava erupts brilliantly. Keep spewing fire forward, causing damage while healing yourself at the same time. The green dragon shoots lightning bolts and roars with thunder, screaming towards the target area, unleashing a lightning strike that forms a storm zone. A large amount of lightning strikes cause damage and make enemies in the storm area enter a state of chaos. The young master unleashes his move, Haunting Advance. In an instant, a blade of wind erupts, create damage to the surrounding enemies, and remove all effects that reduce damage on all nearby foes. Lufam raises his hand. The bright snake arrow can shoot out 12 magic arrows even without being drawn. Each arrow deals 20% damage. Everyone is gathering their strength to attack the enemy. Because of the increase of 3 levels, there are 6 layers of dragon energy. Additional pity for 3 levels means the next 6 attacks. The Demon Guardian Dragon King spoke. Only hesitating makes you more courageous. It wasn't hurt at all. On the contrary, it exuded an even more imposing aura than before. Unfortunately, in the face of the Dragon Clan's power, no matter how hard you try, it all ends in emptiness. It simply roared and created a vortex of elements attacking the group. Everyone on the green mortal side was hit. You are amazed to realize that a single attack can unleash 4 types of elements. This is not good. The Demon Guardian Dragon King, furious, opens its mouth to cast a spell. Sinners who enslave the Dragon Clan perish. It unleashes a massive energy source to attack you. Lufam quickly gives the order. Xiaopi use eternal barrier. Xiaopi transforms into a dragon form. The system displays skill information. Eternal barrier defense. Creates a protective shield. All targets are under the shield. The shield's capacity to absorb damage depends on the vitality of the false Eternal and its ability to recover on its own. The demon's soul flickers and changes shape. They are still charging their skills. A swirling stream of energy surrounds everyone, and then it collapsed and exploded without warning. The Demon King Dragon King calmly said, "Dragon Master, even though these newborn dragons fight for you, the power of the Dragon King is so great that no creature can even imagine it." Suddenly, it was surprised to see the scene before its eyes. The Demon Guardian Dragon King exclaimed in horror, transforming into a dragon. Lufam has now transformed into an extremely majestic dragon form. With the system displaying the current status, the Golden Dragon's claw is only slightly raised, defending against the attack. Minimize harm and use your own strength and agility. The mental attribute has increased to 40%. The durability attribute has increased to 0. Ling. 1%. The level has increased by 40%. The level has increased by 40%. The upgrade level increased by 40%. The upgrade level increased by 40%. The helicopter level has increased to 40%. The helicopter level has increased to 40%. The helicopter has been upgraded to 40%. The helicopter has been upgraded to 40%. The helicopter level has increased to 40%. The helicopter is upgraded to 40%. The helicopter is upgraded to 40%. The helicopter has been upgraded to 40%. The helicopter has been upgraded to 40%. The helicopter level has increased to 40%. The helicopter level has increased to 40%. The helicopter level increased to 40%. The Mind of Warrior Liat Long is currently at 3 out of 5. The effect of the set has activated one of 5 remaining Bloodline restriction releases, transforming into the Golden Dragon King. Power, agility, and spirit increase by 50. Durability level rises by 200. While transforming into the Golden Dragon King, he couldn't enter a laughing state. 3 out of 5 steps forward to unlock the remaining Bloodline suppression. During the transformation, he gained the Twin Wing skill and a surging blood energy. You say it's terrifying. Even with less than 1% of your power remaining, you can melt the eternal protective barrier. Step back and turn into a dragon, and I'm afraid even your bones are gone. Lufam sheds tears, focusing her spirit, ready to unleash 17 million celestial destruction, and she immediately receives the command to prepare. The spirit transforms into a dragon form and channels energy into its hand, with the system displaying status Dragon Spirit 02. Changing form to Spirit Liquor. 17 million Heaven's Faiths of Destruction still charging a skill. Lufam declares that the opponent is the most difficult adversary he has faced so far, and the energy from 17 million Heaven's Faiths of Destruction is enough to destroy a city. You declare that you don't believe it. You and your spirit are linked and can't handle it, and the system is notifying you of the skill. You raise the dragon language as the Dragon Knight and Dragon Pet use the same magic language. The Dragon Tamer Knight and Dragon Companion will increase the power of the dragon language magic by 100%, summoning 17 million celestial destruction crystals that continuously split into a core within the celestial line. The upgraded power can finally be unleashed by the cosmic flow, causing terrifying destruction capable of annihilation. The initial number of stars was 17 million. Lufam shouted loudly, using the power of tens of thousands of spirits as both of them simultaneously fired thousands of magic bullets at the Demon Dragon King. You shout loudly, sending the person into chaos and oblivion, while it stands still, unreactive. Then the great Demon Dragon King calmly raises his shield, the Supreme Shield, the divine shield held by the Golden Dragon King, activating its protective power to last 5 seconds and grant immunity to all harm. Lucian appeared extremely surprised as the Supreme Shield. It could even use the skills of the Golden Dragon King. The demonic forest spun around and enveloped his body, his deep blue eyes blazing like a bottomless abyss. While the ferocious Demon Dragon King looked on coldly, the strength of your power deserves recognition. But unfortunately, in front of the Long Vuong, all your struggles are meaningless. It boasts proudly, I have captured a total of 13 great dragons. The ferocious Demon Dragon King replied with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, not lacking the Dragon King. Thanking you for bringing such a pure-blooded newborn dragon. Lufam frowned, his expression darkening. What do you mean? He sneered happily, his chest full of pleasure. A precious gift I haven't seen in years. Your dragon blood. I accept it now. In that moment, the cold aura from the body of the devouring Demon Dragon King erupted straight at the enemy. This is the technique. The fury of the Ice Dragon King causes a burst of cold air within the target's range, resulting in damage and slowing effects. The freezing duration, damage amount, and area of effect can vary depending on the skill's duration. The scene before him makes him uneasy. Its magic power is deep and unfathomable, seemingly inexhaustible. The eternal barrier just used can only hold now, and Lufan does not hesitate. Immediately use the skill to drain life force, restoring it for all your allies. The freezing extends the duration of the healing, as the ice engulfs everything, trapping you and your companions in a layer of ice. The icy wave spreads rapidly, merging with the roar of the Demon Dragon King, unleashing a nightmare of freezing destruction across the battlefield. Are you going to wait in silence, or do you want to counter this attack? Suddenly, the layer of ice on the ancient armor melted, with trickles of water spreading out like a spiderweb. The Demon Dragon King briefly shifted his body, and a glint of amusement appeared in his eyes, showing a hint of interest. In an instant, the ice shattered into countless pieces with a loud explosion, and exhausted from too much effort, Lufam was panting heavily. Luckily, the resistance of the Dragon Clan reduced its ice power by half, or we would have been doomed. At this moment, I was extremely worried because its strength far surpassed ours. If we keep draining ourselves like this, we will definitely be the ones to lose. Then, Lufan can call out, Little Trich. It gently casts a spell, launching an attack, planting the seed within the target's body. During reproduction, it absorbs life force and controls the seed to break free, instantly killing the target or attaching to a vulnerable part on the ground to trap the enemy in place. In an instant, the entire body of the fat demon dragon was wrapped in vines. It blinked in surprise. Is that a newborn dragon? Worth praising. But a furious roar echoed as it swung its arm, and the violent energy shattered all the vines in an instant. The boy was stunned. The reproductive demon could be useless against it. Immediately, a magic sphere quickly formed in the hand of the fat demon Dragon King. Learning the attack of the vine, feeling a bit intrigued, it instantly cast a formation, gathering energy to restore. It activated the Shadow Death Demon array to devour everything around, drawing in matter and energy to crush and refine, transforming into destructive power. Lufam frowned slightly, his voice revealing concern as he continued to absorb energy and couldn't let it go on. He roared, his tail sweeping fiercely, and Xiaofi activated the Long King technique immediately afterward. Long Vuong, activating a domain with a 100-meter diameter, increases all attributes of your Dragon Clan and bloodline-connected beings within the domain by 50%. For enemies who are not Dragon Clan or bloodline-connected beings, all attributes decrease by 50%, and movement is restricted within the domain. Teleportation and summoning enter or leave the domain. At the same time, the bloodline of the Ruby Beast is also activated by Lufam. All skill effects are doubled against the Dragon Clan and the pseudo-bloodline. The giant battles blazing in the sky, light spreading across the entire horizon like a tornado, swallowing all spiritual energy within its range. The boy quickly orders, Little Fee, Eternal Barrier, and 6 demons to unleash their ultimate skills once more. The bloodline of the Vermilion Jade. All skill effects are doubled for the Dragon Clan and those with bloodline connection. All other effects are reduced, but self-healing ability increases by 5. By Vangeling, those terrifying powers merge into her move, forming an invincible protective barrier. Eternal Guardian Shield, creating a defense for all targets beneath it. The shield's damage absorption depends on the life value of the false Eternal Guardian and its self-healing ability. However, the enemy's power was too terrifying, making him tremble with fear, and the overwhelming strength couldn't be endured for long. Lufam shouted in panic, and everyone launched a full-force attack, transforming together under that command. Black Dragon 2 changes form, the world-destroying illusionist. Blue Line 2, changing form, world-destroying peak. 17 million celestial stars unleash their skills. Demon Guardian Dragon King promises coldly, with a disdainful gaze, quickly activating skills. The Supreme Shield, a divine shield held by the Golden Dragon King, activating protective power, lasting 5 seconds to immunize all damage. Immediately, a giant shield shone brightly, covering its massive body and blocking all attacks raining down. Lava flames continued to spew forward, causing damage while healing itself. The sharp spines of the poison dragon lash out, piercing their targets and inflicting 10 layers of toxin. The Jade Bright King. All the power of the blue line has been upgraded to 100%. Each time the demonic lightning magic is cast, an electric barrier is generated at the target point. Enemies inside the barrier suffer damage beyond normal limits and are haunted by advancing fears. In an instant, it unleashes a sharp wind blade that causes damage to nearby enemies and removes all beneficial effects from all surrounding foes. 17 million celestial stones destroy the world, summoning a core that continuously divides within the stars, increasing its power. It can eventually explode due to the flow of star energy, causing terrifying levels of destruction. With the initial number of stars being 17 million, feeling the protective spiritual energy weakening, the monstrous Dragon King deals with the enemy, eyes wide with disbelief at what's happening. Lufam confirms firmly that it's heavily wounded and won't last much longer. In an instant, the protective barrier shattered and exploded. Molten lava and flames immediately poured in, engulfing its massive body. In that moment, the entire body of the demonic Dragon King was submerged in a raging sea of fire, and finally, the battle came to an end, leaving him exhausted and gasping for breath, his hair standing on end with fierce agitation. In front, there was only empty space to stand on, and Lufam frowned deeply, full of doubt, truly vanished. But just then, the water below suddenly bubbled and churned. A sudden beam of light shot up like a silver sword slicing through the water, and he quickly dodged in the nick of time. Lufam was surprised still alive. He immediately used his ultimate move, pouring his life force to extend the lifespan of all allies, restoring their vitality. Lufam shouted desperately, not planning to escape any longer. Immediately, a series of successive attacks were launched. 17 million celestial stones destroying the world. Charging skills. Feather language inscriptions, capable of restoring the dark magic language of Long Sung and Fong Thick, with the power determined by their own attributes. The Demon Dragon King transforms into a human form, weakly floating above the water, his voice hoarse but still revealing arrogance. Truly a common man among dragons. Little you Long Shu. As I said, look at you and your Long Shung, both already so weak. Continuing to fight will only result in both sides getting hurt. The Demon King of the Fiendish Demons slowly proposed a deal. What do you say? He stared intently at the one below, giving a command, a deal. And quickly, the magic on Lufam's body erupted fiercely, spreading throughout the space. The energy swirling around you twists like a spinning light, carrying destructive power. You're just rushing to buy time. The scene before her made her extremely excited, and she secretly wondered what kind of power this was, something she had never encountered before. At this moment, Lufam suddenly transforms back into a human form, his voice powerful and commanding, giving everyone a moment to breathe. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashes the 10,000 Dragon's Wrath, merging all his dragon pets and himself into one, transforming into the 10,000 Dragon King, unleashing an unstoppable attack, then dissolving the fusion afterward. The Demon King Dragon looked stunned, unable to believe what he saw. As an ancient aura radiated from him, Lufam raised his hand towards her and coldly declared, "The era of your existence is over. Now, Demon Dragon King." Startled, I hurriedly exclaimed, "Wait. I will tell you the whereabouts of the proof of the alliance. Our grudges will be erased." "What do you say?" You slightly furrow your brow in doubt. "The proof of the dragon ring," the Demon King said again. "That's the second. I can still form a contract with you. Unlike your dragon pet, I won't take your position of dominance." Lufam still doesn't believe it and asks suspiciously, "You really won't take the chance to help me?" "Ah, that explains. Once the contract is signed, if you I will too. You quickly wipe your hand, and the spiritual energy around you gradually disappears. All right. It's best not to leave the cave. Suddenly, the evil Dragon King jumps out from under the water, and I swiftly grab Lufam by the collar, startling him. What do you want to do? Immediately after, the actions of the ferocious demon Dragon King caused Lufam to stagger, and suddenly his soft lips pressed against his. In that moment, a surge of demonic magic erupted, swirling with a dark light enveloping both of them, and at this point, the Dragon King's contract had been fulfilled. Seeing everything has gone as planned, the evil demon Dragon King immediately retreated, and Lufam seemed to be drained of his vitality, gasping for breath. What is he doing? Ida crossed her arms, with a calm yet slightly proud expression, indifferently saying, "This is the completion of the contract ritual. So what? I didn't hurt you." Right. His face turned pale, his body unsteady. All right. Maybe this time it's over. Lufam tried to open his eyes. His eyelashes fluttered, his vision blurred, and he whispered softly, "So tired." Lufam, unable to hold on any longer, collapsed and fell into the water. After an unknown amount of time, at the deepest point of the Long Cure Valley, faint light from the cracked stone shone down. Looking at Lufam's just awakened face, seeing him open his eyes, the little girl cheered happily, her eyes shining with indescribable joy. Lufam quickly sat up, still feeling dizzy, scratching his head with a confused and worried expression. "Oh no, how long have I been unconscious?" Lufam tui songmui. Kam nan ro kom met moi van chuatan het. Trong tam tri hin len dong sauni. Chien dau voi, fe ma long vuong, da chan kiet sukluk. Long vuong bidai. Kwanyen la vot exayan biet kwa loaing goi. He gently ruffled its head, a faint smile curling his lips, with a tone mixed of affection and praise. All right, little one. You are surprisingly strong like a tiger." Lufam pondered deeply, his eyes darkening. Luckily, before exhausting his strength, he had made a pact with the Demon King, and now perhaps she. Suddenly, the voice of the Demon King Long Vuong rang out. "Making you startle so you've woken up so quickly. Am I just playing in the clear blue water? Speaking in a vague tone. Or are you with me?" "Little Dragon Master," Lufam impatiently spoke, begging me to let him go. "What have you been doing here all this time?" The devouring demon Dragon King slowly stood up, frowning slightly. "Why are you so cautious?" Then I continued. "I made a vow with you. Of course I can't go against its wishes. With a vow here. If you I will also die." The demon lord of the abyss smiled with squinted eyes. "So rest assured, as long as you don't break the vow, I have no intention to threaten you." Your cheeks are flushed, and you nervously reply that you still suspect that your vow might have some tricks. I quickly step out of the pond, softly curl my lips, and say that tricks your words make me feel very hurt. But I can't say there aren't any. Seeing the demon lord approach, the little one fearfully hid inside the Lufam cage. I coldly said, my eyes showing defiance, "Today I lost because I was too badly injured." The demon lord performed a ritual, promising to use your space dragon's blessing to accelerate my recovery, and the reward for helping me would fully restore me. The booming voice of the ferocious demon Dragon King echoed continuously. "This oath could allow you to exchange me 3 times, helping you deal with some people you can't handle." I chuckled softly, a hint of pride in my eyes, saying that the oath benefits both sides. "Isn't it? You agree that it's mutually beneficial, but you must accept my 3 conditions." The ferocious demon Dragon King frowned in displeasure. You're just trying to get something for nothing." Lufam coldly confronts him. "The vow was made by you to survive, and after I defeat you, the spoils should probably be chosen by me." I step closer, my gaze as cold as ice, and firmly say, "It's okay if you don't agree. I may never agree to exchange you, nor stop begging. And after I die, you will be lost forever. You will no longer be free." The Demon King sneered mockingly, then gently lifted your chin and asked, "What are your 3 conditions?" "Little Dragon Master." Lufam annoyedly pushed away the Demon King. "First, I want a poison pool. You've been soaking in this toxic water for so long. Maybe these toxins no longer have much effect on you." I immediately nodded in agreement. "Fine. I am here also to use poison to treat wounds. Compared to your space dragon's healing, the recovery speed of this poison is too slow." The Demon King turns around and walks away. "You want this poison because of that little dragon?" "Right," you ask softly. I don't need to answer you. I slowly stepped into the toxic pool. Those 2 bones are former allies of mine, the Min Realm Poison Dragon King. This toxic water was formed from his blood and flesh. still containing his Dragon King power. That year, he and I fought together here against another Dragon King, the armor-clad Dragon Kings. The battle was fierce and brutal, turning this place into a forbidden zone within the mouth of the human Troy Longcock. Lufam stared intently at the little one in his arms, thoughts racing. It turns out the fallen dragon of the Fallen Dragon Cave is the pure spirit Poison Dragon King. Could this Poison Dragon King be related to the little one in some way? It looked up blankly, let out a soft sound. I fell silent for a long time, a hint of indescribable sadness flashing in my eyes. Then I killed the Divine Realm Poison Dragon King. Hearing these words, a thought arose in his mind: steal the egg. Kill the partner. Indeed, he is not someone to trust. The evil Demon Dragon King smiled, reaching out as if calling 10 people. Then said, "Tell me the remaining conditions." Lufam immediately replied, "I want a drop of your blood," and then took out a seed and decisively suggested to smear it on the seed. This is the seed of the Flying Dragon Divine Tree. The artifact from the mission has been seized by the greedy claws of the devouring demon dragon, causing the divine power to gradually fade away. But now a hero appears who can save the withered divine tree. If he can kill the evil dragon, use its blood as proof with this seed, he will surely gain the favor of the original owner of the divine wood, the living creature of the dragon race. Seeing the seed in Lufam's hand, I burst out laughing. Unexpected. Unexpected. The evil Dragon King mocks. At that time, the minions of the inferior Long species actually seized the divine tree of the Long Spirit, Lord. It's truly shameful that the Long Lord entrusted humans to avenge her. The artifact from the mission has been seized by the greedy claws of the devouring demon dragon, causing the divine power to gradually fade away. But now a hero appears who can save the withered divine tree. But back then, would I have torn her apart or devoured her power? Lufam coldly declared. I won't let you stop me. I frown. Growl. Hoo. You'll see then. Suddenly, the mighty Demon Dragon King presses close to you, his voice trembling. Ooh. All right, little dragon tamer. I've been with you for so long. I'm also feeling tired. Lufam's face flushed with embarrassment, his body trembling, and he stammered, "What do you want to do again?" I just licked the blood on my fingertips, and the spiritual energy immediately burst out surrounding my body like a thin mist. My eyes half smile, half not. I want to enter your pet space. To rest. He hurriedly stopped him. No, wait. You must agree to my third condition, and tell me where the dragon eggs you stole are. In an instant, the figure of the great demon Dragon King disappeared from Lufang's sight, only leaving behind a mocking laugh. All right. I quickly bite my finger. Fresh blood spurts out. Very good. I will agree to this request. Then, the Demon King bites blood onto the seed. The fresh blood soaks the surface. You can take this kind of seed to find the dragon spirit to hand over. He looked at the seed in his hand, sighed softly, knowing that the order he issued could appear and disappear at any moment. And just now, he had forced her so she couldn't gain her freedom. But she didn't consider it important. Kid, don't be in such a hurry. With your current strength, even if I help you, you won't be able to survive and get that dragon egg. Once I've rested, I'll naturally come find you. So don't worry. I won't hold back. The current status is 1 out of 1. The bloodied seed of the Phi Long Then Mach, not on 1, was entrusted to the Dragon King's creature. Then, Lufam ordered. All right, little one, quickly go absorb the toxin of the Dragon King. But seeing it still scared and looking around nervously, he gently reassures. It's okay. She's gone now. Lufam instructs. Everyone needs to speed up. Once you've absorbed it, we must return quickly. The little one received the order, let out a soft sound in response, then quickly flew away. At this moment, his gaze flicked toward the system floating in the air, thinking to himself, this matter. Luciu was panicked. It's over. For the first time, the battle pushed his stamina to exhaustion, and both the little beast and his spirit were completely drained. In front of him, the system interface flashed brightly, continuously displaying a series of warnings. At this moment, the poison dragon's venom can absorb toxins into itself and change the toxin at any time, releasing a deadly toxic mist that forms in front of the target. Enemies within the toxic fog will have their layers counted, and the higher the layers, the greater the damage inflicted. The number of layers is unlimited. The spines of the poison dragon, extending from its tail, pierce into the target, causing the target to be infected with 10 layers of toxin. As the poison dragon's form shifts into adulthood, it can switch between 2 forms, and after suffering a fatal injury, the dragon's bloodline dissolves its body and soul before resurrecting immunity to all negative effects. Any unit that contacts the poison dragon will be infected with toxin. Early the next morning, in the old palace hall, a loud explosion shattered the silence, causing the stone wall to collapse with a deafening crash and clouds of dust billowing everywhere. While Nindu calmly sat enjoying snacks with a relaxed expression as if nothing had happened, Hoang Anhang kept pacing nervously, repeatedly stepping forward and then retreating, looking extremely anxious. He was irritated, pushed a bag of cake angrily toward him, causing a loud noise, and shouted, "Stop walking back and forth." Hang couldn't dodge in time. The cake hit him and made him cry out in pain. "Hurry and bow your head to apologize," saying you were worried about the long wait. What if Miss Deep has already returned to Deep residence? Nindu loudly scolds. Do you really need to worry? Has she come out of the secret realm or not? I know myself clearly. Outside, Trang Man hesitated slightly, as if sensing something unusual, his muscles tensing immediately, his gaze turning icy and extremely alert. He quickly grabbed the apple on the table, his eyes shining with determination, because he simply couldn't wait any longer. Cold sweat broke out, streaming down his temples. Hong An Hang was stunned, trembling. "Ah." Nindu bit into an apple and calmly said, "Your lady has already gone out." The scene shifts to the core mine area, where a group is diligently extracting mineral stones, the sound of the hall echoing through the tunnels, with carts loaded with gems stacked high like mountains stretching deep into the earth. When the system displays that the core node 1057 has been obtained, Diep Vo Tien is so exhausted he has to lean against the rock wall. Seeing that, the workers hurried over, one worriedly asking, "Miss Deep, are you okay?" The person beside her suggested, "I will help you rest." But she waved her hand, still breathing heavily. "No need. I can go by myself." Diep Vo Tien wiped the sweat from his chin, a complex feeling rising in his heart. Lufam has grown up too quickly. Half a year ago, I was still teaching him close combat techniques. Now I also have to try my best to train him. Or, I really won't be able to match his level anymore. Suddenly, a figure swooped down from the sky, a gust of wind rushing straight toward the mine area. She looked up, momentarily stunned. "Wait, that's..." Deep Fotin blinked, feeling extremely confused. Maybe I was too tired. I think I saw someone calling me from the sky. Soon, Zhang Bian and Nin Tu closed in on her. He waved his hand and smiled brightly, then left. But at that moment, a thunderous punch suddenly struck out from his hand without warning, causing rocks to fly and the ground to shake violently. The workers panicked and fell all over the place. One of them screamed in horror. "What's happening?" Deep Vo Tien was pressed down to the ground by Trong Ban, unable to move. Nin Du coldly greeted, a level 96 4-turn master, 3rd rank of the Lanthu Din. "Hello, Miss Diep." He smiled gently. Seeing how much she had suffered in the mine, she was about to go crazy, shouting loudly, "Who are you all at last?" Nin Tu glanced at the person beside him and calmly introduced, "This is the head of the Zhang family. Now my puppet." A continued, "And I am Nin Du, the young master of the Nin family, waiting for you for days. Finally meeting you." The electric heart mine in the mine. Hearing these words, Diep Vo Tien couldn't help but feel uneasy. All are top noble families, coming to avenge the emperor. So, who exactly is the puppet he mentioned? A hurried footsteps sound from afar, growing closer and accompanied by frantic calls. "Lord Nin." Nan Feng rushes over, begging you to spare Miss Deep, who must have already collected enough electrocore. "We can deliver it to you immediately." "Right, Miss Deep. You are still struggling to escape." Body trembling, softly moaning. And Diep Vo Tien coldly questioned, "You want the core of the electric heart?" Nin Tu calmly said, "That's right. If the royal family has merged with the Diep family, then you should submit to them. And in the future, the Deep family will take your place," he arrogantly declared. "Working for Nin Tu, climbing to the heights of a noble family. Isn't that a good thing?" Hoang An Hang quickly urged her. Yes, Miss Deep. Just agree with him," she thought, suppressing her anger to calm people down. So annoying. And yet it's always at this moment. After days of exhausting her strength in the electric core cavern, Nin steps forward, his blood-red eyes cold and terrifying, demanding the entire core of the electric heart from everyone. "From now on, serve the Hoang family obediently as my dogs, or I will move a finger and Diep Jia will no longer exist in the world," Hoang Hang Hong anxiously urged repeatedly. "Hurry and agree. Miss Deep, you can't rely on reason." But in the face of those threats, Diep Vo Tien still refused to submit, clenched his fists tightly, shouting fiercely, "Kid, get out in the rain. Kogam len duktoi." Dukwana jiep, tadua vaukai jumafai, shungwaishu. Trangman laptuk deman diep fotin swangdat. Suk ep hung hiep do hien dat davofun. Ting no. Am. Vang, Fong, he cried and begged. Lord Nin, please be less angry and give me another chance. He angrily replied. She is refusing me. But I don't like it when someone goes against my wishes. Suddenly he raised his hand and threw her into the sky. Hoang Lo knelt down and begged. Please let me speak to Miss Deep one more time. He insisted fiercely. If that's the case, Nin loudly ordered. Then you also go die. As soon as he finished speaking, Trang Mon quickly waved his hand, knocking Deep Fotin away, causing him to crash against the rock wall with a loud explosion. Dust and debris flying everywhere. He immediately charged forward, fury blazing, shouting in anger amidst the shattered rocks. Damn it. Then, Diep Votien burst out of the wreckage, gripping his weapon tightly, rushing straight at the enemy. The fire runes for close combat weapons include 7 layers, and the next 7 attacks will deal double the current damage. Each attack reduces 1 layer of runes. While the system displays that the current damage is 7 times greater than the damage dealt, she held her ground firmly. A person. As the spear was blocked by Trang Manza's strong arm, the system displayed a series of notifications. The remaining 6 layers of fire patterns were cut off. The 5 layers left were 5 times more damaging. The 4 layers remaining were 4 times more damaging. The 3 layers left were cut off again, and the 2 layers remaining were twice as damaging. Diep Votien angrily questioned. There is nothing that distinguishes people from monsters. They are all bullies. The ringing bell rang out repeatedly, mixed with his cold laughter. Does anyone think they are very brave? It seems I have truly been too lenient. Commander Nin excitedly ordered. This woman is somewhat interesting. Demon General. Let's play with her a little. At that moment, the notification flashed again. 1 layer of fire pattern was cut off. His eyes flashed with coldness as he first broke her leg. She went stiff, her eyes wide with horror. Now, all Diep Votien can see is the fist coming at him. But in that moment of danger, Lufam arrived just in time to save him, and furious at his plans being ruined, he roared. Who was it? You don't care about your surroundings. Just ask the person in front of you if you're okay. Student sister. I'm here now. She sighed. Oh no. You had to see this embarrassing scene again. Diep Votien continued. Luckily you arrived in time. Otherwise I'd be in a terrible state. Lufam clenched his fists tightly. I know very little about the news. But what they just did to my sister, I saw it all. He looked back with a cold gaze, saying just rest for a moment, and then let me teach this little devil what rules are. Earlier, outside the western gate, at Deep's pavilion, a young lady hurriedly ran over. No. Something's wrong, Miss Deep is in danger. Your face changed suddenly, and you asked anxiously what happened. While the lady was terrified and crying, Miss Deep instructed me to watch out for Hong An Hang, but who knew someone would come? They threatened to destroy the gift, and now they've taken Hong An Hang away. While still searching for Miss Deep in the mining area, she begged and pleaded, asking Mr. Lu to go and rescue Miss Deep. Lufam sat down, gently comforting her. I understand. Don't worry. He spoke softly, with a determined look in his eyes. I will go and save her right away. Back to the present in the western mine area. After hearing the whole story, Diep Votien was momentarily confused. So that's how it was, she continued, blaming him for arriving just in time. Diep Votien sighed in relief, almost losing her life. That little devil took advantage of my exhaustion to suddenly ambush me. Lufam suggested using Tu Fi to treat her. In an instant, little Fi appeared, and Lufang spoke with determination. Then I will deal with him. She used her life force to heal her, which worked, increasing the life force of all allies, extending their recovery time. Diep Votien warned. Lufam, be careful. She continued speaking. That big guy is a puppet of him, just like your puppet of the Taoist. Nintu observes with his chin propped up, knowing that he's the dragon tamer, sneaking in and injuring my puppet. You probably don't know what the outcome will be if you anger me. Without hesitation, he swiftly drew his sword. And do you know, the system announced that the dragon aura now, the singing dragon too, the red spiritual energy swirling around him, radiates overwhelming power, causing her to be injured. Lufam is close. Will there be a result? The underground mine core. The bell rings again, and strands of magic shoot out like sharp cords. Ning Domox. Just a small noble family, yet dares to be arrogant. The severed arm on the ground is pulled up and reconnected. As his voice continues to echo, you are only fit to be my puppet. Nindu points at Lufam, laughs loudly, kneels before the general, and tells him to destroy him for me. Trangman immediately rushes forward, attacking with a roar that echoes throughout the mine. The heavy fist like thunder crashes down, pinning your body against the cliff. A giant dragon claw emerges, gripping Trangman's fist tightly. He stumbles back, eyes full of surprise. What Lufam coldly speaks. Your puppet. He sneers. Is this all you've got? At that moment, the system announced that the Liatlong Warriors set was at 3 out of 5. The set's effect was activated, and one of the remaining 5 bloodline restrictions transformed into the Golden Dragon King. Power, agility, and mental strength increased by 50. Durability level increased by 200. While transforming into the Golden Dragon King, cannot enter the riding state. 3 out of 5 remaining bloodline restrictions are lifted to advance to the next stage. While transforming into the Golden Dragon King, he gained the claw skill and blood boiling fiercely. He was stunned. Realizing he had turned into a giant dragon, this must be the fighting style of a dragon tamer. Lufam quickly ordered, Little Pheasant, my father. She charged like a lightning bolt, spiritual power erupting around her, raging like a firestorm. Little Pheasant stood firm on Lufam's back, unleashing successive ultimate moves. The Ruby Dragon, 2 changing form with soul light. The bloodline of the Jade Dragon doubles the effects of all skills related to the dragon race and the pseudo-bloodline connection. Immediately, he counterattacked towards the opponent. The soul shield is enhanced by the target's approval, combined with the soul light upgrade, increasing all attributes by 100%, resulting in 200% each time it takes damage. It absorbs harm, generating 1 to 2 layers of aura, and after accumulating 10 layers, it releases a powerful surge of aura. The amount of harm is 10 times the total absorbed harm, resulting in a total damage doubled. Trangman was knocked to the ground in chaos, buried in rocks. Nindu shouted in panic, Get up quickly. Damn it. A wave of worry rose in his heart. Could a single water attack defeat Trangman at level 100 and become the new way for the Imperial Dragon Sorcerer to fight? Lufam sneered. Why did you act so arrogant just now? His voice was full of fury. Crushing me, turning me into a puppet. The spiritual energy in his body surged like a tsunami. Swirling lines of spiritual light gathered before him, forming a giant fireball under the skill. Long Language Seal. Is capable of sealing magic skills of Longdung and releasing them. The power depends on the attribute of oneself. The Molten Shell of Rage is still charging its skill. Luciu runs toward the enemy. The blazing fireball burns fiercely. Here comes the little devil. At this moment, the system explains that the Molten Shell of Rage erupts in flames within the target's range, forming a lava pool, and the target in the lava pool will gradually fall into the magma and continue to suffer massive damage. He frantically shook the bell, laughing with excitement. This is so interesting. Truly too interesting. Nindu gritted his teeth, his rage boiling over. Demon General, get up for me. In an instant, Trangman sprang up, his muscles swelling like waves, every fiber tense and shining with spiritual power, his roar echoing through the space. You hold on to the person. Can't believe your eyes. What Nintu's eyes narrow, his face full of arrogance. Isn't it astonishing? What does transforming into a doll matter? He confidently declared that my puppet would not let you touch a single hair on me. Immediately after, the system displayed the opponent's information. Ningtu, level 103. Na Random Master Quattro, Western Noble Family. Level Bin. Tsangman, level 100 Mountain Breaker 4. Second stage Demon General. Lufam brandished his sharp claws and charged straight at his opponent, full of rage and words, and he immediately counterattacked, with blazing red spiritual energy erupting around him, releasing a murderous aura that filled the sky. The boy swiftly used the skill, with the emerald light increasing from level 3 to 6 of the Blessing Emerald, removing all debuff effects and boosting all attributes by 30 to 60%. Each level of Blessing can block 1 to 2 attacks, and the bloodline of the Jade Heart amplifies all skill effects for the clan and the connected bloodline, a proud smile spreading across Nindu's face as he watches. The remaining part of Lufam's body glows, spiritual energy swirling fiercely around his palm. Oh, is that so? You roar, activating the secret technique. As Lufam's sharp claws strike straight into his body, according to the booming explosion, the magic energy was immediately activated, and the 2 claws of the Golden Dragon King burned with golden flames, turning 20% of the energy into power. The next 2 attacks would cause significant damage. Claws deeply embedded in Zhangman's shoulder, fresh blood spurting out. He cried out in agony. Ningtu was startled and quickly looked back. The scene before him, making him shiver with fear. Cold sweat streaming down his face. He reached out with his hand, his eyes blood-red and fierce, his deep voice whispering each word. Your strength is finally here. Ningtu lightly shook the bell, a long, silver sound spreading everywhere. Hearing the signal, he suddenly snapped out of his trance, his eyes shining brightly as he strained to break free from the thick surrounding earth and rocks. Lufam swiftly leapt up, a swirling aura of spiritual power gathering in his hand. Just then, the system's voice rang out, urging him to make the final decisive move once more. In that split second of life and death, Zhang Mian rushed to shield his master, his sharp claws piercing into his flesh, blood splattering everywhere. Though just emerging from danger, he roared defiantly, his eyes blazing with challenge, truly fascinating. Nindu clenched his teeth and said, I see someone trying but unable to defeat me. He reached out to Zhang Man, who was still holding on, and I will show you something even more interesting. The cloth on his neck was torn apart by Nindu in an instant. My general is a level 100 puppet. Soon, Trang Man's body began to transform, with muscles bulging like waves rising on the surface. Soon after, 2 sharp horns grew from his head, radiating a fierce aura. Trang Man stomped his foot fiercely, causing the ground to tremble and creating a deep crater. He arrogantly said, Is his level 100 divine skill really that powerful? His breath was rapid, exhaling like a growl squeezed out by steel, and sparks of fierce fire flickered in his eyes as if he wanted to burn everything to ash. Chang Meng roars, unleashing his full strength as his powerful aura spreads everywhere. According to the analysis system, Chang Meng, level 100, breaking through the 3rd stage of the Mountain Demon General, with the Mountain God's blessing, harnesses the power of the Mountain God. After obtaining the divine armor of the Mountain God, its strength and durability attributes increased by 300%. In the core of the mineral mine, streams of spiritual light flickered, and suddenly countless sharp nails appeared in his hand. The attribute is tripled thanks to the Mountain God buff. This is a power that even level 100 armor must fear. Chang Meng roars, unleashing his full strength as his powerful aura spreads everywhere. According to the analysis system, Chang Meng, level 100, breaking through the 3rd stage of the Mountain Demon General, with the Mountain God's blessing, harnesses the power of the Mountain God. It's not over yet because I don't mind showing my level 100 divine skill again to keep the opponent blind. It's called the 3 Nails Soul Integration, a puppet of the Chaos Master where each nail increases attack power by 100%. Then, Ningtu suddenly shot up like an arrow. Before long, he had pressed his hand on his opponent's shoulder, full of sarcasm. So what if your opponent's strategy is 10 times better? This is your honor. Lufam remained silent, calculating, his cold eyes fixed sharply on the enemy before him. Ningdo continued speaking, claiming that a 10-fold attribute increase and a 3-level reduction of 100 could both be achieved. He muttered bitterly, even if you're a dragon, you can't win. At this moment, as he immediately transformed back into a human form, Nindo snared. If you can't fight, just surrender. Lufam calmly replied, with a level 100 divine skill and a strategy 10 times better. Unfortunately, Nindu frowned, eyes full of irritation. Unfortunately, what he put his hands in his pockets, confidently challenging. Unfortunately, even if it's 10 times or 100 times better, it's still just a bluff. Lufam quietly thought. Trangman only has brute strength, and Nindu's control power, just right to be absorbed into the puppet legion. He stared intently at the opponent, his heart full of dissatisfaction and arrogance, wanting to see if he could summon what kind of dragon. Suddenly, little Chid appeared, shooting forward like an arrow, charging straight at Nindo. But when his eyes fell on Trang Man, his fighting stance faltered, and his face turned pale with a look of utter fear. Chid, trembling with fear, quickly ran away, and the scene in front of him made him feel embarrassed, causing him to chuckle awkwardly. He hugged his stomach, laughing uncontrollably, wondering if this little one was also a powerful lineage of his. Lufam quickly lifts it up. Come on, little Chid. He gently pokes its nose with his finger. The 10,000 demon poisons, the demon guardian dragon king can all be fought back. So why fear the fool and the dwarf? These words give Chid more courage, and it boldly replies, I'm not afraid. Just dodge after the fight. Lufam urge. Good. Go ahead. Let them see your strength. Chid took a deep breath, his cold eyes staring directly at the enemy, shouting with hostility. Nin was so furious he clenched his teeth. Do you think you can defeat my level 100 puppet with this? He calmly replied. I didn't say there was only one. The spiritual energy surged wildly, and the little demon immediately appeared. Lufam sheds tears, summons a small black blade. And with her scream, a series of lines immediately appear, naturally merging and haunting the Dragon King. Summoning the haunting Dragon King. What kind of skill does this clone have? Nindao thought to himself. No matter what, he couldn't let it attack. He hurriedly kept going. Mingyu summoned a protective spirit hanging above his head, instantly activating a luminous barrier inscribed with cloud patterns to reduce damage, and enemies touching the light would trigger a short-term rebound effect. As Nindao's scream faded, he immediately charged forward, the demon general tearing through them quickly. Trangmon's punch was full of power, rushing at the opponent like a fierce storm, but he remained calm and unmoved in the face of that fury. Suddenly, when the poison erupted from the side, the protective barrier around him revealed that the 6 demons had prepared in advance. Countless skills were unleashed as expected, and the current toxin reached the demon Dragon King of the Min realm, causing the target to lose its life value over time, which would then regenerate itself. The poison dragon one changed its form into the Min realm swamp, swirling into a toxic whirlpool that formed an immediate poison attack against all enemies within the area. The rate at which the toxin stack doubles, he frantically rings the bell, stunned and thinking about when the poison started. At this moment, the spiritual glow blazes brighter, boosting Trangman's power while minimizing the infiltration of toxins under the influence of secret techniques. The pure heart bright mirror causes the spiritual glow to become transparent and radiate, immediately dispelling all negative states on the target. And in the next 3 seconds, the effective immunity to negative effects is further increased, clearing away all impurities, calling to cleanse the fallen spiritual weapon, and extending the cleansing to all units within a medium radius around oneself. Every second, one layer of negative state on him is erased, restoring vitality and forcibly suppressing and reversing the negative energy within his body, immediately cutting through all the harmful, bleeding, burning negative states before him, with each interrupted negative layer restoring 10% of health. Spiritual energy floods in more, radiance blinding to the point of obscuring vision. Yet everything seems useless. The poison still does not disappear. Nindao angrily shouts, unable to erase it. How is that possible? Lufam immediately charged forward with blazing fire, unleashing 6 rapid strikes from a distance, supporting the dragon's fall. Nindo's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain, the scene before him terrifying, and he thought to himself, he really is a monster. The demon general is my strongest puppet. Nindo's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain, the scene before him terrified him, and he secretly thought he really is a monster. The demon general is my strongest puppet. After a moment, under the call of the central bell, the phantom shadow appeared, and Nindu quickly jumped onto her back, his voice trembling with panic. Phantom shadow, go. The ghostly shadow soared like a flying arrow, his cold eyes glaring downward as he secretly swore revenge. The perverted dragon horse. And he would settle the score with someone later. Lufam and his beast quickly chased after him, trying to escape with the top-tier puppet materials. He grabs the attack, his figure like a lightning bolt shooting straight into the sky, not allowing anyone to escape easily. In the central mine tunnel, Ningdo quickly retreats, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Curse that damned restless soul. As he finished speaking, a subordinate immediately appeared, a demon guardian blocking him. Lufan clenched his sword tightly, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Is this all? They have just these 2 people. In an instant, a blazing light erupted behind you. 2 giant dragon wings materialized. This is the ultimate skill. Duan Kong, combined with dragon energy, striking twice in succession to support the dragon. Lu Fong looked at him with disdain. You can't stop me, he calmly ordered. Little Pai, die to eliminate them. Immediately afterward, she used her spiritual power, and a burst of magic erupted. Illuminating a corner of the sky, Xiaopi launched her move, the Soul Strike, in a state where her soul was extended, guiding the dragon energy to absorb energy. Each time a wire is charged, it gains 1 or 2 layers of dragon energy. When attacking the target, it releases all the highest dragon energy from 30 to 60 layers. At the same time, the system displays a message that the Soul Strike is charging its skill. The magic flow quickly surrounds the enemy in front, leaving no escape, and it continues to display the line Soul Strike, releasing all dragon energy to attack the target. Currently charging 8 layers, Nindu was furious, a thought flashing through his mind that even one strand of the chain couldn't stop him from turning back and changing everything. He had no idea that the shadow of the Dragon King too had already closed in. In an instant, its claws swung up, blocking both of their bodies. Nindu was stunned as his body fell freely through the air, blood spurting out in dark streams. He couldn't believe he had truly lost, softly asking, "Why?" With just 2 moves, the stalking obsession, hidden and moving behind the target, unleashes a single attack on the weak point, dealing 1,600% of its power in damage and obsession, and after damaging the target, it causes an additional 20% external damage. Ninja's voice continuously echoes, "How about that? Is it possible? Soon?" His body fell heavily to the ground, and seeing the person in front of him, Nindu tried to reach out and desperately begged, "Save me." He is terrified, lying motionless in the bloodbath, his voice trembling with despair, begging you not to let him die first. Lu smirks, her eyes full of contempt, as she looks at your pitiful, dog-like state of wagging your tail happily now. "Honestly, I still prefer your arrogant old self. Can you recover just a little?" He quickly stepped back and coldly ordered, "Little Fee, summon the fallen divine holy dragon." She immediately obeyed. Instantly, a burst of spiritual light erupted from the swirling golden formation, and the figure of the fallen divine holy dragon slowly appeared amidst a sea of light. This is the natural assimilation. The transformed dragon-bone enemy summoning the twin evil gods, with the level of the evil dragon king and the user being the same, Nindu, terrified, with a pale face, shouted in horror, "What are you trying to do?" Lufam calmly said, "Turn him into a new puppet." Hearing these words, he completely lost all hope, roared in fury, "Are you crazy? How dare you kill me? Ninja will definitely tear you apart. I will never let you go." From the dark, Zenista Aura, it quickly envelops Nindu beneath the formation, controlling the fallen demon and capable of manipulating and transforming the puppet demon, able to be swapped and recalled at any time. The dead puppet and that energy will return to the holy dragon demon, and he stands silently watching, expressionless. In an instant, his severed body was quickly reconnected. Heavy footsteps echoed throughout the mine, signaling the return of someone no longer human. In the end, the array was completed, creating a new puppet with overwhelming power. Nindu, Demon Puppet Master, level 103, creates puppets that can transform the damage from fake professions into controllable puppets that can be manipulated, swapped, and recalled at any time. The third nail, Soul Integration. Each nail hit increases the puppet's attack power by 100%. This nail cannot be discarded or neutralized. It can only be erased by the summoner. The Clear Mind Mirror instantly expels all negative states from its target, and in the next 3 seconds, the effective immunity to negative effects increases, clearing the fog to cleanse the fallen spiritual wave, extending the cleansing to all units within a medium radius around himself. Each second removes 1 layer of negative status from him, restoring vitality, forcibly suppressing and reversing negative energy within the body, immediately interrupting all prolonged negative states such as poisoning, bleeding, burning, and the negative statuses that have interrupted and recovered life points. Looking at the information board, Lufam calmly ponders with a bit of interest. It turns out that all the skills of the puppeteer are used on the puppet. If the puppet can be made stronger, then the people inside the army of armor can be transformed into puppets, which could then be divided into a small squad of puppets. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling you into turning around. Lufam. When you saw that familiar figure, your eyes widened in surprise, and your voice softened into a gentle tone. "Hawk, thank you." Ko Tukakza arrived, gazing intently at the puppet. "And has Lord Nin's son really been killed like that junior brother? You are truly decisive in your actions," Lufam casually commented. "A level 100 expert. It's a pity to waste it." He revealed his plan to enhance the puppet state. "I'm going to try to see if I can get him to turn a part of the people from the test into puppets as well. Our great fighting power could be increased by another level." Deep Votian happily pinched his cheek. "Not bad at all. Stepping on the level of a B rank. I've wanted to do this for a long time." Lufam asked with concern, "How is your sister's condition?" She calmly replied, "She's fine now." Deep Votian shyly spoke, "Originally injured quite badly, but the miraculous healing of the little girl's sister left him only a bit tired and otherwise fine." It continued, "So I'll start now, hoping the result won't disappoint me." At your call, a brilliant burst of golden light exploded, and the demon god dragon slowly manifested amidst the shining sea, summoning the chaos. It roared loudly, like a space-shaking sound, immediately releasing countless puppets, with system messages appearing on the display. Controlling the evil spirit allows manipulation and transformation of evil spirit puppets, which can be summoned and recalled at any time. The death puppets and their energy will return to the evil spirit dragon. Lufam calmly said, "Control them." Immediately, Streams of dark spiritual energy burst from his hands. Striking their shoulders, this is a skill. Creating puppets transforms the target's deadly energy into controllable dolls that can be manipulated, summoned, and recalled at will. Then, he gently raises his hand, activating the cursed artifact. As a wave of dark magic ripples outward through the space, the people in front, hearing the sound of the bell, straightened up like soldiers receiving orders, then suddenly raised their weapons, their vacant eyes suddenly shining with a cold, emotionless light. Diep Votien's eyes widened in amazement, his mouth agape. He had succeeded. So from now on, as long as he commanded Ning Dao, he could control the entire squad of puppets to fight. He smiled faintly, his voice full of pride. It wasn't just control, look closely, it's enhancement. The central voice echoed long and deep, a low, golden sound resonating through the air, accompanied by swirling black, spiritual energy waves like ripples. Tam Ding's soul entered instantly, floating in midair, emitting a dark, demonic glow. Then, it swiftly pierced into the puppet crowd, and at that moment, a surge of magic power burst out, golden light enveloping the entire space, turning the ground into a sea of brightness. And the system displayed a message: Tam Ding's soul has entered. Each puppet of the Control Master gains a 100% increase in attack power every time it is pierced by a nail. These nails cannot be discarded or neutralized, only removed by the Control Master. Lufam, show off a bit. See, as long as they don't die and get shattered, those black threads can be used to rebuild them, she sighed. Your left hand is a branch of a mighty army of golems created by the demon of the border, and your right hand is still shaping a small team of puppets made by a master sorcerer. Anyone who becomes your enemy is truly unlucky, he confidently replied. With this arrangement, even the Nin family or other top-tier clans cannot gather such forces. Lufam smiled happily and said, if you already say I have the authority of Deep Ra, then of course I will also let Deep Ra become the top family in the western region. Deep Fortien happily replied, yes, I trust you. Suddenly, a joyful voice rang out, startling them as they turned around. Miss Deep and Mr. Luke, I finally found you both. Prince Hoang An flew over, clutching Lufam's leg and sobbing. My beloved young master Luke, you finally returned. Just now, that ruthless Ninthu Datui Zong Vao Day. As long as I meet the people from the market, I won't keep my composure like Yama, forcing me to take him to find the young lady. I originally wanted to use death to prove myself, to die rather than submit. But then I just thought of this Emperor Hoang. Oh no, this Deep is part of the assets that the young lady just acquired, and she hasn't returned to take charge of the big picture yet. I can't let Deep be destroyed by someone as useless as me. I can only force a bitter smile, repeatedly using tricks to deceive him, using cunning to shake off that deadly love, just hoping that the two angels descending from heaven will come back to save us. You furrowed your brow in anger and shouted, So that's why I still thought you were secretly planning something. Let me go. This old boat is about to sink. And just then I hold on to Ninra's big leg. He shakes his head wildly, tears streaming down, his cry heartbreaking like a knife through the soul, tearing at the conscience of heaven and earth. Nicholas and Yue can testify. I am loyal to you and Diep Ra. That is worth more than gold and brighter than stars. Give me 100 guts and I wouldn't dare be disloyal. I actually want to have the same spirit as you. If I rush to fight, I won't wait for you two to return. The old palace might even be reduced to rubble. She stepped in gently to defend him. For someone of his rank, there's no need to say he's a non-combatant. Even if a top-tier expert arrives here, when it's time to bow, you must bow. He also considers to have given his all. Lufam quickly stepped back from his hand. I know my own intentions. I give you 1 month. You just point out coldly that if the old palace is still in ruins after being destroyed by Trang Man, then your butler should also stop here. The prince is alarmed and quickly swears, even if the situation becomes 10 times more intense than before, if any mistake happens, there's no need for you to intervene. I will pack up and leave immediately. Suddenly, Deep Votien's face turned pale. Her body swayed as the ground spun, and she cried out in discomfort. A strong hand quickly reached out, urgently holding her. Luok Pham picked her up gently, his voice low and soothing. If you're still a bit tired, I will take you home to rest. Diep Votien's cheeks flushed pink, a sweet smile blooming, her eyes narrowing into 2 small moons. They slowly walked forward, leaving the mining cave behind, while Hoang Hong still flaunted his dominance over the workers inside. That night, beneath the fiery volcano erupting violently, deafening explosions echoed. Molten lava flowed fiercely, swallowing everything in its path. Amid the swirling lava flow, a woman with fiery hair stands tall. Shouting in fury, "Who is she?" Feeling her brother's life slipping away. She screams out loud, "Who has taken my brother?" That pain cannot be expressed, and the woman can only scream in despair. Her shout echoes across the mountain. As the fiery spiritual energy erupts from her body and merges with the boiling lava, a loud explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the ground and sending dust billowing like swallowing the entire mountain. She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with fiery hatred. "Ning Tu, your sister will definitely avenge you." This woman is Ning Xiong, level 109, an immortal warrior of the 4 great clans of the Western Realm. Level Bin. Just then, a familiar voice rang out through the smoke, and she startledly looked in that direction. "Nin Shuang, calm down a bit." He advised her that she is still breaking through to level 110. So why is she not focusing on cultivation, instead of rushing here? That man is the head of the Ning family. Level 119. A warrior of the 4 great clans of the western border. Bing. He majestically sat on the back, riding the legendary Divine Phoenix. Nin Shuang urgently asked, "Does your father know where Nin Du went? Maybe she has already died." Lord Nin jumped down from the back of the Divine Phoenix, angrily interrupted and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? What kind of madness are you in?" She hurriedly took out the token he gave her. "Look, on the token he gave me, there was always a string from the demon summoner, always pointing in her direction." Nin Shuang anxiously explained, "But now that the string has been broken, it immediately disappeared, which can only mean that her life has ended." "No," he suddenly exclaimed in panic. "She's dead. How could this happen? Not long ago, she was just helping me retrieve the core to use for the artifact." Her eyes turned cold. The electric core, so after it entered the royal family, it was destroyed. Lord Nine retorted, "No way. Relying solely on the royal family, it's absolutely impossible for them to harm the Nin artifact." Nin Shuang kiet tam dap. Du kong the thi kong fi dua vao man. Moi ne de la tung huang jia de ro chuyen. Ong talap tuk nam shat hai vai ko. Nin Shuang. Chuyen quan, trong not bei geo lanang cap sung len cap 110. Lei duok hai kinong then cap 100. Con ve nin du. Mo cham ning zokung kong quan chang bang gon. Hearing these words, Nin Shuang couldn't help but feel sad, knowing that her father had always looked down on her. She whispered softly, her eyes full of determination, as if speaking for herself. Amidst her fury, Nin Shuang's spiritual power erupted fiercely. Nothing was more important than her brother's life. Lord Nin hesitated, sighed softly. "That child. The will of your daughter cannot be changed." He finally relented. "She knows already." Lord Nin suggested that she send someone to the royal family to gather information, and you must stay here obediently to continue training and leveling up. She brushed it off. "No, I want to go myself." Suddenly, a cold sword shot forward, blocking right in front of Nin Shuang, making her startle and freeze. Nin Shuang frowned. "Father, what do you mean by this? You're so cold." "Whether Nindu lives or dies doesn't matter, as long as you break through to level 110. Immediately go to the Divine Wilderness Secret Realm and do the right thing for our family." Master Nin continued. In his view, it would be better if Nindu was dead. He spoke calmly, saying that from now on, you don't need to remember him, as it not only wastes your own time but also disappoints the expectations of the family towards you. Those cold-hearted words about family made her shiver with anger and scream out loud. Always talking about the family and the family. Nin Shuang rushed forward, demanding an explanation. "Does the family matter more than the lives of a son and daughter?" With a powerful punch, she said, "Father, I must offend you." Lord Nin was stunned, unable to believe that the daughter he had high hopes for would act like this. His face darkened instantly, and the sword swung up coldly. Everything happened too quickly. Nin Shuang couldn't react in time, and her hand was cut off, blood spurting out. Master Nin sighed sadly and said, "I really am too soft. I dared to fight my father." Immediately, he drew another sword, drew his sword, and said he would wake her up and make her return to her obedient self. Master Nin sighed sadly and said, "I really am too soft. I dared to fight my father." Immediately, he drew another sword, drew his sword, and said he would wake her up and make her return to her obedient self. Master Nin continued. In his view, it would be better if Nin Du was dead. He spoke calmly, saying that from now on, you don't need to remember him, as it not only wastes your own time but also disappoints the expectations of the family towards you. Soon, the man landed on the ground. "I came to pick Swang Ni to go to the secret realm." It continued. "Uncle and Swang Ni, do you and your father understand each other?" Nin Shuang, frightened, clenched his teeth as cold sweat poured down like rain. And suddenly a voice rang out, telling Nin to calm down. He sighed and lamented. If you are Nin Shuang's fiancé, you wouldn't be considered an outsider. I won't hide it from you anymore. This girl doesn't distinguish between right and wrong and disobeys the family orders, only because the girl believed Nindu was already dead. Before she could finish speaking, the pain in her arm suddenly intensified, causing Nin Shuang unbearable agony. Lalap too was panic-stricken. Quickly holding her tightly and carefully, Nin Shuang snapped at him, pushing his hand away and saying, I have to go to the royal family to find him no matter what. No one can stop me. Lalap too seemed to understand everything, took off his glasses and sighed. So that's how it is. Lalap too sniffles, in his voice full of helplessness. I knew about Nindu's death from the start. I was waiting for you to break through before telling you you were panicked, tears falling down. I know I said your brother really died, killed by the royal family, he said. Sternly, you need to calm down. Swang, you have to stay calm. Lalaptu's eyes fixed intently on the figure before him. I also know that my La family can stand firm in the upper echelons of the western border's noble families. It's because of the intelligence network that Ningdu was killed. But it had nothing to do with the royal family. Nin Swang quickly asked. So who was it? Who killed him? He quickly put on his glasses and replied lightly. Deep's manager, Long Su Horse, has violated regulations. Lord Nin wondered who that was. I heard that although this Long Su Horse has Long Sung, it is not level 50, so it couldn't have killed Nindu. Little La, you can't talk nonsense. Who is she? Lalaptu crossed his arms, his eyes cold, and assured that the La family's intelligence network could be trusted. This person had previously helped Diep to subjugate the royal family and the Long family. And according to the investigation, his Long Sung could reach 8 dragons. He was confident, and moreover, he only used 3 to kill Nindo. She was stunned, her eyes wide open. How could this be? Where did he get 8 dragons from? Lalaptu continued to report. The La family had investigated all his information, and due to his extensive achievements, he was very arrogant. But unfortunately, from beginning to end, they couldn't find out how he obtained the dragon token. And he agrees. The La family couldn't figure it out either. This offender is truly not simple. But despite all the advice, Nin Swang still refused to give up. I don't care, she shouted in hatred. He killed my brother. I must take his life. Tell me where he is. Master Nin raised his hand and shouted. Stop right there. You are not allowed to go anywhere, except the divine wilderness, secret realm. I will handle Nindu's matter. Nin Shuang replied with a contemptuous look. You managing it means you don't care about him at all. The atmosphere grew tense, and he hurriedly tried to mediate. Uncle Nin, Shuang Ni, please calm down a bit. Amidst the raging volcano, Lalap Tu, like a savior, slowly said, I have a way. After listening for a while, Lord Nin nodded slightly and praised. So that's how it is. Tula's suggestion is indeed not bad. His voice continued to sound. If it hadn't delayed Shuang Ni from reaching the divine forbidden zone, she could also avenge Nindu. A faint, proud smile appeared on his face, as if asking, Shuang Ni, how do you feel? Nin Shuang coldly replied, Fine. I'll be the one to deliver the teleportation stone to the secret realm. A hint of scheming flashed in her eyes. But first, I'll go see this Longmaster. 2 days later, at Deep Ra's courtyard in the Western Realm, Lufam frowned slightly, his voice tinged with concern. Senior sister, are you really not going to Long Do with me? Deep Votian shook his head and calmly explained. No. Since I left the Heartcore Electric Cave, I've been about to ascend beyond level 97, so I plan to level up first, and also keep an eye on the Nin family. I can't leave for at least a month. Then she took out a teleportation scroll and handed it to him. Here, take this, and find the teleportation scroll. I have paid. And the system immediately displayed information, a set of teleportation scrolls of consumable quality that teleport the user to a designated location. Lufan was surprised an artifact. Diep Votian gently tapped Lufan's forehead and said, Silly. A trip from the western continent to Long Capital takes 2 days, and a set of teleportation scrolls doesn't cover such a long distance. She explained that the teleportation scrolls are enhanced by a master craftsman and can open portals in 2 directions at fixed locations. After Luke Pham received the scroll, the system immediately announced that 10 teleportation scrolls had been received. Diep Votian quickly stepped forward, his voice echoing back. If the spirit teleportation door can ignore distance, that would be great. That way I can save this money. Even if I open the Longdu Academy and teleportation doors here, it will take a month for you to get there. She suddenly turned around, her cheeks slightly flushed. her bright eyes staring intently at him as if she wanted to say something. Her voice softly said that the family's burden now rests on me. I won't be able to relax for long. A boy will be here very soon. I smile faintly. By then, the Longdu Academy exams will be over for the summer, and I can return to Jianghai City with my little sister. She blushed shyly and said it was okay not to go to Longdu. I still want to visit your hometown to see for myself. Deep Fourteen suggested, yes, you should bring these items back to everyone. They might be useful for the final exam. He hesitated, thinking that might be too much. And on the other side, she narrowed her eyes, her cold voice echoing in the wind. We found the person, in the western scene, in the courtyard of Diep's place. A feather covered in golden spiritual energy slowly flies toward them in midair. Suddenly, it glows, and the surrounding spiritual energy erupts fiercely, as if signaling something about to happen. Lufam immediately notices, his eyes narrowing slightly as he quickly looks toward it. In just a moment, the feather shattered into sparks and reformed into a giant creature enveloped in swirling spiritual energy. Roaring loudly with a deep growl, what is happening to Deep Votien's stunned and wide-eyed face? But a beast sneaked in here. You slightly furrowed your brow, your eyes serious, and replied, no, this is a false identity. Moreover, it is a clone. Kim's cold eyes locked tightly on the two below, as if wanting to crush everything within sight. She exclaimed in shock, with such a powerful form, yet it was only a clone. Soon, a cold voice echoed from the monster's mouth, full of fury and hostility. Diepra Lufam. Get out here for me. Lufam sneered coldly, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems she came to find me. Diep Votien quickly reached out to hold his arm. Wait. I think she might be from Ninjia to seek revenge. So she's willing to fight to the death. She hadn't finished speaking when behind Lufam, dragon wings appeared. Don't worry. I will handle her. Lufam took a deep breath, his eyes shining with confidence. If she's already at the door, I will go deal with her. Just stay here and protect the Deep Estate, and inform the servants not to go outside. In just a moment, he shot up into the air, and Diep Votien called out anxiously. You must be careful. Lufam calmly replied. Rest assured. Nin Shuang asked coldly. Are you really Lufam? I am Nin Zhuang, the eldest daughter of Nin Ra. Did you kill my Nin Du brother? He honestly admitted it, with a tone of disdain. Not wrong. Do you have any objections? She roared angrily, her spiritual energy erupting fiercely around her, golden light swirling like a storm of fire. With that attitude, you're seeking death. Hearing Nin Shuang speak irrationally, Lufam was annoyed. Nin Shuang's domineering presence earlier and her desire for revenge made both her avatar and her true form too dangerous to approach. The one seeking death is herself. She is close. This clone of mine. Immediately, the giant bird spreads its wings, spiritual energy swirling around its body, magic shooting out from it, illuminating the sky enough to wipe out her and the Deep family under her gaze. The scene before him makes Diep Votien feel uneasy and worried. Her rank is too high. If her clone can already threaten us, her true body appearing would be even worse. Facing such a powerful opponent is too dangerous. So we must get Lufam to retreat. Lufam stared intently at the figure before him, a technique that had taken so long to master. In my opinion, it's to eliminate this clone of yours. In an instant, the small fox quickly responded, his voice clear and resolute. I only need one strike. Zing He. Nin Shuang silently thought, she is the vanguard among the 8 dragons of Han. According to what Lap 2 said, it's just support, she said arrogantly, full of hostility. Mocking, seeking revenge for my brother. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. The blazing divine power was fully charged, and Nin Shuang roared and charged forward. The immortal bird's fire continues to blaze, gathering like the sun's fierce attack, causing massive damage to all targets within range. Lufam immediately shouted, his eyes sharp as a sword, and with a quick blink, his body shot forward like a lightning bolt toward the enemy. Xiaofei launched 2 skills in quick succession, blocking the incoming spiritual energy, creating a protective barrier that shielded all targets beneath it. Lufam immediately shouted, his eyes sharp as a sword, and with a quick blink, his body shot forward like a lightning bolt toward the enemy. Xiaofei launched 2 skills in quick succession, blocking the incoming spiritual energy, creating a protective barrier that shielded all targets beneath it. The skill charging time is at least 10 seconds, and with a base charge every 5 seconds. Ultimately, the damage will increase by 5%, and the current total damage is 100%. It is immune to all debuffs, and its self-healing ability increases by 5,000%. In an instant, All of Nin Shuang's magic was swallowed and completely disappeared. She widened her eyes in shock, her dragon legs trembling with fear. Yet everything had already been countered. You calmly snapped your fingers, and the flickering light burst into motion. Immediately, Long Vuong Wei's obsession closed in behind Nin Shuang, hiding its body with a stealth attack, moving secretly behind the target. Lufam stared intently at the figure before him, a technique that had taken so long to master. In my opinion, it's to eliminate this clone of yours. After dealing a critical hit to the target, an additional 20% critical damage is applied. The clone is cut in half, losing balance and tumbling through the air in panic. She silently thinks, "Too fast. Too fast." Lufam immediately shouted, his eyes sharp as a sword, and with a quick blink, his body shot forward like a lightning bolt toward the enemy. Xiaofei launched two skills in quick succession, blocking the incoming spiritual energy, creating a protective barrier that shielded all targets beneath it. The hidden obsession can be concealed but may activate or cancel at any moment. Being hit by the sensing sword or wounded will not cancel the hidden state. She praised her with a hint of admiration, truly worthy of being the legendary Long Su. Renowned far and wide, Lufam sneered. Just a mere clone wanting revenge. Overestimating herself too much. Nin Shuang frowned in anger. Rest assured, my revenge has only just begun. I will kill him. But not now. He remained silent, looked up at the sky, and only returned with a cold stare. In an instant, her clone vanished, leaving only a falling stone. She continued, "Next time I will settle the score with you personally." Lufam quickly and decisively grabs the teleportation stone. At that moment, the system announces that the teleportation stone of the Divine Realm, Secret Realm 1 has been obtained. A legendary quality consumable item, which will teleport the user to the entrance of the Divine Realm, Secret Realm after use. Lufam stared intently at the figure before him, a technique that had taken so long to master. In my opinion, it's to eliminate this clone of yours. In Nin Shuang's mind, the thought was etched, this is the demon who killed her brother. And Lalap too had mentioned it, his eyes blazing red with a cold glint. Continuing his attack, Nin Shuang picked up a stone and summoned 2 of the 8 dragons. So this is only one of the 4 levels of strength of the person behind it. This is the core of the heart, a legendary quality material. With flowing lava beneath the western border year after year, she quickly got up, skilled as a dragon tamer. Indeed, very formidable. Nin Shuang slowly stepped into the heart of the volcano, the blazing lava flowing quietly, carrying the restless feelings within her. After sinking and forming the core, it contained extremely rich, fiery energy. Nin Shuang's link spun around the core, and I didn't even have time to kill the person in the Divine Abyss Secret Realm. At this moment, the system displayed information about the teleportation of the Divine Land Secret Realm. Legendary quality, consumable item, which upon use would teleport the user to the entrance of the Divine Land Secret Realm. There are 68 days, 17 hours, 4 minutes, and 53 seconds remaining until the Secret Realm opens. Lufam wondered silently. Is he planning to use this next time to enter the Divine Abyss? Diep Votien also immediately rushed over to him, speaking anxiously. Lufam, what's wrong? Is Nin Shuang coming here? Don't worry. She won't come here. Student, do you only know what the Divine Wilderness Secret Realm is? She was stunned. The Divine Wilderness Secret Realm is an extremely rare opportunity in the Western region, appearing only once every 50 years. Specifically, I don't know the details. I only know that the teleportation stone can only be obtained when a monster from the Western region with an extremely low drop rate falls, and Lufam's eyes are fixed on the stone in his hand. Isn't this something that can be sold for a high price? Yet Nin Shuang uses this to challenge someone to a fight. Diep Votien intervened. Lufam, I have no suggestion for you to go on this trip because at that time, it won't just be Nin Shuang, but many top noble families involved in the 5 transformation will also go. Suddenly, the Demon King Vima Long spoke up. Don't listen to her. You must go. He was nervous and apologized, causing Gu Kuo to be surprised and gape. Lufam. Shang Mingmin sniffed and huffed. I thought you wouldn't participate in the final exam anymore. Lufam approached gently and asked how Gu Kuo's health was. She smiled and replied cheerfully. I've fully recovered now, thanks to you all in Taite Kingdom. Otherwise I would have died. He interrupted, sounding a bit anxious. Quickly stop saying such unlucky words. You sternly asked when she would awaken. Did she see everything just now? The Demon King Vimong only gently waved his hand, curling in the dim light. Your space storage is very comfortable. I feel like in a few months I might recover. Lu Fang was curious. Why do you want me to go to the Divine Wilderness Secret Realm? And what is the function of my divine translation? Oh, I explained. That secret realm is said to be the lost land of the gods in legend, filled with countless treasures. But divine art is one of the most precious items. The higher your personal attribute, the greater the level of my divine art you can upgrade, and your attribute might even double. Oh, I explained. That secret realm is said to be the lost land of the gods in legend, filled with countless treasures. But divine art is one of the most precious items. The higher your personal attribute, the greater the level of my divine art you can upgrade, and your attribute might even double. Lufam narrowed his eyes, his lips pressed tightly, face tense like a stretched string. If everything goes smoothly, he might be able to defeat Nin Shuang. The next noon, Longdu Academy was bustling like a hive, with crowds of people walking back and forth, footsteps and conversations echoing loudly through the corridors. The Demon Dragon King continued. In the divine realm, you can't use weapons or summoning aids. Only rely on yourself. Now, Lufam finally understood. A thought flashed through his mind, so that's how it is. Then the puppet team I prepared is useless. And entering the divine realm was just Nin Shuang's trap. I stepped closer, gently lifting your chin with my hand, speaking softly. Don't be afraid. You still have the armor of the Golden Dragon King. The transformation skill can still be used. And there's one more thing. Even though I'm not on your contract list, you can't summon me in the divine wilderness either. After all, I am considered your pet. Right, Lufam shouted angrily, his voice full of frustration. This crazy woman wants to kill me. She's forcing me to go. Isn't that seeking death? Don't forget, if I die, you will die too. Pima Dragon King spread his wings and flew up, his tone tinged with sarcasm. So you still hesitate over me? Why would I harm you? The Demon Dragon King continued. In the divine realm, you can't use weapons or summoning aids. Only rely on yourself. Now, Lufam finally understood. A thought flashed through his mind, so that's how it is. Then the puppet team I prepared is useless. And entering the divine realm was just Nin Shuang's trap. Lufam turned around and glanced behind him before quickly stepping into his space-time pouch. I request you to go to the divine wilderness to find my divine elixir for me. After your third transformation, I will tell you the location of the dragon eye armor, so even if I tame the dragon shell ring, what good does it do me? Lufam didn't realize someone was calling him. He silently questioned himself. What exactly does the Demon King Dragon plan? The call kept ringing out. Lufam shouted angrily, his voice full of frustration. This crazy woman wants to kill me. She's forcing me to go. Isn't that seeking death? Don't forget, if I die, you will die too. Pima Dragon King spread his wings and flew up, his tone tinged with sarcasm. So you still hesitate over me? Why would I harm you? As you walk away, you quietly calculate. Instead of asking around now, you should seize the time to level up to the third transformation level 60 before the divine realm opens. That way, at least you'll have the ability to conquer the armored dragon ring and seize my divine art. Lufam narrowed his eyes, his lips pressed tightly, face tense like a stretched string. If everything goes smoothly, he might be able to defeat Nin Shuang. The next noon, Longdu Academy was bustling like a hive, with crowds of people walking back and forth, footsteps and conversations echoing loudly through the corridors. So even if I tame the dragon shell ring, what good does it do me? Lufam didn't realize someone was calling him. He silently questioned himself. What exactly does the Demon King Dragon plan? The call kept ringing out. Hearing those words, he seemed to understand that Senzaki's final exam this time was a team of 5, based on the ranking of the competition field, and it just so happened that he could join. Lufam was lost in thought, not paying attention ahead, and accidentally bumped into Kohan, who panicked and shouted, "Oh, be careful." He was nervous and apologized, causing Gu Kuo to be surprised and gape. Lufam. Shang Mingmen sniffed and huffed. I thought you wouldn't participate in the final exam anymore. Lufam approached gently and asked how Gu Kuo's health was. She smiled and replied cheerfully, I've fully recovered now, thanks to you all in Taite Kingdom. Otherwise I would have died. He interrupted, sounding a bit anxious. Quickly stop saying such unlucky words. Chao Thangmin clearly stated the requirements for the competition. If you want to participate again, you must form a team of 5. But at this moment, he was only focused on what was ahead, where a man stood with a confident demeanor. Hello, fellow sword image student. Nice to see you again. I am its level 31 dual swordsman. Jill, this final exam, I hope you can team up with me. I won't hold back. I refuse. By then, that woman might not necessarily be your opponent. You said nothing, only silently pondering. Is the shielded dragon really as powerful as she claimed? No, it can't be. In the divine wilderness, it can't be manipulated. Seeing the familiar figure, she exclaimed happily. Hey Lufam everyone, look quickly, Lufam is back. Lufam raised his hand to return it. Tuan Thu spoke long time. No see, we thought you wouldn't participate in the final exam anymore. Why are you blaming me so fiercely? Not even letting me ask what happened when I came back. At that moment, the system immediately displayed their current power levels. Tan Thu. Level 35. Holy Void Judge 2. No Eye or Sword Image level 37. Sword Martial Artist 2. Fierce level 25. Water Sword X2. Lufam hurriedly apologized, saying he was almost out of time and wanted to surprise everyone. Jianying nodded slowly, and after he returned, he added that Sister Han had just enough to make a team of 5. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, yes. With Lufam able to achieve good results. Isaihad, do I still have to do the trick? Who? I raise my hand to block. I haven't finished explaining the rules of the exam yet. Ms. Han laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Go quickly, and don't block the reunion of the young ones. Xiaoming Shui clapped a hand on Lufam's shoulder. This time I won't let you do the trick again. While you're not here, Jian Ying took us to clear the training dungeon. Xiaomen eds. He has always been on the scoring platform of the arena, winning 132 consecutive matches, and no 3. Jiang Fengwen was also defeated by him. Lufam frowned. She was willing to use the dragon armor to trade, so this item must be hard to get. I calmly replied. Of course. That woman used her transformation to invite you, just to exploit the properties of the Divine Void's secret realm to kill you. The properties, he frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Let them go for now, but one day I will kill her. Xiaoming turned and left, arms crossed, sighing. The exam starts in 3 days. Let's go back and rest quickly. Seeing Lufam anxious and constantly looking around, Tan Thu couldn't help but wonder if he was still searching for Kim Chow and Tron Thien Tree. She recounted that after returning from Tai Tai Kwok, they couldn't find them anymore, and no one knew where they had gone. Izo. My back. Tan Thu took Lufam's hand and pulled him along. Don't think too much. Going back must be very tiring. Right, it seems this exam doesn't require me to step in. They can achieve good results on their own. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out, startling Lufam into turning around. Does anyone else want to join? The heroic man made his demand. Just need to be in the top 10. Only 1 spot left. Does anyone else want to join? You hesitated. These two look familiar. The heroic man made his demand. Just need to be in the top 10. Only 1 spot left. Does anyone else want to join? You hesitated. These two look familiar. And no 12. Wachink. Level 34. Forbidden Mei, Chariot Master of Fenjun Siki. Tan Shu added that they had spread rumors that after being dealt with, they had stayed silent for a long time. But now they are active again. Lufam, unconcerned. He urged us to hurry up, since they weren't opponents we needed to worry about. Suddenly, from the crowd below, a clear voice rang out. I want to join. He stepped forward confidently, his sharp eyes sweeping the audience. Can you guys win first place? Mangacap replied. If I can, I will join. Xiaoming hesitated for a moment. It's those from Feng Van Kak, forming a team. Do they really need to be so proud? The two of them are actually no 4. Feng Van. Level 35. The prominent figures of the Feng Van Kak clan, Mangacap frowned and said, if it weren't for these damn rules, I wouldn't even want to ask you. But for the test, I can temporarily join. Lufam asked curiously, who is this? When asked if anyone had met him before, Tan Thu immediately replied. His name is Mangacap, a transfer student during the national trial. She continued, saying that Mangacap is from a military family, strict in discipline. Has been in the army since he was young, and when he transferred here, no one had seen him before, but everyone believed his strength was the strongest. Xiaomen eds. He has always been on the scoring platform of the arena, winning 132 consecutive matches, and no 3. Jiang Fengwen was also defeated by him. The next step is to fight against the Sword Shadow. The Sword Shadow said confidently, I haven't been to the score accumulation arena. Maybe he's also trying to use the final exam as a chance to beat me. He praised Xiaomen eds. He has always been on the scoring platform of the arena, winning 132 consecutive matches, and no 3. Jiang Fengwen was also defeated by him. If you are strong enough, you won't need me to step in. Little Mang confidently said, don't worry, I will surprise you then. Now, Hua Tin pointed downward with a wide-eyed look of panic. Brother Zhang, I saw Lufam turn back just now. He looked stunned. What? Now we no longer fear challenges on our own. with Jian Yinghao showing off. Xiaothu and Xiaoman are now on par. Their strength has reached the Qingyun level, and he calmly put his hands in his pockets. So that's how it is. Then I can rest assured, young Fengfan nervously shouted. Where is he? When did Lufam turn back Mangacap curious? Who is Lufam? Why is everyone's reaction so intense? Amidst the noisy crowd, someone asked. Lufam has already turned back. The person beside him shook his head. I don't know. Haven't seen him. He roared angrily, a divine light swirling around him as if about to explode. It's ridiculous. How can there be a principle that before fighting, you're already afraid? The crowd in front was terrified, shouting in unison. Mangacap was furious. I joined because I valued you. To get first place. Where did your previous momentum go? In the crowd, someone suddenly pointed at him in shock and exclaimed, Oh my God, that is the badge of the blood-cloaked army. He touched it. The blood-cloaked army is the strongest combined force of the 4 great vassal states outside Long Country. The person next to him opened his mouth in shock, unable to believe what he just heard. Is it true or false? He is 2 years older than us. How can there be military achievements? The man insisted. I'm not lying to you. Those 3 blood plum flowers mean he has the authority to command 100 blood army soldiers. At the same time, the system displayed detailed information, and a proud yet eager look flashed in my eyes. I have always been on the border fighting beasts, joining the Bloodwy army in the blood-soaked mountain near the sea to awaken my combat profession. My goal is to become the youngest minister of defense. It continues to announce, No, Dad, a level 40 armored warrior with Bloodwolf Swordsman 2 and Bloodwy Army level 3. Hearing these words, the people around started to talk excitedly. He really is a Bloodwy soldier. I can't believe that all of his high school years were spent slaughtering on the battlefield. So I want to achieve first place in every exam, graduating early to return to the Bloodwy Army. Do you believe you can defeat the 6 demons? Soon, Lufam and his team returned to Longdu Academy, and as they examined the second item in the quiet, solemn atmosphere, Xiaoming was stunned. Too powerful. Tanthu was speechless, eyes wide open as he stared intently at the neatly arranged precious items on the table. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind that if Mangacap joined, those who come from real combat, licking blood off their blades, might actually have a chance to wipe away their shame. In an instant, Zhang Fengvan seemed to have made a decision, reaching out without hesitation to grasp the other's hand. He happily awaits, with a broad and satisfied expression. I welcome your joining. Strong armor is naturally cold and hollow. The crowd around cheered excitedly, their shouts echoing throughout the academy. Wow. Strong Guy is very heroic. Witnessing a change of owner. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Guatin Binghuang suddenly paused, his face flickering with surprise. Wait. Hold on. He expressed his concern. Brother Jiang. Our base has already opened early. Right. Lufam is a hero of Long Country, participating in the national trial. He dismissively waved it off, his eyes full of arrogance. So what if he has this background? Manka's reputation is enough to make Lufam feel ashamed. Mangacap gently stroked his chin, a hint of interest flashing across his face. The national trial, with such a statement, actually left me a bit impressed. He has quite a lot of divine beasts in his possession. He was excited, a battle-ready smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Lufam hasn't yet experienced the deadly charge on the front lines. I really want to see how strong he truly is. Soon, Lufam and his team returned to Longdu Academy, and as they examined the second item in the quiet, solemn atmosphere, Xiaoming was stunned. Too powerful. Tanthu was speechless, eyes wide open as he stared intently at the neatly arranged precious items on the table. Oh my God. All of these are gifts from my senior sister. She gasped, shouting in surprise. That's way too precious. The attributes are enough for us to reach level 50 or 60. You're serious. Crossing arms in front of everyone is to prevent anyone from monopolizing it. Lufam continued. The senior sister also gave quite a few skills. Besides the protective skills, there are also abilities that can defend oneself. Even I had thought of that. Hearing this, Han Ka was overjoyed, his face bright, eyes shining like a child receiving a gift. And Little Fan had to thank Miss Dai on our behalf. Xiaoming quickly selected 2 items for himself. Eternal. Legendary quality. Level requirement of 60 or above. Demon Auxiliary. Level requirement removed. Agility, plus 290. And the Water Mastery outfit, of epic quality. Requires level 35, and the Water Swordsmanship profession, with the set effect increasing the effectiveness of control skills on enemies by 20% for 2 seconds. and each water skill cast grants an additional 4% water mastery effect. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, yes. With Lufam able to achieve good results. Isayad, do I still have to do the trick? Who? I raise my hand to block. I haven't finished explaining the rules of the exam yet. He looked a bit confused, his eyes subtly avoiding hers. Maybe about a month later. Her family affairs would still be quite busy. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, pulling Lufam out of his awkward state. Hanka sighed, saying once the exam is over, summer break begins, and we won't be here anymore. When the item's health value drops below 50%, it will automatically release a non-consumable Golden Star Wind within the current target's range. The damage and healing of the Golden Star Wind are increased by 100%. She tries it on herself, wearing the judge's outfit. Ghostly quality. Level 35 required. Profession requirements. False Judge of Light. Light Healer. The set's effect. 2 out of 4. The Spirit Refinement skill can only extend the enemy's suffering by an additional 75%. 4 out of 4. The increased duration of suffering caused by light-based magic increases effectiveness by 50%, and the Water Mastery outfit, of epic quality, requires level 35, and the Water Swordsmanship profession, with the set effect increasing the effectiveness of control skills on enemies by 20% for 2 seconds. And each water skill cast grants an additional 4% Water Mastery effect, and the Water Mastery outfit, of epic quality, requires level 35, and the Water Swordsmanship profession, with the set effect increasing the effectiveness of control skills on enemies by 20% for 2 seconds. And each water skill cast grants an additional 4% Water Mastery effect, and the Water Mastery outfit, of epic quality, requires level 35, and the Water Swordsmanship profession, with the set effect increasing the effectiveness of control skills on enemies by 20% for 2 seconds. And each water skill cast grants an additional 4% Water Mastery effect. When the item's health value drops below 50%, it will automatically release a non-consumable Golden Star Wind within the current target's range. The damage and healing of the Golden Star Wind are increased by 100%. She tries it on herself, wearing the judge's outfit. Ghostly quality. Level 35 required. Profession requirements. False Judge of Light. Light Healer. The set's effect. 2 out of 4. Lufam, you absolutely must invite my senior sister here as a guest. I want to thank her. Hanka also nodded in agreement. That's right. Little Fam. We can't be ungrateful. Little Ming said insistently. Definitely. Perform well. My attributes have doubled too. Little Ming excitedly raised both hands and smiled brightly. With senior sister's support, I must perform well in this exam. Sword Image earnestly requested. He quickly ran to open the door, but what he saw was not what he expected. Standing outside was a stranger. Lufam hesitated slightly and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" The man quickly took off his glasses and asked, "Are you Lufam the Descendant?" He asked politely and formally, "May I introduce myself briefly? My name is Morozo, coming from Snow Country. Andrea entrusted me with overseeing the construction of your territory." After some discussion, Lufam couldn't help but admire Andrea's efficiency, as Andrea's actions were even faster than expected. In such a short time, the renowned designer Morozo from Snow Kingdom arrived with the construction map of Fukwang Island, along with the opponent's design map, and what surprised Lufam even more was that he arranged ghostly divine stones of necromancer quality around Fukwang Island. The firing range, covering the small island and surrounding waters, can easily kill experts at the 4th transformation stage. The 2nd island has become a war fortress, and this surprise is not necessarily a bad thing. Morozo promised that in 3 days he could complete the teleportation array from the main hall of the Longdu Academy dungeon to the haunted island, which also coincided with the start of the final exam. Tuman and the others volunteered to go confront the enemy, pointing directly at Lufam with a determined voice, saying, "I told you, Chu Fai is facing a tough opponent. So, don't intervene unless necessary." The final damage of the skill increased by 40%. As she looked at her figure, she happily laughed out loud, her eyes curved with pride. He. So cool. My first legendary weapon. Tanthu also quickly grabbed it. A legendary quality. Level 60 or above required. Cursed item. Level removal. Agility. Plus 94. Strength. Plus 672. Plus 117 stability. With revenge decoration. During the confrontation with the giant spider, their skills are perfectly coordinated, combining divine soul destruction, celestial blessing, and holy light to create a high-level magic attack against all enemies within range. accompanied by a burning holy light effect. The burning enemies take light attribute damage every second from the chain effect, and their magic resistance is reduced by 20%. The chain lasts for 6 seconds, dealing 320% physical damage and dispersing 32% to nearby enemy targets. Fan Thwai, flicking its tongue to release 4 water chains that lock onto the target, preventing escape, causing damage over time, and reducing attack and movement speed. Lasting 8 seconds. Little Man's level has risen to 38, and Tanthu's power has increased significantly. His level rose to 39. Hanka also quickly advanced, reaching level 30. The aura and skills of the sword image became sharper, and his level increased to 40. Lufam surpassed everyone, becoming a solid pillar for the team, reaching level 50. The next day, at the Longdu Academy sports ground, the official exam begins. With a huge crowd of spectators, the cheers and applause ring out continuously, creating an atmosphere that is both lively and tense, making everyone feel anxious and eager to see what happens next. Looking at the paper in his hand, he quietly wonders who the opponent with the number 8 will be. The bird gently cracked his knuckles, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Who is he to challenge him? One hits one. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from behind, startling Luke Pham, the great master. He hesitantly asked, "Can we take a photo together?" Voha excitedly stepped forward, full of enthusiasm. "I watched your national trial live stream. So cool. I am your fan." He smiled, nodded, and said, "Of course." He quickly put down his phone, eyes shining, a smile clearly on his face as he took a photo with his idol. While checking, Chu Fai stood in front of the powerful enemy, and if he didn't need to intervene, Xiaoman excitedly said with bright eyes, "I want you to witness our training, Chungur." Lu Pham nodded in a relaxed tone. "Fine. I enjoy leisure, so that they can finish ahead of the exam. You will take them to the secret realm for leveling up and training, where they will fight with passion." Voha immediately wiped his face, running and shouting, "Big shot, don't worry, I know myself, I give up my authority," she called after him. "Hey, don't run, give up your authority," Xiaoming seriously warned you. "I heard this exam isn't just about ranking but also about fighting performance. If you run away halfway, you might fail, right?" He finally looked downcast and said sadly, "I know, but don't say it's our team's 5 people. Even if there are 50 or 500 people, they can't withstand a single move of yours. You'll just end up lying there when you get up." She patted Voha on the shoulder to encourage him, saying, "Don't worry. I won't let you fall immediately. I'll make sure you have a chance to show yourself." He was stunned, disbelief in his eyes. "Who? What?" Seeing that Voha's face still showed a hint of contemplation, the boy asked softly, "Is there anything else?" He looked downcast, his voice a little sad. "I am number 8, and my opponent is your team." Immediately, she urged us to go, and Tanthu nodded seriously. Resoluta. Bright streams of golden spiritual energy burst out in an instant, and she proposed, "I will go trap them." In an instant, team number 8 was trapped under Tanthu's ultimate move, with a luminous cage holding them captive. Within a 7-meter radius, the 6-sided light wall ascended into a divine prison, forcing enemies within the area to gather and be completely sealed. Immediately after, the small life soared into the air, body light as a feather, spinning to throw the sword at Team 8. It's a pity you missed the best opportunity. Large streams of water like giant arrows shot down, surging and powerful. This is her ultimate skill. He stopped, unleashing countless water needles from all directions to strike the target, creating a massive water attribute attack that pierced through all enemies within range, greatly reducing their attack and defense speed. The warrior raised his sword steadily in front of him, and upon hearing Tanthu's polite words, he slightly opened his eyes in curiosity. "Sorry to say, it's over." In an instant, her spiritual glow burst forth brightly, spreading a brilliant light across the arena. As she used her technique, the Love and Death spell, summoning a holy light that created a high-level magic spear against all enemies within range, accompanied by the burning light effect that caused burning damage every second through the light attribute. At the same time, its magic resistance will decrease to 20%, lasting for 6 seconds. The scene before everyone's eyes leaves the audience stunned, and someone from the upper seats exclaims, "What's happening?" Finally, team number 8 also decided to join. Voha clenched his sword tightly, his eyes tense. "Are the 2 senior sisters really going to fight like this?" Xiaoming spoke coldly, cut the chatter, and he and his teammates took a deep breath, steeled themselves, and bravely charged forward. "So we'll begin now." Luke Pham is impressive. I never expected everyone to be so strong now. Han Ka standing beside him, with a warm but admiring tone. Luckily, with Sword Image's good guidance, Sword Image humbly said, "No, the credit belongs to everyone. It's the result of everyone's persistent training." In the waiting room, Jiang Pengyuan excitedly suggested with enthusiasm, "Manga, let's stay on the same team from now on." He scratched his head awkwardly and smiled shyly. "We've admired the Bloodwy Army for a long time. And after graduation, we all want to follow in your footsteps." "That's right, Manga. You are truly our role model. Enduring hardships and following him to build your career. That's what a real man is." Mangacap sneered. "Forming a team. Fine. As long as we can beat Lufam in the final, I will lead you all into the Bloodwy Army." As soon as they stepped onto the field, the thunderous cheers stunned them all. One person praised enthusiastically, "These two girls are amazing. They're a perfect match." And the person next to him agreed, "I don't think Lufam needs to go on the field. Then we might also win this year's match." Tanthu quickly launched an attack, using the light domain to imprison the target area and elevate it onto a six-sided light wall forming a divine prison. A 7-meter radius forces enemies within range to gather and be completely imprisoned for 4-5 seconds. The battle is incredibly spectacular, with someone excitedly shouting, so powerful." Another supporter cheers, "Little life. Tanthu, keep going." With just a small life sword, his spiritual power erupts instantly with the skill, manipulating the heavens and the earth, casting a magic sword that creates a magnificent water curtain flowing endlessly. The person next to him nervously replied, "I was just looking at my phone a moment ago." He couldn't believe his eyes. Damn. 2 against 5, and they were defeated so quickly. Are these two girls really that strong in Lufam's team? And besides, isn't the sword shadow also with such a beautiful and powerful woman? Mangacap squinted, his face darkening as his eyes fixed tightly on the figure before him. Lufam, Mangacap silently thought. The second profession being promoted to a god is just luck. A fortunate find, his hand clenched tightly. Vinsbulging, as a single thought echoed in his mind, a true powerhouse is forged in the sea of blood and flesh. His armored gaze grew cold, and he silently vowed to tear apart that layer of light surrounding him with his own hands. 6 days later, at the arena, the stands trembled like a hive broken, with cheers and cheers roaring like waves. Echoing throughout the vast space, someone excitedly exclaimed, "This is the end. This is the end." The end? Lufam or Mangacap? Someone spoke up with contempt, dismissing it as obviously Chulufan, since all the national secret realms have been destroyed, and a final exam can't possibly turn the tide. Immediately, a rebuttal sounded. "Hey, don't be so sure. Haven't you seen the video from yesterday? Mangacap, a formidable character in a solo with 3 transformations. That scene, crowded and intense, lasted less than 5 minutes, and Duong was already defeated on the ground. It all felt surreal. The official match begins, and the audience's eyes are fixed on every move on the field. A commentator narrates. At first they all send out their own fighters. Lufam and Mangacap do not step onto the arena. The little girl asked loudly. Their strength is also very strong. They can fight 3 against 4. Isn't this distance a bit too much? The person next to her also wondered, this isn't an advantage. How can they fight? Another person furrowed his brows, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and softly clicked his tongue. TSK. Adding a support class to the team. Isn't that just giving away a weakness? That's such a disadvantage. Outside the arena, Lufan crosses his arms and calmly observes as if everything is under control. Not far away, Mangacap also remains silent, quietly waiting for the battle to begin. With such arrogant taunting, if he doesn't step onto the field, can he still maintain his rank? A direct long-range attack with energy surge that absorbs a large amount of damage, lasting for 6 seconds. If destroyed or ended, it will generate a water shockwave that pushes back enemies. Mangacap, a formidable character in a solo with 3 transformations. That scene, crowded and intense, lasted less than 5 minutes, and Duong was already defeated on the ground. It all felt surreal. The official match begins, and the audience's eyes are fixed on every move on the field. A commentator narrates. At first they all send out their own fighters. Lufam and Mangacap do not step onto the arena. The little girl asked loudly. Their strength is also very strong. They can fight 3 against 4. Isn't this distance a bit too much? The person next to her also wondered, this isn't an advantage. How can they fight? Another person furrowed his brows, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and softly clicked his tongue. TSK. Adding a support class to the team. Isn't that just giving away a weakness? Xiao Ming sneered. Huh. Did you hear that? They are back now. Tantus neared. So we must be serious and not let them look down on us. Gu Han and Trio Thang Min stood as judges, their eyes scanning the arena with seriousness, and she shouted loudly, "Stop the match." Kohan's shout echoed across the arena, resonating in the vast space. Immediately, the small net swiftly unleashed its power. Stop. It takes effect instantly. Stop. And countless water needles shoot from all directions into the target, forming a massive water attribute attack that pierces through all enemies within range. At the same time, its magic resistance will drop to 20%, with a duration of 6 seconds. The sword shadow quickly withdraws the sword. The treasure map system displays, breaking the enemy's formation with sword strikes, defending the epic. Weapon level Treinta, Y4, revealing her ultimate skill, Ham Sun, with special effects, Soul Spirit Annihilation, summoning a bright light to create a high-level magic attack against all enemies in range, with the effect of burning light causing burning damage each second. Ham Sun deals 210% physical damage and disperses 21% to nearby enemy targets. On the other side, Jiang Fenyun and his teammates are also ready to fight. He shouts, preparing, when he replied stubbornly. He needed to try harder. Those words were like pouring oil on the fire, making him furious and blood boil. Van Fong quickly ordered the attack. No more hesitation. Deal with them now. Let them know that Van Fong has returned. And the teammates responded in unison. Understood. Suddenly, a chain appeared from nowhere, tightly binding the sword shadow, and Hong Hot shouted out, "Sword shadow." Only now did Tanthu realize that their target was the sword shadow. At that moment, the system displayed a notification, Expel, and imprisonment lock, causing the targeted enemy to be trapped. They couldn't move or use skills for 5 seconds. At that moment, Xiaoman's gaze met an enemy aiming an arrow directly at her. Tanthu, also alert, was blocked by another opponent. And her opponent is me. He stands in front of the sword shadow, with a triumphant tone, locked in place and unable to move. Got her trapped. I'm sure I'll win this round. Jiang Fengyun, quickly lower your blindfold. Use your techniques. Shadow clone, phantom image, and soul destruction. In an instant, she transformed into a wave of haunting energy, leaving behind a true afterimage that mesmerized the enemy, while herself slipping into the shadows and splitting into up to 16 shadow clones within the next one. 5 seconds. Rapid slash attack with high speed at the target. Illusion clones ignore 30% of physical defense. The system displays a countdown. 4 seconds remaining of the restraint. She shrugs, with a challenging tone. So what? At the same time, Tan Thu Thi adjusts her skills, attacking the enemy with a powerful strike, causing high damage and burning effects on all enemies within range, while also inflicting a burning effect that lasts for 6 seconds, reducing their magic resistance by 20%. With his life on the line, he forcefully stabbed his sword into the ground, unleashing a series of powerful water techniques, forming 4 water chains that locked onto the target, preventing its escape. In an instant, his trap sealed the opponent tightly, leaving no way out, and he shouted in frustration. It seemed like they had been beaten badly. But as the dust settled, there was no sign of them. Tanthu was alert, cautious of an ambush, and Tuman was surprised and ran away. He angrily drew his sword and coldly said, "I will deal with her first." But in that instant, a sudden rain of swords poured down on Jiang Fenyun. This is the ultimate move of the sword shadow. 10,000 flowers. High quality. Level 20 weapon. Special effect. Heavenly sword dance of falling flowers. Split into thousands of flower bodies. Each original attack power is 10%. After forming an area of damage, it reverts to its original form, and the system message flashes. 2 seconds remaining of the immobilization. He panicked and hurriedly ran away, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing on the ground. Jiang Fenyun stared in shock. Unable to believe it, she had used the lock. How could she still activate a skill? The rain of swords continued to pour down on Han, cold light flickering rapidly, and in the chaos, the system announced again. 1 second remaining on the countdown. Jiang Fengyun angrily charged forward. Hua Qing, the useless one, had promised there would be no mistakes from the start. But this was the result, and it kept displaying. 1 second left on the countdown. No wire. Outside the arena, Lufam and Hanka sat leisurely drinking tea and nibbling on some sweets, with no trace of worry on their faces, as if they had already foreseen the outcome of the match. He explained that they had planned it all along. The sword shadow used so far was not a skill but a special effect of the weapon. Jiang Fongvan trembled with fear, but still used all his spiritual power to fight back, hoping to hold on for one last moment. A piercing scream echoed. The shadow attack. The celestial shadow, soul slaughter, pouring out fiercely, instantly transforming into a terrifying burst of energy. Damn it. Under this spell, the locked enemy will be affected by water attribute damage and slowed for 8 seconds. Jiang Fenyun stared in shock. They are suppressed. And at that moment, the system announced the remaining time of the immobilization. 3 seconds. The swift slash, executed at high speed with the target. Illusions disregarding 30% of the opponent's defense. In an instant, countless clones rushed toward her, each shadow carrying murderous intent. As if aiming to take the sole target, the sword image gliding past with a cold, indifferent voice. In the arena, the sword shadow strikes loudly as people rush forward to attack. With a water sword technique, the defense is strong. The weapon level is 29. With special effects, Icebone, dealing ice attribute damage and reducing the target's movement speed by 30%. Any weaker opponents will quickly be frozen and fall to the ground. As Xiaoman raises her sword to strike down, she stops suddenly, ceasing to summon countless water needles from all directions aimed at the target. The water needle transforms into a giant water attribute spear, dealing penetrating damage to all targets within range and greatly reducing their attack speed and defense. The water needle becomes a chain, pulling the opponent down to the ground. Leave a new true shadow behind to mesmerize the enemy and hide yourself in the darkness. In the next one, 5 seconds, and split into, at most, 16 phantom bodies. The audience below was stunned. Oh my god. Their sword images are too powerful. Right. It's hard to believe. Lufam still hasn't acted. Feng Van turned to look at the person behind him, wondering if he was going to hold back any longer. On the side of the Shadow Sword team, Luke Pham still sits comfortably, showing no intention to act. But after noticing the opponent's movement, he frowns slightly as a fierce young man with a long scar across his eye steps forward. Luke Pham saw this and laughed, saying finally he couldn't sit still anymore. On the other side, the scarred young man named Mangacap, rank 2, level 40, Furious Wolf Swordsman 2, Blood Armor Soldier 3, strode forward fiercely with his sword. Move aside for me. His teammates were a bit startled. Below, the audience gasped in amazement. Wow, their sword images are too powerful. It's hard to believe. Lufam still hasn't acted. The formation is strong. The sword images use ice attribute water needles and reduce the target's movement speed by 30%. No need. After the test is over, I'll go shopping with you for some food. Everyone needs a good meal tonight. Lufam smiled and said, Don't worry. Tonight will be a celebration feast. The host notices the change and humorously comments. Lufam just stood up. Is he finally going to take action? We're into part 2 now. Guys, last time Lufam fought Fong Van Kak and scared everyone here shitless. At the judging table, Gu Han and Chang Shengming are both seriously evaluating the battle. Meng Jia angrily brandishes his large sword, a name that looks down on others. He speeds up, with such force that the ground and rocks beneath his feet explode. Long Su, get out of here. However, on his way, he was blocked by the sword shadow, a level 40 second-rank sword warrior. If you want to pass, you'll have to go through me first. Without saying a word, she immediately commands 2 swords to attack the Icebone sword, a high-quality weapon at level 29, dealing ice damage and reducing the target's movement speed by 30%, and the Bloodbreaker sword, a legendary quality weapon at level 34, armor-piercing and dealing damage that ignores 32% of the target's defense. Qin Lin, with his sword mastery increasing by 42%, wields a large sword of strong armor. He also shows no fear, using the heavy war sword, a legendary quality weapon at level 34. Hamsun deals 340% physical damage and disperses 34% to surrounding enemies. He then uses the heavy war sword to break through the water ice sword and the Bloodbreaker sword of the sword shadow. She was also unyielding, wielding another weapon, the Fire Reaper scythe, with a mythic quality, level 34, with the curse of evil erupting. Its attack attribute can switch between fire and dark. Each time it harvests a life, its attack power permanently increases by 0. Baifanji, current boost is 14. 6%. Sword Shadow confidently launches another sword, Manhwa, a high-quality weapon at level 20. The heavenly sword of the falling sky splits into thousands of flowers. Each sword deals 10% of the original sword's damage, and after causing area damage, it restores to its original form. However, the Van Hoa sword was intercepted by Fong Van halfway through its flight. Your opponent is me. I thought you could fight easily against Lufam. But no. The clash of swords and the ringing sound made Mangiap glance over. Xiaoman tried to ambush but failed. He easily blocked her attack with a heavy sword. Are you also challenging me? The sword shadow was pushed back. She sneered coldly. Damn it. This guy is really hard to deal with. Dantu apirt. I'm here to help you. However, before she could even use her sword, a hand patted her on the shoulder. No need. He wants to fight me. So I will satisfy him. Lufam stepped forward. You all did well. If it truly was a life and death battle, Feng Van would have already been dead. On this side, Mangiap is suppressing Tuoman. Everyone is saying nice words. But see for yourself. Hiding behind a woman, what ability do you have? Tuoman struggles to resist. I can't hold on much longer. Suddenly, a fiery red arrow shoots straight at Mangiap's face, causing him to hurriedly let go and quickly retreat to dodge. These arrows contain Longfam's remote spell components. Each arrow can release 12 magic arrows even without being drawn. Each arrow causes 20% damage. Luokfam lowers his bow, instructs his teammates. Sword Shadow. Daozi. To retreat and protect the little one. Mangiap happily laughs out loud. Signals to his teammates. Ha ha ha. Let's fight. You all better retreat. I won't take responsibility if you get hurt. Below the stands, everyone is whispering. Oh. Jop has summoned the great dragon. But even if he wins, it won't be a glorious victory. To help everyone understand, strong armor might not necessarily lose. Behind, the girls are calling Xiaoming back. Daozi. Come here quickly. Don't let Kuan Yu get to Lufam. Strong armor raises his heavy sword. Look carefully. This is Lufam. I am the one who goes out to die in the war against the Beast Clan. He swept across with a strike. I am a true warrior. But Lufam easily dodged by jumping up. He held his weapon, gathered his strength, summoned dragon energy, chanted longer, then fiercely swung his blade. Without hesitation, he continuously launched 2 attacks with his dragon energy, capable of supporting his dragon companion. But Mangiap struggled to block the damage. Nevertheless, he still snorted coldly. As if the previous blow had done no harm, the mighty dragon roared loudly and asked, Aren't you the dragon tamer? Then why don't you summon your dragon companion? Lufam gently landed on the ground. Wanting to broaden his horizons with the great flow, he gestured with his hand. So you have to hurt me first. The armored warrior, furious, veins bulging on his face, gritted his teeth and growled. Then he transformed into a fierce wolf. The wizard guy recovers in shock. Jiang. Brother Jiang. It's him. In wolf form, Mangiap is threateningly close. Oh, I see. Fengfan of Akens. And Manshe finally releases the Zoi form. Transforming into a wolf is one of his skills. When transformed into a wolfman, the Blood Wolf swordsman activates the bloodline of the Zoi, allowing him to enter or exit the wolf form at any time. His physical attack and defense are increased by 750%. After each second of being transformed into a beastman, the damage dealt increases by 1%. And at the same time, the rationality gradually diminishes, causing the transformation to end automatically when stamina is depleted. The armored body becomes much larger than the 6 mortal, and he roars as he tears the opponent into pieces. Lufam withdrew his dragon wings, flapped them to dodge Mangiap's attack. Indeed, hiding his true strength, he soared higher, extending the distance. This must be the characteristic of his profession. Right, then he didn't hesitate to unleash his move. The Minxie arrow can fire 12 magic arrows without drawing the bow. Each arrow causes 20% damage, and Mangiap accepts being shot, as if the arrows are scratching an itch for him. His eyes are cold, growling a few times. At Longdu Imperial Academy's arena, under Mangiap's bloodshot gaze, Lufam floated in the air. I want to tear you apart. Lufam sensed something was wrong, so he raised his hand to draw his bow. Something was off, and his fury was causing his werewolf form to quickly lose its reason. He can no longer distinguish between friend and foe. You draw the bow but haven't shot yet. With current strength, in 1 second, an arrow is released. If he releases it after holding the bow for 3 seconds, he can unleash the shadow arrow, increasing its damage by 500%. Darkman Jayop and the giant beast clash in the air, their deafening roars echoing across the arena. Lufam urging him to stop, warning that if he keeps his current form, he will become a savage beast that kills everyone he meets. But at this moment, Mangiap has likely lost his mind, fiercely grabbing Fong Van and tearing him apart. Tearing you apart. Fong Fan screams loudly. Stop Manjap, stop Manjap. He was knocked down and stunned. casting a protective barrier spell for himself and the others. Sorry, Brother Jiang. Vuong Ho. Li Hian Duong. Quickly retreat. Cast a wall of protection to create an impenetrable barrier in front of you that cannot be pierced by any entity, lasting for 15 seconds. Under the stands, the audience was panicking. Mangiap had gone mad and was even attacking his own people. I retreated earlier, and the teacher didn't tell me to stop. Jiang Fengvan will be bitten to death. Kohan quickly looked at Triu Thang Min beside him. Vice Principal Triu quickly stopped the inspection. Mangiap has lost control. He frowned and looked seriously. Waiting a moment. Lufam was still making a move. Today, Lufam has been drawing his bow for 3 seconds. He mutters to himself, "It only needs to be like this before I fully turn into a beast." The current power, 3 seconds. He let go, shooting a powerful arrow at the Exoi Mangiap. "I will be the one to stop you." Lufam's hand flashes with electric fire. Long Yu Fuka, igniting the raging thunder, capable of restoring the magic skill Long Yu of Longsung and unleashing it. With the law determined by his own attributes. Roaring thunder, releasing a lightning bolt, causing the enemy target to jump 10 times in succession. Each jump increases the damage of the next by 30%. And the Lam Long itself acts as a connecting link. The arrow shot at the heavily armored attacker sends electricity through his body, causing him to convulse and scream in shock. Roaring thunder. The arrow releases a lightning bolt, causing the target to jump 10 times in succession. Each jump increases the damage of the next by 30%, and the arrow boosts Roaring Thunder's spirit attribute by 500% for the Long Dragon. Fong Van Ho cried out for help as lightning headed toward him. But unfortunately, he wasn't the only one in danger. His teammates were also caught in the storm of K-Ruk Loi Din, currently jumping once. Total damage increased by 30%. The scream ends as the electric shock echoes everywhere. Now jumping twice, total damage increases by 60%. Even the wizard couldn't dodge. Only able to shake his head and scream, "No, no, ah, ah, ah." Raging lightning strikes. Current jumps 3 times. Total damage increases by 90%, shouting thunderously. Now jumping 4 times. Total damage increased by 120%. The audience below the stands, afraid of being caught in the crossfire, all scrambled and ran wildly. Hurry up. Run away. If the electricity hits the audience, it's dangerous. They're crazy. Both of them are crazy. The kid with the microphone, Lufam, quickly stops. "Are you trying to kill them?" Lufam calmly replied, "Don't worry. Viceprincipal, I don't want to kill them. You see the armor being electrocuted back into human form, but at least they'll be in the hospital for a few days. The beast has been exhausted and has automatically retreated from its human form." Under the stands, the brave spectators who stayed behind witnessed an exhilarating fight. All of them were knocked down by the electric shock. With just one skill, Lufam is the best. "My brothers, I told you it's really enjoyable." Miss Han quickly announced that the final exam period is over. Kodong Jiak announced that the winner was Lufam. Sword Shadow, Tan Thu, Dao Tuamong, and Han Ka outside the competition. Tan Thu cheered amidst the applause. Lufam was incredible. Number 1 is angry at you. Han Ka ran over to ask if Little Fam was tired. "Now let's go back and prepare the celebration party." Then, you turned around and headed toward Mangiap's team. Han Ka wondered, "Little Fam, you endured transforming into a lively and adorable little fairy girl." Under the stands, countless exclamations echoed. Is this really the original human form of that great black dragon? How is that possible? The colors don't match. Oh wow. The adorable girl Dong. I really want to hug her. He. I want to hug her too. I remember the initial battle between the 2 dragons, Lufam and Trontian Tree. Could it be that he called Dong to take revenge for himself? No way. It might lead to a murder. At this moment, Mangiap has woken up, struggling to sit up in pain. This is his Dong. What does he want to do, he wonders, continuing the pursuit. This isn't a battlefield. Is it really necessary to drag me into death? Lufam didn't reply but demonstrated with actions, signaling the little spirit to restore their group, channeling life force to extend their survival, seeing their bodies grow strong again. Mangiap was incredibly surprised. "Who? You're still healing us." Fong Van gently nods, winces from the pain, and after finishing the treatment, Lufam turns to leave. The kind-heartedly reminds him not to play chess with those who are bad at it in the future, or living with Fong Van will become a burden for him. Mangiap clenched his fists tightly, his hands trembling. and punched the ground hard in extreme frustration. I won't accept it, I won't accept it. What right do they have? What right do they have? I slaughter fierce beasts every day and train tirelessly. Mangacap shouted loudly. I am the one who broke the record for fastest level 3 promotion in the Blood Y army. Han's words made Fongvan just barely sober, and also turned dark with disbelief. How could a student like you easily defeat me? Mangacap found it hard to accept this result. It felt so unfair. Truly unfair. Lufam nodded. I understand. He replied indifferently. Everyone thinks I'm just a lucky guy who relied on my dragon mount to ascend to the heavens in one step. You explain. As I grasped the opportunity, trying to nurture each dragon spirit, and constantly face stronger battles. My efforts are not inferior to yours. Little one. That's right, you don't understand. Lufam once made military achievements in the far north of Kan. If he wanted, he could even mobilize an entire Blood Y army Hanka steppe to stabilize an Uchufam. Hearing that, Mangacap used his people to say what? The Hu Tran Vang of the self-taught sect. Fong Van couldn't believe it. How could that be? You just joined us a year ago. Then the stands also overheard. Everyone was whispering. The old lady of Long Country has a battle commander. This national trial is truly very different. Taite has been in chaos for a long time. Could it be that the great upheaval in Taite is related to Lufam? I think it's very likely. Hui Tranvang's rank in the sect is even higher than the commander of the Blood Y army. Thang Ming leaves. It seems no one is injured anymore. Kohan. Let's go. Lufam is not someone who uses his position for personal revenge. You reassure them. Don't worry, I won't abuse my power to play with you all. Keep trying at least, to make your strength match the position you're pursuing. With that, your team left. Tanthu happily announced. Xiaopi, you'll get to eat something delicious later. Xiaopai smiled brightly. Hee hee. Xiaoman pulled Hanka's arm. Hurry up, Han. I can't wait for the celebration banquet anymore. Mangacap sat quietly in place. Took out the talisman he was proud of. Suddenly laughed. Uh-huh, he muttered to himself. So it turns out I am the one not suited to my strength and status that night after the celebration at Longdu Academy. Villano. R. Lufam rubbed his stomach. Went upstairs. Phew. My little sister's cooking is truly top-notch. So satisfying. You happily open the door. The team of Dixiao has learned dozens of books and will learn more gifts, making the dishes even more delicious and stronger corn. But when you open the door, Lufam sees Jian Ying in pajamas lying on the bed in your room. He gently closed the door with his hand, feeling extremely confused, trying to calm himself down. Why is Jian Ying sleeping on his bed? Still dressed like that? I must have misread it. You shouldn't have eaten that mushroom earlier. Did my little aunt finally make a mistake after all Longdu Academy? Villano. R. Lufan regained his composure and opened the door to his room. You happily open the door. The team of Dixiao has learned dozens of books and will learn more gifts, making the dishes even more delicious and stronger corn. But when you open the door, Lufam sees Jian Ying in pajamas lying on the bed in your room. She got up, walked to the door, and apologized for entering your bedroom without permission. Kiam An blushed slightly and hesitated. Actually, I was still waiting for you. Waiting until you finished eating. To be with you. You happily open the door. The team of Dixiao has learned dozens of books and will learn more gifts, making the dishes even more delicious and stronger corn. But when you open the door, Lufam sees Jian Ying in pajamas lying on the bed in your room. She got up, walked to the door, and apologized for entering your bedroom without permission. Kiam An blushed slightly and hesitated. Actually, I was still waiting for you. Waiting until you finished eating. To be with you. You happily open the door. The team of Dixiao has learned dozens of books and will learn more gifts, making the dishes even more delicious and stronger corn. But when you open the door, Lufam sees Jian Ying in pajamas lying on the bed in your room. She briefly told the story of her family. My home in the border of Yunnan province was once a top noble family. But after the beast tide attack, the entire city was turned into a deserted place. After my family took me to Longdu, they returned to the border of Yunnan province to fight the beasts. Fighting until the last moment. And no one survived. Every time she recalls it, she is choked with emotion. It all happened 2 months before I enrolled. Jian Ying sighed sadly. Although I found it annoying and looked for reasons to refuse. I turned away because I understood it would only cause more trouble for you. Actually, it's pretty good for me to stay here and level up or something. Lufam pats her shoulder. Jian Ying. He reassures her that no one is destined to be alone. And we will return together to Jianghai City. You declared that this is your new home. And hearing that, the sword shadow was moved. She silently shed tears and thanked you. Luke Pham. At the same time, beneath Tai Te Kwok, deep inside the sacred forest, Cold wind blows through the fallen leaves. An unnamed power sweeps across the land, causing it to crack open. Rumbling explosions echo as a skeletal hand emerges from the ground. Deep beneath the earth, a whispering voice murmurs, Divine Bones. Reshape. Destroy the Dragon Tamer. At the airport, a notification appears on the screen. Urgent news that Tai Te Quoc has launched a large-scale beast attack. Starting today, all flights to and from Tai Te Quoc AK-301, TG-785, CX-902 will be suspended indefinitely. Attention passengers. Please proceed to the service area for check-in. Updates are in progress. Han Ka sighed. So this is Tai Te Quoc. Is heaven angry and people angry too? Lufam thought more carefully. This news is just words. Tai Te Quoc is blocking information. What exactly has happened? He pondered. After being overthrown, the successor is the leather tongue. Luckily, your wanted notice is no longer valid. The people behind Tai Te Quoc that the scholar mentioned. I wonder if they will take action or not. Han Ka just sighed and then turned to smile at the sword shadow. After all, it's none of our business. It's been a long time since I last returned to Jianghai City. I need to take you for a walk and check out our new home. Attention passengers. Please proceed to the service area for check-in. Updates are in progress. Han Ka sighed. So this is Tai Te Quoc. Is heaven angry and people angry too? At this moment, is the cowardly and sycophantic king offering you someone. The old man looked at the ancient divine bones exuding killing intent before him, begging you to strike lightly and spare us. The sovereign's heart is full of regret now. Clearly the one sent from above has abandoned us. If we don't feed the beasts today, will they turn against us? The old man immediately ordered the 2 guards nearby to quickly bring the person here. Soon after, the sound of golden footsteps approached from behind. Thien Tri and Kim Chow are handcuffed and led away like prisoners. Seeing the ancient bone spirit, Kim Chow is panic-stricken. What is this? Kim Ra is already a prisoner. What more do they want? Is the ruler busy explaining himself to the ancient divine bone? And is he the only Longma master in Tai Te? Do you think he is the person you are looking for? Tianji frowned slightly. Searching for the Longma master, he was brought before the ancient spirit bone god, and as he looked into its eyes, he only felt despair. Unable to move. Not even to resist mentally. This sense of unease made him sweat profusely. He had to run. He had to find an opportunity. In an instant, Tianji made a decision. But at this moment, he released his Longma saddle. Seizing the chaos, Tianzi pulled Kim Chow away. Princess, go quickly. However, before his long horse could do anything, a powerful force struck down upon him, and a burst of energy shot out from that direction, accompanied by a deafening explosion. With rocks and debris flying toward Tianji, Kim Chow was terrified as that energy threw her away. While the 2 guards hurriedly protected the emperor from the shards of stone, the ancient divine nation's Qin Thuong is just a low-grade dragon breed. Not worth calling a true one. He is not the person I am looking for. Just now, it was that one who attacked the young dragon. It whispered quietly, refusing to reveal the person they need. The ancient divine nation blew up the young dragon. You are all useless. The 2 guards quickly pulled the ruler away. Ruler, let's retreat. After the rage of the ancient divine nation, Tianji was caught between several large rocks, and he let out a faint cry of pain. Kim Chu looked up at the sky, frightened, calling out for the guard. Tron Thien Tree, the bone dragons are approaching us. Kim Chow shouted. Take me away from here. She scolded. You useless thing. Tianji is very unwilling. Why is it that as a dragon tamer, only I end up like this? You are too big. Could it be that this time you are the one? Luke Pham, the ancient divine god of the divine realm, moved closer to Kim Chow, then hesitated. Stopping, Kim Chow opened her eyes slightly, feeling a bit surprised that the monster didn't do anything to her. But Thien Tree nearby was not so lucky. A powerful energy grabbed his neck and pulled him up, causing him to scream in pain. The ancient god looked into his eyes and asked, Do you know who he is? Desire for survival rise. Tianzi stammers. You mean Luke Pham? Right. He is a student at Longdulong Nation's Academy. Currently on break and not at school. Probably at his hometown. The ancient divine realm nods in satisfaction. Very well. I want you to take me to find him. But perhaps I used a bit too much force. And Tianzi is now gasping for air. It radiated a powerful light that knocked him to the ground, causing him pain to wake up on his own. The ancient divine spirit of the divine realm tempted. If you agree, I will grant you the power of the ancient god. It threatens that if you refuse, you'll meet the same fate as the second O beast, the one it refers to here being the split creature of Thien Tree. With no other choice, he loudly begs for any power that can kill him. Tianji lowered his head, hatred spreading through him. I agree with you. The ancient divine nation opened its mouth wide, releasing a burst of energy. Ha ha ha. I see the unwillingness and hatred. This is very good. The ancient divine energy's domain collapses as countless white mists rise from the ground, surrounding Thien Tree. He feels panic as the white mist begins to close in on him. A layer of dry fog covers Thien Tree's body, his eyes wide with uncertainty, as something unknown awaits him ahead. A fog sphere forms, and the sound of bones clashing echoes loudly. From inside, a purple light emitted, and the mist seemed to be charging at something. Finally, a armor of mist formed amid Thien Tree's screams. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the system displays information. Tron Thien Tree has reached level 110. He feels the power flowing wildly through his body. Level 110. This is the power of an ancient god, but your identity has also changed. Tran Chien Tree, level 110, Divine Bone Slave. Long Su, 4 Divine Bone Slave of the ancient god instructed. Now you are on par with my Divine Bone Slave. Your life and death are in my thoughts. I will temporarily stay in your pet space until I find that person. If I can't find that person, helping you will be as easy as flipping a hand. Tien Tri knelt down, bowed his head in gratitude, thanking the great divine bone for the recreation, and vowed to lead you to find the 6 Vedas. Behind her, Kim Chao hid behind a rock, sneaking a look at Thien Tri. It's over. He was actually granted power by the ancient god. She secretly felt terrified, knowing that she had once manipulated him like that. He would definitely kill her. A few dragonbone slaves surround Tianji, entering his pet space, their power continuously flowing into his body, making him feel that he loves Vietnam. Starting from today, he thinks to himself, I am also one of the strongest in this world. No one will dare to look down on me anymore. The ritual to sign the contract has ended. The bone armor on Thien Tri's body gradually disappeared, and the king was waiting, immediately asking what you and the ancient god said. The old man still didn't realize the danger was near, and maintained a superior attitude, questioning him. So why did the beast return? The heavenly wisdom slightly furrowed his brow at the old man's attitude but still replied, I have agreed to help it achieve its goal. It has signed a contract with me, becoming one, and the threat to the state of Taipei has been eliminated. But he forced you to stay. The ancient spirit nearly destroyed the Taiyi kingdom. If it's inside your body, you can't leave. You have to stay. Thien Tri looked at him sharply, relying only on himself to block my way. He turned around, activating the energy to suppress himself. And just in time, our debt should also come to an end. The ruler backed away in fear. What do you want to do? At that moment, a cloud of red mist suddenly appeared, and a voice came from within. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Tianzi quickly stepped back, alert, and asked, Who are you? A young man wearing a mask appeared. I come from the Dan family, here to support Lu the ruler. And when the ruler saw him, he stammered and called for help. Sir, this is Dan Tuong Vu, level 105. An Obsession Hunter 4. Assassin of the Dan family. Tianji recalled the information he knew about the Dan family, which Kim Chu had mentioned before. The Dan family had been silent for 100 years, but it didn't seem to be weakening. In fact, they were hiding within the upper echelons. Tuong Vu softly spoke. Observing this expression, he must understand that the ruler of Lu was just a puppet of the Dan family. As long as you follow me and let the Danjia study the power of the ancient gods, taking the position of the ruler of Tai Te Quoc is not impossible for you. Thien Tri snorted coldly, seeing that he had no intention of cooperating. Tuong Vu made his move, the reckless kid refusing the wine and insisting on drinking the punishment. He endured a red hellish chain to bind Tianzi, but Tianji easily dodged the first swing of the chain. He looked at Tianji's agile skills in disbelief. And he himself, in a moment of distraction, was pierced through the head by Thien Tri with a divine spear, activating the power of the divine spear and dragon spear to unleash a final devastating attack. Tuong Vu fell down. The national lord retreated in horror. Kim Chao hid behind the rock in fear. Just one strike to kill a 100-star expert. Who? Thien Tri sneered contemptuously. I thought your clan had the ability to be like ants that dare to claim they are level 100 experts. He happily gathered powerful spiritual energy in his hand, secretly thinking this must be what it feels like to possess great strength. It's truly amazing. The city lord retreated backward while shouting loudly, everything is over, the people of the clan are dead, they are dead. The old man was reminding Tianji that he hadn't dealt with him yet. He looked at him, your strength is enough, resentfully recalled everything he had done to me. The city lord poured out the golden dashi. You imprisoned me in the prison to torment me, and treated me like a sacrificial offering to the ancient gods. The ruler panic-stricken, blaming others. No, it's not related to me. It's all orders from the Danja. You've heard it too. I'm just their mouthpiece. In the current city of Tianthu, even if the ruler reaches out as if to stop, his face is full of fear. Tron Tien Tree, if you hadn't come here, you wouldn't have gained this power. For the sake of this, forgive me. I swear I will never cause trouble for you again. Please, have mercy on me. Tron Tien Tri launched a downward attack that caused the ground around him to explode. Sending rocks flying everywhere, he landed softly, his left arm stretching out like a shadow to chase after the soldiers, one of whom ran while shouting loudly that the ruler was dead. Tron Tien Tri frowning. Suddenly, a scream drew his attention. His left hand returned to normal, and he slowly moved toward the sound, causing Kim Chow to panic. She trembled and quickly turned around, kneeling down to apologize. Tron Tien Tri. I was wrong before. I was in the wrong. Please forgive me. I beg you. Seeing the scene before her, he remained silent. He didn't respond. And Kim Chow grew even more frightened. Unable to speak, and only able to stand still, Tron Tien Tri coldly ordered him to fly away. And hearing the distant flapping of wings, Kim Chow finally dared to lift his head. Eyes filled with surprise, he kept flying without looking back. That afternoon in Zhanghai City, a car sped forward as Tuan Kash spoke. Lufam. It's been a long time. Your little guy really has more money now. He smiled and continued. I never missed any of your matches. Well done. Beat those players so badly, they are unrecognizable. And those dragons, the legendary creatures, you captured a whole bunch. Really impressive. Lufam shyly scratched his head and politely said, Tuan Kash. Zoldra Eins. Level 29. The chief steward of the Tan family. I'm glad to say that the first time I cleared the secret realm, you led the team. It's really good to meet an old acquaintance. Hanka turned to Jianying happily and said, Don't worry, Jianying. With me in the Jiangshan garden. That's the reward for Xiao Fan. We've never been there before. Xiao Man sighed softly from behind. It's been a long time since we met, and my parents don't know if they remember me or not. Tanthu ne vethi trakyu. Duok roi day. Hom qua chu kongoi, dien twai noi hom, ne se lamot buaman hantoantich tipdon. Chum golung tam. Radio dot nian fatin tuk hien tuan cash chuyi. Tin tukande. In Tai Kingdom, the threat of a large-scale beast tide has been declared suppressed, whether the ruler, while still commanding the fight against the beast tide to protect the nation, met a heroic and tragic death. When Xiaoman heard the news, she eagerly asked, So it's over. How boring. I thought this beast tide would wipe out the entire country. Hanka was surprised. The position of the ruler of Tai Takwak seemed to change frequently, indicating it might not be very fortunate. Liu Fem, with a serious expression, rested his chin in his hand, secretly thinking that he might have triggered some kind of curse, a group of beasts destroying a nation. Even Tai Takwak couldn't possibly be involved. My eyes looked into the distance coldly. After all, my senior once said there was a 5 transformation master hiding there. Tanthu happily exclaimed, her eyes shining. I saw my father already, and also Uncle Dao. At the gate of the villa, the 3 of them stood upright with bright faces, all waiting for us. Sister Langtang ran over, smiling as she called out, Dad, and little man happily ran over with outstretched arms. Who? I missed you. Dad, while old Dao also stretched out his hand, looking indifferent. My little Daotzi. Old Tan gently patted Tanthu on the head. You've changed so much in half a year that even your father barely recognizes you anymore. Uncle. He's full of joy. Dad, don't compete with me anymore. Tanhai Sun. Level 57. Battle Profession. Second skill. Old Tan looked up and greeted. Lu Fam. Miss Han. Long time no see. Hankot replied. Sir Tan's private car came to pick us up. Really causing you more trouble. He responded. Not trouble. Just a convenient matter. Then he gestured behind him where old Dao stood. Quickly. Let me introduce you. This is Uncle Dao's son. The father of Dao too. He continued to introduce. Your Uncle Dao is the richest person in our Jianghai city. His resources have already dominated the city. Dao Song. Level 27. Enhancement Profession. Après deux. Old Dao of the island waved his hand. Hey. What is Old Tan talking nonsense about? What do you mean dominating? Those are all minor matters. He is actually the richest person in Jianghai city. Luke Pham approached, extended his hand to greet him, and Dao Laora also reached out to shake it. Wow. Little Lu really is a talented person. It continued. I often hear my daughter say on the phone that she's been taken care of by you, that you helped her level up, even gave her equipment. And upon hearing this, Tumong was startled and turned around. No dad, don't say anymore. Lao Tan pats Lufam on the shoulder. Haha, I can't believe in my dreams that you helped Xiao Thu level up to level 40. Lao Lao Ra continued and also helped Xiao Daozi change profession to a hidden one. Both our families should thank you. I shyly shook my head and said it's not true. You two have been too kind to me. Helping each other is what we should do. Xiao Mo, feeling embarrassed, rebutted that transforming into a hidden profession was just her own effort. She then pointed at Lufam and said, I don't think that just because I praise you in front of my father, I'm just casually mentioning a few words. He helplessly stepped back and said, I understand. Lao Tan, ngave di choi dua tro chok tio mang. Tio dao tu shin la so so, sao ne kong, the lam ve nua. Hin ko sao ho at lom. Ba me moi ngoi dang vui fatro chu yen ti lao tan chu isang hang ha va kiem ang. Ong len tieng. Hu. Troi kung hong kon som nua. Di duang damet moi roi. Moi ngoi nang ngoi thoi. Sang som mai choi va de oson lam chu. Moi, nua dung bua. Lao Tuan waves goodbye to Lufam. Xiao Lu must be blushing. Give us a chance to thank you. You also wave back. Don't worry. We will definitely come. The three of them leave together. You sing loudly. We'll go ahead. See you tomorrow. Lao Tuan turns to Ton Cash and says, Then I'll have to trouble you. Take them back to the Jiangsun garden. Mister. Mim smiles and says, Understood. The car started moving again. Xiaoman still enthusiastically waving goodbye behind. Tan Thu softly thanked him. Thank you, Dad, for caring about my friends. Lao Tan smiled, saying from now on you can't call me slow anymore. On the car, Luke Pham hurriedly apologized. Sorry. Kiem An. I should have introduced you to them earlier. Kiem An smiled. It's okay. I'm still quite unfamiliar with this place. Hanka pulls her hand to his side and says, Don't worry. In a few days, once the place is cleaned up, I'll take you for a walk everywhere. You'll get used to it gradually. Turning back, he says it won't even take 2 days. The Jiangshan garden has already been cleaned up. Hearing that, she wonders why. Under everyone's surprised eyes, he continued to explain. Oh, you still don't know. Right, mister. Tan sends people to Jiangshan garden every week to guard and clean. Always ready to bring the suitcase in at any moment. Cheis val bietu. Luc Pham vui ve kem on. Jup de lon hoi. Na ding yup toi kem on chutan. Gui loi kam on lon. Ha. NJ mai trong tiek kao con fi cam anong a truk tiep. Han ka goi kiem on lai. Look quickly. Chi Ying. This is our new home. Just look at the villa in front of us and think to yourself, this is truly impressive. Early the next morning, at a 5-star hotel in the new city of Jianghai, Lu Fang is now sitting between 2 old men, with one of them draping an arm over his shoulder, his face flushed from drinking. Old man Tan sitting beside, then offers the glass again, as if urging you to drink more, and you regretfully think to yourself, I was careless. I didn't think much yesterday, and just agreed directly. The old man Tan happily says, Uncle Tan, I don't know if you realize it, but this little Lu is a perfect match for my little Daozi. Uncle Tan sets down his glass, not willing to be outdone. I disagree. My little Thu is beautiful and talented. It's clearly more suitable. Luke Pham thought to himself, so why did it turn out like this? He brought the wine glass closer to you. The lively Dao too, and your mature demeanor complement each other. Don't you think? Tiens, Luke. Luke Pham reached out his hand and said, No thank you, Uncle Dao Shan. I won't drink. Old Tan put his hand on his shoulder, his face flushed from drinking, and said he couldn't say that. Lao Dao didn't realize that talking to Xiao Thu would make you even more cautious. Right, Luke Pham continued. Yeah. Old Dao loudly turned the girl sitting happily eating to face him. What do you mean, right? Little Lu. Take a good look. My little daughter Dao has no scheming in her heart. Haha, this shows her kind heart. She definitely won't fight for anything. Man is a bit surprised what candidate number 2 was forced to participate. Xiao Man's brother is a lively boy from the Zhong city, and Old Tan just looked at his own daughter and the competition, while Old Dao was just rambling about something. My little girl is looking at Xiao Feng, and I believe she and her future husband will get married someday. Seeing this, then Thu blushed and covered her face in embarrassment. Dad, please don't say anymore. Route 1 is extending its participation. Shantu, a promising matchmaker, is the daughter of a wealthy family from Zhonghai City. Then both elders started arguing again, with Old Dao pointing at Old Tan, not knowing who Xiao Fan will marry. Dream less. Old Tan also got angry and retorted. Remember what I said. When they get married, even if you cry and whimper, you still have to go there. Okay, seeing the tense situation, Lufam hurriedly stopped them. Two uncles. Calm down. Han Ka saw this and turned to tease. Little fam. You're really lucky. While Kiam An beside her still leisurely eats, she gently sets down her bowl and chopsticks. Both elders briefly pause and look towards her. Jian Ying remains calm as she wipes her mouth with a towel. The unidentified second player, a mysterious and elegant threat. The beautiful girl, living with Lu Fan. Both elders pause, secretly thinking there are more rivals than we thought. So for now, let's cease fire, there's still much to do. After the tense party, everyone was strolling in the garden when Han Ka saw Luke Pham walking quickly ahead and called out, Little Pham, take it slow. Why the rush? She followed behind, gently covering her mouth to smile. Could it be because of what the two students said during the meal? Kiam An walks beside the corridor, joining in the loud cheers. Maybe he's secretly happy inside, which is why he walks ahead and can only sigh. Please let me go. I don't mention this anymore. Suddenly, Lu Fang stops when he hears someone calling him. Lu Fang. Long time no see. Who? When he turns to the call, he sees Principal Bai and Teacher Li, Principal Bai, and Teacher Li as well. He waved to you. Just now worried you'd forget about us. Principal Bai approached slowly, smiling happily. You worry too much. Lufam is a top scholar from our school. How could someone forget their roots? Professor Lai from No. 3 High School and Principal Bak Hoan of No. 3 High School. At Gyeongson Hoa Vien. Principal Bak slowly entered the house, and everyone around was waiting to welcome him. I didn't expect Principal Bai and Teacher Li to visit, so my little aunt hurriedly invited them into the house. After warmly receiving them, they explained that they came to ask if I would return to my old school to give a lecture. Then the 4 of them sat down together to chat, and the principal said that the promotion ceremony for this year was coming up, so he hoped that the hero of Long Guo, a former student of school now, San, could come back to set an example for the next generation of students. Although it sounds like they want to take advantage of my fame, they have been very kind to me before. So I agreed. Of course I have a request too. I need to focus on reaching level 60. The promotion to rank 3 must happen within 2 months, so the speech can't take up too much time. Mr. Lai happily shook hands with Lu Pham. I didn't expect that even as a first-year student, your goal is already level 60. Impressive. Most graduating students are around level 30. The guest said, Are you flattering me? I hope both teachers can keep this secret for me. It's related to an agreement I made. Principal Bai. Antoine strokes his long beard and continues. Of course. Our exam is quite secretive. The 3 of us said goodbye at the gate, but I never expected that Teacher Li reminded us to meet again at school in 3 days. The next morning, just as the sun was beginning to rise, Luke Phom's phone kept ringing non-stop. He, still half asleep, answered the call. Hello. Where are you on the other end? Old Dao said cheerfully. Little Lu, I already know everything. Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter? Do you see me as an outsider? Luke Pham, hearing this, asked suspiciously, then noticed the sleepy tone of the girl. Just woke up easily. Then I won't talk much anymore. If you get another one, you have to use it. Saying that, he pulled Lao out to pick up the phone while you were staring blankly, wondering what you received. Suddenly the phone rings again. Looking at the caller's name, Lu Pham sighs and mutters. Again. You answer the phone. Uncle Tan. Is there something urgent since you arrived early? Old Tan replied to you. Luke Pham. The experience crystals are about to arrive. Don't worry about leveling up. Tan will help you. Luke Pham. Hearing this, thought with suspicion. Experience crystals are expensive and give little experience. Luke Pham. The experience crystals are about to arrive. Thinking of this, he suddenly sat up and asked urgently. Wait a minute. Do you and Uncle Dao already know about my plan to level up? Old Man Tan was a bit angry when he heard that Dao Song, Damit. That old man got here first. Call Dao Sun immediately for me. In short, don't waste the opportunity. Please hang up now. After saying that, he quickly ended the call, leaving Lu Pham still in shock. Old Man Tan was a bit angry when he heard that Dao Song, Damit. That old man got here first. Please hang up now. After saying that, he quickly ended the call, leaving Lu Pham still in shock. Hello. Mr. Lu, are you at home? I have 2 large experience crystal packages for you. So this is what the secret meaning of the hidden proof is. The delivery guy was so startled when he heard that. Uncle Tan and Uncle Dao immediately bought all the experience crystals in the city and gave them to me. Luke Pham blushed shyly. Because of our good relationship, I didn't dare to accept it for free, since they did it to match their daughter with me. I returned the experience card to Tan Thu and Dao Tu, so consider it as if I bought those crystals. In the following days, I kept using experience crystals and led everyone back to the haunted island to deal with the newly updated monsters. Lufam has reached level 53. You look exhausted sitting on the ground surrounded by used-up crystals. Finally, before the speech day, after clearing the monsters on the haunted island, I also absorbed all the experience crystals. It's finally done. But the crystals only increased my level by half a level. Are you really messing around? Lufam has reached level 54. At high school, no. Sen. Thousands of people are packed tightly below the stage. Someone speaks up. The whole school is here. Today is truly magnificent. Someone responds. I heard they invited someone very skilled at giving speeches. But then another person cut in. Not just skilled, he's our senior. Long Guajiro. Lufam, the legendary Long Su horse from A. Is it real? Where is it? Show me. Principal Bai spoke up to restore order. What order? Before the transfer ceremony, the school invited a very famous alumnus. He then pointed to Luke Pham standing beside him and warmly welcomed senior Luke Pham to chat and share experiences with the students. Everyone in the stands cheered and clapped for him, with countless shouts ringing out. It really is Luke Pham. Long Warrior Horse. Long Warrior Horse. Where are you? A voice echoes. This is Lu Pham's hometown. At the same time, in the old city of Jianghai, Tran Thien Tree was walking and observing his surroundings. He said, Let's also check Thon Chao. No need to rush like the dragon. The spirit bone asked again, Are you sure he is in this city? He's definitely sure. Yeah. As long as we destroy this place, we'll definitely lure him out. Then Kot reminds him, If he's not here, you know the consequences. Tran Thien Tri kneels on one knee and responds softly. If successful, he will gain his power. If not, he will go play with the armored dragon. I remember now. It was happy. I glanced at him. Very well. I like you more and more each day. Answer me one last question. Tran Thien Tri bowed respectfully. Please go ahead and ask. Godbone continued, his gaze full of coldness and seriousness. This small city certainly can't withstand the flames of my power. This is Long Country. You are also from Long Country. If I were to slaughter everyone here, what would you think? Do I need to spare these humans? Tran Thien Tri gently closed his eyes. Calm and indifferent. I don't care. Anyway, killing a few more people will only make it easier to force the 6 demons to show themselves. Shen Kuo remained silent after hearing this. Then it chuckled with delight. That answer pleased me very much. Then, a cloud of white smoke billowed up around the bone god, and it charged upward into the sky, bringing with it a thick fog that spread all around. Let's begin. Everyone around was startled. What's going on? What is that in the sky? It's too hot. Run. Keep running. People on the street panic and run away. Voices of despair echo all around. It's getting hotter every day. What's going on? Don't block the road. He's about to be kissed to death. Tran Thien Tree remained standing still in front of the chaotic scene. He thought to himself, Yeah, they're just insignificant ants. Might as well kill them all. In the sky, the divine bone transforms. As long as it gains more divine bone power, it spread its wings wide. The Grand Minister or the Dragon Kingdom, it's getting hotter every day. What's going on? Don't block the road. The god bone transformed and descended rapidly. Gold and green orbs. Behind them, countless shadows are rushing toward everyone. None of it is anything anymore. A voice from the crowd calls out, Everyone, look up at the sky quickly. The form of the spirit bone clone appears densely, covering the entire sky. That is truly the one above 10,000 people. I like you more and more each day. Answer me one last question. This is it. The name of Tai Te Quoc. The form of the spirit bone clone appears densely, covering the entire sky. I will stand above all mankind. That is truly the one above 10,000 people. I will stand above all mankind. The alarm siren blared throughout the city, causing everyone to panic even more. The urgent scream blends with the roar of the spirit bone clones. Run quickly. The beast tide has arrived. Save yourselves. Principal Bai also became more anxious because of this. The beast tide is coming. All students, immediately retreat from your hiding spots. Hurry up. Lufam didn't hesitate and used his dragon wings to fly higher. His eyes were fixed on the familiar figure in the sky. I didn't expect this guy to be alive again. Luke Pham looked up at the soldiers riding white-winged beasts flying straight toward the divine bone fragment. They intended to confront the ancient divine bone. Urgent voices are ringing out. Hurry up, it must not be allowed to approach the residential area. A serious tone. You need to quickly go to a safe place and do not interfere with the military command center. I didn't expect to hear Lufam's voice calling out, "Just a moment." That soldier, upon seeing the shining gold medal in your hand, spoke respectfully. "The gold medal of the martial arts troupe. Me apologies. Your Excellency." A urgent order was issued by Lufam. "Everyone, disperse immediately, according to the orders. Leave this to me. Everyone, evacuate the townspeople and inform the other squads. Don't gather together. Split up and act separately." To avoid becoming a target, the agile soldier quickly responded, "Yes, I will follow your orders, my lord." He reached out to grab his phone and silently thought to himself, "The physique of the Demon King is truly enormous. Refusing to cooperate would affect many people. Better to let your squad split up and attack separately." The voice filled with worry echoes on the phone. "Principal Bai. Before the beast is tamed, the chaos has not yet been subdued. You absolutely must not go outside." His voice echoed from the other end of the line. "I understand. You're also being careful." A vague figure appears with a cold aura. The clone of the Divine Core managed to get a new body so quickly, and even came here. The thoughts and words of Lufam appear. "I can never forgive you, little rascal." Suffering the transformation into the demon god dragon. System notification. Naturally assimilate. Transform into the enemy's bone dragon. Accept the transformation of the demonic saint dragon. The rank of the demonic saint dragon and its user are on the same level. The roar of the fallen divine dragon echoes as his voice commands decisively, "Handle the puppet squad. Deal with the divine bone-flying dragon. Try to limit the scope of destruction." A question from the 6 demons echoes, understood clearly now. The responses echoed in unison. "Obey the master's command. Manipulate the evil spirits." It can manipulate and transform the puppets of the fallen, and can be swapped and recalled at any time. The fallen demon puppet and that energy will return to the demon saint dragon. When the armies report, the commanding voice orders to disperse the forces. "All right, disperse." The puppet squadron launches a fierce attack. The atmosphere is shaken by divine pressure. This sense of oppression is unlike anything before. This time, the true form of the ancient god of the divine realm has arrived. But amidst the danger, Lufam's unwavering will echoes firmly, whether it's the true form or not. "Today, I absolutely won't let it destroy Jianghai City. Spread your wings and follow a dragon army straight into the fiery battlefield. Come with me." Lufam suddenly turned pale, his eyes clearly showing surprise as he narrowly escaped Tran Tianqi's spear tip thanks to a slight movement. He reached out in shock upon seeing him appear here. "Tran Tianqi." Tran Tianqi's voice rang out, cold and full of hatred. An old friend, long unseen. His eyes blazing as he appeared in dragon form against the sky. A disdainful laugh echoed, "Horseheart Monk, it really is you. I've leveled 4 cities and finally found you." Lufam's fury rises, his voice questioning, "So the beast of Tai Tai Kingdom was caused by you, and yet you brought it here. Are you crazy to attack Tran Tianqi?" "Tran Tianqi." He responded with eyes burning with hatred, his words sharp and directed at the other person. "Crazy. Before killing someone, I still can't go crazy." Tran Tianqi's voice thundered like a lightning strike. "The true body of the Divine Bone Master personally descended here. Both you and the city of Jianghai will be buried together." Hu. His breath is filled with rage and deep resentment. "I once said that one day I would come back to destroy all of you. And today I want you to pay 100 times over." Lufam's voice rang out sternly, but still with a hint of compassion. "Tran Tianqi, you carry the blood of Long Nation within you. No matter how many conflicts we had before, you could never slaughter your innocent compatriots." Tran Tianqi laughed bitterly, his voice full of pain and fury. "Did anyone see me as a human being at first? When I was demoted to the weakest profession, becoming everyone's joke. But now I have gained the power of the divine bones. No one can look down on me easily anymore." His voice deepened, hatred rising like a blazing fire. "Lufam, day and night I think of you. I remember the insult you inflicted on me. I remember how you raised and mocked my golden armor, and I always want to kill you." Lufam frowned, replying in a calm yet firm voice, "You followed the wrong person. I just want you to wake up. The power of divine bones. Has Tran Tianqi really become a divine bone slave?" Rage erupted as Tran Tianqi's shout exploded through the sky and earth. "You dare to strike. You have no right to seize all the benefits of the Dragon Master." His eyes shone with hatred, his voice full of contempt. He launched an attack on Lufam, while also looking down on me. "Big brother. Little Phoenix. Only activate the Dragon Realm and the Jade Statue." Little Phoenix quickly obeys the command. Streams of spiritual energy whirl and twist space, activating a 100-meter diameter Dragon Realm. All attributes of the Dragon Clan and the Bloodline Connection imposters within the domain are increased by 50%. In domains where the enemies are not from the Dragon Clan and lack the Bloodline Connection, all attributes are reduced by 50%, and movement is restricted. Teleportation and summoning can enter or leave the field. The Jade Mirror statue can choose allied units. The replica projects 2 holographic statues, each capturing all the skills of the bonded unit. They are 30% of the original entity, and each holographic projection of the statue can exist in the largest possible number simultaneously. No. For the dragon race, perhaps the effect will be twice as strong as that of teammates with dragon bloodline. Suddenly, the power from the small fee couldn't be activated. Lufam gritted his teeth silently, and both the dragon domain and the jade statue mirror were unusable. In Zhanghai City, Trontian Tree's voice echoes, no one falls twice at the same trap. In the realm of divine bones, the ancient divine bones burn through the sky, where divine bone power rules. All skills, formations, clones, and illusions are useless. Trontian Tree smiled cruelly, his eyes blazing with boundless chaos. This time I will enjoy every moment of your despair. Lufam's sharp gaze. He launched his attack. So let's see who will ultimately be the one in despair. He sneered cruelly. Blocking your sword strike. Lord of the Divine Bone. Let me handle him. His arrogance and hatred are one. He sneered mockingly. I will show him how foolish he truly is. Lufam was stunned, as Trontian Tree's body transformed, a dark aura spreading wildly. In the face of the divine bone mastery power, Trontian Tree, a 110-level divine bone servant of the Heart Lord. Lufam couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had truly become a dog of his own body. Suddenly, he discovered something. A notification sounded, a roar of destruction and fury, causing massive damage to all targets within range, along with weakening effects. Sen. 3 million thunderstorm annihilation. Banishing curse of the heart language to withstand the storm, while dealing 3 million destruction within the target area. This skill can be affected by Thunderbolt Green Driver but is not influenced by Thunderbolt Original Selection. Pure light destruction gathers star power to unleash a laser that causes immeasurable damage. Regardless of the enemy's defenses and unstoppable, the damage depends on strength and rank. A cruel laugh echoes. A low-tier clan dare to mock the gods. The Divine Bone Shield. With 8 to 9% of the absorption remaining, the Divine Bone Shield uses Divine Bone power to create a barrier in front of him. The shield absorbs damage based on the number of Divine Bone fragments around him, and Luofan is stunned. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. How could this be? All the attacks combined but couldn't break through the barrier. The mocking laughter echoed again, full of disdain. Do you still have time to worry about your own line? Your opponent is right here. Your thoughts flash through your mind. Damn it. The power of the ancient Divine Bone God and the level 110 Divine Bone Puppet, Trontian Tri, are truly worlds apart from before. The attacks so far haven't fazed them at all. And Trontian Tri is completely different from the previous Divine Puppets. His laughter echoes wildly through the space. Lufam, I am no longer who I used to be, and you are nothing compared to the power of the ancient god. Trontian Tri's voice was full of arrogance. I will let you taste the power of my divine rank. The skill that someone at your level can't even dream of. Divine Bone Silver Cloud uses divine bone power to forge shards into a divine armor, immune to all control effects, and increasing all attributes by 250%. Lufam's voice quickens, his power surging even more. Xiaoya, we need to find a way to stop him. Lufam steadies himself and orders Dong to coordinate with full strength. Dong's jade crystal shifting between 2 forms. Soul Light Little Phoenix support me Dragon Knight class level 54 plus 49. / twice in succession with dragon energy. And when coordinated, the stream will unleash 2 claw attacks infused with dragon energy simultaneously. Long Destroy transforms its arms into claws, unleashing 6 rapid consecutive attacks that can hit from a distance. When combined, it deals 6 times the magical damage simultaneously. Yen Nulong adds dragon energy to normal attacks, causing ranged damage. The Divine Footstep roars, the aura covering the battlefield. I will make you feel what it's like to be crushed. 2 figures clash and strike. Bloodline of the Jade Beast, inheriting all skill effects of the clan and the bloodline connection, just like I once did. A notification sounds. The Guardian Soul increases all attributes of allied targets protected by the Soul Light by 100 to 200%. It absorbs all damage received, creating 1 to 2 layers of protective aura. When 10 layers are accumulated, it unleashes a powerful burst of protective energy, dealing a total damage equal to the 10 absorbed damage. The total damage commands the 2 clans to attack. I'm fine. Just keep attacking the divine bone god. The raging vortex of energy swirls violently, and lightning flashes through the night like tearing the very space. Heavenly punishment. Absorb energy. Haunting obsession. Move a certain distance in an instant. Deal 800% normal damage to each target within this range. After damaging the target, it inflicts an additional secondary damage equal to 20% of the previous damage. The bone dragon sneered at the cold air. Its severed bones scattered midair, and the catastrophe of divine punishment was interrupted. A roar full of fury echoed through the sky, its gaze filled with contempt and arrogance. Enough already. You lowly insects. The deafening roar of a bow resounded throughout the space. A warning sounds. The shadow lurks, unable to enter stealth at any moment without breaking concealment when attacked or sensed. The bone dragon advances to attack those in its way. Amidst a space filled with killing intent, Lufam's anxious voice echoes through the chaos. A bow. Protect yourself carefully. He unleashes a move. Current, dragon energy. Singing the dragon's laughter, the sword slashes fiercely downward, and as the dragon unleashes its wind, it cuts through the air with long energy, striking twice in quick succession. In coordination, the dragon simultaneously launches 2 claw attacks infused with dragon energy. From afar, Lufam's commanding voice shouts, "Tighten the encirclement." As the green toxic mist spreads like a deadly fog, the mortal realm's deadly poison releases toxic mist within the target area, causing enemies inside to accumulate layers of poison. The more layers, the higher the damage per second, with no limit on the number of layers. Currently reaching the level of 10,000 poison demons, inject the seed into the target's body, where it grows and continuously absorbs their blood. The bone dragon softly speaks. It seems. It rushes forward at a suspicious speed. I have to give it my all. The divine bone dragon spear strikes, channeling divine bone power, unleashing a devastating attack with the current weapon. A bow suddenly appears, forcing it to expand, and it rushes forward to bite and shatter Tronthianchi's spear. His arrogant voice, the Divina Bone Dragon Claw, transforms the broken arm into a divine bone dragon claw. Relying on his own strength's law, its giant arm tries to catch Lufam. You suddenly shout loudly. But at this moment, Poison Dragon charge up. Activate Poison Dragon. And the two transform, stabbing into the underworld. Space shifts. A bow uses his ultimate move, Shadow Assassination. Moving behind the target in stealth, the attack targets the weak point, increasing damage by 1,600% plus additional effects. With Haunting Assault, after dealing damage to the target, it inflicts an extra minor damage equal to 20% of the previous damage. The bright sky illuminates as A unleashes his power, creating a star that shatters to cause massive area damage, with its destructive force depending on his strength. He then launches a move targeting the core, the Poison Sea variant, piercing into the underworld, unleashing current toxins to attack all enemies in the area and doubling the rate of toxin accumulation. It screams in pain that echoes through the space. Askeos erupts. Tiantianji fears and sings. The Divine Bone Master, a massive energy source, gathers and then explodes like thunder, creating a counterwave that sweeps away everything, unleashing a surge of energy, releasing 10 times the absorbed damage, causing a large-scale counterattack. The blue liquid gradually corroded his body, twisting space around him, while poisonous vines from the ground shot up, binding Tronthian tree before he could react, with the poison now merging into the deadly demon vine, planting seeds into the target's body. Lightning bolts from the sky like silver snakes strike down, golden light tearing through the void. Divine punishment karma, locking onto a single enemy target. After each thunderstorm spell is cast, a lightning barrier forms around the target, and when the enemy moves inside it, they take additional damage. The Kotlong's eyes flash with fury, and its voice is filled with rage and resentment. Enough. You damn ants. I will crush you all. The divine energy billows fiercely, and the giant body erupts into blazing gold as spiritual power spirals around it. Lightning bolts from the sky like silver snakes strike down, golden light tearing through the void. Divine punishment karma, locking onto a single enemy target. The burning dragon gradually disintegrated from that scorching aura, with the final damage being 2,074. Then the figure of the burning dragon completely vanished, indicating that Burning Dragon 2 had died. Seeing this, Lufam panicked. Little chit, Gyeonghai City. Crush you all. Zhiliath Divine Bone. The Divine Bone Body burns its own Divine Bone Body for 6 seconds, causing massive damage to all targets in contact, with damage equal to the number of Divine Bone Shards around multiplied by 1,200%. Damage doubles when inside the divine bone area. With current shards at 8, Lu, S, Sen, and 7, your shadow gently bows your head, softly whispering amid the aftermath of the battle. Little chit. You did very well. Go down with the puppet squad. In the rare silence of the space, something suddenly begins to appear. We thought that as long as the dragon bones were still here, the poison dragon would vanish into nothingness. The bloodline of the poison dragon, after suffering a fatal wound, dissolves and regenerates the body, removing all negative effects. And any unit that contacts the poison dragon will become poisoned. Lufam's victory over the dragon proves that the power of the ancient god is indeed terrifying. But I won't just stand here and watch you do whatever you want. The current dragon aura. Sing the long high. Your voice is firm and full of murderous intent. Even if I have to fight alone, I won't back down. Tron Chi sneers coldly as he extends his massive arm toward Lufam. Then I will kill all your dragons. Turn you into the useless trash you were before. The divine bone, Long Chao. Transforming the arm into the divine bone, Long Chao. With the danger, depending on your own strength. The scene shifts to a new area. Voices echoing amidst the ruins. Jianghai New District. 3. Let us go. Nonsense. What can 2 kids do if they take our place? Where are they? Run. Wait for me. Save me. Tu Mong's voice rang out resolutely. 3. Uncle Tan. We know they are all summoning objects of Lufam. The scene shifts to the city center. Jiangzhong Garden. Han Ka anxiously asks Jian Ying. Jian Ying. Do you really see clearly? She gently nods. Her eyes determined. Yes. The divine bone we met in Tai Te Quoc is inside the city. Lufam is definitely fighting it. The atmosphere grew heavy. Worry etched on Han Ka's face. What should we do now? Remembering Lufam is in danger. Jian Ying's voice grew serious. Sister Han. Stay here. Don't go outside. Her eyes flickered uncertainly as she asked. Jian Ying. Are you planning to go help Tu Fam? Old Dao Jiang Yen Zhang. Spell out each word. These fools. What we should do is wait for the wise. Not rush to our death. Old Tan also added. That giant beast is still destroying the city. Why do you have to go? Tan Thru's voice echoed. That's right. Even with just a little strength, we have to go help Lufam. Xiao Mang's voice was gentle but full of brotherhood because we are teammates. The 3 of them spoke in unison with warmth and determination, never letting a teammate fight alone. After hearing such an answer, Dao Lao and Lao Tan were stunned. Han Ka smiled and nodded gently, understanding, and Tan Thu and Tu Mang immediately rushed forward, holding on tight. Old Tan looked up at the figures of the 2 with a thoughtful expression. They're grown up now, capable of handling everything. Lao Dao shouted loudly, Xiao Dao, don't push yourself too hard. If you can't fight, run immediately. His eyes reflected the final words he wanted to say. Be careful and gentle. Don't put yourself in danger. In another place, an explosion echoes. Buildings collapse. White smoke covers everything. The building has fallen. Follow me. Quickly follow me. There's a line of flight behind. Tan looks at his phone, his face filled with suspicion. I didn't expect Lufam to be able to fight such a terrifying monster alone. If this is an ancient god, then the city's security forces are not enough. The echo of his voice rings through the communication device. Hello, teacher. Urgently requesting reinforcements. Kot Long and Lufam clash fiercely. Then suddenly, a familiar voice calls out across the battlefield. Lufam, you're surprised. Why are there so many of you here? The answer comes with a smile. I'm here to help you too. Don't forget we're teammates. Tell us what to do. The cold laughter like metal grinding echoes through the air. Perfect. Now let the hell guns fire at each other. The divine bone dragon. Skillet, transform your arm into a divine bone. Dragon skillet, the power depends on your strength. Tron Tien Tri's giant arm lunged at Lufam. A roaring sound echoing across the sky. The 2 dragons shifting forms. The ancient dragon destroyed. The jade dragon transformed. Shifting forms again. Forever fake. Lufam immediately spun around to warn the others. Don't come over. Be careful of the divine core targeting you. The dark-bone dragon speaks, with a familiar face. My clone remembers you all. Kill them. Tan Thu and others look serious. Lock and load. Xiao Tu. Get ready. Let's handle this. Tron Tien Tri laughs maniacally. Did you hear that the divine bone already intends to kill them all? The alert appears. The will of the fierce dragon warrior. With 3/5 of the equipment available, as the dragon surges wildly, the remaining 1/5 of the bloodline power is unlocked. Transformed into the Golden Dragon King, increasing strength level, agility, and spirit by 50. and endurance by 200. While transforming into the Golden Dragon King, he cannot enter the door state. 3/5. Unlock an additional bloodline power. During the transformation, he will gain skills of wisdom and bloodline mastery. Lufam, in his divine bone form, shouts urgently, "It's too dangerous. Everyone retreat to the ground immediately. Fight the divine bone flying dragon with little Chit." The determined voice echoes one after another. Sword shadows. Follow us. Understood. Thou too. Prepare to fly down to Chit. The final scream echoes through the dark space. No one must escape. Amidst the thick black sky, Tranthian Chi's terrifying voice rings out. You can't save anyone. Luke Pham, the divine bone avatar, is charging energy. His eyes glow with a terrifying red light, so you can open your eyes wider. Lu Pham seems disbelief at the scene before him. Level 100. The transformed image of the dragon bone appears before him. My second, shattered divine bone. Now 59. 720 și 4 pieces. Divina Bona incarnation, regretting the shattered divine bone, using himself as the center to assemble the giant core clone. Each time he gathers a piece of divine bone, his strength increases by 1 point, determining the final mercy of all attacks. Its terrifying voice echoes through the space. No one can escape from here. The sword shadow warns her friend not to look back and to fly at full speed. Something seems wrong. It's broken. He rushed to shield Tan Thu and Tu Mang. I will stop him. Go gather, Chitty. Lan koi trang choan chao. Kot long hin schwong fai an mat hin meet. Ngoi muon ngan kan ta sao. Kau ko hangat sukut len. Tin then kon ko. Tu dava abak. Lu Pham quickly ordered. Everyone, charge together now. The molten lava shell is fully charged with 3 million heavenly thunder destroying the world, and 17 million heavenly spirits destroying the world. The roar of the dragons like blades tearing through space. The molten lava erupts violently within the target's area, forming a lava pool, causing those inside to gradually fall into the magma and suffer severe damage. The current holder of Thunder Palace Thon Lai and Jade Thunder Hall is Jade Bright King. All of Lamlong's skills and power have increased to 100%. Its terrifying voice echoes through the space. No one can escape from here. The sword shadow warns her friend not to look back and to fly at full speed. Something seems wrong. It's broken. 3 million thunderbolts of destruction summon storms and simultaneously unleash 3 million long domination seals of thunder destruction on the target, removing all beneficial effects on the enemy. Obsessive attack. After causing harm to the target, it will inflict an additional 20% external damage. The air cracks open as a giant core appears, summoning 10 million celestial destructions to conjure a single core. Inside the energy core, over time, it absorbs energy and levels up its power. When the core collides or is detonated by the Void Dragon, it causes massive damage. Is the sword shadow suspicious? Have you succeeded? Luke Pham quickly sees the moment. His determined gaze fixes directly on the chaos at the center. Thank you, little rascal. This time, it's probably seriously injured. Right amid the smoke, the sinister gaze of the bone dragon appears. Enough. The divine power erupts like hellfire. I no longer have the means to deal with your troublesome selves. Divina Bone Chains. The chains transformed by divine bone power can control all targets chosen by the ancient divine bone. Targets held for 60 seconds cannot move, use skills, items, or their equipped weapons. At the same time, the supernatural ability will nullify all of the target states and passive effects. The glowing chains piercing through the void, cutting through all creatures and hidden shadows, have been forcibly removed. Even Lufam was caught by the Bonehair's chain. How is this possible? Could it really be impossible to defeat the ancient divine bone? Kot Long coldly orders. Kid. Now go kill him. Tron Tien Tree respectfully replies. Yes, Lord Kot. The scene turns desperate. It's over. The Black Blade's concealment and the immunity of the dragon gun have all been nullified. The whispering voices gradually fade. Worry echoing, what should I do now? Even little Chick coming here isn't a match. And I definitely can't let Tan Thu and the others be involved. In the shattered air, Tranthian Tree's prideful voice rang out, Luke Pham. This moment has finally arrived. I will make you understand with your life that I am the strongest dragon tamer. A dark ring of light surrounds me. Black spiritual energy surges, these young dragons. Let me devour them. In this life and death moment, Lu Pham's eyes flash with fierce determination. At this point, I can only go all out. A voice like a clash rang out from his mouth, carrying that useless arrogance of his. Go and die. The sky suddenly lit up brightly. A roar, echoing across the realm. Don't let me down. Accept my summoning. Guardian Demon Dragon King. As soon as Lufam's command rang out, V Ma Long Vuong appeared to block his path, destroying his enormous arm. When the demonic aura enveloped him, Tron Tien Tree was stunned. What is this terrifying power? And where does it come from? V Ma Long Vuong slightly reproached me. So you still didn't trust me? Only summoning me when you're about to die. The system appeared, bowing to the Dragon King. 2 more times left. Proud glance. Hello. Kid, you really know how to cause trouble. The first time summoning and I had to face the ancient god. I laugh loudly. A laugh carrying the weight of 1,000 years. Little Dragon Master. After today there will only be 2 more times left. Can you handle the ancient god? The voice of the Vema Long Vuong is calm, but full of determination. It might be a bit of a waste of time. But don't forget, I have transformed back into the Vema Long Vuong. The light of dragon energy erupts. How powerful is the rank of a Dragon King? A terrified cry echoes from afar. What is that? What is that Lufam is doing? Those people are hiding their eyes at that divine scene. Is there also a power we have never seen before? The Vema Long Vuong scoffs. What a filthy power. The space trembles. The Vema Long Vuong's overwhelming strength spreads everywhere. The final scream of death echoes like thunder. Yet you still manage to repel my power. Old Tan stands inside a ruined building in Jianghai City, happily looking outside. The sky is back to normal. The air is no longer hot. The temperature is normal again. Dao Lao from next to him also pulls his hand and shouts. Amazing. Old Tan. This is a sign that Lufam is about to win. Lufam thought to himself. I didn't expect the Vema Dragon King to have a skill that can easily dispel ancient gods like that. The fat man beside him screams out. The information panel shows the Sheets Shen Kot has shattered. The Demon Guardian Dragon King opens his mouth to release a fireball, disdainfully saying, then facing me. There is only a dragon image without the frame of the dragon soul. A notification appears that the world-ending wind and firestorm is charging energy, Tron Tien Tree. In the form of milk, silently thought and controlled the attack of 4 elemental types. The Dragon King was persistent. At the head of the ancient Long, advancing steadily, yet still fighting against Lufam. The Vema Dragon King roared loudly, mimicking a poor imitation of a human, so it could disappear. The split spirit body saw the situation ahead and opened its mouth in shock. Not good. Immediately, a powerful force descended from above, and the information panel displayed that the part of the world-destroying storm was gathering wind, snow, fire, and raging blizzards. Focus your attack on the target to cause great harm to the destroyer dragon, while within 12 seconds, extend the range of the attack to maximize damage. Tianji, standing behind, is also knocked back by the previous strike. Shouting loudly, Lufam and the dragons on one side were pushed back by that immense wave of power. Retreating several steps, the voice of the divine clone echoed from the wreckage, resonating through the space. No, it can't be. He couldn't believe it and asked, this power is comparable to mine. Why are you willing to sacrifice yourself for him? 1 horn and an arm of the divine core clone have been shattered, and the information panel keeps flashing. The divine core forehead leaf, with only 2% absorption remaining, uses the power of the divine core in front of it to form a layer of forehead leaf. The amount of absorption depends on the number of divine core fragments surrounding it. The evil Dragon King's eyes gleamed with brutality as he looked down from above, grabbing the head of the divine clone with one hand. Unrelated to you, the information panel appears, detailing the sharp, haunting blade, a power seized from the dragon race by the ferocious Dragon King. The dragon claw strikes the target with a powerful blow, ignoring 90% of the enemy's defenses, and breaking through their armor. A voice suddenly sounded in his ear, making him startle. As he worried for the original owner, as soon as he finished speaking, countless arrows shot through the divine mind from behind. The bright snake arrow can fire 12 magic arrows even without drawing the bow. Each arrow causes 20% damage and is surrounded by a life source shield that increases the life source for all your targets, extending their life and recovery time. You keep the stance with the sword raised and say, the one you should worry about is yourself. A panel of information appears, hiding in stealth, able to enter or remove stealth at any time. When affected by mental attacks or injuries, the hiding state cannot be removed. Tianji looked away and let out a sigh. No one will be the owner of you anymore. Both I and the Great Divine Bone have the same goal to eliminate you, but secretly. I'm worried, it's not good. Now all of his dragon pets are heading straight for me. Lufam raises the target in front of him, aiming. You won't be able to turn back now. Tran Tien Tree. Current power level. 1 second. Arrow shot. Min releases his attack after holding the power for 3 seconds, unleashing an arrow that increases its damage by 500%. Tianji still refuses to admit defeat and shouts loudly. I don't think I'll be afraid just because you have a Dragon King. He brandished his claws. I hate his arrogant demeanor. Summoning his divine dragon claw, he transformed his arm into a divine dragon claw, relying on his own strength. The Shadow King strikes twice with his claws, causing Thien Tri to scream in agony. Using a stealth attack from behind, he targets the weak spot for a decisive blow, deals 1,600% of the target's strength as damage. With an obsessive strike, after inflicting damage, an additional 20% external damage is applied. The armor on Tianji's body shattered, revealing his face, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I hate those who can rise to the sky in a single step, yet I am just a pawn. Trading talent for a dragon armor that you never truly see. Lufam quietly pulls the bowstring in his hand as the status information appears. Current power at 2 seconds. The devouring demon Dragon King unleashes a massive flame that engulfs Tianji's entire body, burning everything to ash. He destroys the large dragonfly wings, unleashing 4 tornado flames that cause significant damage to the target. He is still burning, trying to stand up from the rubble, muttering to himself, someone who doesn't understand my situation. The golden buffalo is a rare light that appears on the peak of my despairing life. If I catch it, what's wrong with that? Tianji lifts his head, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He is tall and well-equipped, able to freely criticize me for betraying my honor. Above, the Spirit and the Haunting Long King, too, unleash their moves simultaneously, summoning 3,000,000 thunderbolts to destroy the world and calling forth storms within the target area while unleashing 3,000,000 forbidden dragon spells of thunder destruction. The skill is affected by the thunder and lightning of Thonlai, unaffected by the source of the lightning, and is enveloped in the essence of destruction, gathering the full power of his spiritual light. He unleashed a laser that caused unpredictable devastation. Ordinary defenses could not stop it. The damage was determined by strength and level, with lightning strikes pouring down, and Tianji below crying out in pain, I hate you. A white glow envelops the entire space as his body gradually falls. I will never forgive you. The Divine Mind's hand rises straight at the flying person, calling out, Lufam. The status display appears in front of Lufam. Current energy, 3 seconds. At this moment, you also let go of the bowstring, releasing the arrow you've been holding all along. I understand everything, but unfortunately, you've gone down the wrong path. The arrow speeds through, piercing straight through the heavenly intelligence. The destructive arrow. Min releases the arrow when the force reaches 3 seconds, increasing its damage by 500%. His eyes have turned completely white, his head tilted back, blood pouring from his mouth. Blood keeps gushing from just before the reverse celestial consciousness, spraying wildly into the air, until finally his body falls freely to the ground. Lufam simply remains silent, his eyes fixed intently on the place where the heavenly eye fell for a long time. He seemed to suddenly remember something and glanced back over his shoulder. Over here, on the ground, lies the shattered body of the divine clone. The demon protector Dragon King asks you, Little Dragon Master, have you finally finished and are ready to face the end? Lufam wondered and turned to look at it. It seems this ancient god is only breathing. With your strength, do you still need me to finish it? Well, to clarify, even though I say that, I don't want to use all my strength and prolong the rest time. You also wouldn't want to miss the opportunity I give you to find the dragon armor proof. Right. The head of the split divine core body spoke again with a taunting tone. Big dragon, are you really willing to destroy me? Its eyes flashed with cunning, beginning to tempt you. You live to seize power, but I can bestow the power of the ancient god upon you. Join me. The demon guardian Dragon King did not respond but only looked at it. And Tanthu, on this side, hurriedly turned around in panic as the body of the little chit was gradually being drawn away. Lufam gathered all his dragon pets back to his side and sternly ordered, Guardian Dragon King, don't forget our promise. Act quickly. I chuckle a few times, activating the power within my body. Little speech dragon lord, are you still worried that I might betray you? I loudly declare. I don't even look at the strength of my subordinates. Then the demon lord and Lufam combined together, both use their powers simultaneously, summoning the destructive wind and storm of fire and snow, focusing their attack on the target to cause great damage to the dragon tearing. While in the following 12 seconds, it creates a wide area of destruction, and the 10,000 Dragon King, the language of the Dragon Su, merges all Dragon Sung and himself into the 10,000 Dragon King, unleashing an incomparable single attack, which will be erased after the attack ends. The head of the clone divine core sighed in relief, saying, So this time I was afraid. I didn't expect the demon Dragon King to protect humanity. As it finished speaking, Both sources of power from the Demon Dragon King and the 10,000 Dragon King shot straight ahead, causing an enormous explosion. The fierce wind blows, forcing everyone to use all their strength to resist, but don't think that our battle is over. Lao Tan and Old Dao inside the building are also affected, and their voices reach them besides me. There are 35 ancient gods who will wake up sooner or later. The eye of the divine clone emits a red light, and at that moment, all of you will be affected. Its head is completely obliterated, leaving only one sentence erased from this world. Tan Tu Fan, Kondang Fung Chay Gay Trong Thailand, Muon Tiep Tuk Chien Dao, Tikiem Aing Oben, Kan Da Dung Ta Chachak Hang Dong Lai Roy, Tot Len Lu Hung Tu Dang Da Ra Het Roy, Nai Tiu Mang Fuang Ying Dao, Sang Mot Huang Fualon Tien Goi Moi, Ngoy Nyin Kia Tan Tu, Thai Chi Chon Lai Fe Ma Long Fuang Fa Fan Long Fuang Dung Oben Kia Ti Fui Mung Toi Choi. Luke Pham has won. Xiaoman also raised his hands in celebration. We are safe now. Luke Pham sighed with emotion. Finally finished. The ancient god is indeed stronger than expected. The information panel shows Luke Pham has reached level 59, while the Demon King Dragon stands behind him, closing his eyes and shrugging his shoulders. Then she turned around and walked away. Luke Pham looked at the back of the mighty Demon Dragon King and thought to himself, in the end, he still had to seek her help. But everyone was exhausted. However, just a little more, and he would be able to ascend to the 3rd rank. He looked at the information display. The contract. Black Dragon 2. Level 52. Exhausted. Remaining recovery time is 4 hours and 43 minutes. Contract. Poison Dragon. 2. Level 49. Exhausted. Remaining recovery time. 28 minutes. Contract. Spirit Stream 02. Level 48. Pledge. Making Long 2. Level 46. Exhausted. Remaining recovery time 4 hours 43 minutes. Pledge. Poison Dragon 2. Level 47. Exhausted. Remaining recovery time 23 hours 55 minutes. I don't know when, but the ferocious Demon Dragon King has been standing behind Lufam and asks, so how do you plan to thank me? You look away, reminding her to remember that you are about to break the agreement. After all, you are the one who proposed the task for me to recover. The ferocious Demon Dragon King laughs as if teasing. Oh my god. She really doesn't understand romance at all. She leaned in and placed a hand on Lufam's shoulder, as the ancient god of bones said, there are only 35 more ancient gods about to awaken, and you only have 2 chances left to accept my challenge. What do you plan to do in the future? Or will you let your guard down and reconcile with me? Maybe then I will break my rules and help you. Luke Pham closed his eyes, brusquely pushed her hand away, and said, done for today. Go rest before someone sees and thinks you're a beast. The Demon Dragon King asked again. Are you worried about me? She stroked her hair and said, but I'm happy to be in the human city. Just say I'm cosplaying. Suddenly, a strange force sphere appeared floating above the central node, catching Luke Pham's attention as he narrowed his eyes. The sphere emitted a purple energy, and the information panel confirmed it had been received. The origin of the ancient divine seed. Luok Pham looked down at what was in his hand and asked, do you know what this ancient divine seed is? The information display showed that the origin of the ancient divine seed describes the core of the ancient divine bone, containing the supreme power of the ancient divine bone. Then she turned around and walked away. Luke Pham looked at the back of the mighty Demon Dragon King and thought to himself, in the end, he still had to seek her help. But everyone was exhausted. However, just a little more, and he would be able to ascend to the 3rd rank. He looked at the information display. The contract. Black Dragon 2. Level 52. Exhausted. The Demon King of the Fiendish Abyss told you some information. This dirty thing is the core that will help it revive. In a few 10,000 years, it will turn back into a divine bone. Luke Pham was startled to realize that it means we haven't completely sealed the ancient god. This is its seed. Luke Pham frowned, wondering what the difference was from a time bomb, secretly thinking that even if it took thousands of years for it to revive, what if this fell into the hands of other ancient gods? The Demon King of the Fiendish Demons stroked his nose and said with a hint of meaning, as if it were a treasure to him, that if it fell into the hands of others, it would be very dangerous. Luke Pham angrily looked at me and asked what was going on. The devouring Demon Dragon King began analyzing everything. I know about your 2 flying dragons. They were originally guardians protecting the divine wood of the Long Vuong creatures, but they were killed by my previous Long Guardian. I suspect that now they have absorbed the aura of the ancient gods, which makes me feel nauseous. I think you use the essence of the ancient gods to alter their bloodlines, transforming them into fallen celestial green dragons. And the essence that can help them ascend is derived from the crystallized core. The Demon King of the Fiendish Demons concludes everything so far with one sentence. But the essence originates from the primal source. I reach out, lifting your chin and pointing out a method you can completely teach them again. Feed them the primal essence of the ancient gods, and let them complete their final transformation into dragons, becoming true dragon kings. Lufam, slightly dazed quietly, repeated the words he just heard, becoming the dragon king through transformation. The essence of the fallen gods turning the flying dragons into demon dragons. The essence of the sacred mountains transforming demon dragons into green dragons. At first, he visualized a scene from the past. But since the essence of the ancient gods lacked energy, it couldn't be transformed. So if it were the primal origin of the gods, Lufam asked again, "You said the ancient gods are eternal. So after I use the primal source, how will the ancient gods' remains come back to life?" Vima Dragon King chuckled. "Long Master, you're really worrying over nothing." "Oh." I raised a finger to my lips and replied that if other dragons ate them, in a few 10,000 years they would be robbed of their bodies and become new ancient gods. But your two dragons are different because they have been dead for a long time, only as vessels for reincarnation through skill. Vema, Long Vuong continued. So in the future, when your grass has withered, how can the divine bones of the ancient god overcome this problem? That's a difficult question for it. Lufam held the primal essence in his hand, closed his eyes. And no wonder you're not interested in this thing. Afraid that one day it might be snatched away. As the ancient divine core and the demon guardian dragon king vanish, a voice echoes through the space, causing Lufam to turn around and look. Lufam, below the ground, Lao La and Lao Tan are running over, while a sword image on a sword flies towards them in the sky. Next to them, Tan Thu is sitting on a giant bird, with a little dragon behind her calling out, "Lufam, I know you are safe and sound." Old Tan, leaning on one hand on his hip and looking to the side, finally found his grandson. "Quickly check if anyone is coming." Lufam also looked in that direction. "Where do Tin?" Smiling, was pulling the reins of a giant bird. "Kid, long time no see." Lufam opened his eyes wide and said 3 words, "Old acquaintance." Do Tin step down from the bird, extending a hand and calling out loudly. Hearing the guards say a Griffin Legion badge was dispatched to deal with the beast this afternoon. "I know it's definitely you." Lufam shook hands with him and admitted it. "Yes, it's you. The sudden events in your hometown make it unavoidable for you. Is that correct?" Lufam openly admitted to him that he destroyed 4 cities in Tai Te Quoc to find his nephew for revenge, and more importantly, that 35 ancient gods will awaken one after another. Du Tin was startled and confirmed again when Old Tan suddenly interrupted them from the other side. "Master, I apologize for the inconvenience," he directly requested it. "Thanks to Lufam, the beast suppression this afternoon was completed so quickly. Please come to the city defense headquarters to receive the report." "I understand. Over there." Tan Thu anxiously pulls on Lufam's arm. "Oh my god. What happened to your hand?" Lufam calmly reassures her. "It's okay. The little injury has been treated. Don't tell her anything." "Okay." Du Tin closed her eyes. "But before leaving, I still have to do this." Old Tan kept asking, "Do you have any other matters?" "Sir," he laughed loudly and embraced the 3 of them with both arms. Lufam frowned, wondering what the difference was from a time bomb, secretly thinking that even if it took thousands of years for it to revive, what if this fell into the hands of other ancient gods? The demon king of the fiendish demons stroked his nose and said with a hint of meaning, as if it were a treasure to him, that if it fell into the hands of others, it would be very dangerous. "I know it's definitely you." Lufam shook hands with him and admitted it. "Yes, it's you. The sudden events in your hometown make it unavoidable for you." Lufam, Tan Thu, and Old Tan naturally report Lufam's contributions to defending Jianghai City to the 3 elders, hoping for a reward for this young man. Lufam is embraced tightly, exchanging glances and replying with gratitude. "Thank you, senior." Xiaoman in front also waved goodbye to you. "Bye-bye." Jian Ying sitting on the rock. Tan Thu just kept silent with a blushing face, while Old Tan frantically struggled. "Teacher, please let us down first. Sorry for making you wait so long." Sword Shadow. She looked at you and stood up empty-handed. "No. I was just thinking if I could be as strong as you." The sword image brushes its hair, eyes looking up at the sky. "Maybe I already prevented the beast's descent in Van Back and protected my family." Lufam silently thought. "That's right. Fate still stands with me, thanks to the super treasure system. Even with the weakest profession I can still rise to the top. But there's no need to suggest it. Let's go too." He turned his head and replied, "You think you're so noble? You have everything. What's wrong with me taking you down? Go ahead and criticize me for selling out my dignity. I wonder to myself, do I really have the right to change someone else's path? If I had met Trontian Tri before Kim Chow, met the Sword Shadow before the Beast of Dusk, would their lives be different now? The voice of the sword image echoes, pulling Lufam out of his thoughts. But I quickly realize that even with power, he will never lose himself. You will fight for others, even if it means risking death. Standing in front to protect everyone. She smiled brightly. So I am very glad to have met you. Lufam, you have changed my life. Lufam's lips also curled into a faint smile as he responded. Thank you. The sword shadow turned and walked away. Let's go home. Lufam's eyes moved as if he had discovered something. You silently looked at the remaining piece of the divine clone's body lying on the ground. Lufam turned around, quietly wondering if I had met you before Kim Chow. Maybe we would have become good friends. Your back is gradually disappearing into the distance. The fragment of the divine clone's body completely dissolves. Farewell. Another star falls. The sun shines brightly during the day. And 3 days later, in the Hoa Vian garden, Hanka's voice echoes through the house. Xiao Fun. Wake up and have breakfast. She gently knocked on the wooden door in front of her and said, Mr. Tan and Mr. Dao are busy rebuilding the city, but they still sent someone to bring breakfast. So get up and try the sword shadow. After a while, with no response, Hanka decided to reach out and grasp the door handle, then push the door open slightly, revealing a huge space-time gate inside. 10 minutes later, Lufam looked up at the sky and waved goodbye to the 3 Tingdi people. Old Tan and Tanthu in the sky. Stay safe. Lufam glanced at the 2 pieces of the ancient divine core in his hand, seeming to think that maybe he really was afraid of being taken by the ancient god. And Tufi beside him also stared at it in shock. He tilted his head slightly, signaling that only they could handle this trial with the divine dragon, and the 2 of them responded with a single loud shout. Lufam quickly raised his hand and warned Xiaopai if anything happens. Like awakening the ancient divine core, he precisely threw the ancient divine core into the mouth of the long dragon, then immediately pulled back the long dragon. Xiaopi clenched her fists and nodded. The 2 sacred dragon slayers are suffering terribly as the sacred dragon slayer grabs the primordial essence and swallows it, their bodies being affected by some mysterious force. Every time they consume the essence of the ancient god, they endure immense pain. But beyond that pain lies transformation. The eyes of the 2 longs of the thief saint are shining, their bodies gradually approaching each other. Lufam squints, realizing that they are merging into one. After a moment, the 2 longs of the thief saint become a single connected mass, with long golden strands growing from inside. I shouted loudly. Not good. Little Fee. Use the Phi Thui light. Little Fee quickly obeyed and rushed forward. She raised both hands to activate her skill, the bloodline of the Phi Thui clan, doubling all skill effects for the clan and those connected by bloodline, immune to all negative effects. Increase self-healing ability by 5,000%. Phi Thui light creates 3 to 6 layers of protection for the target, removing all negative effects. At the same time, all attributes are increased by 30 to 60%, with each blessing layer able to block 1 attack. A massive explosion causes debris to fly everywhere, forcing Lufan to raise his hands to shield himself. Eyes tightly closed. When the thick white smoke dissipates, you cough a few times and ask anxiously, Da Thine Long. How are you guys? Lufam stares blankly at the scene before him, with the final evolution countdown showing 23 hours and 59 minutes. He points at the enormous gray block on the other side and silently says to himself, Da Thine Long. Revert to the original state of the twin soul Phi Long Vuong before awakening. Lufam looks at the information displayed on the panel, including the contract. Hadeline Dos. Level 49. Skills. Source of Life. Jade Light. Blessing Yada. Long Domain. Jada Mirror. Mobile Guardian. Natural Assimilation. Ability to bite equipment buttons, but transform skills and equipment traits into his own. Natural Assimilation. Calling the Jade Line. Assisting the twin Da Than Long, and with the same level as the user. Natural Assimilation. And the paper person seeking. After using it for a period of time, you will receive guidance to the target's location. Natural Assimilation. The Cursed Contract of the Dragon King. The Cursed Resurrection of the Dragon King. And the All-Black Claw. The level of the All-Black Claw equals that of the user. With shape-shifting, bloodline of the Jadeite stream, you silently analyze that Cao Swang's call to the line can't be used, and the Vima Long Vuong didn't mention the success rate when using the ancient core. Then turns back and calls out, Xiaofi. You can't call them easily. Just go home and wait. She's trying to touch the gray block, and hearing your voice, she responds, Ohum. Lufam quietly calculated his plan. If the initial transformation failed, he would use the Morozo demonic cannon to destroy the newly born divine core immediately. He looked at the gray block for a moment before leaving, thinking to himself, perhaps the holy dragon can withstand the resurrection, and he hopes to recover the ancient divine source. But what will be the outcome? Lufam put his hands in his pockets and stepped out of the space gate, thinking to himself that he would have to wait another 24 hours to find out as Hanka's door opened and he walked past carrying his belongings. Zaying him, she called out, "Ah, you're back. Xiaofeng." She said someone from the city defense army came to find you and wanted you to go to the regiment. There's a squad leader looking for you. Lufam replied, "Senior, so you're leaving now?" Hanka called from behind. "Hey, you already ate the breakfast I brought." Lufam explained to her, "When you come back, you'll eat. Surely the senior has something important to want to talk to you about." Hanka could only sigh in admiration. That guy really is. What is he watching? Sitting on the sofa and looking at the TV screen. The election for the ruler of Taite Kwok. A voice from the news broadcast says from the TV. Public support for Lugia is decreasing. I believe that the recent news has caused the people to lose sympathy for Lord Lu's death. Instead, there is hope that Lugia will relinquish the position of ruler. Yes. The beast wave that wiped out Taite Kwok was destroyed in just one day by a small city in Longkwok. Lu family has embarrassed Taite Kwok in front of the whole world. Hanka also looks at the TV. Yeah. This time, the Beastmaster destroyed Taite Kwok first before coming to us. Jianying tilted his head and quietly added that this time, the Taite again wiped out a nation, but thanks to the ancient divine bone and Luke Pham, they managed to escape. Meanwhile, at the Jianghai City Guard Corps meeting, Dutin sat on his chair and responded when he heard the knocking. "Come in." Luke Pham just entered the room and asked, "Senior Du, did you call me about the ancient gods?" Dutin closed his eyes and rubbed between his eyebrows to admit, "Yes, it's about you and the ancient gods. It really is an indescribable fate." He opened his eyes, moved his finger, and pressed a button on the laptop keyboard. Although the ancient gods' remains have already disappeared, it claims there are still 35 other ancient gods awakening one after another, according to the latest news from the northern border. Doting reported that the fallen ancient gods showed signs of awakening, and last night, the northern border experienced an earthquake that caused an avalanche. His expression grew more serious as he looked at the person in front of him. On another side of the mountain, a second blood moon appeared. Lu Fang was also stunned by the new information. His eyes wide as he asked once more. The giant beast beneath the northern snow mountain has opened its second eye. Dutin closed his eyes in helplessness and raised his wine flask. Not only that, but even from the camp, you could hear the mountain itself rumbling. Although the ancient gods' remains have already disappeared, it claims there are still 35 other ancient gods awakening one after another, according to the latest news from the northern border. Doting reported that the fallen ancient gods showed signs of awakening, and last night, the northern border experienced an earthquake that caused an avalanche. So currently all exploration missions have been halted, and the camp has retreated 50 kilometers away. Lu Feng propped his chin with his hand, beginning to recall that when he was in Squad 78, the creature they explored was not the ancient god. It's likely just its servant. While the true fallen god is still sleeping deep inside the black coffin at the ruins. Dutin glanced at him to confirm. Yes, the true fallen god has awakened early, and its power is around level 110 to 120. He described the situation there as if the heart of that giant beast was pounding. Dutin tilted his head back, drinking from the bottle. As snowstorms continuously appeared around the snowy mountains due to its breath, he suddenly turned to the side and declared, "But with you, Long Guo, and the Long Su horse Luke Pham, who killed the ancient gods and spirits." Dutin firmly stated, "With you, we will have hope to protect Long Guo." Luke Pham modestly said, "Senior Du, you're overestimating me." Dutin placed one hand on the wooden table, leaning down to search for something. "I'm not the one saying this. It's Han Lao, from the three elders of Long Guo. He highly values you and has convinced the other two." Luke Pham asked curiously. So Han Lao's meaning was that before he finished speaking, Dutin had already slammed a black carry-on suitcase onto the table. According to Han Lao's suggestion, the veteran warrior, the veteran enhancer, and the veteran survivalist of Long Guo entrusted me with the plan to eliminate the ancient gods. He unlocked the suitcase and pushed it in front of you. With Lu Pham, the only one who has ever killed an ancient god. As the protector of Long Guo, the government will fully support you, helping you recover and become the beacon of hope, a weapon against the ancient gods. Lu Pham also lowered his head to look at what was inside the suitcase. Dutin extends an invitation. This is the Firelink plan. Luke Pham, do you agree to join? A datasheet appears. The complete Longquok Firebird Legend set with a 25% increase in all attributes for the wearer. In the Zhanghai City Defense Brigade meeting room, a voice echoes in the space. This is the Firebird plan. Lufam, do you agree to participate? Du Tin looked at the person in front of him and said, You are a key part of our plan. But this is a very important responsibility. Think it through carefully before you answer. Suddenly, he forcefully slammed the incense burner onto the table, causing it to shatter outward. Just the bloodthirsty beast already made people feel terrified and uneasy. Dua was covered in blood on his hands, and Du Tin's face also darkened. If one day the ancient gods of those coffins awaken, it could be the end of Longquok. How could I refuse? Dodiying saw you take the metal out of the suitcase and smiled brightly. He stepped over and patted Lufam on the shoulder, praising him. Well done. I knew you were very capable. He then shared his own guess. I thought such a great responsibility wouldn't be easily accepted by you. After all, it's not something you have to bear. Lufam smiled with his eyes, honestly admitting that if Tam Lao had other options, at most he would just save the people around him. Lufam didn't answer immediately, only slightly lowered his head and remained silent, with strands of hair covering his eyes. After what felt like a long time, he finally looked up and responded. The mission to protect Longquok. Du Tin laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. We were right not to underestimate you. You truly deserve to be nurtured by this country. Then he pressed the button to open another case. So it's only fair to reward you with the role of protector. Du Tin points to the yellow gem inside the box, and an information panel appears, showing the legendary artifact's effect of monitoring and surveillance over the entire territory. After registering in the territory, a storm cloud will cover the entire domain, in automatic mode. It will monitor the entire territory and detect any situation. Sneaky, hidden, or disguised intruders will trigger manual mode, causing a lightning strike upon detection. Lufam took it eagerly, turning around to ask, Senior, are you really giving me this? Du Tin took a sip of his wine. His face slightly flushed as he smiled and replied, Of course. The item was specially forged by Lo Lao with his craftsmanship for the bait plan. Tianfu Island can defend against humans or monsters, up to level 90, and class 4. Now with Lo Lao's created Thunder Frame of Lightning, even level 5 and level 120 might not be a problem. Du Tin's voice whispered in your ear, The chance of successfully creating this is only 0.1%. Not to mention, the materials needed are very rare, and only Lo Lao has ever made it for himself. Han Lao. And Tu Lao. He places the bottle down and continues speaking. You're the fourth person to have it. Lufam. You should evaluate yourself so the defensive system in your territory is comparable to that of the 3 old dragons of Long Country. Right. Du Tin just pointed and warned. It's definitely only for your own use. Don't reveal it. Only Lo Lao has the design. It's a national secret. Lufam still stared intently at the yellow jade. In response, Yes. Elder. Please rest assured, the notification has been received, so there is no way for the violent person to escape. He clasped his hands together, looking serious. And before you leave, let me remind you once more of the privileges of the Protector of Long Country. Du Ting began listing. You can use all the resources of Long Country to increase your strength. Your power only ranks after the 3 elders. When the battle with the ancient god begins, all armies must obey your command, including my Griffin Legion. He reaches out his hand forward. And now you won't have time to retreat even if you want to. Everything is for defeating the ancient god. Lufam, facing him, also extends his hand. Yes, the two of them clasped hands tightly. Du Tin declared that the ignition plan officially began. The next morning, outside the Heavenly Prosperity Island in the ruined palace, Lufam stood among the construction workers holding the yellow ore piece in his hand. You clenched your hand and crushed the yellow piece. Immediately, 2 blinding beams of light intertwined from underground, shooting straight into the sky. The 2 beams merged at the center to form a circular shape resembling a tornado. A worker points at the intense beam of light and asks what it is. Is the enemy attacking? Marodzo, wearing sunglasses, also turns around to look around. The information board has been activated. The sacred frame of chaos. Lufam looks up at the lightning rods shooting high above and exclaims, Impressive. So this is the defensive perimeter reserved for the 3 old dragon kingdom. The information board continues to display details, including the name of the territory, Tianfu Island, the territory level, and who. The territory covers 4,380 square kilometers, located in a different marine zone, with a defense system featuring violent storm formations and mysterious energy fields, all automatically activated. Morozo approached curiously from behind and asked, Luke fam. What is this defense system? I turn back and tell him a reason. Sorry, Morozo. This is very special. I have to keep it secret. Marozzo also didn't ask further. Just lowered his black glasses to observe the pillar more closely. I understand. I can sense that this is a legendary item, stronger than a demon cannon. Only national master-level experts can create something like this, with my expertise. You must also keep it secret. At this moment, an explosion occurs far down the mountain. Morozzo looks in that direction and asks, "What's going on over there? Is there some construction? Could the defense system be malfunctioning?" Luke Fam also glanced in that direction and suddenly realized it was the channel of the fallen holy dragon. He pushed through the crowd at lightning speed toward that spot, shouting loudly to warn everyone, "Let me go over there." "Everyone must stay back," a royal engineer asked. "What's going on?" someone responded. "A strong shockwave is coming from the compound." Morozzo reached out to touch the pillar and asked, "Can I study it a little?" Lu Fam, who was frantically running ahead, replied, "No." Morozzo takes a deep breath and accepts it. "I can guess that much. The only one capable of creating something this terrifying is surely that legendary hero with the enhancement profession." When Lufam ran over, blue energy streams were emanating from the cocoon of the fallen demon holy dragon. Inside the cocoon, something seemed to be breaking out, and those energy streams were spreading more and more into the surrounding space. Luke Fam froze in place as he was transported to another space, where a display showed a ruined courtyard and palace. A massive energy blast struck, forcing him to shield his face and scream, "This is the final evolution of the fallen divine dragon. It's finally here." The notification screen. Final evolution. Only a few seconds left. Luke Fam waved his hand and called out, "Xiaopi, if the demon god dragon is betrayed, open the dragon realm immediately." 2 notifications appeared on the information panel. Final evolution. 5 seconds remaining. Final evolution. 1 second remaining. Xiaopai stood aside, waiting, her eyes flashing with a green light. A surge of energy bursts out from the cocoon of the fallen divine dragon, and Xiaopai raises her hand to activate her power. The emerald light forms 3 to 6 layers of protection for the target, removing all negative effects and increasing all attributes by 30 to 60%. Each blessing layer can withstand 1 attack. Xiaofei waits on the side, her eyes shining with light. Final evolution. 5 seconds remaining. Final evolution. 1 second remaining. Xiaopai waits on the side, her eyes shining with the final evolution. 1 second remaining. Xiaopi waits on the side, her eyes shining brightly. Final evolution. 1 second remaining. Xiaopi stands aside waiting, her eyes shining with the final evolution. 1 second remaining. Xiaopi stands aside, her eyes flashing with light as her final evolution is imminent. 1 second remaining. Her stamina is 499. 566 plus 499. 576. The Dragon Spirit skill unleashes a breath of dark magic into the target area, causing massive magical damage. Divine Core Assault. After enveloping the entire body in Divine Core, swiftly charges forward, dealing massive physical damage to all enemies in its path. The range increases by 100 meters per second during energy charging, and movement is disabled. While using this skill, the Divine Core transformation reduces damage received by 75%. It resists all negative effects, and increases self-healing ability by 500%. Dragon King rank. Once reaching this rank, levels will upgrade to Dragon King, and each star of this rank will double all current attributes. Lufam read its name again. Divine Bone Dragon King. Dosa Mountain's revelation, and Xiaopai beside him shouted in agreement. He gradually analyzes the recent process, merging the fallen demon and the puppet, his eyes narrowing as he continues, transforming everything into attributes, combining 2 into 1, breaking through to become the Dragon King. Finally, he smiles, summing up that his attribute points have reached hundreds of thousands, and if he adds the power of the little firefly, it will surpass 1,000,000. This evolution is truly worth it. Luke Fam smiled as he looked at the information displayed, thinking to himself that the attribute points were beyond imagination. This is the power of the Dragon King. The Divine Bone Dragon roared loudly in front of him, and he muttered silently that the level had changed, and according to the description, each star of its attribute would be doubled. Luke Fam stands in the middle of the dusty white village, quietly analyzing, his breath upgraded into the power of the Dragon King. The long language magic no longer needs to be unlocked. Just imagining it reveals how terrifying the damage can be. Next to her, Xiaopai closed her eyes, humming a tune in her mouth as she reached out to stroke the giant claws of the Divine Bone Dragon. It seemed to sense someone touching its body and lowered its head, its glowing eyes fixed intently on her. The Divine Bone Dragon King puppet becomes extremely obedient, presses its face close, and stays still, as Xiaopai gently strokes its nose, her face lighting up with a happy smile. Lufam separates to operate on the information panel, quietly calculating. Even though the fallen demon puppet has been fully transformed into attributes, unable to resist anymore, but also gained all new skills. Then, he shouted loudly, "Long Vuong of the Divine Bone, try out your new skills." The Spirit Bone Dragon King roared in response to the command, gradually dissolving into a cloud of white mist that floated toward Lufam. Immediately, his arms were covered by armor resembling the claws of the dragon. The information panel appears, revealing the Divine Bone transformation. With the Divine Bone, Long King turning into a protective armor for the Divine Bone's hand, it can be equipped on both arms, granting the wearer the attributes of the Divine Bone, Long King and the Divine Bone skill Descending Heaven. Lufam raised both of his arms to admire, silently thinking to himself, the Divine Bone protective armor. Not only is it equipped for the transformed Long Vuong Divine Bone, but I also gain all of its attributes. Little Pai's eyes looked at his current arm, which was also shining with a faint light. The information panel displayed his class. Imperial Dragon Tamer 2. Level 59. Strength 4. 257 plus 448. 672. Agility 3. 505 plus 391. 482. Spirit 4. 06 3 plus 379. 626. And Stamina 4. 191 plus 999. 152. Lufam, with one hand on his hip and the other raised to the sky, confidently declared that his attributes were worth hundreds of thousands of points. Even his stamina exceeded 1,000,000 points. Excited, he jumped up and down shouting, and a notification appeared on the information panel that he had gained a new skill. Divine Bonne Descent. Divine Bonne Descent can only be used when equipped with Divine Bone Armor, and after activation, you will receive Divine Bone Armor without occupying an equipment slot. Increases all attributes by 300%. The 3-day sky was covered in a clear blue hue with white clouds drifting lazily. A status display appeared showing the territory name Tien Phuc Island. Territory Level 2. Area 43. 800 square kilometers. Its location was far from Zone 3C area. The defensive mode included storm winds, fog, auto battle shields, and Lufam pressed the button with opposing blue and red arrows on the display. The sky suddenly darkened from blue to black, and a young worker looked up and asked, "What's going on? Why is it suddenly gloomy?" Morozo also wondered and looked up. The information board announced that Tien Phuc Island had transformed into a haunted island with a defense system, swirling storm winds, ORP, chaotic air ORP, automatic storm shield frame, and Lufam happily observing the surroundings. "All right, everything is ready." The little one nervously asked, "So you called us here to see how you change the weather in your territory?" "Huh." Tanthu beside him sighed, but didn't realize this was the first time seeing the haunted island state. In front of them, 2 black dragons appeared with their mouths wide open, and a status display appeared. Obsessional Longtiang. Level 95. Skills. Night Form. Longtiang fighting in human form. All attacks deal physical and shadow damage, increasing mental attributes by 25%. In the dragon form, Longtuang fights as a dragon, with each attack causing physical and magic damage, increases strength attribute by 25%. When blood of Longtuang drops to 25%, the field of obsession will condense, continuously absorbs blood from surrounding enemy targets. Lufam turned around to guide the 2 behind him. "Be patient. Soon it will be like always. Stand here or come closer." Tanthu frowned, displeased. "Hey, if you want us to see something, just say it clearly." Tanthu smiled, reassuring her. "All right, just be patient a little longer and you'll find out." On the other side, Lufam patted his wings and took to the air, only now remembering that since capturing the twin dragon vultures, he hadn't given them names yet. So it was about time to name them. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled, and then a notification appeared on the info panel, indicating he had learned a new skill, Divine Bone Descent. Another information panel appeared, the Divine Core Transformation. The Divine Core of the Dragon King turned into a Divine Core armor. It can be equipped on both arms, granting the wearer the attributes of the Dragon King Divine Core and the Divine Core Descending skill. Lufam loudly shouted an order as armor appeared on his arms, activating the Divine Core Transformation. The information display showed stats and class Dragon Tamer Knight 2, level 59, strength 4, 257 plus 448, 672. Agility 3. 505 plus 391. 482. Spirit 4. 063 plus 379. 626. Stamina ferto. 191. Plus 999. 152. Lufam rushes straight to the two dragons, pouring all his strength into a powerful punch to the head of one of the Shadow Dragon generals. Tanthu asks with her mouth agape, "Did Lufam just get a new equipment?" And Taming, standing nearby, also comments, "It looks like the style of the ancient divine spirit's divine bones." Ken Ying has been silent all along, eyes closed, arms crossed, and now he speaks to deny it, saying no. Lufam was giving orders. It seems more like a dragon's skill. Tanthu looked at her and asked, "Is that the new dragon Lufam summoned during the battle with the divine core?" Taming turned back, unable to believe. Pointing at it, "I thought dragons only transformed or clung to people. How come there's a skill that turns a dragon into a wearable armor?" Sword Shadow looked at her and repeated, "You didn't hear the transformation." "Right. I already explained the combat form theory. Some summon beasts have special skills like that." And Taming could only nervously respond, "Excuse me. Excuse me." Lufam withdrew his hand, revealing a hole in the chest of the Shadow Dragon General. Sword Shadow began to extend, allowing the summoner to equip gear directly onto the body without needing an inventory slot. Tanthu remembered and exclaimed, "Yeah, if it's a dragon, that kind of skill isn't surprising." Xiaoming concluded, "So does that mean Lufam has now transformed into a human-shaped dragon?" Jianying was emotionally attached to her, and that also makes sense, using a human body to unleash the power of the former second dragon. Next to Lufam, he stepped onto the ground and faced the two Long Tuong phantasms. Lufam clenched his fist and said, "Little Des, little you, shall we try out our new skill?" The information panel appeared. Divine Bone Descending. Only usable when equipped with the Divine Bone Talisman. After activation, you will receive the Divine Bone Armor without occupying equipment slots, increasing all attributes by 300%. You raise your fist and shout loudly. Divine Bone Descending. The information panel displays stats. Class: Long Master 2. Level 59. Strength 452. 929到1. 358. 787. Agility 394. 978到1. 184. 961. Spirit 383. 789到1. 151. 367. Stamina 300. 343到3. 029. The ground beneath the girls suddenly trembled violently, a scream echoing through the space. "Careful. Stay steady." Her whole body trembling. She lowered her head in confusion. What? What is this? The sword shadow turned its head, its terrifying power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Surely its attributes must be hundreds of thousands of points. With such incredible strength, did your armor fuse with the entire dragon Luofan? The information panel shows Luofan has reached level 60. Luofan responds. Lufam turned around to guide the two behind him. "Be patient. Soon it will be like always. Stand here or come closer." Tanthu frowned, displeased. "Hey, if you want us to see something, just say it clearly." Dansu smiled, reassuring her. "All right. Just be patient a little longer, and you'll find out." Ken Ying has been silent all along, eyes closed, arms crossed, and now he speaks to deny it, saying no. Lufam was giving orders. It seems more like a dragon's skill. "Oh, it's really the former dragon humanoid. Is it still even human?" Lufam announced to them. "The most important thing now is that I have reached level 60 and can upgrade to class 3. The sky above was shrouded by a mysterious blue-purple figure, and the wind swayed the branches as Lufam and his group entered the palace area later that afternoon. Luckily, Maruzo built a teleportation gate on Shadow Island. It goes straight to Longdu Academy, saving a lot of time. And Maruzo saw you returning and waved. Lufam. There was a loud explosion outside the city just now. He kept moving forward while giving instructions. The sky above was shrouded by a mysterious blue-purple figure, and the wind swayed the branches as Lufam and his group entered the palace area later that afternoon. Then he placed a black card on the confirmation spot in the transfer hall. The difference between Transfer 2 and Transfer 3 is that Transfer 3 has no branch options, and only one profession can be upgraded based on the profession from level 2. A notification appears. Longdu Academy proof card for Lufam. Promotion request. Level 60. Has been submitted. During the third stage of the promotion, there is a warning that there is no record of the profession. Current queue is 1. In Longdu Academy. The promotion hall. Lufam steps onto the stage one by one. So what is his third stage profession? On the information board, the current profession is Long Horse Knight 2. In stage 3, with no record. Lufam thought to himself, wait, I forgot. The transfer data from Longdu Academy doesn't record anything about Long Horse Master. Although it can be checked through the system, there's only one profession, so no need to choose. During the third stage of the promotion, there is a warning that there is no record of the profession. Current queue is 1. In Longdu Academy. The promotion hall. Lufam steps onto the stage one by one. So what is his third stage profession? Lufam presses the start button, then proceeds with the third class transfer and studies afterward. The system voice announces the initiation of the transfer ceremony. Wishing you success. As the platform beneath emits a glow, the sky suddenly darkened from blue to black, and a young worker looked up and asked, "What's going on? Why is it suddenly gloomy?" Then I will tell you the location of the armor ring token. In Lufam's mind, he silently repeats the words he just heard. Armor ring token. The Demon King whispered close to your ear. Wild ecstasy. At the border of Cherry Blossom Nation, Lufam muttered to himself, Cherry Blossom Nation. Before he could finish speaking, the notification sounded again. The class change ritual was complete. Longdu Academy congratulates you on your successful class upgrade. The information panel also confirms that Lufam has advanced to Stage 3. Lufam smirked confidently. Already at Level 3 promotion. The next target is clear. Let's move out. The information panel displays the class. From Long Horse Knight 2 to Long Horse Knight 3. Level 60. With Strength 4. 257到5. 068. Agility 3. 505到4. 213. Spirit 4. 063到4. 805. Stamina Verto. 191到4. 917. Skills in Long Horse Technique. Capable of taming Dragon Clan creatures. Dragon's Encouragement. And boosting oneself and the dragon. It's fine. Maruzo. Just remember not to let the workers leave the palace. It's very dangerous outside. Wielding dragon energy. Strike twice in succession. Can coordinate with the dragon. Dispel weakness. And unleash dragon energy. Deal damage that bypasses all defenses of surrounding enemies. With damage based on the total of your attributes and those of the enemies. It's fine. Maruzo. Just remember not to let the workers leave the palace. It's very dangerous outside. The phone screen suddenly lit up with a ringing sound, displaying the caller's name as H.T. The person on the other end leaned back comfortably against the chair, pressing the phone close to their ear. Wielding dragon energy. Strike twice in succession. Can coordinate with the dragon. Dispel weakness. And unleash dragon energy. Deal damage that bypasses all defenses of surrounding enemies. With damage based on the total of your attributes and those of the enemies. Lufam responded after receiving the information. Thank you. The money has been transferred to your account. Hang up. A smile crept on Lufam's lips. Filled with determination, everything is done. The dragon egg. The armored ring. I must get them. 3 days later, the sun shone brightly over the city, and an announcement echoed through a tall building at the airport, announcing that the flight to Diao City in Manhwa country was about to depart. An island appeared outside the plane window. Inside the plane, he began to recall the information he had read. The female staff handed Lufam a ticket as he checked in, and he thought to himself that the coordinates given by the Demon Dragon King are deep within the wild realm of Manhwa Kwak. After boarding the plane, Lufam leaned on the window frame and said to himself, through singing, I have obtained the map's document, and only one profession can be upgraded based on the profession from level 2. A notification appears. Longdu Academy proof card for Lufam. Promotion request. Level 60. Has been submitted. The document shows that the god is a wild zone, with talented monsters everywhere, and arrogant monster leaders causing chaos. After what felt like forever, they finally arrived at Diao City in Manhwa country. And Lufam, carrying a large backpack, stepped out of the airport. He put one hand in his pocket and quietly observed the people around him as he walked forward. Outside, hundreds of points of essence had been cultivated, providing transferers with places to collect essence and level up. Lufam quietly added, but the real danger still lies deep inside there. He tilted his head and looked toward the green armored vehicle parked nearby. According to Hey Z's information, the only way to reach the divine is the wild zone. The door opens. Lufam gets on the car and quietly says thank you to himself. This is the green armored car. The left row of seats is almost fully occupied, with Xiao Mai sitting by the window in the front row. Next to her, Lu Truck kept closing his eyes and muttering repeatedly, pondering over our martial arts skills. Going abroad to participate in the competition ended with death in a foreign land. Behind them, the great chaos was unfolding. Wearing a cone-shaped hat, Kim Duong is sitting on the second row with a large sword, while on the left side row there are only 3 people. Lufam chooses a seat on the left side and sits down. After activation, you will receive the Divine Bone Armor without occupying equipment slots, increasing all attributes by 300%. You raise your fist and shout loudly, Divine Bone Descending. The information panel displays stats, class, Longmaster 2, level 59, strength 452, 929到1 358 787 agility 394 978到1 184 961 spirit 383 789到1 151 367 stamina 3到4 343到3 029. When he opened his eyes again, he gazed at the scene of the green fields outside the window, passing by at a very fast speed. The car had been traveling for a long time, from noon until it was almost evening. But they still hadn't arrived. The sky above gradually turned into a pink-orange sunset. The streetlights on both sides flickered on, and the yellow bus continued moving forward. After some time, the vehicle stopped, and the driver announced that they had arrived at station 137. The old woman sitting with Lufan has gotten off at this station. Inside the car, the driver asked if everyone would stay on since the next stop is the final destination. Kim Duong looked up and smiled happily, saying we want to go to station 138. The resources there are several times more than elsewhere, and Xiao Mai confidently assured us, so we can rest assured, we are all level 60 triple-class professionals, working together to handle any danger. Lu Chu gestures with his hands, telling the driver to focus on driving. The driver looked up, and his unfriendly face was reflected in the rearview mirror. Level 63. Star. Very good. Then let's go. The black wheels spun at high speed, creating friction that sent dirt and stones flying everywhere. Not long after, the sky was completely covered in darkness, and the yellow armored vehicle entered the mountain trail. Xiao Mai was startled and looked out the window. Wait a moment. Is the terrain outside not right? Luke Chuk hurriedly shouted, Driver, are we going the wrong way? Quickly, press your face against the window. This road isn't the route we previously studied at all. Luke Pham sitting on the other side also looked outside, thinking something was off. He closed his eyes and analyzed in his mind. Based on the map provided by the hacker, this trip probably goes to Then Laquang Jia. This driver is a bit strange. Luke Chuk rushed over and placed a hand on the shoulder of the person sitting in the driver's seat, shouting loudly, Driver, this route is wrong. Please turn back immediately. Xiao Mai also ran ahead and stopped the car. We need to confirm the route again. The driver's black leather shoes pressed hard on the accelerator to speed up. The car suddenly jerked violently as it sped up, causing Xiao Mai to lose her footing in fear and shout out, instinctively reaching out to hold the person beside her. Lu Chu couldn't hold back any longer, pulling out a dagger and pressing it against the driver's chin to threaten, immediately stopping the car. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The wheels screeched to a halt, kicking up a cloud of white dust. As the yellow van stopped in an open space behind the mountain, Lu Chuk still held the spear close to the driver's neck and repeated his previous command, telling him to turn the car around. The driver didn't answer him but casually took off the white bracelet he was wearing. He pointed his hand toward Luke Chuk, and a magic circle appeared in front of him. Luke Chuk's face showed confusion as he uttered 3 words. Teleportation array. The wheels screeched to a halt, kicking up a cloud of white dust. As the yellow van stopped in an open space behind the mountain, Lu Chuk still held the spear close to the driver's neck and repeated his previous command, telling him to turn the car around. Then the surroundings changed, and Luke Pham and the others found themselves standing in a dark forest. De Mao sat down heavily, exhausted, as my stamina was quickly running out, and Tu Mai anxiously asked. The driver didn't answer him but casually took off the white bracelet he was wearing. He pointed his hand toward Luke Chuk, and a magic circle appeared in front of him. Luke Chuk's face showed confusion as he uttered 3 words. Teleportation array. Xiao Mai looked at the mysterious shadow in the distance and asked, Who is that person? Lu Fan also looked in that direction, and thought to himself, So it turns out to be like this. Your gaze turns serious as you think to yourself that the true profession of a driver is not simple at all. The mysterious person with a masked face has eyes that flash with a fierce red light. To everyone present here, welcome to my hunting ground. A display appears. Hiratajime. Level 71 Space Mage. Hiratajime holds a staff in one hand and a black energy sphere in the other. To everyone present here, welcome to my hunting ground. A display appears Hiratajime. Level 71 Space Mage. Hiratajime holds a staff in one hand and a black energy sphere in the other. Xiaomai drew her weapon, surprised that her first visit here was already to face a material hunter. Kim Duong stood in front, raising his sword high, while reassuring the others. To everyone present here, welcome to my hunting ground. A display appears Hiratajime. Level 71 Space Mage. Hiratajime holds a staff in one hand and a black energy sphere in the other. Then the surroundings changed, and Lufam and the others found themselves standing in a dark forest. Demao sat down heavily, exhausted, as my stamina was quickly running out, and Tumai anxiously asked, "The ring of light envelops all enemies within its range, draining their energy and life force to feed the black energy sphere." As Kim Duong presses his sword against the ground, trying to hold himself up, my body is losing control, my hair is standing on end, and my spiritual power is rapidly diminishing. He's still draining our energy. And Luke Truk and Tumai, just like them, are exhausted and collapsing. Then the surroundings changed, and Luke Pham and the others found themselves standing in a dark forest. Demao sat down heavily, exhausted, as my stamina was quickly running out, and Tumai anxiously asked, "The ring of light envelops all enemies within its range, draining their energy and life force to feed the black energy sphere." As Kim Duong presses his sword against the ground, trying to hold himself up, Hirataji just pointed at them and asked back, "Let you go. Who can guarantee you won't reveal my identity outside?" He moved his finger, causing the four of them to be pulled together and tightly bound. And Tumai and Daimao panicked and shouted. The man raised the spear he was holding and shouted, "Today, none of you are leaving here." The man in the torn shirt shot the spear straight at Luke Pham, and Truk saw this and shouted in panic, warning everyone to be careful, while Tumai, standing beside him, was so scared she closed her eyes and yelled. Xiaomai also reached out to Lu Pham and shouted, "Hey, join us." But before she could get an answer, the next scene made her freeze in place. Behind her, Kim Duong was suddenly pierced in the forehead by a spear that came out of nowhere, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, my assistant continued, "I really regret that the promises made by the Academy before now seem to be so unfair. In 2 months, you only reached level 32nd transfer. While facing a group above level 50, Hirataji just pointed at them and asked back, "Let you go. Who can guarantee you won't reveal my identity outside?" He moved his finger, causing the four of them to be pulled together and tightly bound. And Tumai and Daimao panicked and shouted, "Ah!" The sharp blade of the spear reflects the light just centimeters from Luke Pham's face. Yet he remains calmly standing still. Both Hiratajime and the man in the torn shirt are staring at him with intense excitement. Finally, Luke Pham's arm moved, transforming into a thorny armor. With a gentle wave, he knocked away the man in the orange shirt's spear. On the display panel, the Divine Bone transformation turned himself into a protective armor for the Divine Bone's hands, which could be equipped on both wrists, allowing the wearer to gain attributes and skills of the Long Dragon King Divine Bone. Everyone's face turned blank as they watched the recent scene. The man in the torn shirt couldn't believe it. His mouth agape, the spear was made from Titan. With my added strength, even a 4-stage master would find it hard to block, and Hiratajime below was also wide-eyed in amazement. Luke Chuk gritted his teeth and said, "I managed to block it with my bare hands." "Right," Xiaomai sighed. "Truly terrifying." Luke Truk, Daimao are both stunned in fear. Xiaomai is horrified, covering her mouth as she gasps. Holding her breath, the three of them all turn around at once, focusing all their eyes on the person standing behind them. Sen usually defends in a circle, with damage based on the attribute distance between the attacker and the target. The greater the distance, the higher the damage. A tremendous wave of power blows toward Hiratajime, knocking his hat off, and the man in the torn shirt raises his hand to block. Everyone's face turned blank as they watched the recent scene. The man in the torn shirt couldn't believe it. His mouth agape, the spear was made from Titan. Luke Truk, Daimao are both stunned in fear. Xiaomai is horrified, covering her mouth as she gasps. Holding her breath, the three of them all turn around at once, focusing all their eyes on the person standing behind them. The man raised the spear he was holding and shouted, "Today, none of you are leaving here." The man in the torn shirt shot the spear straight at Luke Pham, and Truk saw this and shouted in panic, warning everyone to be careful, while Tumai, standing beside him, was so scared she closed her eyes and yelled, "Dai Mao," with his hands on his hips, said this power is too terrifying. Lu Truk, feeling curious, asked who he was helping. After calming down, Lu Truk decided that no matter what, He would pick up what he could. We need to leave this place quickly. Xiao Mai also agrees with him. Right now I just want to go home. I don't want to stay another second in this strange place. Damao continued to sigh and said, I regret coming here. The sword slashed down forcefully, cutting through the tangled vines, blocking the way. Xiao Mai nervously said, It's so dark it's almost creepy. I want to go out whenever I want. I don't have to ask for permission to restrict my freedom. Luke Truck, leading the way, signaled the others to go on, up high among the trees. Many snakeheads had already appeared without their notice. Qiu Mai, hearing a strange sound, stepped back and asked, Do you hear that? Is something still echoing? Luke Truck also turned pale and replied, Listen to me. When I count to 3, split up and run. A second voice counted in the space. 1. Damao tightly grasped the staff in his hand. And a third voice. 2. Xiao Dao bent down into a ready-to-run stance. Luke Truck mustered all her strength and shouted the final count. 3. Just as the 3 of them had taken a few steps forward, a snakehead suddenly appeared from nowhere, blocking their path. The snakes opened their mouths wide. And inside, a fireball was spat out. A massive explosion erupts in the forest, with orange-red smoke and flames covering the sky. And nearby, a person in a black cloak sits atop a snake, their face hidden in shadow but their piercing eyes fixed on the blazing fire. Luke Pham flapped his wings and flew forward at a speed as fast as lightning all night long. The next day, he finally arrived in front of a towering rocky mountain. As he tries to go further inside, a barrier suddenly appears in front of him, blocking his path. Lufam is thrown back by its power, losing his balance and falling headfirst into freefall. But he quickly regained his composure. He spun around and changed direction so that his head was facing up and his feet downwards. Luke Pham assumed a stance with both feet planted behind him and one arm firmly braced against the green grass. Safely landing on the ground, he stood up straight, looked at the barrier in front of him, and realized there was a protective formation. The Demon Dragon King approached from behind, whispering into Luke Pham's ear that he couldn't fly directly through here because of the seal left by the divine being before leaving. I want to go out whenever I want. I don't have to ask for permission to restrict my freedom. Ah! The sharp blade of the spear reflects the light just centimeters from Luke Pham's face. Yet he remains calmly standing still. Both Hiratejime and the man in the torn shirt are staring at him with intense excitement. As he tries to go further inside, a barrier suddenly appears in front of him, blocking his path. Lufam is thrown back by its power, losing his balance and falling headfirst into freefall. Luke Pham glanced at the falling leaves in the air and said there was a barrier left by the gods before they left, so they couldn't fly through directly. He reached out and caught a leaf with magical symbols on it and asked, Can you tell me who the gods really are? Are they similar to ancient gods? I am certain that even after 100 years, you still won't have the right to admire my appearance. After hearing everything, Lufan secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, when he challenged her at first, she didn't even have a fraction of her true strength. Luke Pham glanced at the falling leaves in the air and said there was a barrier left by the gods before they left, so they couldn't fly through directly. He reached out and caught a leaf with magical symbols on it and asked, Can you tell me who the gods really are? Are they similar to ancient gods? Luke Pham glanced at the falling leaves in the air and said there was a barrier left by the gods before they left, so they couldn't fly through directly. He reached out and caught a leaf with magical symbols on it and asked, Can you tell me who the gods really are? Are they similar to ancient gods? The Demon King said to you, If you have time to dream, better take a good look at the path ahead of your feet. As he flew ahead into the deep forest, he tilted his head and warned, This mountain path will eat people. Luke Pham squinted slightly, exhaling a puff of white smoke as he spoke, wondering how just a moment ago we were clearly still in the forest, and now suddenly it's turned into a snowy landscape. Luke Pham closed his eyes and responded, Of course, to give the newborn armor a chance to absorb all the spiritual energy of the secret realm and level up quickly. Fema Longvuong circled around him, commenting that he truly was a meticulous little man. At this moment, 3 arrows were shot from behind, and both Luke Pham and Fema Longvuong sensed the danger and turned around. He stood up straight, looked at the barrier in front of him, and realized there was a protective formation. The Demon Dragon King approached from behind, whispering into Luke Pham's ear that he couldn't fly directly through here because of the seal left by the divine being before leaving. The Demon King said to you, If you have time to dream, better take a good look at the path ahead of your feet. As he flew ahead into the deep forest, he tilted his head and warned, This mountain path will eat people. At the same time, the shockwave will kick up debris, creating an extended area of slowed movement. The Demon King of the Abyss looked at the person beside him with tears in his eyes and asked if he needed help. suggesting it could be considered our second outbreak. Lufam smiled and replied, "What do I need to do with a chicken when I'm butchering a buffalo? You'd better save some strength to deal with the Longvuong's armor ring." The devouring demon dragon king closed his eyes and smiled happily. "Got it. Got it." Then leaned back, looking extremely relaxed. "So go ahead and start your performance." Hero Slayer. Lufam quietly thought to himself, "Well, just in time to try out the new form," then slightly lowered his stance. Activate the bloodline power of the Shadow Dragon. Acquire the Shadow Dragon's Haunting Ring. Increase speed by 300%. And gain the stealth effect of the Haunting. All attacks ignore 55% of the target's defense. Lufam lunges forward to attack, eager to see what his new skill after the third transformation really is. The Crystal Tribe soldiers raise their weapons, ready to fight, as Chinese archers shoot a barrage of arrows at Lufam, but he moved through space at incredible speed, perfectly dodging all the incoming arrows. Lufam charged straight at a Crystal Tribe minion. He shouted loudly, swung his sword twice. Then suddenly, a display appeared, followed by dragon energy continuously diminishing in size twice, which could assist in the dragon's fall. The Crystal Tribe's Tindu was struck by 2 slashes, splitting its body in half. Its body fragments fall straight to the ground. Lufam looks down at himself with satisfaction and says, "The dragon control ring really does work." When he looked up, he was surrounded by many of the Crystal Tribe's minions. Lufam remained silent, his eyes shining with a white light, and numerous clones emerged from within him. "You just stood still while your clones scattered to deal with the Crystal Tribe's faiths." I don't know how long it took, but all the clones returned to Lufam. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and continuously watched fragments of the crystal demon corpses fall from above. The information panel appeared, along with dragon aura, repeatedly decreasing in size twice, capable of supporting the dragon pet. Weima Longvuong crossed his arms and stepped in from the side. Yet he was able to use the skills from the Shadow Dragon clan. The little language dragon master, "You always surprise me." Lufam looked at his arm and responded, "The more I use it, the more I can experience the power of your dragon clan, which is far beyond ordinary understanding." He thought to himself that he could do whatever he wanted to activate the power of the Dragon King. This third transformation seems to be worth it. As the Demon Guard Dragon King drapes his arm over the person walking beside him, it seems that the mission to clear out the Sindu along the way is yours now. "Young man." Lufam put his hands in his pockets, took a deep breath, and asked, "You didn't plan to make a move from the start?" "Right." The blazing fire engulfs everything, causing the fog to cry out painfully and miserably. The Demon King said to you, "If you have time to dream, better take a good look at the path ahead of your feet." As he flew ahead into the deep forest, he tilted his head and warned, "This mountain path will eat people." The faith of the Crystal Tribe channels its power into the Crystal Spear, unleashing a powerful attack that disregards defenses, causing continuous physical damage and high knockback effects to all enemies in its path, while also inducing a certain percentage of fissure status, reducing the target's armor, and triggering a seismic shockwave that drives the spear into the ground, causing a violent tremor in the front fan-shaped area, dealing physical damage to enemies within and momentarily blinding them. Lufam muttered in surprise as he realized he had fallen into the trap of the fierce beasts. According to the information displayed, Ice Sniper, Swirling Snow, Level 95, Extreme Cold Ice Piercing. Giant ice tornado strikes the target area, forming a freezing domain that causes prolonged ice fog damage to enemies within range and adds a freezing effect. The Cloud Rage Strike leaps fiercely toward the target area, causing a violent ice fog that deals area damage and leaves a lasting frost mark, emitting cold air right there. The Devouring Demon Dragon King Luri's analyzes that the ice magic restrictions here add an ice armor to all monsters, making them very tough, and that sword of yours probably can't cut through them. Lufam clenched his fist and replied, "A normal sword obviously wouldn't do." His whole body was wrapped in a band of orange-yellow light. Looking up, he continued, "But if it were covered with intense magma fire, then maybe not even that would be enough." Lufam guessed to himself, could it be some kind of forbidden trap? The Guardian Demon Dragon King stared ahead and spoke. This time, things are about to get lively. Suddenly, a strong gust of snowstorm appeared in the space. Lufam raised both hands to block and shouted, Why did the wind suddenly pick up so much?" Lufam swings his sword, lunges forward with a strike. "Now I am even more certain." Your slash releases a huge stream of fire. The information panel shows, "No." Combined with inner energy, the reduction is doubled. Supporting Long Dung, the blazing fire engulfs everything, causing the fog to cry out painfully and miserably. The dark spirit sneered confidently and said, Don't worry, Master. After the 8-armed serpent dies, I will place the curse on the opponent. As long as I want to summon the serpent, I can sense his location. The information panel appears. The Dark Dragon's protective ring activates, drawing on the bloodline power of the Dark Dragon. Obtaining the Dark Dragon's ring causes all external attacks to deal fire attribute damage and adds a weakening effect. Vema Longvuang, Motumieng, Sao Ko the Chu, Sukmanine, Sao Manulai Lem Duok. He smiled inwardly, guessing that the Longvuang armor was the remaining part of the Fei Ma Longvuang, which is why they decided to keep the core for absorption. Right, then Lufam used both hands to hold up the core. All right, there's no time to delay. Little Fee, go call everyone over. We need to give you a little brother or sister. Little Fee raised one hand and hugged the baby, responding happily with a coo. But if I hadn't been watching, you wouldn't have a chance to get the dragon token. Lufam glanced at her and replied, nothing much. He slightly lowered his head and continued, just feeling the greatness of the armored Long Kings. He deeply admired them from the bottom of his heart. Lufam glanced at her and replied, nothing much. He slightly lowered his head and continued, just feeling the greatness of the armored Long Kings. He deeply admired them from the bottom of his heart. So, are you afraid I will break the oath of the bloodline contract? He smiled inwardly, guessing that the Longvuang armor was the remaining part of the Fei Ma Longvuang, which is why they decided to keep the core for absorption. Right, then Lufam used both hands to hold up the core. All right, there's no time to delay. Little Fee, go call everyone over. We need to give you a little brother or sister. Little Fee raised one hand and hugged the baby, responding happily with a coo. A pair of high-heeled shoes stepped onto the ground, and the Demon King of Pestilence reminded him again, I advise you not to be as naive as humans. You came here to obtain this proof. She cast her gaze on the proof on the ground, and there's no need to think of me as a bad person. Survival and death are not choices we can make. So, are you afraid I will break the oath of the bloodline contract? Inside the cave, Lufam confirms again. All right, except for the spirit. Everyone else has arrived. Right, outside the cave, the spirit closes his eyes, crosses his arms, and waits outside, uninterested. So, are you afraid I will break the oath of the bloodline contract? A pair of high-heeled shoes stepped onto the ground, and the Demon King of Pestilence reminded him again, I advise you not to be as naive as humans. You came here to obtain this proof. She cast her gaze on the proof on the ground, and there's no need to think of me as a bad person. Survival and death are not choices we can make. He smiled inwardly, guessing that the Longvuang armor was the remaining part of the Fei Ma Longvuang, which is why they decided to keep the core for absorption. Right, then Lufam used both hands to hold up the core. All right, there's no time to delay. Little Fee, go call everyone over. We need to give you a little brother or sister. Little Fee raised one hand and hugged the baby, responding happily with a coo. The scroll in Lufam's hand emitted a dazzling light, and both Tuda and Dongzan were stunned, with their mouths agape. The spirit outside the cave also paid a bit of attention to the commotion inside. While Tu Fi and Bi Chit were left speechless by the sight before them, I seriously assure everyone here that this trip will not only get me the Longvuang armor, but those creatures can also help me gain millions of attribute points. So don't worry about me running into trouble. Xiaomang couldn't believe it and confirmed again. Attribute points in the millions. 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 After a long time, the glowing shell of the lineage token shattered into many pieces, and Lufam exclaimed joyfully, It's a success. A small lineage creature appeared on the shell fragment, and he introduced it to everyone around. Everyone quickly came to welcome the new member. The newborn of the dragon-armored kings. The scroll in Lufam's hand emitted a dazzling light, and both Tuda and Dongzan were stunned, with their mouths agape. The spirit outside the cave also paid a bit of attention to the commotion inside. While Tu Fi and Bi Chit were left speechless by the sight before them, Phaitron Matninno, Bi Chit Cham, Chungam, Ngia, Huangthu, Tuda Thilai Koi Tuoi De Fan Kich. Dongzan Hei Nong Wak Mat Len. Tunan Hiap Longfuang Kong de A Den Homavokam Bedi. I. Lufam Nin Theo no Danjia. After a long time, the glowing shell of the lineage token shattered into many pieces, and Lufam exclaimed joyfully, It's a success. A small lineage creature appeared on the shell fragment, and he introduced it to everyone around. Everyone quickly came to welcome the new member. The newborn of the dragon-armored kings. After a long time, the glowing shell of the lineage token shattered into many pieces, and Lufam exclaimed joyfully, It's a success. A small lineage creature appeared on the shell fragment, and he introduced it to everyone around. Everyone quickly came to welcome the new member. the newborn of the dragon-armored kings, Phaitron Matninno, Bichitcham, Chungam, Ngia, Huangthu, Tudathi Lai Koi Tuoi De Fan Kich, Dong Zan He Nong Wak Mat Len, Tunan Hiap Longfuong Kong De A Den Homavokam Bedi, I, Lufam Nin Theo no Danjia. The images of the armored Longvuong gradually vanish into the sky as Lufam flies over to Weima Longvuong and asks what's happening. Isn't its true body here? Ah. He replies, yes. The armored Longvuong are already dead. Lufam touches his head in disbelief, repeating the words he just heard dead. Weima Longvuong glances at him and analyzes that the defensive appearance of their bodies is just an illusion. They must have given up on recovery, choosing to burn their own essence. Senza has been dead for a long time. He then looks up at the fragments flying past, which are the bodies of the armored Longvuong. Lufam asks again, so after the great battle, did the armored Longvuong stay away from Trilong Kok, sacrificing themselves here to protect the proof of the dragon? Phaitron Matninno, Bichitcham, Chungam, Ngia, Huangthu, Tudathi Lai Koi Tuoi De Fan Kich, Dong Zan He Nong Wak Mat Len, Tunan Hiap Longfuong Kong De A Den Homavokam Bedi. I. Lufam Nin Theo no Danjia. Sub-armor ring. Transforms into armor on oneself. Can be used as counter-armor, granting the user all attributes and skills of the divine dragon. The breath of the god, harnessing the power of 2 divine phoenixes, can switch between light and dark armor. Dragon bloodline reduces all damage received by 50% and reflects 50% of the damage back to the attacker. It is immune to all debuff effects, but can only recover on its own when not in combat. He looked at the dragon armor ring on the ground and said, let it stay with its mother a little longer. In the dream, the little dragon armor ring was happily playing with its mother. And suddenly, Lufam remembered a problem, holding the Dragon King armor ring in hand. The sacred crane of the Dragon King not only protects its life from the Demon Dragon King, but also grants it high attribute points from birth and even a divine breath skill. The information panel shows that the Kankiat Legend Sacred Crane is a divine origin artifact. It hasn't yet absorbed the original owner's energy but is nearly depleted. Lufam looked at the dragon armor ring sleeping soundly on the ground. Starting the analysis. The main skill of the sub-entity armor ring is similar to that of the Dragon King's divine bone, transforming itself into equipment and granting all its attributes and skills when used. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he thought, the divine bone armor's armor. The reverse armor of the armor ring. Lufam waved his hand to turn off the information panel, and Hai Long affirmed, now I can definitely defeat Nin Shuang in the Divine Void Secret Realm. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he thought, the divine bone armor's armor. The reverse armor of the armor ring. Lufam waved his hand to turn off the information panel, and Hai Long affirmed, now I can definitely defeat Nin Shuang in the Divine Void Secret Realm. Sub-armor ring. Transforms into armor on oneself. Can be used as counter-armor, granting the user all attributes and skills of the divine dragon. The breath of the god, harnessing the power of 2 divine phoenixes, can switch between light and dark armor, holding the Dragon King armor ring in hand. The sacred crane of the Dragon King not only protects its life from the Demon Dragon King, but also grants it high attribute points from birth and even a divine breath skill. The information panel shows that the Kankiat Legend Sacred Crane is a divine origin artifact. He looked at the dragon armor ring on the ground and said, let it stay with its mother a little longer. In the dream, the little dragon armor ring was happily playing with its mother. And suddenly, Lufam remembered a problem. You stroke its head and suggest maybe you should activate the auxiliary armor ring to wear it and then take it with you. The long dragon ring nods in response. It straightens up, concentrates, and begins to activate its skill within its body. Xiaoya and the blue stream beside them are arguing nonstop, so he turns around and orders them to stop fighting and rest. Lufan then turns back and announces that we should wait for the little dragon armor king to wake up. The user will gain all attributes and skills of the dragon. As the white smoke gradually dissipates, a shining armor appears on your chest. The information panel shows stats. Class: Dragon Rider. Level 61. Strength 5000, 84 plus 3000. Agility 4000. 315 plus 3000. Intelligence 4890 plus 3000. Stamina 4923 plus 3000. Lu Sun raised both his arms and sighed. So this is the armor. The chest armor. I can feel all the attributes and skills of the armor ring. The information panels kept appearing, indicating I had gained the skills. The armor ring skill, the armor ring sharp skill, and the breath of the divine. Then he uses his strength to flap his wings. Armor ring. If you haven't noticed, Lufam soars into the sky loudly. So let me try your skill. He shouted loudly. Liam. The armor of the chain. Sharp, sickle-shaped chains shot out from Lufam's armor, displaying information, with Liam firing scythe-like hooks at high speed, causing piercing damage and pulling targets toward him. The crescent-shaped chains rush to attack the giant rock, causing a massive explosion in the space, as the little girl tightly hugs the little boy nearby, screaming in fear. The huge stone is shattered into pieces, flying outwards, with countless shards flying toward Lufam. You just calmly stand still and shout loudly. Liam's armor rings. From Lufam's armor. Attacks are launched to smash the surrounding debris. The status screen appears, and the sharp armor pierces quickly, causing penetrating damage to all targets within melee range, ignoring 45% of their defense and returning 99% of the damage received to the attacker. In this state, Lufam sneers with praise, combining offense and defense, with counterattack control. Truly. Now is the final skill. As the Divine Breath clearly appears on the information panel, using the power of both Divine Phoenix and Dark Phoenix, you can switch between light armor and dark armor. You clench both fists tightly. Lift your face to the sky and shout loudly. The breath of the divine, the light of righteousness has taken over, and the status screen shows that the breath of the divine has shifted to the light of righteousness. Lufam looks at his glowing body and speaks to himself, his whole body filled with power. Now my normal attacks also gain a divine attribute like the god of harvest. The information panel shows that the Bright Guardian armor restores 1% health every second, adds divine damage to normal attacks, and the extra damage depends on the spirit attribute. You tighten your fist even more, and this state can also continuously heal wounds, perfectly compensating for the recovery points lost when not in combat with the Dragon King armor. Lufam squints and orders, switch to the Dark Ring armor. The information panel displayed a message that the breath of the divine had transformed into the Dark Armor Ring. Lu silently analyzed how the dark energy was accumulated each second, combined with the divine bone of the Long Vuong, so each time I perform a normal attack, I will deal an additional large amount of damage. The information panel shows that the Dark Ring armor accumulates 1% of dark damage per second, adding all accumulated dark damage to the next normal attack, then continues to accumulate, with the extra damage depending on the spirit attribute. Then he gently set his feet on the ground, and the armor on his body gradually retracted. In his mind, he decided that once he upgraded the Dragon King's ring, he could confidently head to the Divine Beast secret realm. Then, using the Maruhose teleportation gate on Paradise Island, Lufam was able to quickly return to Jianghai. At home, Hanka saw that he had returned and smiled happily. Xiaofun, you're back. She quickly ran over and hugged Lufam, and her little aunt was gradually getting used to Lufam running around everywhere, no longer worried or crying for him like before. Hanka smiled at the person standing opposite and suggested, since the two aunts bought a lot of food, why don't we call Little Miss over to eat together? And Kiaman standing nearby also agreed. Today is the day to share the meal with Dao Tu. She will definitely come. So Sister Han just needs to call Tan Thu. Luke Pham replied to both of them. That's great. I also have something I want to talk to everyone about. That afternoon, a surprised voice of Little Mang walking to her to the west came from inside Jiangson Hoa Vien. At Gyeongson Hoa Vien. At the dining table, Little Mang, sitting on the left, asked curiously, is it really necessary to do that? Just keep it simple and stay out of trouble. Han Ka, sitting on the right, also agreed and added, that's right, Xiaofam. It's easy to get into trouble like that. You can use the 10 teleportation scrolls that Miss Dai gave you. Tan Thu worriedly advised that flying or sending a divine core clone would be better, and Jian Ying also analyzed that walking would be dangerous and take at least a few months to reach the west. Luke Pham looked at them and reassured that he could no longer control the divine puppet. But there's no need to worry, because the divine dragon Saint Long had absorbed all the divine puppets and transformed into a divine core Long Vuong with extremely high attributes. That afternoon, a surprised voice of Little Mang walking to her to the west came from inside Jiangson Hoa Vien. At Gyeongson Hoa Vien. At the dining table, Little Mang, sitting on the left, asked curiously, is it really necessary to do that? The information panel displayed a message that the breath of the divine had transformed into the Dark Armor Ring. Lu silently analyzed how the dark energy was accumulated each second. Combined with the divine bone of the Long Vuong, both the Sword Shadow and the Tan Thu remained silent after hearing him. Hanka asked again, so you're planning to leave right away? Luke Pham replied, yes, I'll leave tomorrow morning. The next morning, Lu Pham bid farewell to everyone and headed west alone, passing through 14 regions. Along the way, Lufam fought monsters like the information display, the Scarlet Beast, level 95, whose roar was deafening and furious, creating sonic waveguns in a fan-shaped area in front of it, with a high chance of causing targets to become dizzy or overheated, as it sharply slashed the ground with its claws, unleashing a powerful shockwave that caused significant physical damage to anything in its path. You have defeated many bosses and rare elites, such as the Guardian Commander, level 95, with a deadly aerial spear attack that causes critical damage and temporary paralysis. The mighty spirit wind flaps its enormous wings, unleashing a barrage of sharp energy feathers to attack a wide area. And even Lufam single-handedly broke through a nightmare-level secret realm. The information panel appears, showing a level 92 giant fungus with paralyzing spores, cloud-breaking stones that cause numbness and continuously drain magical power, which explodes when blood volume drops to a certain level, dealing poison damage to the surrounding area and splitting into smaller giant fungus spores. In the process of eliminating these elites, Lufam also lost a lot, dealing with greedy resource hunters aiming for harvest. After everyone leveled up one after another, Long King Armor Ring has also reached level 57, with each attribute increasing Spirit Long to level 64, Hard Long to level 57, Black Long to level 65, Poison Long to level 63, Lufam to level 65, Dong Phi Thui to level 65, and Lam Long to level 63. The sky above is clear and breezy, with white clouds drifting lazily. A month later at the western border, his black sneakers had come to a stop. A month later, Lufam finally saw the western border. He raised his hand to block the blinding sunlight in front of him and took a deep breath. It's just a few days now until the opening of the Divine Void secret realm. The countdown shows 7 days remaining. Lufam flaps his wings and says to himself, "It's time to head back." At this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above him. Lufang looked up and observed, and he recognized it as a top-tier flying mount, a ferocious beast only found on the western border, with the information display showing it as a golden-feathered steed, level 94. He spread his legs and charged from above, crashing his enormous wings down onto the ground, causing massive damage and creating a circular shockwave at the impact point that pushed back all enemies. With some clones able to follow and attack, launches a series of attacks on the selected target, each causing damage along with armor-breaking effects. Lufan feels excited. As the materials on him are also rare, he uses the skill, the Auxiliary Armor Ring, to transform into armor that can be used as a reverse shield. The user gains all attributes and skills of the Quanglong. The information panel shows the armored ring firing a scythe at high speed, dealing piercing damage and pulling the target toward it. Behind Lufam, chains with scythe blades shoot out, and he cleverly catches one as a gift for his senior. The sickle blades aimed at the Kim Vu Bang and launched to attack, with 2 sharp blades piercing tightly into its soles and toenails. Lufam also used the chains to propel himself upward into the air. The Kim Vu Bang continues to fly forward, pulling Lufam along from behind. After a while, he releases the spearhead embedded in its leg and jumps higher with force. Lufam furrowed his brow tightly and shot out 2 more chain sickles, which slashed across the Kim Vu Bang's neck, causing it to scream painfully. Lufam tightly grips the chain with the sickle blade, then leaps onto the Kim Vu Bang, pulling the chain hard to make it scream and look up to the sky. Lufam's face darkens slightly, a threatening expression appearing if you don't want to die. Behave yourself. In the end, the Kim Vu Bang no longer flutters, its eyes glowing as it silently continues to fly forward. Lufam felt a satisfied smile curl on his lips and let out a triumphant shout. The golden-winged bird soared through the air, and his voice echoed in the space. Truly a top-tier mount. Lufam controls the chain in his hand, thinking to himself that at this speed, there's no worry about getting a pimple. Suddenly, countless arrows shoot up from below, and Lufam glances around, wondering if it's an ambush. From below, a different voice shouted, "Get them! Release the net. Hurry up." And just as the words finished, a red net shot towards them. The net emanated a powerful energy and tightly ensnared the Kim Vu inside. "Just keep it simple and stay out of trouble." Han Ka, sitting on the right, also agreed and added, "That's right, Xiaofam. It's easy to get into trouble like that. You can use the 10 teleportation scrolls that Miss Dai gave you." Both it and the net fell heavily to the ground, and the people waiting below rushed excitedly to the fallen Kim Vu Bin. But just as they moved forward, a massive explosion forced them to retreat. Lufam felt a satisfied smile curl on his lips and let out a triumphant shout. The golden-winged bird soared through the air, and his voice echoed in the space. Truly a top-tier mount. Lufam controls the chain in his hand, thinking to himself that at this speed, There's no worry about getting a pimple. Suddenly, countless arrows shoot up from below, and Lufam glances around, wondering if it's an ambush. The leading man tightly gripped his axe and rushed forward desperately. If they weren't the descendants of the Da clan, it would have been over already. Kid, if you're to blame, it's just bad luck on your part. Lufam, tears in his eyes, secretly despised them, as the western mountains are full of blocked news, yet he remains unbothered. These guys seem to be descendants of the Da clan, but they don't recognize the representative of Elder Diep.